Chapter 1 System Activation, Shameless Qin Laolu. Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School Class Exchange Competition. The game begins. With a loud shout from the referee on the stage, two students on the competition stage started fighting. A voice explained. Here we go, here comes the dual attribute genius. Lu Ruyan fires a water ball with the water element, then follows it up with two fire attacks, instantly dealing 1.5x damage, the combined power of water and fire. This is genius, using superpowers to this degree. The winner is Lu Ruyan. Qinbai, stop making trouble and get down quickly. The referee glared at Qinbai fiercely. Okay. Qinbai put down the microphone and walked down the competition stage. Qinbai, nicknamed Qin Laolu, is a time traveler. But this place is a little different from Earth. When spiritual energy revives, everyone will practice. For 18 years, Qinbai could only be considered an ordinary spiritual warrior. Just a few days ago, a voice appeared in my mind. Ding, congratulations on binding to the universal shameless system. You can store your emotion points. There will be unexpected surprises later. I have to say, the name really suits me. But what is the use of this system? There is not even an instruction manual and no response. Hey, isn't this Qinbai from Class 5? What's wrong with you now? Qinbai turned around and looked. Li Yi, a 4th level spiritual warrior with enhancement abilities. The classmate who just lost to Lu Ruyan. There were several students from Class 4 following him. Wasn't he training very fast before? He was the first level 3 genius in the whole school? I heard that he was very fast in cultivation before, but unfortunately, this semester, his cultivation speed has plummeted and he is still a level 3 waste. The host's personality is detected to be a perfect match. The task can be fully activated after completing it. The emotional value is sufficient. Do you want to start the task? Oh. There's this thing? Start a mission. What mission? Disgusted and defeated Li Yi. Mission successful, obtain the art of instantaneous movement. Instantaneous body movement technique, teleport to any location within 10 meters of yourself. The range increases with your realm. What the hell? Can this be called a mission? Might as well just reward yourself. Come on, exchange competition. Qinbai jumped onto the competition stage. Class 4 has suffered from Qinbai for a long time. The school stipulates that both parties must agree before they can go on the competition stage to compete. Wouldn't it be like giving someone a pillow when they are sleepy? Did I hear correctly? Qin Laolu really dares? Is he crazy? Wasn't last semester awesome? Spiritual warriors are all about endurance. Bursts without endurance are nothing. Brother E, beat him to death. Beat him so hard that he can't get out of bed for 3 days. Qinbai smiled and said, I can't get out of bed for 3 days, that's a good feeling. I heard that there is an intern in the school clinic who wears white silk uniforms every day. Li Yi followed closely onto the competition stage. It's no use showing off your eloquence. After the fight, I'll see how arrogant you are. Okay, the competition is about to begin, the referee signaled from the side. The battle begins. Humph, one hand is enough to deal with a waste like you. Li Yi cursed as he rushed towards Qinbai and threw a punch. Wait, don't be impatient. Qinbai shouted. What? Li Yi stopped and asked, are you scared? Wait till I think of a word to scold you. Hashtag? Get the hell out of here. Get down here. Li Yi charged again, and Qinbai called for a stop again. Wait a moment, I have something to say. Li Yi stopped again, what's wrong? Are we going to fight or not? I figured it out. If you're not good enough, you need to practice more. You're looking for death. Li Yi attacked for the 3rd time. I couldn't help but sneer in my heart. Do you still want to deal with me by using the method of making a strong attack and then weakening? Later you will wonder why I am so strong. Level 4 fighting level 3, and you don't have any special powers yet. This is a complete numerical crush. The thought of beating Qinbai up badly. Li Yi couldn't help but hum softly. However, at the moment the two came into contact, Li Yi's expression changed drastically. Oh my god. Why is Qinbai so strong? Boom. Qinbai raised his hand, grabbed his fist, and then threw it heavily to the ground. Li Yi was knocked to the ground. But he did not give up and punched Qinbai with an elbow. However, Qinbai kicked out and broke the hand that elbowed him. Li Yi was sent flying backwards, spinning 2.5 circles in the air before falling heavily to the ground. Bang! Tears of pain flowed from Li Yi's eyes. Tears wet Los Angeles, and I vowed never to elbow again. It hurt so much. This scene made the surrounding students drop their jaws in shock. The girls opened their mouths so wide that they could fit a whole sausage in them. No way, he was killed in one move? You must be kidding. Brother E is a level 4 spiritual warrior. Could it be that Qinbai? At this time, Sudong, the head teacher and referee of Class 4, was surprised. Level 4, they entered Level 4 at least 2 months ago. On the stage, Li Yi angrily said, "You're cheating. You didn't tell me until you reached Level 4. Qinbai smiled and said, "If you're not good at it, just practice more." This left the students in Class 4 speechless. Normally, who advances is known to everyone. Qinbai is the most immoral and sinister student in Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. Although I have some knowledge, I didn't expect that he would even hide his realm. It's all for the purpose of harming people. Qinbai's cultivation was not slow, but he was practicing secretly and didn't tell anyone about his upgrades. As long as you don't take action, you can basically not see your realm. It was obvious that Li Yi had become Qinbai's toy. Li Yi, who was lying on the ground, looked at Qinbai with anger in his eyes. Qinbai stretched out both arms and raised his middle finger. Convex 0 convex. Yes, I just like the look on your face when you're upset with me but can't do anything to me. Why is it that even though I practice every day, the gap is still so huge? Where's the promise that hard work will be rewarded? God rewards hard work, not stupidity. Oomph, do you think you won? Li Yi's calm tone ignited hope among the students in Class 4. Could it be that? However, it was beyond everyone's expectations. Li Yi struggled to raise his right hand, which was broken by Qinbai. "Referee, I'm reporting this guy for not wearing a school uniform." As soon as these words were spoken, Li Yi's men immediately became alert. If you're not wearing a school uniform, you're not a student of No. 1 Middle School, nor a student of Class 5. This is a showdown between Class 4 and Class 5. Right. He can't represent Class 5. I think he should be declared the loser. Li Yisheng from our Class 4. The other students in Class 4 were also caught up in the rhythm and joined in. The students in Class 5 also started shouting when they saw how shameless the other party was. What rubbish! You can't beat them with tricks, right? That's right, go ask the principal and see if he dares to say that Boss Bai is not a student of No. 1 Middle School. He's a piece of trash. He has poor strength. His character is also bad. His martial arts skills are even worse. Everyone, don't spar with him in the future. Enough! Su Dong snorted, stopping the students' argument. This competition is indeed a battle between Class 4 and Class 5. Although everyone knows you, the rules are the rules, and they weren't set today. You're not wearing a school uniform, so you can't represent Class 5 of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. As soon as Su Dong finished speaking, the students in Class 5 suddenly lost their composure. What a joke! When spiritual warriors compete, it's not about strength, but about these rules? Damn it, Su Dong, as the head teacher of Class 4, is obviously involved in something shady. Still wearing my school uniform? Boss, I'll take it off for you. As he spoke, someone took off his coat and prepared to throw it to Qinbai. Su Dong adopted a tone of teaching a student. He's already broken the rule. Can he do it again by putting it on now? A country has its own laws, and a school has its own rules. If you're wrong, you're wrong. If you lose, you lose. You can't just put it on now and ignore your previous violation. Su Dong's words made the students in Class 5 even angrier. Li Yi on the stage looked at the students from Class 5. Right, I just like your expression when you're not happy with me but can't do anything to me. You didn't expect that you would fight with me? Even the referee is my man, what can you use to fight me? Just as he stood up again, a voice came from his ear. Then I'll let you know what the rules are. He quickly turned around and saw Qinbai slapping him. You dare to attack me? You've violated school rules. You've already lost. Bang! 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 After a few moves, Li Yi lay on the ground again. Really? Qinbai smiled sinisterly. Li Yi retorted with pain. What can I do? You hit me hard, so what? I didn't break any rules, so you lose, get out of here. Are you sure? Indeed. Just when Li Yi wanted to continue speaking, I found myself feeling cold all over, and only then realized that I was only wearing a pair of underwear. Suddenly roared. Shinbai, you son of a bitch, you took my clothes off. Hey, don't say such harsh words, or I'll sue you for defamation. You're not a beauty, why would I take off your clothes? Shinbai pointed at Li Yi and said with a smile. One of Shinbai's 10 survival rules. When you are being morally kidnapped, it is better not to be moral, but to bring your suffering to more people. It was you who didn't wear the school uniform, yet you still accused me of stripping you? Be careful or I'll sue you for defamation. The students of Class 4 immediately cursed. Shinbai, you are shameless. It was you who took off Li Yi's clothes. We all saw it. Ha, you're just cheating because you broke the rules. Shinbai should be declared the loser. Look what this is. Shinbai, wearing the coat thrown by the students of Class 5, looked at the students of Class 4. He added solemnly, I declare that I have won this competition. Those who agree and those who disagree, please recite the value of pi backwards. If you can't, then it's considered an agreement. The people in Class 4 were in an uproar. Su Dong wanted to favor Li Yi, but still announced that Qin won. There was no way he could react until he realized that the person in front of him was Qin Laolu. If Qinbai had been present during the Chuhan contention, Lu Bang would have shouted Chu wins. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The detected emotion value is 50,200. Do you want to use the enhanced reward? Spend 50,000 emotion points to strengthen the instant body technique into the Flying Thunder God technique. Flying Thunder God technique improved version, release the Flying Thunder God mark at one location, and instantly move to any other mark anywhere. No cooldown, no cost, no pre-swing, regardless of distance, any spatial fluctuations, or any spatial barriers. This is a funny and lighthearted article. It is unreasonable and you don't need to care about the details. Sometimes it will be a tribute to the real thing. Brothers, have fun reading it. The author has a complex background and writes about all kinds of anime. If you don't laugh in chapter 10, come back and scold me. Please comment. If you don't like the tirade, please criticize me. Chapter 2, Dog-Headed Military Advisor Shinbai. Shinbai looked at the system prompt and was stunned. The technique of instant body movement, Flying Thunder God? Do I even need to choose? The instant body movement technique does not require any marks, and you can move anytime and anywhere. It can also expand as your strength increases. Once you become stronger, you can travel thousands of miles in a thought. I choose to use my emotion points to strengthen into Flying Thunder God. Ding, mission completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Flying Thunder God. Shinbai had just returned to his seat when a voice came from the school radio. Starting today, all classes will be changed to free training. We hope that students will be well prepared for the placement test next week. In the last half of the semester, the school will adjust the classes for the martial arts exam. Group those talented students into 1 or 2 classes and allocate resources to improve their strengths. Brother Bai, what's the point of the school dividing the martial arts classes? The person who spoke was Qin Bai's childhood friend and deskmate, Chao Dezhu. Chao Dezhu leaned over the table and said, it just makes people like us with ordinary talents feel powerless about life. What's the meaning of life? Qin Bai patted his shoulder and comforted him. That's not true. When you feel like life is meaningless, think about those short videos about software hardening engineering. The clips you skipped were carefully filmed and subtitled by someone else. That's the meaning. Now that you put it that way, it does seem to make sense. Chao Dezhu suddenly felt like he had something to pursue in life. He continued, I heard the school is planning to combine the top 50 students from the senior year into a rocket class. I have to find a way to get in. Qin Bai was shocked. Rocket class? What does it have to do with you? You're only level 2, and you don't have any awakened talents. You can't even reach the threshold. Chao Dezhu didn't care and patted his chest and said, it's okay, I have money. Qin Bai shook his head, this is not the era where money can solve everything. My dad is the director of the education bureau, let him do it. Even if Uncle Lei gets you in, the homeroom teacher won't favor you, so it will be useless when the time comes. I heard that the head teacher of the rocketry class is my second uncle. Get down here. Qin Bai asked curiously, why are you always thinking about getting into the rocket class? Your family's resources are no worse than theirs, right? Chao Deju chuckled and said, guess. Could it be that you have awakened your superpowers? Wrong. That's because I want to work hard to inherit the family business in the future. It's still not right. That's what your mother did, wanting you to make a name for yourself? Chao Deju scratched his head and whispered. It's mainly Lu Ruyan. She's already level 4 now, and she's a perfect 100% in the rocket class. She'll definitely be able to get in. I'm only level 2, so I can only get into the regular martial arts class. Fuck. Lu Ruyan? What the hell? Qinbai looked at the other person with disdain. You've been in the same class with her for 3 years, and you've been licking her for 3 years, but you haven't even held her hand. Do you expect the rocket class to succeed? Chao Deju slammed the table in frustration and retorted. Who said that? She often chats with me, but she said she plans to work hard on her training in high school and doesn't plan to have a relationship. You are such a... Qinbai changed his mind. After all, he was a good brother. If you help him, then whenever the two of you are together, you will thank yourself. Aren't emotional values endless? Thinking of this, Qinbai decided to be his good brother's love strategist. What is it really? Chao Deju looked at the smirking Qinbai and waved his hand in front of him. No, nothing. Qinbai came back to his senses and looked at Chao Deju with eyes full of encouragement. You really need to be brave. Boys should take the initiative. Only by taking the initiative can you have a chance. Dilly-dallying will not lead to any good results. Ruyan said she doesn't want to be in a relationship. If I confess my feelings to her, I'm afraid she will hate me. Chao Deju said with a lack of confidence. Is this why you asked me to praise her in the class competition just now? Qinbai added, let me tell you, there was a senior in school who originally said she didn't want to have a relationship. But after she joined the rocketry class, a boy started sparring with her every day and training with her. Guess what happened? What's wrong? They fell in love over time and it worked out. They even applied to the same university. Qinbai said, if you don't confess your feelings, it would be a shame if someone else got there first. So I confess to her now? Chao Deju panicked. I'm worried that Lu Ruyan is the same as that senior student. I entered the rocket class and was seduced by someone. It's not good to confess directly. You have to proceed step by step. Let her have a good impression of you first. What should we do then? Chao Deju's clear eyes were full of requests. First, find a humorous topic. You understand something she doesn't. When she says she doesn't know or says something wrong, you can use some ambiguous words to scold her, such as little fool or little idiot. This way, she won't get angry and it will feel like you are flirting. Chao Deju said with confidence, it's enough to have hands. You know, brother, I have the best sense of humor. Qinbai pointed at Lu Ruyan, who had just packed her things and was about to leave her seat. Go quickly, before she leaves. Brother Bai believes in you, and you are better than me. Lu Ruyan, a level 4 spiritual warrior. She could make a living with just her looks, but she chooses to rely on hard work. This is the gap between her and Mingming. Omega? She has a graceful and charming figure. The red lips and jade-like skin exude an ethereal air. Delay has long legs and a slim waist. No one on the internet is as sexy as her. No one in the nightclub is more beautiful than her. There was no one in the private room to flirt with her. It can be said that it was Wu Zetian's becoming a widow that caused people to lose Li Ji. To sum it up in 2 words, awesome. First year high school opening ceremony. Just because I took a closer look at Chao Deju in the crowd. Chao Deju was served as someone's bootlicker for 2.5 years. At this moment, Chao Deju took a deep breath and mustered up the courage to walk towards Lu Ruyan. Hey, Ruyan, let me ask you a question. Lu Ruyan stopped and looked at Chao Deju suspiciously. What's wrong? Chao Deju asked, do you know what to eat to nourish your brain? After hesitating for a moment, Lu Ruyan said, eat walnuts? Chao Deju was delighted. Hey! Talk to me. There's hope. Just now, Qinbai surpassed me, but I wanted to be a little exaggerated and not pay attention to details. Then he laughed. Ha, only by suffering a loss can you improve your brain. You are such an idiot. Lu Ruyan, oh? The students around were stunned. Qinbai in the distance was also stunned. Wow! What a talent! You are so funny. How come I didn't know you were so fierce? Borrowing a bowl of wine on the road to the underworld. Looking for flowers and willows under Mangpo's skirt. I feel that the death is not thorough enough. His face turned red instantly when he saw Lu Ruyan. Xinbai didn't dare to stay any longer and left the classroom without looking back. Bang! Just after I walked out of the classroom door, I heard a scream and a sound of hitting the wall from behind me. Jiangcheng People's Hospital, luxurious private room. A boy with half his body wrapped in bandages was lying on the hospital bed. Beside the bed, Xinbai sat with his chin in his hand, his face full of exhaustion. As for the person on the hospital bed, who else could it be but Chao Dezhu? However, at this time, he always had a happy smile on his face. Hey, big brother, it seems your method is really effective. Look, Ruyan and I were flirting just now. Oh? Xinbai suspected that he had heard it wrong. I was wondering where the last act of the circus was. Turns out it was you who performed it. That's because she's too strong and powerful, and she didn't control her strength well. I scolded her, and she hit me. Isn't that just flirting? The evaporation almost happened, but you still can't control the strength? In order not to offend Chao Dezhu, Xinbai did not say it explicitly. Xu Zi, why don't you change your target? With your conditions and so many suitors, why do you want to hang yourself on one tree? Chao Dezhu's conditions are not bad, they can be said to be very good. Both parents are official executives and have strong family backgrounds. Although he is not as handsome as me, he is okay, except that his personality is a bit soft. Simply put, it's a lack of confidence. If you change your target, you will definitely be able to confess your love successfully. At this time, in the hospital corridor, a tall girl wearing a school uniform and a high ponytail. With a hint of anxiety in his eyes, he trotted towards the luxurious private room. Chapter 3, The Awakening of the Dog. The military advisor speaks in vain as soon as WeChat rings. Brother, were you beaten up at school? A female voice sounded at the door of the ward, with a hint of anger in her voice. The girl's name is Su Xiaoya, and she is the sworn sister of Qinbai and Chao Dezhu. The three of them have known each other since childhood and can talk about anything. 18 years have passed since Qinbai traveled here. This is a planet much larger than Earth. However, the development of civilization is similar. The only difference is that the humans and animals here all practice cultivation. All humans are spiritual warriors. Thousands of years ago, spiritual energy revived. Dimensional rifts appeared across the world. Various powerful beasts walked out from the other side of the crack. Under the influence of spiritual energy, humans gained spiritual energy and their physical fitness was greatly improved. There are even more talented people who have awakened their innate special abilities. People also call this kind of people superpowers. This is a war of aggression and also a war of defense. That time was called the Dark Ages of humanity. Although there is a huge gap in strength. But humans' understanding far exceeds that of strange beasts. After several generations of efforts, the strange beasts were finally driven back to the secret realm on the other side of the dimensional rift. To this day, the two are still fighting to the death. The parents of the three were once comrades in arms who shared life and death. His strength is considered mid to high end among spiritual warriors. However, during an outbreak of a secret realm, Xinbai's parents unfortunately sacrificed their lives to protect the people of Jiangcheng. Xinbai became an orphan of a hero. Why does this resume look so familiar? Fortunately, the parents of the other two treated him as their own son. Xinbai's childhood was not lonely. As a time traveler, although he became an orphan at the age of 1, he relies on his experience in his previous life. Naturally, he became the boss among the three. Chao Dezhu was born a few days earlier and ranks second. Su Xiaoya is the youngest and ranks last, but she is the strongest among the three, a level 5 spiritual warrior. Seeing Su Xiaoya's angry face, Chao Dezhu was worried that she would go and cause trouble for Lu Ruyan. It's a small matter. Second brother's physical condition will be better tomorrow. As he spoke, he was still gesturing at his emperor's muscles. What exactly happened? Su Xiaoya looked at Qinbai in confusion. Qinbai told the other party what happened in the afternoon. Chao Dezhu said firmly. Brother, third sister. You all know that I'm a famous warm-hearted man. Ruyan's cold heart will be melted by my warmth sooner or later. Ha ha. Qinbai looked disdainful. If you lick her and she licks you back, you're called a warm man. You lick her, and she ignores you, that's called a dog licker. Smart friends have learned to identify themselves. Xiao Dezhu retorted, you don't understand, this is called sincerity. Sincerity is the ultimate weapon in love. Really? Go back to Gotham. Batman said he won't beat you anymore. What do you know? This is called love. Xiao Dezhu showed an unwavering look. We hinted at it once during a chat, and Ruyan said she was a slow-moving type. As long as I persist, sooner or later she'll be moved by my love. Xinbai advised, Zhu Zi, listen to my advice. A friend of mine once said that girls' slowness to warm up is just an excuse. The main reason is that they don't like me. My friend licked her for several years before she succeeded. Then one day, the girl met someone she liked, and she cheated on him faster than a 9th-level spiritual warrior. After these words were spoken, the other two fell into deep thought. Su Xiaoya asked curiously, brother, when did you have a friend like this? How come I didn't know? The friends of several people are the same, and she has no impression if Qinbai is a friend. Don't worry about such details. Qinbai knocked the other person on the head. Suddenly, after thinking for a while, Xiao Dezhu slapped the bed. Brother, I understand. Qinbai showed a relieved look, it's good that you understand it. If you really want to get rid of being single, I suggest you find those who like you. That way. Didn't you just say that your friend licked it successfully? Before Qinbai finished speaking, Xiao Dezhu continued. That is to say, as long as I keep doing this, I can be with Ruyan one day. She didn't reject me, she just wanted to test me. Is this the point? Talent. Qinbai showed a look as if he had discovered a strange species. Xu Zi, have you ever considered joining the circus to perform acrobatics? Have you ever considered selling balloons in Gotham? Have you considered putting a box on Summoner's Rift? Have you considered stacking your ID card and a copy of it to suppress 4-2s? Xiao Dezhu shook his head meaningfully and said, brother, you don't understand this. A great man once said, nothing is difficult in this world as long as you are willing to climb. Xu Zi, as far as I know, if one person pursues another for 3 years without any results, there's basically a 95% chance of failure. Do you know what this means? Xiao Dezhu replied cautiously, it means there is a 5% chance of success. Qinbai's patience was gone. Why don't you ask her out right now and confess your feelings to her and see if it works? I dare not. Xiao Dezhu said weakly. Qinbai cursed. I don't even have the courage to ask him out. 3 years. How did you spend these 3 years? I saw it all. Did you even touch a finger on anyone? Has anyone ever spoken to you? She always accepts the gifts you give her, but what's the result? Is there any follow-up? You're just fooling yourself. At this time, even Su Xiaoya was indignant on behalf of Xiao Dezhu and said, Big brother is right. Every time we go out to play, as soon as she sends you a message, you ignore us and run over to look for her. When you look for her, she always says she's busy. One time you said you were busy looking for her, and then I went shopping with my bestie and saw her in the mall. After listening to what the two said, Xiao Dezhu pondered for a long time. Am I really a dog licker? Right. Lu Ruyan is just keeping me hanging and using me as a backup. I should face reality. How could a man as tall as 7 feet tall be toyed with by a woman like a clown? Brother, third sister, you are right, feelings are two-way. She's not worth it. Anyone who licks her again is an idiot. I, Xiao Dezhu, always keep my word. Ding dong. At this time, the cell phone next to the pillow of the bed rang. There was a message on Xiao Dezhu's WeChat. The three of them looked over. It was a message from Lu Ruyan. Goddess Lu Ruyan, are you there? After seeing the message, Xiao Dezhu quickly got up. Both feet and left hand were wrapped in bandages. I can only type with my remaining right hand. Aha! Here. I'm thinking of you. What's wrong? What happened? How can I help you? Damn, the typing speed is much faster than usual. What did you just say? It's like a dark seed sent from heaven, a real black tiger on earth. This lick spill is unlucky. Before I could wait for a while, the other party replied. Ruyan Lu, it's nothing. I just wanted to apologize. I wasn't in a good mood today, so I hit you a little too hard. Are you okay? Xiao Dezhu immediately grasped the key point. He quickly played a voice message to the other party. Ruyan, what happened? Why are you in a bad mood? Lu Ruyan's gentle WeChat voice message came from the other end. Because of you, the person I like called me stupid, and I'm in a very bad mood. To make it up to me, can you pick me up from school tomorrow? Xinbai, 0? Su Xiaoya? Chao Doju? After hearing this, Chao Doju didn't think twice before answering. Okay, I'll pick you up from school tomorrow morning. Only after the other party hung up the call did Chao Doju reluctantly put down his phone. See? What did I say? Use love, use your heart. Isn't that it? This is called love. Xinbai's face was full of disbelief. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could Lu Ruyan possibly like Chao Doju? When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. But something is wrong. I can't explain it now, but it's just impossible. It seems I need to go back and think about it carefully. Thinking of this, Xinbai was about to go back. Watching Xinbai's back as he left, Chao Doju felt a little proud, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Xiaoya, did you see what I just said? Persistence is victory. Second brother is awesome. Su Xiaoya applauded enthusiastically. The emotional value is full. After the excitement, Chao Doju's mood calmed down. Sudden ambiguity. Chao Doju was happy but also a little overwhelmed. I've been pursuing her for so long, and now she's suddenly shown some interest. Xiaoya, be honest. I'm not very talented, I don't socialize much, I sleep in class, and I'm not very handsome. All I do is play games with Brother Bai all day. How come Ruyan suddenly fell for me? Chapter 4, A Completely Alive System. Su Xiaoya thought for a moment, at least in terms of self-awareness, there's nothing to say. She might be attracted by this. Omega. Chao Doju wanted to imitate Xinbai and scold Su Xiaoya, but since he needed help from someone, he had to pretend he didn't hear anything. Xiaoya, they say girls understand girls. Give my second brother some advice. Actually, you should have come to me a long time ago. Su Xiaoya patted her chest. Brother Bai, how can a boy understand a girl's thoughts? If it were me, you would have licked her, and caught up with Lu Ruyan long ago. Tell me quickly, what's the good idea? Actually, girls' hearts are easily moved. You've been pursuing her for so long, even a dog would have feelings for you. Su Xiaoya said softly. The main reason why he has never felt anything for you is that your actions and words are too indecisive. I'm indecisive? Well, girls like the domineering CEO type. You are too soft and can never get hard. What girl likes a guy who can't get hard? Chao Doju was a little troubled, then what should I do? As a childhood friend, Su Xiaoya is indeed right. I am indeed too indecisive in doing things. Most of the time, I listen to Xinbai, or even Su Xiaoya. Just refuse to make his own decisions. Su Xiaoya had a mysterious expression on her face, act decisively and go straight to Huanglong. The two of them whispered for a while. Chao Doju fell into deep thought. After a while, he slapped the bed and said, I understand. Look at my second brother. The moon was shining brightly in the sky as Xinbai walked alone on the street. The streets are brightly lit, neon lights are flashing, and there are a wide variety of shops. The streets were bustling with people. Maybe it's summer. Perhaps it is the revival of spiritual energy that nourishes the body. Xinbai discovered that the girls on Blue Star had much better figures than the girls on Earth. This is too cool and open to wear. Isn't it cold? This small waist, these long legs, this big thunder. Pity. Only beautiful women are allowed to show off their bodies, but talented men are not allowed to compose poems. If the platform didn't ban writing, I would have written some vicious words. Xinbai was very excited at this time. Of course, it means that the system is completely alive. It seems to be related to completing the task today. Suddenly, Xinbai felt like he was being spied on. He turned around suddenly and looked at the busy street, his eyes constantly moving and searching. Here we go again. It's been a month, who is so boring? Is he a perverted stalker? But I don't have a round face or a beard, and I don't wear black framed glasses. It started a month ago, every time I got home from school, went out to play, or trained. Xinbai always felt that someone was watching him. I began to think that I was overthinking it. But recently, as my strength has improved, becoming more and more sensitive to this feeling. This is also the reason why Flying Thunder God was chosen. The current strength is only level 4. Although it is not bad among Jiangcheng number 1 middle school. To this world, I am still a small shrimp. When I encounter an enemy I can't defeat, I just run away. If you can't control yourself, just dig out your eyes. Don't disgust people on the street. A sharp curse came into Qin Bai's ears. Look in the direction of the sound. I found a woman yelling at a man not far away. To be precise, it was a quarrel, but the man was a little weak. The area was filled with people watching the excitement. Although the girl doesn't look good at first glance. But a closer look, not as good as it first appears. However, as the saying goes, clothes make the man. Big waves. Camisole top. The lower body is a white pleated miniskirt paired with black stockings and high heels. The big red lips and gold-rimmed glasses on her pretty face are even more attractive. In front of her, place a cell phone holder. The phone above is live streaming. It seems that he is an outdoor singing, dancing, and rap host, but his professional ability is a bit low. My whole body exudes the aura of being very expensive and able to fly all over the country. It makes people's heart rate rise at the first glance, which is really a headache. The boy was well-mannered and wearing a school uniform. He seemed to be a student of number 2 middle school. Just because I took a few more glances at this beautiful anchor when I passed by just now. Being chased and sprayed all the time. You have a mind more filthy than a succubus, and a body purer than a saint. People like you are truly disgusting. The beautiful anchor scolded the man. Bah! You bastard! Sluttiness is for sale, and the lower ones won't accept it. That's because you have dirty minds, everything you see is dirty. You're just pretending to be noble. You're just going to be seen wearing this. If you don't want to be seen, why don't you dress better? The boy felt guilty at first and ignored it. But I didn't expect that the beautiful anchor's curses were so harsh, so I had no choice but to turn on the Zontrol mode. Still being a streamer? With your skill level, you can find a prostitute to sing better than you. Wear something revealing and find a chart-topping star right away. Have I shown you? What do you care what I wear? The female anchor picked up her phone. Said to the student. Who in my family understands? I went out for a live stream today and ran into a jerk. This is what students are like these days. Their heads are full of obscene thoughts. They even said there was something wrong with my clothes. The boy retorted, in the old society, someone like you would only be fit to work as a prostitute in a brothel. You should be thankful the Dragon Country's new era saved you. Host, women dress nicely to satisfy themselves, not to seduce men. Thank you. Boy, robbers rob banks for money, not to seduce the police. Thank you. The two people each stand on the moral high ground and use their gender advantage to slander each other. The people around were watching the fun, and no one stepped forward to stop it. Some even took out their phones to film. Qin Bai is an outstanding young man of the new era. Maintaining harmonious coexistence among citizens is our unshirkable responsibility. He walked out of the crowd and nodded at the beautiful anchor. You can't say that. Dragon Country's new society has always been an era of freedom of dress. The female anchor felt much happier when she heard someone speaking up for her. Take a closer look. A handsome face, noble temperament, and restrained aura. Isn't this the type she likes? She casually played with her hair, puffed out her chest, and prepared to go up and tease Qin Bai. Before she could speak, Qin Bai said to the boy, I have always believed that the purpose of studying and receiving an education is to help us establish correct values, understand reason, and respect others. Instead of judging a strange girl on the street. Everyone has the freedom to dress freely and pursue their own fashion style. There is no need for personal attacks. But then again, this anchor is really sexy. When the first half was spoken, the beautiful anchor's face was full of joy. We are all students, why is there such a big difference? But when he heard Qin Bai's last sentence, his happy expression turned into anger. However, the onlookers couldn't help but laugh, and even the live audience were joking. This handsome guy's mouth is like it's been smeared with suppositories, and the dirty words can't be contained. If you can talk, talk more. The host asked her to continue. I will give you a supercar. He's a good-looking guy, would you like to be his friend? From Lu Xiaoxiao's emotional value plus 666. From Su Gang's emotional value plus 666. From the crowd sentiment value plus 66. From plus 66. Several messages suddenly appeared in Shinbai's mind. He stared at the system message that suddenly popped up in front of him with a puzzled look. What the hell is this? What are these names and what are the sentiment values? In the afternoon, I said that I had more than 50,000 emotional points. Is that how it came about? But why didn't I give you a reminder before? No, I have to go back and study it. Since completing the task, the system seems to have come alive completely, but I know nothing about it. In order to ensure your cheating progress, you need to go home and find out. You guys keep going, I have something to do. Shinbai left these words and squeezed out of the crowd. By Yuan Community. Open the entrance door, return home, and lie down on the luxurious sofa. Although he is an orphan, Shinbai's parents died heroes. The government did not treat him unfairly as a child of a martyr, and Xiaodaju and Su Xiaoya's parents often took care of him. Although he is the only one living in this house, it is decorated warmly and comfortably. I closed my eyes and tried to collect my thoughts. First, the system issues tasks for no reason. After completion, you can choose to strengthen it. What about those inexplicable emotional values? Could it be the emotions those people have towards me? Sitting on the sofa, Shinbai moved his mind. Clicked on the system interface. Chapter 5 Ultra Instinct, Newbie Gift Pack. Host, Shinbai. Realm, Level 4. Superpower, Flying Thunder God Technique. System Warehouse, Activate Gift Pack. System Task, not activated yet. Get familiar with the system, you need to open the panel later. The system panel is very simple. It's definitely not that simple. Where did the emotion value just now go? At this moment, Shinbai saw a light in the lower left corner of the system panel. What a crappy system this is. It's late, and I still have to figure it out on my own, right? Ding, here comes your solid support. This voice made Shinbai stunned. Fuck, live system. Emotional value can be strengthened, lucky draw, tasks can be started, various functions. The current emotional value is not enough to start the task, please ask if there is a lottery. Lottery? Lottery. Starting a mission is not as fast as winning a lottery. Ding, the system starts the lottery. Congratulations to the host, you won the Naruto's expired milk from the Naruto world. Congratulations to the host, you won the Conan World Heiji's hat. Congratulations to the host, you won the Hinata's black silk from the Naruto world. Shinbai, I fucking. What a crappy system. Keep going, keep pumping. Luck will always come, there is no gambler who loses every day. The remaining emotion value is not enough to continue drawing. Naruto's expired milk, the packaging is normal, and you won't notice the expiration date. Anyone who drinks it will have severe diarrhea within a day, and the frequency will double if you're nervous. Expired milk, it's obvious that it's not something serious. Shinbai looked at the three things he had drawn. In addition to Naruto's milk, there is also a brief introduction. The other two instructions are nothing. After throwing the stockings next to the pillow, he continued to tinker with the system. Isn't it possible that I need emotional points to activate the gift pack? No prerequisites are required to activate this gift pack. This gift pack is specially prepared for the host as an apology from the system. Open. Shinbai was very decisive, although he didn't expect anything good to come out. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the passive Ultra Instinct System improved version. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained 10 senzu beans. Ultra Instinct System improved version automatically activates upon receiving fatal damage, cannot be triggered by self-harm, harnessing physical instincts to fight, significantly increasing speed and reflexes. Infinite psychic energy is granted until all hostile forces are eliminated, at which point the skill deactivates. While activated, health is locked in a near-death state, preventing kills. Consumes 10 points of emotion per second. Senzu beans, if you are not completely dead, you can instantly recover to your peak state. Nice one. Isn't this the combination of infinite true man and ultra instinct? It turns out that this system is not a dog. I looked at the functions of the two things in detail. Don't use the senzu beans in a hurry, take them out and use them when you need them. Let us learn the Ultra Instinct first. Although it is passive, it is an improved version. But that is one of the divine control techniques in Dragon Ball, and it will be very useful. The only pity is, you can't stab yourself, otherwise you would see the effect now. according to the last sentence of the description. You need to save some senzu beans to use with Ultra Instinct. Otherwise, after turning off the Ultra Instinct, the injuries accumulated during the battle were not treated promptly after the battle. Maybe I'll go see my parents. Judging from what happened tonight, it seems that any emotion someone arouses because of me will be counted as emotion points. No, we still need to practice. Open WeChat and select Chao Deju's avatar. Calling Juzi, are you asleep? Chao Deju had just successfully confessed his love, and his mouth was now grinning from ear to ear. I was holding my phone and thinking about the message. How could I possibly sleep? Chao Deju, not yet, what's the matter? Xin Bai, let me tell you a bedtime story. Chao Deju, you can do this. Tell me about it? Once upon a time, there was a grandfather who took his grandson to go boating on the sea. Suddenly a huge wave came and broke Grandpa's oar. Guess what Grandpa said to his grandson? Chao Deju, what did you say? Xin Bai, that's it. Chao Deju, hurry up and tell me what you said. I hate people who only say half of what they said. From Chao Deju's emotional value plus 666. Xin Bai, Grandpa is done paddling. From Chao Deju's emotional value plus 666. A minute later, Xin Bai received a 60-second voice message from Chao Deju. You don't need to listen to know that he wants to steal the credit from Xin Bai's father. It seems that my guess was correct. Just as he put down his phone and prepared to go to bed, I heard the sound of the bed shaking from upstairs. Wow, such a big scene, so exciting. They must be discussing import and export trade worth hundreds of millions. Xin Bai tossed and turned in bed, feeling hot all over. I thought it would be over soon, but it lasted almost half an hour. The sound became louder and louder. I can only say that the guy above has something. Xin Bai, who couldn't sleep at all, could only pick up his phone and open the community group. Find the other person's house number and WeChat avatar to chat privately. The avatar shows a boy, and he looks quite young. Brother, I know you're really awesome, but it's so late, can you please keep your voice down? I'm about to have my martial arts classes divided, and this is a critical moment, so I need to get enough sleep. The other party replied immediately. Wild Wolf on the Prairie, brother, did you send this to the wrong person? Is your home unit 2-1705? Wild Wolf on the Prairie, yes. Xin Bai listened carefully again and confirmed that it was coming from upstairs. That's right, just like a fight. I understand being hot-blooded, but the noise is just too loud. Wild Wolf on the Prairie, brother, I'm on a business trip now. Please block the door for me. I'll be back right away. WeChat transfer 1,000 yuan. Wild Wolf on the Prairie, thanks, brother. I'll be back in 2 hours. Xin Bai received the red envelope and was extremely shocked. I thought it was just a romance drama, but I didn't expect it to be, taken advantage of every opportunity. Brother, don't worry, I'll take care of it. As a genius student at Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School, not even a mosquito can escape from your house today. After receiving the red envelope, Xin Bai ran upstairs. But just in case. Or lay down the flying thunder god seal in the room. Arrive at the door of 1705. As Xin Bai quietly approached the gate, he could vaguely hear the sounds inside. Oh my god, this is so intense and brutal. I couldn't help but wonder if the girl was being too demanding, so she was given a hat. You can't hide your love for one person, but you must hide your love for two people. The enemy's combat effectiveness was unknown, so Xin Bai did not act rashly. After a while, a burly man with a dark face opened the door of the room and stood outside the door lighting a cigarette. Adhering to the concept of taking money from others and doing things for them, Xin Bai stopped the other person without saying a word. It's definitely not about feeling that the other party is not as strong as oneself. Don't leave. The dark-faced burly man saw Xin Bai coming towards him. There was an expression of readiness in his eyes. Who are you? I'm a master. Xin Bai rolled up his sleeves, intending to subdue the other party. From chatting, the mood value plus 666. However, at this moment, the door of the room opened again. This time, a middle-aged man with a mustache came out. He didn't see Xin Bai, and said to the dark-faced strong man, Dashin, give me a cigarette too. Xin Bai was stunned. Another one, why is there still noise inside, how many people are there? The middle-aged man turned around and saw Xin Bai, you little brat, you have to queue up? Queue up? Shinbai didn't know what the other party was talking about. The dark-faced burly man said to the middle-aged man with a mustache, "Brother, don't waste your time talking to him. This kid is causing trouble. Give him a lesson." "Huh, so you're just meddling in other people's business." The middle-aged man with a mustache snorted coldly, and a short knife appeared in his hand. "Dashin, hide behind him. This guy is quite capable. You are no match for him." The man with the mustache is actually stronger than Shinbai. He is actually a level 5 spiritual warrior, but it is still acceptable. At the same time, the door was opened for the third time. This time, it was a young man who came out. "Oh shit. This isn't just hiding one person, it's a whole group of people. It turns out I'm pretty damn innocent." I heard the sound continuing in the house. Looking at the three aggressive people in front of him. My noble qualities and strong character tell me that I must have a conscience and never let these people go. But the sharp knife and the flexible awareness tell me that one should learn to endure in silence. "Brother, weren't you working overtime? Why are you back?" Shinbai greeted the other person from behind. The three of them turned and looked towards the elevator, but did not see the male owner of the house. Knowing that he had been fooled, he quickly turned around to look. "Where are the people? Run away? I don't know." Shinbai's sudden disappearance left the three of them at a loss, and their faces were full of vigilance. The young man asked, "Who is this man?" The dark-faced burly man replied, "I don't know. As soon as I came out, I saw him talking about maintaining public order." The young man continued, "Notify the brothers to finish as soon as possible." Chapter 6. The little lotus has just begun to show its tip, and the husband has green grass on his head. This is outrageous. This is not just import and export trade worth hundreds of millions, but at least tens of billions. This is probably not caused by forcing people to become good people. Shinbai, who had returned home using Flying Thunder God, took out his phone and opened WeChat. "Oh my god, brother, I can't hold on any longer. How long do you have left? They're going to run away. Wolf on the prairie, didn't you say you were very strong? But those weren't mosquitoes." Three tall and strong men rushed out, and their realms were even higher than mine. There are still many more inside, I can't stop them. WeChat transfer 5,000 yuan. Wolf on the prairie, brother, help me, drag it away, I'll get back and make them suffer. Brother, it's not that I don't want to, but they have knives. They all look ferocious and vicious, and I'm afraid of them too. Wolf on the prairie, brother, think of a way. I want to catch him in the act. WeChat transfer 5,000 yuan. It's not that I don't want to help, but he's already got a knife, and maybe a gun too. No matter how much money I give him, it's useless. Wolf on the prairie, brother, think of a solution. You students must have a lot of ideas. They are my enemies. WeChat transfer 50,000 yuan. Shinbai replied indignantly, "Brother, this is so formal. We are neighbors. Why should we distinguish between yours and mine? Your business is my business, and your enemy is my enemy. I guarantee with my character that they can't get away." After receiving the money, Shinbai thought about a solution. Who knows how many people are there? A forced attack would definitely not work, as the noise upstairs is still continuing. This scene is definitely not simple. Got it. If you have any difficulties, contact the Public Security Bureau. The Public Security Bureau is an official organization of Dragon Country, mainly responsible for the public security management of Longwa. And we also need to deal with the monsters that appear in the territory of Dragon Country. After calling the Public Security Bureau, a sweet-voiced lady answered the phone. "Hello, how may I help you?" Shinbai said, "I'm complaining that the people upstairs are seriously disturbing the neighbors and seriously affecting my sleep quality. Furthermore, I suspect someone upstairs is having an affair, which is damaging the country's moral image." The operator replied, "Okay, we'll help you as soon as possible." 20 minutes passed. Shinbai found that the people upstairs were still going on, and he couldn't help but wonder. Why haven't you come yet? Judging from the efficiency of action in this era, you can reach your home in 10 minutes. I called again immediately and got the response that they were ready to take action. Another 10 minutes passed and the security guard still didn't come. Could it be that such a small matter has too low a priority? In addition, it was late at night and the security guards were not very motivated. Shinbai dialed the phone again. "Hello, how can I help you?" It's still the young lady with the sweet voice just now. Something's going on. I just went upstairs and knocked on the door to warn them, and I found something fishy upstairs. They're either prostituting themselves or being raped. Excuse me, is your address room 1605, Unit 2, by Garden Community, XXX Road? Yes, come quickly, or they will run away. Okay, we'll be there in 5 minutes. Good job. Look, another way of saying it, different results. Report disturbing others and cheating, and just let it go. Report pornographic PCs and we will take action on the spot. But it's understandable. After all, it's the end of the year and everyone is thinking about achieving good performance. As soon as I hung up the phone, the noise upstairs stopped. No way, what a coincidence. No, if I let them run away, wouldn't I be letting down Brother Had's gratitude to me? Chinbai simply went upstairs and dragged the other person away. However, just as I walked out of the elevator on the 17th floor, the whole person was stunned on the spot. There were 7 or 8 burly men and 2 handsome young men. This scene made Chinbai admire the hostess in the room. This battle. There's probably more stuff in her stomach right now than in the semen collection room. No, now is not the time to think about that. The clever Chinbai immediately thought of a solution. He pressed a flying thunder god seal outside the elevator and returned to his home. After Chinbai returned home, those people walked into the elevator. Brother, it has to be you. Otherwise, we brothers wouldn't have such a great time tonight. Ha, if you want to get involved in this, you have to follow the right boss. Let's go now, or that woman's husband will come back and skin us alive. Several people walked into the elevator while chatting. The moment the elevator door closed, there was a dong 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 sound, and then it opened automatically. Is there something wrong with this door? Yeah, I see he's always on and off. Every time the elevator door was about to close, it suddenly opened again. At the same time, it is accompanied by the sound of dong dong dong. They pressed the door closing button from inside, and it opened automatically again. Dong dong dong. Did you hear any noise? Is the door broken? The leader asked in surprise. There might be some kids making trouble outside. I'll go out and take a look, said a young man. After going out, I found that there was no one outside. Go back to the elevator and press the close door button. The elevator door opened automatically just as it was about to close. Maybe the door of this elevator is broken. Let's try the next elevator, suggested the leading strongman. Boom boom boom. As a result, everyone discovered that this situation occurred in all 4 elevators on this floor. One such issue could be the elevator door. If there are 4 of these, then there will be a big problem. What the hell? One of the henchmen said in fear, Brother, could there be something dirty? Yes, I seem to see a figure just now. I saw it too. It appeared with a whoosh and disappeared with a whoosh. When these words were spoken, everyone else felt strange. The leading strongman cursed, damn your mother, what era is this? Don't scare yourself. Then why is it that only our elevator door won't close? Several people stood outside waiting, watching the 4 elevator doors close and then operate normally. Chinbai felt so refreshed looking at the endless stream of emotion values. Naturally, the strange incidents in the elevator were all caused by Chinbai. Use teleport to the flying thunder god seal on the button outside the elevator. Every time the door closes, knock on the elevator door a few times and hide in a blind spot. Press the door opening button and let the elevator door open automatically. This time too, flying thunder god came to the elevator outside the 17th floor. Oh no? Why are all 4 elevators closed? Did I miscalculate the time and am late this time? A rough voice sounded behind Chinbai. You little bastard, it turns out you're the one behind this. Chinbai's heart skipped a beat. Broken. Why didn't you enter the elevator this time? Chin Balian looked at everyone with a smile. Hey, you guys discovered this. From Jiang Dashan's mood value plus 666. From Hua Kang's mood value plus 666. I think you just want to die. The burly man, who was called Big Brother by several people, took out a knife again and pointed it at Chinbai. You're still trying to scare us by pretending to be a ghost. You little brat, today I'll show you how powerful our Qinglong gang is. However, before he could take action, the elevator door opened. 2 uniformed security guards came. The moment they stepped out of the elevator, they saw the scene in front of them and their brains froze. However, their professionalism made them immediately pull out their pistols and shout at the strong man and others, "Don't move." Upon seeing this, the strong man and others immediately dropped their swords and saluted in French style. Shinbai breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that this was good. He finally caught up. The leading security officer looked at Shinbai and asked, "Were you the one who called to report this?" Shinbai rolled his eyes and pointed at the strong man and said, "They were making a big fuss upstairs just now. I suspect they are doing something improper. Have you committed rape or prostitution?" The security officer looked at the 10 people seriously. The burly man hastily defended himself, "We were just having a great time with friends." "Party? Take us to see it," the security guard ordered. "Yes, they are my friends, we did not do anything wrong." At this time, the hostess came out. "No improper behavior? I heard the sound downstairs." Shinbai raised his eyebrows. "These people really didn't force themselves on you?" "No." The hostess nodded affirmatively. Shinbai continued to ask, "So you are selling Y behavior?" "Not really." Shinbai looked puzzled. Besides these two, what other relationships could there be? The hostess hesitated to speak. She couldn't say that she was cheating on her husband and having an eagle party. "Okay, all of you come with me to the police station and explain the situation," the 2 security guards ordered. Seeing that there was nothing left for me to do. After returning home, Shinbai quickly informed Wolf on the grassland. "Brother, you don't have to rush back. They can't run away, and they will definitely admit to the crimes they committed." "Thank you so much, brother." After receiving the message, the other party replied with an okay gesture. Unfortunately, he absolutely regretted asking Shinbai to find a way to help him keep the person. Chapter 7, Spirit Warriors Don't Fight? Do they fight? The next morning. In the WeChat group of 3, Chao Deju called Shinbai. "Chao Deju, brother Bai, where are you?" "Shinbai, I'm sleeping at home, what's wrong?" "Chao Deju, the placement exam is coming up soon, why don't you hurry up and practice?" Shinbai, as for things like work and rest, just go with the flow. Su Xiaoya, as expected of the eldest brother, you're in control. Second brother, you need to train more and try to get into a good class. Shinbai, it's okay, what are you two doing? Su Xiaoya, I just arrived at school. The teacher wants to talk to me about something. I'll go to the training room later. Chao Deju, I'm watching Brother Bai train in the training room. From Su Xiaoya's emotional value plus 666. Su Xiaoya's emoticons instantly dominated the screen. Wow, no wonder I rarely see Shinbai recently. It turns out he secretly went to the training room. Your brothers are connected with you by heart, but you play tricks on them. Shinbai glanced around and saw Chao Deju who had just entered the gate. Hey, I didn't trick you. You figured it all out. Emotion value from Chao Deju plus 666. Shu Zi, why did you think of coming here to practice today? I just sent Ruyan to school this morning, and I came here to practice. Chao Deju's eyes were firm. You and Xiaoya are both so powerful, I definitely can't fall behind. What's going on with you two? Shinbai's little head was filled with confusion. And why are there so many bruises on your face? As far as I remember, Chao Deju didn't hurt his face yesterday. Chao Deju said, I was accidentally beaten this morning. Shinbai clenched his fists and shouted angrily, damn it! Who dares to hit my brother? Call Xiaoya after school to deal with him. Chao Deju replied, oh, it's nothing, he didn't mean it, he apologized and even asked me if my face hurt. What did you say? I asked her if her hand was hurt. Okay, no need to guess, you know who hit it. But then again, this is like a dog licking a dog, and in the end, he gets everything he wants? Brother Bai, come to think of it, I feel like what you teach is useless. It's not as good as one from Xiaoya. Stop it, big brother won't let you say that about yourself. From Chao Deju's emotional value plus 666. The two practiced sparring in the training room for a few minutes. Hoo. I can't do this anymore. Chao Deju said breathlessly. Brother, has your strength improved? Your moves are so much faster. Shinbai is a 4th level spiritual warrior, and Chao Deju is a 2nd level spiritual warrior. Although there is a big gap between them, the two often practice against each other. Chao Deju discovered that Shinbai had changed a lot. You also noticed that I have awakened my superpowers? So it's the awakening of superpowers? Chao Deju's voice instantly rose 8 tones. Is this true? How can you awaken? As the saying goes, I am afraid that my brothers will suffer, and I am also afraid that my brothers will drive a Land Rover. I can't help it. I just tried my best, and you deserve 1/3 of the credit. Shinbai spread his hands and said, I wanted to get along with you as a normal person, but unfortunately I can't. I'm going to be honest, I'm the protagonist. Come on, if you're the protagonist, I'm the author. More than 10 years of getting along told Chao Deju that this was absolutely impossible. Alas, there's nothing I can do. I'll tell you the truth. I'm using cheats. I just got the cheats yesterday. What about cheats? They even tricked me. How come no one else has such an awesome cheat? Chao Deju curled his lips and said, I'm sure it's because you've been too hardworking and diligent recently. No. God rewards hard work. From today on, I will also work hard to cultivate and strive to awaken my superpowers as soon as possible. Oh my god. Good. I have something to say, damn it, but I don't know whether I should say it or not. God rewards hard work and never worries about idiots. Sure enough, the saying is true. People only believe what they want to believe. I've told you the truth, but you're still comforting yourself and making excuses for yourself. Just then, a student stumbled into their class's training room. Before he could calm down, he shouted from the training room, Bye. Boss, bye, something bad has happened. Someone's here to cause trouble. What's going on? As the nominal and actual boss of Class 5, Shinbai immediately stood up. In an instant, everyone in the class gathered around. Damn it, which class dares to come here and cause trouble? Just as he finished speaking, a student appeared at the door of Class 5's training room. He was wearing casual clothes and had dyed yellow hair, looking like a pure bad boy. I just came here to spar. Chen Bang scanned everyone with his nostrils, without feeling the slightest bit of worry. In school, it is very normal to compete and challenge each other. As long as the students are not beaten to death or disabled, the school basically won care. Shinbai naturally knew the person in front of him. The eggs are not as big as mung beans, and the penis is not as long as glutinous rice. In name, he is a warm man with central air conditioning, but in reality he is a pervert. The only thing that can be said about him is that he is talented and has good relationships with women. What are you doing in our class? Shinbai glanced at the other person, his eyes rolling around, as if he was trying to come up with an idea. Normally, Class 1 would spar with Class 2, not Class 5. The students in Class 5 were all talking about it. Did you hear that Chao Deju came to school with Lu Ruyan this morning? What's going on? Are these two together? No wonder Chen Bang came here to cause trouble so early in the morning. He must be looking for trouble with Zhuzi. Why do I feel like Chen Bang came alone? Boss Bai is going to do something bad again. Chen Bang came before Chao Deju. Chao Deju, if you're a man, come and compete with me. The deep voice attracted scattered students from around to gather around. For a moment, students from the entire grade gathered at the door of Class 5's training room. Chao Deju came in front of Chen Bang, crossed his arms and looked at him. Chen Bang, I admit that you are very strong, but you have chosen the wrong person today. I will let you know the power of love. Wow! So manly, so masculine. What? Chao Deju is actually alone with the goddess? There was an uproar all around. It seemed that the rumors I heard this morning were true. Stop talking nonsense and get started. Chen Bang looked disdainful, raised his leg and jumped into the training room of Class 5 in an instant. What a fast speed. It seems that Chen Bang's strength has improved again. People around him who knew him exclaimed in surprise. Then everyone prepared to follow in and watch the battle. Shinbai stopped everyone at the door. Those people said in a dissatisfied tone, Shinbai, what do you mean? Shinbai pointed to the words above the training room for Class 5 only. The class division is about to begin. Each class will be training on their own. Are you planning to go in and secretly study us? Come on, your Class 5 is the worst in the whole grade. Do we still need to study you? Someone sneered. Yo who? Are you so confident? Do you want us to practice? Shinbai's words made everyone afraid to say anything. Not to mention the other party's strength as a 4th-level spiritualist, he is ranked among the best in the entire grade. The main reason is the other party's unsportsmanlike character. If you mess with him, he will beat you even if you go to the toilet. He'll beat the shit out of you. Beat you into the shit again. Finally, I'll hit you with shit. Destroying your body and mind is completely immoral. The noise in the morning immediately startled the teacher who was sitting in the office drinking tea. Even the principal knew about it. It's just that no one will stop it. Students are full of energy and will definitely find something to vent their anger. What else can you do if you don't fight? Play with glue? Sometimes, the school even gives rewards to the winners. Chapter 8. What is the lower limit? Beasts are just my upper limit. Teacher's office. Wang Jia, the new head teacher of Class 4, and Zhang Ku, the head teacher of Class 5, joked. Teacher Jiang, I heard someone from Class 1 is challenging your class. Don't you want to go and take a look? It's normal for classmates to have challenges. Zhang Ku was a female teacher in her 20s, who is currently working diligently on her lesson plan. Aren't you worried about your students getting beaten? It's good to get beaten up, so there's room for improvement. However, as she was speaking, a female teacher next to her patted her on the shoulder, pointing to the training room opposite the teaching building. Xiaoko, it seems that the one being challenged by Class 1 is Chaodaju. Ha? Who? Zhang Ke stopped writing. Xinbai seemed to be there too. The teacher continued, I saw Chen Bang walk into your class's training room alone. This kid. He's bad. Zhang Ke put down his pen and ran to the training room. Wang Jia looked at Zhang Ke's back in bewilderment. What's going on? You've just taken up the position, so you might not know much about it. In our number 1 middle school, where Qinbai is, there's no such thing as a one-on-one duel. Class 5 training room. Chen Bang looked at the crowd that suddenly surrounded him and felt something was wrong. You two want to attack together? This is a one-on-one duel between me and Chao Daju. You fight against a group of us alone, or we fight against one of you alone. A voice sounded. Chen Bang snorted coldly, I said single combat, the kind that is one-on-one. One-on-one? Do you think you are alone, hero? Qinbai walked over slowly. One of Qinbai's 10 survival rules. Never fight alone if you can in a group. Chen Bang said coldly, are you breaking the rules? Qinbai used his little finger to clean his ear, then put it to his mouth and blew on it. Rules are dead, but so are people. You. From Chen Bang's mood value plus 6,666. Just now, I was too impulsive in trying to show off and forgot about Qinbai's character. When he wanted to leave at this time, he found that the door had been locked by Qinbai. Humph, so what if I'm alone against many? I'll show you what a genius is. Chen Bang looked proud and used his spiritual power to rush directly towards everyone. The speed is so fast that people can't react. 2 students were knocked down instantly. Level 5, he actually advanced. Speed-type superpowers, this guy has awakened his superpowers. Never mind, surround them. Beat them up first. The students rushed forward in a swarm. This is not the first time this has happened under Qinbai's leadership. Only Qinbai looked at the system prompts. 6666 emotional value, how can this guy's emotional value be so high? Is it that the more excited he is, the higher his emotional value is? Or is there another reason? However, Qinbai couldn't help but sigh. Fighting against many enemies alone and not afraid of a group attack, Chen Bang is indeed a real character. But 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands, let alone more than 40 pairs of hands here. No matter how fast he was, the trainer's venue ultimately limited Chen Bang's performance. He didn't know how many punches he had received, and his speed had slowed down. From Zhang Ke's emotional value plus 666. Qinbai thought to himself that this was not good and shouted to his classmates. The teacher is coming, stop it. Bang! Just as he finished speaking, the door of the training room was blown open. Zhang Ke walked in and saw Chen Bang half kneeling on the ground with bruises all over his body. The students are all training on their own. Zhang Ke glared at Qinbai. Qinbai. Qinbai quickly explained. Hey, teacher, I didn't do anything. This is really none of my business. Zhang Ke laughed in anger, it's none of your business? Did he fall down by himself? Who knows? He was like this when he came in. We were thinking of letting him rest before sparring with Zhuzi. Qinbai looked helpless. But it looks like classmate Chen Bang has finished his rest. Zhuzi, you should go up to the ring and spar with him now. From Zhang Ke's emotional value plus 666. From Chen Bang's mood value plus 6,666. From. Following Jiang Ke's entry, students from other classes entered one after another. Seeing Chen Bang's miserable condition and Qin Bai's righteous expression. Good guy, beat the guy up seriously first, and then come and fight. Even though he had seen Qin Bai's behavior. I still think it's a pity that the other party doesn't become a dog. What a beast. Chao Dizhu stood on the competition stage and shouted to Chen Bang. Are you coming or not? If you don't come, it means you admit defeat. Wow, they are worthy of being brothers, their style of doing things is so shameless. Come on. Chen Bang stood up angrily without any fear. Are you kidding? Even if a level 5 warrior is injured. Isn't it easy to deal with a level 2 enemy? With a burst of momentum, he flashed onto the stage. After tidying up his appearance, he resumed his arrogant attitude at the beginning. Since you're looking for a fight, I'll let you strike first. Chao Dizhu was also not vague and rushed forward with a long knife. The two collided instantly. Chen Bang has become like this, is there any need to watch? Qin Bai was dismissive of this. The Koreans only know how to apply for heritage and recognize their fathers, and play by the rules. Juzi can still find a way to take him down with a shot, driving a blue Gundam. When two people fight, it's just a matter of you hitting me with a knife. It's not that you can't stand it. My blood is boiling. Look, Bang is getting braver and braver. So powerful. It's so fast that I can only see its afterimage. With this level of strength, I can compete for first place in the entire school. Chao Dizhu fell into a disadvantage after a few encounters and was then suppressed and beaten. Qin Bai was suddenly stunned. Ha! There's trash. First, lay down a flying thunder god seal on the spot. His eyes were fixed on the match on the field. The two people on the stage were concentrating on the confrontation. Chen Bang moved sideways and seized a flaw in Chao Dizhu to attack. If this blow lands, the winner will be decided. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Chao Dizhu. Without saying a word, he gave a flying kick. He kicked Chen Bang, who was about to win, off the ring. Then it disappeared from the spot, as if nothing had happened. This sudden change left the students watching the game confused. What happened? I thought Chen Bang was about to win, so why did he suddenly get bounced out? I seemed to be dazzled. I saw a figure appear beside Chao Dizhu and then disappear in an instant. I think I saw it too. Chen Bang slowly got up from the ground and shouted. Qin Bai. Don't think I don't know it's you. Although it was only for a moment, I could only make out the outline. But the feeling of being kicked was definitely Qin Bai. Everyone looked sideways. The person who just attacked was actually Qin Bai? Jiang Ke, the teacher, had a look of horror on his face. She saw clearly the face of the person who had just attacked, and it was indeed Qin Bai. But how did he do it? Could it be a supernatural power? I'm sorry you found out about this. Qin Bai spread his hands and apologized. Chen Bang was furious. This is a one-on-one duel. Are you being unreasonable? I didn't care, why should I reason with you? Qin Bai said as a matter of course. From Chen Bang's mood value plus 6,666. From Jiang Ke's emotional value plus 666. From Chao Dizhu plus 666. From. It sounds like there is nothing wrong, but it also seems like there is a big problem. Bong, are you okay? Several students from Class 1 stepped forward and helped Chen Bang up. They never expected that Chen Bang would be cheated so badly. First, he was beaten up by a group of people. I was ambushed again in a one-on-one fight. Chen Bang's face was bruised and there was a footprint on his chest, but his tone was still arrogant. If you're scared, then don't try to be brave enough to accept the challenge. If you can't afford to play, then don't play. You're a bunch of losers from Class 5. Chen Bang neither loses in battle nor in battle. Fuck. Not only did you scold our class, but you even scolded me. Qin Bai took a step forward and spoke righteously. Teacher, Qin Bai, am the most concerned about face. No, I have the strongest sense of class honor. I absolutely cannot tolerate such an insult. Anyone who offends the reputation of the 5 classes will be defeated by Bai. Chen Bang, I'm giving you a chance to challenge me. Let's see if you dare. From Jiang Ke's mood value plus 666. From looking at the righteous Qinbai, everyone was speechless. Why are there such shameless people? Dealing with someone who has consumed so much spiritual energy and is injured. He actually said it so naturally. During the Chu Han contention, if Qinbai followed Xiangyu, Liu Bang would have to shout Chu wins when they met. Dare. I'll take it. What everyone didn't expect was that Chen Bang remained fearless. This may be the confidence of a genius. Chapter 9: The most powerful physical skill, 1000-year kill. On the competition stage, the two looked at each other. Chen Bang looked proud, having experienced Qinbai's speed. In his understanding, the reason why he was kicked away. It was purely because I was careless and got ambushed without dodging. As long as you focus, you can definitely. Bang! Chen Bang, who was still thinking, felt a burning pain on his face and then flew backwards. Emotion value from Chen Bang plus 6666. Fuck you, you're already starting to attack before I even yelled start. We're already on the ring. If we don't use our hands, are we going to use our mouths? Emotion value from Chen Bang plus 6666. The competition begins. Jiang Ke gave the order. Qinbai took out a dagger. Chen Bang quickly got up and tidied his clothes. Seeing that the other party had drawn their weapons, they did not dare to be negligent. He drew out the heavy sword in his hand. He rushed towards Qinbai with full concentration. With the bonus of superpowers, his speed can be called the fastest in the whole school. But, just a second after he rushed out, Qinbai's fist hit the other person's face again. What's going on? Chen Bang was completely confused. I was clearly paying attention to his movements just now. When did he appear beside me? In fact, Qinbai's actions are very simple. When performing the first flying kick, he placed the Flying Thunder God mark on Chen Bang. When he slapped him in the face for the second time, he set up the Flying Thunder God seal again. He discovered that multiple Flying Thunder God seals could be placed on the same object. Just physical contact with yourself. Then the next competition will be very easy. Traditional weapons for stabbing people. It's basically a short straight line movement between the flesh and the blade. I have Flying Thunder God in my hand, and I will attack by surprise. In the process of stabbing someone, the dagger can bend. With a new attitude and perspective. Open up new positions and heights. To truly achieve it, just take action. That means Swana and coffin together, and the grand funeral begins with gongs and drums. For a moment, Chen Bang's eyes could not keep up with Qinbai's movements at all. Like a wooden stake, being attacked from all sides. Sometimes in front, sometimes behind, sometimes above. Sometimes on both sides. I was beaten so hard that I completely lost my direction. My last move. Watch my most powerful and decisive move. Qinbai suddenly appeared behind Chen Bang, 1000 years of killing. The dagger attacked in the opposite direction, and the handle directly stabbed into Chen Bang's butt. Ouch! A scream echoed throughout the training ground. The students of the entire grade stared with their eyes wide open, their lower bodies tightening. I couldn't help but cover my anus. Fuck, Qinbai is so mean, it hurts just looking at him. The battle is not over yet. Qinbai raised his right foot and kicked out directly. Chen Bang stumbled and fell off the competition stage. There were sparkling tears in her eyes. Fuck, when did Qinbai become so fast? So strong. I can't even see how he attacks. Chen Bang is so pitiful. He probably won't be able to get out of bed for a week. I declare that Qinbai is the fastest boy in number 1 middle school. Fuck it, who said the last sentence? Stand up right here. Qinbai cursed loudly. After the two finished their competition, the students who were watching quickly left. There was no chance for Qinbai to find fault at all. Chen Bang slowly got up, pulled out the dagger from his buttocks, and looked at Qinbai fiercely. Recalling the battle just now. The speed made it impossible for him to see clearly. I was completely defeated in terms of speed. How is that possible? I have the ability of speed. Qinbai on the ring shouted to Chen Bang, how is it? Do you accept it? I don't accept it. Come up if you don't agree. I haven't even gotten serious with you yet and you've already fallen down. How dare you say you don't agree? I can't beat you, but I just won't give in. This time, Chen Bang lost the battle but not the battle. He clenched his fists and stared at Qinbai. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Don't look down on the poor young man. When the martial arts exam comes, I will definitely beat you to pieces. Don't bully the poor young people. It's funny. Shinbai sneered. However, the next second, a flash of lightning passed through his mind. Wow, I was wondering why you looked so familiar. In this way, the reason why the other party provides high emotional value has been found. The big fat sheep is coming. Shinbai said with a sneer on his face. You really are breathing smoke into your lungs and exhaling it as mist. Chen Bang asked, what do you mean? What a waste. From Chen Bang's mood value plus 5,555. Just as Shinbai continued to pull. The head teacher Jiang Ko interrupted his actions with a word. Shinbai, come to my office. Oh. Although Shinbai is a bully in front of his classmates. But in front of the head teacher, he is quite obedient and well behaved. There is an old saying in the past, he who knows the times is a hero. He walked down from the competition stage and came in front of Chen Bang. What are you going to do? Chen Bang took half a step back. Shinbai patted his shoulder and said, actually, what happened today is to teach you a lesson. Chen Bang asked, what's the reason? Shinbai replied, when you encounter injustice, you must resist it, rather than trying to use your strength to save it. If your strength doesn't crush your opponent, then you'll end up like you are now, wounded. Chen Bang was stunned, then suddenly realized, so that's how it is. Thank you for your teaching. From Chen Bang's mood value plus 5,555. Looking at the system, Shinbai was so happy. Look, we tricked him and he even has to thank us. This emotion is worth it, so cool. Chen Bang and his brothers walked out of the Class 5 training room in shame. Brother Bang, is that all? Humph, how is that possible? I was just pretending. Do you think I'm a fool? You're still trying to teach me the truth? If I couldn't beat him, I would have gone up and done it long ago. So what do we do now? Is it just going to be over like this? Chen Bang smiled and said, Shinbai doesn't have much background, I'll use it to teach him a lesson. Xiao Dizhu is weak, let's find a time to catch him after school. One of the younger brothers asked, what about Su Xiaoya? The three of them hang out together every day. Why don't they teach them a lesson? Chen Bang glanced at the younger brother and waved his hand, come here. What's wrong, Bang? As the younger brother just stuck his head out, he saw Chen Bang slapping him in the face. If you don't speak, no one will think you're dumb. Take me out and beat me up. Beat me up where the smoke is coming out. Chen Bang immediately became furious. How come they were all his subordinates, but the ones on his side were so stupid? My strength and background are not as good as Su Xiaoya's. It would be a waste of time to cause trouble for her. Teacher's office. Shinbai walked along, chatting and laughing with the teachers. There is absolutely no feeling of being a student entering a forbidden area. On the contrary, it feels like coming home. He moved a chair to the opposite side of Jiang Ku's desk. He took out a bag of tea leaves and washed them skillfully. After a while, a cup of brewed tea was placed in front of Jiang Ku. Tell me, what do you want from me? From Jiang Ku's emotional value plus 666. Don't be so rude in front of so many people. Jiang Ku criticized Shinbai with a little anger on her pretty face. It's okay, Xiao Ko, we're all used to it. A middle-aged female teacher nearby smiled and said, Xiaobai, give me a drink. Okay. Let's get down to business. Jiang Ku said with a straight face, I saw it all. You're capable of beating someone up like this in the training room. Teacher, I guarantee with my character that this has absolutely nothing to do with me. I'm watching the surveillance in the training room. You know, it was for Shinbai that Jiang Ku paid for the installation of cameras in the class training room out of his own pocket. Shinbai was even more helpless, that has nothing to do with me. You saw me chatting with classmate Chen for a while, and he got so excited that he wanted to challenge our entire class alone. Chapter 10 Yosi, I feel itchy in my philtrum. As soon as Shinbai finished speaking, Wang Jia came over with a sullen face. He told you to fight in a group, and you did. Then why didn't you jump off a building when he told you to? Don't you have any brains? Shinbai looked at the teacher. He looks very unfamiliar, maybe he is new here? Shinbai asked respectfully, Teacher, I don't understand what you mean. Can you explain it to me? I mean, don't be so. Before Wang Jia could finish, Shinbai interrupted. I asked you to explain, and you actually did? Then why didn't I jump off the building when I asked you to? Don't you have any brains? From Sudong's mood value plus 666. From Jiangke's mood value plus 666. Xin Bai. Teacher, I was just kidding. Xin Bai apologized immediately. Wang Jia was too lazy to argue with Xin Bai. Teacher, don't be angry. You have white hair now. Jiangke was speechless. It's all because of you. Since I taught you, I've aged at least 30 years. I just hope I don't have a head full of white hair by the time you graduate. Don't tell me, it's different with a head full of white hair. I've seen a lot of white-haired Lolas, and they're so cool. Xin Bai joked, especially when he was the emperor at night. The singing and dancing in that short video. 3D squeezed out his 2D until there was no 1D left. Okay, let's be serious. Why are you bullying your classmates? It's really not me who bullies him. He's the one who's looking for trouble with Juzi. As a member of Class 5, how can I let others bully people in my class? Get to the point. Xin Bai scratched his head awkwardly. It's a bit hard to say directly, so let me give you an analogy. Jiangke was very interested. Let's try it as a metaphor. Fei Yangyang tried to get close to Mei Yangyang, but Mei Yangyang ignored Fei Yangyang and went after Shi Yangyang instead. Fei Yangyang wanted to cause trouble for Shi Yangyang, but Shi Yangyang's brothers called all the sheep in the village to beat Fei Yangyang together. Fei Yangyang thinks it's time to let Mianjiang see his strong figure, so that all the sheep in the village will know that only Fei Yangyang is worthy of Mianjiang. He was beaten to the point of doubting his life, and finally Slow Sheep came out to rescue the sheep. Alright, stop talking. Jiangke roughly understood the situation and found that it was not a big conflict, so he stopped paying attention to it. Compared to Qin Bang, I want to know more about whether you have awakened your superpowers? I saw you attack several times without any movement track. With your strength, it's impossible for me to not see clearly. Your ability should be teleportation, right? Xin Bai didn't want to explain too much about the effects of Flying Thunder God. He nodded quickly and said, yeah. Jiangke suddenly became excited. Not bad, a spatial ability, extremely rare in the world. When did it awaken? I just woke up last night. If it was the first day I met you, I would have believed you. You must have awakened a long time ago, but you pretended not to be awakened to keep it a secret, right? Teacher, honestly, am I such a wicked student in your eyes? No. Jiangke shook his head and said seriously, I can't imagine how wicked you are. Jiangke put away his joking face and looked at Xin Bai seriously. Well, anyway, you are considered a talented spiritual warrior. Now you have two choices. First, take the martial arts exam normally, demonstrate your abilities, and see if you can get into a top university. Secondly, I know someone who can help you contact a professor at Jiangcheng University, who is also a professor in the Department of Space Studies. You can study under him without taking the college entrance exam. Xin Bai thought for a moment, can I choose both? What's the meaning? I won't take the college entrance exam, I'll go directly to a top university. If I encounter any questions, I can ask the professor in the space department. From Jiangke's mood value plus 666. Just kidding, I'll go back and think about it and give you an answer. Okay, think about it and tell me. Jiangke's expression improved a little. By the way, don't bother Qin Bang anymore. Xin Bai looked serious. Don't worry, if I cause trouble for Qin Bang again, I'm not a dragon countryman. From the teacher's office all the way back to the training room. Xiao Dezhu came to Qin Bai and said, Brother, what's going on? Xin Bai waved his hand, Yoshi, what could be the problem? Big brother is so handsome and the teacher is so beautiful and kind. How could they embarrass me? Then why are you rubbing your nose? I don't know why, but I've been feeling a little itchy on my philtrum ever since. Inside the training room. The students are all practicing seriously and learning from each other. Just took a look at Lu Ruyan, who is training seriously. The spiritual energy is saturated and it looks like it's about to reach level 5. Xiao Dezhu felt even more disappointed. I'm going to go train too. Wait, Pillar. What's wrong? Xin Bai said firmly, apologize. Why? Xin Bai said firmly again, apologize to me first. What did I do? Xiao Dezhu looked confused. The brothers had grown up together but never apologized to each other. I don't know what Xin Bai is doing crazy again. Xin Bai ignored Xiao Dezhu, I told you to apologize. Xiao Dezhu asked aggrievedly, what did I do wrong? Apologize first. Okay, I'm sorry, bro. Shinbai then revealed a satisfied look. Very good, you've learned how to apologize for something completely unreasonable. Your love life will only get smoother. From Chaodaju's emotional value plus 666. What's so good about this? I will definitely give in to Ruyan. Oh, really? Shinbai asked again, will it be helpful if you say sorry? Tell me what you did wrong just now. Chaodaiju touched his head. This time he really didn't understand. Brother, how do you usually deal with this kind of situation? Give her 2 slaps and see if she still gets upset. From Chaodaju's emotional value plus 666. The day passed quickly. At the school gate. For the first time ever, only Chinbai and Su Xiaoya were there. Su Xiaoya looked around and asked, second brother is going to pick up Lu Ruyan again? People in love are like this, it's normal to prioritize love over friendship. Shinbai understood very well. After all, during today's training, Chaodaiju would occasionally grin with his mouth stretched all the way to his ears. Didn't you say you were coming to the training room this morning? Why haven't I seen you all day? Our homeroom teacher dragged me to special training today. I'm almost exhausted. Special training? Shinbai was a little curious. Although Su Xiaoya was the strongest in class 2, it was impossible for the teacher to give her special lessons. Su Xiaoya replied, I awakened my superpower a month ago, the fiery phoenix. Then why didn't you tell us before? Shinbai suddenly understood. I understand. You must be worried. After I knew you had superpowers, you felt disappointed and didn't want to discourage me, so you kept it a secret. You only told me today when you found out I had awakened my superpowers. Shinbai patted Su Xiaoya's head with satisfaction. Not bad, you've grown sensible. Su Xiaoya curled her lips and said, no, I'm worried that you'll ask me to help you bully others. How is that possible? Your brother guarantees with his integrity that he will never let you bully others with me. I looked at the time and it was already very late. The two found a restaurant they had never been to and went in to try the food. Today I punish you by treating you to a meal. Before Su Xiaoya could say anything, Shinbai had already picked up the menu and started ordering. Chapter 11. What kind of morality is this? It's called first come first served. Su Xiaoya looked at the dish in front of her and said, brother, why did you only take the fish head? Shinbai smiled gently and said, silly child, I just like eating fish heads. Don't feel sorry for me. Su Xiaoya looked aggrieved, but I don't like eating chopped peppers either. Don't be picky about food. Shinbai taught seriously, haven't you awakened the fiery phoenix? It's just right for you to replenish your body with your likeness and breathe fire. From Su Xiaoya's emotional value plus 666. What's the connection? Besides, if I eat too much chile, I'll have diarrhea. Shinbai comforted him, it's okay, I don't mind pooping while eating. Everyone is a poop gun, and eating is like loading it. After eating, you just run to the toilet and poop. So, food is actually pre-made poop. I mind. From Su Xiaoya's emotional value plus 666. From the boss's mood value plus 666. Emotional value from the surrounding crowd plus 666. The noise was not suppressed, and the food in the hands of the customers in the store suddenly lost its flavor. Some even ran into the toilet covering their mouths. The proprietress looked resentful and said, young man, it's dinner time now and there are so many customers. I can smell a foul odor when you say that. How is that possible? Humans are very airtight. Look, we walk around with feces on us, and we don't smell like feces. From Su Xiaoya's emotional value plus 666. From the boss's mood value plus 666. Emotional value from the surrounding crowd plus 666. Shinbai enjoyed the emotional value he gained from his surroundings and started to gnaw on the fish head. On the way back, Su Xiaoya took something out of her pocket and handed it to Shinbai. By the way, brother, this is for you. Dad asked me to give it to you. Is this a beast core? Oh, Uncle Lu, you're so reserved. I feel embarrassed. Having said that, he was not polite at all. Shinbai looked at the thing that was glowing white. He recognizes this thing. Beast beads, there is a chance that they will drop when killing strange beasts. It can be absorbed to increase the realm. There is also a chance to obtain the innate skills of the beast. The probability is about 22%. It is much stronger than the spiritual energy beads and is rarely available on the market. Xinbai took it and began to absorb it on the spot. It is absorbed in a few minutes. The speed surprised Su Xiaoya, who was standing by. Brother, how come you're so fast? It took me half an hour to finish before. What do you know? This is called talent. There's also the saying, isn't it, that the faster something is done, the worse the results will be? No, the faster it is, the better for spiritual warriors. Really? Su Xiaoya was a little surprised. I thought that absorbing too quickly would result in incomplete absorption. That just means you still have a lot to learn. Xinbai rubbed his head and found that his level 4 bottleneck seemed to be loosening a little. Xinbai seemed to feel an abundant spiritual energy. Xiaoya, do you feel a refreshing smell? Ha! Su Xiaoya didn't know what Xinbai wanted to do next. It tastes just like the thing you gave me. Brother, I really have nothing left, so I brought one out. However, Xinbai said seriously, no, it's not from you, it's coming from over there. Su Xiaoya followed Xinbai's example and sniffed around. No, I didn't smell it. Are you stupid? Do you have to smell the taste? Feel it. Use your senses. Xinbai has had amazing perception since he was a child, especially when it comes to spiritual matters. Then, he followed his feeling and walked into a small alley. Su Xiaoya followed behind in confusion. If it were anyone else from middle school, they would definitely not dare to enter the alley with Xinbai. Because, walk in and lie down to come out. Not long after entering, I heard Xinbai calling, Xiaoya, come quickly, there are so many spiritual energy beads. Su Xiaoya hurriedly walked up and found more than 20 spirit beads scattered on the ground. According to the market price, one spirit bead costs 10,000, and there are at least 200,000 here. For Xinbai, this is a great gain. Only. Su Xiaoya grabbed Xinbai and said, brother, this must have been dropped by someone else. We shouldn't take it. Our parents taught us to return lost items. Su Xiaoya grabbed Xinbai. I don't have any parents, so don't worry about me. Xinbai said as he shook off Su Xiaoya's little hand. Besides, look at how many spirit energy beads there are. Su Xiaoya counted them, there are probably more than 20. But no matter how many there are, it's not a reason to take them at will. We should hand them over to the Public Security Bureau to find the owner. Wrong. What's wrong? It's exactly 26. Su Xiaoya counted again and gave the exact number. What I mean is, one spiritual energy bead weighs about 500 grams, which is 1 kilogram. There are 26 of them here, which is 26 kilograms. It's more than 10 kilograms, so it's a steal. Emotional value from Su Xiaoya plus 666. Is this too immoral? What kind of morality is that? It's first come, first served. But didn't you say that people should have principles? Xinbai looked around and then looked near the chandelier, but found no cameras. My principles are not here for the moment. After saying that, Xinbai walked up quickly and picked up one to observe. Holy crap! It's the real deal, I'm rich. Although I receive official subsidies, they are all daily necessities and there is basically no direct cash. Not to mention these precious cultivation materials. Do you want it? Xinbai turned and looked at Su Xiaoya. I want it. Su Xiaoya walked up quickly and said, split it up. Each of us has over 10 pounds, and both are over 10 pounds. We can both cheat. Xinbai was speechless. So he was pretending to be reserved just now. But it's true, if you are not from the same family, you won't marry someone. The three of us are just the same. We have similar personalities, so we became sworn brothers. Just as the two were counting their harvest, a sound of breaking wind passed by. Ouch! Xinbai kicked Su Xiaoya away and looked into a dark place. Hey! Not bad, you react quickly. Two men walked out of the shadows. One has almond-shaped eyes and the other has a black beard. You cannot feel the state of mind yourself. There are only two reasons, either you don't have the strength, or your realm is much higher than yours. Xinbai looked at the two men, who looked ferocious and had scars all over their faces. They probably had killed more people than his age. So this is Big Brother's stuff. I'll pack it up for you right away. One of Xinbai's 10 rules. As the saying goes, he who knows the times is a hero. If you can't win, you have to learn to bow your head. Kid, we'll give it to you right now. Consider it our tribute to you. Blackboard said fiercely. It was obvious that they had thrown these spirit beads here on purpose in order to attract Qinbai. Su Xiaoya has a strong personality and she released her spiritual energy instantly, as if she was going to take direct action. Qinbai quickly stopped him. Brother, look, everyone is out here just for the money. Before Qinbai could finish, Dan Fengyan said, we want your lives. Both of you will die today. Blackbeard said fiercely, but, as for this woman, I'll kill her first. Feeling the gazes of the two people opposite, Su Xiaoya snorted coldly, then took out a flaming crossbow from her chest. Qin Bairun was completely stunned. What the hell was this, a spiritual weapon? Xiaoya actually has a spiritual weapon. This is not the point. The point is that the crossbow and crossbow arrows are so long. How did you keep it in there without being discovered? We've known each other for so many years, how come I didn't know you were so deep? I've seen people drawing swords, but I've never seen people drawing bows and crossbows. Chapter 12, It feels so good to pretend to be cool and then run away. Su Xiaoya quickly assembled the spiritual weapon and aimed it at the other two. This is a fiery crossbow. My teacher gave it to me for self-defense. It can kill spiritual warriors below level 9. Qinbai couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Look, this is the difference between geniuses and ordinary people. But it doesn't matter, what belongs to Xiaoya is mine. Xiaoya, how many crossbow arrows do you have? 2. It's broken. Qinbai whispered. Su Xiaoya looked at Qinbai in confusion. Aren't there exactly the two of them in front of her? The strength of these two people is obviously no more than level 9. But at this moment, Qinbai took Su Xiaoya's crossbow and shot it behind him. Bang! Ah! With a scream, a figure appeared less than 1 meter away from the two of them. With that look in his eyes that was unwilling to close, he had no idea how Qinbai found him. Team leader! Team leader! Dan Fengyan and Blackbeard shouted. Don't move! If you dare to move again, you will die now. Qinbai raised his crossbow and aimed at the two men. The two were so frightened that they dared not move. 3 people form a team, usually 2 of them make a feint attack from the front, while the team leader attacks from the dark. The captain's special ability is invisibility, and he often relies on this ability to kill targets. I thought this operation would be easy. I didn't expect that the other party had a fiery crossbow in his hand. This is secondary. What is more important is the boy in front of him. How did you find out about the captain? Guess. Just now when Su Xiaoya took out the fiery crossbow, the system prompted that it had received the emotional values of 3 people. At the same time, Qinbai tried his best to search for the breath of the last person. Soon, the hidden person was found and killed unexpectedly in seconds. After all, a spiritual warrior with invisibility is very dangerous. Dan Fengyan and Blackbeard looked at each other. Boy, you only have 1 crossbow arrow left, and there are 2 of us here. Oh? Really? Qinbai kicked the captain under his feet. Su Xiaoya reminded her, the crossbow can only be used once. Repeated use will make it almost as effective as an ordinary crossbow. Obviously, the 2 people on the opposite side also knew this effect. The almond-shaped phoenix eyes looked at Qinbai with a smile. There are 2 of us on our side, and you only have 1 crossbow arrow. What are you going to do? Qinbai's expression remained calm. I was just thinking, if this fiery crossbow can kill instantly, then it can definitely kill you too instantly. If you dare to fire, our other brother will definitely make you suffer a fate worse than death. Do you think you 2 little brats can be a match for our brothers? Dan Fengyan and Blackbeard release spiritual energy. Dan Fengyan is level 8. Blackbeard is level 7. Either one of them can deal with Qinbai and Su Xiaoya. But Qinbai didn't fall for it. He pointed the fiery crossbow in his hand at Dan Fengyan, scaring him so much that he stopped moving. He gestured at Blackbeard again, which scared him so much that his face changed drastically. It seems that they are both afraid of death. Qinbai said to Su Xiaoya, Xiaoya, who do you think would be the better person to take with us before we die? As soon as these words came out, the 2 people opposite them changed their expressions instantly. Boy, what do you mean? Nothing. You all said I only have 1 crossbow. I can't just sit there and wait for you to kill me, but I can't think of anyone to take with me. In the face of life and death, some people can sacrifice for their brothers. The 2 people in front of me definitely can't do it. The look in their eyes changed from fierce to hesitant. How about this, you two fight, and whoever loses will die with us. From the second emotion value of the law plus 666. From France 3's emotion value plus 666. Shinbai's words were like the devil's hell, and no one doubted the words of a dying man. The two of them started fighting. Brother, let's run now. Su Xiaoya suggested. What's the rush? Let's watch the show first. Shinbai was not in a hurry. With Flying Thunder God around, he could not die at all and could just wander around freely. He has just reported it to the Public Security Bureau. It's better to delay until the security guard arrives to prevent future troubles, otherwise it would be bad to be retaliated against. After taking a look at the situation on the field, Shinbai told Su Xiaoya his plan. Xiaoya, after the fight, do you dare to go up and beat them? What's there to be afraid of? They are both of similar strength. Even if I win, I will definitely be seriously injured. If we really fight, the outcome is still uncertain. Su Xiaoya looked like a warmonger. Okay, the level 8 one will definitely win. I'll kill him instantly with my fiery crossbow. Didn't you just say that whoever loses will attack the other? Do I have to do it just because I say so? Then we work together to deal with the injured level 7? Well, if you can beat them, fight them. If you can't, run away. Soon, the two decided the winner. Before Dan Fengyan could say anything, he was greeted by the Deathfire crossbow. Phew! From the second emotion value of the law plus 666. He stared at Shinbai with his eyes wide open until he died, and even contributed a wave of emotions before he died. Shinbai returned the fiery crossbow to Su Xiaoya. I'll give you a chance to show off. Go first, and I'll help you hold the fort. Okay. No problem. Blackbeard Phazon suddenly burst into laughter. Ha, God is really helping me. He went crazy for no apparent reason and controlled Shinbai and Su Xiaoya for a second. Is this crazy? Shinbai wondered. I was just laughing at you for not killing me. My special ability is self-recovery. No matter how serious the injury is, I can recover once. Fa-san's injuries were indeed recovering, and healed in the blink of an eye. He blocked Su Xiaoya's attack with one hand. The revenge of my two brothers will be repaid with your flesh and blood. Level 7 strength, facing two people, plus combat experience. No one in France could have imagined how they would lose. Shinbai used Flying Thunder God to come to Xiaoya's side and cursed at Fa-san. Idiot. Fa-san's eyes widened when Shinbai suddenly appeared. After being in society for so long, this was the first time he was fooled by a young man who was still in school. Two people from their team died. Su Xiaoya couldn't help but sigh as she watched from the side. As expected of the big brother, he is really cool. As the third sister, I naturally fall behind. While Fa-san was attracted by Shinbai, he kicked him in the crotch. Garbage. Ah! A scream. Even for a 7th level spiritual warrior, this position is a weakness. Brother, let's go. Just like the plan, if I can't win, I'll run away. Shinbai's instant movement can definitely take me away. But when she and Shinbai held hands. Whoosh. The next moment, Shinbai disappeared in an instant. That's right, only Shinbai was missing, and Su Xiaoya was still standing there in a daze. From France 3's emotion value plus 666. From Su Xiaoya's emotional value plus 666. No, where's my big brother? Where's my big brother? You feel good after pretending to be cool, but what about me? From Su Xiaoya's emotional value plus 666. Fa-san's whole body burst with spiritual energy, and he took out a dagger and stabbed it into Su Xiaoya's face. Seeing that the situation was not right, Su Xiaoya quickly stepped back. As a result, he was caught up by the other party after running a few steps. Fa-san grabbed her with one hand and lifted her up like a chicken. No. I'm scared. Su Xiaoya shouted weakly. Fa-san's eyes were fierce. That kid ran away, so you will suffer for him. Don't worry, I will let him accompany you soon. Uncle, I was just kidding. Are you kidding? Wait until you die and go to the underworld to joke around. Fa-san said angrily. You're just kidding, saying I'm pretending. Su Xiaoya's expression suddenly changed. I still want to test out the results of this period of special training. Immediately, Su Xiaoya's temperature began to rise. Chapter 13, Ultra Instinct is unleashed, a warrior can be killed but not humiliated. Shinbai arrived home in an instant with a flying thunder god move. You know what, it feels so exciting to act cool and then run away. Looking at the emotional value prompts of Su Xiaoya and Fa-san, Shinbai was a little confused. Look around. What the hell? No, where is my third sister? Where did my third sister go? Flying Thunder God is ineffective? Or can't bring anyone with him? System, come out and explain. When used on Blue Star, Flying Thunder God needs to travel through time and space. When carrying a living being, the target's body cannot withstand the tearing of Blue Star's space, so it cannot be carried. What's wrong with me? I will protect the host. Korakuen, right? Fortunately, the Flying Thunder God mark was left on Su Xiaoya. With just one thought, Shinbai disappeared from the spot. I'm back again. Shinbai appeared in the alley again. I saw Su Xiaoya actually fighting back and forth with the other party. To be honest, my chest straightened with pride instantly. My little sister has grown up. Careful. As if he noticed Shinbai coming back, Fa-san suddenly exploded. Unexpectedly hit Su Xiaoya's weakness. He knelt down as if he was deflated. Genius is genius. The strength and experience are here. Fa-san snorted coldly, a mere level 5, he is indeed a genius, but it's a pity that countless geniuses have died at my hands. The moment the attack was about to hit Su Xiaoya, Shinbai, the Thunder God, came in front of Su Xiaoya and blocked the attack. Phew! He spat out a mouthful of blood. All the facial features were distorted by the shock. Brother! Su Xiaoya didn't expect Shinbai to block the attack for her. Fa-san didn't take Shinbai seriously. Humph, you're courting death. Su Xiaoya quickly took out the healing beads. Brother, take it quickly. Su Xiaoya's emotional value plus 888. You keep it. This little thing won't kill me. Shinbai said weakly. No. Su Xiaoya burst into tears. Brother, please don't die. Take it quickly. Su Xiaoya's emotional value plus 888. Hey. Shinbai saw Xiaoya crying, and his emotional value was almost enough. Your brother is fine, he won't die. Having said that, he stood up again. Although the injury was serious, his vitality did not continue to dissipate and remained at a critical value. Ultra Instinct. Shinbai took this opportunity to try it out. The jet black, thick hair turned silver white. His face was expressionless, and he exuded an air of superiority. A suffocating feeling of oppression came over me. Pretending. Fa-san forced himself to remain calm. The spiritual energy gathered into a fist and smashed forward fiercely. Whoosh! The attack missed. Shinbai dodged at an incredible angle. Then she tilted her mouth and her aura was fully released. Fa-san didn't believe it and launched another sweeping kick. Shinbai also dodged it easily. The speed of Fa-san is getting faster and faster. Shinbai's movements were faster than his. Brother, are you so awesome? Can you even fight a level 7 spiritual warrior in a duel? Su Xiaoya stared at the two of them blankly. No, it's suppression. Shinbai is testing the power of Ultra Instinct. Enough of the fun. Shinbai stopped dodging and attacked directly. At the critical moment, Fa-san suddenly turned around and ran away. I cursed in my heart, the information was completely wrong. This task is really not something a human can do. Both of them are B, let us play Koen. Ah! A scream came from the empty alley. Fa-san fell to his knees with a plop. Because his knee was broken, Faison was unable to stand up. Shinbai grabbed the man's neck and asked, You are a killer team, right? Which team are you from? Who gave you the mission? Fa-san looked at Shinbai in horror, at his white hair, white pupils, and outrageous supernatural powers. But he still held back and didn't say anything. Telling yourself will only make things worse. Don't tell? Shinbai took out a pair of big scissors from somewhere and pointed it at Fa-san's Koen. There haven't been eunuchs in Longwood for a long time. Shinbai said with a wicked smile. Fa-san couldn't help but shout, a gentleman can be killed, but not humiliated. Is there such a request? Snap. Shinbai exerted force with his hand. The next second, Fa-san's neck was broken. Until his death, he couldn't believe that he would die so easily. Seeing Qinbai kill the last survivor, Su Xiaoya couldn't help but ask, why kill him directly? Qinbai threw the body aside. You heard it, he asked for it himself. Actually, I was saying they should be taken back and tortured. They're definitely coming for us. Qinbai always felt that Xiaoya seemed to be becoming more and more sinister. From Ing Wujuan's emotional value plus 888. Ha, are you still there? From the beginning, Qinbai has been reminded of this person's emotional value. It happens so frequently, so he must be nearby. This is why Qinbai decisively killed Fa San. Aren't you coming out yet? How long do you want to hide? They were just two high school students who hadn't even graduated yet. They couldn't even defeat them and still risked their lives. What a bunch of losers. A young man in his 20s appeared in the corner. His aura is not as strong as those few people just now. I think he has some means of hiding his aura. You're targeting us? The Ultra Instinct has not been turned off, which means that this guy is hostile to him. Indeed, it's a waste of talent for someone like you to awaken a supernatural power like the Fiery Phoenix. He glanced at Su Xiaoya, and then said to Qinbai, I never thought that someone like you, whom I've never even heard of, would have such strength and character, and act so decisively. Help me subdue the woman next to you, and I can let you follow our Ying family. Qinbai had never heard of the Ying family, but Su Xiaoya was surprised. The Ying family, the imperial capital family that rose to prominence with the resurgence of spiritual energy and has been passed down for thousands of years? Ing Wujuan really enjoyed this feeling. Now that you have heard about it, you should know how powerful our Ying family is among the spiritual warrior families. He looked Su Xiaoya up and down and continued, she looks better than her profile says. Her face and figure suit my taste, especially her fiery aura. Su Xiaoya, I'm giving you a chance. Follow me obediently and I'll make you my woman. It's an honor. Otherwise, you, your friends, and even your family will die. Qinbai looked at Ing Wujuan as if he was an idiot. 1,000-year-old family is so awesome? Just opening your mouth is an honor. Do you think anyone has to beg you for anything? Ha ha, the ignorant are the happiest. Do you think? Swish. A flash of light passed by, and Ing Wujuan's head fell to the ground. The expression on his face changed from arrogance to shock. Qinbai curled his lips, a few dishes and you're already this drunk. Dead, just dead. Su Xiaoya's expression also froze. Brother, I couldn't stop him, why did you kill him? Qinbai teased, why? You still want to be someone's concubine? Su Xiaoya rolled her eyes at him and said, he's from the Ying family, a well-known family throughout the Dragon Kingdom. They're powerful and protective. If you kill him, we'll be in big trouble. Qinbai waved his hand, so I killed all the survivors and destroyed the bodies later. That way no one would know about it, right? Besides, this isn't the point at all. The point is, if we don't kill him and let him go, he won't cause us any trouble, right? As he said that, he flicked Su Xiaoya's head and said, you are useless. You have followed Big Brother for so long, and you can't even understand this. Go, burn it clean with flames, Xiaoya, breathe fire. When will the cycle of revenge end? Cut the weeds at their roots and there will be no worries. Chapter 14. The system is getting angry. On the main road, Qinbai and Su Xiaoya observed the security guards coming and going in the alley. Friends who often kill people know that destroying the body is an essential skill. Su Xiaoya was a novice, she didn't seem to realize it was us. Qinbai explained. What are you afraid of? Everything has been dealt with. He's 30 years old and not even at the first level. His talent must be poor. Even if he is from the Ying family, he is still an unwelcome existence, otherwise he would not be active in a small city like Jiangcheng. It's impossible for such a big family to go to war over such a person. Otherwise, the ones who come to trouble us won't be level 7 or 8 guys. Although Qinbai acts decisively, many of his decisions are well thought out. After hearing this, Su Xiaoya nodded and thought it made sense. She looked at Qinbai excitedly. Brother, when did you become so powerful that you can defeat a 7th level warrior head-on? Was that white hair transformation a spiritual skill just now? So cool. You only blame me. You didn't even tell me that you have superpowers. You hid it so well. You've mastered 2 spiritual skills so quickly? Every psychic has his own unique spiritual skills. In addition, new spiritual skills can be acquired through acquired insights. Shinbai waved his hand and said calmly. Stay calm. The path of cultivation depends on talent. Don't you know your elder brother's talent? Su Xiaoya thought of Chaodaiju. We both have superpowers now, and only my second brother has not awakened his superpowers yet. By then, we may not be able to go to the same university. Shinbai wanted to say something, but suddenly he remembered something, and it was as if a lightning bolt passed through the back of his head. Xiaoya, does anyone know about your special abilities? Faced with Shinbai's sudden serious question, Su Xiaoya was a little at a loss. Besides you and our homeroom teacher, only the special training teachers know about it. What's wrong? Special training teachers are experienced spiritual warriors specially hired by the school, and many of them are part-time college students. Ying Wujuan not only knew Su Xiaoya's special abilities, but also knew her information. Those people on the other side were obviously coming for Xiaoya. I also know that Su Xiaoya's crossbow only has 2 arrows. In other words, there is a traitor among those people. Shinbai told Su Xiaoya his guess. No way, I'll tell Ying Wujuan about my special ability, and then Ying Wujuan will bring people to arrest me? Unbelievable. Su Xiaoya never thought that she would be valued so much. Should we contact the Public Security Bureau? Shinbai immediately rejected it. Don't do that yet. We don't know if there will be anyone in the Public Security Bureau who will curry favor with Ying Wujuan because of his status and help him. Shinbai thought for a moment and said, if you dare to touch Xiaoya, I'll catch him and kill him. But how do you know who it is? Start with those 3 killers. I'll investigate. You better be careful during this time. Judging from the system's emotional value prompts, there are 3 methods, Method 1, Method 2, and Method 3. This kind of name is definitely not a normal person's name. In fact, there is another question that Shinbai didn't mention. Su Xiaoya awakened her special abilities a month ago, and she noticed someone was following her a month ago. Is there a connection between the two? Xiaoya, don't be so aggressive in the future. If I hadn't shown up, you would have been killed. No. Su Xiaoya began to explain. I have a skill called 9-turn Nirvana Seal. Every time I'm on the verge of death, I'll trigger a pseudo-nirvana that can restore half of my vitality and spiritual energy, and also increase the attack power and resistance of my fire-based abilities. Shinbai instantly doubted his life. You are cheating, aren't you? With such an outrageous ability, doesn't that mean you have 9 lives? There is a drawback. Each pseudo-nirvana consumes 1 year of natural lifespan. What about after 9 times? It's not clear yet. It could be true death, or it could be true rebirth. Su Xiaoya talked about the advantages and disadvantages of her abilities. Shinbai is like family to her, there is nothing to hide. But the more I listened, the more outrageous it became, and the more I wanted to curse. With such exaggerated abilities, it's no wonder people are targeting you. I'm not that stupid. You're the only one who knows this. Others just know that I have the ability of the Fire Phoenix. In the world of spiritual warriors, awakened superpowers are actually divided into different levels. It's just to avoid attacking some people with useless superpowers, or even those who have not awakened superpowers. The official did not specifically test the level of supernatural powers. Then Blind Jill spread the news all over the place. There are no rubbish superpowers, only spiritual warriors who don't work hard. Let everyone train seriously, avoid psychological gap and do radical things. Su Xiaoya was speechless. Shinbai always treated her like a 3-year-old child. Besides, you were almost dying just now, but now you're completely unharmed. Also, how strong are you now? Shinbai stretched out his right hand and spread out 5 fingers. Su Xiaoya was surprised and asked, Level 5? Did you advance just now? That doesn't make sense. I'm also level 5, why is there such a big gap? Shinbai coughed lightly and said, I mean, if I slap you like this, you'll cry for a long time. From Su Xiaoya's emotional value plus 666. After sending Su Xiaoya to her home, Shinbai flew back to his home in an instant with the power of Thunder God. After taking a shower, I lay on the bed and prepared to start gambling, and start smoking. I, the gambling monster of Jiangcheng Qindaozi, am here. I have gained a lot today. You would be sorry if you didn't shoot 100 or 80 times. First look at the emotional value. Something is wrong. More than 20,000? So little? It seems that I am indeed talented and virtuous. I just triggered the 10-minute Ultra Instinct, 600 seconds each, and a total of 6,000 emotion points were gone. Never mind, I can accept it. Open the gift pack. Congratulations to the host, you won the Pirate World, Luffy Slippers. Congratulations. 20 draws, all garbage. Items that don't even come with a description are completely useless. What a rubbish system, it's cheating, right? This lottery function is useless. What a fucking useless system. Congratulations to the host for triggering the guaranteed reward mechanism and obtaining the Uchiha fan from the Uchiha clan in the Naruto world. Nice one. Shinbai's eyes lit up. You can tell it's good stuff just by looking at the name. Sure enough, with an introduction. Uchiha fan. Effect, rebound, can rebound long-range damaging spiritual skills. The highest rebound power is based on the host's realm. Consumption, each rebound consumes psionic energy, which can also be replaced by emotional value. Some systems just deserve to be criticized. The realm of spiritual warriors is divided into levels 1 to 9, and each level is divided into levels 1 to 9. I am currently at level 1, level 4. That is to say, all spiritual skills below the first level can be rebounded. Shinbai quickly put the fan into the system warehouse. Looking at his emotional value that had been drained, Shinbai couldn't help but think. System, how much emotion is required to start the mission? The emotional value required for the task function is uncertain. Since the novice task has just been completed, it is currently in the cooling down period and cannot be activated. Are you so picky about starting a mission? If you think about it carefully, it does make sense. The novice mission gives the magical skill Flying Thunder God, who knows what magical skills will be there in the future. If a spirit bomb comes, I will have the final say on the entire blue planet. The most urgent thing is to find a way to increase the emotional value. Although the passive skill of Ultra Instinct is very powerful, a lot of emotional value is consumed. A figure appeared in Shinbai's mind. Shenbang. This kid definitely has a big secret. Thousands of emotion points at a time, you would be doing yourself a disservice if you don't grab them. Just do it. Get him. Execution max Shinbai start. The Flying Thunder God mark has always existed. It only took a moment to find Shenbang. However, it's not a good idea to just fly over like this. Who knows what he is doing? If he is taking a shower, wouldn't he be a pervert? I have to find something to cover it up. I can't let him know it's me. At this moment, a pair of black stockings appeared in Shinbai's sight. This is the Hinata's black silk from the Naruto world that I drew yesterday. As the saying goes, wear stockings over your head and you won't have to worry about work. But this was worn by someone else. People cannot, or at least shouldn't, care about such small details. Change into a nightgown and put on some black stockings. Look at yourself in the mirror. I can't even recognize my parents after they were resurrected. Don't ask me why I have a nightgown at home. The reason is because I play COS. With a thought, Shinbai disappeared on the spot. Chapter 15 Broken, flew into the girl's hot spring. Shinbai used the Flying Thunder God and appeared in front of Shenbang in an instant. But, why is there a wall blocking it? Smoke behind? It's so warm in the middle of winter? There is no place to put your feet. With a swish, Shinbai fell directly from mid-air. Oh shit. Is it a hot spring? Look around. They were all girls. When they saw someone breaking in, they screamed and jumped into the bathtub. This scene. 3,000 thunders. Exaggeration, 30 thunders. I can't take it anymore. I'm shaking too much and feeling a little dizzy. Shinbai quickly got up and looked up at the ceiling. That is the position where I was just now. It feels like a pair of eyes are watching here. What I located just now was the Flying Thunder God mark on Shenbang's body. Finally ran here. This guy Shenbang is peeping at girls taking a hot spring bath? It's so perverted. Suddenly, Shinbai felt a fragrance coming from his nose. When I turned around, I felt dizzy. A blanket of white blocked his view. Oh. What blinded my eyes? Lost the direction of the road ahead. What a great evil. Shinbai quickly retreated, and in an instant, the distance between them widened. Don't you like watching it? I gave you the opportunity to see it up close, so why are you still scared? The girl teased, and raised the tool that blocked Shinbai's sight. She doesn't have any of the shyness that other girls have. Special fragrance and water droplets. This scene really made Chinbai feel overwhelmed. He didn't dare to answer because he knew the girl in front of him. Lin Miaomiao from Class 1. She has a graceful and charming figure. The red lips and jade-like skin exude an ethereal air. Delay has long legs and a slim waist. Interpersonal relationships are complex. How complex is it exactly? If you buy a pack of sanitary napkins a year, you will still have 3 left over. At this moment, Chinbai suddenly felt that someone behind him was trying to attack him. Oh my goodness, the 36 stratagems, the beauty trap. Use sex appeal to divert attention and attack others from behind. How could Chinbai dare to stay? He used the same strategy, run away. Seeing this, Lin Miaomiao put on a coat and chased after him. Unexpectedly, after turning a corner, Lin Miaomiao lost track of him. Looking around, I found no sign of anyone. Meow meow, how is it? Some girls followed. Run away. Did you see who it was? The black stockings were thick and black, so I couldn't see her facial features clearly, but judging from her outline, she must have looked pretty good. Lin Miaomiao recalled. The girls were speechless. At this time, they still cared about whether the other person was handsome or not. I'll report this to the school tomorrow. I never thought there would be such a person. As for Chinbai, a flying thunder god had already returned home, taking off his nightgown and the stockings covering his head. Damn it! I never thought that Shinbang, who looked so gentle and polite, would actually do such a dirty thing. Having said that, Chinbai quickly took out his cell phone. Quickly edit a WeChat message and attach a handsome selfie of yourself in the background outside the window. Time, 22:11. Location, Baiyuan Community. Send. Alibi, done. However, we didn't gain nothing just now. Chinbai made a major discovery. The system has several thousand more emotion values. It seems that as long as you have emotions towards me, it's fine. No need to know who I am. Can I just change my username and go around collecting emotion points? Hey. Just as Chinbai was thinking about what to do next, Chao Dizhu called and asked him to go to the forum immediately. The school forum has exploded, there's melon to eat. Student A, have you heard? There's a peeping Tom in school. Student B, what's going on? Is there anyone with Dior who can tell me? Dior doesn't have big breasts, but it does have big breasts. Just now, when I was soaking in the hot spring, a pervert dressed in black with a stocking headband suddenly dropped in. The school's hot springs are separated by gender, right? Condemn, strongly condemn. Why isn't that person me? Chinbai scanned the posts on the forum. Everyone was discussing the pervert that was appearing at the women's hot spring tonight. You don't know, that pervert had something special, he disappeared in a flash. Gone in a flash? A speed-related ability? No, we've contacted the security guard, but the school surveillance cameras couldn't capture that person. It can't be teleportation. How is it possible that there is such a person in our school? Who says there isn't one? Today, when I saw Chinbai from Class 5 and Chen Bang from Class 1 sparring, it seemed like their supernatural power was teleportation. Chinbai, hey, I'm suing you for defamation. Is it me who can teleport? I, Chinbai, have lived a clean life. I guarantee with my integrity that I would never do such a thing. All school forums are real name based. As soon as Chinbai appeared, he was immediately surrounded by a group of people. Do dogs have personalities? If you had a personality, I'd have a girlfriend. I think it's Chinbai. He does so many immoral things. Who knows how dark his heart is? Suddenly a group of people appeared and besieged Chinbai. As soon as I looked at the IDs, they were all Chinbang's brothers. At this time, a student with the ID, Detective Connor, spoke. I just checked. The peeping Tom appeared at the hot spring at 22:10, and Chinbai was still at home at 22:11. It's impossible to get home from school in 1 minute. Chinbai doesn't have the conditions to commit the crime. In contrast, Chen Bang returned to school with 3 of his friends at 10 o'clock tonight, but disappeared for nearly 10 minutes under the pretext of going to the restroom. Plus his current behavior is strange. There is only one truth, the peeping Tom is Chen Bang, and he wants to find someone to take the blame. Chao Dizhu, Brother Bei is awesome, would my brother do such a thing? It's obvious that Chen Bang did it. He wanted to frame me, Chinbai. Shinbai was so upset. How could he even deduce this? I don't know if he is lucky or just awesome. Chen Bang, slander me? Even if the girl I like took off all her clothes and stood in front of me, I would only ask her if she was cold. I would never do anything to hurt a female classmate, let alone peek at her. Shinbai, it's okay, it can be cured. From Chen Bang's mood value plus 6,666. If Shinbai hadn't been sure that this guy was peeping on the roof at the time, he would have actually believed it. I'll punish your mother. Chen Bang deleted a message. I'll punish your sister. Chen Bang deleted a message. I'm going to punish you, you big idiot. Shinbai, I'm anxious. From Chen Bang's mood value plus 6,666. Alright, this incident is of a serious nature and must be thoroughly investigated. The principal has spoken. Or outsiders can enter and leave the school at will, putting a middle school student in danger. Either it was done by students in the school, or public opinion will say that Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School can produce students of such quality. No matter what the result is, it will be a fatal blow to Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. Put down your phone, lie down on the bed and prepare for sleep. Anyway, I have cleared myself of suspicion because of the outrageous existence of Flying Thunder God. No one will doubt me. Just thinking about how to make money. Suddenly he glanced at the Naruto's expired milk on the table. A humanistic thought arises in my mind. Chapter 16 The Perfect Alibi. The next day, I didn't know if I was too tired or too excited. It was almost noon when Shinbai arrived at school. As soon as I entered the classroom, I found that everyone was gathered together. One of the boys wearing glasses was Kubei. Seems to be investigating what happened yesterday. He is indeed a man who was destined to become a famous detective. Suddenly, a student said unhappily, Kubei, how can you be sure that he is a student in the school? Maybe he is from outside. Kubei pushed his glasses and said calmly. I asked the girls this morning and they said the man disappeared around the corner. The school surveillance cameras didn't capture him. Chao Deju couldn't help but ask, what does this have to do with someone from our school? Kubei continued, then there are only two possibilities. First, that person teleported directly out of the campus. However, with the hot spring as the center, the shortest surveillance range of the school is nearly 2 kilometers, unless that person can teleport more than 2 kilometers. Such a person is rare in the entire Jiangcheng, and it is impossible for him to do such a thing. The second possibility is that the person is familiar with the blind spots of the campus surveillance and avoids surveillance detection every time he takes action. People around him thought it made a lot of sense. Who do you think has the greatest possibility? Shinbai also ran over to eat melons. Kubei glanced at Shinbai and said, after my investigation and reasoning, there are 3 people who are the most suspicious. Who is it? Which class? It can't be Li Fei. I see that guy watching porn videos in the dormitory every day. It could be Chen Qi. When I went out with him, I noticed he often looked at the black stockings of girls on the street. Everyone's curiosity was aroused and they began to speculate. I can't tell you. It will affect my subsequent investigation. Actually, there were originally 4, but I ruled one out. Having said that, Kubei looked at Shinbai meaningfully. What are you doing? Ouch. Shinbai was speechless. You won't doubt me, will you? Normally, I should be the most suspicious of you. You have the ability to teleport, and you're a student at this school. As long as you use teleportation to land in a blind spot where surveillance cameras aren't available, you can make a perfect escape. At this point, Kubei changed his tone. However, I checked the school's surveillance and the surveillance of your community. You have not been seen since you returned home at 8 o'clock in the evening. You have a perfect alibi. Oh shit. This guy actually investigated so carefully. Fortunately, I used Flying Thunder God to move. Otherwise, the alibi provided by WeChat location is useless. Shinbai couldn't help but persuade him, actually, you don't need to investigate so seriously. Just let the school handle it. They may not care about the truth. Kubei's eyes were firm. No, I only have the truth in my eyes, I must find out the result. Ding ling ling. The bell rang and everyone returned to their respective classes' training camps. Shinbai told Chao Deju about the attack yesterday. After all, Juzi is the only one I can trust. Fae, Fair, and Fa-san, these 3 people are obviously not good people. Don't worry, third sister's business is my business. I will definitely find out as soon as possible. However, the tone of his voice lacked his usual excitement and seemed a little depressed. Shinbai saw it all but said nothing. Suddenly he learned that his two brothers had awakened special powers, and their abilities were quite high. There is indeed some gap, which is why Su Xiuya did not mention the awakening of superpowers. What they are afraid of is attacking Chaodeju. Don't be too sad. When God closes a door for you, he will definitely open a window. Shinbai patted Chaodeju's shoulder and said, I believe you can definitely go to the same university as us. Chaodeju thought thoughtfully, you mean, I can specialize in liberal arts? With my IQ, I can definitely get into a good university as a scientific researcher. No. Shinbai shook his head. That means breaking down and then building up. Before the martial arts exam, I will awaken my special abilities, and my cultivation talent will also be improved. It's still not right. Chaodeju was puzzled. What does that window refer to? I'm not trying to comfort you, brother. With your parents' connections, it will be easy for you to go to a good university. From Chaodeju's emotional value plus 666. Brother, your comfort really warms my heart. Don't comfort me next time. Chaodeju made a heart shape with his two middle fingers to Shinbai. Shinbai changed the subject, let's not talk about this anymore. How about we do something fun? What's up? Making trouble. About Qianbang. Chaodeju's depressed mood suddenly dissipated, and he said excitedly, how do you do it? Tell me. Shinbai grinned and said, you do this first, then that, and then I'll do this. From Chaodeju's emotional value plus 666. Brother, even though we have a tacit understanding, I can't figure it out since you only say this and that. Shinbai told Chaodeju everything about the purpose of expired milk and his plan. Fuck, this is too wicked, he is worthy of being the big brother. Do you want to do it? Fuck him. A training camp. Two uninvited guests showed up. Shinbai and Chaodeju. Both of them were holding a cup of milk tea in their hands. The milk tea in Shinbai's hand was normal. The one in Chaodeju's hand is seasoned. Didn't add anything, just poured out half and added Naruto's expired milk. What are you two doing here? Qianbang walked over with a frown. These two people definitely had no good intentions. Shinbai smiled and said, nothing, I just came to see how your training is going. Want to come over and peek? This is our class's training hall. At the same time, students from Class 1 came out. Everyone has been unhappy with Shinbai for a long time. Shinbai, if you have the guts, come in and challenge me in a one-on-one fight. Do you think I'm an idiot? After I get in, you want me to fight all of you one-on-one? We are not so shameless. If you dare to come in, we will definitely fight you one-on-one. Class 1 and Class 2 are the two best classes in Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. There are quite a few students in level 4. What's more, Shinbai recently defeated Qianbang by surpassing his level. Forget it, challenge Juzi first, and then fight me after you defeat him. Chaodeju? Is he worthy? Apparently, they all looked down on a level 2. Chaodeju said unhappily, what do you mean I'm not worthy? Do you know what it means to fight beyond the boundaries? You wouldn't dare, would you? Just kidding, what are you afraid of? Come on. Suddenly, a 4th-level student said angrily. Come on. Chaodeju handed the unopened milk tea in his hand to Shinbai, said a few words, and walked towards the competition stage. The students in Class 1 were stunned. What is going on? Does he really dare? He is so confident, does he really have the means? Everyone was confused and the game started directly. Qianbang heard what Chaodeju said to Shinbai, please help me get the milk tea, this is made for me by Ruyan herself. I didn't expect it to develop to this point. Damn it, the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Qianbang almost bit his back teeth to pieces. Just when he was about to go up and teach Chaodeju a lesson to vent his anger. Thump. A figure fell out of the examination table. There's something. It seems I was too arrogant. Let's come back next time. Then, in the confused eyes of everyone, Chaodeju hurriedly took Shinbai away. Just leaving like that? What's going on? Are you looking for trouble? I don't know. Hasn't he been with Lu Ruyan recently? Love makes people stronger, right? I thought there was a real thing, and I was so scared. The student who challenged Chaodeju just now not only complained, he didn't even sweat. Only Qianbang noticed it. Notice the 2 cups of milk tea on the seat. One cup has been opened, and the other has not been opened. The cup of milk tea that has never been opened was made by Lu Ruyan for Chao Dezhu herself. It must have fallen because the two of them left in a hurry. Take it, or not. Taking it is like the goddess personally making milk tea for me. No, that's too immoral. This is not something for yourself. But, since Chao Dezhu is gone, that means he doesn't need it anymore. So is it okay to handle it for him? I want to try the taste of this milk tea, so I can know what flavor the goddess likes, so that I can easily steal her away. In the end, Chen Bang found a reason to convince himself. Put away the unopened cup of milk tea. Chapter 17. Only those who wronged you know how innocent you are. 2 people were hiding outside and observing all this. Chao Dezhu was extremely surprised. How do you know he will definitely take it? Observe. I can tell who he is at a glance. Qin Bai looked confident. That's awesome, now what do we do? Follow the plan. Chao Dezhu asked doubtfully, is that thing really that exaggerated? Don't worry, it's very stable. Qin Bai vaguely remembered it. At that time, Naruto drank the milk, then transformed into Sasuke and asked Sakura out on a date. I still like to improve the system the most, and the effect will definitely be great. Okay, I'll go contact someone, you go to the bathroom. Immediately, the two began to act. Class 1 training room. Chen Bang, who had just finished training, sat in his seat. I picked up the cup of milk tea and started drinking it. Damn, what a weird smell. It seems that the goddess cooking skills are still not that good. I will make her a drink myself when the time comes. However, the milk flavor is indeed rich, and it is obviously homemade without any additives or milk powder or saccharin. Good. It smells so good. Drink the milk tea in one breath. Chen Bang felt refreshed, and all the fatigue from training was gone. It would be great if Lu Ruyan would bring me milk tea every day. I feel much more relaxed. Comfortable. Suddenly, Chen Bang's face looked strange. My stomach started to growl like crazy. Oh no, Titan has activated Q. It must be because I drank such a big cup of milk tea right after training. He felt a surge of shit coming. This effect is too fast. Chen Bang could only close the back door and rush to the toilet. At this time, the speed-related ability showed absolute advantage. Chao Dezhu picked up his phone and shouted to the WeChat chat group, "Attention all units, the target has begun to move. Receive. In less than half a minute, Chen Bang arrived at the toilet. Seeing that all the toilet doors were closed, Chen Bang's face turned pale. Just when he was hesitating about whether to wait a moment. Gurgle. My stomach started to rumble again. No, go upstairs. Another 30 seconds. Chen Bang was heartbroken again. Damn, so unlucky, it's packed again. Take a collective shit today? There is nothing we can do but wait. Don't mention how devastated I was. It was winter and my face was covered with sweat. His rumbling stomach forced him to think about the happy things in life to distract himself. I waited for 2 minutes with my buttocks clamped, but still no one came out. I couldn't hold it in any longer, so I took small steps to knock on the door. Boom. Brother, can you please hurry up? I can't hold it any longer. The other party did not answer but just responded with dong dong dong, indicating that there was someone there. Boom. The second toilet was the same situation. The next 3 toilets were in the same situation. There is nothing I can do but wait. He didn't dare bet on whether the other restrooms were full. As time goes by, the stomach becomes fuller and fuller. What is certain is that some of them have already run to the backyard. A feeling of wanting to be released arises spontaneously. Or, release it bit by bit? BU. A small bubbling sound was heard, and if I bet right, it was a fart. BU. Another small bubbling sound was heard, it was still a fart. Child of destiny. But things never happen 3 times. The third time. Bar. A fart accompanied by the sound of water was about to come out. Chen Bang noticed something was wrong and quickly squeezed his buttocks together to suppress it. Helpless. I could only walk to the corridor to breathe fresh air. At this moment, Chen Bang wanted to jump down from here. No, you can't jump. If I jump down at this time, I can't imagine the scene. Fly free. Death is fine, but social death is not. At this moment, Chen Bang glanced at the women's restroom nearby. There was a sign on it with the words "Cleaning in Progress" written on it in large letters. This. Chen Bang looked inside secretly and found no one. The cleaner must have finished cleaning and forgot to take it. There is help. Paying attention to the crowd around him, he seized the opportunity when no one was around and ran in. Crackle, crackle. For a moment, the toilet was shaking. Ah, so comfortable. I've never felt so good before. I feel alive. This moment is the most comfortable moment in Chen Bang's life. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Chen Bang finished and was about to go out, there was a knock on the door. Sister, is it okay? I can't hold it any longer. A female voice urged. Chen Bang didn't dare to answer, so he could only knock on the toilet door dong 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 to indicate that there was someone inside. Broken. How could I get out? Wouldn't it be a pervert if I just went out and got caught? But the toilet door is completely closed and you can't see outside. Got it. Chen Bang suddenly had an idea and lay down with his whole body. Put your ear to the ground and listen for footsteps. After a while, there was no sound of footsteps at all. Chen Bang finally felt relieved and opened the door to go out. At the same time, outside the toilet door, there were many students standing there, chattering non-stop. Is it true? Did you really see it? You don't know? I heard from a friend that a boy went straight into the women's restroom and hasn't come out yet. Hey, what a pervert! I just came out of there. Do you think this perverted man is the peeping man from yesterday? Are you sure you saw any boys go in? The director asked seriously. Xiao Dizhu nodded affirmatively. Yes, I saw him wandering around the bathroom from a distance, and he hesitated for a long time before entering the women's restroom. Just then, a boy walked out of the girls' restroom quickly. Stop, the dean shouted sternly, with even a hint of spirituality in his voice. It's over. Barbecue is gone. Chen Bang didn't expect to be caught red-handed. Everyone's eyes focused on it. Boss, it's really you. No way, you really went into the women's room? I didn't expect you to be such a person. Chen Bang quickly explained, it's unfair. I just couldn't hold it in any longer, so I had diarrhea. If you can't hold it in, why don't you go to the men's restroom? Why are you going to the women's restroom? Xiao Dizhu shouted. That's because the men's restrooms on both floors are occupied. Chen Bang was furious and suddenly remembered the cup of milk tea. There is something wrong with milk tea. Bullshit. I didn't even go to the bathroom just now, a student shouted. Yeah, I was in the restroom and no one was there. Chen Bang, you don't think there was someone there when you went in, and no one there when you came out, do you? Some classmates laughed at me in a sarcastic tone. One word can wake a dreamer up. As for why the bathroom doors are always locked from the inside. It's simple, just close the door when you enter. Then move instantly to the next room and close all the toilet doors. You can lock all toilet doors from the inside at the same time. Chen Bang already had the answer in his mind as to who could do this, Xin Bai. When Zhang Fang looked at Xin Bai also looked at him. Before Chen Bang could speak, Xin Bai shouted, if Chen Bang dares to enter the women's restroom today, he will dare to enter the women's hot spring tomorrow. From Chen Bang's mood value plus 6,666. Good stuff, 1 is worth 10. Xin Bai continued, if you dare to go into the hot spring tomorrow, you will dare to commit a crime against a girl the day after tomorrow. From Chen Bang's mood value plus 6,666. IU. Chen Bang didn't know what words to use to respond. It can only provide emotional value. Chen Bang, I'm really innocent. You can check the surveillance footage. Xiao Dizhu shouted, who would install a surveillance camera in a restroom? To spy? Xiao Dizhu pretended to remember something and said, oh, that female hot spring incident yesterday, was it you who did it? Impossible. It definitely wasn't me. Chen Bang was still explaining. Seeing the atmosphere was a little tense, Xin Bai said again, actually, it was indeed our fault just now. Everything requires evidence. Without any evidence, we should not doubt Chen Bang. When the students heard this, they thought it made sense. If you are in a hurry, you may end up running into the opposite sex's restroom when you have no choice. When Chen Bang saw Xin Bai helping him out for the first time, he felt no gratitude in his heart. Instead, it feels strange. Just then, Su Xiaoya walked out of the women's restroom with a black object in her hand. I just found this camera in the bathroom. Did someone forget to take it? Camera? How could there be a camera in the toilet? Shinbai took the camera, opened it and exclaimed, "Oh no, all the film inside is gone." After hearing this, Chen Bang's face turned green. There are beasts. From Chen Bang's mood value plus 8,888. From Chen Bang's mood value plus 8,888. As soon as these words were spoken, all the students looked at Chen Bang with contempt. You said you weren't taking secret photos in the women's restroom. I never thought you were such a person. Not only did they go in to peek, they also took secret photos. He must have noticed we were blocking him, so he flushed the film down the toilet. Even the dean's expression changed. Only Qinbai and the other two knew how innocent Chen Bang was at that time. Chapter 18. Post his browser history on the forum. Chen Bang, you'd better explain yourself. The dean's face suddenly turned dark. Chen Bang struggled helplessly. I really didn't take any secret photos. Qinbai, so you mean you were the one who peeped at the girls in the hot spring yesterday? That's definitely not me. There was no way Chen Bang would admit it, otherwise he would have moved to another planet to live. Seeing this, Qinbai whispered to the Dean of Studies, "Teacher, there's something fishy going on here. I'll ask Chen Bang about this privately and give you an answer when the time comes." Although Qinbai is very irritating and shameless, he has a high emotional intelligence. Okay, you decide. After weighing the pros and cons, the dean finally let Qinbai handle it. Utility room. Chen Bang was tied up and tied to a chair. Opposite him were Qinbai and Xiao Dizhu. One person holds a mop and the other holds a broom. There were still water stains on it from the toilet floor. He fell forward and pushed towards Chen Bang's face. Qinbai was so excited as he watched his emotion value rising higher and higher. Xiao Dizhu laughed as he beat him. He, there comes a time when you, little brat, will fall into my hands. Xu Zi, laugh properly, don't make that kind of laugh. Qinbai warned. Chen Bang looked at Qinbai angrily. Why are you taking so much trouble to mock me? Qinbai shook his head. I think you misunderstood. Misunderstanding? Isn't that targeting? Are you still looking for evidence against me? I mean, it didn't take a lot of effort. From Chen Bang's mood value plus 6,666. Tell me, why are you spying on girls taking a hot spring bath? Chen Bang said with a firm look, I absolutely did not. Qinbai, really? Stop pretending with me. Chen Bang remained calm. Except for going to the bathroom yesterday, I was with several classmates in our class. They can testify for me. Qinbai smiled meaningfully. Okay, very good. It's been a long time since I met someone as stubborn as you. Close the door and put up the pillars. Bang. Bang. Chen Bang cursed. Qinbai, you've been forced to confess. Xiao Dizhu, who was standing by, thought it made sense. Brother, this is really not a good idea. What do you mean by confession under torture? This is leniency for confession. From Chen Bang's mood value plus 5,555. From Xiao Dizhu's emotional value plus 666. Chen Bang yelled, Qinbai, even if you beat me to death or make me unconscious, I will never admit it. Really? Zhuzi, search him and get his phone. Qinbai and Xiao Dizhu took action directly. Chen Bang looked confident. Are you kidding? How could I be so stupid as to take a photo and put it in my phone album? Xiao Dizhu got the phone and found that it was in lock screen mode. Brother, there is a combination lock. Are you stupid? The person is right here, fingerprint and face are not enough. Oh yeah. Chen Bang laughed and said, go ahead and check it out. You'll soon know what it means to live with a clear conscience. Zhu Zi, open his browsing history, start screen recording, and post everything on the school forum. Chen Bang 0? Brother bye, stop. Brother Zhu, I was wrong. I admit that I did peek at the female hot spring yesterday. Don't you have a clear conscience? Chen Bang had already cursed Qinbai's ancestors in his heart, but he could only force out an expression that was uglier than if his parents had died. You said it yourself. We two brothers didn't force you. No, absolutely not. It all came from my heart. I did it and it's done. I, Chen Bang, always keep my word. Since you admit it, tell me why you were peeping. From Chen Bang's mood value plus 6,666. Qinbai, don't go too far. One story is enough. Do you still want to make up more? Chen Bang's face changed drastically, and a strong spiritual energy emanated from his body. On the ring finger of his right hand, a bronze ring gleamed. He broke free from the ropes that bound him in an instant. Qin Baiyan remained calm. Why, wasn't you the one on the roof last night? As soon as these words came out, Chen Bang's pupils were filled with shock. The surrounding atmosphere gradually weakened. How do you know? Realizing that he had said the wrong thing, Chen Bang quickly shut up. Chao Daizhu cursed loudly. He originally thought that Qin Bai was slandering him out of thin air, but he didn't expect it to be true. I didn't expect you to be such a peeping thief. Admit it now. Qin Bai knew that the flying thunder god mark would never go wrong. Chen Bang stared at Qin Bai, trying to figure out what was going on from his face. I was clearly wearing an invisibility robe at the time, so no one noticed me, not even the surveillance camera could see me. Why did Qin Bai find out? Appearance reflects the heart. I can tell at first glance that you are an old pervert. Chen Bang was speechless. He seemed to be thinking about something and glanced at Qin Bai. Actually, I want to find out the truth. The truth? Liang Yu from our class is missing. I suspect it has something to do with someone in our school. Missing? Didn't Liang Yu ask for leave? Qin Bai was right. Chen Bang was not the type of person who would be unable to walk when he saw a woman. There must be something wrong. Chen Bang continued, how could he ask for 2 weeks leave at this time? He disappeared 2 weeks ago and even came to school for this. Qin Bai nodded, aren't you here to handle the procedures for the long vacation? The college entrance exam is only half a year away, how could they possibly be going through the paperwork? They're here to look for someone. It's just that such a senior student suddenly disappeared from school, and the school didn't want to make a public announcement, so they asked for leave to go home and cultivate on their own. Qin Bai was a little confused. There is such a thing, but what does this have to do with you peeping at girls taking a hot spring bath? Chen Bang sighed. The last person Liang Yu contacted before he lost contact was me. He told me he'd been kidnapped. One of the kidnappers was a woman with a red heart tattooed under her right breast. Chao Daizhu blinked. Let's not talk about whether it's true or not. How can you be sure that the woman is from our school? You didn't run to see her one by one, did you? A month ago, something very strange happened. Liang Yu told me he had a girlfriend, Lin Miaomio from our class. That's when his behavior started to get a little weird. When Liang Yu stopped contacting me, I went to ask Lin Miaomio, and she said she had never been attracted to Liang Yu and that they had never been in a relationship. Qin Bai thought for a moment, the probability of Lin Miaomio is not high, she doesn't have any tattoos. The other girls may not have seen it clearly, but what happened last night? He blinded Qin Bai at close range, and was still so generous afterwards. Forget about red tattoos, it's all white. Chao Daizhu asked, Brother Bai, how did you know? Oh. I guessed it. Qin Bai, I don't know what you're thinking, but Liang Yu is my good brother. I hope you can help me. I owe you a favor. Qin Bai murmured, I'll think about it. Okay, then please. Qin Bai said directly, I've thought about it, I refuse. From Chen Bang's mood value plus 6,666. But I won't tell anyone about your peeping. You have to figure out the rest yourself. Chen Bang glanced at Qin Bai. It seems like he wants to see through the other person's mind. Then he sighed. He took his cell phone back from the table and ran out of the utility room. Delete the browser history immediately and switch to incognito browsing. Then he opened WeChat and dialed a number. Don't attack Qin Bai, he is not simple. Good. By the way, leave Chao Daizhu alone. Understood. Bango. Chapter 19, Foot massage is also a way, and the technique is also a method. Qin Bai and Chao Daizhu went back to training. On the way, Chao Daizhu was a little puzzled. Brother, you just let him go like this, how can you be sure whether what he said is true? Maybe I would have doubted it before, but after yesterday's attack, I feel that what Chen Bang said is true. You mean, the people who caused Liang Yu to disappear and attacked you yesterday might be the same group of people? Chao Daizhu exclaimed. Keep your voice down. Qin Bai hissed, I'm just saying it's a possibility. We don't have much to lose anyway, and maybe he can even help us investigate. Chao Daizhu thought it made sense. Wait, didn't you promise the director to thoroughly investigate the peeping Tom? Chen Bang is already one of us, why don't you tell us? The director doesn't want the truth about who the peeping Tom is. She wants the public opinion about the school. Qin Bai shook his head. Even if I tell her directly that Chen Bang is a peeping Tom, the school will definitely not admit it for the sake of its reputation. Otherwise, public opinion will only say that Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School has cultivated a peeping Tom, and a very talented one at that. Then what are you going to say? No matter how I say it, the result is basically the same. That is to shift the blame to insignificant people and then impose symbolic punishment. From Chaodaju's emotional value plus 666. Wow, you still have to be the big brother, you can even say white is black. Qinbai went to tell the dean the result. Sure enough, it was just as Qinbai guessed. It didn't take long for the school to make the announcement. The peeping Tom was committed by an outsider who hacked into the security camera, but the security guard on duty didn't notice. The security guard on that day was a temporary worker, and the school has already fired him as a punishment. Chaodaju said admiringly, "Brother Bai, the solution is similar to what you said." Qinbai said calmly, "This is called professionalism." The two returned to the training room, where the classmates were preparing for the class placement test. An afternoon passed quickly. Suddenly, someone. Fuck, Lu Ruyan advanced. This is the difference between people, some are rich, some are talented, and some are good-looking. Everyone looked at Chaodaju. What a beast! The goddess was taken advantage of by a pig. The group of people with the highest level at Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School is currently at level 5. Lu Ruyan is now considered to be in the first echelon. Of course, Chaodaju is still at level 2. A huge sense of disappointment suddenly came over me. For this reason, Chaodaju decided to practice seriously and must improve his strength. Due to yesterday's situation, Qinbai flew directly back home on Thunder God. Su Xiaoya also asked her family to pick her up. As for Chaodaju, there is no need to worry at all. His butler is at least a level 2 spiritual warrior. After arriving home, Qinbai began training. Just like those naughty kids in school who play every day. Lao Lu went home and studied hard until late at night. I thought everyone was a loser, but it turned out that the other person was a master in the exam. The more than 10 spirit beads from yesterday, plus the beast core given by Xiaoya. It's completely consumed at this time. It was a bit fierce, and blood flowed from Qinbai's nostrils. Even overdoing it. I reached level 5 in one go. He needs to improve his strength quickly. Unlike Su Xiaoya and Chaodaju, who have a wealthy family background. In addition to yesterday's attack, my strength is totally not enough. Although, no one can escape better than me. It's time for the daily gambling monster to appear again. Qinbai took a look at the emotion value system. Wow, more than 80,000 emotion points. I have decided to pull Chen Bang, the sheep, and even Jesus can't stop me. System, draw a lottery. Ding, since the host has too much emotion value, you can choose a rare lottery. Only 10,000 emotion points are required at a time, which can greatly increase the probability. Rare level? There won't be other prize pools later, right? Yes, the legendary prize pool is 100,000 per level, the epic prize pool is 1 million per level, and the junior prize pool is 10 million per level. What's the difference? Greatly increase the chances of winning the lottery. After thinking for a moment, I now have more than 80,000 emotional points, so theoretically I can draw 8 times. Ultra Instinct consumes a lot of emotion points at the beginning, so you need to save some for emergencies. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Nami's underwear in the pirate world. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Dragon Ball World Primary Combat Detector. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 3 colored pills of the Akimichi clan improved version from the Naruto world. Congratulations to the host. The probability is indeed possible. 2 useful ones. Primary Combat Detector can directly check the opponent's realm. If the realm is too high, the detector will explode, so use with caution. 3 color pill improved version. Green pill, after taking it, you will be permanently promoted to a small realm. It can be used at the first level without any side effects. Yellow pill, after taking it, all spiritual power will be restored instantly without any side effects. Red pill, after taking it, your combat power will be temporarily increased by 100 times. After the effect of the drug wears off, you will enter a period of weakness for 1 day. During this period of weakness, you cannot use any supernatural powers or spiritual skills except for the passive Ultra Instinct. 6 prizes, though only 2 come with item descriptions. The effect is not low at all. I have to say, expensive things have their reasons. Shinbai picked up the primary detector and held it in front of the mirror. When not using Reiki, it can be clearly seen that my realm is level 1, level 5. There are two types of people that Shinbai hates the most in his life. One type is the person who acts like a big shot in front of others. One type is the person who doesn't want to be the sixth. Now I don't have to worry about encountering Lao Lu, who is pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. Among the 3 color pills, the green pill has restrictions, so you can wait until you reach the 9th level of the first stage before taking it. As for the yellow pill and the red pill, there are no restrictions. When you encounter a powerful enemy, you will have a trump card. But, how strong is this 100 times combat power? Shinbai was too lazy to think so much. He would figure it out when he needed it. Shinbai was preparing to lie down on the bed and rest. Suddenly I received a call from Chao Dezhu. Chao Dezhu's excited voice came from the phone. Chao Dezhu said he was at level 3. Of course, this is not the point. The point is to find clues about FAE and those people. I asked my housekeeper to help me investigate, and I finally found a place called Taoism. Taoism follows nature? Such a high standard? Could it be another organization? The two agreed on a location and set off now. Shinbai went over according to the location. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Shinbai and Chao Dezhu stood in front of a grand-sounding building. I thought it was an abandoned factory in the suburbs. At worst, it's a dark corner of the city. The bright lights and feasting in front of us highlight the prosperity of this place. Tao follows nature. Shinbai was obviously a little confused. Is Dao Faz ran a club? Foot massage is a way, and the technique is also a method. As long as you come, you will naturally feel comfortable. I think this slogan is very good. Are you sure this is the place? You really didn't come here on your own? Go in and take a look first. Shinbai found it strange no matter how he looked at it, and seriously suspected that it was Chao Dezhu's own idea. Or you should go back first, it might be dangerous inside. Shinbai couldn't help but persuade him that he had the Flying Thunder God and could run away if he wanted. Chao Dezhu didn't bring his housekeeper today. If there was really danger inside, the situation would be bad. We are brothers, how could I let you take risks alone? As he spoke, Chao Dezhu stepped into the Dao Faz Ran Club. Chapter 20, True and False Beauty Trap, Meeting an Acquaintance Again. As soon as I walked in, a waiter in his 20s came over enthusiastically. Handsome guy, we have a promotion recently. You can get 20% off when you sign up for a card. Wearing a high-neck dress, she is ready to jump out. A pair of black stockings show off her tight thigh flesh, and she wears black high heels. Chao Dezhu remained calm and said, no need. Just give us this ordinary Four Seasons foot bath. Seeing this, the enthusiasm on the waiter's face instantly disappeared, and he casually gave the two of them a private room. Shu Zi, you don't even want to apply for a membership card? Your family has at least 80% of the membership cards in Jiangcheng, right? You're kidding. I already have a girlfriend, how could I fall for this kind of honey trap? Chao Dezhu is a very confident person. The two of them went all the way to the arranged room. Shinbai pretended to be very curious and looked at the surrounding arrangements. There are 3 floors in total, reception on the first floor, foot washing on the second floor, and massage on the third floor. Their box was at the end of the second floor. Along the way, many private rooms were empty. It looks like a new store. There was nothing unusual except that there were fewer customers. When we arrived at the private room, 2 technicians came in soon. Shinbai took a look at their appearance and decisively shouted, change a batch. The two were a little stunned, but left quickly. From Chao Dezhu's emotional value plus 666. Brother, you can't replace mine just because your technician is ugly. Have it. I have to say, some things just can't be compromised. The second batch was really good. Even Chao Dezhu stopped complaining. The technicians here are all spiritual warriors, so their strength is naturally beyond words. During this time, Shinbai talked to her about the club's issues. I roughly learned that there are about 40 or 50 technicians here. Age rarely exceeds 30 years. Some even start working as soon as they reach adulthood. Shinbai asked, is the salary here good? It's okay. Judging from the customer flow, there are fewer people on our second floor. So, the third floor makes money quickly? Isn't that illegal? How is that possible? This is a formal club. No club would claim that it is not formal. Handsome, do you want to stay longer? We have different services. Shinbai heard, what services are there? The technician blinked and gently stroked Shinbai's thigh. As long as you want, I can agree to anything you ask. Okay. Give me 2 extra hours. If you ask, just pay for me. Get lost. The technician serving Shinbai rushed out. Shinbai couldn't help but sigh. Love rises with the bell, and beauty leaves when the bell falls. It's so comfortable. What's your number? I'll order you next time I come. Chao Deju showed a comfortable expression. Brother, don't come next time. You don't have a job, and it's not easy to make money. Use the money to improve your strength to participate in the martial arts exam. You don't need to apply for a card. If you really miss me, then order the lowest package and I will make you the highest package. As Xiaomei spoke, she looked at Chao Deju with her big, watery eyes. Save some money and find a girlfriend, not someone like me. In my next life, I won't be in this business anymore and will definitely be your girlfriend. Chao Deju grabbed Xiaomei's hand and said, don't worry, I'll get you a card. I'll come back to you next time. I promise to make your sales very successful. Really? Come on, I'll add you on WeChat and send you your information. Chao Deju took out his mobile phone and added a friend. After getting the information, Xiaomei went to the front desk to apply for a card. You're applying for a card right now? Shinbai said in disbelief. Didn't you say you weren't good at using beauty traps? What a honey trap. This is my considerate and kind sister. Shinbai looked at him sincerely. Zhu Zi, promise me that you won't be a dog, okay? From Chao Deju's emotional value plus 666. Damn it. I don't want to either, but I can't help it. It's completely a decision made subconsciously by the body. At this moment, Shinbai saw a piece of note appear on the place where Chao Deju's mobile phone was originally pressed. I picked it up and saw 4 big words on it. Danger, run. It's obviously not Chao Deju's thing. Who put it there? The only people who passed by here just now were 2 technicians and a waiter. Why would they put this thing there? Is it to remind myself? Or, testing? Shinbai picked it up and asked. Zhu Zi, is this thing yours? Ha? Chao Deju took a closer look and said, what does this mean? Could it be that my dad is coming to the club to arrest me? So your butler stuffed it into your hands. Let's go first, or I'll get my ass kicked again. I have to say that the new club has really good service, with a full range of fruits, snacks, and drinks, so there is no need to eat midnight snacks. The 2 came out of the club, humming songs all the way. Although there was no gain, it was not a wasted trip. Shinbai glanced at Chao Deju. If no housekeeper came to pick him up, he would walk back. I won't encounter the same thing as yesterday again, will I? Looking at the deserted road, I couldn't help but think of yesterday's experience. At this moment, a white light suddenly flashed at the entrance of an alley. Whoosh! I saw a strong man raising a long sword and slashing towards me. There was a twinkle in his eyes. Shit! Again? Shinbai kicked Chao Deju away. When the long knife was about to touch him, Shinbai touched the blade and engraved the Flying Thunder God mark on it. When the long sword was about to hit him, a Flying Thunder God flashed to Chao Deju's side. Zhu Zi, are you okay? It's okay, does it just hurt a little bit when you kicked my butt? I'm saving you, aren't I? Why would I care about so much? But that guy attacked from your right side. I was on your left side. How could he hit me? You don't understand. The person who comes here is a master. It will be terrible if he sticks us in like candied haws. From Chao Deju's emotional value plus 666. Chao Deju glanced at Shinbai, who dodged easily. He glanced at the furious attacker again. I almost believed it. Shinbai could see the strong man's face clearly through the moonlight. Hey, acquaintance. You little bastard, it's your bad luck that I, Zhang Long, met you. Zhang Long is the leader of the Qinglong gang, but his talent is average. Relying on his strength, he founded the Qinglong gang. However, due to the last team building, they were reported by Qinbai and all of them were wiped out. After leaving the police station, all his 10 gang brothers left him. He had understood it clearly as early as yesterday. The culprit who caused the disbandment of the Qinglong gang was Qinbai. But the security guard at the Baiwayuan community was very strict and I couldn't get in. Unexpectedly, he met Shinbai here. Stinky boy, even though I can't kill you, I can still cripple you. Zhang Long raised his sword and chopped at Qinbai again. Whoosh! At this moment, Qinbai, who was about 10 meters away from him, it appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye, scaring Zhang Long so much that he was stunned for a moment. Bang! The next second, Zhang Long felt a slap approaching, and he flew backwards with a red handprint on his face. What the hell? Teleport? Haven't you eaten pork but seen a pig run? That night he thought that Qinbai was dragged down because he was running too fast. What's more, Qinbai is so young, not only has he awakened his superpowers, but he also has such strength. Is he a genius? Thinking of this, he was shocked. It's getting bad. It seems like I have offended someone I shouldn't have offended. I'm gone, I can't afford to offend you. Zhang Long put away his sword and turned around to retreat. However, Qinbai once again used Flying Thunder God to appear in front of him. What I, Qinbai, hate most in my life is being attacked by surprise. In fact, Qinbai had noticed him long before Zhang Long took action. The emotional value towards oneself is so strong that it fills the screen. If you don't pay attention, you are an idiot. Bang! Another punch was thrown. Zhang Long's body hit the electric pole and he vomited blood. Chao Dizhu was ready and took out a rope from somewhere and tied him up. Qinbai walked up to Zhang Long and took out the primary detector. Scan it. I was wondering who he was, but it turns out he's just a scumbag with a combat power of only level 5. Chao Dizhu was just about to ask about the effect of this instrument. Suddenly, I felt offended. According to common sense, Qinbai could easily kill him and eliminate the root of the problem, but he did not do so. The reason is simple: Zhang Long is too useless, there is no need for this. It's not a situation where the two sides fight to the death. Although martial arts are now practiced by the whole nation, knives are controlled, and the restrictions on fighting are much looser than on Earth in the previous life. But if someone really killed someone, the Public Security Bureau would start an investigation and the punishment would be severe. It could even be the death penalty, executed immediately. Zhang Long also saw this and looked at Qinbai fiercely. Until Qinbai took out a pair of scissors and gestured at his lower body. From Zhang Long's emotional value plus 666. Brother, I was wrong. You're not wrong, you're just scared. Qinbai continued, but I'm a magnanimous person. You can just compensate me for the mental damage. Chapter 21. Alas, the trouble of being too talented. Here. I'll give it all to you. Zhang Long was sweating profusely, and the fight with Koan was just an ordinary brawl. He pointed the opening of the bag containing the cell phone towards Qinbai, indicating that the money was all in the phone. Qinbai skillfully unlocked the phone with his fingerprint and opened WeChat to transfer money. Looking at Zhang Long's balance, he couldn't help but curse. 10,422? You're a 30-year-old spiritual warrior, and that's all you have in savings. Forget it, I don't want the change. What the hell? Are you talking about those $2 in change? Isn't the $2 I left for you to take the bus enough? Why don't you thank your brother by right away? From Zhang Long's emotional value plus 666. Zhang Long wanted to die. $2. I'll give you all, okay? Thank you, brother, bye. Thank you, brother, bye. Zhang Long dared not get angry or say anything. I usually have a lot of team building with my brothers, and I just got scammed by that club, so I didn't expect to go there. Team building? Qinbai was stunned after hearing this. There was no such thing as a party upstairs from him the day before yesterday. Chao Dizhu asked doubtfully, that club isn't that bad, is it? We went there to wash our feet and it only cost over 200 yuan. You didn't go to the third floor, did you? He. Zhang Long smiled meaningfully, it cost 36. That's outrageous. Qinbai looked at the gold necklace on the other person's neck and said, give it to me. Brother, this is iron-painted gold, just to show off. Qinbai touched it and found that it was true, and it even smelled of paint. His eyes fell on Zhang Long's left shoulder. Hey, social brother, you have a dragon tattoo over your shoulder, but why is your dragon only half? The tattoo was too painful halfway through, so I decided not to do it. I don't have the money to remove it, so I had no choice but to do it this way. Qinbai and Chao Dizhu only saw one word in each other's eyes: miserable. It's so pitiful. I decided not to take so much from you. I feel so guilty that I can't sleep tonight. Qinbai transferred the 20 yuan back to Zhang Long. From Zhonglong's emotional value plus 666. Returning more than $20, do you call that having a conscience? Although he thought so, Zhonglong didn't dare to say more. On the rooftop of Tao Fala's nature, two figures looked at Qinbai and the other two. A young man in a suit asked, "How was the trial?" The other person replied respectfully, "They're probably not coming for us. I slipped the note to them, and the surveillance footage shows no abnormal behavior." "That's good, don't worry about them." "What about the Ying family?" "After all, Ying Wujuan is the one who asked us to borrow money. He's just a piece of trash. Don't bother with him. The Ying family won't extend their hand to Jiangqing just because of such a person, let alone cause trouble to us." The young man added, "Don't move during this period. Wait for my order. The Public Security Bureau will keep a close eye on you." "Good. Oh, it's so hard to be a genius." When he returned home, Qinbai showed helplessness on his face. He demonstrated his ultra instinct last night. Xiaoya became withdrawn and started to practice hard. "I made a little move tonight and Zhuzi became autistic again." Both of them began to practice hard and asked Qinbai not to look for them before the class division. Alas! How come two good brothers became autistic? It seems that in the future. From Chao Dezhu's emotional value plus 111. From Zhonglong's emotional value plus 111. Why are there emotional values at this time? I haven't provoked them yet. Could it be that, without showing up, you can gain emotional points as long as the other party has emotions towards you? However, if the distance is too far, the emotion value may be a little less. It seems that I will have to show off more in the future. Checked out today's harvest. Adding the more than 10,000 from yesterday, there are still more than 60,000. I have to say, Shen Bang is still the big fat sheep. I started to become a gambling monster again. System, draw a lottery. Congratulations to the host, you won the Naruto World item, Hyuliang Maru. Congratulations to the host, you got. Congratulations to the host. All 5 times were Bingliang pills. Bingliang Wen still comes with an introduction. I don't know if it's my luck or if the system program has been modified suddenly. Or maybe it was after the system threw a tantrum yesterday. Can you be polite to yourself these 2 days? I quickly checked the introduction about Bingliang pills. Bingliang pills can restore a large amount of physical strength and spiritual energy. Effect: instantly restore physical strength and spiritual energy after consumption, effective immediately. Side effects: excessive use over a short period of time can cause weakness and muscle damage. Long-term use can lead to drug resistance, reducing the warrior's ability to recover both physical strength and spiritual energy. Qinbai's eyes lit up. Sure enough, the effects are similar. Awesome. Restore your stamina during battle. Doesn't that mean having sex 7 times a night is just a dream? The only pity is that there is no improvement. It would be great if the side effects were changed. The next day, Qinbai did not go to school as usual. Instead, he went to the largest trading market in the entire Jiangcheng. After yesterday's battle with Zhonglong, Qinbai realized that he lacked a cool weapon. In the Naruto world, Nagata-sama engraved the Flying Thunder God seal on the kunai. After swinging it out with force, use the kunai to move. Use Flying Thunder God as instant teleportation. If I come with one myself. Don't worry about how much damage it does, just talk about how cool it is. This was the first time Qinbai came to the trading market since he was born. The reason is simple and unpretentious, and I have no money. Zhonglong just gave himself 10,000 yuan yesterday. I just came here to buy myself a weapon. Just entered the exchange. What comes into view is a lot of shops, of course there are some. Qinbai followed the principle of proximity and walked into a store that happened to be having a sale. The outside of the store looks shabby, but the inside is very luxurious. Knives, guns, sticks and clubs are all available. The moment he entered the door, Qinbai saw an exhibition cabinet. There is a sword on it, only the hilt but no blade. Shadowless sword, price 50W. Young man, do you like this weapon? It's a rare treasure. Seeing Qinbai standing there for a long time, the boss walked over from the counter. He is in his 50s and looks very smart. Qinbai pointed at the display cabinet and said, "Boss, can you take out this weapon and show it to me?" "Young man, you're so knowledgeable at such a young age. This is half of our store's treasure." The boss opened the display cabinet and took out the weapon and gave it to Qin Bai. The shadowless sword is not without a blade, but it is invisible but tangible. If you use this to fight the enemy, it is a must-have for sneaking up on people. Don't underestimate it, it was brought out from a secret realm by a powerful person. How unusual is it? As long as you hit the opponent's vital point, you can kill him in one blow. Qin Bai's little head was full of doubts. Listening to your words is like listening to a conversation. Is it possible that if he was hit in the vitals, he would not die? Can it still be called a weapon? The shadowless sword Amino has been detected. It is a defective version of the shadowless sword and can be repaired through emotional value. Boss, these weapons of yours are all broken, why are you selling them for so much? So this is already a discounted price. Can it be cheaper? If I'm not mistaken, this weapon can only be used as an ordinary knife. The boss looked Qin Bai up and down, and didn't expect that he had such good taste. Since you want it so badly, I'll sell it to you at a lower price, 450,000 Dragon Country coins. Can you make it cheaper? Can you give me a zero? The boss was impressed. 400,000. When I bought this weapon, it only cost 40,000 Dragon Country coins. A single resale yields 10 times the profit. It turns out young people are so easy to deceive. But he still pretended to be hesitant and said reluctantly, "All right, let's round it off." After the boss packed the weapons, Qin Bai went to the cashier to pay. "Young man, did you make a mistake in entering the payment?" "That's right, didn't we agree to round off?" 45 yuan, you're the one. From the boss's mood value plus 666. Get the hell out of here. If 450,000 is erased into 45, do I still need to do business? There was no way, Qin Bai really had no money. To be honest, I could have engraved Flying Thunder God on the shadowless sword just now, and then stolen it at night. Finally, after thinking about it, I decided to give up. I, Qin Bai, have lived an upright life and would never do such sneaky things. At most, they can just make a living by robbing. Chapter 22 Qin Bai sells medicine, and the jungle of blades becomes a deadly rhythm. After leaving the store, Qin Bai found that it was impossible for him to buy a weapon with more than 10,000 yuan. At this time, I thought of my own Bingliang pills. I can't use this thing myself. If you can't win, just run away. Why take drugs? I might as well sell it. But another problem arises. In the exchange, even if you want to set up a stall, you need a business license. This thing is difficult to do and requires someone to guarantee it. After all, it's a formal place. Otherwise, if those unscrupulous people bring fake goods, wouldn't they be able to cheat people at will? Just when Qin Bai was at a loss, he saw an acquaintance. Zhang Long. My dear. Zhang Long is arranging the carpet. The things in front of him are all his wealth. After being robbed by Qin Bai yesterday, I didn't even have money left for food. He could only sell the valuable things at home, restock them, and then go to the secret realm to search for gold. Dude, where are you setting up your stall? But at this moment, a devilish voice sounded around. Zhang Long looked back and saw Qin Bai showing 2 rows of white teeth and looking at him with a smile. Brother, I'm your brother, okay? This is my last possession. What are you thinking about? Am I, Qin Bai, such a person? No. Zhang Long nodded subconsciously, then shook his head. Qin Bai actually just wanted to borrow the stall. I want to sell some military ration pills. When Zhang Long heard this, he quickly agreed, packed up his belongings and disappeared instantly. Normally, one would not easily allow others to use the store under one's own name. If any problems arise, the stall owner will be responsible. Qin Bai took out the military ration pills and packed them in an exquisite box. Put it on the stall and start shouting. Warriors passing by, take a look, take a look. Bingliang pills can quickly restore physical strength and spiritual energy. Delicious and affordable. When an old man uses it, his youth is renewed and he is thrilled to the heavens. The old lady used it and she regained her youthfulness, with big breasts and a slim waist. There's nothing I can't do, only things you can't imagine. 100,000. Qin Bai's shout quickly attracted a lot of people's attention. In the entire trading place, everyone is selling their own things slowly. Only Qin Bai was anxious to finish delivering the goods and was shouting alone. Unfortunately, many people came over to take a look. Then he glanced at Qin Bai with contempt and left. Bingliang one? Never heard of it. and quickly restore physical strength and spiritual energy? It must be fake medicine. Selling for 100,000. Hey buddy, do you still want this stall? Asked the guy at the stall next door. You don't want it after buying it this time, what's wrong? Really? I have some ginseng that looks really good. Can you help me with it? Why don't you sell it yourself? These are fake. Sell them for me and we'll split the profits 55%. I don't sell fakes. Come on, is this the real thing? Yes. Then why do you say you don't want the stall anymore? This stall is not mine. Shinbai's mouth twitched. He had never seen such a person. At this moment, a young man happened to pass by. Boss, how much is a box of this medicine? 100,000 per box. The young man laughed and said, Fuck, is your pill made of gold, or is the medicine box made of gold? Look at where this medicine is now. I got it through special channels. If you think it's expensive, I think it's expensive too. The young man thought for a moment and said, Okay, pick one for me. Okay. Shinbai picked up a Binglion pill at random. Brother, how about this one? After opening it, I found a ball slightly larger than a marble. The young man took a sniff and asked, Are you sure this medicine is effective? Shinbai's mouth twitched. I'm setting up a stall at the stock exchange. How can I sell you fake medicine? The young man suddenly looked unhappy and locked his gaze on Shinbai. Let me ask you, is this medicine authentic? Shinbai suddenly realized that something was wrong. He seemed to have seen this scene somewhere. The tone was no longer kind. Are you deliberately looking for trouble, right? Do you want it? The young man laughed out loud. If your medicine is real, I will definitely take it. Then he slowly sat down and said, But what if your medicine is fake? If this medicine is fake, I will eat it on the spot. Shinbai frowned and took a step back. I thought the other party had bad intentions, but his serious expression suddenly changed. He looked around and then said softly to Shinbai, Hey, here's the situation. I spent 4,000 to find a Seraphine solo. But she killed me instantly with Grasp of the Undying. Does your medicine work? How can you lose to Seraphine in solo? What a waste. Shinbai's brain suddenly short-circuited, and he looked at the other person again. What a great grasp of immortality. Shinbai patted his chest and said, Don't worry, buddy. If you use this, I guarantee your Bladestorm will become a deadly rhythm, and it also comes with Jinx's passive. Is it really that exaggerated? That's a must. One pill instantly restores your stamina. It's a must-have for your wedding night. You won't know until you try it, but once you do, you'll be shocked. Will this not have any side effects? Don't worry, brother. You can only use one at a time. It will be fine. Shinbai looked at the other person's pale lips and dark circles under his eyes. I guess he is not a spiritual warrior, so there is no such thing as spiritual energy recovery. But once isn't enough. Even if I can get past Grasp of the Undying, I can't get past Stomp of War. In your situation, my Binglion pills can't help you. Shinbai felt a little embarrassed. I suggest you play less high-end areas for now. Don't look for Seraphine solo if you don't have anything to do. Look for someone like Ornn first. They guarantee they can't kill you in 1 second. It's best to enchant your weapon later. Your skills will improve slowly. Okay, but I'll buy one and try it first. After paying, the young man picked up the Binglion pills and was about to leave. Suddenly, Shinbai called out to him, Dude, have you been sweeping too much? No, I'll just consider it as making friends with you. If this medicine works well, I'll come back to see you. Shinbai looked at the 200,000 yuan balance on WeChat and had to admit that this young master was really generous. After the young master left, Shinbai continued to shout. And since then, no one has come to ask. Just when Shinbai was at a loss, he caught a glimpse of an acquaintance out of the corner of his eye. Li Yi. Li Yi from Class 4. He was wearing a white collar shirt and looked very respectable. There were several people standing next to him, all of them were students from Class 4. He was bragging to his classmates, Let me tell you, if Shinbai hadn't taken off my clothes, I would have felt that I had violated the school rules and was forced to admit defeat. He would have been hospitalized for 3 days. But, Brother E, I heard that Shinbai has awakened teleportation. So what? If I see him again, I'll let him know what strength is and what it means to defeat the strong with the weak. Li Yi had an expression that said, The world is so big, I am the biggest. The moment I saw Li Yi, an idea popped into my mind. Noble person. Chapter 23: How to Sell Goods. Li Yi was bragging to his companions and did not notice the dangerous figure behind him. What teleportation! If I were to meet Qin Bai again, I would definitely beat him so hard that he wouldn't even need his superpowers. Oh my god. Qin Bai. From Li Yi's emotional value plus 666. It's me. Don't be so loud. This is a public place. Please behave yourself. Qin Bai gestured. Humph, do you think I'm afraid of you? There are so many people here, let me tell you. Bang. Qin Bai slapped him and immediately started punching and kicking Li Yi. As for the students from class 4 around them, instead of moving forward, he took a few steps back to make room. From being beaten, Li Yi discovered that Qin Bai's strength had improved again. Qin Bai, you're actually level 5. It's a lucky chance, but you're in trouble. Damn it, why am I so unlucky? Li Yi cursed in his heart. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. Run away. But he couldn't run faster than Qin Bai. Before he took 2 steps, he was caught up by Qin Bai's flying thunder god. Li Yi had no choice but to keep running. Qin Bai caught up with another flying thunder god. Don't chase me, there are so many people here, I'm not afraid of you. Qin Bai said nothing, just kept chasing. He didn't do anything after that. Li Yi ran away for a distance. Qin Bai chased after it like a cat playing with a mouse. At this moment, Li Yi was confused. What was going on? What is Qin Bai doing? Either beat me up or let me go. What are you doing now? Can you please show some respect? However, facing Qin Bai's relentless pressure, Li Yi could only use his supernatural powers madly to escape. I absolutely cannot confront him. With so many people watching, who knows what methods Qin Bai will use to disgust me? Wow, look at these students. They're really motivated. They even exercise when they come to the exchange. Mom, aren't these 2 brothers tired? When I get back, I'll make sure my grandson, who just started elementary school, starts exercising. He definitely won't lose at the starting line. Not long after, Li Yi finally couldn't hold on any longer. I was panting, holding my knees with my hands, and almost vomiting. He really couldn't run anymore, and all the spiritual energy in his body had been used up. Brother Bai, I called you brother. You might as well just hit me. Qin Bai was delighted when he saw this, the drug test was completed. Don't panic, I won't beat you, I just want you to have a new life. From Li Yi's emotional value plus 666. I'm telling you, killing people is illegal in Longwa. Li Yi didn't expect that Qin Bai wanted to kill him because of this grudge. He immediately started shouting, attracting more people's attention. Qin Bai was a little confused. What was going on? Regardless of all that, he took the ration pill in his hand and stuffed it into Li Yi's mouth. It's over, Li Yi's face fell and his heart sank. I tried to dig it out with my hands, but I couldn't. The next second, his body became hot. Qin Bai, what did you give me to eat? Don't worry, it's a good thing. Feel it with your heart. Without waiting for Qin Bai to finish his words, Li Yi only felt that something in his body was growing wildly. Psychic power. A few seconds later, Li Yi's eyes lit up. His eyes were full of disbelief. If we say, it is like Zhao Zilong saving a dude to fight against Chao's army. Now it's like Cloud Rage is turned on, I can beat 10. Damn, what kind of panacea is this? My physical strength and spiritual energy have all been restored. How is it? Did your brother Bai lie to you? Brother Bai, do you still have this thing? I'll pay you for more. Qin Bai chuckled, of course there are, but not many. I only have 3 here. If you want, I'll sell them to you. How many? 100,000 each. If you want one, just give me 80,000, including what you just ate. 180,000? Li Yi's mind went blank in an instant. From Li Yi's emotional value plus 666. In one sentence, let Li Yi spend 180,000 for me. Actually, you don't have to pay me. Just run along the exchange until I yell, stop, and I won't charge you for that one. What? Do you think that Qin Bai's things are so easy to take? I didn't want to eat it, but you forced it on me. In the end, Li started running in circles under Qinbai's tyranny. This scene shocked everyone in the exchange. How come the person who was so tired, pale, and trembling just now suddenly became so full of energy? Qinbai returned to his stall and started shouting. Warriors passing by, take a look, take a look. Bingliang pills can quickly restore physical strength and spiritual energy. Delicious and affordable. When an old man uses it, his youth is renewed and he is thrilled to the heavens. The old lady used it and she regained her youthfulness, with big breasts and a slim waist. There's nothing I can't do, only things you can't imagine. 200,000 each. Facts speak louder than words, and everyone became extremely excited for a moment. The people who were originally skeptical came over one after another. Little brother, didn't you sell it for 100,000 yuan just now? Why is it selling for 200,000 yuan now? Are you mistaken? I just had 5 pills, so I could earn 5 times the money. Now I gave one to my classmate, so there are only 3 left. If I don't raise the price, how can I earn anything? Is this possible? Nonsense. Didn't you see my classmate is still running? I have to give him half of what I earn. When Li Yi heard Qinbai say to give him half, he ran even harder. Everyone turned around and saw that Li Yi was still running. This release of spiritual energy, this breathing rhythm. This Bingliang pill is definitely the real thing. Having said that, 200,000, this price is indeed high. You should know that recovery beads and spiritual energy beads can also heal injuries and spiritual energy. Although the response speed is a bit slow, it only costs 10,000 per piece. The difference is 20 times. Not everyone is rich. In the end, Qinbai only sold 2 Bingliang pills. Plus the 200,000 given by the young man at the beginning. The total is 600,000. Enough to buy that shadowless sword. Qinbai was about to close his stall when he heard the voices of several guys from the stalls nearby. Fuck, that tiny waist, that beauty, those long legs, I can't even imagine how comfortable it is. It seems like I'm going to kill billions of lives again today. It's human nature. Tisk, that's all. Sage Mode speaks with conviction. Qinbai was a little curious and followed their gaze. What catches your eye is a pair of long white legs. Legs are getting old. It would be a shame not to use this leg to pedal the tricycle. Look up along those thighs. No pants? She wore a long-sleeved sweater that just covered her thighs. Is this the legendary disappearing bottom style? Her face looked natural, very clean and without any blemishes. When he saw the hair, Qinbai's breathing suddenly became rapid. White hair. Still silvery white. This woman, except for her chest wrapped in a sweater. It can be said that all of them are in line with Qinbai's aesthetic taste. Picture. Chapter 24 Shadowless Sword Picking Flowers and Flying Leaves. The girl seemed to be smiling, and her eyes revealed a kind of charm. She didn't seem to care about the eyes around her, but slowly walked towards Qinbai. While winking and smiling at Qinbai, he sat down in front of the stall. As soon as she sat down, a sack fell from the sky and covered her directly. The girl's eyes went dark. Then a groan came from the sack, ah. The whole person collapsed. Qinbai took advantage of the situation and rushed forward. One of Qinbai's 10 rules. If you encounter someone who is flirting with you for no reason, don't worry about it and just put him in a sack first. Anyway, a woman who uses such seductive tactics must have a purpose. Beat up the opponent the moment she appears and turns her head into a pig. After a while, Qinbai stopped and returned to his stall. The girl frantically pulled open the sack on her head. A pig-like face was revealed. Blue and purple. I searched everywhere, but I don't know who did it. Look, now this charm is useless. We can talk about anything. You still have these pills, why don't you sell them anymore? The girl's voice was very nice. There's only one left, I'm keeping it as a backup, I'm not selling it. Oh. The girl smiled and said, Boss, since you can sell it, you must have many channels. How could you be short of this one? If it were an ordinary day, she would definitely be full of charm. But now, it's hard to put it into words. Emotional value from street vendors plus 666. Emotional value from street vendors plus 666. From. The boys around him cursed in their hearts, such a beautiful girl, how could you have the heart to touch her? But they didn't dare to take action, because there were channels for things like Bingliang pills. Who knows Chinbai's background? Beautiful lady, you're joking. I was just lucky to get it. I don't know when I'll get it again. The girl seemed to really want it, but the pain on her face prevented her from making a playful expression. Humph, man. Under normal circumstances, as long as I just make a quick move, these boys will rush to please me. Now I can't even show a trace of charm. Don't let me catch that sneak attacker. Boss, how about this? I'll add 100,000. Am I such a person? Since Chinbai had enough money to buy weapons, he naturally wanted to keep a military pill as a backup. Seeing Chinbai's firm attitude, the girl continued to raise the price, 400,000. It's not about money, it's about who do you think I am? 500,000. Am I such a person? 600,000. You're really good at judging people. Chinbai answered decisively. Originally one was 100,000, but now 5 pieces are only 500,000. Now this last one is worth 600,000. You'd be a fool not to make money. The girl scanned the code decisively, as if she was afraid that Chinbai would change his mind. Broken. I was careless. It's all my fault for being afraid of being poor. The transaction was completed and Chinbai made a total profit of 1.1 million. Hey, brother, buy. Ouch, who the hell is this? A sudden voice startled Chinbai. Turning around, he saw Li, who was sweating and panting. The smile on his face is uglier than a pig's head. What are you doing? Didn't you just say you would give me half of the fee? Didn't I give it to you? Why do you still want it? Give it to me? Li Yi was a little confused. Each Bingliang pill has a different price. Didn't you see? This last one is 600,000. If I didn't give it to you, I'd probably sell that one for 1 million. Rounding it off, I gave you 1 million, right? Are you trying to cheat? Li Yi's face changed, and he was ready to fight if they disagreed. So what? Woo woo woo, I'll tell my brother. Chinbai looked at the other person's back as he ran away. Goodness, there are still people who report parents these days. Return to the weapon shop just now. Boss, help me pick up that weapon. You again? I said I won't sell it for 45, get out. The boss was fooled by Chinbai early in the morning and has had no business since then, so he is very angry. I said I bought it for 400,000. The boss exclaimed in surprise, not expecting anyone to actually buy that weapon. How much? Are you talking about 400,000 Dragon Nation coins? Chinbai affirmed, yes. The boss reassured, is it the kind that can be circulated in the market, not burned for the dead? Chinbai was a little dissatisfied, of course, who do you think I am? The boss murmured quietly, I don't think you are human. How can you do things so stupidly? What are you mumbling about? No, nothing. The boss immediately packed the things and handed them to Chinbai. After leaving the store, Chinbai asked the system, is this thing really broken? How can I repair it? Detect Shadowless Sword Amino. You can upgrade it to Shadowless Sword Picking Flowers and Flying Leaves by spending 50,000 emotion points. Chinbai looked at his emotional value. System, are you adjusting the emotional value based on my inventory? Ding, this system has no emotions, please do not slander it out of thin air. What effect will the upgrade have? You will know after the host upgrades. Chinbai looked at his emotional value of more than 53,000 and fell into deep thought. This is a crappy system. Upgrade it. I don't know what the effect will be. Don't upgrade. Another 400,000 wasted. After thinking for a while, I decided to upgrade. There is no end to the emotional value. Upgrade. Ding, the Shadowless Sword is being repaired and upgraded. Ding, upgrade completed, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Shadowless Sword Picking Flowers and Flying Leaves. Shadowless Sword Picking Flowers and Flying Leaves. Active, when attacking, the sword blade can swing out sword energy, and the end of the sword energy is attached with a flying leaf seal condensed from spiritual energy. The sword energy can independently lock onto the target of attack, and the flying leaf seal can be controlled by the holder. Sword Chi effect, ignore all defensive spiritual skills. Passive, flying leaf seal lasts for 10 seconds, and the holder can use flying leaf seal as a medium to release spiritual skills. Awakening skill unrealized, insert the shadowless sword flower picking into the ground to resonate with the flying leaf seal, drawing spiritual energy to form a sword formation that deals area damage. When the sword formation ends after 10 seconds, it causes a large explosion in the formation and surrounding areas. Mechanism: the blade is completely transparent and will not be revealed under any circumstances. After seeing the weapon effects, Shinbai couldn't help but sigh. It cannot be said that there is no loss, it can only be said that it is a huge profit. You can also collaborate with your own Flying Thunder God. Release spiritual skills through the Flying Leaf Seal. In other words, wherever the Flying Leaf Seal reaches, he can release the Flying Thunder God Seal. Can achieve short distance instant movement. It's not as simple as 1 plus 1, it's 1 multiplied by 1. I really want to find someone to experiment with. Shinbai looked up while thinking. Li Yi. Oh shit. This kid is simply my lucky star. Shinbai was confused and wondered if the system was triggering some causal law. Maximize Li Yi's toolman attributes. There is another person next to Li Yi. He looks very delicate, in stark contrast to Li Yi's rough build. Could this be Li Yi's brother? Shinbai took out the primary detector and took a look. Level 5 Spiritual Warrior. So weak? That doesn't make sense. Are you trying to cause trouble to me with this strength? Just in case, Shinbai carved a Flying Thunder God mark on the spot. Chapter 25 Enemy Price, 1 million. Li Yi put one hand in his trouser pocket and chatted with the person next to him. Brother Jiang, you really don't know. That Shinbai from Class 5 is a boor. He's so disgusting. He owes me money and won't pay me. He's untrustworthy. This time, you must help me vent my anger. I have to say that Li Yi is now like a resentful woman whose husband ran away with his mistress. His face was pale and he was gasping for breath when he spoke. It was said in a miserable way. It was as if Shinbai had cheated him, although he had indeed done so. The young man called Brother Jiang comforted him. Don't worry, this time, we will definitely vent your anger. School bullying is really disgusting. Li Yi sighed, that guy's ability is instant teleportation. Be careful not to let him escape. Don't worry, I'm here. How can a high school senior like him really turn the tables? Brother Jiang's face was full of planning. Seeing this, Li Yi started bragging again. Actually, he wasn't as strong as me at the beginning. Later, he got lucky and awakened his instant superpower. I was barely no match for him. No matter what instant transfer it is, you can't escape my 5-finger mountain. The two looked at each other and smiled. Just then, a voice sounded from behind the two of them. What are you laughing at? Shinbai shouted. The two men shifted their gazes in astonishment. You, how did you get here? Huang Zhang's emotional value plus 666. Shinbai didn't care about anything and just took action. Li Yi and Huang Zhang didn't react at all. Shinbai, I didn't expect you to be such a scoundrel. Go ahead. Following Huang Zhang's command, several figures appeared from the surrounding bushes. Forming a siege. Still setting up an ambush? Is that okay, brother? Shinbai, you can't escape today. Li Yi's nose and face were bruised, but it did not affect his speaking momentum at all. Will I run away? Shinbai sneered. The helpers he called were only level 5. How good could they be combined? But when he took out the detector and took a look. Oh shit. There is a second order one among them. Are you trying to play military tactics with me? Shinbai changed the subject. Since you won't let me escape, then I will escape in front of you. Whoosh. Shinbai positioned himself just in case before he dodged like a flying thunder god. Teleport so far? Huang Zhang was stunned. The distance was at least 300 meters. No wonder I didn't receive any information when this guy approached just now. Chase. The leader was Li Yi's elder brother Li Fei. He saw Shinbai's fleeing figure and led everyone to chase after him. You know what, the second level is the second level, and the speed is extremely fast. Shinbai swung the shadowless sword in his hand, and the sword energy was the same as the sword body, invisible to the naked eye. Be careful. Li Fei felt a breath coming. What? Suddenly someone exclaimed. Li Fei reacted, but this person's strength was obviously insufficient. The sword energy scraped against him. What's going on? This person was a little depressed, and had a strange feeling. A feeling you can enjoy by going to a club. Is this the legendary scraping? Damn, so lame? Isn't it said that it's easy to break the defense? Shinbai didn't expect that the power would be so weak. He was so angry that he cursed his ancestors to the system. The sword energy scraped the man's body, leaving behind flying leaf marks. Shinbai tried it according to his own idea. Sure enough, the mark of the flying thunder god that was invisible to outsiders appeared on the body of the person who was hit by the sword energy. Wow, it's done. Seeing that his teammates were not injured, Li Fei chased after Shinbai again. Slowly, just when the few of them were about to catch up with Shinbai. Whoosh! Another flying thunder god, Shinbai opened up the distance. I just don't believe you can use this teleportation forever. Li Fei gritted his teeth and even used his wind-based abilities, which increased his speed a lot. However, every time he was about to catch up, Shinbai would instantly distance himself from him. Come and hit me, come and hit me. Shinbai's expression looked like he wanted a beating. From Li Fei's emotional value plus 666. From Huang Zhong's mood value plus 666. From everyone put in their best effort. You run and he chases you. So there was a scene of running and chasing in the sunshine. A minute passed. Hurry up and chase him, the interval between his teleports has slowed down. Another minute passed. Quick mouth, he's out of breath. However, several minutes passed. The imagined scene of Shinbai exhausting all his spiritual energy did not occur. The people on my side are exhausted. Li Fei, who was at the second level, couldn't hold on any longer at this time. I say, you guys are too weak. Shinbai pretended to be out of breath. If you hold on for a little longer, I might not be able to bear it. Li Fei gritted his teeth and chased after him again. But when all his spiritual energy and physical strength were exhausted, he didn't even touch the corner of Shinbai's clothes. Shinbai also stopped at this time. The next second, he appeared next to Li Fei and took out a yellow pill. No more spiritual energy? Come on, I have something good here that can restore your spiritual energy. Let's talk about the enemy price, 1 million Dragon Kingdom coins. Just a little bit more. Once you eat it, you will have the spiritual power to catch up with me. From Li Fei's emotional value plus 666. Li Fei wanted to curse. Realize you've been tricked. This guy's teleportation must consume very little spiritual energy. Get out. Li Fei cursed loudly. Okay. Suddenly, Shinbai disappeared from his sight. Li Fei looked around but couldn't find any trace of Shinbai. Oh no. Something's happened to my brother. Li Yi waited there for good news from Li Fei. But the next second, Shinbai appeared in front of him. Oh shit. Li Yi felt unwell. Shinbai held the hilt of the sword and slapped him in the face with the sword. Bang. From Li Yi's emotional value plus 666. Before he could react, Shinbai kicked him again. You're taking out your anger, aren't you? You're such a loser, how can you be so shameless? Fight back. From Li Yi's emotional value plus 666. Angry. Very angry. Li Yi is very angry now. He felt so pathetic. Bang. Shinbai slapped him again. From Li Yi's emotional value plus 666. At this time, his face was bruised again. In the end, between being angry and being a coward, he chose to be angry and a coward. The older Shinbai gets, the more excited he becomes. It feels so good to brush up his emotional value. Just then, Li Fei and his companions finally came back. Brother, save me. Fuck, where did this pig head come from? Li Fei blurted out, then looked at Shinbai. You little bastard, don't run away if you dare. Shinbai's mouth twitched, don't chase me if you dare. Immediately, Shinbai disappeared in an instant. Damn, what kind of teleportation ability is this? It's fine if it doesn't have a cooldown, but using it like this actually has psionic powers? Shinbai returned home and found that his neighbor had moved. New tenants are renovating. At this time, WeChat received a message. Ai Weiwei applies to add you as a friend. Chapter 26. From now on, no one can step on my head. Shinbai directly agreed. I didn't expect the other party to reply directly. Ivy Wei, hello, I'm your new neighbor, you can call me Weiwei. Shinbai. Ivy Wei, I'm planning to tile my floor and don't know where to buy them. The property management told me my apartment is the same as yours. How many tiles did you buy? Shinbai thought about it and replied, 2,000. Ai Weiwei, okay, thank you. Are you free recently? Can we meet? No. Chinbai shook his head. There must be something wrong with such an enthusiastic neighbor. In most cases, she is not that good looking and is just trying to show off her beauty. Chinbai is 1.8 meters tall and has a sunny and handsome face. The first impression is very good. In the remaining days, Chinbai tinkered with the system from time to time to consolidate his realm. Of course, it is essential to consume emotional points every day. Chinbai, have you reviewed your liberal arts and practiced hard these days? Due to Chinbai's family situation, Jiangku often called to show concern. Chinbai, my realm is stable now, but the liberal arts are a bit difficult. Jiangku, what's going on? Chinbai, they have a strong sense of ownership over these books and have been refusing to let me use them. From Jiangku's mood value plus 666. That's fine, a decent score is fine. You have special abilities, so you don't need to focus too much on the liberal arts. Jiangku said a few caring words and hung up. Hang up the phone. Chinbai was lying down playing with his cell phone. Here comes the message from neighbor Ivy again. Ivy, did you mention too many tiles? Chinbai, that's definitely right. Ivy Wei, then why do I still have 1,500 yuan left after the renovation? Chinbai replied directly, because I also have 1,500 yuan left. From Ivy Wei's mood value plus 666. Ai Weiwei, why don't you just say 500 yuan? Chinbai, didn't you ask me how many pieces I bought? From Ivy Wei's mood value plus 666. The other party hung up after some polite words. Early the next morning. Chinbai had just arrived at school when a voice rang out in the corridor. From now on, no one can step on my head. Everyone turned around and saw that the person shouting was Li Yi. Zhu Zi, look, there's a pile of bird shit over there, step on it. What kind of idiot would step in poop? That's right. If it were a pile of poop, no one would dare to step on it. From Li Yi's emotional value plus 666. Li Yi came to Chinbai proudly. Chinbai, I have awakened my lightning ability, and my physical fitness is beyond your reach. Really? Chinbai's tone revealed excitement, looks like I don't have to worry about beating you to death anymore. From Li Yi's emotional value plus 666. Li Yi said harshly, just wait. Chinbai got straight to the point, you'd better not provoke me, if you provoke me. What would happen if I offend you? Before he could finish his words, a rough voice sounded behind Chinbai. Chinbai didn't even turn around, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. If you provoke me, it's as if you didn't provoke me. You've kicked cotton. After all, as an excellent student with extremely high quality in Jiangqing No. 1 middle school who treats classmates well, the most important thing is to put people first. From Chen Yutian's emotional value plus 666. The person who came was naturally the principal of Jiangqing No. 1 middle school, Chen Yutian. Chen Yutian's mouth twitched. You better be like this, kid. Chinbai said, of course, the world of spiritual warriors is about human relationships and social skills, and the most important thing in life is to live in harmony. Chen Yutian urged, stop making a fuss and hurry up to review. You'll have the liberal arts exam soon, so cramming at the last minute will help. Maybe you'll pass. As he turned to leave, he found that his right foot could not move. Look down. Chinbai, what are you doing again? Chinbai showed a sincere look. Big Buddha, please let me pass the exam. From Chen Yutian's emotional value plus 666. Chen Yutian was speechless. What kind of comprehension do you have? Is this what you mean by cramming? No, Master Buddha, I really can only pass the test if I hold you like this. Hurry up and get down to business. Chen Yutian broke free and ran away quickly. Chinbai straightened his clothes and looked at Li Yi who was grinning beside him. What are you laughing at? So what if you have awakened your superpowers? I'm level 5 and you're level 4. In the world of spiritual warriors, strength is everything. Whoever has the bigger fist gets to decide. If you mess with me, I'll beat you to death. From Li Yi's emotional value plus 666. From Li Yi laughed and said, that's not what you said just now, you coward. Chinbai taunted, how can you be so awesome? Why don't you dare to fight the principal? Soon, the exam began. Blue Star's college entrance examination is mainly divided into two parts. One is a literary test and the other is a military test. Chinbai once thought that if he were to live again, he would definitely be able to dominate the school with his rich knowledge. But who knows? In elementary school, a child prodigy was born. The fall of a genius began on the first day of the new year. It's not that Chinbai didn't study in his previous life. Mainly, what we learn starting from junior high school are the concepts of this world. What formations are used, how to distinguish elixirs, how to identify monsters, the origin of the secret realm. Each subject basically teaches students how to deal with secret realms. In Chinbai's view, practice is more important than theory. No, the exam has just started. He became very restless because there were more questions he didn't understand than those he did. It was finished in a short while. There is a large blank space left. System, aren't you omnipotent? Please give me all the knowledge of the entire blue planet. Ding, the host can draw if needed. Just forget it. Chinbai has smoked a lot these days. I fired 5 shots, and they were all garbage. Chinbai sighed, it would be great if someone could roll their eyes at this moment. Not only can you copy the answers, but you can also, cough it up, otherwise you will be blocked. Chao Deju, who was sitting next to him, fell asleep as soon as the test papers were handed out. Everyone else was answering the questions seriously. Chinbai filled in the test paper helplessly. Soon, a test paper was completed. Turn over the test paper and continue writing the next one. From Zhang Lu's emotional value plus 666. From Wang Hu's emotional value plus 666. From Yoha? Chinbai found that every time he turned the test paper, the students around provide emotional values. Chinbai immediately understood what was going on and flipped through the test paper even faster. Swish. Just fill it out randomly and flip it over. Swish. Fill it out randomly and then turn it over. Swish. At this time, even the invigilator standing by couldn't help but sigh. Not bad, he's awakened his spatial ability, and he's also excellent in cultural studies. Soon, the exam was over. Many students began to gather together to check answers. I think Boss Bai seems to answer questions very quickly. No way, hasn't the boss always failed in cultural subjects? I was sitting behind him just now. He didn't even need to look at the questions. He just picked up his pen and started writing. As expected of the boss, he must have made up for it all in the past few days. Generally speaking, the exam is divided into 2 days. The first day is for cultural examination and the second day is for martial arts examination. Chinbai was too lazy to pay attention to everyone. Left with Chao Deju and Su Xiaoya. Brother, third sister, I have another good news, guess what? Has the superpower been awakened? Su Xiaoya asked curiously. That's right. Wow, second brother is awesome, Su Xiaoya shouted. Calm down, calm down. Not only do I have superpowers, I've also awakened to the 4th level spiritual warrior. Chinbai and Xiaoya were not surprised by this. Chao Deju's family conditions have always been good. As long as you spend money, your realm can never be too low. It's just that normal people can't guess what rich people are thinking. The reason why it was so low before was entirely because Chao Deju had such great resources that he didn't use them. You have to say that you have to rely on your own talents to make a name for yourself. Chapter 27 Summer Vacation Arrangements, Internship. The 3 of them came to Chao Deju's house together. Because Su Xiaoya's parents went to the secret realm, she came to Chao Deju's house for dinner. As for Chinbai, come over and take a look whenever you have time. The 3 of them just walked in. I saw a middle-aged woman getting ready to go out. It was Chao Deju's mother Su Xiaoli. Xiao Bai and Xiaoya are here. A middle-aged woman said with a smile when she saw the 3 people coming back. Godmother. Chinbai and Su Xiaoya stood up to greet her. You're so good. Mom will go out to buy some groceries now and make a big meal for you tonight. You can play first. After Su Xiaoli went out, Chao Deju quickly took out a packaging box. Brother, look. Chinbai took a look and said, holy crap. A 9090 graphics card. Chao Deju said excitedly, this thing is very rare. I recently spent a lot of effort to get it. Look at me. I will definitely reach the silver rank in the Spirit Warrior Alliance this time. Chinbai's mouth twitched. I think the reason you're in bronze isn't a configuration problem, it's a technical problem. Chao Deju retorted, that's impossible. It must be a configuration problem. Su Xiaoya said, if you use a 9090 GPU to play the Spirit Warrior Alliance, the fan will probably be hotter than the graphics card. Chao Dezhu, what should we do then? Definitely playing Genshin Impact. Genshin Impact, start. Shinbai installed the graphics card and opened Genshin Impact directly. Chao Dezhu is now more motivated. My skills in Genshin Impact are really strong. I have even reached full stars in the Abyss recently. Shinbai said calmly, if you were full of stars before, maybe I would say you are a master, but now, I can only say that you are not as good as that Billet. The three of them didn't know how long they played until the smell of food wafted into the living room. The three of them left the room to eat. At the dinner table, Chao Dezhu's father Chao Dalei also came back. Chao Dalei suddenly said, you guys will have a holiday tomorrow after you finish your exams. Su Xiaoya said, well, the special training class will start after the Chinese New Year. Your second uncle should be the head teacher of the rocketry class, but I don't know which class it is. Chao's mother suddenly said, however, if you have any questions about your cultivation, you can ask him. Father Chao picked up a piece of meat and said, actually, the most important thing for you in the college entrance examination is the last half semester of your senior year. The school will organize training for you and send you to secret realms. Both your cultivation resources and experience will be greatly improved. Father Chao added, oh, and Xiaobai, you are too stubborn and refuse to accept our resources. Now. No problem, I'm already level 5, Shinbai interrupted directly. Great, I knew Brother Tianhao's son wouldn't be bad. Father Chao laughed and said, Xiaobai, Xiaoya, you two should work hard and strive to break through to the second level in half a year. Dad, there's me too. Chao Dezhu said. You? Forget it. Chao's father knew Chao Dezhu best. He was idle all day and just played games. Shinbai and Su Xiaoya's strength increased too quickly, which made Chao Dezhu practice like crazy. You look down on your son. When I become stronger and you are old, I will remove your oxygen tube. Okay, that's perfect. You all have nothing to do during this winter break, so I've arranged a mission for you. Go and do it beautifully for me. Come on. Who's afraid of who? Chao Dezhu looked as if it was a relaxed expression. Shinbai was stunned. What kind of mission is it? I have to go on winter vacation? At this time, Chao Dezhu also reacted, Dad, I finally got a chance to sleep in during the winter vacation. I need to rest. I'm not going. Father Chao angrily scolded, do you know how much effort I put into giving you this opportunity? And you told me to take a break? What opportunity? The three of them were shocked at the same time. As the director of the Jiangcheng Education Bureau, Chao Dalei can handle many things with just a simple click. I contacted headquarters and secured 3 internship spots. Originally, they were meant for Xiaoya, but I didn't expect Xiaobai and you, that brat, to awaken. So I secured 2 more. Chao Dezhu's eyes widened after hearing this, in turn. Dad, are you so awesome? Shinbai and Su Xiaoya were equally surprised. Internship does not refer to the internship in the last year of university in the previous life. The interns on Blue Star are selected from major universities. It is an internship before joining the garrison. Don't underestimate this internship position. This allows you to gain official resources from the Dragon Kingdom while undergoing training in the secret realm. It's similar to the conscripts on Earth. At the same time, if you pass the internship, you will be eligible to join the garrison in the future. This is a salary. The salary here does not refer to Dragon Country currency, but some points that can be exchanged for official Dragon Country treasures. So, you must be well prepared during this winter break. There will be special examiners. If you pass, you can become interns. In the future, when you go to the secret realm, you will at least receive subsidies from the Dragon Nation. Father Chao told them to be attentive. To become an intern, the minimum requirement is to have special abilities. Secondly, it depends on connections, and it is extremely difficult to get a place. I didn't expect that Chao's father could get 3 such places. Shinbai couldn't help but wonder, is this the world of people with connections? So disgusting. Oh, I have privileges too. That's okay. Early the next morning, Shinbai arrived at school and found that the playground was much more lively. The teachers of each class are talking about the matters related to this class assessment. The supernatural powers of spiritual warriors are usually divided into 2 systems. Healing and fighting. However, it is unknown how many years it will take for a small city like Jiangcheng to produce a national treasure-level healing system. Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School does not have any therapeutic classes. Today's assessment is of great importance and will affect your resource allocation for next semester. I hope everyone will not be nervous. Shit when you need to poop, pee when you need to pee, and don't get incontinent during the assessment. Chinbai, stop making trouble and get off now. Jiangke snatched the microphone and chased Chinbai away. He said calmly, everyone will line up in an orderly manner for the exam. The test will mainly focus on the 4 basic subjects. In addition to realm, the school will assess attack power, defense, reaction, and speed. The school will use these 4 items as the criteria for class placement. Because the 4 basic skills were too poor, I didn't get into the rocket class. If you awaken your superpowers, you can talk to the examiner privately. The examiner can give you additional scores based on your superpower performance. When he said this, Zhang Ke glanced at Chinbai. Space-related abilities like Chinbai's are rare in the country. Even if one's realm is low, one has no attack power, weak defense, slow reaction, and slow speed, one can still enter the rocket class by virtue of the advantage of supernatural powers. What's even more outrageous is that you don't have to take the college entrance examination and can go to any school in Zhangcheng. Zhang Ke once again emphasized the importance of this assessment and led everyone to the public training room. Zhangcheng No. 1 Middle School has a total of 6 training rooms. Except for the senior year, each of the 5 classes has an exclusive training room. Another one is the public training room in front of you. The public training room is large and well equipped. Usually, it is used by students in the first and second year of high school. At the same time, inter-class exchange competitions, intra-school exchange competitions, and inter-school exchange competitions are all held here. Chapter 28, he went up and threw 200 punches. A classic principal's opening remarks. These words are like data cables dropped into the toilet, long and smelly. The mobilization was finally completed. The realm test has finally begun. Su Xiaoya, Level 6, First Stage. Chen Bang, Level 5, First Order. Tang Chuan, Level 5, First Order. The teacher in charge of recording read out the grades of the students one by one until he saw one person's information. Chao Dezhu, Level 4, First Order. Crash. For a moment, all the students looked at Chao Dezhu. His eyes were full of surprise. A week ago, Chao Dezhu was only Level 2, but now he is Level 4? Chao Dezhu stood on the test bench with a proud look on his face. Family background is also a form of strength. Chinbai, Level 5, Stage 1. The teacher continued to chant. This time, the students talked even louder. Fuck, this Laolu is already Level 5. It's over, it's over. This guy is Level 456. I was wondering if we have to pay to use the restroom in the future. You can't blame the student for thinking this way. At that time, Su Xiaoya was the first one in the grade to reach Level 5. Chinbai took Su Xiaoya to beat up anyone who disliked him. Afterwards, we blocked him in the toilet and he said there was a fee to enter the school toilet. Not to mention now. Su Xiaoya is the first one to reach Level 6. Chinbai is Level 5. This is the most important thing. There are less than 30 Level 5 spiritual warriors in the entire grade. Next, we will begin the attack test. Principal Chen Yutian pushed up a red cylindrical instrument. I don't know what material it is made of, but there are several data cables on the back that connect to the big screen on the stage. As usual, we'll perform 40 seconds of staking. The instrument will record your real-time DPS and total damage over that 40 seconds. We'll use this data to calculate your approximate attack power and give you a final rating. Next, let's register one by one according to our realm. Su Xiaoya was the first to go on stage. All the teachers and students looked at him sideways. Don't be fooled by Su Xiaoya being kind in front of Chinbai. He usually has a hot temper and often seeks out others to spar with. It can be said that all the students in Class 2 were beaten by her. Everyone wants to know how strong the person with the highest level in this grade is. Crash. Su Xiaoya's arms were covered in flames, forming phoenix wings. The powerful breath made the students who were close to the test bench feel a heat wave. Blazing feather tribulation. Su Xiaoya waved her arms and shot out countless fire feathers. Time after time after time. After the fire feather pierced the testing instrument, the damage number began to jump. It's not over yet. Boom. When the fire feathers touch the target, each feather explodes violently. What a powerful burst, and the endurance is not bad either. Chen Yutian couldn't help but nod. just when everyone thought that Su Xiaoya could only use normal attacks in the remaining time. The flame attached to her hand condensed into an ancient phoenix halberd. Thump, 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 thump. Continuous thrusts can trigger fire attacks. Moreover, after every few attacks, the testing equipment would explode. There is burst and there is endurance. Supermodel. Attack rating 100. The testing equipment will be adjusted according to the tester's realm. The main purpose is to test the attack strength at the same level. In other words, Su Xiaoya is a top-notch level 6 spiritual warrior. This is also a genius to avoid. Due to insufficient resources, the realm is improved slowly. This causes attack, dodge, and defense to be too low. 2 spiritual skills. Chen Yutian had a smile in his eyes. He didn't expect that in addition to Qinbai, who was a space expert, there was also a genius like Su Xiaoya. After Su Xiaoya came down, the second classmate followed her up. Qinbai came to Su Xiaoya and whispered, "Xiaoya, what's wrong with your feather? Have you gained enlightenment again?" "Well, I've learned in the past few days that those fire feathers are for tracking. I can determine the number based on my strength. When a fire feather pierces an opponent, it will cause a ranged explosion." Qinbai couldn't help but be shocked. By this calculation, Xiaoya has a total of 3 spiritual skills. It seems that this girl's ability is indeed not simple. Spirit warriors are usually divided into 2 categories. One type is those with awakened superpowers. This type of people will be able to comprehend their own special abilities and spiritual skills at any time. At each major realm, one can absorb a beast core with a corresponding attribute to gain a spiritual skill. Of course, this is a probability. After acquiring spiritual skills, one's understanding of supernatural powers will be further enhanced, allowing one to continue to comprehend the spiritual skills of one's own supernatural powers. The second category is those who are not awakened. Since he has no special abilities, he cannot comprehend spiritual skills at the first level. In each major realm, one can only obtain a spiritual skill by absorbing the beast core, which is also a matter of probability. This means that a spiritual warrior who has not awakened his special powers can obtain a maximum of 9 spiritual skills. A spiritual warrior who has awakened superpowers can not only absorb the superpowers of the beast core, but also comprehend his own superpowers. Of course, the probability of a beast core comprehending spiritual skills is very low, and the higher the level, the more expensive it is. This is why resources are so important to spiritual warriors. As students went up one by one, they continued to pound the piles. Apart from Su Xiaoya, only Lu Ruyan's dual abilities of water and fire barely exceeded 80 in attack power. It is conceivable how terrifying the attack power of the fiery phoenix is among those of the same level. Soon it was Qinbai's turn. Similarly, everyone's eyes were focused on Qinbai. "Space Department, what do you think Qinbai's attack power is? Look, why is Qinbai holding a sword handle without a blade? He won't give up." The space system actually starts low and ends high, and all its attributes are very bad in the early stage. But after becoming powerful, things like tearing space apart with bare hands and strangling the void are extremely outrageous. At least 10 meters away from the testing equipment, Qinbai took the shadowless sword and swung it out with a sword energy. Bang! An invisible sword energy hit the testing instrument. Bang! I saw that the instrument score suddenly began to soar. In the eyes of the people around him, Qinbai just swung the hilt of the sword and the testing equipment was damaged. I didn't see any sword energy at all. How did Qinbai do it? Can he remotely control space attacks? The students looked at Qinbai curiously. When the sword energy touched the instrument, it left a flying leaf mark. Qinbai engraved the flying thunder god seal through the flying leaf seal. The next second, a teleporter appeared in front of the testing instrument. He raised the shadowless sword in his hand and swung it out. Bang! The two collided with each other and made a crisp sound. And then, nothing happened. Shadowless sword. The effect of picking flowers and flying leaves is to break the defense. But this instrument has no defense at all and has 0 resistance. Qinbai retracted the shadowless sword and attacked directly with his fists. Da-did-day-day-day. Da-did-day-day-day. Except for the first few seconds, Qinbai attacked with his fists for the remaining 30 seconds. This also creates a rather funny aspect. Attack rating, 30. After 40 seconds of piling, an evaluation appears on the display. The students in the audience were all trying to hold back their laughter. Given Qinbai's tyranny, no one dared to laugh out loud. The situation was also within Qinbai's expectations. I don't have any special abilities or spiritual skills to enhance my attack power. Among the level 5 spiritual warriors, his attack is relatively weak. If Ultra Instinct is triggered, the attack power will definitely be ridiculously high. However, the triggering conditions are a bit harsh. You can't deliberately make the teacher angry, then attack him, and then try to kill yourself with your head to trigger the effect. Haha, I thought he was some kind of expert, but it turns out to be Silver Spear Latu. At this moment, an untimely voice sounded. This person is Li Yi, who has awakened the lightning ability. Chapter 29 Rebound. Qinbai, stop, it's going to break down. Li Yi walked up arrogantly. The lightning ability focuses on attack. Li Yi is a level 4 spiritual warrior, and he can hit the target in 40 seconds. The attack score actually reached 80 points. See? This is called talent. Li Yi passed by Qinbai and taunted him, unhappy? If you're unhappy, hit me. Ouch. The next second, Li Yi's eyes went dark. There was a loud bang. Li Yi felt a heavy blow to the back of his head. I have never seen such a request. Chao Deju looked helpless. Qinbai rolled up his sleeves and followed. Ouch. Aren't you going to let me fight? Isn't that very capable? Qinbai became more and more excited as he punched. Every punch you throw will earn you emotional points. Li Yi was beaten black and blue, and he didn't even have a chance to fight back. As soon as he had a chance to breathe, he shouted, "Teacher, save me!" But Qinbai had already returned to his original position. The test of attack power was over soon. The attack power of most students is around passing level. Qinbai discovered that Chao Deju's attack power was also 30 points, which was the same as his own, and he was at the bottom of the list. Zhu Zi, what is your special ability? Hey, you'll know in a minute. Now let's start the defense test. The principal walked over to the testing equipment. After pressing one of the buttons, the sandbag device in the field suddenly deformed and turned into a cannon barrel. The defense test is simple. There is no difference in realm, the difficulty is the same. The shell will be fired from the barrel. The power increases from weak to strong. When students can't bear it anymore, the instrument gives a comprehensive defense score based on their performance. The instrument will stop the attack by detecting the student's physical condition. To prevent the situation where willpower replaces defense. The first person to take the test was still Su Xiaoya. This time, unlike attacking sandbags, the attack may hit nearby students. The students stepped back and made some distance. Crash! The red flames attached to Su Xiaoya. Bang! I saw the energy cannon fired from the barrel, but there was no spiritual energy in the energy bullet. It was completely a product of technology. Su Xiaoya used fire defense, but it did not cause any harm to him. Bang! 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 The energy cannon's attacks became more and more powerful, and Su Xiaoya finally couldn't bear it anymore. Finally, the final evaluation appears on the display screen. Defense rating, 50. High attack and low defense, this is also expected. Only Qinbai knew that Su Xiaoya also possessed the spiritual skill of nirvana. Immediately afterwards, the students went up one after another. The students had just started practicing. Many people only focus on one specialty. This also leads to some students with high attack power having weak defense. Unless it is those abilities that have defensive properties. Li Yi's defense rating is only 40. Very few people passed the test. Next, Chao Deju, the teacher shouted from above. Brother, Xiaoya, let me show you how powerful I am. Chao Deju said to the two of them confidently. Come to the testing instrument. The test begins. Boom! An energy cannon fired directly at them. A black energy body appeared in front of Chao Deju, blocking all the energy bodies. The next scene surprised the students around. As the energy cannon grew stronger, Chao Deju's expression remained unchanged. Su Xiaoya asked, second brother has a defensive ability? Well, it has this kind of defense right after awakening. It can only be defensive, but... Qinbai looked at the black energy body with a frown. Boom! 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 Chao Deju couldn't bear it anymore. At this moment, Chao Deju shouted loudly, and the black energy body turned into a black turtle shell. enveloping Chao Dozhu. Boom! Took another blow. The energy cannon hit the black turtle shell again and again, and its power became stronger and stronger. In the end, Chao Dozhu couldn't hold on any longer. Final score, 90. Fuck, it really is a turtle shell. Xinbai was still wondering why this pattern looked so much like a turtle shell. It turned out to be a turtle shell. The classmates couldn't imagine that Chao Dozhu's defense was so strong. Generally speaking, when going to a secret realm for training, defense is very important. Normally, the team will face monsters that outnumber them. Those strange beasts fought for their lives. At this time, unless the attack is overwhelming, defense becomes very important. The teacher in charge of the assessment said, "Not bad." Next, Xinbai. "What are you doing with this fan?" Su Xiaoya looked at the thing that looked like a banana fan in Xinbai's hand with some curiosity. "My life-defining weapon." Xinbai walked directly to the podium. Uchiha fan can rebound long-range attacks, and the rebound effect is the same as its own realm. Xinbai is currently at the first level. Xinbai can rebound any long-range attacks below level 2. Xinbai asked, "Teacher, this cannon barrel should be able to withstand the attack, right?" The teacher chuckled and said, "Why? You want to defend and attack the instrument at the same time. It's not impossible. Don't worry, you can attack as much as you want. If anything breaks, it's my fault." At this time, the principal came over and explained. This device can emit energy up to level 1, level 9, and it can also withstand energy up to level 1, level 9. If you can break it, I'll reward you with a spiritual energy bead. Let's start, the teacher reminded and immediately pressed the button. At this time, everyone's eyes looked over. If it was just now, Li Yi and the others would definitely say that poor students have more stationery. But Chao Dozhu had just slapped him in the face. However, everyone is still not optimistic about Xinbai. How could a space-related ability have defensive power? Boom! The energy cannon hit. Xinbai raised his round fan and bounced back directly. Bang! The moment the energy cannon touched the fan, an invisible force bounced the energy cannon back intact and hit the barrel. Every time the cannon fired, Xinbai bounced back. Gradually, even blue smoke came out of the barrel. What the hell? What kind of ability is this? The space system also has a rebound effect? There's a cheat. Whether teachers or students, everyone was watching this scene. Different from Chao Dozhu's tortoise shell, the fan in Xinbai's hand seems even more outrageous. Boom! Boom! The instrument detected that Xinbai was always in normal condition, so the cannon would continue to fire. As if without stopping, the power of the energy cannon even increased to the level of a level 7 spiritual warrior. You told me this is a space-based ability? Doesn't Xinbai also have dual abilities? Is it the weapon in his hand? Have you ever seen such an awesome weapon? Everyone was stunned and began to doubt their lives as they watched the scene before them. He is very talented. Maybe we can let him get in touch with it in advance. Principal Chen Yutian muttered to himself, as if he was thinking about something. The cannon's attack lasted for a long time, but Xinbai still showed no signs of defense weakening. Instead, cracks appeared on the barrel. If the energy bullet is fired from a cannon, it attacks the cannon itself. A level 1, level 9 cannon is fired at a level 1, level 9 cannon barrel. Who can resist longer? The cannon barrel once again increased its attack intensity, and its power seemed to have reached its maximum. Boom! Xinbai also held the round fan in front of him. Rebound! Boom! The attack fell on the barrel again. The muzzle of the gun barrel began to break. The attack still did not stop, and another energy cannon was fired. Again acted upon itself. Chen Yutian secretly sighed that something was wrong. Oh no! Xinbai, stop it. The equipment is going to break. Xinbai didn't care about so many things, for the spirit beads. I'm so fucking bouncing. Chapter 30. Who taught you to measure speed like this? Before Chen Yutian could shout, Xinbai stepped forward. Shorten the distance between yourself and the barrel to increase the rebound speed. Bang! Finally, the testing equipment exploded. Chen Yutian came to Xinbai with a fierce look. What do you mean, kid? Didn't I tell you to stop? Seeing Chen Yutian so irritable, Xinbai said with a look of grievance. Principal, why don't you ask if I'm hurt? Chen Yutian was stunned. Yes, Compared to equipment damage, the safety of students is your most important thing. Are you injured? Shinbai patted his clothes and said, "Nothing's wrong, you're so handsome." From Chen Yutian's emotional value plus 666. Chen Yutian narrowed his eyes slightly, ready to lose his temper. Shinbai spoke again, "Principal, why don't you ask me if making such a big fuss is forcibly stimulating my potential and whether my supernatural powers have suffered any indelible damage?" Chen Yutian thought for a moment, "With such great power, could it be that you're forcing your potential to use it? Did it cause any damage to you?" Shinbai, "No, how could such a small scene possibly hurt me?" From Chen Yutian's emotional value plus 666. Shinbai, "Then why don't you ask me if I was careless?" Chen Yutian thought it was possible. "Then were you careless?" On purpose. From Chen Yutian's emotional value plus 666. Chen Yutian, "Do you think it's fun to play tricks on me?" "No, I'm seriously teasing you." Shinbai is absolutely serious about emotional values. "You kid. Principal, you said there would be a reward for me if I blew up this device." Okay. Very good. Go to the warehouse and get a spiritual energy bead." Chen Yutian didn't know how to express his emotions. "Okay. Etc." Shinbai was about to turn around and leave when Chen Yutian called out, "No, how did you manage to blow up the test equipment with your level 5 strength?" As soon as these words were spoken, the students around him reacted immediately. Yes. Shinbai is only at level 5, so why can he defend against attacks and counterattack at the same time? Well, of course it's my ability. I have a spiritual skill called space refraction, which can bounce back some skills intact. Shinbai didn't want anyone to know the effect of the round fan, so he made up a reason. However, a veteran like Chen Yutian is not so easy to fool. "I think it's your fan that's the problem." He took Shinbai's round fan and checked it. The classmates all stared at the principal. "I want to see if there really is such a powerful spiritual weapon." After a while. "Strange, why is it just an ordinary fan?" As a principal, you don't even believe what the students say. This is really disappointing to the students. Shinbai pretended to be heartbroken. "Fortunately, the system is more advanced, and no one can use this thing except me." After Shinbai came back from collecting the spiritual energy beads, he was just about to start the speed test. Originally, students only needed to run on the testing instrument and the instrument would display their speed score. But now, the equipment is broken, and we can only test it on the school runway. The speed test mainly measures burst speed and sustained speed. Burst speed is what allows you to take the initiative in battle. Sustained speed is when escaping, allowing you to retreat faster. Shinbai's speed once again shocked everyone. "Shinbai, who taught you to measure speed like this?" "Run again." Jiangku cursed. It's not because Shinbai's speed is too slow or too fast. Instead, this kid actually teleported from the starting point to the end point in an instant. Whether it is a long distance run or a short distance run, the time does not exceed 1 second. "Teacher, what's the difference? Just tell me whether it's fast or not." Shinbai protested. The classmates followed suit and made a fuss. 666, Shinbai is really a second-rate guy. 3 seconds is too much. From now on, Shinbai will be Superman for 1 second. I suggest that in the future, when Shinbai fights, he should give his opponent 2 legs. In the end, Jiangke still gave Shinbai full marks, because he was his student after all. Don't be afraid when the principal asks you, just say it's over in 1 second. The last test of reaction. The test is to dodge the small balls fired by the testing instrument within a certain range. Do not let the ball touch your body. Similarly, since the instrument is broken, the teacher is now in charge. This project is Shinbai's strong point. Just when Shinbai was about to go up and show off, the examiner told him that he had scored full marks and did not need to take the test anymore. The classmates around were speechless, but no one had any objections. With instant teleportation being the case, few people of the same level can catch up with Shinbai. In the first order case, the reaction ability is even more terrible than other items. Only a few people passed the exam. Xiao Dizhu is even more awesome. I don't know if it was intentional, but I hit almost all the balls. The reaction is the slowest. Today's theoretical assessment ends here. You can log into the school forum in a few days to check the final class placement. After the assessment, the principal came over to give a summary. Don't worry about your results this time. After the next semester starts, the school will organize regular field exercises in secret areas. Those who perform well can still enter the rocket class, and those who perform poorly will return to the regular class. The school does this to tell you that in the world of spiritual warriors, if you don't advance, you will retreat. If you don't fight for some resources, others will come to grab them. Half an hour later, Chen Yutian finally finished his rambling. The students went back to their homes, and some of them, influenced by the principal, started to study hard during the winter vacation. Most people are thinking about taking advantage of this winter vacation to relax. Of course, Xinbai became the subject of much discussion, especially the incident of breaking the testing equipment. Brother. Chao Dezhu walked over. The two went home together after school. Xinbai teased, "What's wrong? You're not going home with Lu Ruyan today. Is the honeymoon period over?" Chao Dezhu, "There's no such thing as a honeymoon period. We just kissed." Xinbai asked in surprise, "Fuck, you can do it, you also have kissing skills?" "Don't mention it. She was the one who took the initiative to kiss me, but I couldn't even pry her teeth open." "Is there such a thing?" Xinbai was a little surprised. "Yeah, do you have any good ideas?" Xinbai thought for a moment and looked at the school guard, Uncle Wang. "Uncle Wang, have you ever kissed someone of the opposite sex?" The gatekeeper, Uncle Wang, raised his head proudly. "Is that even necessary?" Xinbai asked, "I'm asking a question for my friend. What should I do if I can't pry open the other person's teeth during a kiss?" Uncle Wang shook his head. "I don't know, the ones I kissed all had no teeth." Xinbai turned to Chao Dezhu and said, "Just pull out all of Lu Ruyan's teeth." From Chao Dezhu's Emotional Value plus 666. Chapter 31, You Can Find Money Even When You Go Shopping. On the main road, Xinbai and Chao Dezhu were walking on the sidewalk. Chao Dezhu kept talking about how his parents knew that he had awakened superpowers, and Uncle Lei was so excited that he almost burned the house down to celebrate. "Xinbai, is this guy in front out of control?" Xinbai looked carefully and found that a ghost fire car was staggering towards him. It is performing a single-wheeled ride, with a spirited little sister on its back. That's what Will-O-the-Wisp boys are like. They'd rather sleep and drive at the same time. As soon as Xinbai said this, he suddenly realized something was wrong. The ghost fire in front of me seemed to be rushing towards me. "Damn it, Juzi, run! Don't panic, I'm here!" Chao Dezhu shouted excitedly. A black turtle shell appeared in his hand again, blocking the two of them. The motorcycle crashed heavily into the black turtle shell. There was a bang sound, and Xinbai and Chao Dezhu were safe and sound. The two people in the car fell to the ground due to the impact. The Will-O-the-Wisp boy even fainted and lost consciousness. The spirited girl stopped Xinbai and the other person. "Don't leave. You are responsible for what happened to my boyfriend." Xinbai came to the ghost fire boy, shook it for a while, and found no response, so he said to Chao Dezhu, "It's over, the person is dead, Juzi, contact the crematorium." From Eddie's Emotion Value plus 666. From Lin Ro's Emotional Value plus 666. No. Not dead. Not dead. Eddie, the Will-O-the-Wisp boy who pretended to be unconscious, quickly stood up. "Oh, he's not dead. Let's go." Xinbai turned around and was about to leave, but was stopped by two people. For a moment, Xinbai and the others were a little confused. The spirited girl shouted angrily, "You hurt my boyfriend like this, and you're just going to leave like this? You were the ones who drove the car into us, and now you're looking for trouble with us?" Chao Dezhu was not panicked at all. The next second, there were two pop sounds. Lin Ro clapped her hands, and several ghost fire boys gathered around her. Xinbai was shocked. "Fuck, what the hell is this? Are all the young people nowadays so masculine? What to do? Just run away? Why panic? We are now in a harmonious society." Soon, Xinbai saw the other party's unfriendly eyes. "What do you want? Pay me money. Medical expenses and compensation for emotional distress. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving. It's just money. I really can't do anything to you. Give me your phone." Xinbai shook his head and said helplessly. The injured Eddie handed over the phone. "You're a smart kid." Xinbai asked, "What's your ID card and name?" Eddie asked, "Do you need this thing for transferring money?" "Large-scale transfers are definitely necessary." Xinbai urged. When these ghost fire teenagers heard the big amount, they immediately became excited. Eddie, tell him quickly, didn't your sister just freeze your funds recently? We're all broke. Good. Eddie told Sheen by the signal. Sheen by fiddled with his phone for a while and then replaced it. Done. Eddie took the phone, his eyes sparkling. 200,000. Lin Ro didn't expect the other party to give so much. What do you want to do? I just want to make friends with you guys. Okay. I, Eddie, have made you my friend. Let's go, I'll treat you to dinner. No need for that, let's wait for the next opportunity. Sheen Bai pulled Xiao Dezhu away directly. Xiao Dezhu couldn't wait to ask, when will you call to report it? Report what? Xiao Dezhu looked confused. In his impression, Sheen Bai would never suffer any loss. Report those people for extortion. 200,000 is enough to keep those people inside for a long time. Didn't you just deliberately give them so much money to make the charges more serious? Sheen Bai was shocked. Fuck, man, how come you are darker than me? Don't you think so? Have you ever thought about this question? Where did I get the 200,000 yuan? This. Xiao Dezhu was a little confused. Sheen Bai has no problem with food, clothing, housing and transportation, but it is indeed difficult for him to come up with 200,000 yuan. The money is not mine. Sheen Bai said indifferently. The other side. In a luxurious villa. When Eddie returned home, he heard a girl scolding him. Well, have you made up your mind? Come with me to the secret realm this time. After we come back, I'll ask my dad to unfreeze your bank card. Ha, sister, you didn't expect that I don't need your money anymore, I have my own money. Where did you get the money? Did you sell your equipment? How is that possible? I earned that myself. The girls were very curious. I can say that I understand Eddie's character very well. He hangs out with a group of spirited young girls every day. He has some talent, but he doesn't practice. It is for this reason that I suggested taking this kid out for training. Let him know how dangerous the world is. Where did you get the money? Show me. Eddie sneered and proudly showed his WeChat balance to his sister. The girl scanned it and found that there were really 200,000. Grab the phone and check the situation. Eddie puffed out his chest with pride. This time, he could stand up for once. Thanks so much to the good brother I met today. What do you think, sister? I've already told you that I can make money on my own. You kid are like this now? Huh? Do you know? Eddie hesitated for a moment. It seems like I was blackmailed just now. No, that was a gift from a good brother, how can it be considered extortion? How could I not know? The girl said angrily, look for yourself. Look? What are you looking at? You actually went and took out a loan. You paid back 500,000. You're quite capable. You only have 200,000 left from the loan you just took out. Huh? Eddie was a little confused. That's not right. My good brother said that he only gave me 200,000 yuan to be friends with me because he liked me. Puff. The girl spat out a mouthful of blood. She is almost mad. How come they have such a big difference in IQ when they are born to the same mother? Are you an idiot? You were sold and you're still counting the money. They used your phone to get a loan of 500,000 yuan, transferred 300,000 yuan away, and only left you 200,000 yuan. Damn it! How dare this bastard lie to me? I'm going to teach him a lesson. Forget it, don't think too much about it. I'll pay you back. Just take it as a lesson. Forget about the 200,000. Oh. Eddie took his phone back and went into the house to make a call. Lin Ro, I'm out of money again. Eddie explained the situation. Tell the brothers I won't be attending the upcoming gatherings. Lin Ro's voice came, what about those two guys? Are you just going to let it go? How is that possible? When I meet those two guys again, I will definitely make them pay. I still remember what that kid looks like. Do you want to call for help? No, I don't have any money now. Let's talk about it after the new year. Chapter 32, 10 consecutive draws, detonating talismans, and detective badges. It was already evening when Sheen Bai returned home. I looked at the extra 300,000 on WeChat. Eddie's emotional value increased as he watched the system messages pop up continuously. In one word, awesome. In the class group, students were discussing their results. As expected, Xinbai and Xiao Dezhu both entered the rocket class. Xiao Dezhu doesn't take the rocket class too seriously, he just wants to improve his relationship with Lu Ruyan. In the family group, Xinbai looked at the message. Xiao Dezhu has already started telling his parents the good news. Mom and Dad, your son has been admitted to the rocket class this time. The school needs parents to sign to confirm. Xiao Dalai, I'm a bit busy recently, let your mother go. Oh my god, Zhuzi actually got into the rocket class? Su Xiuli asked, what ranking did he get in? It was just luck. Xiao Dezhu admitted, I just stepped on the line and was the last one to pass. Su Xiuli replied directly, tell the teacher that your mother is dead. Xiao Dezhu? Xinbai suddenly remembered that a parent's signature was indeed required to enter the martial arts class. The path of cultivation requires a lot of resources, and must include the consent of parents and the strong support of family members. But since my parents are gone, I can only look for Zhuzi's parents. Xinbai asked in the group, Godmother, I've been admitted to the rocket class and need a parent's signature to confirm. Seeing this, Xiao Dezhu quickly replied, my mother is dead, I can't go. Go. I'll go now. Su Xiuli interrupted directly, Mom watched the 30-second commercial and was resurrected. From Xiao Dezhu's emotional value plus 666. Xiao Dezhu asked aggrievedly, Mom, why did you sign for Xinbai but not for me? Su Xiuli, Xiaobai is obviously at the top of the class, unlike you who was so embarrassed. From Xiao Dezhu's emotional value plus 666. Xiao Dalai, everyone, get ready. We'll be going to the secret realm for internship and assessment in 2 days. Xinbai was lying on the bed. It was his first time after all, so he searched the internet for some common knowledge about the secret realm. That's all there is to it. First, all technology is unusable in the secret realm. Transportation depends on walking, communication depends on shouting, heating depends on shivering, and venting depends on hands. Second, in addition to dangerous beasts in the secret realm, you must also be careful of humans. Although everyone is united against the outside world now, there may still be some scum. Third, the level of the exotic beast corresponds to the level of the spiritual warrior, but the spiritual warrior is at a disadvantage at a low level. After all, the exotic beast has high physical strength, so you must be careful. Fourth, in the secret realm of the same level, there are lord-level beasts, commonly known as boss. Their strength is one level higher than that of ordinary beasts. They are renewable resources. As for the reason, humans do not understand it. Fifth, I haven't thought about it yet. Sixth, wait until you have thought about the fifth point. After reading the message, Xinbai felt that it was completely within his expectations. It's just a bit troublesome without internet, I can't even watch movies. But it's normal. The secret realm is so big. If humans could control the signal towers, there would be no monsters to worry about. He looked at his points and found that he had earned 110,000 points during this period. See if you can improve your strength. Directly a wave of 10 rare draws. Congratulations to the host, you won the Conan World Item Junior Detective Team Small Badge. Congratulations to the host, you won the Conan World Item Junior Detective Team Small Badge. Congratulations to the host, you have drawn the Naruto World Item Detonating Talisman. Congratulations to the host, you have won the Naruto World Item Bingliangwen. After 10 consecutive draws, I got a total of 4 detective badges, 3 food pills, 2 detonating tags, and 1 was garbage. There are 2 new things, with introductions. Xinbai checked the system description. Junior Detective Team Small Badge. Functional spiritual tool, can be carried with you, can communicate with each other remotely, can be used without signal, needs to be charged for battery life. Batteries can be purchased with emotion points. Detonating Talisman, trap-type spiritual weapon, disposable consumable. Place the detonator on the target object. When the enemy touches the detonator, it will explode instantly, killing enemies below level 5. The higher the enemy's level, the lower the damage. It can be upgraded through the emotion value. The effect is quite good. It's like a pillow when you feel sleepy. But why does it always feel a bit tricky? How many emotions are needed for the battery of the detective badge? Not 3,000 or 4,000, not 1,000 or 2,000, just 998. 998 emotion points can be taken home with a battery. 1,000 emotion points for only one battery? Why don't you go and rob it? How long does a battery last? After the first draw, the detective badge has its own battery, which allows for a 7-day standby time. The more frequently you use it, the faster the battery will drain. Looking at it this way, it's not bad. Can be used in secret realms. He needs to test the approximate range of communication. The detective badge is about the same size as in the original book. Shinbai took out his cell phone and played music. Keep a detective badge next to your phone. I was holding another detective badge to distance myself. Activate Flying Thunder God. He arrived at the school in an instant, picked up the detective badge and put it next to his ear. There is sound. The next second he appeared in the Taoism club. There is still sound. Tried several places. Shinbai discovered that this thing had a really long range. At least it can cover the entire Jiangcheng. This thing is awesome. In the secret realm, communication is difficult, so you carry this thing with you, which is a must-have item for beating up and ambushing the attackers. As for the detonating talisman, it seems that upgrading it is somewhat useful. Explosive talisman upgrade function, you can use emotion points to upgrade, and the power increases after upgrading. Each upgrade consumes 10,000 emotion points, and the power increases by 1 level each time. The maximum upgrade is level 9. 1 level at a time, which means consuming 40,000 emotion points to kill a level 9. The price-performance ratio is good, but the downside is that it is consumable and will be gone after 1 use. The problem is that he doesn't have any emotional value to upgrade now, so he can only put it aside for now. Take back the detonating talisman. Getting ready to go to the secret realm. Shinbai sorted out the current props. Uchiha Fan, Binglion Pill, Shadowless Sword Flower Picking and Leaf Picking, Exploding Talisman, Detective Badge, Primary Detector. Although he is only a level 5 spiritual warrior. But under the effect of these props, spiritual warriors below the 2nd level are no match for him. Not to mention the existence of Flying Thunder God. According to the system, Flying Thunder God can travel between the secret realm and the Blue Star, right? These days, Sushili helped Shinbai and Chaodeju sign the rocket class consent form. Shinbai began to prepare the things needed for this operation. Shinbai, who had never been to the secret realm, was worried that he would be bored there. Playing cards, gaming machines, knives, tents. Unfortunately, the system space can only store reward items. Items on Blue Star need to be improved by the system before they can be placed into the system space. After finishing packing, Shinbai looked at the big backpack that was stuffed full and thought, I wonder what the monster meat tastes like. Do you want some seasoning? After thinking about it, Shinbai decided that he needed to come back to get it. Think of this. Shinbai clapped his hands. Yes. I have Flying Thunder God with me, why should I carry so many things? Just take whatever I need. Immediately, Shinbai didn't even bring his backpack. He ran downstairs and carved a Flying Thunder God mark near a department store. Now, if the secret realm needs something, I can just fly back and buy it. Chapter 33. Is it possible? I just want to touch your legs. Early the next morning. Shinbai finally got up after 5 alarm clocks. After washing up, he went out without taking anything with him. As soon as I went out, I saw the door of the new neighbor across the street. The house has been renovated, but no one has moved in yet. Strange, is this the world of the rich? They buy houses but don't even live in them. You know, this is a high-end residential area, and an apartment costs at least tens of millions. Without thinking too much, Shinbai took the bus to the location. 3 people were seen from a distance, 2 of them were Chaodeju and Su Xiaoya. His eyes were drawn to the 3rd person. It's a girl. How to say it? When viewed from the side, it looks like a mountain range. When viewed from the front, it looks like a peak. It looks different from different distances and heights. The combat tights clearly show off the figure. When Shinbai saw the other person's face, he was also stunned. How could it be her? The girl over there also shouted unconsciously when she saw Shinbai. You, profiteer. Shinbai looked disgusted and said, What are you talking about? Something that is consensual between us is called a profiteer? You're the one asking for the highest price. As soon as these words were spoken, Su Xiaoya and Chaodeju smelled the scent of gossip. Brother Bai, what's going on? Shinbai waved his hand and said, Nothing, just selling medicine. Brother Bai, don't sell fake medicine. It's illegal. Chaodeju reminded seriously. Not really. Xinbai took out the military ration pills and handed 2 of them to Su Xiaoya and Xiao Dizhu. This is called Bingliang pill. After consuming it, you can quickly restore your physical strength and spiritual energy. Wow, Brother Bai is so awesome, he can even get something like this. The 2 of them accepted it without hesitation, without any doubt. The girl looked at Xinbai with interest. The 2 of them just said that they have an older brother, and the relationship between the 3 of them is ridiculously good. I originally thought it was an exaggeration, but now it seems to be true. She was very clear about the effects of Bingliang pills, but this person gave them to her just because he said so. After glancing at the 3 of them, the girl said, "We are on this mission together. Let's introduce ourselves. My name is Ai Weiwei. Level 1, Level 6 Spirit Warrior, his special ability is Psychic, mainly responsible for assistance." "Are you Ai Weiwei?" Xinbai was extremely surprised after hearing this and looked the other person up and down. "This is the name of my new neighbor. Do you know me?" "I'm your neighbor. If I had known you were barely decent looking, I would have given you a chance and treated me to a meal." From Ivy Wei's mood value plus 666. From Chao Dizhu's emotional value plus 666. From Su Xiaoya's emotional value plus 666. Don't mind it, that's just how Brother Bai speaks. Su Xiaoya was worried that the other party would be angry. Afterwards, Su Xiaoya introduced herself. "Su Xiaoya, you can call me Xiaoya. I'm a level 6 spiritual warrior of the first stage. My special ability is fire, and my main attack is attack." Then he said to Chao Dizhu, "Chao Dizhu, you can call me Zhuzi. I am a level 1, level 4 spiritual warrior, with earth-based supernatural powers, mainly defensive." Finally, it was Qinbai. "Qinbai, you can call me Dabai, a level 5 spiritual warrior of the first order, with a special ability of space, and I mainly do nothing." After getting a rough idea of the situation, I found out that Ivy Wei originally had her own team. It's just that some members couldn't come, so they were assigned to their team. Qinbai said, "Okay, from now on, we are teammates. According to seniority, you are the 4th sister." "Why am I the 4th sister?" Ivy Wei said, unconvinced. Qinbai explained, "I am the big one, Zhuzi is called the second one, Xiaoya is the small one, and you are the small one, so naturally you are the smallest." "That doesn't make sense." Ivy Wei was stunned after hearing this. "Also, why are you the boss and he's the second?" "Nonsense, I'm definitely bigger. As for Zhuzi, don't you think Ertsuzi is more catchy? Isn't it because I'm ranked second that you call me that?" Chao Dozhu asked curiously. Qinbai smiled and said nothing. At this time, Ai Weiwei suddenly asked with great interest, "Are you really Qinbai?" Qinbai replied, "Guaranteed authenticity. Qinbai who lives in 1605, Unit 2, by Huayuan Community?" Qinbai looked at the other person in surprise. "Fuck, you're still investigating me? What's your purpose? Confess quickly. Otherwise, you're going to die." Su Xiaoya and Chao Dizhu were equally confused. They had never heard that Qinbai knew a girl like this. Ai Weiwei said, "One day, at the entrance of Bai Huayuan Community, I fell on the side of the road. I was already injured, and after falling again, I couldn't stand up at all. Everyone around me kept reminding me, asking if I was okay, or just watching from the sidelines. Only you held my knee and took me to a nearby hospital, so I didn't have any sequelae. From that moment on, I remembered you." Qinbai fell into deep thought. "Really? Am I so kind?" "Yes. I was wearing a black skirt and a white shirt, and you were wearing a yellow top. It was 2 years ago." Ai Weiwei affirmed that she even investigated Qinbai's residence for this purpose. "I seem to remember that there was a girl in a black miniskirt." Qinbai explained, "Is there a possibility that I just wanted to touch her legs?" From Ivy Wei's mood value plus 666. "Then I'll let you touch it now, do you want to try it?" Ivy said, stepping forward with her long legs in tights. "Fuck, Brother Bai is so lucky, this is the legendary pledge of one's body." Chao Dozhu and Su Xiaoya cheered from the side. Qinbai became alert after hearing this. "No, it's totally wrong. Life-saving grace. Meet a handsome guy and commit to him. If you meet an ugly person, you will be treated like a slave in your next life." Qinbai could understand this. But this is not a life-saving grace. Could it be that this woman is after something of her own, Bingliang pills? Qinbai muttered quietly, "Is this what they say, a good cook cannot cook without rice, but where there is rice there is always a good cook to blow it?" From Ivy Wei's mood value plus 666. Ai Weiwei cursed, I really want to beat you to death. Just as several people were talking, a jeep drove over in the distance and stopped in front of everyone. Immediately afterwards, a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit came down. You are the interns taking the assessment this time, right? I am your supervisor, Wang Lin. You can call me Instructor Wang. The middle-aged man introduced himself, his voice full of majesty. Since you're here for the assessment, I'm sure you all know about the treatment of interns. I won't waste any more words. Qin Bai suddenly interrupted. Instructor, I don't know the details. Are you here to cause trouble? Wang Lin asked unhappily. In his opinion, since everyone has come to take the assessment, they must be clear about the treatment. But Qin Bai really didn't know, there was no detailed information on the internet. However, Wang Lin did not hesitate too much and began to tell the story. First of all, this mission of yours is an assessment. Only after you pass the assessment can you become an intern. After becoming an intern, you can receive special missions through official military channels and earn points. Of course, as an intern, you will receive a fixed amount of points every month based on your performance in the assessment. Entering the secret realm requires Dragon Country currency, but you can also use military merit instead. In addition, you can also redeem it for official Dragon Country rewards. 1 point is equal to 10,000 Dragon Nation coins. They're basically in short supply, so I suggest you save your military merits for the early stages. Becoming an intern allows you to enter any military academy or university without taking an entrance exam, and you also have many conveniences in your daily life. Of course, the most important thing is that you can choose whether to directly join the garrison. Chapter 34 Heading to Zhongxin Town. The 4 of them got into the jeep. Wang Lin was in charge of driving, and the others were heading towards the secret realm ahead. There happens to be a first-level secret realm on the outskirts of Jiangcheng. Wang Lin explains the test content during the exam. Your mission this time is very simple, a teamwork mission. The authorities have reviewed your personal information. Considering your resources and abilities, the mission objective is to hunt down the Shilong Phantom Wolf. I will not take any action or interfere during this period. The 4 of them were shocked when they heard this, Shilong Ghost Wolf. That's right, there happens to be a level 7 Shilong Phantom Wolf in the secret realm. All you have to do is take care of it. Wang Lin added. I'll give you a distress device. If anyone crushes it and calls for help, I'll rush over, but that will mean you failed the assessment. Of course, your assessment will last 7 days, and exceeding the time limit will also be considered a failure. Several people did not ask others what the result was. It is obvious that they are a team and must advance and retreat together. Suddenly, Wang Lin asked, Do you smell a strange smell? Qin Bai shook his head. No, what smell? It smells like durian, said Wang Lin. That's a durian egg tart. Instructor Wang, do you want one? Qin Bai took a bite and took out another one from his backpack. Wang Lin reminded them, no need for that. Be careful. Strange beasts can identify human traces through feces, especially those with a special smell like yours. It's okay, I also have mango flavor, do you want it? No, you can eat it yourself. What about coconut flavor? Why do you have so many egg tarts? Today is Crazy Thursday, 5 flavors, 2 of each, 10 in total, only 29.9. The other 3 looked at Qin Bai. Looking at the several kinds of egg tarts that Qin Bai took out from his backpack, several people were stunned. Ai Weiwei couldn't help but ask, Qin Bai, don't tell me that your backpack is full of egg tarts? Qin Bai said calmly, how is that possible? Crazy Thursday doesn't just have egg tarts, there are also beef burgers and fried chicken nuggets. From Ivy's micro-emotion value plus 666. From Wang Lin's emotional value plus 666. You didn't bring any food like compressed biscuits? Ivy interrupted directly. Qin Bai was a little confused, why eat that thing? Doesn't the internet say that monster meat is edible? Haven't you ever listened to the lecture? Ivy said unhappily, all monster meat contains small amounts of toxins. If it's not processed, it can be harmful to humans. So, spiritual warriors entering the secret realm will bring their own dry food such as compressed biscuits, especially since we will be going through this for a week. Qin Bai shook his head. No wonder everyone says that. When you feel unwell, you check online and find out that you have cancer. Things on the internet are really not trustworthy. Qin Bai looked at the scenery outside the window and felt helpless. No. Juzi, Did you bring compressed biscuits too? Well, my mom has prepared everything for me. Well, it's true that Qin Bai is the only one who knows nothing, but that is not a big problem. The car wasn't going fast and it seemed like it could slow down. On the way, Wang Lin explained some precautions to the four people. 2 hours later, the car arrived at a small town, Zhongxing Town. It is called a small town, but to be more precise, it is a base for spiritual warriors. It consists of 2 parts. Some of them are garrison troops, who prevent strange beasts from escaping from the secret realm. The other part is the Adventurers Association, which mainly facilitates the activities of spiritual warriors. You can post bounty missions and buy and sell secret realm gains. The recycling price here is lower than that in the regular market. The selling price is higher than the regular market. Even so, many people still consume here for the convenience. Zhongxing Town is a first-level secret realm and does not pose any major threats, but the authorities still dare not slack off. Some time ago, a first-order level 9 monster escaped, but fortunately it was dealt with by the spiritual warriors in the town. The vehicle stopped at the garrison. Wang Lin walked over with Qin Bai and others. Arrived at the secret level. A girl in camouflage uniform, who looked to be in her early 20s, came up and saluted Wang Lin, Commander Wang. Wang Lin pointed at Qin Bai and the others behind him and said, Xiaohong, these are the interns taking the assessment this time. You are responsible for registering them. Xiaohong's eyes fell on Qin Bai and the others. Have you all brought your IDs? The 4 of them gave Xiaohong their personal information and assessment certificates. The documents are all fine. A level 7 Shilong Phantom Wolf is quite difficult to obtain. I want to remind you that although you are all psychics and have a lot of wealth, this is a secret place after all. Your life is your own, so you must pay attention to safety. Xiaohong looked at Qin Bai again. Are you Qin Bai? Qin Bai was a little surprised. Do you know me? Well, Qin Tianhao is half my master, and I am half your senior sister. He is the pride of our garrison. If you have any problems in the future, tell me and I will do my best. As she spoke, tears welled up in Xiaohong's eyes. Well, I just need your help with something. What's up? Can you help us capture Shilong Phantom Wolf? From Lu Hong's mood value plus 666. This is a great favor, but I suggest you don't mention it next time. Lu Hong was completely speechless. What does this kid mean? Blatant cheating, right? My goodness, how could Master, such a great man, have such a shameless son? After registration, you will prepare in town and take the exam and assessment as soon as possible. After Wang Lin gave his instructions, he drove away. Qin Bai suggested. It's getting late. We're not familiar with the secret realm, and it's more dangerous at night. I suggest we stay in town for a night to see if there's anything we need, and then enter the secret realm tomorrow morning. Agree. Agree. Xiao Dazhu and Su Xiaoya agree. Before Ai Weiwei could express her opinion, the 4 of them entered Zhongxing Town. Qin Bai came here for the first time and looked around. Different from the towns where those live. There are some shops, hotels, and tea houses here. The decoration is very simple and there are no anti-theft measures. You said they display their treasures so openly, why aren't they afraid of being robbed or stolen? This place is absolutely safe. Anything that harms humanity is absolutely not allowed, including theft, robbery, fighting, etc. Violators will be directly prosecuted by the military court. Xiao Dizhu reminded, worried that Qin Bai would suddenly become a jerk. Although the shop is simple, there is a lot of people coming and going. All the people coming and going are spiritual warriors. They earn resources to improve their strength through secret realms. Qin Bai and his companions found a hotel and put their luggage there. Qin Bai, why are you only carrying a backpack? Ivy Wei couldn't help but ask. This operation was obviously led by Qin Bai. But now that the other party is so unreasonable, is it really okay? Don't worry, everything is under control. Qin Bai took out the detective badge and handed it to the 3 people. There are exactly 4, 1 for each person. This is a communicator badge. After we enter the secret realm, if the distance is too far, we can communicate through this badge. Ai Weiwei said unhappily, no technological product will work in the secret realm. Qin Bai said affirmatively, don't worry, I know this thing is special. Is it really that outrageous? Ivy remained skeptical. In her experience, she had never heard of such a thing. How do I use this? Su Xiaoya asked. You just talk to the badge, just like a cell phone. Chao Deju and Su Xiaoya did not question Qin Bai's words. They tested the sound and put it in their pockets. Chapter 35, Qin Bai is trapped between two sides. The night wind blew, and Qin Bai and his companions, after eating and drinking their fill, walked on the street. The number of passers-by did not decrease at night. Let's go to the Adventurers Guild, there are a lot of things there. Chao Deju pointed to a building in front of him. The building had 5 floors. It stands out in this simple little town. The other 3 had no objection. Qin Bai habitually placed the Flying Thunder God mark. Several people came to the trading place on the 2nd floor of the Adventurers Association. Placed on the display cabinets are basically some recovery beads, animal skins, simple weapons, potions and other items used by spiritual warriors. The things here are so expensive, yet people still buy them? Chao Deju couldn't help but ask. It's normal. This place is hundreds of kilometers away from the exchange city, so a 10% premium isn't much. Spiritual warriors will process their gains from the secret realm directly here for convenience. Some of the things here are even collected from the black market. After a day, Qin Bai had a rough idea of the town's function. Suddenly, Qin Bai had a good idea. You need Dragon Country coin every time you enter the secret realm. He used Flying Thunder God to travel between the secret realm and the Blue Star. Resell some cheap recovery consumables and make a profit from the difference? It's a good idea. Try it when you're stronger. A 20-something staff member wearing a cheongsam came over and said, "Hello, how can I help you?" "Not for now, let's just take a look." Qin Bai shook his head and prepared to go to another place with the other 3. The staff member was a salesperson from the Adventurers Association and saw Qin Bai and his companions from afar. She is well dressed, has a pretty face, a dignified temperament, and no evil aura. At first glance, he is the kind of young man who goes to a secret place for training. Commonly known as Big Fat Sheep. The staff could tell who was the leader at a glance. He stopped in front of Qin Bai, took his hand and said, "Sir, I am very familiar with the products here. You can come to me for anything you need." Qin Bai suddenly felt his right hand being wrapped and clamped by 2 sides. Glancing at the other person. After all, people who have seen big scenes will naturally not take such small scenes seriously. Even if the other person's cheongsam is slit to the shoulders. Qin Bai pulled his arm back. "Don't bother, we can just wander around on our own." The staff member looked at Qin Bai charmingly. "If you have any questions, I can help you solve them. We can have an in-depth discussion." Qin Bai's expression changed. Can everything really be solved? The staff thought to themselves, "Humph, man." But he smiled softly. "That's right, if you have any request, just ask, I will satisfy it." Qin Bai pointed at the display case and said, "Can you give me this?" Black rabbit skin, 500,000 Dragon Kingdom coins. From XXX's emotional value plus 666. Chao Deju accused from the side, "Brother Bai, this is too expensive. You are too greedy." "I am not greedy. Just give us 8 or 10 spirit beads." The staff member's face turned dark, feeling that the 2 were playing a trick on her, and left without looking back. It's strange. It's obvious that anything I say can solve the problem. Qin Bai muttered. "I don't know, maybe some relatives came." Chao Deju also expressed his confusion. A few people continued to stroll around and found that the things here were indeed expensive. And most of them are long-lasting consumables. Several people came to the 3rd floor. Unlike the 2nd floor, there are many people on the 3rd floor. This is the mission hall. Spiritual warriors can post tasks on their own through the system here. There are also some tasks issued by the Adventurers Guild. The difficulty is different, and the rewards will naturally be different. Association mission: collect 10 flowers of prank nectar. Quest guide: the prank flower is located on the plateau. Be careful that the prank flower will disguise itself as an ordinary flower and attack passing spirit warriors. Mission reward: 5,000 Dragon Country coins. The Pianpianua is a common monster, basically around level 1, level 2 or level 3. This strange beast has many attributes, and each attribute has different abilities. Using the honey of the flower to refine potions can increase the resistance to the corresponding attributes. Association mission: collect 10 water slime condensates. Quest guide: usually located near rivers, with high water resistance. Mission reward: 10,000 Dragon Country coins. Employer's mission: a flame bird beast core. Task guide: none. Mission reward: 300,000 Dragon Country coins. It seems that the rewards for tasks issued by spiritual warriors are richer than those for association tasks. Association mission: collect wild boar hides. Employer's mission: capture the Thunder Armor King. Chao Deju couldn't help but complain, why are all the names of monsters from Genshin Impact? Don't you understand this? Shinbai explained, Genshin Impact was originally developed based on Blue Star. Original demons are usually made based on some common low-level exotic beasts. The character's elemental power corresponds to several basic abilities of the spiritual warrior. The purpose is to allow some spiritual warriors to become familiar with the creatures in the secret realm more quickly. It is for this reason that the audience of Genshin Impact is the entire Blue Planet. Of course, there is also the Spirit Warrior Alliance, which can improve your combat awareness if you play more. Su Xiaoya said, should we accept this mission for the Water Wolf hide? The Shilong Phantom Wolf we have this time happens to be a variant of this one, so we have a high chance of encountering it. Shinbai took a look. Association mission: 10 Water Wolf hides. Task guide: water wolves are social creatures, so be careful of being surrounded. Mission reward: 10,000 Dragon Country coins. Shinbai came to the reception desk of the mission hall. Hello, how do we accept the mission here? Which mission do you want to take? The quest for the Water Wolf hide. The staff member looked astonished and said, Sir, this is your first time at the association, right? Shinbai and the others looked at each other, a little at a loss. The staff patiently explained. Just accept the association's mission directly. You only need to submit the animal skins to the association to receive the rewards directly. Only tasks posted by employers require a deposit. Once submitted, no one else can take the task within the specified time frame. After the task is completed, the deposit will be returned regardless of whether the task is completed or not. Oh. Shinbai roughly understood, so much, I only need to submit 100 water wolf skins, and I can get 100,000 Dragon Country coins. Well, yes. Shinbai's eyes rolled around and scanned all the other tasks in the task hall. Just accept all the association tasks. The results show that you can only accept one task per day. Sir, this is to prevent you from getting into danger in the secret realm. The staff explained that, in simple terms, they are worried that spiritual warriors will become too greedy and seek death. Shinbai had no choice but to accept the task of obtaining the water wolf skin and left. It was almost 12 o'clock, so a few people bought some drinks and went back to the hotel to rest. Shinbai took a sip of milk tea and was giving Chaodeju some advice. Shuzi, you can actually tell a girl's social habits by what she likes to drink, and from that you can tell what kind of person your girlfriend is. So powerful? Ivy asked curiously. Girls who drink milk tea have many girlfriends, girls who drink white wine have many stories, and girls who drink red wine have many lovers. That sounds reasonable. Ai Weiwei nodded. What about girls like me who like to drink plain water? Urinate frequently. Roll. Emotion value from Ivy Way plus 666. Chapter 36: How to distinguish between wolves and dogs. Early the next morning, Shinbai and his 3 companions passed through the garrison checkpoint and entered the secret realm. Before my eyes was an endless plain, a vast expanse of green without any obstructions. In the distance, there are several tall mountains standing tall and several streams flowing. Chaodeju sighed, is this the secret realm? It feels like a paradise on Blue Star. Shinbai said seriously, Zhu, don't be fooled by the beautiful scenery. It looks safe here, but it's actually not dangerous at all. From Chaodeju's emotional value plus 666. Ai Weiwei couldn't help but rolled her eyes at Shinbai. Don't talk nonsense, as the saying goes, the more beautiful something is, the more deceptive it is. Is this why you are so honest? From Ivy's micro-emotion value plus 666. Su Xiaoya had obviously done her homework. Our mission this time is to target the Shilong Phantom Wolf. They often live in the woods and live in groups. A level 7 Shilong Phantom Wolf is likely the pack leader. We need to adopt a strategy. This is our first time here. Let's go to the most crowded places first to get to know the secret place better. We can make plans after finding our target location. Shinbai looked at the crowd around him and made up his mind. Ivy Wei suddenly turned around and took something out of her pocket. Hey. Shinbai glanced at him and asked, what are you doing? Ivy said, let me try to see if your badge works. Isn't this nonsense? Anything Shinbai produces must be top quality. Shinbai took out his detective badge and could hear Ai Weiwei's voice. Hello, hello. After a few words, Chao Dezhu and Su Xiaoya also took out their detective badges. Several people can hear each other's voices. Ai Weiwei looked at Qin Bai in surprise. Can it really be used? How far is the communication distance? It shouldn't be very far, at least 100 kilometers. Qin Bai had no intention of showing off at all. 100 kilometers or so? Isn't that about the size of Zhongcheng? It's no wonder that Ai Weiwei was surprised. Chao Dezhu and Su Xiaoya were equally incredulous. There are no electronic communication devices in the secret realm. Only the military can use spiritual communication devices. Those are all large instruments. Where did Qin Bai get these things? Easy to carry, anyone can use it. Where did you get this? Even though Chao Dezhu's family is well off, he has never seen such a thing. I bought it on the black market. Damn it, this is so disgusting, why didn't I find it? Chao Dezhu cursed. At this moment, there was a sound from the surrounding bushes. Wash, wash, wash. Brush, brush, brush. Then, a figure sneaked out from the bushes. Qin Bai and the others looked over subconsciously. I saw a four-legged creature that looked like a wolf dog, covered with black and white fur, and with a pair of clear big eyes on its face. Spiritual energy fluctuations continued to emanate from his body. Ai Weiwei instantly became alert. Qin Bai was shocked. Oh my god, there are huskies in the secret realm. Who got lost? This is obviously Alaska. Chao Dezhu said after taking a look. Are you blind? Don't you see the three fires above your head? Besides, Alaskans are mostly long-haired. Su Xiaoya retorted, I think it's a wolf. This is a secret place, it's very likely a strange beast, we can't judge it based on common sense. The strange beast began to roar, feeling that it was not respected. I am very dissatisfied with the people in front of me. Chao Dezhu, Xiaoya, don't bully me for being uneducated. Wolves from exotic beasts usually live in groups, so how could there be only one? Even if it's an exotic beast, it must be a dog. Su Xiaoya looked carefully at the pattern of the strange beast and turned to look at Ai Weiwei. This strange beast seems to have no record in any books. A new species of exotic beast? Ivy looked up and down at the exotic beast in front of her. This is one of the functions of cultural subjects. High school knowledge covers the appearance, characteristics, abilities, weaknesses, and other information of low-level monsters. Actually, it's easy to tell whether it's a wolf or a dog. Chao Dezhu looked smart and said, just look at the tail. As the saying goes, if it's pointing down, it's a wolf, and if it's pointing up, it's a dog. Your method isn't as good as mine. Qin Bai denied, touch his nose with your finger. If there's something sticky and wet on his nose, it's a dog. If your finger isn't there, it's a wolf. From Chao Dezhu's emotional value plus 666. From Ai Weiwei's mood value plus 888. From Su Xiaoya. Then you go and try it. Chao Dezhu glanced at the strange beast in front of him. Let's go. Qin Bai came in front of the strange beast. The man and the beast were staring at each other. Seeing that the other party did not do anything extreme, Qin Bai extended his index finger. Under the confused gaze of the strange beast, he was about to touch its nose. But his hand had not yet touched the nose of the strange beast. Qin Bai quickly retracted his fingers. He shouted loudly, damn it, this beast wants to bite me, it must be a wolf. Then he slapped the monster in the face. The strange beast was unable to react in time and its entire body was blown backwards. From the sky-splitting dog's emotion value plus 5,555. Woof, woof, woof. The sky-splitting dog climbed up from the ground and roared at Qin Bai, no longer able to shout a woo. Damn, I've seen shameless people, but I'd never seen anyone so shameless. Either you stop being a human, and I stop being a dog. You be the dog. Qin Bai looked at the system prompts. Wow, exotic beasts also have emotional values? At this time, Chao Dezhu and the other two were also confused. I have no idea what happened. Damn, he's worthy of being the big brother. He can even react to this. Ai Weiwei looked at Su Xiaoya in confusion, is he always this crazy? Su Xiaoya did not answer, and a golden light flashed on her hand. A spear materialized from flames appeared out of thin air. Holding the spear in his hand, he stabbed at the sky dog. Chao Dezhu also did not hesitate. A black turtle shell appeared in his hand, blocking the sky-splitting dog's retreat. although it was the first time for the three of them to face the strange beast. The cooperation between them is extremely tacit. How do you develop tacit understanding? Students from Jiancheng No. 1 Middle School have a deep understanding. Boom! The flaming spear pierced the ground, raising clouds of thick smoke. Ha! Su Xiaoya was a little surprised and did not feel the touch of piercing objects. After a while, the smoke dissipated and the sky-splitting dog disappeared from the spot. It's gone! Su Xiaoya exclaimed. Xinbai analyzed Zhu Zi and I blocked its escape route, and now it suddenly disappeared. There is only one possibility. Ouch! Sure enough, on a branch. The sky-splitting dog looked at the three people with a crooked mouth and a mocking look. Oh my god, when did we get there? Chao Dozhu asked in confusion. Teleportation? This thing is space-based. Ivyway shouted, I can slow down its reaction speed. A gentle energy emanated from around Ivy. The sky-splitting dog's eyes became somewhat dull. The golden spear in Su Xiaoya's hand turned into flames and merged into her body. The arms turned into a pair of wings. Brush, brush, brush. Countless blazing fire feathers flew towards the sky dog. Unfortunately, although the attack was powerful, it was still avoided by the sky-splitting dog. It stood on another tree, its eyes full of contempt. He raised his head towards the sky and let out another mocking roar. Ouch! When it was halfway through howling, a big hand appeared out of nowhere and pinched its mouth. Where's your mother? Xinbai grabbed the dog's head and smashed it hard to the ground. Thump! Sky-splitting dog was shocked. What was going on? What happened just now? Chapter 37, Gently knock your head and call a dog a wolf. Sky-splitting dog looked at Xinbai, who suddenly disappeared, and an ominous premonition arose in his heart. Then he quickly performed a space jump. However, a figure appeared before my eyes. As their eyes met, Xinbai's expression was full of perversion. This is a space-type monster, the rarest of the rare. The space-type monster that didn't appear as money. How could the sky-splitting dog dare to stay and perform continuous space jumps? Stop, don't run. Xinbai held the Uchiha fan in his left hand and the shadowless sword in his right hand. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sky-splitting dog kept running, and Xinbai used Flying Thunder God to follow closely behind. The sky-splitting dog couldn't get rid of Xinbai. What it doesn't know is, just now, when Xinbai slapped him, the Flying Thunder God mark has been carved into its mouth. A man and a dog chased each other in the woods. Figures kept flashing. Ai Weiwei was completely stunned. Teleport. It turned out to be from the Space Department. Xinbai was not fooling anyone. The landing point of the teleportation is so accurate, and the proficiency is quite high. Su Xiaoya reminded, hurry up and use your special ability. Ai Weiwei said anxiously, no, my ability is range-based. With my current strength, Xinbai and the beast are so close that both of them will be affected. Space-type monster. Xinbai didn't study much and didn't attend classes much. I don't know how rare these space-related monsters are. The number of exotic beasts in the secret realm is several times that of humans, but space-related exotic beasts are also rare. A secret realm might not even have a single space-type monster. Not to mention this strange beast that doesn't appear in textbooks. Every time the sky-splitting dog jumped through space, it would see Xinbai suddenly appear in front of it. It's like a ghost, it scared the dog. Every time they met, Xinbai would hit her head with the round fan in his hand. The damage is not high, but it is extremely insulting. The most important thing is the hilt of the sword in Xinbai's hand. Every time it comes into close contact with my skin, even though I have thick skin, it still causes harm. Xinbai intends to subdue this thing. I'm not bragging, but with it, it's really hard to die. If it weren't for the Flying Thunder God mark, I really wouldn't be able to do anything with this thing. But how could the sky-splitting dog surrender so easily? Roaring at Xinbai madly. Bang! Boom! BIAG. 10 minutes later. Gently knock on your head and help you close your eyes. Look at the busy figure, do you still need onions, ginger, and garlic to see you off? So unromantic, lighting a blazing bonfire. The sky-splitting dog's anger turned into obedience in an instant. There is no way. It has been drained dry by Xinbai and cannot be used for even a space jump. Is this kid's psychic power unlimited? I'm sorry for being born a dog. Finally, sky-splitting dog chose to follow his heart. On the other side, Chao Deju and others were still worried. The next second, the three of them were stunned. Xinbai was riding on the waist of the sky-splitting dog. He holds a sword in his left hand and a shield in his right hand. The sky-splitting dog under his seat was running wildly on all fours, mighty and domineering. Whenever the sky-splitting dog tried to resist, Xinbai would hit it with the weapon that only had a hilt. How is this possible? Besides a beast-controlling spiritual warrior, who can actually control a strange beast? For the first time, Su Xiaoya began to doubt what she had learned. However, when she saw the sky-splitting dog's body covered in bruises and tears in its eyes, everything made sense. Chao Deju yelled, "Brother Bai, riding a dog will ruin your pants." "What dog?" "It's a wolf," Xinbai said as he patted the sky-splitting dog's head. "Ah woo. Ah woo." From the sky-splitting dog's emotion value plus 5,555. "See? That's the howl of a wolf." Xinbai nodded with satisfaction. Ai Weiwei was extremely surprised. "Xinbai, what happened to your teleportation? And why are you different from the information?" Xinbai asked back, "Huh? You investigated me? You don't have a crush on me, do you?" "Bah! Didn't I tell you that I wanted to repay you and asked someone to look up your information? Besides, your information isn't a big secret, you can find it out with just a quick search." "Do you really want to repay the favor?" "Of course I did. I bought the Bingliang pills for you, but I didn't know you were the seller." "Who knew your appearance would change so much?" Ai Weiwei asked seriously, "Where did you get the Bingliang pill? And that sword handle, I always feel it's unusual. Why do you have so many secrets?" "Secrets make boys more attractive." Xinbai smiled mysteriously. From Ivy's micro-emotion value plus 888. "Bah, say it if you want. You two have such a good relationship, don't you want to know?" Ai Weiwei looked at Chao Deju and Su Xiaoya. They both shook their heads at the same time. If Brother Bai wants to tell us, then of course he can tell us. If he doesn't, it must be for our own good. Su Xiaoya and Xinbai looked at each other, and then looked at the sky-splitting dog. I instantly understood what Xinbai meant. "Brother, you don't have a life contract, the beast will rebel at any time." "Is that even possible?" "Then kill it and eat it." From the sky-splitting dog's mood value plus 6,666. Ouch. The sky-splitting dog protests. "It's best not to eat this kind of creature you've never seen before. I don't know if it might contain viruses that are harmful to the human body." Seeing someone speaking up for him, Sky Inu nodded quickly. "Well, in that case, then I won't eat." Before the sky-splitting dog could be happy, Xinbai added, "Kill it and sell the core, then find a place to bury the body." From the sky-splitting dog's mood value plus 8,888. "Oh woo woo woo. Okay, stop yelling." Xinbai said, "I know you understand what people say. How about a deal?" The sky-splitting dog tilted its head, not knowing what Xinbai wanted to do. "You're such a good escape artist, you must have been to many places in this secret realm. Lead us to find a wolf, and I'll let you go. How about that?" Ivy Wei on the side was still confused. At this moment, Xinbai's motives became clear. Their target this time is Shilong Yulang. However, if this kind of mutation exists, it is basically not so easy to be discovered. Searching for Shilong Ghost Wolf is one of the parts of this assessment. Xinbai was still thinking about getting to know the situation of the secret realm a few days ago. Make plans after ensuring your own safety and mission objectives. But the moment he saw the sky-splitting dog, he had an idea. The sky-splitting dog was thinking, staring at Xinbai with his eyes, without answering. Xinbai also remained silent. This sky-splitting dog is not simple. Just now, I took out a detector to survey its territory. It's actually level 8 of the first stage, so terrifying. Just now when I was dealing with the sky-splitting dog. If the opponent only knew how to use energy attacks, he would have been bounced back by Uchiha's fan. The sky-splitting dog thought that this was Xinbai's ability and was scared. In reality, the few of them had no way to deal with the sky-splitting dog. However, it was timid by nature, so it pretended to be very weak. Choose the right time to prepare for retreat. This has led to the current situation of mutual fear. However, Xinbai is more imposing. In the end, the sky-splitting dog gave in. He agreed to take a few people to the place where Shilong Yulang was active. Chapter 38. I made a mistake and accidentally shot the wrong way. Xin Bai and his companions followed the sky-splitting dog. Don't be afraid of the other party playing tricks. After walking for about half an hour, they saw a stream. Near the stream, a dense pack of wolves were resting. The sky-splitting dog indicated that this was the place. Ouch! Just as he was halfway through howling, Xin Bai pinched his mouth again. Silly dog, stop yelling. They were hiding in the bushes, observing the distribution of the wolves. Except for its blue hair, the water wolf has other characteristics similar to ordinary wolves on the blue planet. The Shilong ghost wolf is a bit larger in size and has a water drop mark on its forehead. The hair on the body is longer and the limbs are stronger. Several people followed closely, observing the wolves. As the leader, Shilong Yulang would pass on the prey to the most trusted water wolf by word of mouth every time he succeeded in hunting. It is truly the treatment of the eldest son. Wolves hunt slowly and food is scarce. Fortunately, he cares about the eldest son of the tribe. He doesn't care about the life or death of his younger brothers and sisters. After eating, he found a place to hide the remaining food. The blood was lighter than water, which made the younger brothers and sisters very angry. Soon they started fighting. Su Xiaoya sorted out the approximate combat power. They are all water wolves, at least 50 of them, most of them below level 5. The rest are no weaker than us. Shilong Yulang should be their leader. It's a bit difficult to deal with him. Ivavai smiled bitterly. Xin Bai then remembered the book he had copied as punishment by his teacher. It's okay, think positively. I remember that water wolves belong to the water element and have a gentle personality. When they meet spiritual warriors in groups, they will only open their hearts and lungs and will not eat people. Chao Dizhu suggested, I think we should capture the leader first. Let's just charge in and kill. I'll be in charge of defense, Xiaoya will start the burst, Ai Weiwei will be responsible for influencing their mentality, and as for Brother Bai, I'll be responsible for collecting your bodies. Xin Bai interrupted directly, this way, at least you can be considered to have sacrificed half your life for the country. Let's see if the country can give you a proper burial. I can also burn paper for you next year. Ai Weiwei couldn't help but doubt Chao Dizhu's intelligence, don't even mention that they are stronger than us. Even if they are all below level 5, this number is enough to cause a qualitative change. Wouldn't it be courting death if we just charged in? What should we do then? Chao Dizhu scratched his head in confusion. Xin Bai suggested, I think Shuzi is right when he said, to capture a thief, you must first capture the leader. Xiaoya, do you have your fiery crossbow with you? Su Xiaoya nodded, and this time she put the fiery crossbow in her backpack. There are only 2 crossbows, and at such a long distance, their power will be greatly reduced. It's okay, I have a solution. Xin Bai placed the flying thunder god mark on the crossbow arrow. He squinted his eyes and measured the distance with his thumb. Aim from a distance at where the Shilong ghost wolf is. With the sound of whoosh, the flaming crossbow arrow shot out instantly. At the same time, under the influence of Ivy's special ability, the wolves became dull. Although the distance of 500 meters is short, few water wolves can react in time. However, there are still strong ones among the wolves. A level 6 water wolf rushed to the crossbow and roared. Ouch! The next second, a crossbow arrow pierced his heart, and the water wolf fell silent. Swish! Xin Bai flew like a thunder god and came to the place where the crossbow arrow was shot. The water wolf discovered that there was suddenly one more person in the wolf pack, and everyone was stunned. The next moment, the roar began. At this moment, the original distance of 500 meters became less than 50 meters. Without much hesitation, he raised the flaming crossbow in his hand and shot it towards the Shilong ghost wolf. The mutant beast is indeed a mutant beast. They have a high sense of crisis and a very quick reaction ability. When the first flaming crossbow arrow shot over, it had already seen Grandma waving at it. Run away! Phew! Xin Bai didn't expect this mutant beast to be so decisive and cowardly. In an emergency, there is no time to aim. Shit! It went astray. The trajectory was to the left. It shot at a level 6 water wolf. Ouch! The water wolf's body exploded instantly, and blood splattered everywhere. Ouch! Ouch! At that moment, all the wolves suddenly howled to the sky and looked at Xin Bai angrily. Even the water on the river was stirred by the sound waves. In the distance, Chao Dezhu and his companions were also discovered by several sharp water wolves. Run! Xinbai used Flying Thunder God to come to the group. A dense pack of wolves chased after them. Brother Bai, is there any difference between what you are doing and directly causing trouble for them? Chao Dezhu couldn't help but curse. It was just an accident. I shot it a little off target. Xinbai explained. Ai Weiwei was speechless and said, "You missed the target twice, you were so useless." Isn't this my first time? I didn't expect it to be so quick. I wasn't sure how to handle it, so I'm definitely a little nervous. That's normal. It's like everyone else's first time. It's my first time too, so how come I can control it so well? Ai Weiwei was speechless. The control just now has completely drained her dry. At this time, Ivy Wei's face was pale, her legs were weak, and she couldn't even walk. Xinbai could only carry her and retreat. Su Xiaoya, who was good at attacking but weak in defense, opened fire at full power under the cover of Chao Dezhu. It can basically kill level 2 or 3 water wolves instantly. The 4 of them ran and killed. Their speed was no match for the wolves. Fortunately, the wolves closest to them were all peripheral wolves, and their levels were very low. The wolves above level 5 were far away from them and could not catch up so quickly. They didn't dare run around. It's okay to encounter a spiritual warrior, but if you encounter other strange beasts, you can really start over. Xinbai made a suggestion. There is a volcano there. Water wolves are water-based and hate the smell of volcanic magma. They won't go near it. Ai Weiwei said, well, we should be able to get familiar with each other quickly that way. Chao Dezhu and Su Xiaoya gave explanations. My protective shell can protect you. I can handle the heat. Ivy nodded, and the 4 of them rushed towards the volcano without stopping. When they arrived at the crater, the wolves did not dare to approach due to the smell of magma. At the foot of the mountain, the wolves roared a few times and then left in a mighty force. Xinbai and the others immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Then, before they could be happy, suddenly I felt a cold breath. Turning his head suddenly, he saw the Shilong ghost wolf looking at everyone fiercely. Shit, I forgot, mutant beasts can't be judged by common sense. Chao Dezhu's black turtle shell began to grow larger, blocking the impact of Shilong ghost wolf. However, due to the huge disparity in strength, Chao Dezhu was shocked and flew backwards. Su Xiaoya's arms turned into flaming wings. Blazing feather tribulation. Countless fire feathers wrapped around the Shilong ghost wolf. However, the level gap plus the attribute restraint. Shilong ghost wolf spurted out a stream of water, extinguishing all the flaming feathers. Xinbai held a round fan in front of the water column. Bang! The moment the two came into contact, the water column bounced back directly. At the same time, Xinbai used the shadowless sword picking flowers and flying leaves, letting the flying leaf seal scatter around, and at the same time engraved the flying thunder god seal. Shilong Yulang dodged quickly and looked at Xinbai vigilantly. It could feel that these people were not as strong as itself. But Xinbai had just killed a level 6 water wolf in seconds, and now it was blocking his attack. Being a cautious person to begin with, he now dared not act rashly. Xinbai gestured to everyone. You guys go first, I'll hold it back, and we'll meet up later. The 3 nodded and ran off without worrying. Xinbai has the ability to teleport, so he can definitely run away if he wants to. Seeing this, Shilong Yulang became even more frightened. This human actually dared to stay alone to deal with me. Several water balls were sprayed out of the mouth continuously. Xinbai also raised his round fan. Rebound. However, Shilong Yulang took advantage of this gap, went around behind Xinbai, and grabbed him suddenly. The Uchiha fan can only rebound long-range energy damage and has no effect on this kind of physical collision. At the critical moment, Xinbai disappeared from the spot. It appeared at the Flying Thunder God mark that was just laid by the Flying Leaf Seal. Before Shilong Yulang could react, Xinbai swung his sword towards Shilong Yulang's waist. Chapter 39, it doesn't matter whether he's captured alive or not, as long as he's captured while he's still hot. A water shield of defense appeared around Shilong Ghost Wolf. It couldn't help but laugh in its heart and had no intention of dodging at all. With this level of attack, let alone turning on defense, what will happen even if you don't? Crack! Bang! A head of copper, bones of iron, and a waist of tofu. Even though it is a strange beast, this theorem still needs to be followed. Shilong Yulang was stabbed, and a blood mark appeared on his waist. The whole wolf was stunned. What's going on with this sword energy? It's clearly not powerful enough to even penetrate his own flesh. It doesn't make sense that he can actually break through his own water shield directly. Shinbai didn't expect that ignoring defense would be like this. Hit the Shilong Ghost Wolf through the water shield. Without time to think, Shinbai engraved the Flying Thunder God Seal through the Flying Leaf Seal. Teleport over and ride on the back of Shilong Ghost Wolf. He raised the round fan and hit her waist twice. Ouch! Shilong Yulang screamed in pain, and even though the water shield was activated, his body was still covered with bruises. I can't figure it out. Why did this happen? He even thought that his water shield had failed. The Shilong Ghost Wolf is different from the sky-splitting dog just now. The skin is thick and rough, and my hands will be sore from beating them, and at most I will scrape off a layer of skin. Shilong Yulang did not stop. This human was too weird. A wise wolf knows the current situation. Shilong Yulang ran away and stopped fighting with Shinbai. Shinbai raised his shadowless sword and chased after him. The man and the wolf chased each other, but Shinbai finally gave up. It's not that I have no spiritual power, it's mainly that I have no strength. Working from morning to night, Shinbai is only a level 5 spiritual warrior. It was getting dark, and at this time the detective badge responded. Su Xiaoya, brother Bai, are you okay? What happened? Shinbai, it's okay, I'll go find you now. Immediately, Shinbai appeared in front of Xiaoya like a flying thunder god. For a moment, the three of them were confused. Su Xiaoya still had those detective badges in her hands and asked curiously, how did you know where we are? Shinbai was stunned. Oops, I forgot that what I showed to outsiders was teleportation, not flying thunder god. If only Su Xiaoya and Xiao Dezhu were here, Shinbai would have no problem explaining it clearly. But since there were outsiders present, I could only find an excuse. I was just chasing that Shilong Ghost Wolf, but I killed it and it ran away. I just happened to see you guys nearby. From Ivy's micro-emotion value plus 666. From Su Xiaoya. Xiao Dezhu said seriously, Brother Bai, I admit that you are awesome, but that is a level 7 alien beast, and a mutant one at that. I can only say that you are exaggerating too much. It's not level 7, it's level 8. Shinbai and Su Xiaoya spoke at the same time. Su Xiaoya had already felt it when she was fighting with Shilong Yulang just now. Even though water controls fire, I don't know how easy it is to break my spiritual skills. Su Xiaoya added, we just analyzed it, and this operation might fail. Shinbai was completely bewildered. What's going on? It's only the first day and we've already failed. Su Xiaoya explained. We suspect the official assessment is based on our overall strength, including trump cards, props, coordination, strategy, and other factors. Normally, we should need a few days to find the Shilong Phantom Wolf's location, deploy tactics accordingly, and use the fiery crossbow to kill the target. The current situation is that we found the Shilong Ghost Wolf on the first day. We didn't think carefully and were too impulsive. We misjudged the strength of both sides. We used up 2 crossbow arrows and still didn't kill the target. Shinbai fell into deep thought. Ivy Wei thought Shinbai felt guilty and quickly comforted him. It's okay, that was a decision we made together. Besides, the first time intern pass rate is only 10%. At worst, we can just try again next time. There are still 6 days left, and you've given up? Shinbai asked doubtfully. Ai Weiwei said, it's difficult. Among us, Xiaoya has the strongest burst, but due to the attribute restraint, she is no match for Shilong Yulang. Shinbai replied, no rush, there's still plenty of time, let's slowly figure it out. It was getting late, and the 4 of them found a place with a wide view to rest. Lighting a bonfire can prevent some low-level monsters from approaching. Shinbai said, let's take turns sleeping. One person will keep watch, and when the time is almost up, we'll switch. I'll be the first one, you guys go to sleep first. The other 3 were visiting the secret realm for the first time, so they all listened to Shinbai. The bright moon hangs in the sky and the surroundings are very quiet. Shinbai thought about what Su Xiaoya said. Assessment set based on our information? How much information does the military know about us? It does make sense that Xiaoya's fiery crossbow can hunt down level 8 monsters. If you don't rush and cooperate with my flying thunder god, there is indeed a high probability of killing Shilong Ghost Wolf. However, there is one most important point. Ultra Instinct. If I go up and die, triggering the Ultra Instinct, I can completely deal with the Shilong Ghost Wolf. Did the military know about this? If he knew, it could only be that he was exposed in the process of killing Ing Wuqiu. But at the moment, he probably doesn't know that he can unleash Ultra Instinct. Xinbai thought while using the spirit beads to practice. I don't know how much time passed before Ivy Wei got up. It's my turn now, go to sleep. Good. Looking at Xinbai, who was in a strange mood, Ai Weiwei thought that Xinbai was still thinking about what happened today. I'll tell you a story to cheer you up. Xinbai was a little confused. What's the matter? Ai Weiwei said with a smile, once upon a time there was a pig. No matter what happened, he would only ask why. Oh. Xinbai turned around and prepared to go to bed. Ai Weiwei called out to Xinbai in surprise, aren't you curious? Not curious. Why? Xinbai, look, aren't you right in front of me? From Ivy Wei's mood value plus 555. Xinbai, let me tell you a little story. Ai Weiwei was very competitive, speak. Xinbai said, once upon a time, there was a butterfly. It flew and accidentally flew into the mud, and then it fell asleep. Ai Weiwei looked at Xinbai warily, gone? Gone. What do you want to say? Nighty is asleep. From Ivy's micro-emotion value plus 555. Bah, get out now. Although I was very angry, I couldn't find any reason to refute it. Xinbai added. Don't think too much. All the obstacles in life are because your legs are short and mine are long. You have short legs. From my neck down I'm all legs. At the same time. Garrison checkpoint. After registering, 2 men and 1 woman entered the secret realm. The dark-faced boy said excitedly, hee, as expected, Xinbai and Su Xiaoyao are here. Yes, according to the information, they appeared in this secret place during the day today. The woman smiled and said, their names are indeed in the registration book just now. Hee, they're just a level 5 and a level 6. Why don't we just capture them alive and let us have some fun with them? The black-faced boy showed a perverted smile. No, the most taboo thing for killers like us is to underestimate the enemy. Not to mention level 6, even if we are level 1, we have to kill the target with 1 strike at the most appropriate time when the target is off guard, said the feminine man. The woman agreed, Dao Qi was right. The reason FAE and the other 2 failed was definitely due to their attitude. The feminine man said in a deep voice, we assassins require patience, concealment, and proper coordination when we attack. A killer without this kind of professional quality is just waiting to die. Besides, it doesn't matter whether he's captured alive or not, as long as he's captured while he's still hot. Are any of you brothers watching? Please give me some feedback. You can scold me if the writing is not good. Xianyu is so nervous when writing a novel alone. Chapter 40. A new mission begins, Heavenly Handpower. Ah goo. Xinbai had just returned to the tent when he suddenly heard a deafening noise. I was completely speechless. At first I thought it was a strange beast. I looked around subconsciously and found that the sound came from Chao Deju's tent. No wonder Ivy Wei got up on her own to keep watch. Xinbai couldn't help but mutter. This was their first time entering the secret realm, so they were inevitably cautious. Most people can't sleep. But Chao Deju sleeps like a pig. I really don't know whether he is brave or stubborn. But to be honest, in this kind of secret realm for novices, as long as you don't actively seek death, your life will not be in danger. Thinking of this, Xinbai used Flying Thunder God to go home and take a bath. Change into pajamas and lie on the bed and play with your phone. I fell asleep without realizing it. The night passed quickly. Su Xiaoyao was the last one to keep watch. The sun rose and she went to wake everyone up. Chao Deju and Ai Weiwei both came out. Xinbai is missing. Where's my big brother? Where did a big brother like me go? I opened Xinbai's tent and found that no one was inside. The 3 of them took out their detective badges. Xinbai, if you hear me, please answer. No response. Chao Deju asked, Brother Bai was captured by a strange beast? Su Xiaoya said, impossible. He can teleport. Even if there are strange beasts, it won't be his turn to get hurt if something happens to us. So what do we do now? Wait here for a moment, he might be off to investigate. Jiangcheng, Bai Huayuan Community. Xinbai Kai got up from the bed. Look at the time. Oh shit. It's 12 o'clock. Looking at the system's soaring emotional value, Xinbai realized that something was wrong. I went to the store downstairs to buy some food, and then bought some exotic animal meat. Use Flying Thunder God to rush back to the secret realm. Brother Bai, where have you been? I got some food for you. He conjured up all kinds of snacks, biscuits, meat, fried chicken. This scene stunned the three of them. What is this operation? Seeing that the three people were silent, Shinbai thought that they were dissatisfied. What's wrong? You guys don't like it. Looks like I have to use my ultimate move? Thump. Shinbai took out his treasure-iced Fat House Happy Water. This has been frozen since last night. The three of them still looked confused. What the hell is going on? Ai Weiwei couldn't help but scold. You disappeared this morning just to buy these things and left without a word. Don't you know that others will worry about you? Ha! I didn't go out. At this time, Su Xiaoya discovered something was wrong. No, if we go out, we will lose the qualification for the assessment, but we haven't received any notice yet. No one ever thought about it. Qin Baifei, the Thunder God, can ignore the spatial fluctuations between the Blue Star and the Secret Realm. Perform ultra-long distance teleportation. Qin Bai had already thought of an excuse. Isn't this normal? I'm a space expert, so it's normal for me to have storage space. Su Xiaoya seemed to have thought of something. Qin Bai's weapon is usually invisible. It appears out of nowhere when needed. It seems that this should be the storage space. Not normal. Ivy Wei was surprised. Let us not talk about the scarcity of the space system. Things like storage space cannot be created with Blue Star's current technology. Only those powerful space-based spiritual warriors spend time on it. By using natural materials and treasures, a portable storage space can be refined. Portable storage space, so to speak. Even rarer than space-type spiritual warriors. Xiao Dezhu was very excited. Brother Bai, how much stuff did you bring? Not much, that's all. Ai Weiwei was speechless. Even though you knew it was a test, you didn't even bring anything useful. It's not a big deal. I have a plan. Let's go find the wolves first. Come to where I was yesterday. The four found that the water wolves and the tidal wolf pack were still there. This is exactly the habit of gregarious animals. Secret realms are inherently full of dangers. They will not change their territory at will because of yesterday's accident. At this time, a level 2 water wolf was patrolling. With a clear look in his eyes, he walked with a pace that didn't recognize anyone. Before it could take 2 steps, it heard a clang. The entire wolf disappeared into the wolf pack's territory. Just now, Shinbai swung his sword, and then appeared next to the water wolf, and then killed the water wolf with one sword. After taking the animal skin, he returned to his hiding place. The process was done in one go. Xiao Dezhu and the other two were stunned when they saw this scene. Shinbai expressed his thoughts. I will use this method to clear out the low-level water wolves on the periphery one by one. After they react, I will go to pull the Shilong Ghost Wolf. You guys continue to eliminate the remaining water wolves as the situation warrants. After we open up space, we will reunite and deal with the Shilong Ghost Wolf together. To break the surface with a single point, this was exactly Qin Bai's plan. Can you really hold back Shilong Ghost Wolf? Ivy confirmed again. Don't worry, it can't hurt me. Qin Bai attacked them one by one. Xiao Dezhu sorted out the water wolf skins. This is all money. 10 animal skins for 5,000 Dragon Kingdom coins. If a few more beast cores were to appear, it might be worth even more money. Soon, the wolves gradually reacted. Countless water wolves howled towards the sky. Under the leadership of Shilong Yulang, they rushed towards where Qin Bai and others were. Ouch! Just as Qin Bai was about to fly to Shilong Yulang as Thunder God, the system prompts a tone. Ding, the mission cooldown has ended. Do you want to start the mission? You can spend 20,000 emotion points to start it. Ha! A mission at this time? 20,000 emotional points, now only more than 30,000 emotional points. More than half of my wealth. Qin Bai thought about it and decided to start the mission first. Ding, the mission has started. Mission content: defeat the water wolf pack in front of you and capture the Shilong Ghost Wolf alive. Quest reward: Heavenly Hand Power improved version. Heavenly Hand Power: lock onto an object or creature within your field of view and swap positions with it. You can also select another object or creature and have them swap positions with each other. Qin Bai looked at the task content in surprise. This system, the lottery, is a bit tricky. The task content and rewards are clear. Last time it was Flying Thunder God, this time it was Sky Hand Power. They all have top-notch spatial abilities. Are those water wolves in front of you? Chinbai checked. System, if I didn't finish the kill, does that count as my kill? Calculate. Chinbai, Xiaoya, change the plan. Su Xiaoya, what should we do now? If we kill all the water wolves here and capture the Shilong ghost wolf alive, is it possible to exceed the mission? When Ai Weiwei heard this, her face was filled with disbelief. Chinbai, we should focus on completing the mission and not do these risky things. Brother Bai, let's do it. Su Xiaoya and Xiao Dizhu nodded quickly. This is trust. Chinbai will not do anything without confidence. Ivy frowned, but she decided to act together. In the blink of an eye, Chinbai arrived in front of Shilong Yulang. Puppy, we meet again. Ouch. Shilong Yulang roared angrily. It was this kid who forced it to run away yesterday. My teammates are here today, so I must eat him alive. While Chinbai and Shilong Yulang were struggling, Su Xiaoya opened fire at full power. Xiao Dizhu blocked the attack of the water wolf, and Ai Weiwei affected the status. If it is under normal circumstances, Su Xiaoya's burst can easily kill any water wolf below level 5 in seconds. Unfortunately, the attributes are restrained, and there is a river here, so the water wolf has the advantage of the sight. There is also the advantage of numbers. Looking at the densely packed water wolves, Su Xiaoya decisively said, lead them away from here. Chapter 41. My brother is here, just wait for death. Chinbai faced Shilong Yulang. Adopt the dog walking tactic. In conjunction with the shadowless swords flying leaf seal, dozens of flying thunder god seals have been deployed in this area. While dodging attacks, he continued to harass the Shilong ghost wolf. Don't let the other party go to deal with Xiao Dezhu and the other two. From afar, I watched Su Xiaoya and the others being so cautious that they were unable to deal with those water wolves at all. Obviously, I underestimated their strength before. Chinbai always thought that Shilong Yulang, as the leader, must be much stronger than those water wolves. But in reality, the wolf packs of the alien beasts are similar to the wolf packs of Blue Star. The Wolf King is undoubtedly the strongest. But it is not as ferocious as the wolves under his command combined. Just change the plan. Chinbai picked up the detective badge and said, you guys hold on for now. I'll trick Shilong Ghost Wolf away from here, and then we'll join forces to deal with the water wolf. Okay. Ivy Wei replied and conveyed the message to the other two. Shilong Yulang is not stupid and has some combat intelligence. After it discovered that Chinbai could only rebound long-range skills, it changed to using only physical attacks. At this moment, Chinbai suddenly wanted to run away. Definitely no psychic powers. With a cry of a woe, he suddenly chased after him. Chinbai kept his distance and teleported in front of Shilong Yulang from time to time to give him a slash. Full of hatred. At this time, Chinbai remembered the benefits of emotional value. I currently have 2 detonating talismans. It can kill monsters below level 5 and can be upgraded using emotion points. 10,000 upgrades per time. If you want to kill a level 8 Shilong Ghost Wolf, it is safest to upgrade it to level 9. Unfortunately, the system space now only has more than 10,000 emotion points. There's no way, I can't get much emotional value these days. Zhuzi and Xiaoya are used to Chinbai's personality. Ivy's ability is psychic, and her resistance is a bit higher. Chinbai couldn't help but sigh. You only regret not having enough when you need it. Why are there so few people coming to boost my emotional value? At this time, 3 people were walking together in the secret realm, talking and laughing. Achoo! Li Yi, what's wrong with you? 2 of them were Chen Bang and Li Yi. I don't know. Maybe it's his first time in the secret realm, and he's not used to the climate. Li Yi touched his nose and said, Bang, you have quite a strong background. You can even get an internship certificate. This is all thanks to Xiao Shuwei. Without her face, I wouldn't be able to bring you in. Lin Shui smiled and said, it's nothing, it just so happened that my friend didn't come, so there was an extra spot, so Chen Bang recommended you to come. Li Yi began to fall into fantasy. This time, if we pass the internship assessment, we'll definitely hang Chinbai from a tree and whip him for 3 days and 3 nights when we get back to school. It's not that simple. Our assessment this time. Before Lin Shui could finish, Chen Bang interrupted, be careful, there are sounds of fighting ahead. Lin Shui and Li Yi wanted to go up and take a look, but after thinking about it, they realized that the secret realm was dangerous and they had a mission to complete, so they decided to just ignore it. Lin Shui took a closer look and said, "Someone is fighting with a strange beast. It seems to be the Shilong ghost wolf." Li Yi frowned. "Bang, do you think that person looks familiar?" After hearing what Li Yi said, Chen Bang looked carefully and saw the man's face clearly. This. Qin Bai, that person is Qin Bai. Lin Shui shouted, "Run! That beast is very powerful." After hearing this, Li Yi and Chen Bang quickly dodged. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A man and a wolf chased each other on the plain. Qin Bai made a mistake while pulling the monster. The flying leaf seal did not fly forward, but hit the Shilong ghost wolf instead. As a result, there was no flying thunder god mark in front of him, allowing him to move forward. However, Qin Bai suddenly felt a familiar person in front of him. Li Yi and Chen Bang. Both of them have the mark of flying thunder god. The biggest advantage of the flying thunder god mark is that it can never be erased unless the piece of flesh is cut off directly. Whoosh! Qin Bai teleported and came in front of Chen Bang. Aren't these good brothers? I never thought we were so destined to be together. Chen Bang. From Chen Bang's mood value plus 5,555. Fuck, what are you doing, Qin Bai? Before Chen Bang could start to scold, Shilong Yulang had already rushed towards them. Fuck you. Chen Bang instantly activated his speed ability to the maximum. As he ran, he cursed, "Qin Bai, you're a piece of shit. Shilong Ghost Wolf is not good at speed." Even though Chen Bang tried his best, he was unable to close the gap between him and the other two. Left. Qin Bai used Chen Bang as a fixed point and planned to pull the Shilong Ghost Wolf further away. Get lost. You evil creature. This strange beast is causing trouble for you, why are you luring it to me? Isn't this just giving you some training in advance? From Chen Bang's mood value plus 5,555. Lin Shui and Li Yi were extremely shocked when they saw this scene. Especially Lin Shui. Along the way, she heard Li Yi talk about Qin Bai's shamelessness more than once. I originally thought it was too much, how could someone do that? Now I finally understand that Li Yi underestimated it. Is this something a human would do? Looking at Chen Bang walking further and further away, the two were still wondering whether they should go over to help. But the next second. Holy crap! Is this something a carbon-based creature can do? Lin Shui, as a girl of extremely high quality, couldn't help but swear. Qin Bai teleported in front of Shilong Yulang, struck it with a sword, and then hit it with a round fan. Then he pointed at Chen Bang and said something. You useless monster. My brother is here, and you're dead. He can kill you with just one slap. I'm telling you, don't run away if you dare. Chen Bang heard Qin Bai's original words clearly. I thought Qin Bai was praising me, and I felt very happy. But the next second, Qin Bai suddenly disappeared. Disappeared without a trace. Shilong Yulong's hatred was instantly transferred to him. Chen Bang's facial features were distorted, his anger level soared, and thousands of words condensed into one sentence. Qin Bai, fuck you. From Lin Shui's emotional value plus 555. From Li Yi's emotional value plus 666. From Chen Bang. Qin Bai returned to Chao Dazhu and the others. I feel very satisfied when I see the emotion value constantly being refreshed by the system. Chao Dazhu and the other two cooperated in an orderly manner. What Qin Bai didn't expect the most was that Chao Dazhu's defense was so strong. Several level 5 and level 6 water wolves pounced on them. Biting the black turtle shell. Make a grunting sound. It only left a few scratches on the turtle shell, but did not cause any substantial damage. Bang! Suddenly, a sword energy burst out from Chao Dazhu's crotch, killing several level 3 monsters in seconds. From Chao Dazhu's emotional value plus 666. Chao Dazhu broke out in a cold sweat. Damn it, brother Bai, you're such a jerk. If you're not careful, my Chao family will be extinct. Don't worry, your brother Bai has a firm grasp of the size. Ha! Chao Dazhu always felt that Qin Bai was laughing at him, but he could not find any evidence. This isn't a solution. There are too many water wolves. It's hard for us to handle them. Although many died, the remaining ones were at least level 4. There are at least 20 more. Except for Qin Bai, the conditions of the other 3 people were getting worse and worse. Although they are all psychics, the spiritual energy in their bodies is not infinite. After all, he had just awakened not long ago and had never experienced such high-intensity combat. Poor control over the use of psychic power. Xinbai asked, "How long can you hold on?" Su Xiaoya's face turned pale. 5 minutes at most. I can still hold on for a while. Ivy Wei is mainly a support, and the consumption is okay. Xiao Dazhu, 5. Xinbai, you have 5 minutes too, okay, then. 4. What? 3. Fuck. Xinbai was shocked. It seems that you can only last 5 seconds at most. At this moment, Ai Weiwei raised her hand and pressed Xiao Dazhu's shoulder. A stream of spiritual energy entered Xiao Dazhu's body from Ai Weiwei's body. Suddenly, Xiao Dazhu felt refreshed and he felt that he was able to do it again. I can last 5 minutes too. Chapter 42, let us start with a little art, boom. Xinbai made a plan. From now on, you will mainly eliminate the water wolves of level 4 and below. You will lead the rest to the place where we rested yesterday. Su Xiaoya took a quick look and said, it's a bit difficult, but it's not hard to eliminate them. It's mainly because of those level 5 and 6 water wolves that are harassing me. I don't have enough psychic energy and physical strength. If all else fails, eat the Bingliang pills. Bingliang pills? The 2 pills I gave you in Zhuzi. Xinbai left a word and went to set the trap. His idea is simple. There are only about 10 water wolves above level 5. As long as the range of the detonator is well arranged, it can be blown up at once. Of course, it costs 10,000 emotional points to upgrade to level 6. This kind of ordinary exotic beast does not need to be raised to a higher level just in case. Xinbai stuck the detonating talisman on the ground. That should be it. If the enemy steps on it, it will explode. I see it used that way in anime. After all, it was the first time, and Xinbai was not sure. After fiddling with it for a while, he picked up the detective badge and said, "Are you done? You can come over now." After hearing this, Su Xiaoya took a military pill. In an instant, I felt all the strength in my body restored. What an outrageous pill. Su Xiaoya took a deep breath. Wisps of blazing red flames surrounded him. Gradually, a huge phoenix wing was formed, emitting terrifying energy. Boom! The wings transformed into longer, sharper fire feathers that accurately pierced the water wolves below level 4. Burst! As Su Xiaoya shouted, all the water wolves turned into ashes. Ouch woo! The remaining water wolves were extremely furious. The entire tribe of dozens of water wolves were harmed like this by this group of humans. They swarmed towards the 3 people. The hatred value is full. Xiao Dezhua covered from behind, and the 3 of them ran away directly. Walk to a rocky area, then turn right. Keep going until you see a big tree. Don't touch that tree. Xinbai commanded the 3 people from a god's perspective. I have to say, the detective badge is really useful. After a while, Water Wolf guessed the detonating talisman. Rumble. Suddenly an explosion sounded. The billowing smoke instantly covered all the water wolves. A colorful mushroom cloud rose up. It even formed a gorgeous rainbow. Xinbai couldn't help but curl his lips. It was obvious that this was a system improvement. Fuck. Xiao Dazhu and the other 2 felt a whistling sense of oppression. He quickly ate the Bingliang pill and activated the strongest defense. Protect the 2 women behind you. Bang. Despite this, the aftermath of the explosion still sent the 3 people flying. When the smoke cleared, all the water wolves were dead. Xinbai breathed a sigh of relief. Perfect. It's exactly what I thought. I'm such a genius. Xiao Dazhu and the other 2 got up from the ground. He brushed off the dirt on his body, looked at the small pit in front of him, and couldn't help swallowing. It's gone, all gone. At least 10 level 5 and 6 water wolves were all blown to death. Is this dynamite? That's not right. The ingredients contained in the explosives will be suppressed by the spiritual power in the secret realm and will not be able to play any role at all. Countless question marks suddenly popped up in the minds of the 3 people. But having said that, that explosion just now was quite beautiful. Xinbai teleported in front of the 3 people and asked quickly, "How are you? Are you okay?" Xiao Dazhu touched his butt and said dissatisfiedly, "Brother Bai, you didn't tell me earlier that it was so powerful. Luckily, I reacted in time." Shinbai scratched his head. I didn't know the aftermath was so powerful. Alright, let's go quickly. Such a big explosion might attract other strange beasts. Shinbai reminded everyone that, of course, those water wolf skins must not be lost. In the blink of an eye, everyone's hands were full. There was no time to even pack up, so I had to leave here quickly. As they were running, Shinbai suddenly felt something was wrong. Have you noticed that something seems to be missing? Su Xiaoya and Ai Weiwei nodded. Second brother Chao Dezhu seems to be still there. The three of them looked back and found Chao Dezhu lying on the ground. Shu Zi, hurry up! Shinbai shouted. Chao Dezhu said helplessly, Brother, your Bingliang pills only restore spiritual energy and physical strength, but cannot heal injuries. At this moment, his butt felt like it was on fire. If the turtle shell is damaged too badly, it will backfire on him, the caster. Shinbai had no choice but to hand over the water wolf skin in his hand to a few people. Teleport to Chao Dezhu's side, carry it and run. Sure enough, before Shinbai and his companions had left for long, many strange beasts ran towards the place where the explosion had just occurred. There are many level 9 monsters among them. Su Xiaoya can easily kill low-level monsters. For the advanced ones, Ivabai can only activate mental soothing to avoid their sight. After running for more than 10 minutes, they finally found a safe cave to rest. Shinbai began to count the animal skins. Not bad. It looks like the detonating talisman is just powerful enough to not shatter their hides. I can still complete the quest. Ivy Wei suddenly asked, how powerful was your explosion? Even at such a close distance, the water wolf's hide didn't rot, so why did the aftermath cause such severe injuries to Chao Dezhu? Chao Dezhu's full-strength defense is definitely no worse than a level 6 water wolf. Shinbai realized that something was wrong and glanced at Chao Dezhu lying on the ground, his eyes full of anger. Chao Dezhu saw Shinbai discover it and could only laugh dryly. Brother Bai, I'm not saying that your physical fitness is not good enough. As your younger brother, I just want to train you. You're itching for trouble, aren't you? Shinbai pressed Chao Dezhu to the ground and beat him up. Stop fighting, stop fighting. Chao Dezhu shouted, I'm still useful. Our assessment isn't over yet. Oh no. It was only at this moment that Shinbai suddenly reacted. No wonder I always felt like I forgot something since just now. Shilong Ghost Wolf. On a plain not far from the cave. At this moment, 3 people were fighting against a level 8 Shilong Ghost Wolf. To be precise, he was being followed by the Shilong Ghost Wolf. It was Chen Bang and his 2 companions. I don't know how long the 3 of them ran, their faces were pale. Chen Bang was already out of breath at this moment. Shilong Yulang had been targeting him from the beginning, and he was the one who had been running the longest. Damn it, no, let's use our trump card. Chen Bang couldn't hold on any longer. Lin Shui shook her head, no, if we use it now, we won't be able to deal with the red flame turtle. Its hatred towards us is not high right now. It will probably leave in a while. As he spoke, he raised his hand and released a stream of spiritual energy. The spiritual energy entered Chen Bang's body, and he suddenly felt that the strength in his body had increased to a higher level. The speed is even faster than before. The distance between the 2 sides is growing. If this continues, Shilong Yulang will soon give up the idea of chasing him. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of Chen Bang. A vulgar voice entered his ears. Hey, my good brother is still alive. Chapter 43, Tools are still useful. Chen Bang got angry when he saw Shinbai. Shinbai, you are a bastard, a troublemaker, a beast. You scolded me, you actually scolded me. Sigh, I never thought that our good brotherhood would fall apart so easily. From Chen Bang's mood value plus 6,666. Who has a brotherly relationship with you? What are you doing here? I just came to help you because you're working so hard. How dare you say that? It's you who brought all this hatred upon me. So do you want to help? Think back then, your brother Bang was chased from the south to the north of the city by a level 2 spirit warrior, and he even killed countless enemies along the way without blinking an eye. Don't you blink for so long? Aren't your eyes dry? From Chen Bang. Is this the point I'm talking about? I mean, a mere level 8 alien beast, does it need your help? No problem. Shinbai nodded and put away the round fan and shadowless sword. Well, okay, then keep going. I'm leaving now. Bye. Chen Bang, hashtag? No, brother Bai, I was wrong. I won't brag anymore. Please help me take this thing away. No. Shinbai said helplessly, you just scolded me, let's offset each other. Chen Bang spat out a mouthful of blood. Can we still play like this? Shinbai, you are the handsome one, I was wrong, I am a beast, I am not a human, take me away. Shinbai didn't play tricks on him anymore. Tell Chen Bang and others the location of the cave, it is safe there. I started walking my dog. Lin Shui couldn't help but ask, Chen Bang, who is this Shinbai? Why do you believe he can lure away a level 8 Shilong ghost wolf? Chen Bang replied, Shinbai, a student from our number 1 middle school, is a level 5 spirit warrior. His special ability is spatial, and he can teleport. Space system. Teleport. Lin Shui showed surprise on her face. You know, teleportation is a magical skill no matter how strong or weak one is. I didn't expect that number 1 middle school actually had a space department, and the confidentiality work was done quite well. We are so exhausted now, let's practice first. The assessment situation can't be rushed. As soon as the three of them entered the cave, they saw some familiar faces. Sure enough, the 3 plague gods must be together. Li Yi and Chen Bang cursed at the same time. Lin Shui was a little surprised. Sister Weiwei, what a coincidence, why are you here too? Ai Weiwei shouted happily, Xiaoxue, are you changing teams too? Ai Weiwei and Lin Shui were originally in the same team. There is another person among them, and that person is the only one in the team with offensive abilities. It's a pity that person didn't come. Only Ai Weiwei and Lin Shui were left as auxiliary spiritual warriors. Lin Shui explained the reason. When I was about to disband the team, Chen Bang found me and said we could still team up together. It just so happened that we teamed up together. What about you? Ai Weiwei said, the examiner brought me to their team, but we became a team of 4, and the difficulty increased. Lin Shui's team's goal remains unchanged. It is still the original red flame turtle, a level 7 flame type monster. But they didn't even know where the red flame turtle was. Since we've met, let's team up. It's easier to get things done with more people. Chao Dezhu asked, didn't they say that interns' assessments can't rely on external forces? Once discovered, their qualifications will be permanently revoked. That's only when dealing with the target monster. You can ask for help at other times. Lin Shui was familiar with the rules, we can find the beast together, and the other team just needs to stay out of the action. That's not necessary, we've already found it. Found it? So quickly? What is your target beast? Lin Shui and the others were a little surprised. It was only the 2nd day, and the action was too fast. An 8th level mutant beast, the Shilong ghost wolf. After these words were spoken, Lin Shui and the other 2 were stunned. Chen Bang's face turned red with anger. Damn it, this damn Qin Bai. Ai Weiwei looked at Chen Bang in confusion. What happened? Lin Shui told Ai Weiwei what had just happened. As a psychic, Ivy couldn't help but want to curse. He was clearly the team's target, but he actually accepted bribes before helping others to finish the job. Qin Bai is so wicked. It's really too bad. But, why do I kind of like this feeling? About half an hour passed. Qin Bai let Shilong Yulang escape and returned to the cave. I found out that everyone was playing landlord. There are 6 of us, divided into 2 tables. There must be some gamble when playing cards. The loser will have a turtle drawn on his body. A bomb and a turtle. It was just ordinary entertainment, but some people got angry. There was no need to ask. Qin couldn't help laughing when he saw the more than 10 turtles on Li Yi's face and hands. His opponents happened to be Chao Dezhu and Su Xiaoya. Seeing Qin coming back, Chao Dezhu put down his playing cards and said, "Brother Bai is back. No more fighting. No, keep going, don't run." Li Yi grabbed Chao Dezhu. 10 minutes later, Li Yi's limbs and face were covered with turtle patterns. After Chao Dezhu finished drawing a turtle, he couldn't help but say, "Forget it, you don't even have room to draw anymore. There's no point in fighting any further." Qin looked at Li Yi, whose face was flushed red. "You keep losing, why do you keep going?" "Humph, this is called the Eurasian Conservation Law. I've lost so many times, my luck must be on fire. I'm sure I'll win next time." This is a typical gambler's mentality. Think about it, you've lost so many times. Even if you win once, what's the big deal? Humph, I will definitely make a remake. Li Yi continued to look at the cards in his hand angrily, and his expression changed. Pair of kings, 4 aces, 4 twos, a straight of 34,567. There are also 2 leprosy patients. Simply invincible. How can we lose this? The landlord who was called in was the king. Ha, you're dead this time. Li Yi plays first, 34,567. Xiao Dezhu immediately fired back, 5 QS. Don't want. Since I have such good cards in my hand, I must cheat for more bombs. Xiao Dezhu asked, don't you have a trump card? Are you sure you won't bomb me? Just play. Li Yi smiled wickedly. Can you defeat me with your 17 cards? I'll eat up all the granite here right now. Plain. I'm done. Li Yi? Damn, so disgusting? Come on, steamed or braised? Xiao Dezhu brought a granite as big as a basketball. Prepare to stuff it into Li Yi's mouth. Li Yihan was so scared that he almost fainted. Brother Zhu, I was wrong. It was just a joke. Let's just draw a turtle. Xiao Dezhu asked, do you still have room on your body? Yes, you can even draw on your butt. Xinbai stopped him directly, don't take off your pants in public, there are girls here, be civilized. Xinbai, you are a good person. Li Yi's eyes were filled with tears. Go draw in that corner over there. You can't see it from there. From Li Yi's emotional value plus 666. Xinbai added, Zhu Zi, remember to take a picture. From Li Yi's emotional value plus 888. Watch the system's emotional value gain. Xinbai couldn't help but sigh that tools are still useful. Chapter 44, Quack? No, a miracle doctor. After Xinbai and his companions recovered, they traveled together. Finally arrived near the volcanic area. This is where the red flame turtle might live. Haven't you already found your target? Why are you still acting together? I'll help you find it, buddy. Chen Bang looked at Xinbai with suspicion. Why don't I believe it? Looking at Chen Bang's eyes, Xinbai said speechlessly, we are classmates, helping each other is a normal thing, how can you not trust each other at all? Do you believe what you said? I believe it, a voice rang out. Chen Bang turned around and saw that it was sent by Xiao Dezhu. In fact, Xinbai's idea is very simple. Tools should be used well to generate more emotional value. Upgrade the detonator to level 3. Just enough to injure Shilong Ghost Wolf. Ivy Wei suggested, this area is quite large, so we should split up. We should work in pairs and contact each other if we find a red flame turtle. Lin Shui said, no, we have no means of communication. There are many spiritual warriors here, and there are also many kinds of exotic beasts. If danger occurs, more people will definitely be better. Yes. Xinbai took out the detective badge, this thing can help us communicate with each other. Lin Shui looked at what was in Xinbai's hand curiously. This is a communication badge. It can communicate within a certain range. We've tried it before, and dozens of kilometers is no problem. So powerful? Lin Shui and the other two had never heard of this thing. But the results tell them that it is really awesome. Ai Weiwei and Lin Shui are in one group, Xiao Dezhu and Su Xiaoya are in one group, and Chen Bang and Li Yi are in one group. Xiao Dezhu's detective badge was temporarily lent to Chen Bang and others. As for Xinbai, he didn't harm other spiritual warriors or strange beasts, which could be considered as good deeds for those people. Xinbai walked directly to the foot of the volcano and searched everywhere. Walk and look. He found a problem. He didn't pay attention in class and was not familiar with the products of the secret realm at all. It cannot be found through some minerals, spiritual herbs, or the living habits of exotic animals. I can only search like a headless fly. Alas, no wonder teachers always say that there is a golden house in books. But I dug up gold and burned books. At this moment, Xinbai heard the roar of strange beasts and the sound of fighting from afar. When I looked over, I found that this was a relic. Spiritual warriors and strange beasts are fighting at the entrance of the ruins. Xinbai swung the shadowless sword. An invisible sword energy swept past everyone and shot directly into the ruins. The leaf print is attached to the next wall. Xinbai engraved the mark of the Flying Thunder God, and then used the Flying Thunder God to teleport into the ruins. It is definitely important to find resources in the secret realm and try not to conflict with others. The ruins look abandoned for a long time. It's a bit damp, obviously it doesn't get the sun's nourishment all year round. There was even a stench in the air, as if clothes had not been dried yet and were forced to be worn. Shinbai wandered around inside but didn't find any treasure. It looks like it has been looted. Just then, Shinbai discovered a door. It was a very strange door, wrapped in bronze, with a dragon pulling each of its four corners. Shinbai could feel it through the crack in the door. Behind the door there was a foul smell. Pushing open the door, Shinbai found it very strange inside. There was no sign of life, only a table. There is a book on the table. The Benevolent Heart of a Doctor, Luo. What is this? A medical book? The cover of the book is very delicate and has not been corroded by time at all. Shinbai opened the first page. The first sentence is: no matter how white and tender your girlfriend's feet are, you can't let her touch your private parts. Damn, what a rubbish medical book, what a quack. Shinbai threw the medical book to the ground. A gust of wind blew, and the pages of the book turned. It is recommended to wear stockings before touching to prevent infection. Ha! Shinbai's eyes widened. He quickly picked up the medical book on the ground. Learning never ends, don't be so quick to judge. See what little-known facts you don't know. As Shinbai was flipping through the pages, his mind became dazed. After coming to his senses, he found himself in a small house. Is this the club? Suddenly, the system prompt sounded. Detect if there are organisms invading the host's brain and kill them. No hurry, I want to see what's going on. Since the system says so, why not take some time off? Isn't this looking down on the system's capabilities? Shinbai felt a gentle breath coming over him. The whole body becomes relaxed. Then came the sound of footsteps and the tapping sound of high heels. The technician must have arrived. Shinbai said without even turning his head, rub your shoulders and massage your head. After a while, a pair of soft hands fell on Shinbai's body. At this time, Shinbai was completely relaxed. Close your eyes and enjoy it. This illusion is quite conscientious. How nice it would be if I could live my whole life in this state of drunkenness and dreams. Knead your feet and massage your legs. Shinbai continued. The hands quickly placed on Shinbai's thighs. Press rhythmically and slowly reach the base of the thigh. Suddenly Shinbai felt as if his acupoints were stimulated. An electric current suddenly spread to the base of the thigh. Shinbai blurted out, add more time. I think you don't want this thing anymore. A familiar voice sounded. Shinbai suddenly opened his eyes, only to find that the person in front of him was Ai Weiwei. He was not wearing a tight combat suit, but a long sweater that he had worn when the two first met. A pair of long legs pressed on Shinbai's legs. What's going on? Why are you here? Shouldn't you be the technician? The technician gave you a mind-soothing treatment? He was trying to help you relax, but I never imagined you'd have such dirty thoughts in your head. It's better to just cut it off. Ai Weiwei bounced Shinbai hard. Shinbai felt a little pain. But for some reason, when Xiao Shinbai touched Ivy's fingers, he actually straightened his head. Something is wrong. How could I have such a sexual fetish? The ancients were right, dreams and reality are opposites. The most important thing is why I fell into this illusion. System, get out of here. Shinbai thought about it and returned to reality. I looked around. Ivy was not around. I checked myself and found no problems. There's something strange about this medical book. When he observed his surroundings, he found that the environment had changed. Although the door is still there, it is no longer damp here, but very warm. Are you still in the illusion? Impossible, the system did not prompt. At this time, a weak voice sounded, another medicine lead has arrived, such a young child. Shinbai turned around and saw a man with a wrinkled face. Where is this place? I don't know either. This isn't an illusion, it's hell. I learned from the other party that the man in front of me also entered here through that medical book. He didn't know how long he had been here. The man pointed to the medical book in Shinbai's hand. Only by escaping the illusion of that medical book can I come here. What if it didn't come out? What do you think? The man smiled meaningfully. Forget it, I guess he died in that weird room. Those foul smells are from the corpses of spiritual warriors or strange beasts. You just mentioned the medicine lead, what does that mean? Every once in a while, energy will drain your life force here. It took me decades to leave the illusion of the medical book and less than a year here, but I'm living a life worse than death. You should be living a life of drunkenness and dreaming in the illusion." As he spoke, the man's face was full of madness, but soon he showed an expression of relief. "But now that you're here, it means I can end this." Before he finished speaking, the frail man's body began to gradually weaken. Chapter 45, Two Lives, All Depends on Living from the Heart. Watching such a big person disappear, Shinbai suddenly felt a little nervous. "Something is wrong, retreat immediately. Before leaving, don't forget to take the medical books with you. The item held by the host has a spirit, which is a living thing." "Does it need to be erased? Weapon spirit?" Shinbai was shocked. Even if he had never seen pork, he had seen a pig run. Only those so-called divine artifacts can produce artifact spirits on their own. What is the origin of this medical book? Erase. Ding, the emotion value is insufficient. The required emotion value is 1 billion. 1 billion? Are you kidding? This book belongs to a spirit, and can be erased using only 20,000 emotion points. Shinbai erased it without thinking. After Flying Thunder God left this ghost place, he did not appear in the secret realm. Instead, he returned home. Turn on the computer and search the internet for questions about medical books and secret ruins. I searched for half an hour but found nothing. It's weird. It doesn't make sense. How can there be no information about such a strange thing? At the same time, in a spacious laboratory, there is a square table in the middle. It looks like they are doing various small experiments. A young man dressed in a white robe paused with the knife and fork in his hand. "Huh? What happened? Why did you suddenly disappear?" The white-robed young man's eyes were filled with surprise. Suddenly, a medical book on the square table began to flicker, and a transparent spirit appeared. "Master, one of the experimental subjects escaped. Did you see what it looked like?" "No, my soul was erased, and I don't have any information about that person." The young man in white robe frowned. "It's the spirit fragment placed somewhere." "A spirit from the first level secret realm, belonging to the illusion realm category." "First level? You're telling me, a first level secret realm spiritual warrior escaped from the secret realm in a short time, broke my space formation, and finally wiped out your spirit clone, but there's no information at all?" "As far as common sense is concerned, that's it." "Bullshit. Why don't you just say it was a 9th rank expert who took action? I've lived 2 lives and never heard of anything so outrageous. Should we ask the members near the secret realm to investigate?" "No need. It won't cause any big waves anyway. You've lost a first-order spirit fragment. Although the impact is not significant, you should still recover first." The young man in white robe was shocked and quickly packed up his things. The experience of 2 lifetimes told him this. When you encounter difficulties, the first thing you have to do is run. In 2 lives, it all depends on living from the heart. Shinbai, who didn't find any information, packed up and returned to the secret realm. As soon as I entered the secret realm, I heard the voices of several other people coming from the detective badge. "Go to where there is water, it will restrain his attributes. I've attracted aggro, please show me the way." "Okay, you just have to." After understanding the situation, Shinbai roughly understood it. Chen Bang and his companions actually hunted and killed the red flame turtle. The red flame turtle is different from the Shilong ghost wolf. It is a solitary beast and has no tribe. And also because of the guidance of Ai Weiwei and Su Xiaoya, Chen Bang's team completed the assessment quickly. But there was a problem. That is, the red flame turtle has a partner. Scarlet flame golden turtle, a level 9 mutant beast. Chen Bang is being chased by the red flame golden turtle. Hearing Shinbai's voice, he quickly sent out a distress signal. Brother Bai, help me, I can't handle this guy." "Hey, isn't this Chen Bang? How come he's so tired after not seeing him for a while?" Shinbai came to Chen Bang in an instant and looked at the red flame golden turtle in front of him. "Oh my gosh. It's so big. I saw a turtle as big as half a basketball court chasing Chen Bang. Shinbai, I know you like money. 200,000, help me take away this guy's hatred." "You must be kidding. How could I possibly handle something this outrageous?" It can be imagined that if Shinbai was slapped by this thing, he would be turned into meat paste. 500,000, I'll write you an IOU and give it to you when I get out. You're really good at judging people. Shinbai smiled with his eyes narrowed, and swung out a sword energy. I started the skillful journey of pulling monsters again. It took less than half an hour. Shinbai reunited with everyone. I found that Chenbang and his companions were still there. Haven't you completed your assessment mission? Why haven't you returned yet? Lin Shui said, it's getting late, we plan to stay here overnight. Chenbang nodded. Well, we are now deep in the secret realm. We are not familiar with the environment. Encountering strange beasts at night is much more dangerous than during the day. Besides, we are in large numbers, so we can look after each other. Shinbai said indifferently, whatever, I'll go find some fruit. After he finished speaking, he teleported away. He took out a medical book and was searching for the target object based on the locations and patterns on it. After systematic erasure, the medical book appeared to be normal. Moreover, most of the herbs and foods in this secret place are recorded in medical books. It can be said to be an encyclopedia. Among them is a kind of fruit that can make the strange beast that eats it temporarily weak and powerless. Withered fruit. It is black and purple in appearance and is about the same size as a ping-pong ball. As long as we let Shilan Ghost Wolf eat this thing, the probability of catching it alive will be greatly increased. Although it was late, Shinbai still found 5 or 6 withered fruits. When I got back to the camp, I found that the others were already gathered around the campfire bragging. Especially Li Yi, who processed the meat of the exotic animals and roasted them on a wooden rack. I'm not bragging, but I've awakened my lightning ability, which has caused Dragon Country to lose a god-level chef. Back then, my parents sent me to New Oriental Cooking Academy so that I could learn how to process secret materials. Later, I discovered that I had a talent for martial arts, so I changed my path to become a martial artist. Li Yi was chatting while processing the ingredients. From time to time, he would use his lightning ability to stimulate the meat of the exotic beasts. The color is golden, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. I have to say, this cooking skill is really good. Shinbai took a bite and found the meat delicious. Even without any seasoning, it makes people drool. Li Yi, there's something you said that's not right. Li Yi turned around and asked, what? It's really useless for you to be a spiritual warrior. You might as well be a chef. From Li Yi's emotional value plus 666. Li Yi got angry for a moment. Shinbai, you're responsible for 1/3 of the credit for our passing the assessment this time. Let's write off everything that happened before. Otherwise, I would have poisoned your barbecue. Okay, we're all brothers. Once the money is in place, we'll crush the Beast King to pieces. From Chenbang's mood value plus 5,555. Chenbang felt miserable. You guys are comfortable, but I have lost nearly 1 million Dragon Country currency worth of resources for no reason. I don't know if it's because of today's battle against the Red Flame Turtle. Several people were very hungry, especially Chenbang. The exotic beast meat was quickly eaten. Brother Bang, I have to thank you for this time, I got a spot. Li came to Chenbang and handed him 2 skewers of meatball-like things. I just baked this and saved it for you. It tastes delicious and is good for the spiritual energy in your body. Good brother, in my heart. Chenbang took the food and the aroma hit his nose. It's much more fragrant than the exotic beast meat just now. Chapter 46, My friend's death is not my death. Chenbang ate them one by one, enjoying them very much. This smells good, I feel the spiritual energy in my body surging. I told you, this thing is a treasure. Li Yi raised his head proudly. When I was at New Oriental College, the principal once said, the weirder it looks, the better the effect. Both of them ate with gusto. Chao Dizhu found Shinbai wandering around in one place. I couldn't help but ask curiously, Brother Bai, what are you doing? My withering fruit is gone. When I came back just now, I saw Li Yi grilling skewers. Shinbai threw it away casually, and now he can't find it. Su Xiaoya came over and said, how is it? I'll help you find it. It's dark purple and about the size of a ping-pong ball. It's strange. It was here just now. I was going to use it to deal with the Shilong Ghost Wolf. How come it's gone now? Shinbai looked around, his eyes fixed on the skewers in Chenbang and Li Yi's hands. Ha! This looks so much like my fruit? Chenbang was stunned. Looking at the fruit in my hand, I suddenly felt nauseous. Ugh! Chenbang quickly dug his throat and vomited. Shinbai, you're crazy. You knew it was poisonous, yet you didn't keep it properly and put it with the food. You're such a troublemaker. Li Yidaning said, don't panic, it's just a small poison, for me, I can handle it. Xinbai said seriously, that's good. The toxins can be dealt with. Compared to this kind of thing that makes people weak after eating it, it's a small problem. Li Yi was stunned, what the hell? It's not poison? An ominous premonition arose in Li Yi's heart. His face turned extremely weak in an instant. Oh my god. Xinbai was startled and quickly stepped back. At this moment, Li Yi's face was pale. Whiter than a corpse that has been dead for 3 days. Chen Bang was in the same situation. Li Yi, didn't you say that a small poison can be easily controlled? That's just toxin. If it weren't for the toxin, I wouldn't be able to handle it. At this time, the bodies of the two gradually turned white. It's over, I don't want to die. Why do I feel like I can't move at all? Chen Bang and Li Yi were lying on the ground at this time, and their bodies slowly turned white. Xinbai recalled the contents of the medical book, don't worry, this thing won't kill you. The effect is just to make a level 9 alien beast weak for a day, and then it will be fine after that time. Level 9 monster. 1 day. This is a secret place full of dangers. If you really can't move for a whole day, what's the difference between that and being dead? Don't be afraid. As the saying goes, there's an antidote within 7 steps. Listen to me. From Chen Bang's emotional value. Chen Bang, hurry up and tell me, I feel like I'm going to faint soon. Xinbai, this thing is usually used to deal with strange beasts. If humans eat it, they can use laxatives to purge the fruit clean. From Chen Bang. Damn, laxatives? Who the hell brings laxatives with them to the secret realm? Isn't that stupid? Where the hell am I supposed to find laxatives? Didn't I just tell you that there must be an antidote within 7 steps? I must have picked it together when I picked the withered fruit. Xinbai took out 2 more fruits. It is light blue and shaped like a withered fruit. Li Yi looked over and said, Xinbai, you're not going to sit there and watch someone die, are you? That's what I'm saying. I, Xinbai, am this kind of person. We were classmates on campus for 3 years, and we lived and died together in the secret realm for 3 days. All our grudges have been written off. We are now brothers as close as brothers. Xinbai kept talking, but he had no intention of giving the fruit in his hand to the 2 of them. From Chen Bang's mood value plus 5,555. From Li Yi's emotional value plus 888. Chen Bang had long seen through Xinbai's character. I'll add more money. 100,000 dragon country coins. Before he could finish his words, Xinbai stuffed them directly into Chen Bang's mouth. Xinbai muttered quietly, this money is so easy to make. I originally thought 10,000 would be enough. From Chen Bang's mood value plus 666. Next, Xinbai and his companions stepped aside first. Let Chen Bang and Li Yi have diarrhea on the spot. However, at this moment, Ai Weiwei's face turned very ugly. Everyone be careful, a large group of strange beasts are rushing towards us. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw several spiritual warriors fleeing in panic. After seeing Xinbai and the others, his eyes flashed and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. He changed the direction of his escape and ran towards the few people. Without any expression, he passed by the crowd and left quickly. At this time, Xinbai and his companions finally discovered what that large group of strange beasts were. Hundreds of strange beasts in the shape of cows. They are strong and bigger than the ordinary buffaloes and cattle on the blue planet. Su Xiaoya introduced, wild buffaloes are generally around level 4.5. They are yak-like beasts with gentle temperaments and usually do not attack humans. So what's the situation now? They are in estrus now, their personalities will become violent and they will be extremely sensitive to the things around them. If you are caught by them, something unspeakable will happen. After listening to Su Xiaoya's explanation, Lin Shui and Ivy Wei ran away. Brother Bai, why are girls so timid? It's just a bison, why are you so worried? I've been laughed at for being timid these days, and this time it's Chao Deju's turn to refute. However, Su Xiaoya's next words made Chao Deju exclaim WTF. Second brother, the mountain buffaloes belong to a matriarchal society. They are usually not interested in female spiritual warriors. They are only interested in male spiritual warriors. Chao Deju's feet were like fire wheels, rushing forward at full speed. Instead, the girl slowed down. Xinbai always felt that something was wrong. Do you feel like something is missing? Chen Bang and Li Yi. A few people turned around and found two people lying on the ground, motionless. Help me. The two naturally heard the bison's sexual interest. Xinbai and Xiao Dezhu turned and ran. Each person carried one on his back. Brother Bai, run. They are catching up with us. Watching the mountain bison getting closer and closer. Xiao Dezhu's family was very nervous, he didn't want to lose his virginity here again. Xinbai pointed at several spiritual warriors not far away. Don't panic. It's okay if we run slower than the bison. As long as we can run faster than those people, that's fine. Yeah, go for it. Even though it was his first time taking risks, Xinbai could see that the actions of those people just now were purely to divert trouble. After the fierce battle, those people had little spiritual energy left and could not run very fast. After a while, Xinbai and Xiao Dezhu caught up. Among the group of spiritual warriors, someone launched a fireball. The target was Chen Bang behind Xinbai, but unfortunately he was easily avoided. Xinbai quickly passed those people and came to the side of several girls. Just when Xinbai was about to hand Chen Bang over to Lin Shui and go back to deal with those people, a weak voice sounded. No, I can't bear it anymore, don't leave me to Lin Shui. Can't help it? Xinbai thought of the blue fruit. It can't be. Puff puff puff. Several people farted. Fuck, you're not going to pull me on you. Brother Bai, please, just carry me on your back. I can even call you daddy. If Lin Shui carried me on her back, I couldn't help but pull it. Then we can say goodbye to Blue Star. At this moment, Xinbai had an idea. Chapter 47, Flying Freely, Encountering an Assassination. Coordinates, 24.55. Trajectory, left. Wind speed, 5 ms. Ammunition, plenty. When Chen Bang heard Xinbai's mumbling, he felt a bad premonition in his heart. Sure enough, he felt a hand touch his stomach. Press hard. Target locked, ammunition fired. The next second, Chen Bang's body was like a valve was opened. I can't hold it in anymore. The excrement rushed towards the people behind like a flood. Puff, puff, puff. Tut tut tut. Flying freely in his body. Brilliant golden light, eternal appearance. From Chen Bang's mood value plus 8,888. Xinbai, you son of a bitch. Don't panic, I'll help you take off your pants, and I've moved away so those girls can't see you, just relax and do it. From Chen Bang. Is that what I mean? What else do you mean? As the ancients said, the human body is like a shit gun. It's loaded when you eat, and it can be fired at any time when needed. You just finished eating, and this is all shit cannon, which is considered powerful. From Chen Bang. The spiritual warriors behind. I want to dodge, but I dare not retreat. Because the wind was against them, they were mixed with the oncoming xiang. The smell was simply stinking. Lin Shui and the others were about to look back, but Xinbai stopped them. Don't look back, run. Moo. A wild cow, who was also the leader, began to roar excitedly. Among low-level alien beasts, they are very sensitive to the smell of feces. This smells like male hormones. Under the command of the mountain buffalo leader, a group of younger brothers were extremely excited. He suddenly rushed towards the spiritual warriors who had been baptized by Xiang. That speed is no joke. He quickly caught up with several people and instantly overwhelmed the group of spiritual warriors. Accompanied by the painful screams of the group of people, the herd of bison hummed a cheerful tune. Xinbai and his companions were thus out of danger. Lin Shui asked curiously, "What's going on? Why did the bison run away and ignore us again?" Su Xiaoya explained, "There are two possibilities. One is that they obtained the target object, and the other is. That's what I want to say. I owe it to Brother Chen Bang for his help. Let me tell you." Before Xinbai could say anything, Chen Bang whispered, "Xinbai, how dare you say that I will fight you to the death? If they knew about my free flying, I would rather die. Dukanba, I definitely won't tell you, but I like talking in my sleep. 1 million. What you think about during the day you dream about at night. If I forget about it, I won't talk about it again." The three girls saw the two men discussing something in a low voice and were a little confused. It was dawn. The feeling of surviving a disaster made everyone feel much happier. A young man in noble clothes walked towards them with a ruthless pace. Friends, do you know where the nest of the burrow spider is? Su Xiaoya pointed in a direction. Follow this road and you'll be there in half an hour. Little sister, you really helped me a lot by showing me the way. I'm sure I'll be faster than those guys this time. The young man took out a beast core from his backpack and handed it to Su Xiaoya. I don't have much except money. Since I have no way to repay you, I'll just give you the core of the scarlet flame golden turtle. Thank you. Just when Su Xiaoya took the beast core, the young man suddenly attacked. He drew a long knife from his waist and stabbed it into Su Xiaoya's heart. Bang! Xiao Deju's tortoise shell blocked the young man's long sword. A long spear appeared in Su Xiaoya's hand and she stabbed the young man's head. The young man retreated quickly. To react in such a short time and use spiritual skills to deal with it, I underestimated you. Xinbai said coldly, I've seen through you all a long time ago. How could you casually interact with strangers in this secret realm without any backup plan? Impossible. How did you find the flaw? The reason is simple. I can read your mind. I can tell at a glance what evil plans you have in mind. Xinbai threatened the other party. From the beginning, his emotional value has been very strong. Even though I didn't do anything, he has directly provided tens of thousands of points. If I still don't notice, then I'm an idiot. Let others prepare long ago. The young man tore off his disguise. Ha, mind reading, who are you trying to fool? I guess you're the type who's naturally sensitive to murderous intent. But it doesn't matter. I was thinking of a cautious assassination before, but since you've seen through it, I'll let you experience the feeling of a forced kill. Xinbai suddenly laughed. What are you laughing at? I'm laughing at you. You clearly said it was a forced kill, but you still let those two guys hide in the dark and prepare for a sneak attack. From Daoshiwu emotion value plus 888. From Daoqi's emotional value plus 666. From Daoshiai's emotional value plus 666. How do you know? I told you I can read minds. Pa pa pa. A round of applause rang out. Yes, it seems we underestimated you. I guess Fae and the others fell into your hands because of their carelessness. With Dao Qi's wave of his hand, the other two formed a horn. Surround Xinbai and others. Brother, isn't this a bit of an overreaction? Just kill these little brats. Humph, cut the grass at its roots, and a lion will use all its might to fight a rabbit. You must understand these two principles. In an instant, the momentum of the three people soared. The powerful spiritual energy spread out. Especially the leader Dao Qi, whose strength is much stronger than the other two. Everyone looked at each other. Things are getting a little difficult. One is at level 2 or above, and two are at level 1, level 9. Feeling the other party's momentum, the spiritual energy in Xinbai and others' bodies was released. Seeing the auras of several people, Dao Shi couldn't help but laugh and said, the highest is only level 6. I've always said that Big Brother is too cautious. Xinbai used the primary detector to take a look at Dao Qi opposite him. Level 2, level 3. With this kind of strength, one person is enough to kill them all in seconds. Xinbai gritted his teeth and said to the others, I'll hold the leader back while you find a chance to call for help. They are all members of the assessment, although there are no masters following them at all times. But as long as you use the token to call for help, the garrison will send people over as soon as possible. Now it depends on whether we can hold on for that long. Xinbai, he is at the 2nd level. Are you sure you want to deal with him alone? Shen Bang's tone became serious. I have teleportation, so I can hold on for a while. Xinbai gave Chen Bang a meaningful look and said, you and the other two are about the same, so don't think too much. Just hold them back, otherwise we might all die here. As he spoke, Xinbai spent 30,000 emotion points. I upgraded the detonating talisman to level 8, gave it to Su Xiaoya, and explained its function. Instruct several people to use it according to the situation. Seeing that Xinbai was determined to deal with Dao Qi, Chen Bang said no more. Xinbai certainly had his reasons for doing this. At this time, Xinbai had already pulled Dao Qi away. Chen Bang said to the others, you hold back one level 9, and I'll deal with the other. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Bang turned the bronze ring in his hand. Oh, never mind. I'll fight with you just once. For a moment, a white aura enveloped Chen Bang, and the spiritual energy in his body began to soar. It has actually reached the level of level 9 of the first stage. It's something, but do you dare to compete with me with your forcefully increased strength? Chapter 48, Kill the second level spirit warrior and capture the Shilong ghost wolf. Boy, we already knew you could teleport, that's why we sent me to deal with you. Dao Qi followed the scent and chased Xinbai. Blood drink tracking. Xinbai was speechless if he wasn't worried that the other party couldn't keep up. Turn around and run back to deal with Zhuzi and the others. A flying thunder god had already returned home. Boy, do you think running away like this will be of any use? Once we have our eyes on the prey, there will be no escape. You? Prey? After hearing what the other party said, Xinbai stopped. We can use this guy to trick out the power behind this. Why, you're not running anymore, or you're out of psychic power. Who are you? It was you who attacked me in Shoya last time? You can call me Dao Qi. Actually, to be precise, I only attacked Su Shoya last time, and you were just a bystander. Dao Qi moved his mind, and countless vines emerged from the ground. Xinbai was tied up and unable to move. It's just that we've discovered that the deaths of Fae and several others are related to you. That's why we've marked you as a target this time. Dao Qi, Fae, it seems that you are indeed related to the Dao Faz Ran Club, Snap. A vine went straight through Qinbai's feet. That's right. I didn't expect you to be able to investigate our base. If you had stayed on Blue Star, we might not be able to do anything to you. But you actually entered the secret realm, so you can't blame us. It turns out they are just a bunch of rats crossing the street. Xinbai spat out a mouthful of blood, panting and laughing. Bang! A vine pierced Qinbai's arm. Xinbai wanted to break free. But he found that the vines were like steel bars and could not be moved at all. I just love watching you so-called geniuses with special abilities struggle. Xinbai shouted weakly, in that case, can you let me know who killed me before I die, and why you targeted Shoya? I'll let you know before you die. We belong to the Dark Knight organization. As for dealing with Su Shoya, that was Ying Wujuan trying to obtain her superpowers through superpower transfer. But Ying Wujuan is dead, so we don't bother to care anymore. It's just that the two of you alive are a huge threat to us. Dao Qi used vines to pierce Qinbai's body while he was telling the story. I have another question. Why do you like watching people with special abilities struggle? Dao Qi looked very happy. You have too many questions, but it doesn't hurt to tell you. It's a long story. It's a long story, so stop talking. Bang! Suddenly, a powerful force hit Dao Qi's back. You shameless! What do you mean by toothless? Look, my teeth are fine, aren't they? From Dao Qi's emotional value plus 666. Looking at Qinbai's white teeth, Dao Qi suddenly became furious. Good, very good, you are worthy of being the number one in killing techniques. It seems that you do have some strength. If I were not a second level 1, I would have been ambushed by you. Dao Qi's whole body burst out with spiritual energy, without any reservation. Xinbai looked at him with no expression on his face. Now this feeling is correct. I was wondering if it was worth using Ultra Instinct on a piece of trash. Eyes opening and closing. The black pupils turned silver, and soon after, the hair color also turned silver-white. Dao Qi looked at Qinbai, whose state had changed, but his realm aura did not change at all. He couldn't help but grinned. You are so pretentious. How dare a level 5 first order person say such arrogant words? I will destroy you with one move. He raised his hands, and the vines around him seemed to come alive. The blood vine is taking my life. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. For a moment, the spiritual energy stirred up a strong wind, and the smell of blood filled the air. The vines pierced Qinbai's chest. Qinbai tilted her mouth and her aura was fully released. That's it? He dodged the vine's attacks very calmly. How could this be? Did you encounter a ghost? Dao Qi looked at Qinbai, whose limbs were bleeding, but he did not slow down at all. If this kind of fatal injury happened to me, I would be waiting for death. Why does Qinbai act like nothing happened? Taking advantage of Dao Qi's distraction, Qinbai lightly stepped forward with his left foot. Brush! He was originally more than 10 meters away, but in an instant he appeared in front of Dao Qi. The shadowless sword appeared in his hand and chopped towards Dao Qi's head. Dao Qi came to his senses and quickly used vines to resist while retreating backwards. What he didn't expect was The blood vines were useless, and the shadowless sword pierced through directly, stabbing hard into his face. Seeing this situation, Daoqi dared not be careless. Looking at Qinbai, whose strength is no less than his own, Daoqi had only one idea. Delay, delay. He widened the distance again, intending to wear Qinbai out. The other party is injured and will definitely not be able to hold on for long. But Qinbai would never let the other party succeed. The moment the two of them came into contact, he had already placed the Flying Thunder God mark. The results are obvious. If a warrior who has activated the Barbarian King's ultimate skill faces an assassin in close combat, he can only be defeated. I'll fight you. Daoqi knew that he couldn't leave, and the spiritual energy in his body began to expand. Can you withstand a level 2, level 3 self-destruction? All the vines seemed to be in a frenzy. Bang bang bang. The explosion echoed throughout the forest. The smoke dissipated and Qinbai brushed off the dust on his body. That's it? After Daoqi's death, the hostility towards Qinbai gradually disappeared. The Ultra Instinct then ended. But at this moment, Qinbai flew like a thunder god and came to a stream. He forced himself to continue using the Ultra Instinct. There is no doubt that the hostility here is stronger. Little wolf dog, we meet again. Ouch. When Shilong Yulang saw Qinbai appear, his anger soared. As the leader of the tribe, he was treated like a dog by Qinbai, and when he came back, he found that the entire water wolf pack had been wiped out. Now I meet Qinbai. We must fight to the death. Qinbai, who has activated the Ultra Instinct, can even deal with a second-level spiritual warrior. Shilong Yulang had no power to fight back at all. Very quickly, he was punched by Qinbai and vomited blood, fell into a deep coma and lost consciousness. After dealing with Shilong Ghostwolf, Qinbai returned to the team. Su Xiaoya, with the help of Lin Shui and Ai Weiwei's control over the field. The spiritual warrior's clothes were scattered all over the place, and it seemed that he was seriously injured by the level 8 detonating talisman. His breath was much weaker than at the beginning, and Xiao Dezhu took the damage from the opponent. Li Yi also continued to use lightning paralysis. Everyone worked together and barely held back a level 9 spiritual warrior. Well, not bad, it seems that the tacit understanding is still good. Then he looked towards another battlefield. Chen Bang and another level 9 spiritual warrior Dao Shi fought head-on. Dao Shi also has speed-related abilities. But Chen Bang actually has a special ability fire. It also has dual attribute abilities, speed and fire. The two men kept fighting, and it was impossible to tell who was the winner in a short period of time. Chapter 49, Heavenly Hand Power, try the effect first. Xiao Dezhu is a defensive spiritual warrior. However, his defensive ability all lies in the black turtle shell, so he is happy to have some free time. Seeing Qinbai's presence, Xiao Dezhu thought that the second-level spiritual warrior had escaped like a dog. Brother Bai, you're back so soon? Come and help. I think sometimes it's more important to give you some experience. Qinbai didn't have much emotional value at this time, so he couldn't activate the Ultra Instinct. There's no way to help if you go up there. He immediately took out a skewer of exotic beast, which was exactly what Li Yi had roasted last night. It was delicious in color, aroma, and taste. Zhu Zi, do you want to eat? Brother Bai, why are you still so leisurely at this time? Having said that, Xiao Dezhu smelled the fragrance and was about to reach out to take it. Qinbai took the skewers back and took a bite of them. I forgot, you have a girlfriend and you're trying to lose weight recently, so you can't eat too much meat. From Xiao Dezhu's emotional value plus 666. At this time, not only Xiao Dezhu, but everyone else noticed Qinbai, including the two level 9 spiritual warriors. Why is Qinbai back? So what about the boss? What's going on? As for Ai Weiwei and the others, they were very experienced in walking the dog, so they were not surprised at all. But when they saw the fainted Shilong Yulang, everyone was shocked. What was going on? Without waiting for everyone to think, the two killers attacked directly. It was as if he had made up his mind and had no more scruples. Boom! Su Xiaoya and her companions were knocked back several meters. Alas, it seems that this is the only trick I can use. Chen Bang sighed helplessly. That move? Everyone was stunned. Could it be that Chen Bang was holding back? Stay away and don't get affected. Chen Bang shouted to several people, and then a ball of red flame emerged from the white spiritual energy all over his body. I want to see if you can hold on. Chen Bang took a deep breath, and red and white flames condensed in his hands. Gradually, a two-colored fire lotus formed. The extremely hot light made everyone present feel frightened. With both hands raised. Rumble. An explosion that shocked the world and made ghosts cry. The entire jungle was blown up. The two colors of flames kept colliding like two molecules. After a while, the sky was filled with smoke. Chen Bang turned his back to everyone. There are no words to describe this moment. Chen Bang didn't turn his head or say anything. He was waiting for everyone's praise. However, a voice made him wish he could find a hole to crawl into. That's awesome, Bang. You're really cool when you use the fire lotus to blast people, but it's a bit eye-catching that you're showing half of your butt. From Chen Bang's mood value plus 8,888. Chen Bang touched his waistband and it was gone. It turned out to be when the biological weapons were sprayed just now. For convenience, Xinbai simply tore off his pants. No wonder my butt felt cold during the fight just now. Shit, doesn't that mean everyone saw it? The smoke cleared and a voice rang out. You're really amazing. I almost fell into your hands. Still alive. Chen Bang looked closely and saw that this guy was using his companion's body as a shield. Looking at the young figure in front of him, his eyes were as if he were looking at a monster. So terrifying. He is so young but he can use such powerful spiritual skills. What a pity, you didn't expect that. I can still run. He is a killer, not a death warrior, so why should he fight to the death? With a salary of a few thousand yuan a month, what's the point of risking your life? Chen Bang's face was pale at this time. The previous attack had drained his spiritual energy. The remaining few people could only stare blankly. Just as the killer was about to escape, the shadow of a pair of large hands directly pinched it. Xinbai and the others saw a scene that they would never forget. Bang! Bang! The killer dissipated in the space like liquid. Several figures appeared in the air. They went to Chen Bang together. Another one fell in front of Xinbai and his companions. There were still fluctuations emanating from his body. Obviously, he was the one who unleashed the attack just now. Commander Wang. What's going on? The person who came was naturally their examiner this time, Wang Lin. I don't know. They suddenly attacked us. They were very powerful. Su Xiaoya recounted what had happened. Xinbai added, they call themselves the Dark Knight Organization. Dark Knight Organization? Wang Lin frowned slightly, as if thinking about something. Then, his eyes were fixed on Shilong Yulang behind Xinbai. Where did you get this thing? Xinbai looked sideways and said, you're talking about this? This is what you caught. Wang Lin went forward to check, and found that the person was alive. You know, their assessment task this time is to deal with level 8 mutant beasts. The difficulty is already considered extremely great. That's why we will kill them at all costs. Including taking advantage of the infighting between strange beasts. But Xinbai and his men captured him alive. This is more difficult than killing. Ha, I'm so happy that you will be part of the garrison's future. Lu Hong couldn't help laughing on the side. Xinbai asked, really? How happy are you? Tell me about it. From Lu Hong's mood value plus 666. Wang Lin explained to Xinbai and the others. Of course she's happy. A living beast is much bigger than a dead one. With a dead beast, there's a chance of obtaining a beast core, and the most guaranteed reward is the beast's flesh and blood. For living beasts, we can directly extract spiritual skills from them. For mutant beasts like this one, we can even draw inferences from them, study the evolutionary path of the beasts, and kill the potential beasts in advance. As she spoke, Lu Hong took out some unknown instruments and locked up the Shilong Yulang. Load it onto the car and take it away directly. The mission is completed, and you will get the Heavenly Hand Power improved version. Heavenly Hand Power. Lock onto an object or creature within your field of view and swap positions with it. You can also select another object or creature and swap positions with them, regardless of distance. The stronger the target realm, the greater the spiritual energy consumed. When it becomes too strong, it cannot be transferred. You can use up all your spiritual energy to forcibly transfer a target that cannot be transferred. Looking at the system information, Xinbai was ecstatic. There is no time to be happy, business is important. Commander Wang, I'd like to ask if our capture of the Shillong ghost wolf alive this time counts as exceeding our mission target. Not really. I didn't exceed my internship quota, but I can help you with the application process and see if I can get more points. Is that so? Bai was a little disappointed. Then if I kill the beast and sell its flesh and blood to an exchange or the black market, will the reward be better? From Wang Lin's emotional value plus 666. Hey, kid. Wang Lin looked Bai up and down. He looked like a decent person, but he didn't expect that he was so profit-driven. Don't overthink it. This is a mutant beast. We're just giving you an assessment this time. We didn't expect you to succeed. Even if you failed, we would normally capture you. So, even if there are no points or rewards, do you think you can take it away? What? Just a formality, no reward? Bai became more and more angry after hearing this. How cowardly. I didn't expect that you would look down on people like us so much. In the end, Bai chose to rob between feeling cowardly and angry. Bai locked one eye on Shillong Yulang who had fainted in the car, and the other on Wang Lin. Heavenly hand power. Call out. In an instant, Shillong Yulang appeared in front of Bai and his companions. Xiao Dezhu and the others were filled with confusion. On the other side, the garrison troops were dealing with the Shillong ghost wolf. The next moment, he discovered that he had suddenly turned into Wang Lin. Everyone was confused. Chapter 50 Bai's pie in the sky gets bigger and bigger. Several people were confused and looked at Bai, who was originally standing but now collapsed on the ground. Fuck, that's awesome, take it away now. Bai shouted at Xiao Dezhu. Xiao Dezhu grabbed the Shillong ghost wolf's tail and pulled it towards him. It turned out that it couldn't be pulled at all. A few seconds later, Bai reminded, forget it, Juzi. Xiao Dezhu used all his strength. I don't know how to write the word give up. I only know that give up has 15 strokes, while persistence has 16. There is only one stroke difference between giving up and persisting. Persistence is victory. Bai reminded again, and winked desperately. Juzi, we shouldn't do this. Xiao Dezhu immediately realized something was wrong and looked back. Wang Lin stood next to the strange beast with a ferocious look on his face. Hee, as the saying goes, one step back opens up a new world. It won't hurt to write one less stroke. Xiao Dezhu let go of his hand and helped Bai, who was lying on the ground, up. He whispered, Brother Bai, what happened just now? What's going on? Isn't that your special ability? Hey, that's slander. Stop talking nonsense, I'm suing you for slander. Bai will definitely not admit it. But Wang Lin is not a fool, he can still detect the spiritual skills released from someone's body. Especially since he himself was the one who was infected. Coming to Bai, he asked, how dare you use spiritual skills on me? If you dare to use spiritual skills on me today, you will kill me tomorrow. If you dare to kill me tomorrow, you will be committing treason the day after tomorrow. If you dare to betray your country the day after tomorrow, you will soon become a traitor. A traitor like you must not be allowed to remain in this world. No one around expected that Bai was so powerful that he dared to attack Wang Lin directly. Even the examiners from Chen Bang's team were stunned. What a talent! Brother Wang, can you please allow me to, explain? Bai quickly said, I just realized this ability and wanted to try out its effects. Wang Lin shouted, try to see the effect? I think you just don't like me. Sir, I guarantee with my integrity that I have absolutely no ill intentions. Bai firmly denied it. In the end, Wang Lin still threw 10 beast cores to them. Worth at least millions. In name, it was a reward from Wang Lin to several people. In the jeep, Wang Lin drove the car and took several people back to the city. What happened to your spiritual skill just now? At that moment, I felt the space around me was changing, and I couldn't do anything about it. Bai's eyes lit up when he heard this. Commander Wang, are you saying that you want to defend yourself but can't? Wang Lin nodded, that's right. Bai was suddenly happy. Damn, another one that ignored defense. What is your strength? Wang Lin just stretched out a big slap. I understand. You can slap me away with just one slap. Level 5. Wang Lin couldn't help but curse, what's in your head? Bai thought of the assassins just now, oh right, I just said those people are from the Dark Knight organization, do you have any clues? You have become interns of the garrison, so you should know some things. Wang Lin began to tell Qin Bai and others about some things happening in the country. On Blue Star, there are some mysterious people called the Tongxin Society. They are composed of people with weak strength or those who have not awakened their superpowers. These people have no so-called national beliefs, let alone pride in being human. As long as there are benefits, they can even cooperate with the alien beasts. Of course, as long as the benefits are enough, the Beast King and others can help you deal with it. In short, in their eyes, there is only profit. They are all a bunch of profit-seeking beasts. Qin Bai OS, I feel offended. Didn't the authorities take any action? It's difficult. They're hiding it very well. After all, no one would carve the Tongxinhui symbol on their face. Wang Lin sighed and said, the Tongxin Society isn't an organization. More accurately, it's an alliance. They're made up of many different mysterious organizations. The Dark Knight organization you mentioned might have originated in Zhengcheng. But don't worry. Since we know their origins, just leave it to us. You should have received the website Lu Hong sent you. Once you've completed the facial recognition verification and passed the following procedures, you'll become interns. Qin Bai asked, Commander Wang, how many points will we give out per month? Dragon Country points can be exchanged for resources placed in the system exclusively by the Dragon Country military. These are all rare resources obtained by the garrison troops in the development of the secret realm. Although I'm your superior, I can't ask about these things. You'll know the details after the process is completed and you carefully read the agreement information. Ding dong. Very quickly. The process passed. Qin Bai clicked on the points system and logged in through facial recognition. A confidentiality agreement pops up immediately. Qin Bai was too lazy to look at so much and confirmed everything. Finally, enter the official redemption page. 50 points. Qin Bai complained, damn, it's so little, how many points do you have, Zhuzi? Wang Lin coughed a few times. Hey, I'm your boss. Can you show me some respect? Didn't you read the confidentiality agreement? You're not allowed to ask about other people's points. If you find out, 100 points will be deducted at a time. Qin Bai said, it's so dark, I can't even ask once. Chao Dizhu said, I can only ask 0.5 times. Su Xiaoya, me too. Ivy, +1. From Wang Lin's emotional value +888. Good man, you really think you don't exist, right? However, Wang Lin did not intend to care about the formulation of this rule. The main purpose is to prevent someone from doing bad things and targeting other people's points to interfere. There will be no problem with Qin Bai and the others in front of us. Qin Bai searched some lists. I found that they were all common, low-level items. Qin Bai complained again, why are there so much rubbish? Did you hide all the rare items? I was told to read this carefully, but you skipped it. The agreement states that exchanging items requires authority. The higher your realm, the higher your authority. Of course, if you make great contributions to the country, your authority will also be increased. Qin Bai roughly understood. Search for some first-level exclusive items. Spiritual energy bead, 1 point. Reply beads, 2 points. Why are they all useless things? Qin Bai clicked casually. I found that I could actually search for third-level items. It seems that one level does not correspond to one permission. At first glance, it is either useless or I can't use it. Ha! There is actually one that might be useful to me. Space-type exotic beast egg unhatched, 100,000 points. Oh my god, 1 point is equal to 10,000 Dragon Country coins. Doesn't that mean 1 billion Dragon Country coins? A third-level item is so expensive? Seeing that Qin Bai was interested, Wang Lin immediately started to make plans. I'm tempted, right? This is a space-based system, so it's definitely more expensive. The points system has a lot of resources. As long as you work hard to earn points, you don't have to worry about not having the resources to practice. Qin Bai nodded and said, Sir, will you be our boss from now on? Wang Lin replied, that's right. From now on, the 4 of you will be considered a team and I will be in charge of you all. Qin Bai continued, if we make significant contributions, or if our strength increases rapidly, it should be beneficial to you as well. Wang Lin paused, what do you mean, kid? Qin Bai, can you lend me some points? I'll exchange this space-type beast egg for it. My strength will improve. Wang Lin, yes. Xinbai, my strength has improved. When I go out with the team, I can be safer, take on more advanced tasks, and improve faster. Wang Lin, that's right. Xinbai, you're improving so quickly. Is it because you've been taught well? Will the country give you a higher status and treasure resources, and reward you with more points? You're at level 5, so the reward points are definitely more. In other words, you only need to spend 100,000 points to exchange for more points. It's a sure win. Wan Lin, you mean, you just painted a pie for me and wanted to get 100,000 points from me? Do you think I'm an idiot? Hee hee, you discovered all this. Ha, if I can't even spot such empty promises, how can I survive? Xinbai whispered to Cao Dezhu, it turns out that Commander Wang is not an idiot. From Wang Lin's Emotional Value plus 666. Chapter 51 The Secret of Youth. Wang Lin sent several people back to the city and threw them down directly. Get out of here. Xinbai and his friends had no choice but to walk home by themselves. Wang Lin looked at Xinbai's back, tears in his eyes. He took out his phone and dialed a number. A voice came from the other end, Captain Wang, what are your instructions? Wang Lin said, didn't you say that Xinbai seemed to have discovered you over a month ago? You don't need to follow him anymore. This guy is capable of protecting himself now. Okay, but what? Since half a month ago, I have been unable to follow him. Every time he suddenly disappears from my sight. Is that so? Never mind. After Wang Lin hung up the phone, he touched a dog that suddenly appeared in the passenger seat. You said his spatial ability is stronger than yours? Ouch. It seems this kid is even better than his teacher. Wang Lin was holding a pocket watch in his hand. There is a picture above of two men in military uniforms. It was getting late, and the few people realized that there was still one thing that had not been dealt with. Divide the spoils. Wang Lin finally gave 10 beast cores to the entire team. I don't mind. I can do anything. Me too. Except for Xinbai, the other 3 said they didn't care. In that case, let's divide it equally. Xinbai took out the beast core, I'll take 1 for Zhuzi, 1 for Xiuya, 1 for Weiwei. From Cao Dezhu's Emotional Value plus 555. From Su Xiaoya. From AI. Is this the average score? Ai Weiwei said, I don't need it. I'll give it all to you. You have made the greatest contribution. I didn't help much this time. Su Xiaoya also said, I have the Scarlet Flame Golden Turtle Beast Core, which is enough. Zhuzi, what about you? Xinbai asked. Just kidding, brother Bai, it's just a beast core. I'm not bragging, I give the order and 100,000 beast cores will appear in front of me immediately. Xinbai urged, really? Give the order and see. From Cao Dezhu's Emotional Value plus 666. I'm just bragging. Several people felt that they would play a small role in this assessment. After all, they had no idea how Xinbai had caught the Shilong ghost wolf. Xinbai didn't act pretentiously and put everything into his backpack. Finally, Ivy went back by herself. The 3 Xinbai siblings walked towards the night snack stall. A new barbecue stall has opened in Jiangchang. The 3 of them just went in to try something new. Since you don't want the beast core this time, I'll treat you to a meal. Xinbai picked up the menu with a dignified look on his face. The more he looked, the darker his face became. Stir-fried vegetables with meat, 888 yuan. Roast beef, 1,999 yuan. Roasted lamb whip, 3,333 yuan. Except for stir-fried vegetables and meat, all other prices are over 1,000 yuan. The general price is around 2,000. Waiter! In the distance, a girl walked over. What's wrong, handsome? Xinbai pointed at the menu and asked, is this a shady place? Why are the prices so expensive? You're joking. Honest business is fair and honest. The girl smiled brightly. Xinbai said in a tone of voice, huh? So, are the skewers here made of gold or silver? We have meat from exotic beasts here, and the vegetarian food is all spiritual plants from the secret realm. Exotic beast meat? Spiritual plants? The 3 were a little surprised. Normally, apart from the areas around the secret realm, only some big cities would have food stalls selling exotic beast meat. Jiangcheng is such a small place, but it is so advanced. But, society is beautiful, but reality is bitter. Shinbai was conflicted, poor. The waiter saw Shinbai's expression, but instead of looking down on him, he took it for granted. Sir, it's okay if you're not used to eating exotic beast meat. You can come back once you're used to it. What do you mean by not used to it? What's wrong with Brother San? Brother Bai, order me this meal. Xiao Deju was full of domineering aura, and at this moment, there seemed to be a 1,000-foot-long light shining behind him. Shinbai patted Xiao Deju on the shoulder and praised him. Juzi, although you are usually a coward when you are a licking dog, you are really handsome when you spend money. Xiao Deju defended himself. Nonsense, I have plenty of money. No, what do you mean by cowardly? I'm in a relationship with Ruyan now. Shinbai picked up the menu with a dignified look on his face. This, and this, plus this. Xiao Deju took a look at the dishes Shinbai ordered, which were all cheap items, and said, Brother Bai, don't be so polite. Let me tell you, this time. Don't take all the ones you ordered just now. Just give me one of each of the remaining ones. Before Xiao Deju finished speaking, Shinbai summarized to the waiter. From Xiao Deju's emotional value plus 666. Shinbai hesitated for a moment and added, 2 servings of lamb whip and bull whip each. My brother eats a lot. Okay, please wait a moment. After Shinbai handed the menu to the waiter, he looked at Xiao Deju with a smile. How's it going? Juzi, I know winter vacation is coming and you need to eat more, so I added some extra ingredients for you. Xiao Deju's face turned the color of liver. Brother, thank you so much. Small problem, buddy. It takes about half an hour. All the skewers were served. Let me try it first to see if it's really worth the price. Xiao Deju set his eyes on a skewer of roast beef. Grab it and swallow it in an instant. Ma. Melts in your mouth. Such a smooth texture and perfect seasoning. Even Xiao Deju, a rich kid who was used to eating delicacies from land and sea, couldn't help but utter 2 words. Wonderful. Ah. I have to say, it's really worth it. Brother, how about this restaurant's kebabs? Are they good? As several people were eating heartily, an old man with white hair and bald head sat at the next table. Shinbai looked at him and said, That's quite amazing. You must come here to eat often. Of course. This shop opened last week, and I come here almost every day. Since I came here, I feel so much better. As the old man spoke, he ordered a lot of grilled skewers, half of which were whips. Shinbai couldn't help but sigh when he saw this scene. Rich people are awesome. They know how to enjoy life even when they are old. How do you take care of yourself? I see you're in such good health. Can you tell me some tips? The old man was about to speak when the phone suddenly rang. After saying a few words in a low voice, he took out a laptop from the handbag on the other side. After booting up, click on VS to start programming. Modify the code according to the other party's requirements. After it was done, Xiao Deju said with a smile. The most important thing in life is to be happy. I graduated from university 3 years ago. I stayed up late every day coding and was forced to hand in homework. Look, I'm 27 now, but I'm in great spirits. I can climb 7 floors in one breath without even taking a breath. I'm much better than my peers. While speaking, he bit off a bullwhip. All. Shinbai and the others kept silent and just ate. Chapter 52, Working Less and Getting More, Gaining something without working, is what we call making money. The 3 of them kept bragging. By the early morning, everyone was a little tired. Prepared to go home and rest. Shinbai suddenly remembered that Ai Weiwei seemed to be his neighbor. The beast core that Wang Lin rewarded today. Zhuzi and Xiaoya don't need it because they don't need it, and they have a good relationship with me. But the other party is not familiar with me and doesn't want any of them. Even though I love money, I still feel a little embarrassed. Mainly, the amount is too large. Shinbai walked to the Chuan Xiang shop in the ordinary food street. He took out his phone and sent a voice message. Shinbai, I want to bring you any barbecue. Ai Weiwei replied, if you don't want to bring it, then don't bring it. Who cares? Even dogs won't eat it. Ai Weiwei. Shinbai was a little speechless. What I meant was, do you want to eat barbecue? I'll bring it to you. Ivy Wei retracted a message. Ai Weiwei, yes, I want grilled chicken wings, grilled chicken legs, grilled lamb skewers, Odin beef waffle, grilled squid slices, fried tofu, and fried milk. Shinbai looked at the milk tea price list and continued to ask, would you like some? Ai Weiwei, no, milk tea has too much sugar. I'm on a diet. Shinbai equals. Wow, this is how you lose weight, right? However, one tea you feel thirsty after eating all this barbecue? When I got back to the doorstep, Shinbai found that he was overthinking. I don't know when a box of sugar-free cola was placed at the door of Ivy next door. Early morning. A ray of morning sunlight shone through the window onto Shinbai's face. The whole room looks particularly warm and cozy. Shinbai slowly opened his eyes. Fuck. Damn, I forgot to draw the curtains yesterday, the sun is so glaring. Shinbai got up and closed the curtains. The early bird catches the worm. Decide to do something meaningful. For example, taking a nap. So as not to be eaten by the early bird. There are 3 most painful things in life. One is to attend class. The second is to get up early to attend class. The third is to go to bed early so as to get up early for class. But fortunately, Shinbai is on winter vacation now. Not only do you not have to go to class, you don't even have to get up early. Then just sleep in. All phones are on silent. I slept until noon. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. A knock on the door woke Shinbai up. Who is it? Why don't you take a break in the middle of the day? Shinbai opened the door sleepily. Take a closer look. Shinbai instantly shouted, "Fuck, who are you?" Shinbai, what's wrong with you? Ivy Weiwei at the door was startled. Did you get dizzy from sleep? Saw, no weapons pads. Shinbai glanced around again in doubt. The road ahead is smooth. It is said that beautiful girls like to lie, but I didn't expect that they would even lie about this. From Ivy Wei's mood value plus 666. So what? How much did you have to pay for this, my god? Shinbai still had some doubts. Ivy rolled her eyes. Are all you boys so vulgar? Yeah, that's right. From Ivy Wei's mood value plus 888. Shinbai changed the subject and asked. By the way, why did you come to see me so early? I need your help with something. What is it? My brother has been a little disobedient recently, and I want you to help teach him a lesson. Isn't that funny? You're looking for me for your brother's affairs? Don't you like making money? 50,000. Humor, working less and getting more, and gaining something for nothing, that's what we call making money. Working hard and selling your own labor for a paycheck, that's what we call work. There will be another 500,000 after the deal is done. Please take a seat, Mississippi Butler Chin will be at your service shortly. Chin Baidang stood up suddenly. He pulled out a chair and motioned for Ivy Wei to sit down. From Ivy Wei's mood value plus 888. Can you slow down the speed at which you change your expression? It's not that you have to say it separately. If you say it all at once, will my face change? Shinbai couldn't help but complain. If we have to say this, it has to be chin bang. Hundreds of thousands of dollars are often spent. After going through one secret realm, I earned more than 1 million. Shinbai went to wash and tidy up, then took something to eat from the refrigerator and cooked it. Do you want to eat it? No. Ivy Wei's voice came from the balcony. Shinbai realized something was wrong. Broken. Hurriedly ran to the balcony. When she saw the black stockings in Ivy Wei's hand, she was stunned. Ai Weiwei fiddled with the black stockings, looking at Shinbai with a bit of confusion, her eyes becoming a little strange. You have this fetish? How is that possible? It's mine in my house. Shinbai was a little flustered, and what he said seemed outrageous. Suddenly, Ai Weiwei seemed to have discovered something and looked at Shinbai with disgust. Hey, why is there still hair? You think I'm that kind of person? After hearing Shinbai's words, Ai Weiwei fell into deep thought. It seems to make some sense. Indeed, if it were you, you would probably wear it on your head and use it to rob a bank. This hair would look more like hair. Hey, that's enough. There's a limit to blind guessing. Shinbai appeared calm on the outside, but was extremely panicked on the inside. Wow, can even guess this? Fortunately, this guy didn't no Kobe, otherwise the hot spring incident would have been exposed. But Ai Weiwei's next sentence made Shinbai stunned. No, I remember there was a perverted female hot spring voyeur wearing stockings over her head in your number 1 middle school. It couldn't be you. You made me laugh. I thought I was a voyeur. Then tell me why there are black silk threads on your balcony that haven't been washed clean and have hair on them. Alas, there's nothing I can do. Shinbai sighed and said helplessly, I originally promised not to tell anyone, but it seems I can't hide it today. What promise? When Ai Weiwei heard that there seemed to be something interesting, her face was full of excitement and she hurried over. Shinbai said helplessly, actually, I have a friend who is a leg control. Of course, that friend is Chaodeju, not me. You may not know this, but she has a girlfriend who has a great figure. One time when they were dating, the stockings got dirty, so they were discarded. But Juzi is a sentimental person. He thought that if he kept it, he would be reminded of his parents. But if he kept it at home, he was worried that it would be discovered, so he left it at my house. Then I washed it and hung it up. As for that hair, it must be Lu Ruyan's leg hair. It wasn't washed clean. Ai Weiwei was stunned when she heard this, and always felt that something was wrong. Is your brother really that kind of person? He looked so impressive during the assessment, but I didn't expect him to be such a pervert. Alright, I'm only telling you this, don't tell anyone else. Shinbai said with a serious expression, forget about this, let's get down to business. The two went out. Lijiang Shopping Mall. In front of the milk tea shop. Chao Deju and Lu Ruyan were eating snacks and chatting. Chao Deju is talking about this assessment. Of course, I added a little credit to myself. Your trip to the secret realm is really fun, it's a pity I can't go. It's okay, next time we have a chance we can go alone. Chao Deju picked up the milk tea and took a sip. Just then, a waiter passing by accidentally bumped into his arm. The milk tea immediately spilled on Lu Ruyan's stockings. The waiter quickly apologized. It's okay, it's okay. Chao Deju helped wipe it. Lu Ruyan said, it's okay. I've worn it many times anyway. I can just find a bathroom and take it off. Chao Deju replied, well, I'll help you throw it away. Chapter 53 Uncle, I'll show you a magic trick. On the road. From Ivy's micro-emotion value plus 666. Ai Weiwei couldn't help but complain, Shinbai, do you really need to do that? Shinbai asked, what's wrong? Ai Weiwei scolded, what's wrong? Look at this broken car. The two were riding the same shared electric bike on the road. Well, just crawling. The speed of 3 ms is the limit. But I have to say, the quality of the spring is quite good. Up and down, just like riding a roller coaster. Shinbai was driving in the front and Ai Weiwei was sitting in the back. Shinbai said helplessly, there's nothing I can do. This is the only car left at the storage location. What can I do? Then why can't you take a taxi? You've got a concussion. Taxi rides are free. Do you think I'm rich like you? Cultivation resources are very expensive. No matter which world it is, the poor are literary and the rich are martial. Spirit beads, beast cores, meditation room. After reaching a higher level, there will be combat losses, equipment losses, potions, etc. How much does a taxi cost? You don't understand, little by little it adds up to a lot. Ring, ring, ring. Suddenly, a middle-aged young woman with a little boy rode a small electric scooter slowly past the group of people. The little boy asked, Mom, what are these two brothers and sisters doing? The middle-aged woman jokingly said, they are competing with turtles in speed. Look at the eyes of the two people. Nothing was said, but everything was implied. Shinbai and Ai Weiwei were very angry, but there was nothing they could do. The other party just turned the handle lightly, and the speed was beyond their reach even if they tried their best with their electric car. The little boy said, I thought they were testing the quality of the car. What do you mean? The middle-aged woman asked in confusion. The little boy recalled, last time in the parking lot, I saw my dad and a girl squeezed together, moving slowly, and the car was shaking slightly. I thought they were fighting, but later they said they were testing the quality of the car. What did you say? The middle-aged woman was shocked, her eyes were sharp, she twisted her hands to the extreme, and quickly threw Shinbai and the other man away. The remaining two people were stunned. Eating melons is a girl's nature, and Ai Weiwei is no exception. Do you want to take your son to die, or rush back to settle the score with your husband? How should I know? The two continued to ride slowly. The strong midday sun shone on their heads. These low-level spiritual warriors cannot ignore the scorching sun. Your e-donkey is faster than my grandma. Really? I don't believe it. Shinbai remained skeptical. From Ivy's micro-emotion value plus 666. Fuck it, I'm so unlucky to have met a bastard like you in this life. Misfortune often lies behind blessings, and blessings often lie behind misfortunes. Who can tell what will happen? Wow, you're so cultured that you even understand common sayings? You're not thinking that my meeting you might be a good thing, are you? No, I mean, even if you haven't been unlucky for 8 lifetimes, you will still meet me. From Ivy's micro-emotion value plus 555. The two didn't know how long they had been driving. Finally arrived at the destination. The 20-kilometer journey took more than 2 hours. On the way, they also bought some shamat-style hair accessories. It is said that Ivy's younger brother dresses like this. Ivy pointed to the luxurious residential area ahead. Seeing Chinbai opening in another direction, Ai Weiwei couldn't help but shout in confusion. That's it, stop the car, where are you going? Wait a minute, I'll find a designated return point and return the car, otherwise they'll keep deducting money from me. Fuck it, I'll help you, okay? Hurry over there, I'm the boss now and you're the employee. Ivy couldn't stand it and started cursing. The two got out of the car and came to the gate of the community. This place is called Jiangcheng Yiping, and it is the most prosperous area in the entire Jiangcheng. Let's go in. Wait, can you tell me why I'm wearing this? Sheen buy it this time. Tights, moccasins, a heat shrink jacket, and a one-eyed wig on his head, with only the right eye showing. It has a very retro feel. Ai Weiwei looked at Chinbai and said, what you need to do is very simple. Just dress like this and beat my brother up. Then, give him a lecture. He will trust someone dressed like this. As your sister, why don't you come forward? I beat him until my hands hurt, but not only did he not listen, I don't know which bastard he learned to use online loans from. Online loans are like this. They harm both others and yourself. I, Chinbai, will never touch online loans in my life, even if I die. After saying that, Chinbai took the lead and walked directly to the gate of the community. Who knew that he would be stopped by the security guard at the door? Chinbai looked calm and pointed, swipe the card. I don't have a card. Ivy said. You don't have a card? Why are you letting me come without a card? I wanted you to find a place to teleport in, beat you up, and then come out, but who knew you would go through the main door? Chinbai's mouth twitched, just playing. But it's okay, my IQ is so high, I can definitely handle it easily. Boy, no one can enter this community without a card. At this time, the security guard spoke, and while doing military boxing, he took out a bronze key. If you don't have a card, leave quickly. I, the 38th generation, single-line disciple of Hunyuan Taiji sect, am not kidding you when I start fighting. Chinbai glanced and saw the stone. Uncle, what do you use this stone for? Our neighborhood is protected by a defensive barrier for important figures. Only this bronze key can open the barrier. Chinbai's eyes flickered, and an idea came to him. Sir, I am actually the owner of this key. Fart. You don't believe it? If you were the owner of this bronze key, I would eat it right there and then. If I had known earlier, the owner of this key would be the owner of the barrier. How could the existence that could set up such a barrier be the little brat in front of me? Ai Weiwei quickly pulled Chinbai away and whispered, you idiot. This is the most upscale residential area in Jiangcheng, so they must have some tricks up their sleeves. But who would have thought? Chinbai twisted her lips and said, Master, believe it or not, if I shout, your key will turn into mud, and the real key will appear in my hand. Magic show, come on, I'm busy today, so I'd like to watch you perform. Master, watch carefully. Chinbai secretly grabbed a handful of dirt and held it in his fist. Then put your fist in front of you. His eyes were locked on both the powder and the bronze key. Heavenly hand power. Whoosh. Mana mani hong. May the heavens and the earth bless you. Chinbai muttered something along the way. The bronze key of the community security guard turned into powder. Chinbai blew into his fist. He slowly unclenched his fist, and a bronze key suddenly appeared in his hand. Fuck, you really can do magic. How did you do that? At this moment, not only the old man was stunned, but Ivy was also stunned. Ha, I've already told you that I am the owner of this bronze key. Ai Weiwei naturally wouldn't believe Chinbai's nonsense. But how did he do it? Could it be a space-related ability? She was well informed and had never heard of it. After getting the bronze key, I opened the barrier and the access control door was naturally opened. Just like that, Chinbai walked in with dignity. As for Ai Weiwei, she was worried that her brother would see her and Qinbai together and that it would be useless to teach him a lesson, so she did not follow. But as the boss, she will supervise from the side. Chapter 54. What happened? I was beaten up by a group of people? Qinbai entered the community and followed the directions given by Ai Weiwei. The target was found quickly. Qinbai was a little surprised. Hey, why do these people look familiar? A boy with pink afro hair and invisible eyes looked over and said, "There's a lively young man in the neighborhood." Qinbai looked closely and found that it was the group of energetic young men who were riding the ghost fire and were about to hit him. "My name is Eddie." The boy stretched out his hand and said, "Is this brother also a member of the Burial Love family? Could this guy be Ivy's younger brother?" Qinbai was stunned on the spot. Wow, it turns out it's really a retro heritage. Fortunately, Qinbai was well prepared. He took out a bag of cement powder and threw it on the ground. "This is..." The people opposite said with unfriendly expressions, "Are you here to compete in dancing?" "Yes, come here." Qinbai pointed at Eddie. Eddie was almost dying of laughter. Everyone in this community knew that he was the king of Burial of Love and Dance. "Okay, I'll go first." Eddie left before the flamboyant background music could start. He received a violent blow to the back of his head. From Eddie's emotion value plus 555. Ouch. What the hell do you mean? A duel, didn't you agree? Qinbai looked innocent. I agree to the duel you asked about, and then a one-on-one fight. Why are you cursing after being beaten? Eddie covered his head and climbed up. Okay, you're looking for trouble, huh? If that's the case, don't blame the brothers for beating you up. A gang fight? Just the three of you, can you call it a gang fight? Are you blind? One of them said. Qinbai had a bad feeling and lifted up his bangs that were covering his left eye. The whole person was stunned. When the hell did so many people come here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 9 people, 12 people in total. Oh no, there will be a day when I get beaten up by a group of people. This shabby shape. A troublemaker. Qinbai pulled off his wig and threw it to the ground. Just when he was about to take action. The system keeps popping up emotion value prompts. From Eddie's emotion value plus 666. From. The people on the opposite side worshipped him collectively as if they had seen an idol. Great God. It's you, great God. What's going on? Qinbai was confused. Everyone said that the young man was mentally abnormal. When I saw it today, it turned out to be true. Eddie went over and put his arm around Qinbai's shoulders. It was like a brother I hadn't seen for years. Didn't you help me with the loan last time? Later, their customer service came to me and taught me how to proceed. A few words came over. Qinbai finally figured things out. It turns out that it was my own fault that caused this group of people to take out loans. The reason why several people took out loans was basically because their families were rich but their consumption was restricted. If you take out a loan, your family will help you repay it so that they won't be affected. This has led to a situation where some people resort to online loans when they are short of money. Far away. Ai Weiwei used a telescope to watch the movements of Qinbai and the others. Qinbai had already taken action. But somehow, several of them ended up fooling around together. This Qinbai, he's not trying to have his cake and eat it too, is he, this bastard? In fact, this is also because Ai Weiwei doesn't understand Qinbai. After receiving the money, Qinbai will definitely try his best to complete it. Let me tell you, the real trend is not a so-called form, it is a belief and a spirit. Although I didn't have much money when I was little, every time I gathered at the village entrance, every family in the surrounding area would come to watch me dance. If nothing else, every time I went to the internet cafe back then, the owner would prepare a special metal spacebar for me. I still can't forget the looks from the other people in the internet cafe. It was such a great feeling. This kind of glory cannot be bought with money, nor can it be obscured by something as mundane as money. Soon, the idol halo and the deception. Eddie and his friends realized what the true spirit of burying love is. Of course, there are one or two who still refuse to accept. Qinbai still knows a little bit about footwork. Finally, things were resolved perfectly. Some time has passed since the incident. Ai Weiwei called Qinbai, her tone full of disbelief. What did you do then? My brother went home that day and sold the will-o'-the-wisp, and he stopped going around looking for trouble. I just sit in front of the computer every day studying a bunch of Martian language. Something like it will never fail, our love flows in the water. It's just the Renaissance. Shinbai said seriously, they are just a group of young people chasing trends. They are just blinded by the so-called worldliness of you adults. They have simply abandoned the world. Maybe. Anyway, Eddie is at least willing to practice this time. Thank you so much. Okay, I wonder if the boss is satisfied with this service. Apart from being addicted to computers, there's nothing else to worry about. I'll transfer the balance to you. WeChat transfer of 500,000 yuan. When Shinbai saw it, his mouth widened with smiles. Boss, I'm honest. I, Shinbai, am all about credibility. As long as you have money, as long as the money is in place, Xiaobai will help you do things, and I guarantee that the work will be done beautifully. Immediately, Shinbai looked at his balance. The 1 million from Chen Bang in the secret realm, plus the 500,000 earned by Ai Weiwei. I actually have 2 million in savings. Where will the remaining 500,000 come from? Of course, those were the worldly worries that Eddie and the others had abandoned, and he had accepted them reluctantly. Shinbai looked at the time and it was almost New Year's Day. This year is my first New Year since I became an adult. Man is inherently good at birth. What to do if you have no money for the New Year? Then find someone to keep you company. Wait a minute, there wouldn't be anyone who has no money and no partner, right? It's not me anyway. I was woken up by Idiway's call in the morning. Shinbai is accustomed to getting lost on the road of life. While daydreaming, I figured out some problems. The water should boil at 100 degrees. Don't open the door 100 degrees. So, the door can't drink water. There is also Neza, who has become very popular recently and has 3 heads and 6 arms. Ordinary people have only 1 head and 2 arms. This is confirmed in the Chinese language textbook. There are 2 people. Am I just an idiot? Why does the Antarctic immortal have such a big head? Because he is under the control of Sanlu and Feiha. Even gods would feel overwhelmed after drinking it, let alone ordinary people. Alas, the world's food safety is really worrying. Emo completed. Shinbai took a look at the trending searches on Douyin. A riot in the level 6 secret realm of Snow City caused chaos. The garrison intervened promptly, completely suppressing and killing the overlord beast. No casualties have been reported in Snow City so far. A man in a certain city, after getting drunk at a bar, woke up the next day to find a 200-pound man lying next to him. He posted a message, "It wasn't just the wine last night that made me cry," along with a picture of a chrysanthemum, expressing his incomprehension of his city's characteristics. Beware of scams. Recently, some criminals have been committing fraud through phone calls. The Public Security Bureau is working hard to catch them. Breaking news, the high-end club Dao Faz Ran was found to be involved in erotic transactions, the sale of supernatural powers, organ trafficking, and human experiments. With the help of the garrison troops, all the criminals were apprehended. When he saw the last one, Shinbai was shocked. Is this the efficiency of the garrison? Such high efficiency. The Dragon Kingdom's garrison is much more powerful than I thought. As for whether it was cleaned or not, it had nothing to do with Shinbai. Suddenly, Shinbai's cell phone rang, and it was an unfamiliar number. That's strange. Is this a reward for providing information? Chapter 55, Shinbai joins the game. Shinbai answered the phone, but before he could say anything, the other party took the initiative. Excuse me, are you Shinbai? You guess. From. Hello, there is a pharmaceutical experiment project here, you can obtain the qualification to participate. Shinbai was puzzled, pharmacy experiment plan, what is that? The other party was silent for a moment, then said, it's about a potion experiment. According to our information, you are very talented and can be rewarded with the finished potion. Shinbai said, is there such a good thing? You are not trying to cheat me out of my money. How could that be? We are officially certified and have cooperated with the Public Security Bureau and the Education Bureau. We guarantee authenticity. So what do I need to do? Since our experiment is currently a secret experiment, in order to prevent eavesdropping, we suggest that you find an absolutely safe place, preferably with no one around. I will tell you some key information. During this period, you must not tell anyone about the experiment. If the information is leaked, your qualification will be revoked. The voice on the other end was a little anxious, even a little excited. Shinbai had an expression that said, "I understand. I understand. Is this still your number? I'll call you back in 10 minutes. No, we can just contact you, you don't need to call back." Shinbai was a little surprised. The potion experiment. Among spiritual warriors, medicines are extremely expensive. Especially several basic medicines. Strength potion, psychic potion, mental potion, endurance potion. It can permanently enhance the attributes of spiritual warriors. Of course, if you take too much of the same medicine, you will develop drug resistance. There is also an upper limit. But the price is ridiculously high. A bottle of low-level strength potion costs 1 million yuan. For many spiritual warriors, don't even mention the upper limit. It would be nice to take a bottle of each medicine. So when Shinbai heard that there was free potion to drink, he was so happy. The safest place? In Shinbai's heart, there happened to be such a one. A few minutes later, Shinbai rode a shared electric bike to the front of the tall building. Jiangcheng City Public Security Bureau. The safest place in the whole city. When I was young, my parents died. As the orphan of a hero, Shinbai was taken care of by the Public Security Bureau and lived in the staff dormitory until he was able to take care of himself. Before junior high school, Shinbai lived in the Public Security Bureau. Know a lot of people here. The Public Security Bureau not only has many talented people, but also speaks well. Each of them has unique skills. When Shinbai returned to the Public Security Bureau, it felt like he was back home. Even after moving out, Shinbai often came back to see the security guard who took care of him when he was a child. After returning the electric car to a return point, Shinbai walked towards the Public Security Bureau. Just walked in. Then he saw Suda, the security guard who often took care of him when he was a child. He taught Shinbai many principles of life. He is a very responsible person. Shinbai walked up with a smile. "Uncle Su." "Shinbai, you have time to come here. What bad intentions do you have? What are you talking about? Can't I come to see you even if I have nothing to do? Happy New Year, Uncle Su." As he spoke, he turned sideways and opened his pockets as wide as possible. Uncle Su smiled and gave Shinbai a big red envelope. "You're still thinking about my little savings." Having said that, Suda was still very happy to see Shinbai. Shinbai said seriously, "Uncle Su, you have no children, and my parents died early. When you are old, I will take care of you and see you to the end of your life." Suda laughed and scolded, "Come on, if you want to see me off to the grave, you'll need to see if you have the strength to do so." The stronger the spiritual warrior, the longer their lifespan. After saying that, Suda remembered something and said, "By the way, there's a recent information reward from the Public Security Bureau regarding a crackdown operation. I'll give it to you along with your official pension and living allowance. Since you're coming of age this year, I've even secured a doubling of your allowance." "Thank you, uncle. I'll go take a call first." Shinbai looked and saw another phone call. But this time the number is different from last time. The confidentiality is quite good. As soon as the call was connected, the other party asked directly, "Have you found a safe place?" "Safe, don't worry, absolutely safe. The safest place I've ever seen in my life is right under my feet." "Very good, don't be impatient, just listen to me slowly." In the conference room, Suda looked at the security guards below. His expression was serious, completely devoid of the kindness he had just shown. A dozen or so security guards looked at each other. This group of people is the special team responsible for telephone fraud cases. A member submitted a profile. "Team Leader Su, this matter is indeed a bit difficult. Their modus operandi is quite sophisticated. Can you tell me more specifically?" "As far as we know, they will try to understand the identities of the deceived people and what they lack, and often use high salaries, excellent treatment, and elixirs and spiritual skills to tempt them to find the right solution." Another woman with long wavy hair also passed a message to Sudi. Their targets are usually ordinary people or low-level spiritual warriors. After being deceived, their families are destroyed. Su decide, any clues? It's difficult. The victim will be instigated and left alone at home. They will use telephone hypnosis and psychological suggestion to make the victim transfer money when they are emotionally normal and mentally clear. Usually, the victim will not know they have been deceived until the next day. Suda said angrily, "Remote telephone hypnosis? It seems that he is a psychic spiritual warrior, and his strength is not weak. He actually went to do such a thing. The man with glasses said, besides, they seem to be organized and premeditated. We haven't found any clues in our subsequent investigation. It is very likely that they are a large group of spiritual warriors. Suda said angrily, from this point of view, it seems that this is another organization of Tongsanui. What a bunch of trouble. A security guard was in a serious meeting when he suddenly caught sight of Chinbai, who was talking on the phone. I couldn't help but let out a ha. Shaoan, don't be absent from the meeting. Suda looked at the file information in his hand with a frown. The security officer who was named immediately stood up and said, sorry, Captain, I saw that boy's expression, and it was a bit like the victim's. As soon as these words were spoken, the other members looked over. Yes, that's right, his eyes are a little blurry. It's exactly the same. Some victims have surveillance cameras at home. When we investigated, we found that when they received the phone call, the expressions on their faces were exactly like this. That's impossible. This is the Public Security Bureau. Even the Tongshin Society wouldn't dare to deceive the Public Security Bureau. Suda took a look and found that everyone was talking about Chinbai. Many years of case handling experience. A wise mind. He quickly straightened out the situation. I understand. Chinbai put himself in the trap. After realizing he was being scammed, he ran to the Public Security Bureau to continue dealing with the scammers. The purpose is to allow us to track the fraud on the other end of the phone. Take action immediately. Suda gave the order immediately. Everyone took action immediately. Enable device anti-reconnaissance. Turn on anti-tracking. Enable monitoring mode. Chinbai looked to be about 18 or 19 years old. The group members couldn't help but whisper that there was such a smart student. Chapter 56, Accidentally Achieved a Great Achievement, Strategic Electric Vehicle. Confirm the enemy's location. It's in the neighboring rice flour city. Send the coordinates to their action team. Send the message and we will go over to support you. I was a little skeptical at first. After monitoring, everyone couldn't help but admire it. Chinbai was a little curious. Didn't you say the experiment qualification was free? Why do I need to transfer money? We're asking you to transfer the money to secure your spot. It's a kind of contract. We'll return it to you after the experiment is over. The figure's voice said, its tone becoming increasingly gloomy and convincing. How do I know if you will refund it? We are already doing potion experiments, what do we need your little money for? That's right. How about this? You send me a test sample first. I'll try it out and see if it's necessary for me to participate. The voice on the other end was a little impatient. I'm not going to give you one. If every qualified person behaves like this, how can we continue the experiment? Chinbai, aren't you guys testing it? Even if everyone gets one, it won't have much of an impact, but it will still serve as a test. Listen, even after being hypnotized, the sense of crisis is still so strong. It always creates a feeling between being cheated and not being cheated. If I were a liar, I would be furious. Someone couldn't help but ask, who is this kid? His mental ability is so strong. Suda looked proud. How could you possibly understand? His parents were both great heroes in Jiangcheng. He lost both his parents when he was young and is under the care of the Public Security Bureau. Under the influence of his parents' legacy and the Public Security Bureau, Chinbai has a strong heart and a sense of justice. This time, he took the initiative to join the organization, which must be because he has the people in mind. As expected, a tiger father will have a dog son. He has the style of his parents. The other side. Chinbai is still trying to gain benefits. I didn't realize I was in a scam. It's simply because I'm too obsessed with money. So much so that when he was hypnotized, Chinbai thought about his little money no matter what he did. How about this, I'll buy you one first, and if it works, I'll participate in the experiment. Just when Chinbai was still arguing, the environment on the other side suddenly became noisy. The sound of bang-bang collisions continued to ring out. Immediately afterwards, Chinbai heard the other party suddenly curse. Chinbai, you son of a bitch, you beast. I'll remember you. Beep 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 beep. Watching the phone go busy. Chinbai was confused and complained, hey, you're in a hurry. If you don't want to give it to me, then don't give it to me. Why are you cursing at me? You have no manners. Immediately afterwards, the system continuously prompts that the emotion value is recorded. From Zhang San's emotional value plus 666. From Li Si's emotional value plus 888. From. What's going on? Is the system going crazy? Close the net. Su Da's voice resounded throughout the hall. Then he came in front of Qin Bai. Xiao Bai, you've done a great job. Great merit? What merit? Look, you're still pretending. Uncle Su is not stupid. He saw through it a long time ago. You are really smart. You are worried that the other party will find out, so you didn't tell us directly. Qin Bai, who was confused at first, heard Su Da's words. I got it. It turns out that the person on the other side is a liar who wants to deceive me. Okay, since Uncle Su has seen through it, I'll just say it frankly. This is actually what I think. Okay, news has come from the neighboring city that this fraud gang is not just a scam, but is also related to the Tongxin Society. The Jiangcheng Public Security Bureau will definitely commend you for your deeds. Only praise? No reward? I know you like benefits. Su De took out a document from his file bag. Sign it. Qin Bai took a quick look at the contribution to this arrest operation. My reward is simple, a spiritual weapon, a strategic electric car. No problem, Qin Bai signed and returned it to Su De. Su De took out a key and threw it directly to Qin Bai. Here are the keys. Qin Bai was shocked, so simple? Su De explained, your Uncle Su can still make the decision on this small matter. Besides, it's not good to let too many people know your information. That seems to make sense. If he knew that he had ruined this evil organization twice, he might be retaliated against one day. After receiving the electric car, drive it on the road. Looking at the new car, Qin Bai was so happy. You don't have to ride shared electric bikes anymore. No, let us talk about it after I finish writing this month. Otherwise, the previous monthly subscription would be wasted. The biggest difference between Lingqi electric vehicles and traditional electric vehicles is electricity. Psychic energy can be converted into electrical energy for driving. Even a first-level spiritual warrior can use a tube of spiritual energy for 10 days and 10 nights. At this time, the material aspect is taken very seriously. At the same time, it is also a bit aggressive. This is the one Qin Bai received. Qigong waves can be emitted from the front lights to attack enemies. The tailgate can be sprayed with nitrogen for explosive acceleration. Just then, a prompt sound came from the system. Ding, an upgradable item detected, strategic electric vehicle. Qin Bai was shocked. Can it be upgraded? You should know that items that have been upgraded by the system can be placed in the system space. In this way, can't you ride anytime and anywhere? Cool. Upgrade. Ding, upgrade failed, 1 million emotion points are required for the upgrade. 1 million? That's crazy. The Shadowless Sword upgrade only costs 50,000. Yes. What do you mean by yes? After strengthening, you can fly, sail on the sea, and climb rocks and mountains. Fire. By this calculation, it is indeed worth it. It seems that we need to create some emotional value. After all, I only had over 300,000 emotional points during the winter vacation. Qin Bai returned home quickly. I have to say, the horsepower is really strong. A 40-minute ride on a shared electric car. This thing only takes 15 minutes. When he returned home, Qin Bai's phone rang again. It can't be another scam call. I looked at electric cars and they are not a bad idea. When he saw the caller ID, Qin Bai sighed again. Zhu Zi, what's wrong? Oh no, Qin Bai, the latest news is that the head teacher of Rocket Class 1 is Jiang Ku. Ha? Oh. Qin Bai complained, why is he so unlucky? Didn't they say that your second uncle would be our class teacher? Xiao Dezhu said helplessly, there's nothing we can do. He has connections. My second uncle is the head teacher of Rocket Class 2. Qin Bai opened the door and said, you don't have any background? He has a strong background. Think about it, a 24-year-old freshman who just graduated and came to Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School to be the homeroom teacher of the senior year, how could it be easy? Qin Bai agreed, that's the truth, the evil relatives. From Xiao Dezhu's emotional value plus 666. Xiao Dezhu felt offended. I won't talk to you anymore. I have to catch up on my homework. Operation. Damn it. Shinbai suddenly panicked, his body trembled, and he felt weak in his limbs. I originally thought that after the class division, I wouldn't have to worry about homework. Who knew it was Jiangku again? Suddenly, Shinbai had an idea and called Chen Bang on WeChat. Chapter 57 Gods Draw Chestnut Ball, New Semester Begins. When Chen Bang received Shinbai's call, he had a bad feeling. Shinbai, what are you doing? Isn't this just caring about your classmates? We'll be in the same class next semester, and we should get along harmoniously. If you have to fart, do it now and don't disturb me while I'm doing my homework. Winter vacation is almost over. Every student was writing furiously. Chen Bang is no exception. Holding 3 pens and some copy paper, he began to copy the information about the secret realm. Are you doing homework? That's fine. I won't disturb you. When Shinbai heard this, he quickly hung up the phone. Jiangku is well known throughout the school for his strictness. Once, someone didn't finish his homework during the summer vacation, and she punished him by making him run 50 laps around the school playground. That person is Shinbai. How come I'm back after going around in circles? But this time, Shinbai, will definitely not repeat the same mistake. Immediately, Shinbai took out a blank exercise book. There is not a single word written on it. Not even the name was written. Shinbai went to the convenience store downstairs and bought a pen. Place a blank notebook on the table. Write down a few words carefully. Class, Rocket Class 1. Name, Chen Bang. Done. Bang, don't blame me. I'm exercising your body. After finishing it, Shinbai took out the spirit energy bead and started practicing. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, it's time to go to school. After a winter vacation, Shinbai's improvement is indeed significant. However, cultivation really consumes resources. Shinbai's assets only amounted to tens of thousands of yuan. Yesterday, my realm was raised to level 8 spiritual warrior, and the result was acceptable. Ding, in view of the host's diligent practice, the system rewards the host with the 1 draw from the gods one-time redemption qualification, which can be obtained by consuming 300,000 emotion points. What the hell, a divine blow. Still 300,000? I only have 350,000 emotional points in total. We also need to upgrade electric vehicles. You told me that I only need 300,000 to get this redemption qualification? Why don't you go and rob it? Ding, God's Draw will grant you extremely powerful items that can often turn the tide in battle, turning defeat into victory. It is recommended that the host draw this item. Shinbai fell into deep thought. Although I haven't heard of the God's Draw. But the name is so awesome. It shouldn't be too bad. Even if it pulls, at most my flying motorcycle will slow down and I can restore my emotional level. Okay, let's exchange it. Ding, consume 300,000 emotion points to start the God's Draw. Here it comes. Oh, hey, Dora. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the UGIO World Card, Curry Ball. Chestnut Ball, can be immune to 1 attack. Ignore damage cap, ignore illusion attacks, ignore toxin sequelae, ignore all damage. What rubbish! Such a short introduction with so few words. Isn't it true that the more words, the more awesome it is? This is all I get from God. Even if the sun explodes the blue planet, or a 9th level spiritual warrior self-destructs, the chestnut ball can be used to prevent it. Fuck, that's awesome. Isn't this equivalent to a second life? Another life-saving trump card. Shinbai quickly put it into the system space. However, it always feels weird. So many of the rewards are life-saving. Are you so afraid of death? If you are indeed afraid of death, then it's okay. Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. There were huge crowds of people at this time. Every parent's face was filled with happiness at the birth of their child. Every child had a painful expression on his face as if his parents had died. The start of the school year is commonly known as the disaster day. Shinbai came to the school gate carrying his school bag. Brother, bye. The voices of Chao Deju and Su Xiaoya were heard. It's so early, aren't you all out traveling? Shinbai walked towards Su Xiaoya, who was waving. Chao Deju, yeah, I played all day during the winter break and had no time to practice. Su Xiaoya, me too. I spent the new year visiting relatives everywhere. Now school has started, and I'm about to be caught up by you guys. After saying that, Su Xiaoya suddenly remembered something and added, "Brother, didn't you say you traveled to several countries during the winter break? Did you bring back any local specialties?" "I forgot. Next time, I will definitely bring it back for you." At this time, a student from the rocket class came over. "Xin Bai, aren't you at home every day?" Chao Dezhu and Su Xiaoya looked puzzled. Xin Bai felt a little uncomfortable being stared at and scratched his head. "I went from Mondstadt to Liyue, and then to Natal. Isn't that a lot of countries?" From Chao Dezhu's emotional value plus 666. From Su Xiaoya, "I saw you and Chao Dezhu in the secret realm during the winter vacation. Don't you often go to the practice ground to practice?" After these words were spoken, the three of them looked at each other. The air was filled with tranquility. It was as if nothing was said, and yet it was as if everything was said. "Wow, everyone is secretly rolling, right?" He said that he had been playing throughout the winter vacation, but he took off as soon as he came back. Suddenly, a voice broke the awkwardness of the three people. "Ha ha, Xin Bai, you're done this time. I'm level 6 now, come out and fight me." 2 levels of improvement during one winter vacation. We are almost at the threshold of level 7. The talent is definitely not low. Xin Bai and the other two looked sideways and found that the person coming was Li Yi. He looked at Xin Bai and the other two with an arrogant look on his face. Before he could continue to speak harshly, his eyes went dark and he felt like he was being enveloped by something. Then, a hail of bullets and fists came, and a scream was heard. "Fuck it, stop fighting, stop pretending, and stop fighting alone." He could feel that the people who beat him were 2 level 8 and 1 level 7. Without a doubt, it was the 3 siblings. What's going on in this school? It's like gangsters. Those 3 students are still bullying their classmates. They are obviously not good people. Isn't the discipline of Jiangcheng number 1 middle school always like this? That's possible. No wonder the admission rate to Jiangcheng number 1 middle school has dropped so much in recent years. All of a sudden, all the parents around came to look. Everyone was talking about it in a low voice, especially the parents whose children were preparing to go to high school in the 3rd year of junior high school. "I am worried that if my child continues to stay in Jiangcheng number 1 middle school, he will be subjected to the legendary school bullying." Chao Dezhu and Su Xiaoya both stopped. "Brother Bai, it seems like he's talking about us, forget it." While beating him, Xin Bai said, "They weren't talking about us, they were talking about Jiangcheng number 1 middle school." "They were talking about the school, what does it have to do with us students?" "That seems to make sense." The 2 men raised their fists again. Jiang Ke, who was standing at the door, saw this situation and became furious. Jiang Ke's face darkened. "Xin Bai, who is this? What's going on with you?" Xin Bai and the other 2 quickly stopped. Li Yi struggled to break free from the sack that covered half of his body. His face was bruised and he looked very miserable. Xin Bai walked up to Jiang Ke and complained with a look of grievance. "Teacher, he just said I was finished and then said he was going to hit me. I had no choice but to defend myself." From Li Yi's emotional value plus 888. What a shameless excuse. I thought even a fool could see the reason, but Jiang Ke's face actually returned to normal. "Okay, then you go back to class first. It's good to have a teacher who protects his shortcomings." Xin Bai and his companions exclaimed "oh" and ran away. Jiang Ke's face was serious as he scolded, "Li Yi, what's wrong with you? You provoked your classmates on the first day of school. I'm going to have a serious talk with your homeroom teacher later. It's been 2 years, and you haven't improved at all." Li Yi complained aggrievely, "Teacher, the classes have been divided this semester. I'm also in Rocket Class 1, and you're my homeroom teacher." Jiang Ke was stunned. It seemed to be the case. It's all Xin Bai's fault. I've developed muscle memory of it. Let's go, the teacher will take you to the school clinic. Chapter 58 Xin Bai's Conspiracy, Election for Class Monitor. Xin Bai and the other 2 came to the new classroom. Because the rocket class was divided into classes, all 5 classes in the senior year were disrupted. The original Class 1 and Class 2 became the rocket class. It is mainly to give talented students who want to become spiritual warriors a final sprint. The classroom was full of people at this time. The podium was piled high with students' winter vacation homework. Chao Dezhu saw Xin Bai actually took out his homework book and put it on the podium. "Brother Bai, you've changed. You're actually doing your homework?" It's been 2 years since I last did this. It's a rare opportunity for me to be diligent. Where are your homework? Bring it here together. Chinbai put their homework at the bottom. Then find Chenbang's from the pile of homework books, erase his name, and put it at the bottom. He placed his own exercise book, which had Chenbang's name on it, on top. Done. After Chinbai finished tinkering with it, he came to the last row of seats. Just when the students were discussing what they did during the winter vacation, Jiangku walked in. I'm your homeroom teacher this semester, Jiangku. I hope that in this last semester of high school, we can work together and get admitted to our ideal university. After saying that, Jiangku began to check the winter vacation homework. As soon as she turned to the first book, her face turned completely dark. With a bang, he slammed the table. You knew you were in a special training class, but you didn't study seriously. You even dared to hand in blank homework for the entire winter break. The students below looked at each other in bewilderment. They had all heard about how strict the former Class 5 teacher was. He is very strict with homework, especially those related to secret realms. I didn't expect that someone wouldn't write. Not only did you not write it, but you also dared to hand it in. An old man hangs himself, he thinks his life is too long. Jiangke scolded, Chenbang, go to the playground and run 50 laps. Me? Chenbang was a little confused. Teacher, did you see it wrong? I remember I wrote it. You wrote it? There's only one Chenbang in our class, right? Who else could it be if not you? Jiangke picked up the homework book and showed it to the whole class. Oh my god, it really is Chenbang's name. It's really blank. It's courageous. He's pretending quite well. I was almost fooled by his expression just now. Chenbang was puzzled. It's strange, I have already written it, why is it blank? Did I take the wrong homework book? Chenbang searched his school bag but found no homework book. There is indeed no intersection, which is strange. Don't look for it, Chenbang. I don't know how many times I've used this trick of yours when I was in school. Go run 50 laps and double the time if you drag your feet. Jiangke became very impatient when he saw Chenbang like this. Helpless, Chenbang could only go to the playground to run. Jiangke looked at every student in the classroom and said, I don't care how you behaved in class before. When you are here, you must follow my rules. Seeing the awe in his classmates' eyes, Jiangke nodded with satisfaction. The effect of establishing authority was achieved. She continued to check the rest of the homework. Not bad, except Chenbang, everyone else did a good job. It seems that this group of students takes the path of spiritual warriors very seriously. It only took a few minutes to read the last few books. Even Chao Daju was filled with it. Although I made a lot of mistakes, I have the right attitude. Su Xiaoya is indeed the top student in the school. There is not a single mistake in all the homework. Chinbai actually filled it up as well. It's so rare that the sun rises from the west. Ha! Something's wrong. Jiangke closed his homework book. I looked at the name on the cover, no name? No, you can vaguely see the two words Chenbang. The last one in this damn book is not Chinbai, but Chenbang? Jiangke, who was very familiar with Chinbai, saw through the other party's plan at a glance. Overt conspiracy, top-level overt conspiracy. 2 of Chenbang's exercise books. One was forged by Chinbai, and the other was written by Chenbang himself. Chinbai put the fake one on top. Let yourself be seen first. Given her personality, she would definitely be furious when she saw the blank homework and would punish Chenbang directly. In this way, even if he saw Chenbang's notebook full of homework again, he would not be punished again. She couldn't say that she had given the wrong punishment just now, otherwise her authority as a teacher would be completely lost. From Jiangke's mood value plus 666. From Jiangke's emotion value plus 555. Chinbai, who was sitting in his seat, was so happy to see the emotion value constantly generated. Jiangke was a little at a loss. What should I do if I punish the wrong person? Chenbang really did his homework, but I punished him. It's really not good. Soon, she thought of a way to deal with it. Chinbai, go call Chenbang back. There's no need to punish him. Jiangku ordered. A boy with a crew cut asked, Teacher, why? Chenbang didn't do any of his winter vacation homework. What do you know? Chenbang is an intern of the garrison army, and he passed the assessment on his first try. Jiang Ke spoke forcefully. This means that Chen Bang has a very strong understanding of the secret realm, and his own talent is among the best in the entire Jiangcheng. It would be nothing if he didn't complete this little homework. With me, as long as you meet 2 requirements, my expectations of you will be lowered. Even if you sleep in class or play games during training, I won't ask. First, he has great talent and strength. Second, be a human being. After hearing this, the students who were not familiar with Jiang Ke were a little shocked and puzzled. I understand the first point, but what does the second point, doing human things, mean? I know this. This is specifically targeted at Qin Bai. Zhang Chao, who was originally from class 5, explained. What does this have to do with Qin Bai? Zhang Chao began to explain. At the beginning, teacher Jiang said that as long as we achieved the first point, it would be fine. But Qin Bai was late one day. Isn't that normal? I've been late too. Yes, but he said he was in a hurry this morning and didn't have breakfast, so he brought an induction cooker to the classroom to cook snail noodles and oden. Fuck, that's awesome. The teacher doesn't even scold him for this? How is that possible? But Qin Bai was very clever. He directly distributed the oden to the teachers and classmates, and only ate the snail noodles himself. When the people around heard this, they were amazed and thought, what a talented person. He actually knows how to win people's hearts. So the teacher doesn't care? There's nothing we can do about it. Qin Bai was the only one in class that day. After the teacher and students ate the oden, they all got food poisoning and went to the hospital. We later discovered that the meat in the oden was all expired and spoiled. Classmates? Awesome, Qin Bai. Qin Bai was somewhat helpless. There's nothing I can do. I didn't know it was expired. I thought it had been in the refrigerator for too long, so I brought it to the classroom and cooked it together in order to avoid waste. He is indeed a ruthless person who can make Jiang Ke, a cheerful college graduate, so angry that his hair turns white. Just as the classmates were whispering. After Jiang Ke put away the homework books, he signaled the students to be quiet. Everyone be quiet. Now our new class needs to select a strong representative to be the class monitor. I looked at the registration information for the start of school, and several people have reached the first level, level 8. Jiang Ke glanced at several of the students. Several people stood up. Chapter 59. If you have any grievances, you can talk to the squad leader. 4 students came to the podium. Su Xiaoya, a first order, level 8 spiritual warrior with the power of fire element. Chen Bang, first order, level 8 spiritual warrior, supernatural speed, fire element. Lu Ruyan, a first order, level 8 spiritual warrior with dual elemental abilities, water and fire. Tang Xuan, a first order, level 8 spiritual warrior with the ability of wood element. After the teacher finished the introduction, the students were all surprised. Generally speaking, if you have a second level strength in the martial arts exam, you can go to a good university. I reached level 8 at the beginning of the school year. The second level can be said to be a sure thing. Jiang Ke took a look and found that one person was missing. Qin Bai, aren't you also level 8 on the first stage? Why don't you come up? Just as he finished saying this, Jiang Ke's phone suddenly rang. Qin Bai curled his lips. What's the point of being a class monitor? He would just be a lackey of the teacher, a thankless job. Teacher, I don't think I'm capable enough to be the monitor of the rocketry class. Qin Bai looked serious and very earnest. Jiang Ke hung up the phone and walked directly out of the classroom, leaving a message. I'm going to the meeting. You guys elect yourselves as squad leaders. The rocket squad leader will receive a monthly subsidy of 20 spiritual energy beads. From now on, I am the monitor of rocket class. Whoever is in favor, whoever is against. Qin Bai slammed the table and stood up, looking around at the students in the class. Tang Xuan frowned. I object. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, a figure appeared beside Tang Xuan and slapped him in the face. The sudden attack caught Tang Xuan off guard and he flew backwards. I ask again, who is in favor and who is against? Qin Bai's voice sounded again. This time, none of the students present dared to speak out. Su Xiaoya returned to her seat obediently. Chen Bang glanced at Qin Bai and returned to his seat very unhappy. Tang Xuan stood up and said, I don't accept it. You attacked me while I wasn't paying attention. If you have the guts, let's have a fair fight. Tang Xuan used his special ability, look at my vines entwining me. More than a dozen vines instantly tied up Qin Bai. What Tang Xuan didn't know was, When Shinbai hit his face just now, he had already placed the flying thunder god mark on him. With a swoosh, Shinbai, who was entangled, suddenly disappeared. He came in front of Tang Chuan in an instant. With a paw sound, another slap came. Tang Chuan flew backwards again. Do you accept it or not? I don't accept it. Tang Chuan stood up again. Where I fell, I will get up from there. This is my Tang Chuan. Lie down where you fell. Shinbai used flying thunder god again. Bang. I don't accept it. Bang. I don't accept it. Bang. I give in, big brother, stop hitting me, I give in. After a few slaps, Tang Chuan, with a bruised face and nose, quickly changed his words. This mysterious spatial magic skill. Tang Chuan had no idea how to deal with it. Although Shinbai did not cause any substantial harm to himself. But that's also for the sake of classmates. Otherwise, I wouldn't even be able to stand up. Hearing this, Tang Chuan was convinced. Shinbai also breathed a sigh of relief. He touched his red and swollen little hands and couldn't help cursing in his heart. Damn it! My physics teacher was right. Forces are mutual. This guy is so shameless. It hurts me so much. Shinbai looked around at everyone again. Is there anyone who objects? Shinbai, how can you be the monitor of our class with your personality? Li Yi questioned. Yes, you have ruined the whole class's atmosphere. If you don't know, you might think we're the worst class in Jiangcheng No. 1 middle school. I recommend Lu Ruyan. She is definitely more suitable to be the class monitor than Shinbai. That's what I thought. +1. +2. +10,086. After Li Yi spoke, several others echoed him. They didn't dare to go up, but they could let Lu Ruyan go up. Shinbai couldn't hit a girl. Shinbai heard this and turned to look at Lu Ruyan. I saw Lu Ruyan looking at me with tearful eyes. The tearful eyes revealed a sense of grievance. It makes people feel pity. Any normal boy would give up the election for class monitor. Shinbai felt a little helpless. He walked up to the other person and said softly, Student Lu, you have been wronged. Don't be sad. Tell the class monitor and he will help you find a solution. From Lu Ruyan's emotional value +666. From Li Yi's emotional value +666. From Whoa whoa whoa. Lu Ruyan returned to her seat crying. The classmates have never seen such a shameless person. You proclaimed yourself the squad leader, right? Ahem. Shinbai stood on the podium. Now that I'm the class monitor, I'll explain the class rules. I made some minor adjustments to our training schedule, adjusting it to 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. The classmates exclaimed, wow, so crazy? All night? Until 6 in the morning? 2 to 6 in the afternoon? Why? I can't get up in the morning, so I want to go out and play at night. What does your training time have to do with us? The squad leader isn't here yet, so why are you here? Are you here to sabotage us? From Seeing that Shinbai treated them as fools, the classmates couldn't help but start to scold him angrily. Wait a moment. Shinbai raised his hand to interrupt everyone's Zwan trolling. The classmates looked at Shinbai with some curiosity. Shinbai took out his cell phone from his pocket and said, I'll take a call first. As he spoke, he put the phone to his ear. Hey, teacher, what's up? Well, I'm the class monitor now. Announce the news to my classmates? What? You can go home today and come back to class tomorrow. Okay, I'll definitely convey that. After hanging up the phone, Shinbai said to his classmates, Alas, I was planning to train seriously, but I didn't expect that today is a day off. Everyone. You are such a shameless boy. You just said you couldn't get up in the morning and went out to play at night. However, everyone's faces became happy. Another day off. The students cheered. I quickly packed up and went home. Only a few former classmates from Class 5 looked at Shinbai with suspicion. However, since everyone has left, it probably won't be a big deal. At the entrance of the conference room. Just finished the meeting. The two teachers were walking and chatting. They were the head teachers of the two rocket classes. Jiang Ku and Su Ming. Su Ming smiled and said, I didn't expect the school to organize the secret realm trial so early. In previous years, it was only organized before the mock exams. As he spoke, he adjusted his bangs with his hand. although there are not many hairs. Jiangke smiled slightly. It's the third year of high school, and the students are under a lot of pressure. We teachers must do our best. Teacher Jiang, you've just graduated and you're already the homeroom teacher. If there's anything you don't understand, we can discuss it more. Su Ming, a middle-aged teacher in his 40s, taught, students have different abilities, so it's best to adopt corresponding training methods. Thank you, Teacher Su. Jiangke sorted out the documents. I'll go back later and organize a competition for them so I can observe their abilities. Su Ming nodded affirmatively. The two walked and came to the classroom of Rocket Class 1. The air suddenly became quiet. Quack quack quack. Empty. There was not a single student in the entire classroom. Su Ming asked, "What's going on? Have you sent the students home to prepare for tomorrow's competition?" Jiangke looked puzzled. "No, I didn't say anything." However, when Jiangke opened his phone, he saw the message in the class group. His whole face turned red and his eyes seemed to be spitting fire. Su Ming smiled awkwardly and ran away quickly. "Teacher Jiang, you go ahead and do your work. I'll go back and check on our class." Chapter 60, Bro, can you lend me some wrapping paper? Jiangke took out his phone again and opened the class group. Jiangke, you're quite brave, Xin Bai. Don't let me see you tomorrow, or you'll be dead. Jiangke, tomorrow our class will hold a competition, and the teacher wants to understand your strengths. Of course, this will affect your resource allocation. Xin Bang, teacher, isn't it a bit hasty to decide now? Jiangke, don't worry, this ranking is just the initial test ranking and will change later. Also, the school definitely doesn't just look at your ability, they'll also consider your usual training attitude. This is normal if resources are distributed only based on strength. Then the top few will always remain in the top few by relying on resources. The strong become stronger and the weak become weaker. This is not something a school wants to see. The purpose of school. It is to cultivate a large group of outstanding talents. Of course, those from wealthy families naturally don't care about the school's resources. Jiangke, at everyone, have a good rest today and get ready. Gather at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Avoid notifications being swiped away by chats. Jiangke deliberately changed the group announcement. The next morning. At the gate of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. A supercar passed by the school. A boy stared at No. 1 Middle School through the car window, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Afu stopped the car. After Afu parked the car, he hurried over to open the door for the boy. The boy slowly walked out of the car door. He had a strong build and an extraordinary aura. Plus the supercar behind him worth hundreds of millions. He exudes a noble aura. Passers-by couldn't help but take a second look. "Master, didn't you say we were going to the zoo to see the animals today? Why go to the zoo to see animals?" The boy raised his head proudly and looked around. "We look around, and the streets are full of busy cattle and horses. There is no difference." Ah Fu didn't dare to respond and could only change the subject. "I heard that Miss Lu Ruyan is studying at Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. Well, this is a perfect opportunity. I want to see the marriage partner that my father arranged for me. I want to see what she looks like and see how the investigation I asked you to do is going. I've done my research. I heard that Lu Ruyan, a dual-talented psychic, is now level 8 and isn't much behind the young master in strength. It's just... Just what? She is dating a man named Chao Deju. Chao Doju? That name sounds familiar." After hearing this, the boy frowned. Anyone whose name he can remember must be pretty good. Humph, even though I don't necessarily like her, she is my childhood sweetheart after all. She is stealing my woman. The boy snorted coldly. "Come on, let's go in and take a look." The two walked directly into Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. The security guard didn't stop him. Only a fool would go up and stop him. If you try to stop a person of this level, you will get slapped in the face. It's better to post a few more Douyin videos. I just entered the school and haven't taken a few steps. The boy's stomach suddenly started to growl. "Hisafu, I'm going to the bathroom. Go to their training ground and spy on what's going on. Remember to turn your phone to silent mode to avoid being discovered." "Understood, master." Ah Fu turned his phone to silent mode. Bai Huayuan Community. Xinbai was lying in bed taking a nap when his cell phone rang and woke him up. He reluctantly pressed the answer button. "Hello, who is this? Shinbai, where are you now? How dare you skip my class? Jiangke's voice was deafening, and it woke Shinbai up instantly. I'm at home. At home? Didn't you read the group message? We're gathering for the class competition at 8 o'clock today. It's already 10 o'clock. Where are you? Teacher, I was looking at the group message. Shinbai felt a little aggrieved. Didn't you say that you couldn't see me today, so I won't go to class today? From Jiangke's emotional value plus 888. Jiangke roared, come here now, right now, right now. If I don't see you within half an hour, you're dead. I'll be there right now. Shinbai quickly replied, threw his phone on the bedside table and got up to put on his clothes. He couldn't help but sigh and murmured softly. Yesterday they said they didn't want to see me, and today they said they want to see me. Oh, this class of teachers is so hard to please. From Jiangke's emotion value plus 999. What's going on? Shinbai took a look. Oh no, the phone call was not hung up. Barbecue. Hang up the phone. Shinbai rode the electric bike rewarded by the Jinling Bureau without stopping. On the way, Shinbai also bought 2 buns. As for why not use the faster flying thunder god? The fisherman has something to say. I chose not to drive home after fishing. Instead, he walked back slowly, and even passed his home 3 times without entering. Isn't this a common thing? I caught a 50-pound fish, so it's reasonable that my car broke down. Shinbai was riding his electric bike very fast, looking so cool. The eyes of everyone around him were all focused on him. Especially when accelerating, the air ejected by the baffle. In one word, handsome. When he arrived at school, Shinbai forgot to brush his teeth and wash his face. Go to the bathroom first and rinse off casually. However, at this moment, inside the door of one of the squat toilets, suddenly a voice was heard. Brother, can you wrap it for me? It's urgent. I will reward you handsomely later. As he spoke, a big hand suddenly stretched out from under the baffle. Shinbai looked at the watch on his wrist. I was a little surprised. Rolex Green Submariner, a real tycoon. Shinbai subconsciously looked at the 2 big, hot meat buns he had just bought. I'm already thinking about the buns I just bought. Shinbai fell into deep thought. Why would such a person ask me for buns? Is it that we have side dishes but lack staple food? TSK, do all rich people have this kind of habit? But there are no pillars. I don't agree, but I understand. Perhaps the world of some rich people is just so unique. After hesitating for a long time, Shinbai finally made the most generous decision of his life. Place a large meat bun on that hand. I've given it to you. No need to thank me. It's a gift to you. We're all classmates, so it's only natural for us to help each other. After saying that, he left without looking back. The thought of the other person eating shit and buns at the same time makes me feel uncomfortable. Shinbai couldn't help feeling nauseous and quickened his pace. Faintly, the other party's angry curses came from behind. The system's emotional value is flashing on the screen. From AI Kuan's emotional value plus 666. From AI Kuan's emotional value plus 888. Shinbai's little mind was filled with big doubts. That's strange. He's complaining. Is he complaining that 1 bun isn't enough, or that he doesn't have chopsticks? In the toilet. AI Kuan looked at the bun in his hand. Swearing and cursing, what an idiot. I wanted to wrap it myself, so I gave myself a big meat bun. And that bodyguard Afu, he didn't answer the phone. When he gets home, let him clean the toilet. But what should I do now? It's class time now and my legs are numb. In the end, he chose to eat the bun. Use that piece of steamer paper to wipe it. Damn, it feels oily and wet to use. Who is that idiot? Don't let me catch him. Chapter 61 Teacher, where is my ranking? Shinbai came to the Rockets Team 1 training room. As soon as I came in, I saw Chang Wei beating Lai Fu. No, it was Su Xiaoya who was beating Li Yi. Li Yi is a level 7 Thunder Spirit Warrior with extremely strong attack power. But he met Su Xiaoya, who also focused on attacking. It can be said that he was completely pressed to the ground and rubbed. During the winter vacation, Su Xiaoya went from level 6 to level 8, almost reaching level 9. Last night, he even broke through to level 8. Became the first rank 1, level 9 spiritual warrior in Jiangchang No. 1 middle school. It takes less than 3 minutes. Li Yi has been defeated. The others' competitions were also very quick. For the first time, Xinbai paid attention to his classmates' realm levels and practical skills. Most of them are level 6 or 7, and the gap is not that big. But in actual combat, it is completely different. Some level 7s can easily beat other level 7s. This is the difference in combat awareness. Xinbai looked at the battle table and it seemed that the battle was almost over. Next match, Chen Bang vs Tang Xuan. As soon as these words were spoken, the students began to discuss in low voices. This is the highlight. Both are level 8 spiritual warriors. Chen Bang was originally just a speed-type spiritual warrior. Ever since the intern assessment, having exposed his fire element, he no longer concealed his dual elemental abilities. The two of them didn't say much nonsense. Tang Xuan went up and started to wrap his vines around him. For some reason, the speed at which Tang Xuan activated his supernatural powers was faster than anyone else's. Chen Bang was equally unwilling to be outdone. The speed ability was activated, and in just a moment, he crossed a distance of dozens of meters. To deal with mage-type spiritual warriors like Tang Xuan, the best way is close combat. The onlookers couldn't help but exclaim when they saw this. What a terrifying speed! Chen Bang is indeed the fastest man in the school except Xinbai. When the mages approached, the result is predictable. Unlike his classmates who exclaimed in surprise, the person involved, Tang Xuan, had a calm expression. Even the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. I'm waiting for you to get close, then watch me stab you with my vines. Dozens of vines instantly formed into sharp thorns and stabbed towards Chen Bang. Chen Bang also tilted his mouth and smiled triumphantly. I saw a yellow fireball burning in his hand. Blast at those vines. However, the moment the two came into contact, Chen Bang's face changed drastically. The vines passed through the flames unscathed. Chen Bang quickly retreated, but was still pierced by the vines and had several bloody holes on his body. How so? Ha, you didn't expect that, my vines are fire resistant. Tang Xuan looked very proud. You know, he absorbed the beast core of the fire slime. Successfully obtained the passive skill of fire immunity. This is also the reason why he is full of confidence in this competition. Except for Xinbai, the uncertainty factor, the other three have fire-related abilities. I have many advantages. Chen Bang looked at Tang Xuan and it seemed that he had to get serious. However, at this moment, where he was standing, a dozen thick vines suddenly emerged from the ground. Surround Chen Bang like a cage. It looks much harder than ordinary vines. Immediately afterwards, dozens of vines thrust out and aimed at Chen Bang again. This blow will send you off the field. You think you can stop me with this little vine? Chen Bang remained calm, and the yellow fireball in his hand turned into a white flame. I want to see if your fire immunity can make you immune to this. With a roar, the flames and vines collided. The thick vines that were touched by the white flames were cut into pieces as if by a knife. Whoosh! Chen Bang's speed ability erupted again. While dodging the thorns of the vines, he came in front of Tang Xuan. The flame in your hand will prevent all the vines from burning. Finally it fell on Tang Xuan. Bang! Tang Xuan, defeated. No one expected that Tang Xuan would lose even though he was immune to fire. Xinbai took a look. Oh no! Chen Bang was strong again, and this white flame was indeed extraordinary. Xinbai noticed the difference last time. This kid must have a big secret. However, the wool still needs to be plucked. Chen Bang wins. Zhang Ke stood up and announced the result. He could tell at a glance that Chen Bang's white flame was a special flame. Otherwise it would be impossible to break the fire immunity attribute. Okay, next up, Xiaodezhu vs Wang Lei. Teacher, wait, what about me? Xinbai came up to Jiang Ku and pointed at the blackboard next to the competition stage. Why isn't my name on it? Your name? You still want your name? Xinbai nodded sincerely. Yes, this is about resource allocation. You also know that this is about resource allocation? Jiang Ke scolded. You're late, you're not eligible to participate, and you're ranked last in the class. No, teacher, give me a chance. Do you think school competitions are such a joke? If it's gone, it's gone. Alas. Xinbai sighed and said helplessly, Teacher, you don't want the students in our class to be without cultivation resources, do you? What's the meaning? Before Xinbai could speak, The students shouted one after another. Teacher, please give Qinbai a place in the rematch. Yes, Qinbai's strength is here. If he is forced to be last, it would be too unfair. I agree. I'd rather use half of my resources to help Qinbai regain his qualification for the competition. Jiang Ke was a little confused. What's going on? 80% of the class pleaded for mercy. When did this kid Qinbai become so popular? So prestigious? Of course she didn't know. As soon as those words were spoken, the students understood everything. If Qinbai really didn't rank, he would really borrow resources from them. This is not a discussion, but a notification. Originally, Jiang Ke wanted to teach Qinbai a lesson. Anyway, the rankings change every month. Use a month's resources to teach Qinbai a lesson and make him correct his attitude in the future. But now, the whole class is sincerely pleading. Jiang Ke had no choice but to give up his original idea. Okay, since all the students think so, I'll go and ask the principal for help. After that, let the students finish this round on their own. I went to the principal's office. The next match is between Chao Dezhu and Wang Lei. A level 7 spiritual warrior and a level 6 spiritual warrior. One is a defensive ability, and the other is a water ability. Chao Dezhu's family is wealthy, and his physical fitness and basic supernatural powers have definitely improved much more than Wang Lei's. Chao Dezhu walked forward with confidence of victory. Summoning his black turtle shell, Wang Lei followed him onto the stage. Without the teacher, Qinbai acted as the referee. The competition begins. Sizzle. As Qinbai Hua finished speaking, Wang Lei used the water gun. But it was blocked by the black turtle shell. Wang Lei changed direction and made another sizzle. Chao Dezhu also moved to another place to block it. Originally, everyone thought that the battle would end soon, but it became a stalemate. Chao Dezhu has almost no attack power. Qinbai sat a sideboard. At this time, Chen Bang came up and asked Qinbai, "Actually, I have always had a question that I don't quite understand." "What's the problem? Aren't Chao Dezhu and Su Xiaoya very familiar with you?" Chen Bang asked. Qinbai said affirmatively, "Brothers for life. Their families are so rich, can't you just ask them for some resources?" "Of course not, we want to be brothers for life." Qinbai sighed. In fact, whether it is Chao Dezhu and Su Xiaoya, or their parents, it has been mentioned more than once that Qinbai would be given resources for cultivation. But Qinbai felt taking it is equivalent to owing it. Maybe the other party won't feel anything. I will get along with the two of them. Your words and actions will become passive and restrained invisibly. The so-called brotherhood may slowly change accordingly. Chapter 62. In the era of competing with your father, you can't afford to attack by surprise. Chen Bang looked at the competition stage and asked, "If you really had no ranking and no resources to practice, would you really steal from your classmates?" "Don't talk nonsense, I'm just borrowing." Qinbai was filled with indignation. "Don't worry, I can't make myself suffer even if others suffer. There is no ranking, I will borrow from you first." From Chen Bang's mood value plus 6,666. Chen Bang unconsciously took a step back. The duel on the competition stage has ended. Chao Dezhu walked down and Wang Lei crawled down. It's not that Chao Dezhu is so strong. It was simply because Wang Lei was tired. Even if his spiritual energy was exhausted and his physical strength was depleted, he still couldn't break Chao Dezhu's defense. "Chao Dezhu, you are awesome. What a strong tortoise shell." Wang Lei was very unhappy and spoke in a sarcastic tone. It would be fine if he was defeated head-on, but he actually played the turtle. Chao Dezhu was nonchalant, "Just tell me whether you won or not." Su Xiaoya walked over and gave Chao Dezhu a big thumbs up. "Second brother, awesome. That's for sure." Chao Dezhu felt happy, and Xiaoya still provided emotional value. At this moment, a voice sounded. "Are you Chao Dezhu?" Everyone in the rocket class was stunned and looked in the direction of the voice. I found a boy standing at the door of the training room. She has a noble temperament, wears all branded clothes and has a firm gaze. His muscular body exudes a faint sense of oppression. Some students recognized the person. "Fuck, isn't this AI Kuan from experimental middle school?" If you don't understand, just ask, who is AI Kuan? You don't even know AI Kuan, the leader of experimental middle school. He's extremely talented, and his special ability is the legendary sonic attack. Fuck, what is he doing here? To cause trouble? The classmates looked at AI Kuan, who came with ill intentions, with expressions of disbelief. The overall strength of experimental middle school is one level higher than that of number 1 middle school. They just divided the classes. Why is their leader here? And you specifically asked for Chao Dazhu? Chao Dazhu had just finished chatting with Su Xiaoya and walked up to AI Kuan. He looked at the other person and said, "Yes, I am Chao Dazhu." "Who are you?" AI Kuan also looked at Chao Dazhu. "Look at Su Xiaoya, who was chatting with Chao Dazhu just now." His eyes lit up instantly. This girl was chatting very intimately with Chao Dazhu just now. It must be my childhood sweetheart, Lu Ruyan. A first love face, pure looks, perfect figure, and a high ponytail. Turtle, it has grown into my heart. Boom boom boom. Is this love at first sight? For some reason, AI Kuan always has a special feeling for the girl in front of him. Thinking of this, AI Kuan felt very unhappy. Damn it, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. How dare you steal my woman? He glared at Chao Dazhu and said, "Let's fight alone. Come out and fight me if you dare. Who are you to challenge me in a duel?" Chao Dazhu was a little confused about the situation. However, he still has some dignity, and the main reason is that he is afraid of losing. Identity? AI Kuan straightened his clothes and tugged at his collar, neither humble nor arrogant. AI Kuan, my father, AI Zhanghe, is the director of the Jiangqing Public Security Bureau. Chao Dazhu, my father, Chao Dalai, is the director of the Jiangqing Education Bureau. Chao Dazhu is no less impressive. I have never been afraid of competing with my father. When AI Kuan heard about Chao Dazhu's family background, he finally remembered why the name sounded so familiar. It was originally like this, with some status. No wonder he dared to set his sights on his childhood sweetheart. Unfortunately, he kept recognizing the wrong person. The students around heard the two of them announce their background like naming dishes. I can't help but admire him. It turns out that the boss speaks in such a down-to-earth way. Xinbai frowned slightly and stared at AI Kuan, wanting to see what this guy was going to do. After knowing the other party's background, AI Kuan changed from looking at people through their noses to looking at them with his eyes. We are all people of status. I hope you won't do anything immoral. Immoral? Chao Dazhu looked at me like an idiot, and only spoke half of what he said. Didn't you just say one-on-one? I agree. After hearing this, AI Kuan could finally teach this kid a lesson. A level 7 rookie is worthy of competing with me for a woman? However, even though I think this way in my heart, I still have to do enough surface work. Immediately, AI Kuan looked towards the competition stage and made a please gesture in a very gentlemanly manner. In that case, please. Oh duh. However, before AI Kuan could finish speaking, Chao Dazhu slapped the other person. With a pie sound, a red handprint appeared on AI Kuan's face. Wow, there's something there, but it didn't fly out. Chao Dazhu was a little surprised. AI Kuan stood there blankly, touching his aching cheek. Fuck, you have no moral principles. You're trying to sneak attack me, you can't afford it, you little loser, you don't have the strength. Didn't you say please? Is this what I mean by please? Isn't it? The classmates around were all trying to hold back their laughter. What a familiar feeling, worthy of being Brother Qinbai. He has reached the extreme level in being an inhuman being. Humph, you forced me to do this. Just as AI Kuan was about to release his supernatural powers, his vision suddenly went dark. Who the hell turned off the lights? No, it seems like something is protecting me. Next second. Feeling like your limbs are trapped and unable to move. Fists rained down on him like a hail of bullets. Pretending to be awesome, huh? A sneak attack, huh? Scrap, huh? That's unethical, isn't it? The students couldn't help but sigh that what is coming will come. Just now, Xinbai attacked from behind and put a sack directly on AI Kuan. Xinbai and Chao Dazhu were riding on AI Kuan and punching and kicking him. As the fight went on, Xinbai felt something was not right. Pull Chao Dazhu back. After stabilizing his body, he saw that AI Kuan's body had partially transformed into a beast. His hands turned into Kuan claws. In an instant, he tore the sack on his body into pieces. The fierce eyes stared at Xinbai. It's you, yes, it's your voice, you idiot. Hey, I didn't provoke you, why are you swearing? Xinbai thought the other party wanted to talk about the sneak attack just now. But what reminded AI Kuan was what happened in the toilet just now. A fool shows up. I asked him for paper, and the idiot gave me a bun. It makes me always feel like my butt is not wiped clean. Especially the last sentence, no need to thank me. Ha, now I finally caught you, you're dead. Oh. It's you. Brother Gua. Chao Dizhu, standing by, was a little confused. Brother Bai, what's this Brother Gua? Do you know him? I met him in the restroom this morning. He was actually eating shit. You're the one who eats shit. AI Kun cursed. Chao Dizhu was a little confused. Then why call him Brother Gua? Didn't I say before that people are like a shit gun? They eat and poop, poop and eat again. Isn't that infinite bullets? Isn't that cheating? From AI Kun's emotional value plus 666. AI Kun narrowed his eyes, his supernatural powers erupted, and he didn't care about being a gentleman. In an instant, he rushed towards Qin Bai. Chapter 63, If you can't fight in a group, create conditions for a group fight. AI Kun quickly came in front of Qin Bai and punched him in the chest. Qin Bai did not resist at all. He just smiled evilly when his fist was less than 1 centimeter away from his chest. The whole person flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. AI Kun was a little confused. What's going on? How come he flew away without even touching me? Could it be that this guy is a pure silver spear wax head? On the ground, Qin Bai's whole body began to tremble. I can't even control my saliva. Pointing at AI Kun, he said, You dare to say we are all useless? I said a few words to you, and you actually attacked me. AI Kun. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present focused their attention on AI Kun. There was a hint of hatred in their eyes. He is confused now. When did I call you trash? When did I launch a sneak attack? I am doing this openly, okay? Besides, in his heart, he really thought that everyone here was trash. But his good family education taught him how to behave in society. How could you say such a vulgar thing? Before he could explain, Chao Dizhu, who was standing by, walked up to him and shouted, I never thought you were such a person. You're calling us trash while you're sneaking up on us. But just when the two of them were about to touch face to face, Chao Dizhu also flew backwards. AI Kun. Come again? Chao Dizhu was shaking all over, and with his last bit of strength he shouted, Asshole, I'm going to beat you up today even if I have to risk my life. After saying this, he fainted. Oh shit. No matter how stupid AI Kun was, he realized that these two bastards were slandering him. However, before he could speak, the students from Rocket Class 1 gathered around. Looking at these dozens of students, AI Kun was also a little scared. Chen Bang reacted quickly, punching the opponent and shouting at his classmates, if anyone dares to call us trash, beat him up. For a moment, before AI Kun could even open his mouth, countless pairs of fists came towards him. Although AI Kun is very strong, 2 fists cannot defeat 80 hands. Chen Bang watched from the side. What a familiar scene. At this time, Li came up and said, Chen Bang, Qin Bai is instigating you to deal with AI Kun. You are being used. Chen Bang smiled and said, There are 2 kinds of people I hate the most. One is those who look at me with their noses, and the other is those who don't let me look at them with my noses. Is this related? I already disliked him, whether he was used by Qin Bai or not has nothing to do with it. Immediately, Chen Bang also rushed forward. You know what, the feeling of gang fight is really cool. Most of the classmates had the same idea as Chen Bang, which was just because AI Kun acted so arrogant. Beat them both first, the law does not punish the group. I don't know how long it took. A voice rang out, What are you doing? Everyone stop immediately. Zhang Ku returned to the training room. She looked around and ignored the students who were taking action. The first thing I saw was Qin Bai, who was lying on the ground watching Douyin. All the students looked sideways. This is the importance of word of mouth. Qin Bai, what are you doing again? No, I just got hit by this guy, and then I just lay here playing with my phone. I don't know what happened. From Zhang Ku's emotional value plus 888. From AI Kun's emotional value plus 999. Zhang Ku looked at AI Kun, whose face was bruised and swollen. Are you AI Kun from experimental middle school? Yes, teacher, you have to make the decision for me. AI Kun hurried to Zhang Ku's side. Chao Dizhu yelled, What are you talking about? You insulted our rocketry class, and you still have the nerve to ask our teacher to make the decision for you. Chinbai added, exactly. Not only did they say our class is trash, but they also said our teacher is the worst of the trash. Emotion value from AI Kun plus 888. I didn't, don't talk nonsense. AI Kun cursed Chinbai's entire family tree in his heart. And there is the bodyguard Afu. Where did this guy run to? This time when he goes back, he must be asked to sweep the toilet. Call 10 or 8 stray dogs to poop everywhere and make his work more difficult. Jiangku ignored Chinbai's words and turned to look at AI Kun. What are you doing here? This. AI Kun was suddenly stuck. Yeah, what am I doing here? Look at your childhood sweetheart. Can't I just say that I'm in such a shameful state now? Don't I have any face? Teacher, I heard that Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School has just established a rocket class. I want to represent experimental middle school and have some discussions with Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. AI Kun said with a bow, and the surrounding aura changed instantly. Looks gentle and elegant. I can only say that he has good upbringing and does a good job of superficial work. It's just that those big bags on the face kind of ruin the atmosphere. Sparring? Jiangke knew that AI Kun was a first order, level 9 sound-based spiritual warrior, and Su Xiaoya was the only one in the class who had a chance. Su Xiaoya also knew that the class honor could not be lost, so she stood up, walking towards the competition stage. AI Kun didn't expect that it was Su Xiaoya who walked up to him. He was immediately overjoyed and walked up happily. I didn't expect that the strongest person in Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School would be such a cute girl. I'm so sorry. AI Kun walked onto the competition stage and struck a fighting stance that he thought looked very handsome. Unfortunately, he did look very funny. Su Xiaoya didn't dare to look him in the eye. She had no professional training and was afraid that she would burst out laughing when she saw it. Flames attached to both hands, turning into the shape of flaming wings. The fight between the two broke out instantly. Countless flaming feathers shot towards Aikun. Ha! AI Kun let out a long shout, and a high-frequency sound wave formed a shock wave that collided with the flaming feathers. Swish, swish, swish. For a moment, Su Xiaoya felt a little suppressed. Xiao Dizhu, who was watching the fight from the side, couldn't help but feel a little worried. Brother Bai, do you think Xiaoya will lose? From a common-sense perspective, yes. But this is our home turf. You want to launch a sneak attack again? Xiao Dizhu instantly wondered what Qinbai was going to do. That's not a good idea. The homeroom teacher is still here, and AI Kun is from another school after all. Don't worry, I'm here, nothing unexpected will happen. On the competition stage, Su Xiaoya has changed her strategy. A spear appeared in his hand, quickly closing the distance between the two. Engage in close combat. The two fought fiercely. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, Su Xiaoya found the right opportunity and thrust out the flaming spear, aiming directly at AI Kun's vital points. Pong! Following a burst of sound, an invisible shield appeared in front of AI Kun. This is a shield formed by sound wave vibrations, which can block some attacks. The spear and the shield collided. There is no doubt that with Su Xiaoya's powerful attack, the shield was instantly shattered. AI Kun retreated quickly. Su Xiaoya did not pursue the victory, but retreated instead. It turns out that this is the effect of AI Kun's spiritual skill. When the shield breaks, a shock wave is generated to knock back the opponent. AI Kun seized the opportunity to perform his spiritual skills. Resonance destruction. Sound waves of a specific frequency were emitted, resonating with the spear in Su Xiaoya's hand. Bang! Suddenly, the spear shattered violently. AI Kun seized the opportunity and punched Su Xiaoya. Chapter 64, Devoured by a Spiritual Weapon? As AI Kun swung his fist, the spear in Su Xiaoya's hand appeared again. Helpless, AI Kun could only give up the attack. I underestimated you. I didn't expect that this of yours is actually your natal spiritual weapon. A trace of cold sweat appeared on AI Kun's forehead. Fortunately, he reacted in time. If he had been really close to him, his arm would probably not heal for 10 days or half a month. Su Xiaoya held a flaming spear and looked at AI Kun seriously. Let's decide the outcome with one move. Good. AI Kun nodded in agreement. In battles between spiritual warriors, information about the opponent is very important, and tactical arrangements can be made in advance based on their abilities. Of course, you don't need to think so much when you can defeat 10 opponents with force. but they obviously haven't reached that level. Su Xiaoya and AI Kuan didn't know each other's specific abilities, and both were in danger of failure. Be careful, this is my strongest attack. AI Kuan reminded Su Xiaoya with a loving look on his face. Suddenly, a basketball appeared in his hand. The basketball doesn't look ordinary, but rather a natal spiritual weapon. The natal spiritual weapon is only possessed by people with supernatural powers. Belonging is a gift. Su Xiaoya's musket and Xiao Dishu's black tortoise shell are the same. The biggest advantage is that it can be summoned out of thin air anytime and anywhere. For a moment, Qin Bai in the audience was silent. Oh shit, you can't play basketball and sing at the same time. Obviously, Qin Bai was worrying too much. The basketball in AI Kuan's hand resonated with the sound waves and shot towards Su Xiaoya like a shock wave. Su Xiaoya was equally unwilling to be outdone, and the spear in her hand ignited a raging fire. He threw the spear out like dropping an anchor. The basketball and the spear collided instantly. The spear shot against the basketball. AI Kuan stared at Su Xiaoya, his face full of pride. The spiritual energy of a basketball is much stronger than that of a spear. For a moment, the basketball, pushed against the spear, gradually retreated towards Xiaoya. This AI Kuan is too strong. Even his natal spiritual weapon has been strengthened. As expected of the strongest person in experimental middle school, he's definitely more awesome than us. The classmates looked at the two people on the competition stage and could only watch helplessly as the basketball blew up the spear. A corner. Qin Bai stared at the basketball and spear on the stage. The left eye is locked on the spear, the right eye is locked on the basketball. Heavenly hand power. Just when everyone thought AI Kuan was going to win. Whoosh. The positions of the basketball and the spear have changed. AI Kuan hadn't reacted yet, his little head was full of confusion. What's going on? Are you hallucinating? Before AI Kuan could react, the powerful basketball rushed towards AI Kuan with the broken spear. AI Kuan rubbed his eyes. No, it must be an illusion. I dare not open my eyes, hoping it is just my hallucination. But why does this illusion feel so real? AI Kuan frowned. Something is wrong, retreat immediately. Unfortunately, it's too late. The spiritual weapon basketball hit AI Kuan's body hard. At this moment, AI Kuan was sure that this was not an illusion. Rebellion, rebellion, the spiritual weapon has devoured its master. AI Kuan was hit by the basketball and flew backwards due to inertia, landing heavily outside the playing field. Su Xiaoya was confused. AI Kuan was confused. The students present were all confused. What's going on? Could it be that AI Kuan can't control his weapon well? It must be that relying on external forces to improve the realm is too fast. It seems that experimental middle school is not that good. Even Jiangke didn't he know what happened? Could it be that the spiritual weapon really devoured its master? At this moment, in the office on the top floor of the teaching building, a middle-aged man looked out the large window at the situation in the training room. This person is the principal Chen Yutian. Such a strong talent? It seems you are qualified to try it. While speaking, his eyes were fixed on Qin Bai, who was playing with his mobile phone. Are you okay? Su Xiaoya was very polite and helped AI Kuan up. AI Kuan rubbed his chest and said with a smile, "It's okay. Actually, you are very strong. If you were not injured, I might not be your opponent." What Su Xiaoya was talking about was naturally the incident of being beaten up by a group of people. AI Kuan didn't care, instead he smiled and said, "No, I will lose if we fight again. Look, even my spiritual weapon is reluctant to hurt you." Ugh. Su Xiaoya looked disgusted and quickly ran away. She always felt that the boy in front of her was weird and had some problems with his brain. Jiangke stood up and said to AI Kuan, "Are you satisfied?" "Satisfied, very satisfied. We can communicate more often if there is a chance in the future." AI Kuan bowed very gentlemanly and then left the classroom in a dashing manner. Jiangke announced that Qin Bai could compete again. The next game ended quickly. Su Xiaoya had just finished fighting with AI Kuan, and had consumed a lot of her spiritual energy and physical strength. Eventually, they were defeated by Chen Bang in a protracted battle. The final was between Chen Bang and Qin Bai. What everyone didn't expect was that Chen Bang gave up directly. Although there was no evidence, Chen Bang dared to guarantee it with his own head. There was something unusual about the fight between AI Kuan and Su Xiaoya just now. if it has nothing to do with Qin Bai. Chen Bang just swallowed the basketball. It's okay to lose, but it's disgusting to lose to Qin Bai. I don't know why this guy always wants to disgust himself. It's as if he has some treasure on him. In order to avoid social death, Chen Bang chose to admit defeat. The top 4 have already emerged. Qin Bai, Chen Bang, Su Xiaoya, Tang Xuan. Lu Ruyan took leave because she was not feeling well. As for the others, they will be counted directly as the quarterfinals or the top 16. Actually, your performance surprised me. Some of you studied really hard during the summer vacation, while others were completely lazy. In the same realm, there can be such a huge gap. I won't talk about the others, but your top 4 have disappointed me so much. Especially Tang Xuan, your vines are clearly immune to fire. Such a huge advantage, but you don't know how to use it to formulate your strategy. Instead, you yelled fire immunity like an idiot. Are you afraid that others won't know? Su Xiaoya, your explosive power is so strong, yet you insist on engaging your opponent first. What's the matter? You've played landlord too many times, so you're afraid to throw a royal bomb at the beginning? It's not like you don't have enough stamina. As for Chen Bang, whether it was the explosive outburst after the test with Tang Xuan or the war of attrition with Su Xiaoya, you can be considered to have a good fighting spirit. But you actually surrendered directly in the final. This is not a life and death duel. If you don't even have the courage to face it, how can you talk about improvement? And you, Qin Bai. Jiang Ke took a last look at Qin Bai, paused for a moment, and spoke. Your quality is too low and needs to be improved. Qin Bai? Does this have something to do with combat awareness? Jiang Ke distributed the rewards on the spot, and Qin Bai received 20 spirit beads and 1 bottle of strength potion. At the same time, tell each student the advantages and disadvantages of their abilities. The next job is not low. Except for the time we train together. She also needs to develop a specific plan for each student. That's all for today. Tomorrow is a day off. Everyone go back and rest, recuperate, and reflect on today's battle gains and write a 2,000-word reflection. The students in the rocket class were very happy when they heard that it was time for a holiday. But when I heard the 2,000-word insights, I felt like I had eaten shit. Chapter 65 The Legendary Another Me. After AI Kuan left the Rockets Class 1 training room, he walked alone in the corridor. He is very angry now. Not only was he beaten up by a group of people, he also lost the competition. It's all the bodyguard Afu's fault. Where did this guy go? Just walk like this. He saw a sneaky figure at the door of Rocket Class 2. Afu, what the hell are you doing here? Fuck, where did this pig head come from? Afu was observing the situation in the training room. I was suddenly startled by the boy with a bruised face and nose that appeared in front of me. You really want to die, don't you? AI Kuan cursed and kicked out. Afu didn't dare to dodge. He touched his butt with a look of astonishment on his face. Master, it's you. Why are you here? Afu asked, as if to take credit for something. I came here to monitor Lu Ruyan, but she doesn't seem to be here today. This is Rocket Class 2, and Lu Ruyan is from Rocket Class 1. AI Cohen said in a cold tone, if you can't even do this, what use are you? Go back and clean the toilets. I need a new bodyguard. Fu took a closer look at the door number. Damn, is Zhongcheng number 1 middle school so stingy? If the horizontal stroke of a character is lost, it will never be restored. Hey, master, I've been with you for so many years. Even if I haven't made any contributions, I've worked hard. You can't be so cruel. Fu quickly changed the subject and said, Master, have you met your childhood sweetheart? That's for sure. I have to say, she has really grown into my heart. As he spoke, Ai Kuan thought of Su Xiaoya's appearance and the scene of his competition with her. My heart was beating fast. It's a heart-pounding feeling. Start the car and wait for me. I'll go talk to her after the first shift is over. Ai Kuan saw Su Xiaoya from afar, and there were 2 men beside her. The 2 were still talking and laughing. No, it seems like those 2 men are harassing Su Xiaoya. He picked up his suit jacket from the car and put it on in a domineering manner. Then pick up a small mirror and tidy up your hair. His face darkened and he walked in that direction. At the same time, the 2 boys who were said to be harassing Su Xiaoya. Of course it is Qin Bai and Xiao Dezhu. Xiaoya, please help us. You know my level of understanding. Isn't this going to kill us? Xinbai and Xiao Dezhu looked helpless. Su Xiaoya said, 3 copies would be 6,000 words. Besides, I don't know what your supernatural powers are, so the teacher will definitely find out. No, I'm very familiar with teacher Jiang Ku. It's absolutely fine. Be good, and I'll buy you 2 lollipops tomorrow. Xinbai was very sure. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Su Xiaoya complained. At this moment, a voice sounded, if people don't want to pay attention to you, then don't bother them. Xinbai and the other 2 looked over and found that it was AI Kuan from before. He put on an air of what he considered to be profoundness. I feel very cool now. What are you doing here? Su Xiaoya looked at AI Kuan in front of her in confusion. Oh, I come to see you. AI Kuan slowly uttered a few bubbling sounds. AI Kuan, you know, the whole world can be yours, but you can only be mine. Su Xiaoya? Are you okay? Did you fall during the competition just now? I'm in good health. I can carry rice bags and gas tanks, but I can't bear missing you. Su Xiaoya, oh. Is this guy sure his brain isn't damaged? Or we can send you home to rest. I hope that in the future it won't be you who sends me home, but we go home together. Xinbai? Xiao Dezhu? Su Xiaoya? The 3 of them were very sure that this guy must have some serious illness. AI Kuan didn't care about the looks of the 3 people and looked at Su Xiaoya with a smile. Do you know why the sea is blue? Because fish go blue. Do you know what people eat to nourish their brains? Suffer a loss. This. AI Kuan was a little confused. Why was it different from what he expected? It seemed that he had to use his ultimate move. Do you know what the 1034th to 1036th digits of pi are? Have no idea. 520. AI Kuan looked at Su Xiaoya with deep affection. You're such a big idiot. Xinbai was stunned. He glanced at AI Kuan and then at Xiao Dezhu. Why does it feel so familiar? Is this the legendary Another Me? Su Xiaoya rubbed her forehead. Even if she was a very polite person, she couldn't help herself at this moment. Get out. She had heard from her best friend before that AI Kuan from experimental middle school was extremely strong. He is usually mysterious, serious, and looks like he doesn't want to be approached by strangers. Even his classmates rarely see him. But now that I have seen it with my own eyes, I can only say that hearsay is indeed not credible. This. AI Kuan returned to the car with a confused look on his face and feeling frustrated. That's weird, why is the way my sister told me to pick up girls wrong? The next second, AI Kuan seemed to have figured something out. I understand. Fu, who was in the driver's seat, asked, What's wrong, master? Are you being rejected? AI Kuan looked like he was giving someone a lecture. You know what? She rejected me because girls are shy. When I was flirting with her, she suddenly realized that our relationship was progressing too fast. Fu asked, What do you mean? Many girls think that if boys can easily catch up with them, they won't cherish them. Who said that? My sister. Miss, that seems to make sense. After all, the people chasing after you can line up from here all the way to experimental middle school. She must have been very shy and at a loss just now, not knowing what to do. In the end, she got carried away and told me to get lost. Young master is indeed a young master. Even without any psychic abilities, he can still see through people's hearts so easily. Humph, otherwise how could I be your young master? AI Kuan said with a firm look in his eyes, life is like a pile of shit. What we lack is not a flush toilet, but the courage given by Oli. As long as I work hard, I will definitely succeed. Come on, go. AI Kuan cheered himself up. At the same time, Xinbai and the others looked at each other. Xiaoya, this guy seems to be interested in you. Even Xiao Dezhu could see it, so how could Su Xiaoya not see it? I guess he got beaten up so hard that his brain got damaged. The 3 of them went to the exchange together to buy some cultivation resources. When Xiao Dezhu and Su Xiaoya saw Qinbai's electric car, their eyes almost popped out. Qinbai patted his spiritual electric car. Impressive, isn't it? Fuck, that's awesome, brother Bai, how did you do that? Even if I had money, I couldn't do it. This is a reward from the Public Security Bureau for my great contribution. No, if you can't do it even if you have money, it's just that you don't have enough money. Chao Dezhu said affirmatively. The electric car seat is very long and can easily accommodate 3 people. Qinbai led the 2 of them, spraying nitrogen, and sped on the road. After a while, we arrived at the exchange. Several people watched from afar as the exchange made crackling sounds. The air was thick with smoke. Qinbai was a little confused. What was going on? There was thick smoke. Chao Dezhu sighed, "Oh my god, what kind of celebration is this? The exchange is still setting off firecrackers." Su Xiaoya looked at the smoke that spread several stories high. "Is this what firecrackers are like?" Chao Dezhu replied, "Well, you don't know. During the new year in our village, hundreds of firecrackers are set off at the same time. It's pitch black, and the sky is even black." Su Xiaoya, what a punishment! Suddenly, a violent super explosion resounded through the sky. Su Xiaoya was startled. "Second brother, are you sure it's still the sound of firecrackers? Something's wrong, run away first." Without waiting for Chao Dezhu to speak, Qinbai decisively turned the car around. Just then, 5 masked men in black rushed towards the side as if they were running for their lives. Chapter 66. I don't believe you dare to kill him. The 5 men were tall and strong, and moved agilely, like a pack of wild wolves. He ran very fast and soon blocked Qinbai's retreat direction. Chao Dezhu murmured, "Oh no. I have a bad feeling." Qinbai nodded, "Congratulations, this ominous premonition is about to come true." From Chao Dezhu's emotional value plus 666. 2 of the men in black cooperated, one sliding tackle and the other performing a flying kick in the air. Rushed towards Qinbai's electric car. "Hold on tight." Qinbai shouted, and immediately launched a Qigong wave. The man in black obviously didn't expect that this was a spiritual electric car and was hit directly. Qinbai seized the opportunity, turned the horsepower to maximum and prepared to leave. But the other 3 were not pushovers either. They exerted their strength at the same time, and spiritual energy burst out. Several ice spikes came like a rainstorm. This forced Qinbai and the other 2 to jump out of the car. One of the men in black commanded, "Catch them quickly, alive." Among the 5 people, for our level 9 and 1 is level 8, so their strength is not low. Qinbai didn't know what was going on. But one thing is certain, with such a big situation, the Public Security Bureau will definitely arrive soon, and we just need to delay them. There were several more ice spikes, and at the same time, several fireballs attacked from the left front. Rebound. Qinbai held the round fan in front of the 3 people. Block ice spikes and fireballs and bounced them back at the same time. The 5 men in black obviously couldn't imagine Qinbai's methods. One of them was unable to dodge, and the ice and fire merged, instantly crippling one of his arms. There's something wrong with this kid. Capture him as soon as possible before Big Brother comes out. The leader gave the order again. Qinbai faces 2 level 9s. Su Xiaoya held back 2 level 9s. Chao Dezhu was beaten violently by a level 8 warrior. Qinbai relied on the maneuverability of Flying Thunder God and the rebound of the round fan. Although it has little offensive power, it always has the upper hand. Although Su Xiaoya had managed to recover some strength, it was still a bit difficult for her to face 2 people at the same time. The situation was at a stalemate for a while. Ha! At this moment, a sound wave suddenly hit. Everyone was stunned. Immediately afterwards, a basketball shot in, targeting one of the men in black who was fighting with Su Xiaoya. It turned out that Ai Kuan was here. In the distance, he discovered that Qinbai and the other 2 were in crisis. I found that several of them were not strong. The first reaction is to be a hero and save the beauty. Take action in times of crisis. Fight alongside the goddess and repel the enemy together. By then, the other party will definitely have a much better impression of you. Wow, isn't the opportunity here? God help me. Immediately, Ai Kuan came to Su Xiaoya and said, "Let's deal with them together." Su Xiaoya warned, "Be careful. They're very decisive and experienced in combat. We just need to hold them off." "How decisive can you be? Watch the ball." Ai Kuan rushed forward directly. With Ai Kuan's joining, Su Xiaoya felt much less pressure. As for Chao Dezhu, don't think that he is always being beaten. The black turtle shell showed no signs of cracking. How dare you get distracted while fighting us? At this time, the man who was fighting with Qinbai spoke in a cold tone. An ice cone as big as a hoe formed and stabbed forward suddenly. Qinbai's eyes instantly locked onto the other one-armed man in black. Heavenly hand power. The two people swapped positions. The one-armed man in black looked confused. What's going on? Be careful. The man in black who used the ice cone wanted to cancel the magic skill, but it was too late. The one-armed man in black finally reacted after being reminded by his companions. Seeing the huge ice cone coming, he could only use his remaining arm to block it. Boom! The other arm also collapsed at this time, shaky and without strength. This kid is very strange. Leave him alone and catch the others. The two knew that they couldn't take down Qinbai for the time being, so they turned around and rushed towards AI Kuan. At this moment, the man in black who was fighting with AI Kuan suddenly turned around. He held a long knife in his hand and chopped it down directly. Fuck! AI Kuan formed a sonic shield in front of him. However, the two men in black who rushed over from Qinbai's side took decisive action. He instantly took AI Kuan hostage, and a dagger appeared in his hand, pressing against AI Kuan's neck. Don't move, or I'll kill him. Their tone was cold, as if life was dispensable in front of them. Both Qinbai and the other men in black stopped. Qinbai could smell the blood on the dagger from a distance. He stood up decisively, looking like he was planning something. I don't believe you dare to kill him. The man in black said in a cold tone, Are you so sure? Qinbai's mouth twitched. You said at the beginning that you wanted to capture us alive. Obviously, you wanted to take us hostage. The commotion in the exchange is related to you. You need the hostages to escape, so you don't dare to kill. You are just trying to retreat. Interesting boy, your thinking is quite quick. The man in black praised, You analyzed the situation clearly in such a short time. So, I don't believe you dare to kill. Qinbai was very sure. The man in black frowned slightly and swung his knife. The dagger in his hand instantly stabbed towards AI Kuan's chest. For a moment, AI Kuan's heart leaped up. His hair stood on end, cold sweat broke out, and he used all his strength to block the attack. Are you fucking sick? It wasn't you who got stabbed, so what if you don't believe it? AI Kuan cursed at Qinbai. Qinbai also didn't expect the man in black to be so vicious. He apologized, Oh, I guessed wrong. I didn't expect him to be so brave. I'm sorry. From AI Kuan's emotional value plus 666. AI Kuan is very scared and cowardly now. Suddenly, he saw Su Xiaoya's big, kiss-me eyes staring at him. His whole aura is completely different. There is an aura of being the only one. It's just like when we were students, a boy was being bullied and the goddess took a look when she passed by. So boys do this to express themselves. Adrenaline will burst out in full force and you will have the courage to resist. Beat up those who bully you and let the goddess know how powerful you are. This is AI Kuan's situation now. 3 seconds later, AI Kuan had a few more scars on his body, and then he became obedient. Obviously, there is a difference between school and society. However, AI Kuan's body was no longer moving. He still has to say some harsh words, and now he can only use his last trump card. Do you know who I am? How dare you touch me? I don't care who you are. If you keep talking nonsense, we'll kill you. Come with us. AI Kuan said proudly, My father is AI Jianghe. What? What did you say? Are you AI Jianghe's son? For a moment, the 5 men in black were all shocked, and the way they looked at AI Kuan changed instantly. That's right. AI Kuan enjoyed this scene very much. In the past, every time he had a conflict with a stranger, he would enjoy it. As long as you report your family background, your opponents will be shocked. Bang! Before AI Kuan could enjoy the feeling of superiority, a fist hit his head. You dare to hit me? My father, AI Jianghe. Bang! Another man in black came with a punch, beat him. AI Kuan thought the other party hadn't heard clearly, so he yelled again, My father is AI Jianghe, the director of the Public Security Bureau. Bang! My father, AI Jianghe. Bang! The 5 men in black, except the one with severely injured hands, punched AI Kuan one by one. AI Jianghe, right? I'll let you AI Jianghe. For a moment, the 5 people did not retreat, but instead beat AI Kuan as if to vent their anger. In the distance, Xiao Deju's mouth twitched, What a big idiot! Qinbai asked, Zhu Zi, what do you mean? This isn't a harmonious society anymore. The title of Public Security Bureau Chief has offended many people, most of whom are extremely vicious. He actually dared to randomly announce his name. He's simply courting death. Second brother, how do you know so much? I once wanted to show off and mentioned my dad's name. As a result, the students who complained about the tutoring beat me up and I couldn't get out of bed for 3 days. I remember it now, it seems to be that time in elementary school. Xin Bai and Su Xiaoya also remembered. Chapter 67. Who did you bring back to me? That's enough, stop fighting. Ai Kuan was beaten so hard that he was dizzy and yelled, "Wait until my bodyguards come over, and you will all die." Is this what you're talking about? At this moment, a voice sounded. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw another masked man in black. 5 men in black shouted, "Brother!" In their eldest brother's hand was a man, who was Ai Kuan's bodyguard Afu. Just now, Afu discovered that his young master was being beaten and was about to go forward to help. Unfortunately, he was caught by the eldest brother halfway. He attacked ruthlessly, leaving several claw marks on his body, blood all over his body, and his eyes closed. I don't know if he's dead or in a coma. A large truck suddenly appeared, and the man in black called Big Brother gave orders. The car is here, get on. 5 men in black took Ai Kuan onto a truck. Seeing that even the peak of level 9 at stage 3 was defeated, Ai Kuan did not dare to resist at all. Before going up, the 5 people reminded the eldest brother. And him, the more hostages the better. I know, you go up first. The eldest brother urged and took action instantly. The next second, Su Xiaoya and Xiao Deju appeared in his hands. The speed was so fast that even Qin Bai, who was standing next to him, couldn't react. The man in black said coldly, "Your teleportation is indeed difficult, but you must care about their lives. You didn't rob the exchange, did you?" Qin Bai wanted to delay, but the other party ignored him. He grabbed the 2 men and jumped onto the back of the truck. Qin Bai can use his heavenly hand power to rescue Zhuzi and Xiaoya. But the other party's strength is obviously not on the same level as theirs. If you can catch it once, you can catch it a second time. Directly using the power of the heavenly hand to save someone would only make the other party more anxious. Helplessly, Qin Bai could only get on the truck and wait and see. Trucks are driving on the road. Soon, sirens were heard all around. The leading man in black opened the car door and shouted to the pursuers, "We have 5 hostages here. If you dare to come near us, I will kill them all. Let us go, and I can keep them safe and sound." After saying that, the man in black robe returned to the carriage. He signaled his men to tie up all 5 men. He glanced at the unconscious Afu, the lying Ai Kuan, and the 3 people sitting. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame your bad luck. But don't worry, we are only looking for wealth, not life. As long as you are obedient, we will ensure that you are safe. Just listen to this kind of talk. If you really believe it, you are a complete idiot. Among the few people, Qin Bai felt the most relaxed. He found a chair and sat down, glancing at the bags of things in the corner. These are all the things you robbed from the exchange. Do you think you can live longer? It's all the fault of those guys from the Public Security Bureau. They wiped out my hideout, forcing us to live in hiding. We had to resort to this desperate measure. Hideout? Are you from the Tongshin Society? What's wrong with Tongxinhui? We just want to make money, but they want our lives, said a man in black. Qin Bai sighed, alas, this is what they call there must be something hateful about pitiful people. From Earth 1, emotional value plus 666. From Dao Shi's emotional value plus 888. From Dao 12's emotional value plus 666. You want to die, you little brat? I haven't finished yet. Hateful people must suffer miserably. We are all suffering people. Qin Bai quickly added. At the same time, watch the system's emotional value gain. Are these people the remnants of the Dark Knight organization? Wow, he was forced to come and rob the exchange, he was quite brave, and most importantly, he succeeded. Just then, the voice of the radio sounded. Everyone, please pay attention. Just now, 5 people attacked the exchange and stole potions, elixirs, spiritual artifacts, and other resources. The exchange suffered losses totaling 10 billion. These criminals are extremely vicious and are currently driving a truck with license plate number XXXX. Everyone, please get away as quickly as possible. Qin Bai was stunned after hearing this. Fuck, 10 billion, you guys are awesome. But who knew that the eyes of the people opposite were even more shocked? Dai said to his men, "Did you rob other places?" "No, I'm doing this all with you, big brother." Dao Shi pointed to the resources he wanted to put in the corner. "Everything is here." He went over to check and counted the items. Damn it, we only have 200 million here." After listening to their conversation, Qinbai was also shocked. "Oh shit, there's a big news. Someone must have used you to settle accounts. Turtle, 9.8 billion, this hole is filled." Dao Shi said angrily, "Not only did they demolish our stronghold, but they actually wanted to use us." De narrowed his eyes and said, "This is the first time someone has plotted against me. Once I escape this time, I will definitely kill those beasts." Qinbai narrowed his eyes and stared at the 200 million resources. "Turtle, this money is too easy to make." At the same time, located in Jiangcheng Yiping community on the riverside, on the big pink heart-shaped bed, a man hugs a woman and they are very affectionate with each other. Suddenly, the cell phone beside the bed rang. This is the man's personal cell phone, and he will only contact him in important situations. The ringing of the bell interrupted their interest. The man answered the phone. "What's going on?" "Director AI, we just received information that the exchange was robbed." "It's just a robbery, just arrest the person and that's all." "Why are you calling my phone for such a small matter?" "No, listen to me. After the gang robbed the stock exchange, they took the young master hostage as they fled." "What?" In an instant, the man sat up suddenly. Even the girl next to her was startled. "Send all the branches of the municipal bureau that can be mobilized over there to provide support." After hanging up the phone, the man comforted the woman next to him, put on his coat and rushed out of the community. "Ciao family. Ciao daily, I just returned home. While preparing to take a shower and cook, I also received a call from my subordinates. When he learned that his son was kidnapped, he had no time to inform Su Xioli. I notified the security of the Education Bureau and some people I knew, and then went out directly. At this time, Wang Lin was arranging tasks with his men and preparing to go to the secret realm to suppress it. The phone rang, and I clicked the answer button. "What's going on?" The voice on the other end of the phone was very urgent. "Captain Wang, I just received news from Jiangcheng that Qinbai and others have been taken hostage by the Dark Knight organization." "Qinbai was caught? How could that be possible considering how slippery he is?" "Really?" "Besides Qinbai, Chao Dezhu, and Su Xiuya have all been captured. The Dark Knight organization consists of 5 people, some from the Dai and Dao generations. Except for Dai, who has reached the 4th level, the others are all at the 1st level. They are planning to escape from the west of Jiangcheng." Wang Lin paused after hearing this. Although he didn't understand the situation, anyone who dared to touch the interns of the garrison was seeking death. To the west of Jiangcheng should be Mihua City, and the nearby secret realm is West Wind Valley. Divide the available garrison troops into 2 teams and send them there. One team will pursue the Dark Knight organization, and the other team will intercept them in Mihua City. After hanging up the phone, Wang Lin stood up suddenly. Looking at the garrison troops below the conference room, he said, "Cancel this operation. I'm going to Jiangcheng." The deputy next to him said, "You don't have to go. Su Changlu has already arrived at the scene. He should be able to resolve it there." For a time, several forces in Jiangcheng were alarmed. Dozens of vehicles were dispatched one after another, targeting the trucks of the Dark Knight organization. In the car, the driver suddenly shouted, "What's going on?" Even the tanks are being dispatched. De, who was still counting his belongings, suddenly had his pupils shrink. All members of the Public Security Bureau were dispatched, as well as the Education Bureau and even the garrison troops. Especially since he could feel it. There are several long-range sniper spiritual weapons locking onto his truck. Aren't we just robbing an exchange? Why is it like a monster attacking a city? Suddenly, he thought of the hostages and glanced at Dao Shi and others. "What the hell did you guys catch me?" Chapter 68 Qinbai and AI Kuan's eye contact. For a moment, all kinds of vehicles surrounded the truck. Someone in the team shouted with a loudspeaker. "You have been surrounded. Lay down your weapons and surrender immediately." The back of the truck. De shouted, "Who can tell me what is going on?" Dao Shi pointed at AI Kuan and said, "We don't know. We only know that this guy is AI Jiang, his son." "What? It was his father who caused the destruction of our base? Just kill him." No, 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 brother. I'm actually very disgusted by my dad's behavior. I've always admired you guys. As the saying goes, he who knows the times is a hero, AI Kuan. He glanced around and quickly thought of a way to retreat. Shin Baitanding said, "Brother, surrender, there are police outside." De said with an unyielding look on his face, "Do you know what's happening to those people who refused to surrender last time? Beaten to death?" From Earth 1, emotional value plus 888. Do you think you're funny? He attacked in an instant, with the strength of level 4, which made everyone present unable to react. Shinbai also didn't react in time, and didn't even have time to use the Flying Thunder God, and was controlled by the other party. The Ground 1 ordered his men, "These people are of high status, capture them and negotiate." Around the truck, a dense crowd of people gathered together. Chao Dalai is communicating with a majestic middle-aged man. The middle-aged man is named Su Changlu, Su Xiaoya's father. We've found out. Besides Qin Bai and the other three, the other two are AI Kuan and his bodyguard. The middle-aged man frowned. Are they all alive? The thermal imaging shows they're all still alive, Chao Dalai said. We'll see if they can be killed directly. If that doesn't work, we'll let them go. At this time, a man in a security uniform said, "No, these guys have information on us, related to the Dark Knight Killer organization. We worked so hard to hook these guys. If we let them go or kill them, all our efforts will be wasted." At this time, AI Chang Jian walked over and said angrily to the man, "The most important thing now is to save lives. As for the Dark Knight organization, we can just investigate slowly." "They're coming out," someone shouted. In the truck compartment, 6 men in black held the 5 hostages. He immediately recognized AI Jianghe in the crowd and threatened, "From now on, I give you 5 minutes to prepare a flying spiritual weapon for me. Otherwise, I will kill 1 person for every minute you exceed the limit. Where can I get it for you in 5 minutes? Don't talk nonsense to me, or I'll kill 1 for you right now." "Okay, I'll get ready now." Whether it was due to public opinion or because his own son was among the hostages, AI Jianghe must rescue the hostages. For a moment, Qinbai felt a little pain from being strangled. "Brother, I'm a little out of breath. Can you be gentler? I'm not running." Looking at Qinbai, who was confused about the situation, he said angrily, "You little bastard, I think you want to die." "I don't care what you think, I care what I think. I feel that I can't die." "Then you give it a try," he said harshly. It only took a moment for Qinbai to see that all the big guys had arrived. Activate Flying Thunder God. Looking at Qinbai, who disappeared out of thin air, De was shocked. The next second, Qinbai teleported to the side of Chao Dalai and others. Everyone looked at Qinbai, who appeared out of nowhere with astonishment. What's going on? Isn't he a hostage? Space-related abilities? Why didn't this guy run away earlier if he has space-related abilities? Seeing Qinbai disappear in his hand, De was shocked and did not dare to act rashly. But he did not panic and quickly grabbed Chao Dezhu. However, a scene that shocked everyone appeared. The Chao Dezhu in De's hand suddenly turned into a leaf. As for Chao Dezhu himself, he appeared next to Qinbai. The whole person was stunned. What happened? At this time, the man in black who had just been hit by Qinbai Qian's hand shouted, "I see, he has a teleportation ability that allows him to swap people remotely." Reminded by his companions, De grabbed Su Xiaoya again. "Kid, transfer only 1 person at a time. If you dare to mess around, I'll kill the other 2 immediately." De was extremely experienced and could see the weakness of Tian Sholi in an instant. Qinbai didn't dare to move for a moment. The other party is right. If the 3 hostages stood together, Qinbai might be able to transfer them all at once. But now the 3 of them are in the hands of 3 men in black. With his current strength, it is impossible for him to transfer 3 targets at the same time. If possible, they would have been transferred all at once. Suddenly, Qinbai had an idea. He asked Su Changlu, "Uncle Lu, are you sure you can deal with the leader? You can kill instantly, what are you going to do?" Su Changlu was quite confident. However, the other party had hostages in their hands, so even he did not dare to act rashly. Spiritual warriors, especially powerful spiritual warriors. Even if you are shot in the head, you can still kill the hostage in your last moment of consciousness. Qinbai said what he was thinking, "Uncle Lu, let's swap places with Xiaoya later. You deal with the leading man in black." Su Changlu looked at Qin Bai in surprise. Are you sure you can use space transfer on me? Sure. Okay, let's follow your method. I can subdue the leader, but the others. At this time, the Public Security Bureau Director Ai Jianghe said, Xiao Kuan has a protective energy shield on his body. It can withstand one attack from fatal damage of level 5 or below. No need, those guys are only level 9 of the first order, Ai Kuan, and the others can handle them. Immediately, Qin Bai looked at Ai Kuan. After making eye contact, he gave the other person a wink. Then he looked at Su Xiaoya and Afu. Ai Kuan responded with a look that said no problem. Uncle Lu, get ready. Qin Bai took advantage of the moment when the other party's attention was distracted when the flying spiritual energy came. Instantly activate the power of heavenly hands. Whoosh! Su Xiaoya in Di's arms suddenly turned into Su Changlu. As for Ai Kuan, after Qin Bai nodded, he used all his strength to break free from the black-clothed man's restraints and rushed to the ground. For a moment, everyone was stunned. What's going on? Why did Su Changlu go there again? What is Ai Kuan doing? If we were to say who was the most shocked, it would definitely be Qin Bai. What is this guy Ai Kuan going to do? Qin Bai meant that he should wait for the right time, break free from the restraints, ignore Su Xiaoya and Afu, and run over here. But Ai Kuan saw that Qin Bai and Ai Jianghe had communicated. He mistakenly thought that Qin Bai asked him to use the energy shield to help Su Xiaoya. As long as he rescues Su Xiaoya under such circumstances, she might even marry him. So the moment he broke free from his restraints, Ai Kuan rushed to the ground. As for De, he was completely stunned when he saw Su Xiaoya in his hand turned into Su Changlu. In addition, there was a huge gap between the two people's realms, so Su Changlu took the initiative. The long sword in his hand was suddenly possessed by flames, and the surrounding temperature began to rise. Even Qin Bai, who was far away, could feel that this power was even stronger than Wang Lin's at that time. Su Changlu held a long sword in his hand, and even the shadow of a firebird appeared in the air. After he chopped off the knife, he found a figure running towards him. Ai Kuan? Because he had burst out with all his strength, he wanted to retract the attack, but found it was too late. Ai Kuan was also confused. What's going on? What happened? Whereas the hero saving the beauty? Then, a protective shield suddenly lit up over him. Chapter 69 I didn't expect you to love your wife so much. The protective shield on Ai Kuan's body lit up, blocking the scorching energy. Su Changlu swung his sword, and the fire sword first touched the protective shield. Kaz. The protective cover cannot be said to be as brittle as paper, it can only be said to provide a buffer. In addition, Su Changlu tried his best to recover some spiritual energy. Ai Kuan barely escaped serious injury. De burst out with his strongest power, trying to resist the fire knife that had been weakened twice. Boom! Unfortunately, the strength is still far behind. Even if I try my best, I still can't resist it. De fainted completely under the blow of the fire knife. The other 5 men in black were horrified when they saw their boss being knocked unconscious. He wanted to take a hostage, but found only Afu who had fainted. Bang! Next second, the psychic gun activated, and several spider-web-like energy bullets were fired, subduing it. The surrounding spiritual warriors rushed forward. Ai Jianghe instantly appeared in front of Ai Kuan. Son, how are you? Ai Kuan was a little confused. He still didn't understand what was going on. I'm fine, I just have a headache. Before he could finish his words, he fainted. After checking and finding that there was nothing wrong, Ai Jianghe relaxed. Chao Deju and Su Xiaoya were both taken by their father for a physical examination. They wanted to find Qin Bai, but they didn't know where he had gone. Commander, no looted supplies were found in the carriage. The security guard subdued all the men in black and reported the situation to Ai Jianghe. Ai Jianghe frowned. Nothing? They left the exchange and were in our sight the entire time. They couldn't have had time to move. Immediately, he looked at the dozen or so people and said, "Tell me, where did you put the things?" Dao Shi panicked and said, "I don't know. We stole 200 million in total, and it's all in the back of the truck." Ai Jianghe said coldly, 200 million? Did the exchange lose 10 billion? Dao Shi confirmed, only 200 million, really only 200 million. So where are the things now? I have no idea. Dao Shi was really speechless. The bags of treasures that were there just now were all gone now. AI Jianghe pondered for a while and asked someone to take them back to the Public Security Bureau first. The rest of the people evacuated. All that was left was the Sheriff's Bureau cleaning up the scene. AI Jianghe discovered that Qinbai was still at the scene and walked over. "Are you Qinbai?" Qinbai was a little surprised. "Am I so famous?" "I've heard about your deeds. I'm the chief of the Public Security Bureau and AI Kuan's father. This time, I have to thank you for your help." Qinbai was extremely excited. It turned out that this was the director of the Public Security Bureau. He walked forward enthusiastically and shook AI Jianghe's hand. "It's Mr. Cohen, nice to meet you." Emotional value from AI Jianghe plus 555. AI Jianghe was speechless. "Just call me Uncle He, your dad and I are friends." AI Jianghe added, "You have made some contributions in capturing the remnants of the Dark Knight organization this time. I will give you a banner when the time comes." Qinbai asked in surprise, "Some contribution? Isn't my contribution big enough?" Emotional value from AI Jianghe plus 888. AI Jianghe said, "If we hadn't mobilized so many spiritual warriors, you would have been killed long ago. Do you still want great credit?" Qinbai said thoughtfully, "I think that this is a collective action and everyone deserves credit. There shouldn't be any discrimination. This distinction in merit alienates people's efforts. Let me give you an analogy. You work hard all day to earn money and support your family. At the end of the month, when the money is settled, you are the one who has made the greatest contribution. Look at your wife at home, she's either doing laundry or cooking. You idiot, you don't contribute anything. Your wife doesn't make a penny a month, so all the income in the family is yours. Can it be calculated like this?" AI Jianghe thought for a while and said, "What you said seems to make some sense. I'll go back and see how to reward you." He then handed Qinbai a business card. "This is my business card. If you find any traces of the Dark Knight killer, you can tell me." Qinbai looked at the business card in his hand and fell into deep thought. "All I saw was a woman with a very amazing figure wearing very revealing clothes. Contact information is written in the lower right corner. There were a few big words written on it. Only. Uncle He, I can't believe you love your wife so much that you even printed her picture on your business cards. Fuck." AI Jianghe grabbed the business card and burned it in an instant. Then he handed Qinbai another business card. "The one just now was lost by my friend. This one is mine." Qinbai took the business card and said seriously, "Didn't the last news report say that the Dark Knight organization's base, Dao-Faz-Ran, was destroyed? This kind of killer organization is not so easy to eliminate completely. We can only eradicate it bit by bit. At present, we can confirm that they have no base in Jiangcheng and may have moved to the next city. Why not ask the neighboring city to take action?" Qinbai was a little puzzled. AI Jianghe shook his head. "Next door to us is Mihua City. It's different from ordinary urban areas. It was once occupied by strange beasts. Although it later returned to the jurisdiction of Dragon Country, the public security there is very poor. The crime rate is extremely high. It can be said that the crime rate in Mihua City in 1 year is equivalent to that in Jiangcheng in 20 years. This also means that the Dark Knight organization, hiding there, is not so easy to be discovered. Besides, this organization is a bit unusual. We couldn't find any trace of their leader from beginning to end." After hearing this, Qinbai fell into deep thought. "Why am I telling you this, kid?" AI Jianghe said with a smile, "Just focus on your cultivation and leave this kind of thing to us. Those people can't cause any trouble. Then I'll leave it to you." Through information from the Men in Black and the Sheriff's Bureau, Qinbai was sure that he and Su Xiuya should be out of each other's sight. Otherwise, he would have definitely recognized me during the hostage situation just now. In that case, there is absolutely no need for me to meddle in other people's business. Qinbai returned home, looking around furtively. Pull out a few bags from under the bed. When I looked closely, it turned out to be the missing sack. Just now, Qinbai took advantage of the moment when everyone caught the Man in Black. Use Flying Thunder God to transfer all these sacks home. This made it difficult for the security guards to find resources to rob. Well, this is called thieves eating thieves, not stealing. Making money is not shameful. Besides, those people have already taken the blame for 9.8 billion yuan, so it's nothing for them to take the blame for the remaining 200 million yuan. Qinbai opened the bag and saw so many resources for the first time. After a rough count, there are many types. Lower level strength potion, 200,000. Intermediate strength potion, 2 million. Lower level psychic potion, 200,000. All 4 basic potions are available. There are also spirit beads, various types of beast cores, and other items that increase the speed of cultivation. After an inventory, there were indeed nearly 200 million resources. Get rich! Shinbai was ecstatic. However, he decided to put it back under the bed first and take it out and use it after the storm died down. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. Shinbai's cell phone suddenly rang, startling him. I opened it and took a look. I discovered that it was the concern from the Chow family and the Su family. Ask if you want to check today to see if there is any danger, or if you want to stay at their house temporarily. Shinbai had just refused when another person sent him a message. It turned out to be Ivy. Chapter 70, Talking About Money Hurts Feelings? Talking about feelings hurts money. Ivy called. I heard you were taken hostage today. Are you dead? Cricket Karami, I'm not bragging, but if it wasn't for saving people, I would have run away long ago. You're the only one who wants to save others? You might as well just wait to be saved. Don't disbelieve me, go ask the Chief of Public Security. If it weren't for me, nothing would have gone so smoothly today. When Ai Weiwei heard this, she was a little surprised. My dad? Were you captured by the Dark Knight organization together with my brother? Your dad? Your brother? Oh my god, another second-generation official? Shinbai said proudly, that's perfect, you can ask them directly and see how heroic I am today. From Ivy Wei's mood value plus 666. Forget it, as long as you don't die, I'll ask you a question. Ai Weiwei changed the subject. My brother went to your school today. What happened? He was injured and unconscious, but he kept talking about Lu Ruyan. It was like he was possessed by a demon. Lu Ruyan? I don't know. Shinbai thought about it. It probably has nothing to do with today. Lu Ruyan didn't come to school today. Ivy is a little weird. This is the first time I've seen him like this. Shinbai talked about what happened today and hung up the phone. I wanted to draw a lottery, but found that the system only had more than 200,000 emotion points. After thinking about it, I decided to keep it for upgrading the electric car. The mission is on cooldown. I can only go to bed. Early the next morning, Shinbai was suddenly awakened by a phone call from Chaodaiju. Brother Bai, something bad has happened. Nothing is more important than sleep. As we all know, most students do not have mornings during their holidays. Chaodaiju quickly said, Lu Ruyan and I were bragging, and she said her best friend has a crush on you. It just so happens that today is Valentine's Day, so she wants to meet you. What the hell? Shinbai jumped up from the bed. I was chatting with Ruyan, and she said her bestie has a stunning face, a great body, and long legs, and most importantly, she's rich. How long? I heard it's longer than my life. So? You think she's too good and your brother isn't worthy of her? No, at first I thought she was bragging, so I was bragging about you too, saying you're incredibly talented, have a great personality, an amazing IQ, and a very high EQ. Anyway, I was bragging about a lot of things, but who knew Ruyan would say her best friend had a crush on you and wanted to meet you? Shinbai fell into deep thought. Is there something wrong with what I said? From Chaodaiju plus 999. Brother, stop it. With your personality, everyone except Xiaoya will be pissed off by you. Shuzi, I'm very happy that you have good news to share with me, but I don't like the tone of your voice. Shinbai said affirmatively, send the address. It doesn't matter how a person looks, what matters is that he has money. Just like in the previous life. No one can refuse a 60-year-old sister who drives a Rolls-Royce. Positioning, City Square. Chaodaiju finally sent the meeting place to Shinbai. In order to leave a good impression on the other party, Shinbai called Su Xiaoya. Only girls can understand girls better. Call Xiaoya, Brother Bai is in trouble. Got it, action plan. Help you find your sister-in-law. Guaranteed to complete the mission. An hour later. The two rode electric bikes to the city square. Su Xiaoya specially helped Shinbai dress up. A blue shirt with black jeans. Shinbai is very handsome, but he is just too lazy to dress up. He has sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, a high nose bridge, a pair of black pupils that seem to be shining with stars, and bangs with a hint of white hair. The young boys, girls, young women, wives, and men with short hair and beards around couldn't help but look back. Handsome. So fucking handsome. Shinbai didn't even know he was so handsome. Fortunately, I am not a woman, otherwise I would not be able to control myself. Su Xiaoya looked around as she walked. I think you'll look better with a coat on. Shinbai was a little confused. Coat? I'm not cold. It's not for warmth, it's for decoration. You can even wear a shawl without even wearing the sleeves. When Shinbai heard this, he imagined the scene and found it really good. Then he walked into a clothing store. Su Xiaoya brought out a purple long-sleeved jacket and a purple lining, ready for Shinbai to try them on. Walk to the fitting room. Maybe because it's Valentine's Day, even the boys have to queue up in the fitting room. While waiting in line, Shinbai suddenly smelled a familiar fragrance. Turning around, I saw a familiar figure. I couldn't help but blurt out, "Fuck, that's not Ai Weiwei's long legs." The man who was queuing in the women's fitting room turned his head. It's Ivy. From Ivy Wei's mood value plus 666. Oh, I didn't expect you could recognize people by their legs. You really can't judge a person by his appearance. Ivy came over teasingly. Ha? Shinbai looked at her. White skirt, black top. Are you Lu Ruyan's best friend? These words made Ai Weiwei stunned. Are you the high-quality and outstanding boy that Ruyan mentioned? For a moment, the two of them stared at each other. Until a voice sounded, "Brother, are you ready?" Ai Weiwei's eyes widened. You're dating a girl with another girl? Shinbai was a little confused. She didn't expect to see Ai Weiwei here. Shinbai's spiritual skill moved and he thought of a line of lyrics. He picked up the coat in his hand and handed it to Ivy. Don't be so mean, Xiaoya is just my sister. We came here shopping and I wanted to give you a piece of clothing. She said purple is very charming. From Ivy's micro-emotion value plus 666. Brother, you and sister Weiwei can chat slowly. I forgot to turn off the gas at home. Su Xiaoya saw that something was wrong and sold her brother out and ran away. Milk tea shop. They each ordered a cup of milk tea. Are you really that handsome, intelligent, talented, and emotionally intelligent guy? Isn't it? Shinbai replied. Ai Weiwei glanced at Shinbai and said, shameless. Shinbai said, it's better than you, right? Top figure? Ai Weiwei crossed her long legs and glared at Shinbai. Isn't that right? I thought of a few adjectives. Shinbai took a look. In one word, flat. 2 words, walnut. 3 words, Fanina. 4 words, Sarah Majuan. From Ivy Wei's mood value plus 888. Get lost. Who taught you to use adjectives like that? Isn't that right? I really want to beat you to death. From Ivy Wei's mood value plus 666. Shinbai took a sip of milk tea and asked, why did you suddenly run out? Do you really need to look for a boy with these conditions? It's nothing, actually. It's mainly because someone at school is harassing me, and today is Valentine's Day and he wants to ask me out. I can't refuse directly, so I want to find someone to shield me. Shield? Shinbai took a look and thought this was a familiar old routine. He picked up the milk tea and turned away. Where are you going? Of course I'll run away. If I don't leave, I'll be used by you and make myself uncomfortable. Can't you help me out for a moment, considering our life and death battle in the secret realm? Shinbai curled his lips, did not answer, and continued walking. Ivy Wei immediately launched her ultimate move. I'll give him 100,000 Dragon Country coins to send him away this time. I'll give him 200,000 Dragon Country coins to stop harassing me. After saying this, Shinbai stopped. He turned around and walked back with a smile on his face. Oh, in a relationship like ours, talking about money hurts our feelings and makes us seem distant. I promise to complete the task for you. From Ivy Wei's mood value plus 888. Ha, I think you're talking about relationships and spending money. Chapter 71. I didn't expect you to be so dirty. City Plaza, 4th floor, open air plaza. Cake dessert shop. Shinbai was wearing a purple coat with a purple short-sleeved shirt underneath. The pants are black. The rate of pedestrians turning their heads is very high. It's not because of how handsome he is, but because of that pair of flip-flops. The red flip-flops are very sexy and have labels on them. You can tell that it was just bought and I haven't had time to tear it off yet. Shinbai accidentally spilled milk tea on his shoes and can no longer wear them. I could only buy a pair at a roadside stall. Ai Weiwei walked out of the bathroom and looked at Shinbai from a distance. He looked surprised and rubbed his eyes. Then he came to Shinbai's side. It's strange, why didn't I notice before that you actually look like the same person? Shinbai, hashtag? When he got closer to Shinbai, he sat opposite him and took a closer look. Oh, it turns out I was too far away just now and didn't see it clearly. Now I see it up close and it doesn't look like a human. Shinbai said seriously, I think you can get a pair of reading glasses, so that you can see that I am always a handsome guy. No, you have an ugly face filter in my heart. You don't look like a human being at all. Prejudice in people's hearts is like a mountain. It's obvious that you are too weak to move it. From Ai Weiwei's mood value plus 666. While speaking, there was a sudden commotion among the crowd. In the crowd, there was a boy who stood out very much. Wearing a light red mesh shirt, dark red pants and red high-top shoes. The hair is parted in the middle. At first glance, he is even more coquettish than Shinbai. People are not walking in the mall like normal people. He was riding on a skateboard, gliding along while looking around handsomely. Beside him, there are two bodyguards whose strength is unfathomable. After a while, the boy found his target. Then she made a sexy turn and came in front of Ai Weiwei and Shinbai. Weiwei, long time no see. The boy put away his skateboard smoothly and saluted as a gentleman. Ai Weiwei smiled and said, we haven't seen each other for over a year since you went abroad. Shinbai, his name is Wang Dao, he was my classmate in the first year of high school. Wang Dao glanced at Shinbai and frowned slightly, this handsome brother must be your bodyguard. Shinbai also looked at Wang Dao, this person is so sexy, she must be your best friend. From the King's emotion value plus 888. Kid, being good looking is not enough to make a living out there. It's about strength and background. Wang Dao had a gloomy face. After whispering a warning to Shinbai, he put on a smiling face and looked at Ai Weiwei. Weiwei, how have you been recently? Do you have any plans for your future life? I'm almost at level 2. What about you? You used to be the worst in the class. Going abroad for training must have improved a lot. Wang Dao was startled and said seriously, the outcome is uncertain. You and I are both dark horses. Who knows? Shinbai's voice rang out, when the alarm clock rings, you are just a beast of burden. You won't get any wealth, but you will definitely get the shit. From the King's emotion value plus 888. Wang Dao whispered to Shinbai, are you an idiot? Any item on me is enough for you to struggle for a lifetime. If you get out now, I will consider giving you endless money. I know you're anxious, but please don't worry. I know what you say makes sense, but let's not get into the point. I know your intentions are good, but please don't start yet. Shinbai looked surprised, I think you should first explain why you are just a level 5 scumbag. After listening to the investigation of the primary detector, Wang Dao was only at level 5. Among his peers, he is at the bottom of the rocket class of Jiangcheng No. 1 middle school. It's no wonder Shinbai was too surprised that he was going abroad for training. Wang Dao didn't expect that this guy saw through his realm and said it out loud. He lost all face and glared at Shinbai angrily. Are you here to cause trouble? As he spoke, he stood up and pushed Shinbai. Shinbai fell to the ground. Those who are familiar with Shinbai know that this guy is about to have another idea. As expected, after Shinbai fell to the ground, his finger kept pointing at Wang Dao. Wang Dao was a little confused. What's going on? I'm only level 5 of the first stage. This guy just mocked me. Shouldn't he be stronger than me? How could it fall down with just a push? Most importantly, I didn't even use any force. Ai Weiwei saw Shinbai fall to the ground and hurried over to help him up. Shinbai, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? Shinbai said tremblingly. This attracted the crowd of people shopping nearby. What happened? It seems like that handsome guy got beaten up. I guess it's some kind of jealousy thing. I think so. The one in red looks like he's from a wealthy family. I suspect he's acting out the story of a woman being forcibly kidnapped. Don't tell me, look at his outfit, and then look at his two bodyguards. I wish he would take a fancy to me, and that the domineering CEO would fall in love with me. Public opinion was mixed, but Wang Dao showed no shame at all. In his opinion, Shinbai probably wanted to gain sympathy from the people around him by taking advantage of his weakness. Defeat yourself with the offensive of public opinion. However, this only made Wang Dao more proud. However, Ai Weiwei has always been concerned about Shinbai, which makes him very angry. He what? Shinbai, what do you want to say? Are you okay? Let's go to the hospital. More and more people gathered around, and Shinbai saw that the crowd had arrived. She started shouting, "He's a pervert. I just saw him peeping into women's underwear in a lingerie store. He refused to admit it and even beat me up." When Wang Dao heard this, he felt terrible. Hey, stop slandering me. When did I ever peek at my underwear? Look at your skateboard. There are brand new underwear hanging on it. If you didn't steal it, did you buy it? Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and found that there was actually a piece of underwear hanging on Wang Dao's skateboard. Fuck, I didn't expect this guy to be dressed so sexy and have even sexier thoughts. What a jerk. A jerk who looks like a human but is actually a jerk. Security, where are the security? How could they let people like this in? For a moment, everyone was talking about it. From the king's emotion value plus 666. From. Wang Dao was completely confused, he had no idea what was going on. Even the two bodyguards beside him looked at him with contempt. No one noticed that Shinbai was there just now. Transfer the lingerie from the lingerie store next door to Wang Dao's skateboard. Ai Weiwei looked at Wang Dao with disgust. I didn't expect that after being abroad for more than a year, you would develop such a disgusting habit. I am so disappointed. I didn't. Wang Dao wanted to step forward to explain. But at this time, the mall security came over. You can't leave. We're notifying the police now. You have the right to remain silent, but everything you say may become evidence in court. Wang Dao was forced to be taken away by several security guards. Before leaving, I was still in a daze. Could it be that I accidentally scratched it when I passed by just now, so it appeared on the skateboard? After everyone dispersed, Ivy Wei left Shinbai and started eating dessert by herself. Hey, is this how you treat the wounded? If you weren't pretending, I'd write my name backwards. Ai Weiwei didn't even look at Shinbai. This made Shinbai very disappointed. Alas, I worked so hard to be your shield, and this is the result. 200,000 yuan received via Alipay. Sister, take your time eating, I'm leaving now. Wait. Ai Weiwei called out to Shinbai, how did you do that just now? Shinbai smiled mysteriously, secrets make boys more attractive. Chapter 72 The Confused Flying Thief. Shinbai looked at Ai Weiwei curiously. How did you get to know Lu Ruyan? One is from Experimental Middle School, the other is from Jiancheng No. 1 Middle School. I'm here to be my brother's vanguard and scout out the situation. What's going on? My brother has a childhood sweetheart, Lu Ruyan from your school. I want to understand her personality, so I started contacting her a few years ago. Shinbai was stunned after hearing this. There was such a plot. Suddenly, a flash of lightning passed through Shinbai's head. In your opinion, does Lu Ruyan like Ai Kuan? Probably not. She's not the type to like strangers. On the contrary, she hates child marriages. That's right. Shinbai suddenly shouted, scaring Ai Weiwei. However, he ignored it and called Xiao Dezhu instead. Xu Zi, let me tell you a secret. What secret? Lu Ruyan and Ai Kuan were engaged as children. Lu Ruyan confessed her love to you purely to use you as a shield. You're kidding. If you want to be a shield, why would you only pick me? Shinbai wanted to say that only Xu Zi could compare with Ai Kuan in terms of background. But Xiao Dezhu's continued words shocked Shinbai. Brother Bai, I don't know why, but when I heard you say Ruyan had an arranged marriage, I got even more excited. Fuck, are you the spirit of our ancestors? Let's not talk about it for now, Ruyan is here. Xiao Dezhu hung up the phone and Lu Ruyan came over with 2 cups of milk tea. What's wrong? Nothing, let's watch a movie this afternoon and then have dinner. Lu Ruyan shook her head. No, I've been out for a long time today and I have something to do in the afternoon. Let's get together next time when we're free. After hearing this, Xiao Dezhu's eyes showed disappointment, but he was helpless. Xu Zi, I'm about to reach level 2, and I want to absorb the core of a level 2 alien beast. Xiao Dezhu was startled. Don't worry, I'll find a way. I'll definitely prepare enough fire and water related beast cores for you when you reach the 2nd level. I guarantee you'll be able to absorb them successfully. At this time, Jinbai was hung up and cursed. Fuck, the legacy of Wei Wu. Ai Weiwei looked confused, not knowing what Jinbai was up to. At this moment, there was a pop sound. A window on a high-rise building was broken and shattered. Bang! Immediately afterwards, several smoke bombs exploded, and smoke that blocked the view continued to spread from the room. In the fog, a white figure appeared in the air. The speed is very fast and the posture is very elegant. For a moment, the surrounding people stopped to watch. Jinbai and Ai Weiwei looked at each other, both with doubts in their eyes. What's going on? Why are they performing aerial acrobatics and filming a movie in broad daylight? The expressions of the people around. Instead of panicking, they showed admiration and started shouting. Jinbai looked curious. Let's go and take a look. Ai Weiwei also looked confused and rushed forward. Ai Weiwei is very fast, much faster than Jinbai. It is obvious that his physical fitness is superior to mine. This is the result of rich people taking drugs and systematic training. Jinbai chose to let the other party reach the destination first. A flying thunder god followed. The two of them reached their destination and could just barely make out a figure flying in the sky. Dressed in white, with a white cape and a white hat. He wore a white mask to hide his features. Ivy recognized the figure in the sky at a glance. This person seems to be the flying thief. Flying phantom thief? Well, I heard from my dad that he was very famous in the neighboring city and there was a reward for his life. I didn't expect him to come to Jiangqing to commit a crime. Jinbai was shocked when he heard this. A reward? Open your phone to check the message. Name, unknown. Codename, Flying Thief. Criminal record, he often appeared in Mihua City and occasionally acted in other cities. He was highly skilled in crime and had committed at least 20 crimes, stealing more than tens of millions of yuan. Mission guide, dressed in white, possesses the strength of a second-level spiritual warrior, and possesses at least speed and flight abilities. Likes to give pre-action theft instructions, and leaves a note at the scene after the crime. Flying thief, success. Target personality, has not harmed anyone so far. Most of the targets of theft are wealthy people or evil organizations. He once stole an heirloom from a poor family and returned it to the original owner. Reward amount, 500,000 Dragon Country currency. Jinbai frowned after reading it. A second-level spiritual warrior. I am not his opponent at the moment. What should I do? Just then, Jinbai discovered that among the crowd on the ground, there was a group of people wearing white shirts. It was chasing the figure in the sky from the ground at a terrifying speed. Jinbai glanced at the crowd. Those were security guards, and their strength was far superior to his. But he has no ability to fly and can only follow the flying thief on the ground. Tell me, how much of the reward can we get if we catch that guy? Ai Weiwei looked at Jinbai and said, are you crazy? He's a big thief, and his strength is far superior to ours. Are you so poor that you value money over your life? Jinbai spread his hands. There's no other way. Cultivation costs money. Jinbai has grown up, and except for taking some medicines during this period, he has never used any resources to improve his physical fitness. This resulted in him being very weak in terms of physical fitness, and he could only rely on spatial spiritual skills to deal with things. The most important thing right now is to make money. Ivy Wei glanced at the sheriff's bureau on the ground and said unhappily. You security guards are much stronger than us. You can't even get close to the flying thief, let alone deal with him. I said what if I could? Can you teleport so far? Ivy was a little surprised. The flying thief estimated that he was several hundred meters away from them. Jinbai shook his head, I have a better way. Not to mention that it is impossible to make the flying leaf seal go so far now. Even if it were possible, it would be impossible to let oneself get close to a second-level spiritual warrior. Who knows if that person is a ruthless killer? Jinbai planned to use his heavenly hand power to move the opponent to the ground first. However, he found a very embarrassing problem. The flying monster is too fast and too far away. You need to concentrate completely to lock the power of the heavenly hand. On the ground, jeeps and motorcycles were driving. Even many reporters and anchors came. Live broadcast started. The flying thief is very famous. There are many fans of the show, some even came from the neighboring city specifically to see the heroic figure of the flying thief. Those people shouted desperately. I hope the flying thief can escape successfully. A reporter summons emotions for the camera. Hello everyone, I am a reporter from Jiangcheng TV station. This time, the flying phantom thief chose to operate from the pavilion in the city square of Jiangcheng City. The time of operation is the same as predicted, 3 p.m. on February 14, 1728 in the revival calendar. Currently, the Public Security Bureau has launched an arrest campaign, and even many spiritual warriors have stepped in to help. But the flying thief flew too fast. The captors couldn't keep up with his speed and could only follow his trajectory. This is a challenge to the reputation of the Jiangcheng Public Security Bureau. Will the flying thief escape successfully, or will the Public Security Bureau suffer again? Let's wait and see. Immediately, the picture was turned to the surrounding people and the figure in the sky. Although they could only see a white, the crowd still cheered enthusiastically. Run, big brother Feitian! Flying thief, charge! Come on, you flying righteous man who robs the rich and gives to the poor. There are even quite a few third-level spiritual warriors among the security guards. But he can still only be treated like a dog. In the sky, the flying thief enjoyed the crowd's cheers and watched the underground security guards follow him. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. If you want to catch up with me, you still have a long way to go. But at this moment, the flying thief suddenly felt that the surrounding environment had changed. The next second, he suddenly appeared in a playground, surrounded by balloons. In the TV reporter's camera, the white figure flying at high speed suddenly turned into a balloon. The crowd who were shouting loudly were all stunned. Ouch! Holy crap, Sigma, are you doing magic? The security guard who was speeding on the road also looked confused. Ouch! What the hell, what's going on this time? He got away again? The flying thief looked at the colorful balloons around him with a confused look on his face. Who am I and where am I? Chapter 73, Hit and Run Flying Thief. Ivy looked at the white figure in the playground not far from the city square. With a look of surprise on his face, he couldn't help but think of the underwear on Wangdao's skateboard just now. Don't tell me you did this? Don't worry about the details, just follow me, I have a way to catch him. What do you want? Shinbai walked to the edge of the open-air square, took out the shadowless sword, and threw it directly downstairs. Suddenly, the security guards in the square called out to him, "Hey, kid over there, stop throwing things from high places." Everyone looked at Shinbai. It was discovered that Shinbai actually jumped over the edge of the railing and jumped directly downstairs. This scene shocked the people around. Young man, don't let your mind wander. Don't commit suicide at such a young age. Don't just think that the flying thief can fly and imagine that you can fly too. Shinbai ignored the people around him and disappeared instantly. What the hell? Under everyone's gaze, Shinbai teleported over when the shadowless sword was less than 1 meter away from the ground using the flying thunder god mark on the hilt. He caught the shadowless sword steadily and landed successfully. The handsome pose made everyone exclaim. But at this moment, a voice sounded next to him. What are you doing? Fuck, how did you get down here? Shinbai looked at Ai Weiwei next to him. This woman could also teleport? Ivy Wei pointed to the elevator next to her and said, that emergency elevator over there can go down quickly, but you actually came down this way. Just tell me if he's handsome or not. From Ivy Wei's mood value plus 888. Shinbai smiled without meaning. The mountain man has his own clever plan, take you to do something big, go or not. Immediately afterwards, Shinbai teleported again and came to his electric car. As Shinbai expected, these two teleportations happened. Successfully caught everyone's attention. Quick, shoot that guy. He can teleport. He must know where the flying thief is going. The radio reporter, with his keen intuition and insight, noticed it immediately and shouted to the photographer. Quick, shoot that guy. He can teleport, so he must be going after the flying thief. The camera turned the lens to Shinbai. Shinbai was seen driving an electric car and speeding towards the amusement park. Soon, everyone noticed a white figure not far away. The radio reporter excitedly shouted, "Did you see that? The flying thief is hiding in the amusement park." I never thought such a young man could actually discover the disguise of the flying thief. This is the future of Jiangcheng. There was a shout from the crowd. The security guards who had lost their target and were in a daze gave Shinbai a thumbs up from a distance. They swarmed and chased after the flying thief again. On the main road, Shinbai rode a spiritual electric vehicle with Ai Weiwei on his back. Recalling what just happened, Ivy was a little confused. Shinbai, how did you do that? Can you control others to move instantly? Have you mastered a new spiritual skill? You must have used this skill on Commander Wang Lin back then. Shinbai said calmly, no wonder the ancients said that big breasts mean no brains. It seems that this saying is quite true. From Ivy Wei's mood value plus 888. What the hell do you mean? Are you praising me or insulting me? Is this how you talk to your boss? Ai Weiwei changed the subject. Come to think of it, why don't you just transfer him here and get rid of him right away? Move over here, are we looking for death? This guy is not as simple as the information suggests, at least level 3. The transfer just now used up most of Qinbai's spiritual energy. The power of the heavenly hand is different from that of the flying thunder god. It needs to be consumed when using the heavenly hand power. My current strength. For a spiritual warrior who has transferred to the first level, he only feels a little consumption, which can be ignored. To deal with a second level 1, 8, or 10 times is probably no problem. For those who are on the third level, a single transfer consumes more than half of their spiritual energy. As for existences of level 4 or above, they are beyond his current capabilities. You can only consume all your spiritual energy to trigger forced transfer. Just after using the sky hand power on the flying thief, Shinbai discovered that the spiritual energy being consumed was not right. Use a primary detector to take a look at it at close range. Level 3, Level 2. No wonder he can make everyone run around in circles with his magical skills of flying and speed. Ai Weiwei asked, so what are you going to do? Let those people consume the flying thief's psychic energy first, then we'll take action. Shinbai was driving an electric car on the road. It soon attracted the attention of the traffic police on duty. He stretched out his hand to intercept in front, but was ignored by Shinbai. Shinbai rushed over immediately. Only the confused traffic guard was left standing in the wind. Oh shit! How could the traffic police stand such humiliation? He chased after them on horseback. However, Shinbai activated the nitrogen jet to accelerate, leaving the opponent behind in no time. Attention all units, a man and a woman were spotted speeding in the northern part of the city, seriously endangering urban traffic safety. Requesting assistance. The traffic security officer found that he could not catch up with the other party and had to call his colleagues for help. Shinbai ignored them. He followed the flying thief at full speed, intending to attack him after he had exhausted his psychic energy, to avoid being defeated by others. Perhaps he was worried that he would be diverted by the power of the heavenly hand again. The flying thief did not choose to fly in the air, but escaped on the ground. During this period, he inevitably had many battles with security guards and righteous spiritual warriors. Just after the flying thief knocked out a security guard. The good news is that there are no pursuers. The bad news is that the spiritual energy in his body has been completely exhausted. I could only take off that cool white clothes and pretend to be an ordinary pedestrian. Just as I was preparing my clothes, I saw an electric car coming towards me at a very fast speed. My heart skipped a beat. On the spiritual electric vehicle. Seeing that this thing was so fast, Ivy suddenly wanted to try driving it. Shinbai took into consideration that he was a long-term cooperative boss after all, and the electric car consumed his spiritual energy. It was decided to let Ivy Wei take charge of driving. I have to say, Ivy Wei drives really fast. There was no braking at all, it just kept going at full speed. He kept following the flying thief closely and never lost him. Ai Weiwei raised her eyebrows. How about it? I'm awesome, right? Shinbai said seriously, my sister is amazing. Now the question is, did you see that flying thief in front? I saw it, what's wrong? Drive at full throttle, rush forward, and crush him to death. Ai Weiwei was a little embarrassed. Even though he is a wanted criminal, this is not a good idea. If you knew it was bad, you should have stepped on the brakes. Shinbai cursed. In Shinbai's opinion, the flying thief's spiritual energy was probably exhausted after so many fierce battles. At most, he is just an ordinary person with a slightly better physical fitness. If this spiritual electric vehicle is hit, there could really be big problems. It's over, I can't stop. Ivy couldn't stop at this moment. Bayou. The inertia of the vehicle directly knocked the flying thief away. Shinbai hurriedly got out of the car to check and found that the flying thief had been hit and disappeared. 10 seconds later, a motorcycle with flashing lights caught up. The traffic policeman glanced at Shinbai and then at Ai Weiwei. You violated traffic laws by speeding in the city and hitting someone. Come back to the Ministry of Transportation with me. Ai Weiwei was about to explain that she was chasing criminals, but was interrupted by Qinbai. Uncle, don't bully me because I don't know the law. Now that the other party is missing, it's all his fault. Traffic security officer. You hit someone with your car, knocked them away and can't find them, and now you say they got away? Isn't that right? There was a traffic accident, the other party fled the scene, and everyone disappeared, but I was still there. I'm going to sue the other party for hit and run. Is this something a human can say? At this moment, the bushes in the distance suddenly shook. Chapter 74, Protecting Jiangqing's Safety. Xinbai has no choice but to do so. Shua shua shua. The bushes fiddled with each other, and then a figure appeared. Who said I was involved in a hit and run? Flying phantom thief. Xinbai, who was arguing with the traffic police, was shocked. Xinbai couldn't help but complain, Uncle, you've already stolen so much, it's no big deal to add another crime. Humph, I, the flying phantom thief, have lived an upright life. If I did it, I did it. If I didn't do it, I didn't do it. What, you're the flying thief? When the traffic police officer realized that the man in front of him was a famous thief, he quickly notified his colleagues in charge of the theft department. Xinbai glanced at the flying thief and said, Alas, I was thinking of going a little softer, but it seems I can't do it anymore. The flying thief said disdainfully, Why, you, a brat still wet behind the ears, want to catch me? Xinbai said to Ai Weiwei, Is your psychic ability effective against the third level? Ai Weiwei replied, Yes, he has no spiritual power now, so it will have some effect, but the realm gap is too big, so the effect is not great, and the duration is very short. The flying thief couldn't help but sneer at the two men who seemed to be planning a strategy. You two little brats, don't look down on a third-level spiritual warrior. I'm not bragging, but even if I stand here and let you hit me, you can't break my defense. However, the words had just fallen. The flying thief felt himself stunned for a moment. Xinbai in front of him suddenly disappeared and turned into a flower. At the same time, Xinbai appeared behind him. Without any nonsense, he took out the shadowless sword and stabbed it forward instantly. Seeing Xinbai's sudden appearance, the flying thief was filled with astonishment. Look at this scene, was it you who just teleported me away? Xinbai tilted her mouth and her aura was fully released. The flying thief sneered, You don't think that you can break my defense? Although the body has no spiritual power. But he has a passive defensive skill. It will form an invisible protective shield around its body. Even if an opponent of the same level wants to attack me, I can withstand several attacks. This broken sword handle still wants to hurt me? Shadowless sword chi ignores all defensive spiritual skills. Swish! The invisible sword blade stabbed directly into the lower back of the flying thief. Wow, it was just a little bleeding, there's something. Saw my kidney. The flying thief gritted his teeth, covered his waist and squatted down. It hurts so much. In the distance, the traffic police and Ai Weiwei were both startled. The traffic police officer looked at Ai Weiwei and asked, What's going on? Is your friend at level 2 or above? No, it's just that hilt without a blade, there's definitely something wrong. But something was wrong. Normally, powerful spiritual weapons would give off a sense of oppression, but the shadowless sword looked perfectly normal. Moreover, according to common sense, spiritual warriors cannot use spiritual weapons that are too much higher than their own realm. But can Xinbai break the defense of the third-level flying thief? Xinbai said coldly, That's it? No way, you're squatting down so quickly, are you just standing there for me to hit you? From the flying thief's emotion value plus 888. If it were a monster, perhaps it could withstand it with its physical strength. But a human without psychic powers, that would be a real pain. The flying thief wants to escape. But he found that no matter where he went, Xinbai could always follow him. It's nothing special, the mark of the flying thunder god is engraved on his waist. The flying thief regretted it. Originally, I came out to teach the young man who knocked me down a lesson. But now, he was beaten and ran away in fear. He didn't understand why a high school student had such strong attack power. He even possesses space-related abilities. Now, there's no way to run away. Soon, the security guards who were capturing the flying thief caught up. When they saw the scene before them, they were all shocked. A well-known thief was chased and stabbed by a high school student. When the flying thief saw so many people, he knew he couldn't escape, so he surrendered. the security guard took the flying thief into the car. The crowd watching the excitement shouted loudly. Some called for the release of the flying thief, while others hoped that he would be brought to justice. Just then, Shinbai noticed a TV reporter coming over. There was also a person carrying a camera next to him. The reporter was very excited. "Hey little brother, how did you catch the flying thief just now? Weren't you scared? Aren't you worried about being killed?" Shinbai was stunned and glanced around. "Where is this radio station?" The reporter puffed out his chest proudly and waved his badge. "Jiangcheng TV station, live broadcast, no editing, absolutely real, all the people of Jiangcheng can see it." Shinbai straightened his appearance and adjusted his collar. You don't know how urgent the situation was. In order to prevent the flying thief from escaping, the electric spiritual weapon I was driving drained of my spiritual energy. And during the battle just now, my heirloom weapon was broken, leaving only the hilt. This is all because, in my heart, there has always been a belief, that is the belief passed down to me by my parents. It is my duty to protect Jiangcheng's safety. For a moment, the emotions of the masses were aroused. Mom, I want to be like my big brother when I grow up. Young and promising, this is the new generation of Jiangcheng youth. Idol, my idol. Everyone in Jiangcheng is like him. Jiangcheng has hope. Great, no words needed. The reporter looked at the shadowless sword in Shinbai's hand and was shocked. How intense a battle must have been to damage the spiritual weapon. Just as he was about to touch the shadowless sword, Shinbai quickly retracted it and pointed at his shoes. See? I lost my $10,000 Balenciaga shoes chasing that guy, and even this $20,000 dress got damaged. Even if I suffer even greater losses in pursuit of the criminal, I don't care. This is what I deserve. Even though I'm so poor I can't even afford to eat, even if there's no compensation, I'll still stand up when Jiangcheng needs me. The reporter is obviously not someone who has never seen many storms. There is only one word in this person's words: money. Young man, although you have made great contributions, you must be honest. The total value of your entire body is only about 2,000 or 3,000 Dragon Country currency at most. Shinbai said seriously, yes, I have multiplied it by 10. Reporter's emotion value plus 888. From Ivy Wei's mood value plus 999. Ivy, who was standing far away, became more and more confused as she listened. Is it that difficult? Damn Shinbai, I have to use up all my spiritual energy to drive the electric car so that I can keep following the flying thief. Not even a mention of it. A security guard in his 40s escorted the flying thief into the car. He noticed Ivy Wei standing nearby and came over to show concern. Wei, are you okay? Uncle Lei, I'm fine. I just consumed a bit too much spiritual energy. Are you really okay? Do you want to go to the hospital? No need, it will recover in a while. Uncle Lei nodded and looked in the direction of Shinbai. It's okay, I'll go back first. I didn't expect Shinbai to have made such a great contribution and paid so much. Ivy Wei said unhappily, huh? Him? He's just a money grubber, always bragging. He said all that just for the bonus. Uncle Lei paused and said seriously, he was right in one thing. Protecting Jiangcheng's safety is indeed his parents' belief. Chapter 75, Able to Do Anything. After hearing the belief of Shinbai's parents, Ai Weiwei fell silent. When she was young, she heard the stories of Shinbai's parents from her elders. She looked at Shinbai quietly. Talking nonsense to the camera. Not the slightest bit of stage fright. It is hard to imagine how heroes like Shinbai's parents could give birth to such a shameless person like Shinbai. Perhaps this is what dragon and phoenix flying means. After the interview, Shinbai confirmed with the security guard that the bounty would be paid in a few days, and then drove Ivy back. I originally wanted to give half of the 500,000 yuan bounty to the other party. After all, during the process of capturing the flying thief. Without Ivy, the car cannot be in the nitrogen injection state all the time. Ai Weiwei was surprised. Have you changed your personality today? You actually gave me some money? Shinbai said seriously, what's the big deal? Shinbai, never owe anyone a favor. No, I'll leave it for you to buy some resources. I see you haven't even taken many basic potions. What are you talking about? Leave it to me? Do I look like a gigolo? I have principles too. The spiritual electric vehicle was very fast, and Ivy Wei arrived home in just over 10 minutes. Looking at the 3-story building in front of me, there is a fish pond in the front yard and an open-air swimming pool on the roof. I thought Ai Weiwei was very rich, but I didn't expect her to be so rich. Single family villa in the city. If I remember correctly, she also bought a house next door to hers. Except for the winter vacation, I haven't stayed here for a few days. Shinbai pondered for 2 seconds and seemed to have made a decision that went against his principles. Well, I suddenly realized that my teeth and stomach aren't good, but my hands are great. What do you want to do? Are you missing a pendant on your leg? I promise I'll hold it so tight that you can't even pick it off. Roll. Emotion value from Ivy Way plus 333. After sending Ivy Way off, Shinbai looked at his assets and found that he still had more than 2 million Dragon Country coins left. Went to the exchange. I also bought 5 bottles of lower level endurance and 5 bottles of lower level strength potions. It cost him 2 million Dragon Country coins. Whenever I think of the 200 million resources under the bed, I always feel itchy. The exchange's resources were snatched away and the investigation is still ongoing. The rumors are too loud. There might be some means to detect whether I have absorbed these resources. After returning home, Shinbai took all the medicine. Sitting cross-legged on the bed is good for digestion. I feel a surge of power flowing through my body. Just like psychic power enhancement, it is simple and crude but expensive. Shinbai felt that his strength and endurance had improved substantially. It's a permanent improvement. After about 3 hours, the medicinal effects of the medicine were finally absorbed and converted. My basic attributes have now increased by at least 10%. As expected, basic potions have the disadvantage of being expensive. Almost all advantages. After resting for a while, Shinbai turned on his mobile phone and received a very cruel message. Jiangku, attention everyone, due to the overall poor performance in yesterday's competition, tomorrow's course will have a cultural exam. In addition to general knowledge, there will also be additional battle theory knowledge. After reading the message, Shinbai exclaimed, "Fuck you. Damn it, all they do every day is take exams, they might as well go to the secret realm." What he didn't know was that the mortality rate in the secret realm for high school students like this was over 50%. Even if there is someone specifically protecting you, problems will still arise. Only because Shinbai had the existence of Flying Thunder God could he ignore the space crack between Blue Star and the secret realm and travel back and forth everywhere. Got it. Shinbai suddenly thought of the system. System. I am here. Didn't you say you had an encyclopedia? Yes, it contains all the basic knowledge of Blue Star. As long as you draw the guaranteed perfect score on every exam, the host will no longer be bullied by strange beasts or harmed by strange plants in the secret realm. Shinbai looked at the system's emotional value. I gained a lot today, tens of thousands more emotion points, now it's over 300,000. Fuck it. It will take a long time to upgrade to an electric car with 1 million yuan. Let us drink while we can, just draw it. Ding, considering the host's emotional value, it is recommended to choose the legendary prize pool. Legendary? What's the difference between it and rare? 100% chance of getting an encyclopedia? The probability of legendary items being increased tenfold, and useless items are cancelled. You also know about useless items? Omega? Shinbai looked at his room and saw all kinds of clothes. Heiji's hat, Hinata's stockings, Nami's underwear, Luffy's slippers. When we have time, we will gather more and throw them away together, and we have to throw them into the secret place. If you lose it in the community and get discovered, you'll be in trouble. Draw, legendary is legendary. Give me an encyclopedia. For Daddy. Legendary level extraction is open. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained 5 Binglion pills from the Naruto world. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the Conan World Solar Turbine Engine Skateboard. 1. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the Dungeon World Transparent Potion 1. What about the encyclopedia? Didn't they say there was an encyclopedia? Ding, this system just said that the probability of reaching the legendary level is increased tenfold. Shinbai was stunned. Is this how to play? But he took a look at 2 new items. Solar Turbine Engine Skateboard. Unrestricted driving is allowed during the day, with a maximum speed of 200 km/h. By charging during the day, you can travel for up to 30 minutes at night. You can climb walls and fly over rooftops without consuming any special abilities. Transparent Potion, when taken, it eliminates all negative effects such as curses, poisoning, bleeding, freezing, etc. If you are in an illusion, you can forcibly escape from it. After that, it will gain a transparent effect for 3 seconds. Transparency effect: the enemy loses all hatred from the user, cannot be targeted by any skills, cannot be harmed, and can perform any actions. Transportation: 3 seconds of real man. What a loss! After looking at the two props, just when Shinbai was about to curse, a line of text appears on the system interface. The host has been detected to have a media item. The electric car and solar turbine engine skateboard can be upgraded and merged to obtain the electric car that can fly, and fly underwater. Do you choose to upgrade? Ready to upgrade? Shinbai's eyes lit up. What the hell, I just drew the 1 million upgrade condition. Then definitely choose to upgrade. Electric car that can do anything, speed 200 km/h. You can activate nitrogen injection without consuming psychic energy. Nitrogen sparging allows you to fly in the air for 3 minutes. Cooldown of 1 hour. Allows you to travel on the sea for 3 minutes. Cooldown of 1 hour. Can be used to climb vertical walls or hills for an unlimited time. No need to consume spiritual energy to activate the charged Qigong wave. Qigong wave power, equivalent to a full strength attack at the same level. 1 day cooldown. After upgrading, it becomes a system item and can be placed in the system space. Depend on. Damn it. Big baby. Not only did we not lose money, we made huge profits. About encyclopedia? That's it, at worst I'll get 0 points. As long as your fists are big, the world will be beautiful for you. But after thinking about it, Jiangke's fist was bigger than his. Shinbai decided to stay up late to review his academic subjects. Chapter 76, Can you do whatever you want if you have strong power and background? The next day, Shinbai arrived at school early in the morning. The first thing I did when I got to my seat was to open the textbook and read. As for the reason, you are the first one to come to school to study? Jiangke's surprised voice rang out. You kid only know how to cram at the last minute. Teacher, I don't like what you said. I am the flower of the motherland. This is called studying hard and serving the motherland. From Jiangke's emotion value plus 999. With the belief of an excellent teacher, Jiangke said. How's your reading? Is there anything you don't understand? Yes. Shinbai asked. Teacher, the strange beasts eat the poisonous flesh of their own kind all day long. How many times a day do they poop? The toenails of the fire scale horses cannot be too long. Who trims their nails? How do different species of exotic beasts mate? Also, I read in a book that the leaders of the secret realm have no worries about food and clothing. So what do they do every day? Play poker? From Jiangke's mood value plus 666. Jiangke angrily asked, Why are you researching these? Shinbai said seriously, I must learn more about the secret realm once I enter it. You should go out into nature. You don't have to live in harmony with the beasts. What you need to understand is the species of the beasts, their battlefield strengths, personalities, abilities, and weaknesses. Teacher, I understand. Study hard. It doesn't matter if you fail this time. If you have any questions in the future, come to me anytime, anywhere. Jiangke nodded with satisfaction and left the classroom. After reading for a while, Shinbai looked at the time and immediately put away the textbook. Went out for breakfast. Shinbai suddenly thought of a strange beast. Then I ran to find the teacher and knocked on the door politely. Teacher, have you ever heard of the sky-splitting dog? Jiangke's panicked voice rang out. Why are you here? Get out now. Shinbai shouted loudly, Is the sky-splitting dog a pack animal? Jiangke yelled in disgust, Get out. Shinbai complained helplessly after leaving. You clearly said I could find you anytime, anywhere, and now you tell me to get lost after finding you. Brother, why are you here? Su Xiaodia looked at Shinbai, then looked at the women's bathroom. Why did Big Brother come out of the ladies' room? Shinbai said, Forget it. It's all tears if I talk too much. What are you doing here? Su Xiaodia was speechless. What else can I do in the bathroom? Oh, then I'll be leaving first. Shinbai prepared to return to the classroom. By the way, Xiaoya, you want some barbecued pork buns? They're piping hot. I can't finish them all. From Su Xiaoya's emotional value plus 666. Who would come to the toilet to eat buns? People and their interests cannot be generalized. Shinbai thought of the scene where Ai-kun asked for buns in the toilet. Perhaps this is why the strong never complain about the environment. Back to the classroom. The students in the classroom couldn't help but start to get nervous. This exam is the first cultural exam after the class division. Especially yesterday, Jiangke said in the group that when everyone was discussing, they couldn't even do the theory well, let alone the actual practice. There is still half an hour until start. Most of the students quickly took out their textbooks and started cramming. The atmosphere seemed a little solemn for a moment. Instead, they are some students who usually have good academic performance. They didn't take out their textbooks to review but looked worried. Alas! I was playing all day yesterday and only received the message before going to bed. I can only take my chances with this exam. Don't mention it. Yesterday was Valentine's Day, and I only checked my phone this morning. I didn't study at all. My grades must be at the bottom. Brother Bang, you're playing so hard? It's a pity that I was so busy practicing yesterday that I didn't even look at the textbook. I was planning to give up on the test. You just didn't watch it yesterday. I lost all my textbooks after winter break last semester. I thought the rocket class would focus on practical application, but who knew there would be a cultural exam? This time, I'm completely clueless. No wonder your strength has improved so much, Tang Xuan. I'm in trouble. I've gone out to play. The top students are all playing the victim. The meaning is very simple, they are expressing that they have never read any books. Shinbai looked at everyone talking at the same time. It turns out that every world is the same. Academic masters like these only need to think about how to show off and use tricks to study secretly. There are many things for poor students to consider. Xiao Dezhu looked at Shinbai, who had just returned to his seat. Brother Bai, what should we do with this exam, especially with the added questions on the theory of supernatural combat? You're saying it as if you can just write it without any test questions. You still write your name and go to sleep. Shinbai said, glancing at the top students. Zhu Zi, did you see that group of people? Yeah, I see. You were planning on cheating on the test by copying theirs, but if you get caught by the teacher, you're doomed. No. Shinbai shook his head in denial. Write down all these people's names. When the test results come out, if they do well, don't let any of them go after school. From Tang Xuan's emotional value plus 888. From Chen Bang's emotions plus 1111. When the top students heard Shinbai's words, their mentality suddenly collapsed. Damn, this is what people say. Shinbai's words had a very good effect. The top students no longer act pitifully or pretend to be cool. Shinbai, Xiao Dezhu, don't think that just because you two are strong and have connections, you can do whatever you want. I won't serve you anymore. A voice sounded and everyone looked sideways. I found out that the person who spoke was Li Yi. Shinbai and Xiao Dezhu were also shocked. Li Yi, are you itchy again? Just when everyone thought that Li Yi had something to rely on and was ready to provoke Shinbai and the others. Li Yi just scratched his head and chuckled. No, I just said something harsh to diffuse my anger and relieve my tension. Classmates. Half an hour passed quickly. The exam officially begins. This exam is different from previous ones. It's no wonder that Li Yi needs to lighten his mood. In previous exams, perhaps considering the gap in grades, the questions were relatively simple. This time, Jiang Ke personally set the questions and supervised the exam. The questions are specially designed for the average level of Rocket Class 1. At the same time, the examination time is short, only 2 hours. Look, some of the academic elites who were pretending to be cool just now have started biting their pens and picking their nails. I don't know if it's the CPU that's burning up. I was still frightened by the threats from Shinbai and Xiao Dezhu and didn't dare to do well in the exam. Take another look. As expected, Zhu wrote his name and went to sleep. Shinbai got the test paper and originally planned to give up after filling in the multiple choice questions. But I found that I actually knew all the theoretical combat knowledge. I can only say that I am a practical person. Shinbai can come up with a corresponding strategy just by taking a look. Finished writing the theoretical knowledge about combat. Shinbai, overflowing with confidence, glanced at the other questions. Questions about the characteristics of strange beasts in secret realms. In the ruins of West Wind Valley, how do you deal with the Lord-level beast Wind Dragon? I want to laugh. Such a simple question, it seems I can be a top student too. Shinbai wrote the answer on it without thinking. Use teleportation to escape directly. Shinbai looked like he was planning something and directly wrote down all the test questions. If you really don't know, just write the word or. Chapter 77, The Flying Thief is Black Glove? The exam time passed quickly. Jungkook collected all the test papers. Alright, although the questions this time are indeed difficult, I'm doing this for your own good. Only by mastering these theoretical knowledge will you have a greater chance of survival when you enter the alien beast realm and face them. For this exam, I will send the transcripts to each of your parents. I hope they can supervise you. After Jungkook finished speaking, he left the classroom with the test paper. Even the top students had fallen faces and looked helpless. Fuck, they even sent it to parents, how can they be so ruthless? I don't know the answers to most of the questions. I probably won't even pass. I don't even have half the score. Chao Diju noticed that Shinbai looked relaxed and couldn't help asking. Brother Bai, did you do well in the exam this time? Shinbai said seriously, not bad, 70% sure. As soon as these words were spoken, the classmates looked at him in surprise. Fuck, is this true? Shinbai is so awesome? Don't tell me, don't tell me. This time, the question involves theoretical combat. Judging from the actual combat he demonstrated, he must have his own unique understanding. The classmates all envied Shinbai. Only Chao Diju asked, Brother Bai, are you really so sure? Shinbai said calmly, it's okay, 70% sure, and 93% is up to fate. From Chao Diju's emotional value plus 666. From. Then why are you so calm? What does notifying the parents have to do with me? From Chao Diju's emotional value plus 888. I thought it was just an exam, but I didn't expect the parents to be notified. Li said to Chen Bang, Brother Bang, I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear? Chen Bang replied, bad news. Li, the bad news is, we all failed the exam this time. Chen Bang, what's the good news? Li, the good news is that I don't have to be beaten by Shinbai after school. Chen Bang, hashtag? Is it possible that if I do poorly on the test, my parents will beat me? Some are happy and some are sad. For those top students, it is indeed a bit worrying. Of course, there is another type of person, the academic god. Some classmates looked at Kobe who was thinking. Kobe, what's wrong with you? These questions shouldn't be difficult for you. The test questions are very simple. I was just thinking about what happened yesterday. Kobe placed his hands on the table, supporting his chin as if thinking. Speaking of this, the students started discussing. What happened yesterday? Was it the incident where the flying thief was caught? Yeah, I saw the news too. It seems he was caught red-handed while robbing the city square, but he didn't get away. The flying thief has been stealing for years. Even the neighboring city can't catch him. The Jiangcheng Public Security Bureau is truly awesome. Kobe curled his lips and said, you don't understand. The public security in the neighboring rice flour city has been unstable because it was attacked by strange beasts. There are all kinds of people here, and there are murders every day, with many methods. The thefts like the flying thieves are not something the Rice Flour City Public Security Bureau has time to deal with, not that they can't. Oh my god, Kobe, how do you even know this? Kobe explained, I was originally from Mihua City, but later I accidentally offended a cult organization there, so my family moved to Jiangcheng. When the students heard this, they were surprised to find that some of them were from Mihua City. When I was a child, I heard my elders talk about the city next door, which was simply a sin city. The population is declining every year, and the death rate is the highest in the country. The reason why there are so many people is that criminals from other cities have gone there to live. So, Kobe, you've come into contact with the flying thief before? Kobe said calmly, it's okay. I have cooperated with the Beihua Public Security Bureau several times to force the flying thief into a desperate situation, but unfortunately he always escaped. Awesome, you are worthy of being called a genius. Kobe felt a little embarrassed by the praise from his classmates and turned to look at Shinbai. I watched the live broadcast of Jiangcheng TV yesterday. You helped the Public Security Bureau yesterday and played an important role in capturing the flying thief? At this time, some students suddenly reacted. The person who was crazy about playing the victim in front of the TV at that time seemed to be Shinbai from Rocket Class 1. Shinbai sighed and said, it's not bad. He's just a level 3 rookie. I didn't even use any strength and he fell down. From Kobe's emotional value plus 888. From Kobe said seriously, actually, I think there is something strange about this. A classmate said, Brother Bei, you are being a little unfair. Xinbai caught the thief and Jiang Cheng praised him very much. He then sent Jiang Cheng's official video to the class group. A capitalized title. Jiangcheng Public Security Bureau arrests the flying thief. The video shows the arrest process. There is even a scene where Xinbai chases a flying thief with a shadowless sword. There are even clips of Xinbai crying and begging for mercy. At the end of the video, a security guard said, Jiangcheng will become a better place because of you. For a moment, all the students in the class group were shocked. Those students who didn't have time to watch the news. Look at Xinbai's heroic figure chasing and slashing the flying thief a second ago. The loss in the last second was so huge. They all started to help Xinbai. Red envelope, only Xinbai can receive it. Red envelope, only Xinbai can receive it. How embarrassing. Xinbai opened the red envelopes one by one. His face changed instantly. It was just 1 dime and 1 cent. Kobe's voice rang out, it's because of this video that I can't figure out one thing. Xinbai was a little curious, what could possibly stump you? Kobe pushed his glasses and began to analyze carefully. Although the flying thief is nominally a level 2, he's actually a level 3. I used to think that the arrest capabilities in other cities were similar to those of Mihua, so it was normal that they couldn't catch any. But the security guard's presence yesterday was much stronger than in Riceflower City. If it's always like this, or if it's the same in other cities, then there's no reason for the flying thief to escape. But you see, if you hadn't showed up yesterday, the sheriff's department would have really gotten rid of the flying thief. After hearing what Kobe said, Xinbai watched the video and it seemed to make some sense. Don't say anything, just talk to that person. He also knew Zhang Lei, a 4th-level spiritual warrior. Xinbai asked quietly, are you saying that the security guard deliberately let the flying thief go? Kobe said, this possibility cannot be ruled out. Both the official bounty information and the characteristics are problematic. According to my guess, the flying thief is very likely the official Black Glove. After being reminded by Kobe, coupled with the problem of Riceflower City that Kobe mentioned, Xinbai suddenly figured it out. The targets of the flying phantom thieves are basically the property of cult organizations in black channels. Normally, Riceflower City wants to punish those people through the flying phantom thieves. Kobe nodded in agreement, yes, I went to investigate yesterday. On the day when the flying thief stole, some orphanages received a large amount of material donations. Xinbai spread his hands and said, didn't I mean well but end up doing something bad? However, Xinbai doesn't care about that. These are not his business. Even if it was an official Black Glove, he couldn't run away with his 500,000 reward. At this moment, several beep, beep, beep sounds suddenly came from outside. Someone looked towards the school gate curiously and found that it was a vehicle from the Public Security Bureau. Chapter 78 Broken, the house was searched. Why is the sheriff's department vehicle coming to the school? Is there such a thing? Let me see, let me see. The students gathered around the window. Xinbai also looked over. 4 people in security uniforms were found getting out of the car. He seemed to be holding something in his hand and walked straight into the teaching building. Yo-ha? Couldn't it be from the flying thief? The procedures are completed so quickly? Come here to reward me? Some classmates came to their senses and looked at Xinbai with envy. Brother Bai, you're so famous that the Public Security Bureau actually came to the school to reward you. Remember to treat me to dinner tonight. As they were talking, 4 people appeared at the classroom door. The leader was a young man whom Xinbai did not recognize. It was not Zhang Lei who was responsible for theft and robbery, but a young man in his 30s. Following behind him were a man and 2 women. The intimidating aura of these people made all the students quiet down for a moment. The young man took a look at the photo in his hand, then looked at Xinbai. After comparing, he nodded. Under the envious eyes of the whole class, he walked straight to Xinbai. From Li Yi's emotional value plus 666. From Chao Deju's emotional value plus 555. The classmates' envy filled the screen. Xinbai was so happy. What a level, what treatment! The Public Security Bureau still knows itself. However, it was indeed a bit exaggerated. Even students from other classes came to watch the fun. Shinbai scratched his head. Brother, it's not a good idea to make such a big scene. In fact, you can just go to my house. Go to your house? The young man said in a cold tone. Huh, it seems you know about it too? Bang! A piece of A4 paper was placed on Shinbai's desk. We suspect you of colluding with a cult. Come with us. You have the right to remain silent, but everything you say will be used as evidence in court. Shinbai was completely confused. What the hell? He took a look at the A4 paper. Search warrant. A comprehensive search was conducted at Unit 2, Room 1605, by Huayuan Community, Shinbai's residence. What the hell? What is going on? Shouldn't it be a reward for yourself? How come I suddenly became a cult? Brother, are you mistaken? I helped destroy the Tonshin Society several times. How could I be related to a cult organization? The young man didn't say anything, but stared at Shinbai with sharp eyes. Are you kidding me? Just come with us. Shinbai was a little confused and could only follow the security guard away. With Shinbai's departure, the students in the classroom were also confused. Wasn't he that the reward we agreed on? Yesterday, Jiangcheng was still proud. Is today a cult organization? The classmates began to discuss secretly. Brother Bei, you guys just said that the flying thief is the black glove. Could that be how they captured Shinbai? I think it's possible. It's hard to directly remind them to disrupt the official plan, so I can only explain the matter to Shinbai secretly. It's possible. Didn't you see that Shinbai didn't even have handcuffs? Amazing. I didn't expect Shinbai to get access to top secrets right away. The students in the school all looked at the jeep. I couldn't help but feel envious. Maybe this is what a big boss is. Shinbai was sitting in a jeep. A man was driving in front, and the young man was sitting in the passenger seat. There were two security guards, a man and a woman, sitting on both sides of the back seat. The tense atmosphere made Shinbai feel a little overwhelmed. What's going on? What happened? The young man reminded Shinbai, my surname is Chen, and I'm the captain in charge of your incident. Don't worry about anything else. We are just doing our job. If you have no problem, we won't make things difficult for you. This big brother. Don't try to get close to me, you can just call me by my title. Okay, Plant, what have I done wrong? From Chen Yong's emotional value plus 888. Chen Yong was speechless. You know what you did? Huh? Didn't I capture the flying thief? Normally you should give me a reward. Shen Yong sneered, the flying thief has a special ability. He is extremely sensitive to potions and spiritual energy beads. During our interrogation, he revealed that there is a place in Jiangcheng where a large number of treasures are hidden. Shinbai? After hearing what the other party said, combined with the search warrant, Shinbai's mind raced, and he immediately knew what was going on. Those 200 million resources. Broken. Isn't this just shooting oneself in the foot? If the flying thief had not been caught, his 200 million resources would definitely not have been exposed. However, Shinbai was not panicked at all. The car drove very fast and arrived at Shinbai's house in less than 20 minutes. As soon as he entered the door, Shinbai was forced to watch from the side and could not move. The other three security officers went in to search. There is also this kind of spiritual energy fluctuation around me. It seems to be a reconnaissance type ability. Shinbai smiled and said, you don't doubt that a lot of treasures are in my house, do you? The exchange was recently robbed and a large amount of resources were lost. Until the very end, the Public Security Bureau couldn't find the whereabouts of the looted supplies. It's unfair. So you suspect I took it? You just happened to appear as a hostage, and your spatial ability happened to allow you to remotely transfer items, and in the end, nothing happened. Shen Yong looked around and added, I now suspect that you were in cahoots with that group of people. You originally wanted to be a hostage and lead them to escape, but you didn't expect the situation to change. Plus, you wanted to keep all the items for yourself, so you moved all the items away in the process. Shinbai was horrified. Fuck, you guys solve cases based on deduction, don't you care about any evidence? We are here to collect evidence now, the young man said without emotion. After a while, a male security guard came over. Take a few bottles of strength potions and endurance potions. There are also dozens of spiritual energy beads. Captain, we only found this thing. Shinbai smiled and said, I worked hard to get some cultivation resources, and I'll find them all for you. Shen Yong frowned slightly. That's all? How much is it in total? The total here is about 2 million. So little? Shen Yong was a little bit unbelievable. Such a small amount of stuff obviously couldn't be the looted supplies. Shinbai's face changed and he shouted angrily. Look, is this how you handle cases? If you can't find any of the looted supplies today, it's all because you believed the rumors and made a mistake. I will definitely file a complaint against you, make you compensate me for my losses, and make you lose your job. However, just as Shinbai finished speaking, a female security guard came over. Her eyes glowed slightly blue. Captain, there seems to be something wrong with the ceiling. Shen Yong asked, Oh? Which place? Over there, next to the chandelier. Shinbai looked in the direction the other person pointed. His heart skipped a beat and his face turned pale. Shen Yong looked at Shinbai's expression, snorted coldly, and prepared to break it. Shinbai interrupted in time. What are you doing? This is my home. You are destroying people's property. We now suspect that you are hiding stolen goods. Don't say such unfounded words. Are you just relying on your own words? Shen Yong said coldly, If it was our fault, I will resign and publicly apologize to you. Immediately, Shen Yong controlled Shinbai with one hand. He raised his hand, gathered his spiritual energy, and blasted it towards the ceiling. Chapter 79 You are playing tricks on us, right? Clang. Under Shen Yong's deliberate control, a hole appeared in Shinbai's ceiling. The hole is very small, but through it you can see many animal cores placed inside. Bang! Suddenly, a third-level beast core fell from the ceiling. Bang! Another second-level beast core fell from the ceiling. As the beast cores fell one by one. Every time one fell, the expressions of the 5 people present changed drastically. Shen Yong looked at Shinbai with anger. Look, what are you hiding? You said you haven't come across any stolen resources, so what are all these beast cores and these spirit beads? I don't know, I don't remember. Shinbai quickly denied it. Shen Yong snorted coldly, It's not yours? You're only level 1, how could you possibly have these level 2 and 3 beast cores, and even a level 4 one? Shinbai trembled and said, Who is this? Who put so many beast cores in my house? Isn't this deliberately harming me? Shen Yong scolded, You also know your family. Now the beast core is in your hands. What else do you have to say? For a moment, the atmosphere in the room was extremely solemn. Even the other 3 security guards didn't dare to speak. They didn't expect that a high school student was actually related to the Dark Knight organization and participated in the actions of a cult organization. Shinbai felt the atmosphere in the room and his heart skipped a beat. Even the security guard could hear his heartbeat. Shinbai cried, Captain Shen, they're all here. I haven't used any of them, and I don't dare sell them. Shen Yong, why are you doing this? Shinbai's eyes were filled with tears and his voice was trembling, like a person who was deeply regretful for doing something wrong. My parents died when I was young, and I've been living in this dangerous world with great difficulty. I don't have any cultivation resources. I'm so poor, and everything is here. I'm really useless. Humph, I'll let you keep your mouth shut. You won't cry until you see the coffin. I've seen it all. Shen Yong showed no pity or sympathy, but instead asked his colleagues to start taking notes. Tell me, what was the process like? Shinbai calmed down and began to tell the story. There are a total of 24 beast cores and 21 spirit beads here. 14 of these beast cores and 21 spirit energy beads were obtained during the intern assessment mission. The remaining 10 were given to me by instructor Wang Lin. Shen Yong felt something was wrong. What are you talking about? Is this all the 200 million in looted supplies? Shinbai pointed at the small hole in the ceiling and said seriously, What do you mean by 200 million in looted supplies? I'm talking about the source of these cultivation resources. The 4 security guards looked at each other and realized something was wrong. One of the male security guards brought a stool. Take out all the resources on the ceiling. After counting, there were indeed only 21 spirit beads and 24 beast cores. No more? There's no way 200 million resources are just this little bit. Even if there is a level 4 beast core among them, it can't be so expensive. There are at most 20 million Dragon Country coins here. What's going on? Where are the others hiding? Shen Yong shouted anxiously. Bai said affirmatively. Hidden? They're all here. Chen Yong took a quick look and then looked at Bai. Aren't these looted supplies? Bai retorted, don't blame me. What about the stolen supplies? These were all obtained by our team and given to us by instructor Wang Lin. This time, Chen Yong noticed something was wrong. Wang Lin? Wang Lin of the Garrison Army? The intern you just mentioned, do you mean the intern of the Garrison Army? Yeah, what else do you think? From Chen Yong's emotional value plus 888. From. Since these supplies were obtained legitimately, what are you afraid of? Who said it was legitimate? At the time, instructor Wang Lin gave our team 10 beast cores to split equally, but no one else wanted them. I was worried that instructor Wang Lin would find out and accuse me of hoarding the fruits of everyone's labor, so I hid them all. Bai pointed at the spirit beads again and said, these spirit beads, like the remaining beast cores, were all dropped when we hunted water wolves. The animal skins were used to exchange for Dragon Country currency to buy spirit beads. No one else in our team wanted these things. I've been poor since I was a child and have no resources for cultivation, so I took them for myself. But I was worried about people finding out, so I hid them. From Chen Yong's emotional value plus 888. After listening to Bai's story, the four of them felt an urge to hit someone. I always feel that this guy is acting and playing tricks on them. Is this something a human can do? Chen Yong said aloud, why didn't you tell us earlier? You are deliberately misleading us? Didn't I tell you long ago that I had nothing to do with the exchange robbery? It's you who always thought I did it. Then why were you so scared when we were inspecting? It has nothing to do with us if you monopolize the resources. Bai explains seriously, let me give you an analogy. One day, while your wife is away on a business trip, you invite your lover to your home for some intimacy. After making out all day, I fell asleep out of exhaustion, and then the security guard came to our house. We suspect you're hiding a cult in your house and want to search it, but your lover is still there. At this time, the security guards are investigating a cult organization, not looking for your lover. But if they find your lover, will you be afraid? After Bai finished speaking, Chen Yong did not speak. It was another male security guard who took over the conversation. Of course I'm scared. If the security guard finds out I have a lover, and if my wife accidentally finds out, I'll be screwed. No one will think you are dumb if you don't speak. Chen Yong cursed directly. From Chen Yong's emotional value plus 888. The four found that they had not gained anything, so they had to pack up. Before leaving, Chen Yong said to Bai seriously, this time it's my fault. If I go directly to the school to arrest you, you might be looked down upon by your classmates. I will then publicly apologize and resign from the Public Security Bureau. After saying that, Chen Yong left with his 3 men. After Bai confirmed that they had all left. Put all the potions and beast cores away. Bai would definitely not be stupid enough to keep those stolen supplies at home. He had long guessed that he would be suspected. I just didn't expect it to be a flying thief, and I almost shot myself in the foot. After this search, it is certain that the Public Security Bureau will no longer suspect him. Replace it with your own resources and pretend to be worried and afraid of being discovered. This is called replacing the original with the fake. The Art of War by Sun Tzu says, if they are weak, make them strong. If they are strong, make them weak. As for the 200 million cultivation resources, Bai placed him in the safest place. It is also the most dangerous place. Taoism Natural Club. There are surveillance cameras everywhere near the club. It's 360 without blind spots. There are even guards patrolling 24 hours a day. It can be said that if a mosquito enters the club, the guards will know about it. In a private room, a black man was searching for items like a thief. Until he took out 2 sacks of cultivation resources from under a hollow chair. There are beast cores, potions, and pills on it. I told you, they would never suspect this. Xiao Hei, or to be more precise, Bai, couldn't help but be overjoyed when he saw these resources. At that time, he felt that under the bed was too dangerous, so he thought about where to hide. After thinking about it, the only place that came to mind was this, the Taoist Natural Club where I came with Chao Dezhu for a massage. Fortunately, I habitually leave the Flying Thunder Godmark. In addition, this place had just been destroyed because it was the base of the Dark Knight organization. No one would have thought that Bai hid things here. I'm a genius. Ha, mine, all mine, all mine. At this moment, the white moonlight shone on Qin Bai's teeth. It looks just like the smiling face of a villain who has succeeded. Chapter 80. Find a way to hack the teacher's computer. Public Security Bureau. Chen Yong returned to the bureau and went directly to the Human Resources Department to apply for resignation. The security guard nearby asked, "Captain, are you really going to resign? You must admit what I said." Chen Yong said firmly, "Besides, judging by the character that kid just showed, he won't let it go." "No." At this moment, an old man's voice sounded. Chen Yong and the other man looked up and shouted respectfully, "Deputy Director Su." Su De walked up to Chen Yong and asked, "Did you go investigate Qin Bai?" Chen Yong nodded. "Well, based on my speculation, Qin Bai is very likely related to the Dark Knight organization." Don't you investigate anything before you do it? You've only been in the Public Security Bureau for a few years, so there's a lot you don't know. Qin Bai definitely can't be part of a cult. As he spoke, Su De threw some information to Chen Yong. Chen Yong took a glance and his face turned red instantly. Name, Qin Bai. Age, 18. Superpower, space. Spiritual skills, instant movement, teleportation. Realm, level 8 of the First Order. Physical fitness, relatively weak. Family situation. Father, Qin Tianhao, former commander of the Jiangcheng garrison. When the Abyss Secret Realm broke out, he used his life to hold up the entrance to the Secret Realm until reinforcements arrived, so that there were no casualties in Jiangcheng. He eventually sacrificed his life. Mother, Jiang Xiaolan, former commander of the Jiangcheng garrison. When the Abyss Secret Realm broke out, she used her life to hold up the entrance to the Secret Realm until reinforcements arrived, so that there were no casualties in Jiangcheng. She eventually sacrificed her life. Qin Bai grew up in the Public Security Bureau and is currently studying at Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. Provide intelligence on the Dark Knight organization and destroy its stronghold. Assist the Public Security Bureau, rescue the hostages and capture some of the remnants of the Dark Knight organization. Catch the flying thief. After reading Qin Bai's message, Chen Yong felt ashamed. He finally understood why Qin Bai would never join a cult. The parents are great heroes of Jiangcheng, and the children are even more exaggerated by the Public Security Bureau. I actually still doubt Qin Bai. If his previous apology was because he lost the bet, now he really apologized to Qin Bai from the bottom of his heart. Su De spoke again. "I've also heard about the bet between you and Qin Bai. Actually, Qin Bai wouldn't care about such things. If you ask him to forgive you, you don't have to apologize publicly and resign." Chen Yong asked curiously, "What does this mean?" Giving him some cultivation resources as compensation will naturally make a big deal out of a small matter. So simple? It's that simple. Su De knew Qin Bai very well. "Okay, I'll go find him now." Bai Huayuan Community. Qin Bai absorbed another 10 bottles of low-level endurance potions. He had already brought back both sacks. There are more than 20 bottles of each of the 4 lower-level basic potions. As long as Qin Bai finishes absorbing it, he will almost reach the upper limit. As for the intermediate and advanced levels, my current physical condition is not enough to absorb them. Just when Qin Bai had finished absorbing it, the doorbell suddenly rang. There was a knock on the door. "Qin Bai, I'm Chen Yong." Qin Bai came out of the room and looked towards the door. "What the hell? What is going on? Why is Chen Yong here?" Qin Bai was stunned on the spot. The spiritual energy in the room was so rich. "If you are found out, wouldn't you be in trouble immediately? If I had known, I wouldn't have taken it back so quickly." Qin Bai just opened the door and saw that only Chen Yong was standing outside. He was not wearing a security uniform, but ordinary casual clothes. A rich spiritual energy emanated from the box in Chen Yong's hand. "Qin Bai, I'm really sorry about what happened today. Please forgive me." Chen Yong's tone was very kind, without the seriousness he had during the day, which made Qin Bai feel that his personality had changed. But he still said impatiently, "Captain Chen, what are you doing here?" Chen Yong felt a strong spiritual energy. "The spiritual energy emanating from your room is so rich." Before Qin Bai could explain, Chen Yong added, "I know, these should be the resources your parents left for you to cultivate." "Qin Bai? What the hell? What is going on? This person automatically helps me make up for it?" Qin Bai was thinking in his heart, wondering what Chen Yong wanted to do. They just left after the search and now they are back. Could it be that he has found another clue about himself? Don't enter the room. But Chen Yong had no intention of searching again. Instead, he handed the box in his hand to Qin Bai. Slowly opening the box, the spirit beads were neatly arranged. Qin Bai counted them and his mouth was watering. There are actually 50 spirit beads inside. What's this for? Testing yourself? Captain Chen, I don't accept rewards without merit. I, Qin Bai, never accept things that don't belong to me. This is my apology. I hope you can forgive me for making a bet with you. Bet? Qin Bai was a little slow to react for a moment. It was only after a while that I remembered that Chen Yong seemed to have made an appointment. If you can't find it, just apologize and resign. Would someone like him take this seriously? Qin Bai didn't understand, but accepted it. Okay. I never took the bet seriously. You're just doing your best to contribute to Jiangcheng. Okay, you think about Jiangcheng all the time. You are worthy of being General Qin's son. It was me, Chen Yong, who was rash before. Chen Yong felt a little embarrassed after hearing what Qin Bai said. You have such a strong talent, but you don't have many cultivation resources. This is my small gift. Qin Bai looked at Chen Yong. Is this bribing yourself? This. Qin Bai seems to have found a way to get rich. Okay. Xiao Bai doesn't really care about the bet or anything like that. Don't worry about it, brother Yong. As he said that, Qin Bai took the box containing the spirit beads. From Chen Yong's emotional value plus 888. Sure enough, it was just as Su De said. This Qin Bai doesn't even pretend. After Chen Yong exchanged some pleasantries and made sure that Qin Bai didn't care anymore, he left. Qin Bai was lying on the bed when he suddenly received a message from Chao Dezhu. It's about the results of this cultural subject test. On the phone, Chao Dezhu said he would find a way to prevent his parents from receiving the report card sent by Jiang Ku. The operation is very simple. That's when he hacked into the teacher's computer and asked her to send the transcript. He mistakenly thought that the message was sent to the parents' mobile phone, but in fact it was sent to Chao Dezhu's own mobile phone. Qin Bai asked a soul-searching question. Then the question is, do you have the technology? I don't have the skills, but I have money and connections. I used to know a hacker who's good at intrusion. I'd let him handle this easily. What do you think? When do you plan to act? Tomorrow, given the teacher's personality, he'll be able to finish grading the test papers in one night. All right. Qin Bai had no objection. Although notifying the parents has nothing to do with me. But Chao Dezhu has a big problem. Last time, Qin Bai witnessed with his own eyes what it meant for his parents to fight together. That combo is just like Yasha's. One controls 8 wine glasses, and one starts catching 8 young girls. Chao Dezhu was beaten so badly that he couldn't leave the house for 3 days. Chapter 81, The Hacker Master Appears. After hanging up the phone, Qin Bai realized that it was very late. But looking at the resources in front of me, I feel itchy. I have never seen so many spirit beads since I was a child. It feels like, someone hard to describe is by your bedside. Autumn water pure eyes. Yu Jiebing cleanses the body. Charming peach blossom eyes. Skin as white as jade. 4 words, burning with desire. I can't hold it back at all. Experts have said that staying up late is harmful to your health. So Qin Bai looked at the time, it was 2 o'clock, so he had to change it to an all-nighter. He sat up and began to absorb the spiritual energy beads to practice. I don't know if it's because I'm gifted or if I didn't absorb enough since childhood. Qin Bai's body absorbed it very quickly. Waves of warmth radiated from the body. In one night, his realm broke through to level 9 of the first stage. Finally reached level 9. Take out the green pill from the 3 color pills from the system space. Green pill, after taking it, you will be permanently promoted to a lower realm. It can be used at the first level without any side effects. Qin Bai took it without thinking. Swish. Suddenly, I felt weak and my whole body felt powerless. It lasted for 3 seconds. Immediately afterwards, the spiritual power in the body began to explode, and one could feel that the body had received a huge boost. Baiyu. Level 9 of stage 1 instantly reached level 1 of stage 2. This is too fierce. System, do you still have this kind of pill? The lottery pool has everything, please draw quickly. Shinbai looked at his emotional level and decided to give up. I just drew a few legendary prize pools and now I'm broke. I looked out the window and saw a ray of sunlight shining into the house. I looked at the time and it was time to go to school. As soon as he walked out of the apartment building, Shinbai found that their building was surrounded by residents. The security guard held a loudspeaker and shouted to the people upstairs. "Child, don't be depressed, come down quickly. This sound is like a lion's roar." Shinbai looked up and found out the reason. In their building, there was a young man sitting outside the railing on the balcony of a resident on the first floor. It seems a little familiar. Isn't this the upstairs from mine? Shinbai ran to the security guard and asked, "Uncle, what's going on?" This young man was sitting on the balcony early in the morning looking at the view. I knew something was wrong and quickly called him down, but he didn't listen at all. Shinbai understood the situation immediately. "Isn't this brother Chaoyuan? A few months ago, my wife was the victim of an eagle watching incident at home." He took the loudspeaker from the security guard and said, "Brother, don't be so sad. If you miss one, there will be another one." Brother Chaoyuan yelled, "I got cheated on again yesterday. I feel like a loser." Shinbai continued to shout, "Men should not be bound by the present. As long as they are successful in their careers, they will never lack women." Brother Chaoyuan shouted, "I was just laid off by the company a few days ago." Shinbai continued to comfort her, "It's okay, as long as you are handsome, you can live off her." "Brother Chaoyuan, I'm so ugly." This. Shinbai wanted to say something else. Brother Chaoyuan yelled, "Don't try to persuade me. I'm ugly and poor. This is how my life will be." "No, you just have to wait a few more years." Shinbai retorted, "You will find that you are old, poor, and ugly." All of a sudden, Brother Chaoyuan stood up and opened his arms. There's really no point in me living anymore." Shinbai found that everyone around him was looking at him. "Hey man, I was trying to comfort you, but you're trying to kill me." At this moment, Brother Chaoyuan jumped down directly. The crowd was suddenly in an uproar. Shinbai felt the emotional value start to refresh the screen. Suddenly, tens of thousands of emotion points increased. He didn't panic, everything was as expected. Just now, Brother Chaoyuan was on a very high floor, and half of his body was in the railing. Shinbai's heavenly hand power couldn't lock on. Now with a jump, Shinbai can use the power of the heavenly hand to lock it. There was only a swish sound. The grassland brother who was in free fall suddenly turned into a leaf. In contrast, a leaf on the ground turned into a grassland brother. Everyone present was extremely shocked. Could it be that a master appeared and saved Brother Chaoyuan? Even Brother Chaoyuan looked confused. Shinbai slowly approached, "Brother, since you've been so nice to me before, I have to warn you that you only have one life." After saying that, Shinbai turned and left. Only the mysterious back is left. There was admiration in the eyes of the crowd. Could it be that the young man just now did it? I know, he deliberately forced the young man to jump off the building so that he could rescue him. What a smart boy. I didn't expect he lives in our neighborhood. I really want to introduce my granddaughter to him. Forget it. Your granddaughter spends all day live streaming striptease videos on Douyin while wearing cosplay costumes. She's had more accounts blocked than the number of residents in our neighborhood. How could anyone possibly care about her? Even Brother Chaoyuan looked at his body. To be honest, he regretted jumping out the moment before. Didn't he expect to have the chance to start over? Yes, people only have one life. Shinbai Gang arrived at school and walked into the classroom. I found that Chao Deju looked very happy. Shinbai asked curiously, "What's wrong with Zhuzi? Did he stay up all night with Lu Ruoyan?" "No, I advanced. I'm now level 8. So what? I didn't tell my parents. This time they hit me with level 7 strength, so I'm sure it didn't hurt that much." Shinbai, Omicron? Excuse me for being blunt, but I can't follow your train of thought at all. Brother Bai, what about my talent? I didn't expect that I would advance so quickly. It's okay. Shinbai was not too surprised. With the resources of Zhuzi's family, it would be strange if the level could not be raised. "Did you find the hacker?" "Found it, let's go." Chao Deju pulled Shinbai to the toilet. "I found a young man standing here. He doesn't look very old, probably in his 20s. Carrying a bag in his hand. That's him, number 2 on the hacker network, codenamed Wulong. Xinbai looked at the young man in surprise. So awesome? Show me what you can do. Wulong said proudly, as the saying goes, there are unexpected events. There is an organization in Dragon Country that knows divination. I will now enter that system and show you the information inside. Xinbai's eyes widened. So arrogant? Will he be dragged to work on the sewing machine? Don't worry, I will do everything perfectly and leave no traces. Immediately, the young man took out a computer from his bag. Plug in a USB drive, connect an external keyboard, and headphones. He types on the keyboard in a very professional manner. Xinbai and Xiao Dezhu waited patiently. I just heard the computer ding-dong. Wulong smiled and spoke into the microphone. Dobao, help me check the weather in Jiangcheng tomorrow. Dobao, got it. Hi, Siri, search for Longhua Jiangcheng weather forecast. Siri, I'm here. Siri can't find information about Longhua. Call Xiaoyi to check the weather forecast for Jiangcheng, Longhua. Xiaoyi, I'm here. Dragon Country, Jiangcheng. Cloudy to sunny tomorrow, temperature 10-15 C. Wulong looked at the two of them with pride. This is the AI I developed. It can match different AIs based on your requirements. Just now, it successfully entered the Dragon Nation system and obtained weather information. Xinbai's pupils widened. Omicron? Looking at the actions of the man in front of him, he looked at Xiao Dezhu again. Immediately took out the cell phone. Xiao AI, check the weather in Jiangcheng tomorrow. Xiao AI, I'm here. Dragon Country, Jiangcheng. Cloudy to sunny tomorrow, temperature 10-15 C. Xinbai, that's it, are you sure you're not here to make fun of me? Wulong? No, boss, maybe you misunderstood what I meant. Chapter 82, Hackers with a 100% success rate solve problems from the root. Xinbai pointed to the squat toilet. Wulong was a little curious. What do you mean? Tell me what's different. If you can't, I'll let you experience what school bullying is like. Wulong said with a smile. My intelligence system can not only enter the regular system, but also enter the system of other computers, plant my artificial intelligence, and thus control that computer. I understand your requirements. I just need to access your teacher's computer and change the delivery path to your phone when he sends the report card. Xinbai listened and felt that it made some sense. If you say so, you can give it a try. Don't worry, leave everything to me. Wulong started typing on the keyboard again. The sound of D-Day seems very professional. After a while, Xinbai heard the voice through the headphones. Successfully hacked into address. 0.0.1. Oh my god, so fast, there must be something. Xinbai exclaimed. It's just a matter of practice. Wulong remained calm. After a while, Xiao Dezhu suddenly pointed in a direction. Hurry up, the teacher will be back soon. Xinbai looked over and saw Jiangke preparing to push the door and enter the office. Urged, hurry up, hurry up. Speeding up. Wulong replied. Breaking through 360 security guard. Breaking through Tencent security guard. Breaking through Horong security guard. Breakthrough. It's too late, your teacher is back. Finally, Wulong immediately cancelled the attack. Xinbai looked at the words on the screen and stared at Wulong in shock. Fuck, you're kidding me, right? This is just a hacker? The security guards blocked it? There's no way, your teacher is back. Wulong explained to Xinbai with a serious look in his eyes. Your teacher is quite unusual. Her computer has been specially processed. If I want to do this without her noticing, I only have a 10% chance of success. Xinbai looked at Xiao Dezhu. Can this man really be trusted? Xiao Dezhu nodded and patted his chest. What I mean is that I found it, don't worry. Then he looked at Wulong. 10%, this is too low. Wulong said helplessly, there is no other way. If you had let me start earlier, maybe I could have succeeded. Now I have no other way, but there is someone who can solve this problem for you. Xiao Dezhu asked, you're not going to say that HackerNet is number 1, are you? Wulong said, no, he is a friend of mine. Then call him and ask him to come over. Xiao Dezhu thought of his parents' mixed doubles and urged. It takes about 10 minutes. A man with a crew cut appeared. Xiao Dezhu asked, what's this brother's name? The man with the buzz cut said, hackers don't leave their names. You can call me Feng Chu. Xin Baiting looked over and asked, "Are you Fengchu?" Fengchu was a little surprised. "Have you heard my story?" Xin Bai said, "No, but your appearance is full of your story." Fengchu said, "You can see it now." Without further ado, 500,000. 500,000? Why don't you just go and rob? Xiao Deju couldn't help but shout. Wulong explained, "You have to know that my brother only attacks once in a long time, and every time he does, his success rate is 100%. This is already a very cheap price." Fengchu nodded, "You get what you pay for. As long as I take action, there will be no failure." Xin Bai and Xiao Deju looked at each other. Xiao Deju touched his butt and said, "Are you sure you can succeed?" "Can." "Good." Xiao Deju transferred the money directly. "I thought Fengchu would just go for it directly, but I didn't expect this guy to wear gloves. Take off the outer clothes and you will see a tight-fitting garment underneath." Xin Bai couldn't help but sigh, "Oh my god, are all masters so ritualistic?" "It's money well spent," said Xiao Deju. However, the next second, I saw Fengchu dressed in black and wearing a black mask. Whoosh, it disappeared. After a while, he appeared in Jiang Ke's office. Jiang Ke, who was playing on the computer, was originally wondering how the computer could run so much smoother. Suddenly a man in black appeared in front of me. A thief broke in broad daylight? Before Jiang Ke could react, Fengchu picked up Jiang Ke's computer host. Snap. Very fast. While Jiang Ke was not paying attention, he smashed the host to pieces. Quickly remove the hard drive from it. Grab it and burn it instantly. Then start running. Fuck, is this 100%? Xin Bai was watching in the toilet with a shocked expression and solved the problem from the root. But before Fengchu could take a few steps, Jiang Ke attacked instantly, with incredible speed. Still above Fengchu, he controlled it in an instant. Jiang Ke asked him, "Who are you?" But Fengchu didn't say anything. What a professional ethics! Jiang Ke called the security guard directly. Soon, people from the Public Security Bureau came over, pulled off their masks, and took a look at Fengchu. "It's you again, let's go." Jiang Ke returned to the office with a confused look on his face and looked at the shattered computer. Scratching head. I can't figure it out. What does this person want to do? Xin Bai and Xiao Deju in the toilet glanced at Wulong. "You brother. It's okay. I told you, the success rate is 100%. The computer is gone, so your teacher can't contact your parents for the time being." Xin Bai and Xiao Deju gave a thumbs up. Awesome. It turns out that this is the reason why I only take action after a period of time. They were all arrested. I can't even make a move. No wonder his hair is still a buzz cut, he probably hasn't been out for long. But there are still some good reviews. Mission accomplished perfectly indeed. Xiao Deju returned to the classroom with peace of mind. After a while, Jiang Ke came to the classroom with the test paper. "Xiao Deju, stand up." Xiao Deju was stunned when he heard this. Was he discovered? That was not the case. No one had expected that someone would smash her computer in order to disrupt her communication with her parents. Jiang Ke took out a test paper and put it on the podium. "Although I've just become a teacher, when I was a student, I've never seen a student as amazing as you. With so many multiple choice questions, you didn't even answer them and just got a 0? Teacher, I don't know how." Xiao Deju's wise gaze left Jiang Ke speechless. "Although you are very honest, you also need to know how to adapt." Jiang Ke was almost mad. Although the questions this time were difficult, she had deliberately added a lot of multiple choice questions. But unexpectedly, someone called Baiwan. Upon hearing this, Xiao Deju's expression suddenly became serious. "Teacher, you can question my ideas, but you can't question my character. If I know, I know. If I don't know. I won't answer questions randomly. It's like entering a secret realm. I won't try fruits I haven't tasted, challenge strange beasts I haven't seen, or walk on roads I haven't explored." Xu Zi is right. Xin Bai supported loudly. The whole class looked at him strangely. Lu Ruyan's eyes looked at Xiao Deju differently. Bang! "Xin Bai, how good do you think you are?" Jiang Ke roared angrily and slapped the desk. Chapter 83 Why aren't you 0? Xin Bai said seriously, "Teacher, I have written everything down. My attitude is very good. You wrote all the answers, but you can't just choose randomly. You got all 30 multiple choice questions wrong? Jiangku was so angry at this time that he was fuming, and he perfectly avoided the correct answer. Xinbai said helplessly, "There's nothing I can do about it. I'm just unlucky." Bad luck? You told me you had bad luck, are you sure you're not messing around? Teacher, I made a mistake by accident. Jiangku pointed at one of the multiple choice questions and asked. Accidentally, I think you did it on purpose. Come on, tell me about this easy question. In the secret realm, which exotic animal has the highest IQ? There are 4 options: pleasant goat, two-faced turtle, husky, and jade rabbit. Tell me, how did you choose pleasant goat? You even got the easy question wrong? Everyone in the classroom couldn't help but laugh when they heard this. This type of question was indeed a deliberate 3-point question by Jiangku. Of the 2 cartoon characters, the husky is the least intelligent, so the answer must be the Yulin rabbit. In the secret realm, the intelligence of the secret rabbits is not inferior to that of humans, and they will set traps for humans. Xinbai said helplessly, "Teacher, this is based on facts." Jiangku was so angry that he laughed. Come on, find me some evidence. The lyrics are not meant to be sung. Don't look at me as just a sheep. Sheep are incredibly smart. From Jiangku's emotional value plus 888. Do you think you're funny? Get out of here. Jiangku was stunned, then shouted loudly. Xinbai pulled Chao Dezhu and walked out directly. But Chao Dezhu didn't move. Xinbai, what's the matter, Juzi? Let's go. Chao Dezhu, the teacher just told you to get out. Xinbai, what do you mean? Chao Dezhu, hey, I've reached level 8. My teacher said I've trained hard, so I can be forgiven. Xinbai wanted to take a look. Damn. Is this even possible? Xinbai looked around with some suspicion and sighed helplessly. Well, in that case, I won't pretend anymore. I'm going to reveal my cards and upgrade. Chao Dezhu looked at him curiously. Brother Bai, are you level 9? Level 9? The students were stunned and understood something in an instant. Is this the result of the reward from the Sheriff's Bureau yesterday? This cultivation speed is too fast. How many resources did he get rewarded for achieving this? Xinbai didn't say anything, but went out like a flying thunder god and stood at the door of the classroom. As a student, you naturally have to listen to your teacher. At this moment, a hint of surprise flashed in Jiangku's eyes. She suspected that she was wrong. Xinbai noticed Jiangku's abnormality and cast Flying Thunder God again and returned to his seat. Oh, I forgot to take my textbook, I'll get it out now. Afterwards, another Flying Thunder God stood at the door. Okay, stop showing off, kid. I know you've leveled up too. Jiangku couldn't help but roll his eyes at Xinbai. Chao Dezhu was stunned for a moment, and then his expression changed drastically. What, level 2? Brother Bai is at level 2? For a moment, the students around looked at him sideways. I don't understand. I really don't understand. The special training class has just started, and other schools may not be able to do it this fast. In previous years, Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School has never had students improve so quickly. Could it be that Xinbai is the fastest improving student in Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School? Fuck, there's a cheat. Jiangku signaled for everyone to be quiet. Okay, stop showing off, kid. It's great that you've made a breakthrough. You're also the class monitor. You should practice using your superpowers with your classmates later. The school plans to take you to a secret realm for training next month. As soon as these words were spoken, the students were extremely excited, their eyes full of anticipation. They all knew that if they wanted to improve, the secret realm was the fastest way. Only when you are in danger can you survive. Of course, there will be professionals providing secret protection. Xinbai said, Teacher, what do you mean by cooperating with classmates? Isn't this a sandbag? Do you think it's so easy to get the squad leader's subsidy? Immediately, Jiangku distributed the test papers. He said something that made Chao Dezhu vomit blood. This time, due to a problem with the teacher, the report card cannot be sent to your parents. In order to let your family supervise you, please take the test paper back and remember to get your parents to sign it. Chao Dezhu cursed in his heart. So all my 500,000 was wasted? Good job. Although Jiangku is a new teacher. In a word, it makes men waste an extra 500,000 yuan. Brother Bai, you really are a 7. Chao Deju looked at Qinbai's test paper and found that all the questions were wrong except for the ones on theoretical combat. Qinbai, my 7 points is better than your 0 points. Chao Deju, who said I scored 0? I scored 20 points. Qinbai was stunned and glanced back at his test paper. Ha! Something is wrong. I took the test paper and checked it, and it was indeed 20 points. Just when he was curious about where the 20 points came from. Just look at the column about understanding superpowers. Chao Deju wrote it very simply. My director father's thunder power. Jiang Ke directly gave 20 points. Ah, this. But, do you think your parents wouldn't turn into a madman when they see this test? The day will pass quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was time to go home from school again. There were no accidents during the practical class in the training room. After all, it's more than 200,000 yuan a month. One of Qinbai's 10 rules. As long as you get paid, you have to do your job well. Qinbai was very happy. But Chao Deju was standing next to him looked a little pale. Xu Zi, it's okay. I need to find someone to sign and go home with you. With my 7 points, at least your parents can't use the super kill. Good. Chao family. Holy crap. Top laner is a crocodile with an ice staff, mid laner is an AP Yasuo, support is a bell-ringing bull, and jungler has a Lucian. What the hell is going on? Qinbai was fighting the alliance while activating Zon mode. Chao Deju shouted, Brother Bai, turn off the computer quickly. My parents will be home soon. We should study now to leave a good impression on them. Wait for me to play again. You still have to worry about your mother when playing on the computer. Besides, I'm here, big brother. Do they have the nerve to hit you when they see me? That makes sense. Then I'll use you as a shield. Qinbai just entered the game. The entrance door rang. We have to wait for people to come in, Chao Deilai complained to Su Xioli. Fuck, AI Zhenghe, don't they just have 3 talented kids? They just come to show off to me every day. I'm also annoyed to death. He even came all the way to register that his son AI Cohen had reached level 2, and everyone in our department knew about it. Stop talking. There's no harm without comparison. My subordinates all use Juzi as an example to their children in private. Can a pillar still be a role model? This is a negative example. Tell their children not to learn from Juzi. With so many resources, he slacks off every day and is only at level 7. As soon as the two entered the door, they heard Chao Deju shouting. Go, get him. Brother, look how awesome I am. I got a pentakill at level 1 and am ahead with a storm sword. How can I lose? Watch me carry you. Chao Deilai's expression changed drastically. This brat is not lazy and doesn't practice. As he spoke, he drew out 7 wolves from his waist and walked towards the room. There's less than half a year left before the college entrance exam, and this is how you're spending your time? Chao Deju saw that the enemy was coming with great momentum and had a wolf in his hand. He immediately said, Dad, no, it was Brother Bai who said we can play. Chapter 80 for the miserable Chao Deju. Chao Deju looked at the 7 wolves in Chao Deilai's hand. I quickly put down the computer and said, Dad, Brother Bai is coming over. If he calls me, I will. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice interrupted Chao Deju's speech. What the teacher said is not so-called chicken soup, but it really makes us better. It makes us know that hard work can change our destiny and let powerful strength light up our path as spiritual warriors. Chao Deju and Chao Deilai looked over. Qinbai was seen sitting cross-legged on the ground at this time. There is spiritual energy emanating from his body. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead as he practiced hard. Look at Qinbai, and then look at you. Chao Deilai raised his hand and said, It's fine if you don't take it seriously, but you're putting the blame on Qinbai. Look, he works harder than Xiaoya. Chao Deju got a slap on the butt and shouted in disbelief, No, Dad, look, his spiritual energy hasn't spread all over his body yet. He only started practicing after you came back. Qinbai slowly opened his eyes. I grew up alone and knew the importance of strength. I was forced to learn to practice every minute. I trained myself to be able to practice anytime and anywhere. Even if spiritual energy is not flowing throughout my body, I can still practice. Only in this way can I avoid being bullied. From Chao Deju's emotional value plus 888. Chao Deju was shocked. Oh shit. Qinbai is digging his own grave. After hearing this, Chow Daily felt ashamed. Look at how sensible they are. Look at you, you have the time and resources, but in the end, you are still only level 7. It's really a disgrace to my Chow family. Seeing the 7 wolves falling again, Chow Daju hurriedly shouted, Dad, Brother Bai is really pretending. Xin Bai walked over to Chow Daju and held him down. Zhuzi, you've had your godfather and godmother take care of you since you were little. Have you ever thought that one day they'll grow old, and their greatest hope will be for you to succeed? As soon as he finished speaking, Chow's mother Su Shioli pushed the door open and came in. From Chow Daju's emotional value plus 888. You bastard, you just play around all day and don't do your job properly. I saw that the nails on Su Shioli's hands began to become sharp. Chow Daju was shocked. Oh shit, big brother, stop playing, my mom's superpowers are working. Bang! Su Shioli came in front of Chow Daju in an instant. Chow Daju wanted to run away. But he was controlled by Chow Daily's 7 wolves and couldn't move. Xin Bai saw the two men's angry expressions. I heard Chow Daju's painful plea for mercy. I didn't dare to say anything. It was the only thing I could do as a brother. I can only close my eyes and not look. There was no way. When the two of them came in just now, Xin Bai noticed that the atmosphere was a little wrong. He was obviously really angry. This has happened before. Xin Bai was watching from the side at the time and spoke up for Chow Daju. Who knew that when the two of them were beating up Chow Daju, they suddenly got excited and beat up Xin Bai as well. Helpless, Xin Bai knew he couldn't escape, so he could only sell out his teammates. Therefore, in order to ensure that he would not be beaten, he had to let Chow Daju down. It is better for one person to be beaten than for both of them to be beaten. From Chow Daju's emotional value plus 888. From Chow Daju's emotional value plus 888. Chow Daju's emotional value began to flood the screen. He is feeling so miserable now. Since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. Mom and Dad, let's check the surveillance footage. Big brother definitely played with me just now. I wanted to stop playing, but he said that nothing would happen as long as he was around. Chow Daju pointed to the surveillance camera in the corner of the ceiling. But Chow Daily ignored him and hit him even harder. Xiao Bai asked you to play, so you play? What's his strength? Look at Xiao Bai, he's already at level 1, rank 2, even stronger than Xiaoya. He's improved through his own hard work and is a top-tier existence among his peers in Zhangchang. And look at you, you're only level 7, and you're still using so many resources. At this time, Xin Bai suddenly remembered something. Godfather, Zhu is actually not only level 7, he has already broken through to level 8. After all, they are brothers, and Xin Bai couldn't help but speak up for Chow Daju. As soon as these words were spoken, Xiao's father and mother stopped at the same time. Chow Daju thought his parents were going to praise him. Puffed up her little chest with pride. But the next second, there was a hot whipping on the butt. Okay, you're still pretending to be level 7, so let's control the intensity, right? Is this what you're thinking about? When the two men beat Chow Daju, they controlled their strength. I didn't expect this kid to pretend to be level 7 in an attempt to reduce the severity of the beating. From Chow Daju's emotional value plus 888. From Chow Daju. 5 minutes later. Xin Bai quickly helped Chow Daju, who was lying on the bed. Zhu Zi, are you okay? It's okay, I can feel my but no longer. Don't tell me, I'm here, and the beating is indeed much lighter. From Chow Daju's emotional value plus 888. Brother Bai, I shouldn't have let you come. If you hadn't come, they wouldn't have seen you advance to level 2. If they had only seen me advance to level 1, level 8, they definitely wouldn't have been so harsh. Xin Bai acted very calmly. Let me tell you one thing first, don't panic. Then he began to explain, is it possible that your parents just beat you because you were playing games? They don't know your test scores yet. Chow Daju was stunned for a moment. Fuck. So this beating I received was for nothing? The two are still discussing. After a while, Su Shioli called people to eat. At the dinner table, Chow Daju ate while standing. It's not because I'm afraid, it's because my butt hurts when I sit down. Chow Daily took a bite of his food and said, look at Xiao Bai. He wasn't as good as Xiaoya before, but now he's already at the 2nd level. Xiaoya is almost there too, but you're so slow. Come back tomorrow and start practicing. Chow Daju nodded quickly. I promise not to play games tomorrow. You little bastard, you're always hot-headed. Su Xioli suddenly said, by the way, how about the driver's license I paid you to take? When Chao Dezhu just turned 18 years old. His parents gave him money to get a driver's license. There is a spare car at home, so it will be more convenient for him to go anywhere. Chao Dezhu chuckled, you've learned half of it, but you don't want to learn the other half? Don't want to learn? You don't want to get the certificate? Su Xioli looked puzzled. Are you stuck on the third subject and can't pass it? Unexpectedly, Chao Dezhu patted his chest confidently and said, who said that? I've already got it. What certificate? Who gave it to you? You didn't bribe the coach, did you? Chao Daliai's tone was unhappy. Why didn't he learn anything else at such a young age, and why did he learn this kind of workplace literature? The motorcycle license is a normal test, there's no need to pay money. Chao Dezhu smiled and said, a four-wheeled vehicle is also a vehicle, and a two-wheeled vehicle is also a vehicle. I'm using the time I spent learning the four-wheeled vehicle to learn the two-wheeled vehicle. Doesn't that give me more time to practice? Chao Daliai was very upset. Is this how you understand it after learning half of it? Bang! Suddenly, a crack sound of breaking was heard. A few people turned around and saw that the bowl in Su Xioli's hand was crushed. The veins on his forehead bulged and he looked at Chao Dezhu with gritted teeth. Chao Daliai saw that something was wrong and said, forget it, my wife, don't be impulsive. You even dare to play tricks on me? If I don't beat you to death today, I'm not your mother. Chao Daliai quickly stopped him. Xiao Bai, take that brat away quickly. Xin Bai, who was standing aside, had to admire Chao Dezhu's idea. But no matter what he thought, he still pulled Chao Dezhu and ran away quickly, leaving a word behind. Godmother, Zhuzi is coming to my house these few days, I'm here to urge him to practice. Chapter 85. Don't give me a word, give me money instead. Xin Bai and Chao Dezhu ran out without finishing their meal. The two walked to an old neighborhood and saw a rather simple restaurant. This was Xin Bai's suggestion. Only this old neighborhood. Just as the two were about to go in, I saw an acquaintance passing by. Brother, do you think that's Tang Chuan? It seems so. Why does he look so nervous? Xin Bai planned to go up and say hello. But Tang Chuan ignored them completely. He walked quickly past and almost bumped into Xin Bai, but still did not recognize Xin Bai and the other person. As he walked, he looked back, said sorry to Xin Bai and the others, and hurried into the hotel. Chao Dezhu couldn't help but complain. No way, is this the reincarnation of a starving ghost? As soon as he finished speaking, he saw two young men jogging towards him in a hurry. Just like Tang Chuan just now. However, the two young men thought Xin Bai would dodge. There is no thought of dodging at all. Apparently, Xin Bai bumped into one of the young men. Before Xin Bai could say anything, the young man grabbed Xin Bai's collar and said, are you blind? Judging from his clothes, he is definitely not a good person. Another person stopped the young man and asked Xin Bai, smelly boy, did you see a boy about your age passing by here just now? Yes, I have. The two of them were obviously looking for Tang Chuan. Tell me, where did he go? Xin Bai waved away the other person's hand that was grabbing his collar. Signaled the other party to let go. The young man didn't let go. I'm asking you a question, why don't you answer it quickly? Do you want to die? Is that how you ask people? The other person gestured to let go, then asked again, where did that person go just now? Xin Bai patted his collar, then put his hands in his pockets and said, you bumped into me, threatened me, and you still have the nerve to ask me questions? Another young man introduced himself. My name is Yang Hu. Even though you don't know my name, you must have heard of the White Tiger Gang. Xin Bai frowned and looked at Chao Dezhu. White Tiger Gang? Have you heard of it? Chao Dezhu shook his head. No, could it be that all of them are white tigers? Xin Bai retorted, how is that possible? Can't you see that these two are men? From Yang Hu's emotional value plus 888. From Yang Long's emotional value plus 888. Xin Bai glanced at the other person and said, I don't care who you are. I just want to know why you hit someone and didn't apologize, and you're still acting so aggressively. Is this the style of your White Tiger Gang? Yang Hu's expression became kind, and he smiled at Xin Bai and said, excuse me, little brother, could you tell us where that person went just now? This attitude is pretty good. Xin Bai nodded with satisfaction. Then he changed the subject, but I don't want to tell you. From. The two men looked Xin Bai up and down. The two of them had come to look for someone as instructed, and they were already annoyed when he ran away. Now he is being played like a monkey by Qin Bai again. Yang Hu's face turned dark instantly. Don't be shameless, kid. What's wrong with being shameless? Qin Bai's momentum was not weakened at all. Yang Long reminded him, boy, you are still young. Let me give you a word of advice, young people should not be too impulsive. Old man, don't give me any words, if you want to give me something, give me money. From Yang Long's emotional value plus 888. You still want us to give you money? Just when Yang Long was about to make a move, Yang Hua stopped his brother. He crossed his arms over his chest, a hint of fear in his eyes. I just mentioned the name of the White Tiger Gang. I didn't expect that this kid in front of me would dare to be so smart. The background must be quite big. Kid, I think the force behind you must be quite powerful, but we in the White Tiger Gang are not pushovers. We'll meet again sooner or later. I advise you to be more sensible. Yang Hu deliberately amplified his voice to make it more intimidating. There were passers-by around and some were preparing to enter the restaurant to listen. Stay away from this hotel. The White Tiger Gang has been established in Jiangcheng for a long time and has a large number of members. They are a type of gangster who often collects protection fees from vulnerable groups under various names. Now that he's pestering these two guys, he must be asking for money. I really don't know where this child comes from. He is so pitiful. And just at this moment, a voice rang out. When did the White Tiger Gang become so powerful that they dare to threaten people in the street? Yang Hu and Yang Long were ready to attack, but when they saw the person coming, I was shocked. I didn't expect this guy to be here too. They knew this man, Li Rue, the security captain who was responsible for cracking down on Jiangcheng's underworld groups. Normally, this person would not talk to the two of them to avoid gossip. He actually said hello to me today. Yang Hu immediately greeted him with a smile. It turns out to be Captain Li, we just... However, before he could say anything, Li Rue immediately took action and suppressed the two men. Bang! Bang! This scene made the two brothers Yang and Hu confused, and the embarrassment in their eyes was self-evident. Li Rue actually took direct action to suppress the riot, which made the crowd applaud. Immediately afterwards, Li Rue walked up to Qin Bai and Chao Daiju and bowed slightly. I failed to properly manage public security in my jurisdiction and offended Master Chao. Please forgive Li Rue for his dereliction of duty. Crash. For a moment, the Yang and Hu brothers, as well as all the people around them, were shocked, looking at Chao Daiju with awe. It turns out that the person who had been silent just now had such a powerful background. Chao Daiju just twisted his mouth corner and showed his full aura, completely losing the embarrassing look of being beaten on the buttocks by his parents just now. Qin Bai watched from the side. Holy shit, it turns out the Dragon King feels so good when he twists his mouth. I finally understand what that feeling is like. Chao Daiju coughed twice and said, it's okay. Brotherly, you go ahead and do your work. I'll come over to have dinner with my brothers. He had no intention of showing off, but who knew that the pretense would come to him? Alas, this is the trouble with being famous. But the next second, Chao Daiju bent his body. Brother, help me, my butt hurts. It turned out that the wound just now was. The two entered the restaurant, and Qin Bai asked, do you know that person? Well, his name is Li Rue, and he's in charge of gang fights. He is not simple. The two people from the White Tiger Gang just now obviously knew Li Rue. If Chao Daiju hadn't been there, Li Rue probably wouldn't have shown up. Moreover, the reason he showed up was simply because he was afraid that the two of them would offend Chao Daiju. Chao Daiju said indifferently, it's normal. Li Rue is greedy for money and must have connections with these gangs privately. Qin Bai walked into the hotel, looking for Tang Xuan. When the two men came after him, Qin Bai could confirm that Tang Xuan had just walked in. But now I can't find it. After going around in circles, Qin Bai found Tang Xuan in the bathroom. This guy is actually hiding in the toilet. He is usually so domineering, but now he is so scared that he hides in the toilet. This incompatible personality is really unexpected. Qin Bai rolled his eyes, intending to scare the other person. Immediately, he lifted the toilet partition with both feet, grabbed the top, and climbed up in a pull-up position. When his head was higher than the partition, ready to scare Tang Xuan, what came into view was a big white butt and a terrified face looking at him. Tang Xuan was indeed taking a shit. From Tang Xuan's emotional value plus 888. Fuck, Qin Bai, are you crazy? I'm taking a shit and you come to peek? Chapter 86, Protecting the Stability of Jiangcheng is Our Obligation. A busy and bustling small restaurant. Tang Xuan held a tissue in his hand and looked at the two people in front of him angrily. Qinbai asked curiously, Tang Xuan, are you here to poop? What do you think? I went to the bathroom not to poop, but to eat poop? Qinbai muttered softly, who knows? From Tang Xuan's emotional value plus 666. While ordering food, Qinbai asked Tang Xuan why he was targeted by the White Tiger Gang. Tang Xuan asked doubtfully, White Tiger Gang? When did the White Tiger Gang target me? Qinbai was surprised and said, you're still pretending. You just rushed into this restaurant to avoid those two people from the White Tiger Gang. You looked so anxious that you didn't even notice you bumped into me. You must have gotten into some serious trouble, right? Ha! I just had diarrhea and was in a hurry to poop, so I ran in here. I don't know what the White Tiger Gang is. Qinbai and Chao Dezhu looked at each other. Could it be that the person the White Tiger Gang is chasing is not Tang Xuan, but someone else? Tang Xuan nodded. Speaking of the White Tiger Gang, I've indeed heard of them. I've always lived in this neighborhood. The White Tiger Gang used to be quite normal, but recently they've been collecting protection fees for some reason. At this point, Tang Xuan changed the subject. Those who didn't pay the protection fee were arrested by them. I know someone who was also arrested. I haven't heard from him in a long time. Chao Dezhu was puzzled. So, it seems the White Tiger Gang is really arresting people on the street. They're so rampant, and no one's watching over them? Qinbai said, didn't you see it all just now? The security guards didn't do much. Do you believe that Li Rui took them away and then let them go? Isn't this unlikely? Impossible. If you don't believe me, I'll ask Uncle Su for you. Having said that, Qinbai called Su De directly. Tell Su De what happened just now. When Su De heard the news, his tone changed slightly and he asked where Qinbai and the others were. Qinbai was a little confused. He rarely saw Su De with such a serious expression. Sent the location immediately. Half an hour later, Su De arrived at the hotel box where Qinbai and others were. Su De was wearing a hat, so most people couldn't recognize him. Qinbai's mouth twitched. Uncle, what's going on with you? Are you role-playing and pretending to be a thief? What role-playing? I'm just worried about being discovered. Qinbai narrowed his eyes and said, you didn't just go on a date with your lover, and your wife found out. So you just used me as a shield and said you've been with us forever. From Su De's mood value plus 888. What date? What are you thinking about, you little brat? I'm worried about being discovered by those gang members. Hearing Su De say this, Qinbai became excited. So, Uncle Su, you know the situation here? Su De sat down and started eating. It's just like what you said before. It's not just this neighborhood. Other poor neighborhoods have this problem too. There have been several disappearances. Our investigations were fruitless, so we started cracking down on these types of gangs. Due to the revival of spiritual energy, these gangs and societies often go to secret places together to hunt exotic beasts. They are considered to be some mercenary groups, and generally speaking they are somewhat useful. Usually, officials ignore it. But now, these gangs have compromised the safety of the masses. The Jiangcheng Public Security Bureau had to intervene, but with little success. Obviously, there are direct reasons within the Public Security Bureau. Qinbai seemed to notice something unusual. Uncle Su, you came all the way here, do you have something else to tell us? Su De shook his head. No, I'm just hungry, so I came here to secretly investigate the situation here. Chao Dezhu also noticed something was wrong. That's not right. If you just want to understand the situation, Brother Bai has already explained it very clearly. You wouldn't have come here to repeat it. Qinbai added, this gang incident shouldn't be that simple. If it was just Li Rui's problem, you should have been able to investigate it thoroughly long ago, and you wouldn't have needed to come forward to investigate whether this incident is related to a cult organization. Su De put down his bowl and chopsticks and glanced at Qinbai. You are really smart. Since you have guessed it, I will tell you. Some time ago, people disappeared in Jiangcheng. Most of these people were spiritual warriors who had just reached adulthood. They had extraordinary talents. We suspect this is related to the Tongxin Society. Qinbai interrupted, wait, you said those spiritual warriors have extraordinary talents. How extraordinary are they? Let me tell you this. Su Gang, the top student at number 2 middle school, had already reached the 8th level of the first order during the summer vacation, but he suddenly disappeared. If you're so awesome, then why didn't you target me? It obviously has nothing to do with talent. Shinbai said affirmatively. From Suda's mood value plus 888. From Chaodaju's emotional value plus 888. From Tang Chuan. Everyone present was speechless. So, I don't have any feelings for you, or is that a big problem? Have you ever considered that they have already attacked you? Suda's words made Shinbai suddenly stunned. Is it the Dark Knight organization? No, isn't the Dark Knight organization an assassin organization? The Dark Knight organization is one of the organizations in the Tongshin Society. The Tongshin Society is a large alliance composed of countless evil organizations. They are all gathering places for desperate criminals and greedy people. They are fundamentally different from normal gangs. Shinbai and Chaodaiju nodded. They had both heard about this from Commander Wang Lin. Sudong continued, the last time we annihilated the Dark Knight organization's stronghold, we captured a few people and found out from them that the Dark Knight organization was established to kidnap talented spiritual warriors. And this operation was obviously not just carried out by the Dark Knight organization. During this period, I cleared out all the cult-related organizations in Jiangcheng. I thought there would be no problems. But some time ago, these gangs began to have these kinds of problems, so I suspect they are connected to cults. I came here for 2 reasons. First, to secretly investigate the White Tiger Gang's lair to see if there's anything unusual. Secondly, I wanted to find you and ask you for a favor. As soon as the voice fell, Shinbai stood up and left. Zhuzi, I suddenly remembered that I forgot to turn off the gas at home. Let's go back quickly. Good. From Sudon's emotional value plus 888. Suda was speechless and said, the Baiwayuan community where you live uses pipeline natural gas. That means the pipe in my house is broken and the property management sent me a message. Suda said directly, a second-level space-based spiritual skill. Shuzi, it's okay. Your elder brother grew up breathing natural gas. Let Uncle Su finish what he has to say first. From Chaodaju's emotional value plus 888. Suda was speechless, you kid, you really don't want to release the eagle until you see the rabbit. Shinbai said helplessly, there's nothing I can do, I'm poor. After breaking through to the second level, normally one can absorb a second-level beast core and comprehend spiritual skills. Generally speaking, they absorb beast cores with attributes related to superpowers. But beast cores all have a success rate. If you want to comprehend spiritual skills but you are unlucky, the price will be sky high. What's more, he is the rarest space type. If things go wrong, Shinbai He will spend all the 200 million resources he obtained from the robbers and still not be able to understand it. Uncle Su, if you need any help, please speak up as soon as possible. I, Shinbai, will never reconcile with evil. It is my duty to protect the stability of Jiangcheng. Chapter 87 Investigation Mission, Super Lollipop. Suda glanced at Chaodaiju and Tang Chuan. The two were very tactful and left the private room together. Suda activated his perception ability to ensure that there were no ears on the other side of the wall. He said with a serious face, based on my investigation into this missing person case, I can confirm that there are members of the Tongshin Society hiding in your Jiangcheng No. 1 middle school. Jiangcheng No. 1 middle school? Tongshin Club? Shinbai was a little surprised. Suda continued, yes, do you remember that you told me that you and Su Xiaoyao were attacked once? Shinbai nodded after the assessment of the garrison army internship. He not only told Wang Lin about the secret realm, but also told Su Di about his first encounter with danger. It just changed the counterattack into a lucky escape. Shinbai asked, have you found any results from the investigation? Su Di nodded. Well, based on your analysis, I started investigating and found the person who exposed Su Xiaoya's information to the Dark Knight organization. He was an intern teacher at Jiangcheng University. It was because of his appearance that I was able to sort out the chronology of the entire missing persons case and discovered that the first case involved Liang Yu, a senior at Jiangcheng No. 1 middle school. Not long after that, you and Su Xiaoya were attacked. I suspect that Liang Yu was abducted by the Tongshin Society. Seeing that the school had suppressed the news of Liang Yu's disappearance, they chose to continue the attack. I suspect the teacher has accomplices in your school and holds a high position in the Dark Knight organization. Otherwise, as an intern at No. 1 middle school, he wouldn't be able to do things quickly and cleanly. Shinbai blinked his eyes, Uncle Su, you don't want me to help you find that accomplice. I suggest investigating the principal. After all, he suppressed Liang Yu's disappearance and is the most suspicious. It can't be your principal, Su De said with certainty. I do have a clue. I know for sure that person is a student. He must be very popular, talented, and often eccentric. Qinbai thought for a moment. Just kidding, isn't this like looking for a needle in a haystack? Su De raised his eyebrows and said, do you think it's so easy to acquire space-based spiritual skills? Qinbai supported his chin with his hand as if thinking, and suddenly an idea came to him. Uncle Su, if I find this person, will you reward me with spatial spiritual skills? That's right, Su De said affirmatively. Then I found it. Who? Do you think I'm a student at Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School? I'm very popular, talented, and an orphan. I can be considered unique. I completely meet the requirements. Qinbai paused and said, okay, you can go find the beast core to help me comprehend spiritual skills. From Suda's mood value plus 888. Don't make a fuss. Do you know why I'm looking for you? Because I believe you've made great contributions to the multiple captures of cult organizations. Not only that, with your strategy and wisdom, as long as you succeed, you can be considered a hero of Jiangcheng. Moreover, your parents are both great heroes of Jiangcheng. I believe that if they knew about this, they would definitely hope that you would become a hero of Jiangcheng too. Listening to Su Da's flattering words, Qinbai couldn't help but complain. So they're just going to keep robbing our family? It's not about plucking, it's about trust. I can't trust anyone else. Su Da's words came from the heart. Qinbai fell into thought. The Dark Knight organization is indeed annoying. They have been assassinated twice. This goes against one of Qinbai's 10 principles. I am allowed to sneak attack others, but others are not allowed to sneak attack me. Besides, Su De knows himself. The reward for the spatial spiritual skill this time was obviously something he had specifically fought for himself. For both public and private reasons, Qinbai had no reason to refuse. Now that it has been upgraded to level 2, it is considered to be quite powerful. It's time to give those guys some trouble. Okay, I'll try, but I can't guarantee I'll find it. Okay, take care of yourself. If you can't find it, just provide some clues. I'll try to get you some spatial spiritual skills. Qinbai said he understood. After dinner, Qinbai and Chao Dezhu went home. Su De specifically reminded Qinbai to pay attention to his own safety. After the two left, Su De made a phone call. Old Wang, it's okay. Qinbai agreed. The voice of Qinbai and his superiors came from the other end of the phone. There's really no need to let Qinbai do such a risky thing. Just give it to him. I have the beast core anyway. Su De said, it's different. You don't know Qinbai. Although he's greedy, he never accepts gifts from others for no reason. I just happened to have a problem, so I gave it to him to investigate, and it also serves as training. Wang Lin said in a deep voice, that's fine. Just do what you think is right. The higher-ups will probably be handing out the interns' assignments soon. On the way back, Qinbai told Chao Dezhu what happened. Chao Dezhu suddenly felt a sense of crisis. The two went to the stock exchange. I bought some spiritual energy beads for cultivation. Qinbai also bought some basic medicines and spent all his savings. But he was not panicked at all. After all, he was now a small wealthy man with assets worth hundreds of millions. However, I dare not sell those things. I can only wait until my realm reaches a higher level and absorb them myself. Chao Dezhu can only live in Qinbai's house these days. There was no other way. I had just angered Chao Dalai and Su Xiuli, and now I had to endure a series of attacks when I got home. Return to Qinbai's home. Chao Dezhu started practicing directly. Qinbai looked at his emotion value. I drew 3 legendary prize pools. There are 5 more ration pills. In addition to this, there is a new item. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Pigman World item, Super Lollipop. Qinbai was a little stunned. There is such a thing? But after taking a look, I found that there is indeed an introduction. Super Lollipop can stimulate potential, improve combat effectiveness, and randomly obtain a martial arts secret manual, which can be used as a spiritual skill. Random? To be honest, I don't have high expectations. But it's not bad to be able to improve combat effectiveness. There are not many pills in stock in the warehouse. There are a total of 10 Bingliang pills, 8 senzu beans and a super lollipop. Xinbai gave Chao Deju 3 military ration pills. Ever since I found out there was such a dangerous person hiding in the school. We still have to take precautions. Xinbai originally wanted to give a magic bean to Chao Deju. After all, we are all brothers. But after thinking about it, I decided it wasn't necessary. Chao Deju has his own flying thunder god mark on him, if he is really about to die. You can just fly here directly. Of course, the most important point is the fear of being robbed. It's no big deal if the Bingliang pills are stolen, but it would be a big loss if the senzu beans are stolen. Senzu beans are a must-have item after you have activated Ultra Instinct. Use one less. At the moment, I don't have enough emotional value to touch the prize pool containing senzu beans. Xinbai called Su Xiaoya and told her not to go home alone these days, and it would be better to have her family pick her up. For this mission, Xinbai had some direction. He still remembered that Chen Bang had told him about Liang Yu's disappearance. I'll ask Chen Bang tomorrow to see if he has found out anything. Chapter 88 Because You Are My Lucky Star. Early the next morning, Xinbai and Chao Deju came to the training room. He found that some classmates looked at him differently. Ha? Juzi, is there something on my face? Chao Deju took a look, shook his head and said, nothing. Xinbai was a little confused. He just took off his coat and was about to start training. The students from Rocket Class 1 suddenly gathered around. Tang Chuan and Chen Bang were in the lead, with a slightly raised smile on their faces, showing a look of success. What are you trying to do? Xinbai said indifferently, you don't want to challenge me. Yes, we want to challenge you in a one-on-one duel. You can challenge all of us alone. More than 30 boys came up. Xinbai took a quick look and saw that most of them were students from Class 1 and Class 2. Alas, as the famous generals say, they are not used to leading soldiers who are not their own. Do you think you're still in the same era as when you were in Class 5, showing off your might? Xinbai suddenly understood what was going on. Most of the students in Rocket Class 1 are former students from Class 1 and Class 2. Few students from Class 5 can come to Rocket Class 1. Xinbai bullied them in the past, especially the incident of charging for toilets. Now is the chance for revenge. But they never thought about why Xinbai could be the boss of Class 5. Xinbai's second-level spiritual energy burst out and he glanced at the people in front of him. Hey, isn't this Tang Chuan and Chen Bang? You've reached level 9 of the first stage. Do you want to teach me a lesson? I'm giving all of you a chance to gang up on me. Anyone who wants to challenge me, please step forward. Crash. At that moment, everyone took a step forward and took a step back. But it's not over yet. Tang Chuan and Chen Bang did not move, and the others took another step back. For a moment, the two leaders stood in front of the team. Xinbai was very upset. Good guys, the leader takes a step back, and the others take 2 steps back. Are you trying to make me die of laughter? From Chen Bang's mood value plus 6,666. From Tang Chuan's emotional value plus 888. The two were even more speechless. After discussing for a few days, they finally decided to join forces to teach Xinbai a lesson. But who knew they were just a bunch of cowards? Are you so afraid of Xinbai? Do you plan to live under his shadow for the rest of your life? The two people's persuasion had no effect. There is no way, he is a second-level spiritual warrior of the space system. It instantly woke everyone up. In addition to Xinbai's shamelessness, it is not certain that we can teach him a lesson now. Even if the lesson is successful, you will still get beaten. Seeing that everyone still ignored him, Tang Chuan cursed loudly, what a bunch of cowards. Chen Bang looked at Xinbai with angry eyes, if you have the guts, come and deal with us too. Xinbai spread his hands together, sighed and said, Tang Chuan, Chen Bang, it seems that your strength has improved a lot, and you also know that my attack power is weak. What? Are you scared? The two looked proud. Xinbai was right, the two of them broke through to level 9 of the first stage. With their combined strength, they won't necessarily lose to Xinbai. Actually, I think that as a spiritual warrior, you shouldn't fight with more people against fewer. You should fight 1v1 with real men, so? Having said this, Xinbai paused and coughed twice. Tang Chuan and Chen Bang looked at Xinbai. Could it be that this guy has a cold? So you don't dare to fight? But who knows, the next second. Chen Bang felt a black screen in front of his eyes. Fuck, Xinbai, you're a fucking beast. From Chen Bang's emotions plus 8,888. Xian Bai used the flying thunder god to teleport behind Chen Bang. A sack appeared in his hand and he put it on. A sweeping kick knocked Chen Bang down. At the same time, Chao Dezhu next to him followed instantly. Directly released the supernatural power to suppress Chen Bang. Chen Bang guessed that Xian Bai would launch a sneak attack, but he didn't expect that he would launch a sneak attack before even getting on the competition stage. He couldn't even release his superpowers. Xian Bai pressed his hands and Chao Dezhu pressed his legs. Under the double control, Chen Bang was unable to move at all. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. The two men hit Chen Bang hard, and Chen Bang, who was lying on the ground, wailed in pain. Xian Bai, don't attack me if you dare. I'm going to use my ultimate move to kill you. Oh, you still dare to show off. Xian Bai's mouth twitched. Zhu Zi hit him in the smoke. Chen Bang wailed even more painfully. Xian Bai asked as he beat her, you still dare to act so arrogant? Are you wrong? Humph, Chen Bang, never admit my mistakes in my life. Hey, you're so tough. Let me see how tough you are. Xian Bai increased his strength, and Chen Bang felt like his but was about to explode. I feel like the shit is going to be beaten out of me. Finally, under the attack of Xian Bai and Chao Dezhu, Chen Bang didn't dare to pretend anymore. Stop hitting me, I was wrong. Xian Bai cursed loudly and shouted at the students around him. Look, everyone, look. Just now I really thought you, Chen Bang, were a real man. I didn't expect you to surrender so easily. When the monsters attack the city, I think you will be the first one to commit treason. Come on, beat him to death. From Chen Bang's mood value plus 6,666. Chen Bang was stunned for a moment. He couldn't be tough, nor could he surrender. It's okay if I just keep quiet. Chen Bang silently endured the beating from the two men, without uttering any harsh words or begging for mercy. Seeing this, Xian Bai said viciously, fuck you, you're pretending to be an expert without saying anything, right? Zhu Zi, use force. From Chen Bang's mood value plus 8,888. Chen Bang was confused again. Is this something that came out of someone's mouth? The classmates were all watching from the side, feeling lucky that they had not provoked Xian Bai. Tang Xuan, who was standing aside, silently raised his foot, took a step back, and returned to the team. What are you three doing? At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and found that the person coming was naturally the class teacher Jiang Ku. Xian Bai and Chao Dezhu quickly stood up. It's like this. Chen Bang just said he wasn't feeling well. I just learned a set of massage techniques that can help overtrained spiritual warriors relax. I was teaching Zhu Zi just now, using Chen Bang as a demonstration. Look, he almost fainted from the comfort. From Chen Bang's mood value plus 8,888. Based on Jiang Ku's understanding of Xian Bai, there is actually no need to explain. You are to run 50 laps around the playground. No psychic powers allowed. Okay. Xian Bai didn't say anything nonsense. If you dare to talk nonsense, then it will be 100 laps. As he said that, Xian Bai directly pulled Chen Bang up. Why the hell did you drag me along? I'm going to get beaten. What are you talking about? We gave you a massage, and now you pull up your pants and ignore us? From Chen Bang's mood value plus 8,888. In the end, Chen Bang went running laps under Xian Bai's gaze. On the runway, Chen Bang couldn't help but ask Xian Bai. Xian Bai, there's something I really don't understand. What's up? Just now, Tang Xuan and I challenged you at the same time, why did you only hit me? Xian Bai smiled slightly. Is there any need to think about this? Of course it's because you are my lucky star. Chen Bang's mouth twitched, goddamn lucky star, I think you are my disaster star. From Chen Bang's mood value plus 8,888. Chapter 89. There were a lot of people inside just now, please give me some face. Xian Bai and the other two ran back to the training hall. I found that my classmate's condition was not much better than mine. Everyone has scars to varying degrees. Jiang Ku did make corresponding training plans for each of them. Chen Bang, whose classmates already had bruises on their faces, came back panting. I couldn't help but come over and tease him. Chen Bang, how come you're like a spinning top, getting whipped by Xian Bai every day? You don't have any manliness at all. Go challenge him one-on-one, fight him back, surpass him, and don't let him get away with it. When Chen Bang heard this, his face changed and he shouted viciously. You're saying I'm unmanly and don't even dare to challenge Qin Bai in a one-on-one duel? Then let me ask you, who holds the record for the fastest second level in Jiangcheng? Could it be me? Answer me? Is Qin Bai a normal person? Ha? Answer me? You're saying I was being whipped. We agreed to do it together, and you're saying I'm not manly. Answer me? Look in my eyes. Tell me, why? Baby, why? Do you think this is a normal one-on-one fight? He's so shameless. What's the difference between fighting him one-on-one and getting beaten up by a group? Speak. The classmates were frightened by Chen Bang's roar. He seems to be driven a little crazy. At this time, a big hand patted Chen Bang on the back. Chen Bang was angry and just knocked it away. Who is that? Are they close to you? How can we not be familiar with each other? We are friends for life and death. Chen Bang heard a familiar voice and looked back. It's Qin Bai. When the classmates saw Qin Bai, they dispersed instantly as if they had seen the god of plague. Chen Bang's eyes widened. What do you want to do now? Don't be so nervous, let me ask you something. Qin Bai found a random seat near Chen Bang and sat down. Didn't you say last time that you were investigating your brother Liang Yu? Is there any follow-up? Chen Bang looked at Qin Bai in confusion. You have a missing friend too? Beg me, and I'll tell you. I'll give you a chance to say it again. Qin Bai's eyes flashed, and a sack suddenly appeared in his hand. I was just kidding. Chen Bang said quickly. During this period, I investigated the places Liang Yu often went to before he disappeared. Is it the newly built Dao Faz Ran Club? Qin Bai exclaimed, it really is related to them. Yes, it's the Tongxin Society. Chen Bang nodded and continued, through the club, I also discovered that Liang Yu sometimes went out of the city and went to the rice flour market next door. He usually went there for 2 days on weekends, and each time he went to the black market. Is it related to Rice Flower City? It's very likely, but I've been to Rice Flower City several times recently and found it too complicated to investigate. I only found out that he is related to a certain gang. After listening to Chen Bang's words, Qin Bai fell into analysis. It seems that Liang Yu is indeed related to the Dark Knight organization, and the person in the school should be related to Liang Yu. But there is no need for me to investigate this. I think Chen Bang has already checked it. Looks like I need to go to the popcorn market. After a short break, Jiang Ku organized the students to start training again. Okay, now that we've rested, let's move on to the next stage of specialized training. When these words were spoken, the students looked distressed. The special training just now has already taken half their lives away, and they are still going to do it. Jiang Ke said, during this time, I will improve each of your abilities. I hope you will train well. The school has announced that next month's resources will be related to your performance in the secret realm. Qin Bai, you are responsible for supervision. Jiang Ke looked at Qin Bai, but saw that the other party did not move at all. What are you doing? Don't tell me you can't move after running 50 laps. Qin Bai glanced at his phone and looked at the teacher. The expression is very proud. Teacher, I don't need any training in supernatural proficiency. As for the secret realm, I have rich experience. Qin Bai said as he walked towards the entrance of the training ground, not caring about the gazes of the crowd at all. As for me, I won't be training these few days. You can find someone else to supervise. This is a notification, not a discussion. Having said that, Qin Bai walked directly out of the training ground. The students were left looking at each other in bewilderment. Fuck, Qin Bai so arrogant? Did he take the wrong medicine? He's sabotaging the homeroom teacher right in front of him? So courageous. Is this our squad leader? I love it. Don't fall in love anymore. If you really fall in love, you might end up a widow someday. Jiang Ke was also confused, just when she was about to take action. Suddenly a message came on my phone. Qin Bai, teacher, I'm going to carry out my mission as a garrison intern. I have no choice but to do this to avoid exposing my information. There were so many people around just now, so please give me some face. Xiao Bai apologizes to you now. Following the message was a screenshot of an intern's task. It means that there is indeed a mission, and Jiang Ku doesn't intend to make a fuss about it. Qin Bai also received the military merit mission just now. It was sent by Wang Lin. Mission: several people have suddenly and inexplicably died in Mihua City. It doesn't appear to be human error. The garrison suspects a strange beast has caused the deaths. Furthermore, there appears to be an organization breeding strange beasts in Mihua City. Investigate the results and report them to the garrison. Complete to receive 100 military merits. The students called out to the teacher, but he didn't respond, which made them feel awesome. There were even some fearless people who tried to imitate Qinbai, but were slapped back into the team by Jiang Ku. Of course, Qinbai received the news. Chao Dezhu, Su Xiuya, Ai Weiwei and others naturally received the news. Several people acted quickly. Just when I was about to go to Riceflower City, the garrison's mission came. Qinbai was even more ecstatic. Since his electric car was upgraded, he had never tried long-distance driving. If I were to go there now, I would definitely choose to drive there myself. Chao Dezhu and the others were stunned. When they heard that Qinbai had a spiritual electric car, their faces were filled with excitement. A red motorcycle appeared and the three of them got on it quickly. Whoosh! Just as Qinbai was about to straighten the car, he was pressed down by several people and lost his direction. Qinbai said dissatisfiedly, "Fuck, why don't you take the high-speed train or a plane?" Chao Dezhu said, "Transportation is too troublesome, yours is so convenient." After system upgrade. Now it can't be called an electric car, it's more accurately called a motorcycle, and the seats are also very long, so it's no problem to carry 4 people. Qinbai turned the handle to the bottom and increased the horsepower to maximum. Direct nitrogen injection. Whoosh! A pair of red wings appeared on both sides of the locomotive, and it successfully flew into the sky. Fuck! 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 Chao Dezhu and the other two shouted in unison, with surprise in their eyes. Qinbai said proudly, "How about it, your brother Bai is awesome." "That's awesome." Chao Dezhu shouted, "Your car can even fly." "How did you do that?" Ivy looked at the motorcycle carefully. Was it a reward from the Public Security Bureau? When did the Public Security Bureau have this kind of spiritual weapon? Her father is the chief of the Public Security Bureau and knows what is in the Bureau's spiritual weapon library. But I have never seen a flying motorcycle. I was lucky enough to obtain a beast core and made some upgrades to it. Qinbai made up a random excuse. 3 minutes later. It's time to fly. The locomotive returned to the ground again. However, several people have already left Jiangchang and continued driving in the wild mountains and wilderness in the suburbs. Can't it fly all the time? Chao Dezhu asked with some lingering interest. Qinbai rolled his eyes. How can it be possible to fly all the time? No way, it's only 3 minutes, that's too short. Zhu Zi, can you walk to Mihua City by yourself in these desolate mountains and wilderness? Chapter 90, Competitive Prices and Great Service. I think 3 minutes is a long time. Chao Dezhu was frightened by Qinbai and dared not say a word anymore. What happened next broadened the horizons of the three of them. Woo woo woo. This motorcycle can not only fly, but also climb mountains. The 90 slope is just like flat ground, completely ignoring gravity. When you come across a lake, you can even walk on water. It's simply too outrageous. This is when the knowledge learned in school comes in handy. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. Qinbai didn't turn at all and flew straight towards Mihua City. The trinity of sea, land, and air, unhindered. An hour passed. The group has arrived above Riceflower City. Qinbai was extremely excited and immediately increased the horsepower to maximum. The two girls' mouths twitched, and they couldn't help but say, "I said we're already here, can you please just go down? You're showing off here." Qinbai drove the motorcycle around in circles in the sky, with no intention of landing. It even caused exclamations from the crowd below. Who is this guy? He's driving in the city sky. I can't forgive him. How despicable. He's showing off just because he has some ability. I can't forgive him. Is he mocking me right in the face? I can never forgive him. From Zhang San's emotional value plus 888. From I thought everyone was envious. But who knew that everyone's eyes were kind? Qinbai looked at the emotion value prompted by the system. There's something wrong with this rice flour market. We can't pretend anymore. Find a deserted place to land. Ai Weiwei teased, "Why aren't you flying anymore?" Qinbai spread his hands, "I suddenly feel that flying like this is not a good idea." Chao Dezhu asked, "Where are we going now?" There's no hint about the military merit mission. Qinbai also had no idea. I remembered what Qin Bang said about the black market this morning. Let's go to the black market first. Since I'm here, I might as well investigate the task Suda gave me. Several people took a taxi to the black market. What surprised them was that the black market here seemed to be known to everyone. Moreover, there were people guarding the entrance to the black market. They were wearing the same clothes, and it seemed they were from the same faction. Qinbai didn't know that the black market of Mihua was controlled by gangs. When these two people saw Qinbai and the other three, they looked slightly surprised. They recognized that this group of people were the ones who were driving around in the sky just now. It seems that he is a spiritual warrior who likes to show off and has some financial resources. The most important thing is that it looks like this is his first time in the black market. The two of them were whispering to each other, glancing at Qinbai and his group from time to time, obviously with no good intentions. Seeing Qinbai and the other three coming over, the black-faced man immediately scolded them. "Who are you? Stop." Qinbai stopped and frowned after hearing this. "Let's go to the black market to buy things." "Buying something? Is this your first time at the black market? This is under the jurisdiction of the Black Sand Gang. If you want to go in and make a deal, we'll protect you." The black-faced man stretched out 3 fingers and rubbed them together. His meaning was very clear. "When did this rule come into being?" "It's always been this rule," Qinbai observed through the detector. The two people in front of him were quite powerful, both were at the 3rd level. This is still the other party's territory, there is no need to conflict. "Take out the token of the garrison trainee. We are subordinates of Wang Lin, the garrison commander, and we are here to investigate the matter concerning the strange beasts." The dark-faced burly man took a look, hesitated, and looked at another person. "Brother Su, what should we do?" Brother Su looked at the intern token with a proud expression. "What intern? What Wang Lin? Who the hell is he? Even if he came in person, he would still have to pay me protection money. What's more, you guys? Hurry up, if you don't have any, get out." Brother Su was arrogant and didn't take the identities of Qinbai and the others into consideration at all. But just as he finished speaking, Qinbai looked at Chao Dezhu who was standing beside him. "Xu Zi, have you recorded the video? Send it to Commander Wang and have him come over to take a look." The expression is so lifelike, the commander must feel the same way. From Suhu's emotional value plus 888. When Suhu saw this, 1,000 horses were galloping in his heart. He was just bragging, but he didn't expect these people to be so shameless. Not to mention Wang Lin coming in person, even a phone call to the leader of the Black Sand Gang was enough. I guess the gang leader will immediately expel them from the gang and issue a killing order to the underworld. Suhu turned and looked at Qinbai with a smile. "Hey, brother, I just drank too much. Please don't bear grudges and just let me go." Qinbai sneered, being assertive at first and then respectful. "It makes me laugh just thinking about it." The two men didn't dare to retort and could only let them in. Qinbai didn't move. He just imitated the black-faced strong man, stretched out 3 fingers and rubbed them back and forth. The two men from the Black Sand Gang's expressions changed. "What do you mean?" "Mental damages. You just scared my young mind." "You? Young mind?" The two knew that they had encountered a shameless person this time. They originally wanted to refute, but when they saw Chao Dezhu holding the mobile phone and about to press the send button, he quickly took out the spirit bead. "Ha, it's our fault for scaring you. These 4 spirit energy beads are not a token of respect." Qinbai took it directly and put it in his pocket. The other 3 were no longer surprised by this. When a person is shameless and greedy for money, it is best not to offend him. Qinbai and his group entered the black market. I found that this place is completely different from the black market in Jiangcheng. To be precise, it should be similar to an exchange. "Qinbai, what's going on here? Is the exchange changing its name?" "Ai Weiwei, Mihua is different from Jiangcheng. The Public Security Bureau here doesn't have the extra manpower to ensure the stability of the exchange. Compared to the exchange, the public prefers to do business in the black market. As long as they pay a little protection fee, they'll be fine." A weird city. It was the first time that Qinbai had seen such a chaotic place in the territory of Longhua. After discussion, everyone decided to act separately. If you find anything unusual, report it as soon as possible. Xinbai also told Xiao Deju and Su Xiaoya about the cult organization in Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School and asked them to keep an eye on it. Of course, I didn't tell Ivy. It's not that I don't trust the other person, but there's no need. It's not like a cult organization appeared in Jiangcheng Experimental Middle School. Xinbai looked around alone. Suddenly a sexy beauty appeared. A white tube top that reveals the navel, paired with a black ultra-short aligned skirt. She came up wearing high heels. Little brother, what are you looking for? Do you need any help? She looked at Xinbai with charming and seductive eyes. Xinbai raised his eyebrows. What is this? The beauty whispered, aren't you looking for a service? I have it here, anything is available. Xinbai looked excited, anything is fine? Of course, the price is cheap and the service is good. The beauty straightened her evil pair of fingers, put her hands on her hips and gave Xinbai a wink. Xinbai was worried about how to start. That's perfect. I'm looking for a strange beast. Can you help me find it? Ah. The beauty was stunned for a moment. I said, I'm looking for strange beasts. Do you know where there are strange beasts here? Get out, you idiot. The sexy beauty made sure she had heard correctly, cursed loudly, and turned away. Xinbai complained a little, that's all, the service was still thoughtful, luckily he didn't get fooled. Immediately, Xinbai saw a long queue. Chapter 91, Rice Flower Market with Simple Folk Customs. Xinbai looked at the long queue in front of him. According to his understanding, this kind of situation usually means there is something delicious going on. In Dragon Country, only delicious food can make people wait in such long lines. It was noon and my stomach started to growl. He lined up here. Ding ling ling. Just then, Xinbai's cell phone rang. I initially thought someone else had the information, but it turned out to be an unfamiliar number. After answering the phone, Xinbai tentatively said hello and hello twice. The other party spoke standard Longwo language. Hello, this is the National Credit Card Center. We've detected that you've spent a total of 1 billion yuan overseas. Were these expenses yours? Xinbai frowned and asked, are you sure this is my credit card? Confirm, the ID number and name are yours. When did I use so much? Just 2 months ago, you used it at the exchange. I'd like to ask if you used it yourself. Of course I used it. Can you add me as your WeChat friend and send me a screenshot? The other party asked in a puzzled tone, why do you want to take a screenshot? Xinbai said, I just wanted to post a circle of friends to show off and let everyone know my strength. Beep beep beep. Then, the other party hung up the phone. Xinbai sneered and put away his phone. How could Xinbai not recognize such a deceptive trick? What puzzled him was that the other party didn't even take a screenshot, which was really unprofessional. Xinbai waited in line quietly and found that the team was moving too slowly. There was not even a shadow of the head of the team. What kind of snack is it? After a while, 2 female voices were heard from behind. Are you sure it's here? Sure, I heard that this master can solve my doubts. Okay, then I'll rely on the master this time. Xinbai looked puzzled. What's going on? Didn't we agree that everything would be fine? Xinbai looked at the girl behind him. Hello, may I ask what this queue is for? One of the girls asked in confusion, you don't even know what this queue is for, and you're queuing here? Xinbai scratched his head, hee, this is my first time here, I came here because it was so lively. Another girl said, it's okay, actually. He definitely needs you. If you have any questions, ask this master. He can give you the answers you need. So awesome? He has divination-related abilities? The 2 women shook their heads. We don't know much about his abilities, but he always has a 100% positive review rate. He has an excellent reputation in Mihua City. Yo-ha? When Xinbai heard this, he was surprised to find that there was such a powerful spiritual warrior. Wouldn't it be easier to just ask him directly where the strange beast is hiding in Rice Flower City? However, when Xinbai saw the team in front of him, I don't even know if it will be my turn today. No, to be precise, not even tomorrow. Because he saw that there were people in front of him queuing up with portable single beds, obviously prepared to fight all night. Suddenly, Xinbai had an idea. Spend some money and rent a temporary stall. There was a little weird scribble on the stall that no one could understand. Holding a feather fan in his hand, his expression became serious and dignified. In order to speed up, Shinbai decisively became a fortune teller. After all, it's a black market, and identifying the real from the fake all depends on your brain. Master, can you also help me solve the problem and find the answer? A boy came over. Shinbai coughed and said slowly, the one over there is my senior brother. We were taught by the same master. In order to increase credibility, Shinbai also took out the internship certificate of the garrison army. In general, I'm not worse than my senior brother. After all, I'm still taking exams. The boy looked at the internship certificate. These days, you need a certificate to do anything. Compared to this person, he must be no worse. So he sat down slowly. Master, can you tell me when I can win 5 million if I buy lottery tickets every day? What? Shinbai thought he had heard it wrong. The boy repeated, I want to ask, how can I get 5 million? Shinbai sighed, how can you ask such a childish question? The boy scratched his head in confusion, what do you mean? Shinbai stretched out his right hand and asked, do you know how to play rock paper scissors? The man replied, yes. Let's play rock paper scissors. If you win, I'll give you 5 million. If you lose, just give me 2. When the boy heard this, he said, there's such a good thing? Come on. Shinbai said, you go out first. I'll go first? The boy's brain froze for a moment, then he slapped his thigh. Master, I understand. Shinbai nodded. Good, it's good that he knows the traps of buying lottery tickets. But who knew, the boy said, Master, what you mean is that there is always someone stronger than the strongest, and there is a way to strike back. I don't need to buy the lottery ticket myself. I just need to observe who wins the lottery, and then I can kill him and get his lottery ticket. Shinbai's mind was full of question marks. Fuck, I never said that. Before Shinbai could explain, the boy left excitedly. Seeing the boy's happy expression, those who were queuing walked towards Shinbai. Master, hello, I have some relationship problems recently. Another boy sat down. You say. My girlfriend wants me to hand over all my salary. If I don't, it means I don't love her. What should I do? Shinbai glanced at him and advised, anyone who threatens you with something like, if you're not good enough, you don't love me definitely doesn't love you. The boy said, but I love her very much, I don't want to lose her. Shinbai advised, sometimes, people should let go and not hang themselves on a tree. The boy clapped his hands and said, Master, I understand. You mean if I kill her and hang her on a tree, I can be with her forever, right? Shinbai was a little doubtful about himself. Was his ability to express himself declining? The people around saw another boy leaving with great interest. This time, another boy came. Master, I have a problem at work recently. Shinbai didn't dare to speak immediately this time, and asked cautiously, what's the problem? Our village is being demolished, and most people have agreed. The only exception is the snack bar next door. That shop is doing very well, and the owner is my childhood friend. Everyone in the village asked me to persuade them, but I was too embarrassed to speak up because of my pride. After hearing this, Shinbai's eyes moved. It's not that there is no method, it just requires you to be ruthless enough. The boy's heart tightened, what should I do? Shinbai smiled evilly, actually, the problem lies in business. As long as you find a way to make his business worse, he will naturally move away. Although it's a bit unkind, letting those gang members harass is definitely the fastest way. His eyes fell into contemplation, and then a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. Master, I understand. I just need to kill someone in his shop, and his business will naturally decline, and then he will be forced to move away. Shinbai's eyes were full of disbelief. What kind of brain circuit is this? The same is true for the previous two. Are the people of this rice flour town so simple and honest? When encountering a problem, there is only one solution. Besides, I didn't incite murder. Time flies. I don't know why the time on Shinbai's side is much faster than that of the master next door. Moreover, unlike some customers next door who were confused and frowning, the customers on Shinbai's side all had satisfied smiles on their faces. Chapter 92, Monster Fighting Arena. Shinbai stretched lazily. I'm so tired. There's nothing you can do, these people get into trouble all the time. Even more outrageous than myself. In the following time, Shinbai tried to persuade him with kind words. If it were normal, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to finish it today. I have done good things. Merit +1 +1 +1 +1. Shinbai packed up his stall and headed to the shop across the street. Master, can you answer any question here? Shinbai found that this place was very simple, almost the same as his own temporary shop. No wonder no one doubts themselves. In fact, you already have the answers to many questions in your heart. You come to ask me just to feel at ease. The master is an old man, tall and thin, and actually looks to be in his 70s or 80s. Hold the whole string in your hand. Shinbai recalled the customers who had come to see him just now, and felt that what the master said made sense. Actually, there's really no answer to my question. I want to ask, where have the strange beasts appeared recently in Rice Flower City? It turns out they are from other cities. The old man looked at Shinbai, stretched out a finger, and said softly, 100,000. Fuck, you're bullying outsiders, right? I'm in a good mood today, so I'm giving it to you at a discount. How much is normal? 5 fucks. 500,000 for one piece of information, why don't you just go and rob it? Robbery is against the law. How could good citizens like me commit robbery? Shinbai looked at the other person with a smile in his eyes. Master, actually, I am a fortune teller. Oh? You have such magical powers? Then what do you think of my fate during this period? If you can calculate it, I will answer your questions for free. The master is actually half a psychologist, and the Jiangxing officials specially put him here. Provide psychological counseling to some mentally distorted people. Now that I see Shinbai claiming to be a fortune teller, I feel a little curious. Shinbai coughed lightly. I'm not sure about this period of time, but today, I feel that you have a bloody disaster. Ha, little brother, I have a special escort these days, how could there be? Bang! The next second, a fist hit the old man's nose. From Changlin's mood value plus 888. Changlin covered his nose and cursed, good fellow, this is how you tell fortunes, right? Just tell me whether it's accurate or not. Shinbai's words suddenly piqued Changlin's interest and made him very competitive. I think your calculation is inaccurate. If you have the ability, calculate it again. If you hit it right again, I will answer your question. As he spoke, Changlin's body suddenly turned into illusion. It seems to become one with the surrounding scenery. Shinbai was shocked. Is this invisibility? Ha, come on, come and hit me. You're still telling fortunes? It's fate that you'll never meet me in your lifetime. Changlin's voice surrounded them. His existence cannot be detected by the naked eye. It seems that my God is saying that there will be no bloody disaster. I am the one destined by heaven. As soon as he finished speaking, a fist came hitting him. With a bang. An invisible figure crashed into the table and let out a scream. You're not bad, you can actually identify the location by sound. This one doesn't count, try again. Then continue. Shinbai thought to himself that this was exactly an old man with a middle school mentality. Fortunately, I had the habit of carving the Flying Thunder God mark. When the first punch was thrown, the mark of the Flying Thunder God was already left on Changlin's body. Shinbai didn't even think about where the other person was. All you need is a Flying Thunder God to go over and punch it on the head. Bang! 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 3 times in a row. It's destiny, right? That's where it's at. Shinbai threw 2 more punches, directly hitting Changlin and making him appear. Changlin looked at Shinbai in front of him with a confused look on his face. What's going on? Has something evil happened? Shinbai raised his fist and said with a smile, I heard that you are destined to be here? Changlin chuckled, what do you mean by destiny? My fate is in my own hands. I think I should tell you about the strange beast. Then he changed the subject, but, can you tell me how you discovered my invisibility ability? Shinbai said proudly, killing intent, I have a sense of killing intent. Changlin looked at Shinbai suspiciously. Did I show any murderous intent just now? I always feel like the other party is just arguing. However, in the end, he still told Shinbai about the special features of Mihoa's black market. Actually, almost everyone in the rice market knows the secret. There's a fighting arena in the black market, deep in the city. It opens every night, and many rice market citizens go to watch. An alien beast fighting arena? Shinbai exclaimed, isn't it a place where people and alien beasts fight on the same stage? Changlin looked at Shinbai's surprised expression and said with a smile, that's nothing. There are even 4th-level exotic beasts in there. Even 4th-level spiritual warriors would go there to challenge them. Shinbai murmured, level 4. A fighting arena of this size, won't the authorities care about you? Do you know how many murders there are in Mihua? The Public Security Bureau can't handle them all. Chang Lin was obviously a little helpless, and continued, as for the garrison troops, they won't care either. Shouldn't the garrison troops deal with the alien beasts? Why don't they do anything about it? Guess where those strange beasts in the fighting arena came from? Shinbai suddenly realized, you mean, the people behind the fighting arena went to the secret realm to capture the strange beasts to help the garrison troops share the pressure, so they won't care? Chang Lin's eyes were full of admiration for Shinbai. That's right. Those people captured the strange beasts and made the spiritual warriors fight them in the arena. Although it's against morality, as long as we don't collude with the strange beasts, the garrison will naturally not care. Where is this fighting arena? Go straight ahead in this direction. Chang Lin pointed in a direction and said. The first thing Shinbai did after leaving the store was to call Suda. Suda said that they all knew about the exotic beast fighting arena. However, the situation is a bit complicated, and the Public Security Bureau's identity is sensitive, so it is not convenient for them to intervene. If possible, Shinbai and the others can investigate secretly, and those people will not make things difficult for Shinbai. Shinbai thought about it and contacted Chao Dezhu and the other two. Tell them about the monster fighting arena. Several people wanted to go and see it. Shinbai and his group headed straight for the exotic beast fighting arena. Looking at the colorful lights in front of me. The colorful and dazzling lights are particularly dazzling even in the daytime. There are 4 big characters heaven on earth written on the archway. But when they came to the place Chang Lin pointed, Chao Dezhu and the other two couldn't help but look confused. Brother Bai, are you sure this is the underground fighting you mentioned? Shinbai was a little confused, should be, right? That old man looks quite serious, he shouldn't lie to me. Ai Weiwei looked at Shinbai with disdain, are you sure you didn't want to come here? When Shinbai heard this, he immediately became unhappy. What are you talking about? I, Shinbai, am innocent. How could I be thinking about such things? Just as Shinbai was speaking, a beautiful woman in very eye-catching clothes walked over to the door of heaven on earth. The beauty put a hand on Shinbai's shoulder, handsome boy, come in and play. Chapter 93, the criminal methods in Riceflower City are hard to guard against. Shinbai turned around to look at the beautiful woman and said with a smile, we are going into the fighting arena. Is this the right place? The beauty paused for a moment, then stuffed Shinbai's arm into her evil hands. Feng King Wanzhong said, however you want to fight, I can accompany you, you can choose any style. Ah, this. Shinbai was speechless. Could you please stop driving? We're not here for a massage, we're here to watch the fight between the exotic beasts and the spiritual warriors. The beauty let go of Shinbai, her expression changed, we don't have any exotic beasts here, you've come to the wrong place. How can it be wrong? I asked that master before, and this is the right place. The beauty obviously lost her patience and turned away. If you don't want to buy anything, then leave now. If you say you don't have any, then you don't have any. You little brat who hasn't even grown all his hair yet. Chao Dezhu was furious when he heard this, oh, I have such a bad temper, who can say that my hair has not grown? As he spoke, Chao Dezhu rolled up his sleeves. But at this moment, 2 security guards came over and stopped Chao Dezhu. Chao Dezhu gave Shinbai a look, meaning get ready to take action. Shinbai saw Chao Dezhu was about to take action, and coughed lightly, Zhuzi, these 2 third-level brothers are here. If you want to go, go by yourself. The 3 of us won't go. Level 3? Chao Dezhu put down his sleeves after hearing Shinbai's reminder. With a smile on his face, he said, hey, I'm here to spend money. I just want to ask what projects are available. You can't enter, leave now. Chao Dezhu was helpless and returned to Shinbai and whispered, Brother Bai, what should we do? I think the situation is not simple. Shinbai shook his head and said, the 3rd-level guard is the same as the one at the entrance of the black market. It seems that there is something extraordinary going on inside. Do people need to have certain status to enter? Afterwards, the group sighed helplessly and prepared to make a long-term plan. A young man in his 20s walked over with a smile. How many of you want to enter the exotic beast fighting arena? Do you have a solution? Shinbai was stunned. Judging from the other person's appearance, he didn't look like a person of status. The young man grinned, stretched out his palm and said, 500. What's the meaning? I'll take you in, 500 yuan per person, the young man explained. When Qinbai heard this, he was immediately happy. You still have this ability, is it true? If you suspect I'm deceiving you, you can pay me after I take you in. Qinbai thought for a while, but this is too expensive. Although for a few people, 500 per person is not expensive. But that's money too. It costs 500 just to get in. I don't think I'll have to spend more money after I get in. The young man laughed and said, expensive? If you think it's expensive, I think it's expensive too. If it weren't for the fact that you two are destined to be together, I wouldn't bother to bring you in. I've never brought anyone in before. Qinbai and the other three looked at each other. It sounded pretty awesome. Okay then, take us in now. However, since they just saw your faces, it's best to wear a mask. But we don't have masks. It's okay, I have one here, 500 yuan a mask. Qinbai looked at the other party suspiciously and couldn't help but curse, you are playing a trick on me, right? The young man smiled and said, how is that possible? The main reason is that you were seen just now. When I take you in again, they will stop me. Xiao Dizhu said carelessly, brother Bai, trust him this time. He won't dare to play any tricks. I'll give you the money. After getting Xiao Dizhu's approval, the young man took a few people in directly. The young man approached heaven on earth and the beautiful woman came to greet him again. But the young man ignored them and walked straight inside with Qinbai and the others. Strangely, the beauty also didn't say much. The group just walked into the clubhouse door. Hear the neat and loud welcome. Qinbai looked around and saw reception girls standing on both sides, a bunny girl on one side and a maid in black stockings on the other. There are two little German shepherds standing in the front. The reception girl and the Samoyed welcomed everyone at the same time. He bowed forward, as if deliberately letting people see the white scenery. What a big dog. No, what a white dog. No, what a cute dog. Qinbai's heart was pounding when he saw it. I regret it so much. If God gave him a chance to start over, I would definitely choose to go in and play first. After all, it's work demand. What a pity. It's no wonder that Qinbai blushed and his heart beat fast, and the knowledgeable Xiao Dizhu couldn't help but rub his nose with his hands. Ivy Wei and Su Xiaoya's faces were filled with disgust. Under the guidance of the young man, they entered the club without any hindrance. However, after entering the club, they did not go inside. Instead, he turned onto a small path. When they reached the end of the path, they turned a corner and came to a corridor. At first glance, you can see all kinds of box doors. The structure of the box is completely different from that of a normal club. It's not the bright red of feasting and revelry, but rather the bloody red. The young man pointed to the end of the corridor and said, just push open that door and go in. That's the monster arena. Is it that simple? Qinbai felt cheated. Nonsense, didn't you see that those people didn't bother you along the way? Hearing him say that, it seems to be the case. The journey was smooth. Xiao Dizhu paid a total of 3,500 yuan, and the young man turned around and left after taking the money. Qinbai asked, aren't you going in? The young man replied, no, there's nothing interesting in there. I'd rather go and have some fun. After saying that, he disappeared in a flash. After the young man left, Ai Weiwei couldn't help but say, there's something wrong here, even in the clubhouse on the surface. What's wrong? Ai Weiwei thought for a while and whispered, those women just now were all spiritual warriors. I know, but they're not even at level 5, so they're not very strong. They might just be temporary workers. I have to say, they've really put in enough money. Just in case, Qinbai has put on a primary detector to avoid offending anyone he shouldn't. This is obviously not what Ivy Wei meant. I'm not talking about strength, I'm talking about superpowers. Those reception girls just now were almost all superpowered? A person with superpowers, how is it possible that he has superpowers and yet comes to a place like this? Not only Qinbai, but even Xiao Dizhu couldn't help but ask questions. Ivy Wei affirmed, that's absolutely right. Those people are all psychic-type psychics, and they're also related to the charm ability. The blushing and heart-beating you two felt just now were influenced by them. Qinbai suddenly realized, so that's how it is. I said I'm such an innocent and upright person, how could I have had that feeling just now? Xiao Dazhu also nodded, me too. From Ivy's micro-emotion value plus 888. From Su Xiaoya's emotional value plus 666. This member seems to be no ordinary person. So many people with special abilities, and one of them is a receptionist? This is something that can only happen in big cities. Riceflower City is indeed not simple. Bai and his companions walked along the corridor to the end. When I pushed open the iron door, two people came into view. 4th level spiritual warrior. The two stopped Bai and said, "Show us your tickets, please." Tickets? Bai was stunned when he heard this. When a young man brought us in just now, he didn't mention tickets. The two security guards looked at Bai and his group and chuckled. "You're a first-time outsider, right? You've been scammed by that guy. Anyone can come in here. Did he charge you money to bring you here?" There are a lot of fake scalpers here who have scammed a lot of outsiders this way. Cheated? Bai was completely bewildered. Damn, I can be fooled by this, the water is too deep, I want to go back to Jiangcheng. Chapter 94, A Little Death Expert. Alas, I never thought that my lifelong reputation as Bai would be deceived by such a mean person. It turns out that all you have to do is walk into the club normally and then follow the path. Don't ask too many questions, and the people in the club won't make things difficult for you. If you ask around, it's obvious that this is his first time here. Either you pay the club money or you get scammed by those fake scalpers. What a great industrial chain. How much is the ticket here? 1001. This time, Bai could only learn a lesson. Don't let him take that guy with him. I can only say that it is worthy of being called Vice City Riceflower. Bai gave him 4,000 yuan out of heartache. After receiving the money, the two men let him go without saying anything else. I didn't expect it to be so difficult to get in. 4 people entered the duel arena. What comes into view is a square of over 1,000 square meters. A bit like a football field. In the middle is a huge dueling arena. There are several small dueling arenas around it. A duel between spiritual warriors and strange beasts is underway. The area was filled with spectators, at least tens of thousands of people. Bai couldn't help but sigh. Oh my god, there are so many people, and each person only has 1,000 yuan entrance fee. How much money does that have to make? It's a huge profit. At this moment, the middle-aged man on the side looked at Bai and the others. What huge profits! Admission here is free. If you don't bet, you don't have to pay. This is all free for the public to watch, so that citizens can relieve stress. Bai's whole mentality was not good. So those two gatekeepers just now deceived them again? Several people were so angry. But when he thought about the opponent's 4th level strength, he had to give up after thinking about it. There is no way, I can't beat him. At the same time, they can also understand why the crime rate in Mihua is so high. Looking at the duel arena in the middle. At this time, in one of the small arenas, a man and a wolf-like monster were fighting fiercely. No, to be precise, it was a one-sided play. That wolf was a water wolf, different from the ones Bai and the others had seen. This is a level 2, level 5 water wolf. Men's level 2, level 3, looks like a strength type. Unfortunately, water wolf is known for its speed. Even though there was no water source nearby, it was much faster than the man. The water wolf moved quickly, grabbing the man again and again. The man had no time to react. As soon as he was caught in front, the water wolf attacked from behind. When he turned around to fight back, the water wolf attacked from another direction. Come on, catch that guy to death, water wolf, charge. Damn it, this wimp is such a loser. If I had known, I would have just accepted the low rate. Oh my god, this is too tragic. I have all this power, but nowhere to use it. The audience watched the battle intently. Especially those who placed big bets were feeling extremely anxious. Soon, the man finally couldn't stand the attack of the water wolf and gave up. After watching several battles, Bai had a general understanding. Here, it is basically spiritual warriors fighting against strange beasts. The battle ends when one side dies or surrenders. However, at low levels, the monsters cannot speak. Therefore, usually as long as the spiritual warrior is not too stubborn, or is killed instantly due to a huge disparity in strength, he can admit defeat and save his life. As for the strange beasts, they either win or are killed. This may be the main reason why the official is too lazy to take care of the monster duel arena. After all, the dead beasts have to be caught again in the secret realm and the duel arena. As for the tickets, they are free. Based on Bai's understanding of Mihua City, this duel arena is most likely intended to release the murderous intent of the Popcorn Man. whether watching others fight or fighting yourself. At least let those bees vent the frustrations in life and stop thinking about killing people all day long. Ai Weiwei asked, Xinbai, how do you plan to start? This place looks pretty normal. Xinbai thought for a while and began to analyze. The military merit mission states that there are strange beasts injuring people in Mihua City, and there are gangs colluding with the strange beasts. In my opinion, we must first rule out the possibility that it was the boss behind this place. After all, with such a large duel arena, the forces behind it are simply beyond our reach. If they are involved, then the military merit mission will not be ours to complete. Then there are two possibilities. First, the staff here have connections with the gang and are using the duel arena to move the monster away. Second, did you see those bright red rooms when we came here just now? As he spoke, Xinbai pointed to several windows on the high platform, where several figures could be vaguely seen, and continued. Looking at this situation, it should be those people. These people should be distinguished guests. They may have purchased exotic beasts privately from the duel arena. Xiao Dezhu nodded thoughtfully. That makes sense. You wouldn't want to investigate the staff here or the guests at the duel arena, would you? How is it possible? Am I such a fool to do such a thankless task? That's right, so what are you going to do? Xinbai said directly, I plan to go directly to the person in charge here. As soon as these words were spoken, the three of them looked at Xinbai as if he were a fool. Ai Weiwei said disdainfully, Good fellow, who are you? How could they possibly pay any attention to you? Even if you just say you're an intern in the garrison, the person in charge will definitely kick you out to avoid trouble. If you don't understand, then learn more. Xinbai said seriously, Did you see that service desk? It's obviously for the audience to place bets. Ivy asked, So? You're going to bet. Is there any connection? Stop talking nonsense and listen to me. Xinbai criticized, It's obvious you haven't watched enough TV novels. All we need to do is participate in the duel, then spend a lot of money to bet on us to win, and then let the boss behind the scenes come to us. Su Xiaoya raised her right hand and wanted to speak. Xinbai coughed lightly and said, Xiaoya, please speak. Su Xiaoya said solemnly, Brother, is there a possibility that they will send someone to kill us? I've seen movies where the dealer loses too much and gets so angry that he kills people directly. Xinbai was about to answer when Ai Weiwei also raised her hand. Fart if you want to. From Ivy's micro-emotion value plus 888. Ai Weiwei said coldly, Let's not talk about Xiaoya's considerations for now. I want to ask you why you lost so much in the duel arena? What a joke. Who am I? Just trust me. Xinbai said seriously, As for what Xiaoya said, it's very simple. When they find us, we'll reveal our identities and tell them clearly that as long as we tell them what they want, they won't make things difficult for us. The four of them finally decided that they could only adopt the method that Xinbai, the expert in courting death, had come up with. A round of competition just ended. At the service desk, whether you are registering for a duel or placing a bet, there are dedicated staff members to help. A new round has begun. Please register as soon as possible. No one will be allowed to register after the deadline. Hearing this, Xinbai and the other three quickly took action. Hello, a few of us are planning to sign up for a duel. The staff glanced at a few of them and saw that they were so young, their expressions were a little surprised, but they quickly returned to normal. Go test your realm, and we'll arrange duels for you based on your realm. Chapter 95, One Hit Kill. Xinbai and the other three went over to sign up. The main bet was on Xinbai, and the other three joined in for practice. According to the process, one by one puts his hand on the instrument to test the state. Xinbai, level 1 of the second stage. Xiao Dezhu, level 8, first order. Su Xiaoya, level 9, first order. Ai Weiwei, level 9 of the first stage. When Ai Weiwei saw Xinbai's state, her eyes widened like copper bells. When did you become level 2? The last time Xinbai demonstrated his strength in an assessment, he was only at level 1, level 5. How did it suddenly reach the second level? Xinbai smiled slightly, He's on drugs. Ai Weiwei obviously didn't believe it. Stop bragging. We take more drugs than you. Believe it or not, forget it if you don't believe it. The staff member in charge of registration looked at the displayed realm level and then glanced at Xinbai and the other three. I don't quite understand. At this age, with such strength, why come to a place like this to duel and make money? Let me remind you, we cannot control the attacks of the alien beasts. If they are injured or killed in battle, we are not responsible. It's okay, we all understand. That's fine, but we have different realms here. You three can only be at the first level, and you have to go to the second level. Shinbai said indifferently, no problem, level 2 is level 2. After the four of them registered, they came to the preparation room. I found that most of the people here are spiritual warriors in their 30s. Most of them are of order 1 or 2, and a few are of order 3. There was a determination on their faces. Shinbai slapped his thigh and said, oh no. I forgot something. Ivy asked, what's the matter? No one's betting. From Ivy weighs mood value plus 888. From. What should we do then? Shinbai said, actually, you're all level 8 or 9, so the multiplier isn't going to be too high. My suggestion is, one of you three should go out. Don't you want to spend money? Ivy asked suspiciously. How is that possible? It's 100% profitable. In the end, it was Ivy Wei who chose to withdraw. Soon, all the spiritual warriors' opponents appeared randomly on the big screen. Shinbai vs Firehawk. Su Xiaoya vs Spotted Dark Tiger. Chao Deju vs Gushwigi. Shinbai looked at the information provided by the duel arena. Su Xiaoya and Chao Deju are both level 1, level 8. There is no contrast. What he needs to face is level 7 of stage 2. He really didn't expect that he would get such a big blow right at the start. Because it was only a second-level battle, Shinbai was assigned to a small dueling arena nearby. At the same time, a staff member dressed in black and wearing a mask appeared. In his hand, he held a red flying eagle. Come to the ring, put down the eagle and leave directly. Flamehawk, a flying beast with fire attributes. After arriving at the ring, he seemed to be reborn and began to roar. Chirp chirp. He exuded a brutal aura and had some injuries on his body. Apparently, there have been many battles. Many spectators noticed the arena on Shinbai's side. Look, this kid has reached the second level at such a young age. I didn't expect to meet the Flame Hawk. At first glance, he's just a rich kid who's not sure what to do. He thinks he's invincible just because he has some talent. The realm difference is so huge. The Flame Eagle is a flying beast, and it is considered a difficult existence among the second-level beasts. Shinbai is 1 to 9, and Flame Eagle is 1 to 0.1. Such a huge odds. Forget it, I'd rather drink stinky water. P.S. Drinking smelly water means the compression ratio is low. I think so. The audience in the stands were talking about it, and most of them were optimistic about the Flamehawk. In particular, Shinbai had a delicate appearance and no scars on his body. It's obvious that he's a rich kid sent here for training. He's so scared of a fight that he kneels down and admits defeat. Desk. Are you sure you want to bet 10 million on Shinbai? The staff member was incredulous. Girl, listen to my advice. Even if that boy is your friend, don't blame me for being nosy. The Flame Eagle has an advantage even against spiritual warriors of the same level. Ai Weiwei interrupted directly, no need, bet all in. As soon as these words were spoken, the audience who had come to place bets were instantly in an uproar. Level 1 of stage 2 versus level 7 of stage 2? Who gave him the courage? The staff couldn't help but complain in their hearts. I don't know where this rich kid came from, but he's such a spendthrift woman. If I had this much money, I would rather drink stinky water and bet on strange beasts. Many people think this way. I would rather take the odds of 0.1 than take a chance. This is the advantage of the duel between strange beasts and spiritual warriors. There is no rule of match fixing in Monster Hunter. In most cases, the level of the exotic beast will be higher. The possibility of spiritual warriors letting the enemy win has been ruled out. After the betting was over, the audience's attention was focused on Shinbai. I want to see what's special about this person. As the organizers announced the start, the Flamehawk demonstrates air superiority. Put some distance between the two of them as soon as possible. Shinbai held a round fan in one hand and a shadowless sword in the other. A blast of sword energy flew over, but the flaming eagle suffered no damage at all. The sword energy was like scraping. The Flamehawk was cautious and launched a tentative attack first. The audience around couldn't help but sneer when they saw this. I thought I was so awesome, but I can't fly, I don't have any anti-aircraft weapons, and my realm is so low. Can this win? The Flaming Hawk looked at Shinbai with an evil smile, flapping its wings while concentrating its ultimate move. A lion still needs to use all its strength to fight a rabbit. Both spiritual warriors and exotic beasts understand this principle. The flapping wings formed a fireball. A fireball bigger than Qin appeared in front of the flamingo. Swish! The fireball shot out directly. But Qin did not dodge. Instead, he raised the round fan in his left hand to block in front of him. Then, the moment the fireball touched the fan, the energy disappeared without any effect. Very quickly. The fireball bounced back intact. Chirp! Faced with his full-strength spiritual skill, the fire eagle didn't dare to resist it. Just as it was about to fly away, Qin suddenly appeared on top of it and controlled it so that it could not move. Boom! Flamehawk felt as if his entire body was being dissolved. The severe pain prevented him from taking off. Even if he used all his strength, he could only watch himself fall to the ground. Bang! There was a loud noise. The flamingo fell to the ground and completely lost consciousness. Qin said proudly, "That's it? I need more practice." Dead silence. At this moment, all the audience watching this arena were stunned. Level 2, Level 1 defeated Level 2, Level 7 with one move. What happened? Killed in one move? I'm so passionate. Is this Flamehawk going crazy? It's definitely a shady deal. Is this something a Level 2, Rank 1 spiritual warrior can do? Is this an evil spirit? This world is crazy. Not only the audience, but even the referee was dumbfounded. Is there really something fishy going on? But no one has told him. According to the information, this kid is 18 years old. Could he be a descendant of a big family? What's the situation with that strange spiritual skill? Chapter 96: The Mysterious Duel Arena Boss. Also, there was a woman who bet 10 million on Qin, which means that the duel arena gave out 100 million. Of course, these are not things he, a referee, can think of. He is just a referee. What else can he do besides announcing the winner? The referee coughed and announced the final result. The winner is Qin. As soon as these words were spoken, the field fell silent again. Even Qin didn't move. The referee looked at Qin suspiciously. "Qin, your fight is over, you can come down now, didn't you hear me?" Qin said seriously, "I heard it. I saw that the audience didn't cheer, so I thought they couldn't hear it." For a moment, everyone couldn't help but curse shamelessly. If the rules didn't prohibit it, everyone would want to go down and beat Qin. Especially those who lost everything. Qin did not go down immediately. Instead, he stepped on the flaming hawk. He looked at everyone with pride. Actually, for me, dealing with a level 7, rank 2 monster is not too easy. The reason is actually very simple. Qin's words made the audience hold their breath, wanting to hear what he could say. He coughed lightly and said, "The reason is very simple. It can be summed up in 5 words: I was born to be useful." From +888. Fuck, I thought you were talking about something, bragging, huh? What the hell are you doing here? For a moment, Qin's system was flooded with the audience's emotional values. Whether or not I'm educated, it's called born to be useful. Did you eat up the words talent and must? I heard someone swearing. Qin pointed at the strange beast under his feet. Kai Bai? The loser is here. From +666. Okay, it's a pun, right? I'll deduct your money. But no matter what they said, the audience still found it incredible. Of course, except for those who think that the Flamehawk is a sure win. His expression now is even more uncomfortable than when he imitated Lao Ba. Some people saw such a disparate battle. Just bet your entire fortune on it. Some gamblers wanted to cause trouble, get their money back, and report the illegal gambling here to the Public Security Bureau. But as soon as he made the call, he was caught by the staff and thrown into the water to feed the strange beasts. Of course, there are those who go all in on Flamingo, and there are also those who go all in on Qin. Ai Weiwei may have thought that Qin could win, but she didn't expect that Qin could win in seconds. At this time, a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit walked straight towards them. "Hello, I'm the manager of the duel arena, and our boss wants to see you." Sure enough, everything was as Qin expected. In such a large duel arena, it is impossible to fight directly for 100 million Dragon Country coins. You must understand the situation. On the way, Qin asked, "What does your boss want to talk to me about?" It's rare to see such a talented young man. I want to meet him. Shinbai's mouth twitched. It seemed that the boss behind him had investigated him. It's not that easy to talk to. Next, it depends on how to negotiate. The manager took Shinbai out of the duel arena and came to the rooms with bright red doors that they passed by when they came here. Walked to a corner and then to the end. The elevator seemed to be descending, and this feeling made Shinbai feel a little uncomfortable. Your boss has quite a strong background, right? He must have dug deep to build this kind of place. The manager smiled and said, it's okay, not too deep, about 200 or 300 meters. 200 or 300 meters? This is almost digging out a huge rock abyss. Arrived at the destination very quickly. The elevator door opened, revealing 3 passages. There is a door in the middle passage. Please wait inside, our boss will be here soon. Okay, I understand. Shinbai strode open the door. The manager was a little surprised when he saw Shinbai's decisive action. Why did this person just walk in without asking anything? Aren't you afraid there might be danger inside? Shinbai pushed open the door. There was a red curtain covering the inside. I lifted the curtain and there was no one inside. Shinbai looked around. The place was quite big, at least over 100 square meters. There are many screens here. Basically every screen is playing the scenes of every arena in the duel arena above. There is a large round table in the middle with more than a dozen seats. The sense of form is quite good. Shinbai found a recliner, lay on it, and watched the duel above. The fight between these spiritual warriors and the strange beasts was extremely brutal. It was completely different from the petty fights he usually saw. When I asked the other 3 people, Ivy Wei said that the staff asked her to wait a moment. Su Xiaoya and Xiao Dezhu won without any surprise. Shinbai felt a little strange. Why hasn't anyone been seen for so long? Almost half an hour has passed. Do you think I will be scared and then use psychological tactics to put pressure on me? Just as Shinbai was about to get up and go out to look for someone in the other 2 passages, a beautiful woman pushed open the black curtain and walked in. She looks to be in her 20s, without the immaturity of a girl, but rather the feeling of a young woman. She was wearing a red cheongsam that was almost open to the shoulders. A pair of long legs immediately attracted Shinbai's attention. Big red waves. Although he didn't know anything else, Shinbai could tell at a glance that the other party was very rich. The perfume she wears is as cheap as a penny. I can smell it as soon as I come in. The makeup powder on her face weighs at least 2 kilograms. Handsome guy, do you want an apple? The woman is holding a fruit basket with many kinds of fruits. Shinbai took a look and knew there was something fishy going on. Just now he was trying to pressure me, and now here comes another waiter dressed like this? Is this a honey trap? Don't want. Where's the mango? The woman took out a mango and a knife and began to peel it. No. Shinbai still shook his head, and after a moment of thought, he said, do you have any durian? I like eating durian. It's expensive, but it tastes delicious. From Lin Hong's mood value plus 888. Lin Hong looked at her fruit basket, which clearly didn't look like it could hold any durian. The woman did not continue the topic. Is this your first time in this place? Shinbai nodded. Well, I heard from a friend that it was so lively, so I came to take a look, played a game, and placed a bet. Who knew that the boss here didn't want to admit his mistake? The woman smiled playfully. You little brother, you are not honest. Shinbai was shocked. This was discovered? No, there's a table to cover us, so that's definitely not what we're talking about. Then he retorted, what little brother? You don't look much older than me. Really, the woman said, taking a bite of the apple. How old are you? 20. The woman looked at Shinbai suspiciously. 20? Aren't you a senior in high school? Oh, you're asking about age. I just turned 18 this year. From Lin Hong's mood value plus 888. The woman looked at the monitor and said, speaking of which, what would someone of your age think when seeing this kind of scene? What can I feel? It's so miserable. Tragic? Whether it's the distinguished guests in the room or the cheering crowd in the audience, watching the fight between spiritual warriors and strange beasts as a show is somewhat inhumane. You are still too young and don't understand the fun of adults, said the woman nonchalantly. Seeing the other person's tone, Shinbai seemed to have thought of something. Are you the boss here? Lin Hong found a seat and sat down, smiling slightly. Why, doesn't it look like it? Chapter 97 Money is external to the body. Shinbai was a little stuck. I didn't expect the boss behind this to be so young. Ha, you have such a sweet mouth. The woman laughed at Shinbai's compliment and said, I can guess what you're up to. Just tell me. Seeing that the other party came straight to the point, Shinbai didn't play dumb. To be honest, we do want to ask you for a favor. Help? Do you know that asking me to help you is very expensive? Lin Hong clapped her hands, and 2 male models came in, each holding a bottle of foreign wine and 2 cups. While the two were talking, the wine was poured. Lin Hong continued, you want me to use that 100 million to sell it? The price might not be enough. Shinbai's whereabouts are shocking. Damn, why are you so arrogant? 100 million is not enough? Is it just bragging or is it really awesome? As if seeing Shinbai's confusion, Lin Hong pointed at the foreign wine. What you're drinking now costs at least $1 million in one sip. Fuck. Shinbai was shocked. He immediately put down his glass and said, can I spit it out now? What do you think? Shinbai stood up a little embarrassedly, I'm going to the bathroom now to dig my throat and spit it out for you. From Lin Hong's mood value plus 888. Lin Hong rolled her eyes and said, let's get down to business. I don't have much time. Shinbai organized his thoughts and explained the situation. We recently received a military merit mission saying that strange beasts have appeared in the rice flour trouble zone. I think it's related to your area. I'd like to ask you if any strange beasts have suddenly disappeared from the duel arena recently, or have been sold off. As long as you tell me the situation, you don't need to take any action. We don't need to worry about the 100 million bet. Just return the principal. After hearing this, Lin Hong picked up the goblet and took a sip elegantly. As the wine entered her mouth, she looked up and down at Shinbai with a comfortable expression. Especially the swallowing action, which really makes people think of something bad. I know the news you want, and I can tell you, but you have to agree to one request of mine. Shinbai's eyes flashed, somewhat unexpectedly. No way, I'm a good man. From Lin Hong's mood value plus 888. After hearing this, Lin Hong's hand holding the wineglass became a little unsteady and she almost dropped it. In one sentence, the woman almost lost millions. What the hell are you thinking? I'm not interested in a little novice like you. Then what makes you not even want 100 million? That's hard-earned money. I'm not interested in money. Really? Vini 5 million to see my strength? Shinbai's words made Lin Hong's eyes change. Do you know that if you talk to me like this, you won't see the sun tomorrow? Shinbai was a little surprised. He took out his cell phone under Lin Hong's gaze. I thought he wanted to call someone. Who knew? Shinbai said to the phone, Xiao AI, tomorrow's weather forecast for Mihua City. Tomorrow will be cloudy and turn to light rain, so remember to bring an umbrella when going out. Shinbai exclaimed, oh my god, there's really no sun. I wonder if you checked the weather forecast. From Lin Hong's mood value plus 888. Lin Hong finally realized that this guy was not afraid of her at all. His demeanor is quite good, but his strength is a little weak. Hey, if you wanted to attack me, you wouldn't have said so much to me. Interesting, few people your age would dare to talk to me like that. Lin Hong looked at the screens in front of her. I created the duel arena here. Making money is secondary. The most important thing is that I can see the battles between spiritual warriors and strange beasts. Some people do it for money, others for other interests. They can maximize their potential and defeat the monsters one after another by conquering mountains. Sceneries like these constantly inspire me to practice, giving me the motivation to move forward and the belief that I am invincible. Shinbai frowned slightly, so, you want me to go up and fight again? Lin Hong put down her wineglass and stared at Shinbai, that's right, but this time I want you to challenge a level 3 monster. Shinbai couldn't help but say, no way, big sister, I'm at level 2, level 1, not level 2, level 9. You want me to cross the realm and challenge level 3? Do you really think I'm invincible? Lin Hong chuckled and said, isn't that right? You killed a level 2, level 7 flame eagle in one move. I guess you haven't fully utilized your strength yet. If you use your full strength, you might not be able to defeat a level 3. Lin Hong added, don't worry, as long as you play, and as long as you don't lose too badly, I will tell you the direction to investigate for the military merit mission. Shinbai's eyes rolled as he was thinking. Even if it is level 9 at stage 2, as long as the opponent is attacking from a distance. Shinbai can use the rebound of the round fan. Everyone has the confidence to go up and have sex with him. But the third level is a major realm beyond my own. The rebound effect of the round fan is no longer useful. Why, are you scared? Is that okay? Shinbai refused to give in. What do you mean by no? I was thinking, if I go up and fight, will I get the 100 million normally? Of course, I've already said it. I'm not interested in money. I'm only interested in fighting. As long as you win, I can even give you another 100 million. Shinbai was shocked. A woman who looks so elegant is actually so wild. This is combat, isn't it cool? Having said that, Shinbai could only say, okay, I'll do it, but I have a question. What does it take to win? Did you agree to play because you heard there was 100 million Dragon Nation coins? How is that possible? Money is something outside of our body. Really? Then I won't give it to you. Based on the information Lin Hong had obtained from her investigation, it was obvious that she didn't quite believe what Shinbai said. How can this be possible? Running out naked is against the law. Clothes are also considered external possessions. From Lin Hong's mood value plus 888. You've said everything, kid. Winning is easy. The rules of our duel arena are that one side must either be severely injured and unable to stand up, or be knocked out. If you go out of bounds, you lose? Shinbai was immediately excited when he heard it. It's so simple, then if I get my opponent out, won't I be able to win even at level 9? From Lin Hong's mood value plus 888. Lin Hong was a little surprised. Where does this guy get the confidence to brag like this? Lin Hong threw a coquettish glance and said, okay, if you can defeat a level 9 spiritual warrior, I'll give you this duel arena. Shinbai said seriously, no problem. Find a 9th level spiritual warrior now. After I win, I'll give him half of the duel arena's profits. From Lin Hong's mood value plus 888. You're still getting ahead of yourself, aren't you? Ahem. Lin Hong choked on the foreign wine in excitement. Don't brag. A 9th level spiritual warrior is nothing. Even in Dragon Country, they are a very important strategic resource. Would they play house with you? Shinbai curled his lips, he was not bragging. But now, business is more important. When do I play? Don't you want to know the information about the strange beast you are going to face? It's just a small level 3, just take it, come and get it. Shinbai looked indifferent. Chapter 98 Outrageous Battle. Lin Hong told Shinbai that his duel would be arranged on the huge arena in the middle. After all, it's level 2 versus level 3. Fighting across vast realms is truly a shocking battle. Shinbai had no objection and went to meet up with a few friends first. Lin Hong glanced at the men beside him and said, let the earth-splitting tiger come out. Earth-splitting tiger? You don't have to be so cruel, right? Humph, teach this brat a lesson. His rebounding spiritual skill is only effective against ranged attacks. He can't rebound physical attacks. A spiritual warrior of Lin Hong's level could see through the effect of the round fan at once. The man in tight combat uniform walked out of the curtain, out of the door, and headed towards another passage. When Xiao Dezhu and others heard that Shinbai was going to deal with a third-level monster, they looked a little worried. Brother Bai, let's just forget it. A third-level monster can kill you with just one slap. Even if you can teleport, you can't break its defense. Are you stupid? Do you think Brother Bai would do something he's not sure of? After these words were spoken, the three of them seemed to have thought of something. You're thinking. Shoo. Shinbai put his index finger to his mouth to prevent anyone from eavesdropping. He has to get the information of this mission, and he can't escape the 100 million Dragon Country currency. About half an hour later, a man came over. He was one of Lin Hong's men. It's about to begin, follow me. Good. Shinbai followed with a relaxed look on his face. Come to the large central arena. The man said, you've offended Sister Hong this time. I can only say that you should focus on saving your own life. Save your life? Shinbai walked onto the duel stage with some confusion. The central dueling stage is at least as big as 2 or 3 football fields. As soon as Shinbai went up, he smelled a very strong smell of blood. This is not the breath of the opponent, but the traces left by the spiritual warriors and strange beasts who have fought here for many years. At the same time, a referee appeared with a pair of wings behind him. Next, please welcome our second level 1 Qinbai to compete against the third level 9 Earth-splitting tiger. Level 3, level 9? Qinbai exclaimed, fuck. That woman wants to kill me. Due to the recent cramming, Qinbai has some knowledge of some low-level monsters. Earth-splitting tiger, a speed-type monster. The main method of attack is physical combat. Desperate situations may trigger a rampage. Speed and strength will be greatly improved. Defense is greatly reduced. There was once a record of a berserk earth-splitting tiger crossing the border and killing its opponent. But it doesn't matter. Qinbai was fearless. Soon, the earth-splitting tiger was brought up by the staff. This time it was different. A huge cage fell from the sky. As the cage landed on the ground, a roar of fury and anger was heard. The earth-splitting tiger, whose head was bigger than Qinbai himself, walked out of the cage. The majestic roar to the sky made the audience nervous. And Qinbai was standing opposite him. From a distance, it looks only a tiny bit weak and helpless. The whole audience was in an uproar. What's going on? This kid is challenging level 3, level 9. Has his hair fully grown? Maybe it was some old guy who changed his face with makeup. Don't be so mean, I know this kid. He's level 1, tier 2. He just defeated a level 7, tier 2, Flame Hawk with one move. No way, it's so small? Could it be that this dual field wants to create a god, but this time it's a level 3, level 9 earth-splitting tiger? Who knows? Maybe that kid from a big family thinks he's invincible. What the hell, this is making me drink stinky water. Drink chicken feathers and try your luck to turn a rough house into a villa. In the underground secret room, Lin Hong looked at the central arena. Qinbai's performance was beyond his expectations. Boss, if we let the earth-splitting tiger go on the field and someone gets killed, it will be hard to explain to the garrison. Lin Hong shook her head. His ability is teleportation, so he can't die. Let's teach him a lesson. Let him know who to mess with and who not to mess with. However, there was one thing that made Lin Hong very strange. Qinbai's companions were sitting in the audience, talking and laughing. Not worried about Qinbai at all. After all, this is the first time someone has challenged nearly 2 major realms. It was enough to attract the attention of everyone present. Not to mention seeing it, no one has even heard of it. Just when everyone was about to place their bets, they were informed by the staff of the duel arena. There is no betting on this battle, just treat it as a battle for everyone's entertainment. One look at this situation. The audience couldn't help but mourn for Qinbai. Apparently, even the duel arena thought that the earth-splitting tiger would definitely win. It is estimated that this young man angered the boss behind the scenes and he was unhappy. Well, it's very likely related to the killing of Flamehawk just now. Very quickly, the referee flying in the air was ready to announce the start. But he was interrupted by Qinbai. Big brother up there, I want to ask, what is your strength? The referee thought Qinbai was afraid of death and said disdainfully, level 4, if you admit defeat quickly enough, I can definitely save you. As the fight started, the referee slowly descended to the ground. The cage that restrains the earth-splitting tiger rises. Roar! A roar rang out. An earth-splitting tiger that was at least 4 meters tall stepped out onto the stage. The huge feeling of oppression made Qinbai's whole body tremble. Next second, with a whoosh sound, a sound of breaking through the air was heard. The earth-splitting tiger rushed straight towards Qinbai. It opened its bloody mouth as if it was about to swallow itself in one bite. If it were an ordinary day, he would say, I have a bold idea. But now, he concentrated his attention and locked onto the body of the earth-splitting tiger with one eye. At the same time, his other eye was fixed on the microphone in the referee's hand standing next to the ring. When the audience around saw what was happening, they were so scared that they didn't even dare to move. Underground secret room. Lin Hong looked at the big screen in front of her and shook her head. I thought it was something amazing, but I didn't expect it to be a silver spear with a wax head. The subordinates also echoed, even if he is a genius, he is still an adult and a child studying in school. It is inevitable that he will be scared. Next second, several people suddenly realized something was wrong. Seeing that the earth-splitting tiger was only a few meters away, it bit Qinbai's head. Whoosh! Under everyone's astonished gaze, the huge earth-splitting tiger suddenly disappeared and turned into a microphone. Not only Lin Hong, but all the audience present were confused. What's going on? Such a huge beast? Ouch, what the hell? A tragic roar resounded throughout the arena. Everyone looked and saw that the earth-splitting tiger appeared outside the ring. At this moment, the level 4 referee was fighting with the earth-splitting tiger. There was a huge tooth mark on his hand. It was obvious that he had just been bitten by the suddenly appearing earth-splitting tiger. Everyone's little heads were filled with big question marks. What the hell? What's going on? Is this a magic trick? Good boy, Poop Live Tiger. What kind of supernatural power is this? Or is the duel arena secretly doing something? Lin Hong was even more incredible. She naturally knew that all this was Qin Bai's doing. But it was true, she was even more surprised than the audience. But, how is that possible? That's a level 3, level 9 monster. What's going on? How did Qin Bai do it? Is there something wrong with the information given over there? After 3 questions in a row, even the 2 subordinates didn't know how to answer. Chapter 99, Black Tiger Gang, Clues to the Missing Case. Lin Hong looked at his subordinates with sharp eyes, questioning them. The 2 men were equally confused. We don't know either. Maybe this is his newly awakened spiritual skill? Lin Hong didn't say anything, her eyes flickered slightly, and she fell into deep thought. After a while, she disappeared into the room. Then, he appeared in the duel arena. He raised his hand and grabbed the runaway earth-splitting tiger, subduing it with one move. Then he threw it aside and said to the staff, "What are you still looking at? Hurry up and prepare for the next game." Then he turned to look at Qin Bai. "You guys, follow me." The swift and decisive action left everyone present bewildered. Hiss. What's going on? Can anyone tell me? Did you see that beautiful lady in the Cheongsam? She killed the strange beast in one blow. She looked so young and sexy. Her long legs are longer than my life. I advise you not to overthink it. He can kill you instantly with just one grasp of the Undying. Who said that? Do you want to taste my deadly rhythm? To the audience, this may just be a farce. It was probably just a question asked by the strange beast. Lin Hong brought Qin Bai and the others back to the underground secret room. It was the first time that Chao Dezhu saw that there was such a big door underneath, and he was also shocked. Lin Hong opened the door and asked, "What happened just now?" Qin Bai did not hide anything and said directly, "This is my spiritual skill. It can transform objects remotely." I see you can transform remotely. What I'm asking is, can you even transform to level 3? Is it weird? Isn't it enough to have hands? I told you to let the 9th level come over, and I can still win. From Lin Hong's mood value plus 888. Lin Hong looked at the other 3 people. Does he always like to brag so much? Chao Dezhu put his hands in his trouser pockets and said, "Well, Brother Bai has always loved telling the truth since he was a child." Lin Hong? Looking at the 2 of them, Lin Hong was speechless. You moved that level 3, level 9 beast, and your face turned pale. Are you bragging to me about moving a level 9 beast? Qin Bai spread his hands and said, "These days, no one believes the truth." Lin Hong was very upset. She finally understood what it meant to be provocative. However, Qin Bai forced the earth-splitting tiger out of bounds, so of course Qin Bai won. Alright, stop bragging. I do have news about the whereabouts of the strange beasts you want to know about. Qin Bai asked curiously, "Huh? You told me so easily? What else? I thought you would give me all kinds of trouble, and then say that my victory was unfair, and that this round doesn't count and we have to start over." From Lin Hong's mood value plus 888. Don't worry, Lin Hong, will keep my word and will definitely not go back on my word. So you'll also give me the 100 million I won. Lin Hong was very upset. This guy said so much because he was afraid that I wouldn't pay him. Then, Lin Hong took out a document. It records more than 10 strange beasts and their information. About half a year ago, a distant relative of mine came to me, intending to develop his own gang in Mihua City and asked for some help. I was worried about the Public Security Bureau noticing, so I just sent a few first-level monsters away. I thought it wouldn't be so easy to make it in Mihua City, but who knew that guy would actually make some progress, which is now the Black Tiger Gang. Qin Bai seemed to recall something when he heard this and said, "You mean, those monsters that hurt people were given by you, and are the monster beast attacks related to the Black Tiger Gang?" Lin Hong nodded. "I can't rule out this possibility. Normally, the first-level exotic beasts here are basically tamed and won't go berserk and hurt people. Bai's eyes flashed. They are weak, but they can quickly gain a foothold in a sinister city like Miwa City. They must have many tricks up their sleeves. It's possible that they are using exotic beasts for research. Those exotic beasts that hurt people may have lost control and run out to hurt people because of some kind of experiment. Yes, I thought so too, Lin Hong said. At first, I was worried that the Public Security Bureau would put the blame on me. After all, I captured the beast. If it hurt anyone for no reason, they would have a reason to interfere in my duel arena. Bai asked, didn't you go look for them? Lin Hong said, I have looked for them. In the beginning, their base was relatively fixed, and we kept in touch frequently. But 2 months ago, the Black Tiger Gang's base began to change, and I don't know where it is exactly. Bai frowned. It seems that the target of our mission is most likely your distant relative. Your information is useless. There's nothing I can do about it, but I can give you a rough idea of the location. You can find it yourself. Lin Hong waved at her subordinates. One of them took out a map of Rice Flower City. Lin Hong marked several areas on it. The Black Tiger Gang should be in these places. You can go investigate. Bai looked at the 5 locations circled by Lin Hong on the map. Didn't you say you couldn't find them either? Why don't you go investigate? Do you think I have a lot of time? What do they do to me? Bai thought about it and it seemed to make some sense. At this moment, he heard Xiao Dezhu muttering something. What's wrong, Zhuzi, do you know these places? Xiao Dezhu shook his head. I don't know, but I was thinking, the name of the Black Tiger Gang is really a coincidence. It's related to the White Tiger Gang we encountered before. As soon as these words came out, Bai had a flash of inspiration, and a bolt of lightning passed through his head. Immediately, he took out his cell phone, found Liang Yu's photo, and handed it to Lin Hong to look at. Have you ever seen this man? Lin Hong looked at the photos on her phone and fell into deep thought. I think I've seen this guy before. Bai asked anxiously, have you been here before? Did you come here to participate in the duel, or just watch? Neither. Lin Hong recalled, this person came with my relative. They were in a relationship. I only met them once. They had some talent, but not as good as you. I don't know where they went. Later, when I met with my relative, she said they broke up because of personality differences. Is your distant relative called Lin Miao? How do you know? Lin Hong was puzzled. Then she realized that Lin Miao seemed to be from Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School, so she asked, besides the military merit mission of the garrison, you seem to be investigating other things? Nothing. Bai pretended to be confused. He was not very familiar with the woman in front of him, so naturally he would not explain it so thoroughly. Lin Hong did not make things difficult for the 4 people afterwards. After giving them the information, she let them leave. He also settled the 100 million yuan debt owed to Ivy Wei. Leave the monster duel arena and return to the black market. It's getting dark. Bai suggested finding a place to rest first and then taking action tomorrow. The other 3 had no objection. After dinner, I found a hotel nearby to stay in. We booked 4 rooms and went to rest. Chapter 100. Can you give me half? Bai returned to the room and was thinking about something. He had no intention of practicing at all. After a while, he seemed to have made a decision and left his room. Knocked on Ivy Wei's door. Wei, what do you think of my performance today? Ha? Ai Weiwei was a little surprised to hear Bai suddenly ask such a question. You're quite good. You have great talent and strong adaptability. You even remained calm in the face of a strong opponent like the duel arena's owner. It's completely beyond my expectations. I've never seen anyone as good as you among my peers. Really? Bai was happy after hearing this, then hesitantly said, well, actually. Ivy asked, what's wrong? Bai blushed a little. Actually, I have something I want to ask you. Ivy was a little surprised. While eating just now, Bai had been looking at him intentionally or unintentionally. Could it be, what is this? Bai was about to turn around. Forget it, I guess it's unlikely, I'd better not ask. Ai Weiwei was a little anxious. If you don't ask, how will you know the answer? Bai seemed to muster up his courage. Actually, it's because of my performance today that the boss lady gave us the 100 million she won. I deserve at least half of the credit, right? Can you give me half? 1/3 will be fine. I only want 30 million. From Ivy's micro emotion value plus 2222. Ai Weiwei was speechless. Get out of here. Damn, I am so stupid that I even forgot Qinbai's character. Oh. I knew it. Qinbai had an expression that said exactly what he was saying, and then he muttered softly, if you don't want to give it to me, then don't give it to me. You're so angry just asking me something. You have such a bad temper. From Ivy's micro emotion value plus 888. Qinbai just returned to the room. The phone beeps. 30 million renminbi received via Alipay. Oh shit. Qinbai was completely bewildered. You really gave it to me. He couldn't help but think of a sentence said by the original God Klee. The bigger it is, the worse it is. Look at Ivy again. Well, he is indeed a saint. She really gives money if she has it. This guy is great. Qinbai, in a good mood, felt that the moonlight was so beautiful tonight. Boom boom boom. Qinbai, who was enjoying the beautiful scenery, was interrupted by a knock on the door. Could it be that Ivy wants the money back? Did I turn the wrong way? The result is obviously not. Qinbai opened the door and found that it was Chao Deju who came. What's wrong, Zhuzi? Why aren't you playing games at this time? I found a problem. Chao Deju said excitedly. Qinbai took a bottle of iced fat otaku happy water and took a sip. What's the problem? Regarding this mission, please listen to my analysis. Chao Deju also took a bottle from the refrigerator and began to speak slowly. For now, it is certain that Liang Yu and Lin Miao Miao are indeed in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Lin Miao Miao also asked Lin Hong for exotic beasts to prepare the strength to establish a force. At the same time, our military merit mission this time happened to be a strange beast injuring people, and it is very likely the force behind Lin Miao Miao. Liang Yu disappeared for no apparent reason at the time, so I have reason to suspect that Lin Miao Miao is the Tongxin Club member we're looking for, hiding in the school. After hearing this, Qinbai nodded unconsciously. Not bad, Zhuzi, you have grown a brain. From Chao Deju's emotional value plus 888. What do you mean by having half a brain? There's another force you forgot, the Dark Knight organization. Qinbai added, remember Lin Hong said that Lin Miao Miao hadn't contacted her for 2 months? That was right around the time our assessment ended and Zhang Cheng destroyed the Dark Knight organization's stronghold. Chao Deju asked, are you saying that Lin Miao Miao is from the Dark Knight organization? Qinbai shook his head. It doesn't seem so at the moment, but there is definitely an inseparable connection. Is that so? Chao Deju felt that the brain that had just grown out was shrinking again. Alright, let's ignore all that for now. Let's go check out the Black Tiger gang tomorrow. If they're too strong, we'll ask the authorities to intervene. Chao Deju nodded and followed him back. On the way back, I took another bottle of Fat House Happy Water. Qinbai felt that he should remind Shen Bang. Liang Yu is indeed related to Lin Miao Miao, so let him be careful. He immediately took out his phone and dialed Shen Bang's number. Beep beep beep. Beep beep beep. I called twice, but no one answered. That's strange. Why isn't he answering the phone at this hour? Is he practicing? Considering that Shen Bang was his big fat sheep, he decided to send a WeChat message to remind the other party to pay attention to safety. River City. As night falls, waves crash against the beach. The dense woods by the sea seem to hide endless dangers. It can be seen that countless lives have perished here. At this time, a boy was hiding in a bush. It was Chen Bang who could not be contacted. In the darkness where the moonlight cannot reach, it is peeking ahead. There is a man and a woman fighting against the Spirit Warrior Alliance. One of the girls was Lin Miao Miao, the one Qinbai and his team investigated, and a relative of Lin Hong. At this moment, she was leaning against a big tree. In front of me was a burly boy, looking impatient. The two are doing solo. Immediately afterwards, Lin Miao Miao looked at the other party. He took out a black glove from his backpack. Start with one piece of equipment ahead. Let us get started. Well, let's get started. Lin Miao Miao's playful voice made the boys even more impatient. The solo competition will start soon. Accompanied by the game's background music and the hero's lines. I will use my hands to make your dreams come true. The enemy has 30 seconds to arrive at the battlefield. All troops attack. The armor hasn't been broken yet, but the blades have already finished their attack. First blood. Defeated. Oh no, it was killed instantly and the boy had no choice but to surrender. The two people's skills are completely not at the same level. Obviously, boys like this are purely novice players. This game is still a nascent one. Playing with skateboard shoes, all the spears after activating the jungle blades were blocked by the shield. Although he has the courage of Lubu, he lacks the ability to fight on the battlefield. No gaming experience at all. Lin Miao looked at him with disdain. The boy was a little embarrassed. Excuse me, can you give me another one? What's the point of this? Lin Miao was a little annoyed. The boy sounded anxious, this was his first time playing the game. Almost ready to kowtow to Lin Miao. Let's do it again, okay? This time I'll definitely use deadly tempo, not the blades. At this moment, the so-called dignity is completely unworthy of mention, he just wants to win. Let's go somewhere else, it's a bit uncomfortable here. The boy thought about his pockets which were cleaner than his face. His family environment was poor, his parents both died, and he was raised in an orphanage since childhood. I thought this was how my life would be. Fortunately, he has good talent and has awakened his special abilities. At the same time, your romantic luck comes, and a beautiful woman takes the initiative to confess her love to you. One of the reasons why we came to the woods to play games was that we had no money. Go ahead, the environment is better, and you'll have fun playing the game. I'll play solo with you until dawn. When the boy heard this, he instantly became excited. Damn it, I'm a spiritual warrior anyway, so I'll definitely have no shortage of money in the future. As if worried that Lin Miao would go back on her word, he quickly pulled her to the side of the road and hailed a taxi. I didn't notice at all that there was someone watching all this in the darkness. Sure enough, there must be something wrong with this woman. After multiple investigations, Chen Bang finally locked onto Lin Miao. Sure enough, his thoughts were proven right. It seems that the other party is going to take action tonight. Just as he was about to follow, he glanced at his phone. I found a missed call and a WeChat message. Chapter 101 I have 70 ways to comfort girls. River City. Simple but clean hotel. The two people being monitored by Chen Bang. Next room. The boys were a little impatient, like hungry wolves pouncing on their prey. Lin Miao blocked it with her hands. Why are you in such a hurry? Go take a shower first. You're so dirty. After you wash, we can start again. Let's take a shower together. The boy was a little reluctant to leave, as he thought of the videos of them taking a bath together. Lin Miao urged, no, I'm not used to showering with others. Go ahead, the night is long, so a little while won't hurt. The boy was very anxious and finished washing in just 1 minute. Lin Miao made him a cup of coffee. She immediately showed her charm and said, have some coffee, or you'll feel sleepy. After saying that, he took his clothes, went into the bathroom and locked the door. After the boy finished his coffee, he saw the graceful figure inside through the transparent window. Obscene images began to appear in my mind. Today I can break through my first time. All the knowledge I learned from small videos over the years finally came in handy tonight. After Lin Miao finishes washing, he can show off his prowess. When he thought of this, the boy couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. However, although he was very excited, for some reason, a feeling of fatigue came over him. I always feel like sleeping. The ongoing software hardening project has also become an unfinished project. He got out of bed and jumped vigorously twice, but found that his tiredness had not subsided at all. The body becomes even weaker. His vision gradually began to blur, and finally he closed his eyes and fainted on the ground. Just then, Lin Miao walked out of the bathroom with her clothes neatly dressed. Looking at the unconscious boy, disgust appeared on his face. It's like he's never seen a woman before in his previous life. He's completely defenseless and fell for her so easily. Then she took out her mobile phone, opened WeChat, and sent an address. Then dial a number. The goods are ready, come and receive them. How is the quality this time? A hoarse voice came from the other side. Level 1, Level 9, supernatural power is dual attributes of wind and thunder. Very good, I'll send someone over now. Wait, there's something else. Lin Miao suddenly lowered her voice. There's a rat following me here, send more people to deal with it. Another room. Chen Bang was still monitoring the other party's door, and from time to time he would put his ear against the wall to listen to the sounds from the other side. After a while, Lin Miao was heard moaning. Wow, it's so exciting. I guess it won't be over so soon. Chen Bang took out his cell phone and prepared to call Qin Bai. First ask him what he found out. Beep beep beep. No one answered the phone. Just as Chen Bang was about to continue surveillance, the lights on the roof suddenly went out. Swoosh. Swoosh. Two voices rang out. Chen Bang saw two sword lights and instantly activated his supernatural powers. After dodging two attacks, he was ready to counterattack. Bang. Suddenly there was a knocking sound, and it was Chen Bang who was attacked on the back of the head. The whole person fell into coma. At this time, three men in black came out. Quite a quick reaction, one of the men in black said. Lin Nyomye came in from the door. Ha, you've been following me for so long, and you really think I don't know? Take me away with you. What grade is this? Also dual abilities, level 1, level 9. Oh, that's great, buy one get one free. I'll go back with you this time. I think I'm being targeted, so I won't be taking any action for now. Good. Early the next morning. Miwa City Hotel. Xinbai was awakened by Chao Deju knocking on the door. Xinbai reluctantly got up and opened the door. What are you doing so early in the morning? It's still early in the morning, and it's already noon. Oh. Xinbai glanced at his phone and it was indeed 12 o'clock. It turns out that I am used to turning off the volume during holidays. Ha? Why is Chen Bang looking for me? Tried to call back, but found that the server was not there. Chao Deju asked, Brother Bai, Lu Ruyan and I are having a conflict. Do you have any way to comfort us? Xinbai was puzzled. Haven't you been with us these past 2 days? Why are you having a conflict? Chao Deju felt a little aggrieved. Last night, didn't we deduce that this operation might be related to the Dark Knight organization? I boasted to her that we would accomplish great things tomorrow. We wanted to arrest the Tongxin Society, but Ruyan started scolding me, telling me not to do such a dangerous thing. You're such an idiot, I'm just concerned about you. Later, I told her it was okay, there were garrisons, but she was clearly angry. If I took another risk without her, it would mean she wasn't in my heart. Xinbai thought for a while and suddenly an idea came to him. For such a small matter, I have 70 ways to comfort her. Chao Deju quickly asked, as expected of Brother Bai, what's your method? First, when you have time, take her on a trip. Find some beautiful scenery and delicious food, especially somewhere with a big hotel. That way, she'll be in a good mood. Chao Deju continued to ask, what about the rest? Xinbai replied, 69. Chao Doju? Brother Bai, stop it. The four of them finished lunch and gathered together quickly. Xinbai took out his cell phone, which showed the location where Lin Hong circled yesterday. Let me tell you the plan first. First, we will split up and take a look at the situations in these places to see which one is our target. After understanding the situation, first contact each other and refer to their overall strength. If the opponent's strength is much higher than ours, contact the security guards directly. Just take 100 military merits. If the opponent is weaker, we can just attack directly. This will complete the mission perfectly and earn us extra military merit. Is there any problem? The three of them have already regarded Xinbai as their backbone. No comment. By the way, are the communication badges I gave you still there? Xinbai suddenly thought of a question. Well, here it is. I brought it too. Mine's here too. Seeing that the three of them had brought their own, Xinbai used his emotion points to exchange for 4 batteries for them just in case. This is probably related to a cult organization. Maybe there's a signal blockage. We can use the communication badge to contact them. At the same time, each person was given 2 military ration pills. He continued, you all should know the effects of this pill. Just in case, I'll give it to you. Chao Deju and Su Xiaoya took it as usual. Only Ai Weiwei was a little confused. How you're so kind? You just give me something worth hundreds of thousands of dollars? Xinbai said seriously, so what I said is to give it to you first. After the end, if you don't use it, remember to return it to me. If you do use it, remember to pay more. From Ivy's micro-emotion value plus 888. So you got on the bus first and bought the ticket later, right? Xinbai quickly said, don't worry, you don't have to. Why doesn't Sister Weiwei use it? Su Xiaoya asked with a mysterious smile. She transferred 30 million to me yesterday. Consider this a small gift for her. Originally, Ivy felt that she was doing it for free and was a little happy. After hearing Chinbai's reasons, I was speechless. After the four confirmed that there was no problem with the detective badge, they began to act separately. Chapter 102 Furious Eddie. Chinbai originally wanted to drive his super car. But when I think about it, when I came here yesterday, I showed off in the sky for a while. It will definitely make the rice cake people unhappy. If someone accidentally sets their sights on you and takes advantage of you, it will be hard to guard against. After the whole day yesterday, Chinbai had fully understood the criminal IQ of the Miwa people. As for why? Because 2 murders had already occurred in the hotel where they were staying. The murderer has not been caught yet. You can imagine the crime rate and the level of evil in the city. If it were placed in Vice City, this city would start at 5 stars. Just took a taxi. Chinbai's destination is a seaside villa. After about an hour, Chinbai arrived nearby. I specifically asked the driver to stop further away. This place is located on the edge of Riceflower City. There are layers of green belts and the air quality is very good. One breath and you will feel refreshed all over. It's completely different from the excess carbon dioxide in the city center. In the distance, there is a large single-family villa. No, to be precise, it is something like a small castle. The surrounding area is covered with green grassland. It can be seen that the owner of the house is very rich. Chinbai's first impression was that it was definitely not simple and there was definitely something wrong. Just as he was thinking about how to act, suddenly I saw a figure in the distance. Chinbai slowly approached, used the trees as cover, and hid aside to peek. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be an acquaintance Eddie. Could it be that Eddie is related to the Tongshin Society? Chinbai was a little skeptical, normally speaking. It's school time now. Why did Eddie and Jiangqing suddenly come to Miwa? Soon, the scene before him gave him his guess. Fuck you, Wang Dao, get out here. In front of the detached villa, Eddie roared with a big loudspeaker. This horn is obviously of spiritual weapon level. Even Chinbai, who was hundreds of meters away from the villa, could hear it clearly. However, the villa's bodyguards didn't care and instead laughed at him slightly. Boy, just say it now. Do you really think young Master Wang is so free? Get out of here. Eddie ignored the bodyguard and continued yelling at the villa, you son of a bitch, get out of here right now. You dare to bully my girlfriend? I'll never let you go. At this moment, a window in the villa opened. Chinbai knew this person. He was Wang Dao, whom he met in the city square. Wang Dao said sarcastically, "Ha, Eddie, you were given a hat yourself, who can you blame?" Oh, I just realized that the color of this hat is the same as the surrounding grassland. You bastard, get off here if you have the guts, and fight me one-on-one. Eddie was immediately furious, but the villa's security system and bodyguards were still there. He couldn't get in at all, he could only stare blankly, helpless and furious. At this moment, a woman appeared beside Wang Dao. It turned out to be the ghost fire girl Lin Ro who had been in a foreign place with Eddie before. Wang Dao hugged Lin Ro, his expression becoming even more frantic. Aren't you really that awesome? Come and hit me, ha 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 ha. Eddie looked at the couple in front of him and said, You Lin Ro, you dare to cheat on me? I'll teach you a lesson. As he spoke, Eddie seemed to be fiddling with something. Fuck. Chinbai took a look and saw a big melon. Anyway, I am not in a hurry at all, and I want to investigate this villa. Why not just let Eddie make some noise? It seems that the conflict between the two sides is indeed quite big. At the same time, in a large detached villa. Your name is Chen Bang, right? Haven't you ever heard of the saying, curiosity kills the cat? In one of the small rooms, Chen Bang was tied up and hung in the air. I was attacked last night and woke up here. It seems that he was injected with some kind of drug and now he feels weak all over. Who are you, and who are you? Chen Bang looked at the men in black in front of him. The other party was whipping himself with a whip. Ha, who are we? You've been investigating for so long, don't you have any clues? One of the men in black looked at Chen Bang, who was trying to act crazy, with a mocking look on his face. In fact, since the entire winter vacation, Chen Bang was discovered just a few days after he started following Lin Miaomiao. When Lin Miaomiao and her companions act, they usually act one in the light and the other in the dark. As for yesterday's operation, it was actually a bait set by Lin Miaomiao, and she also lured Chen Bang out. Tell me, how much information do you know about us, And who have you told it to? The man in black raised the whip and lashed at Chen Bang. Chen Bang looked at the people in front of him without any fear in his eyes. Instead, he said coldly, "You are actually two different factions. The three of you belong to a killer organization, and Lin Myumya's side should be a new gang." The three men in black had grim expressions on their faces. Lin Myumya, this woman, didn't come to us earlier, allowing this guy to find out so much. Obviously, what Chen Bang said was absolutely right. The three of them were members of the Dark Knight organization and were initially hired by the Black Tiger gang. It was only later, when the Dark Knight organization's stronghold was destroyed, that they moved here. Who have you told these things to? Tell me, and maybe I can spare your life, one of the men in black threatened. Having said that, they actually just wanted to get the information out of them and then kill them all. Only the dead can keep secrets best. Chen Bang sneered, "Send your leader to me." Hearing the other party's inexplicable request, the three of them couldn't help but laugh. "Ha, you also want to see our leader?" Chen Bang refused to give in. "Why, is he scared?" "You think too highly of yourself. How could the leader have time to pay attention to you?" The three men in black sneered. In fact, the leader of the Dark Knight organization received a mission yesterday. All the masters with the characters Heaven and Earth have taken new actions. The only ones left here are the words Tao and Fa to continue their actions against the Black Tiger gang. No time? If you don't have time, then I won't tell you. Don't tell me, or I'll show you our methods. With that, the three of them began to use various tortures. A few minutes later, Chen Bang was covered with scars. The clothes on his body were in tatters. Chen Bang taunted, "You must be scared. I won't tell you, even if I die. You evildoers, just wait for death." One of the men in black asked, "Brother, this guy is too stubborn. What should we do?" The leader said, "Then kill him. Then find out who he has contacted recently and kill them all." Wait a minute. Just then, a girl walked in. It was Lin Miao. At this time, she was only wearing simple underwear. She wore a transparent tulle nightgown over it. That evil pair swayed as she walked. The whole body is visible at a glance. Her sexy appearance made the three black-clad killers unable to help but concentrate their attention. It took him a while to return to normal. Lin Myumyo said to the three people, "Let me try to interrogate them." "You?" The leader asked doubtfully, "What can a woman like you ask?" Don't underestimate women. Sometimes, women's interrogation methods are more effective than yours. Alright, since this guy can't use his powers anyway, I'll leave it to you. After saying that, the three men in black closed the door and left. Chen Bang looked at Lin Myumyo. "Where is Lian Yu?" Lin Myumyo played with her hair. "Lian Yu? Oh, now I remember, he's also a reincarnated pervert. I didn't know that either." "Ha, then don't even think about getting any information from me. If you have the guts, just do it." Lin Myumya took off her gauze pajamas and approached Chen Bang. Wipe the blood from his wound with a wet wipe. "Do you know how to get captured prisoners to reveal their secrets? No torture will work on me. Just kill me if you have the guts." Lin Myumya shook her head, and instead helped Chen Bang untie him and put him back on the ground. Actually, torture isn't necessary. Just giving the captives the pleasure they deserve to surrender to the enemy is enough to make them speak. When Chen Bang heard this, he was like, "Oh shit. What's going on with this woman? What is this for?" Chapter 103, Explosive Genius Eddie. Chen Bang saw his pants being taken off. My heart skipped a beat. Lin Myumyo put on a black hood and smiled charmingly. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. Bang 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 bang. Red, red, red. Outside the villa, there was a loud explosion. It resounded throughout the entire villa. This sudden change startled Lin Myumyo, who was about to take action. What happened? Lin Myumyo went out to inquire about the situation. Oh no! That idiot Eddie blew up the villa's security system with a bomb, a bodyguard shouted. A killer in black shouted angrily, "Fuck you, how can you be so careful? I hired you to watch the show. Bring him in." Outside the villa, a young man with dyed yellow hair, wearing tights and Crocs, looked at his masterpiece in front of him. "Fuck you, Wang Dao, you bastard. How dare you cheat on me? The worst that can happen is that you go in and step on the sewing machine and take another bomb from me." As he spoke, the spiritual energy around him flashed. A flashing bomb appeared in his hand. With a loud boom, the door of the villa was blown open in an instant. Seeing the scene, Shinbai, who was hiding in the distance and watching the show, exclaimed, "This is actually an explosive power. Ai Weiwei's brother is something." Boom boom. 2 more bombs were thrown at the villa, mercilessly bombing the front yard of the villa. Half of the villa's automatic security system was paralyzed by the explosion. Eddie took one look and couldn't help but complain, "Damn, this bomb is too weak. I should have listened to my second sister and practiced hard." He couldn't help but touch his nose, with an extremely proud expression on his face. "Damn, is this kid so fierce?" Shinbai couldn't help but exclaimed. Just then the detective's voice came. It turned out that the other 3 had completed the investigation and found no problems. Now only Shinbai is left. "Sorry, I was so engrossed in the show that I almost forgot," Shinbai said somewhat embarrassedly. Xiao Dezhu asked, "What kind of show are you watching?" "Blue Rabbit and Black Tiger Go Home, Rainbow Cat Comes to Drop a Bomb." Shinbai said it in the most concise language he thought. "There's also this matter, let's go over there now." Ivy interrupted, "Can't you finish your business first?" Shinbai replied, "I'm just dealing with business. I was planning to scout out a location, but I came over to cause trouble first, so I'll just watch." Shinbai added, "Oh, by the way, the person who came to the door was your brother Eddie." Ivy was surprised. "What? Why is Eddie running here?" "This brat, help me keep an eye on him and don't let him get into trouble. I'll go over and teach him a lesson now." "Don't panic, your brother is very powerful right now." Bang! Before Shinbai could finish his words, another explosion sounded. "Hey, you idiot Wang Dao, you're just a coward, you don't dare to come out, and you just let these bodyguards come? Look, I'm going to blow you all away." For this kind of ghost fire boy, the most fearless thing is his ability to cause trouble. Throw 1 bomb, throw 2 bombs. The gate of the villa was equivalent to nothingness under Eddie's bomb. The bodyguards looked at each other in confusion. There was nothing they could do. This guy knew their gang leader, so they didn't dare to take action. "You bastard Eddie, you dare to blow up my villa? Don't you know that this is all money? And you made such a big fuss? Don't think that I dare not do anything to you just because I want to seduce your sister." Wang Dao walked out of the villa and saw the situation inside, and his heart sank. "It cost a lot of money to build this villa myself. Wasn't it just that when he was in Jiangcheng, after being teased by Qinbai, he got angry and teased Lin Ro? Who knew that she happened to be Eddie's girlfriend? But after all, he is the young master of the Wang family. At least I have some face to save. How can I show weakness in front of a group of subordinates? Wang Dao, you finally dared to come out? Don't talk about my sister. If you have the guts, let's have a one-on-one duel. A real man's 1v1 battle." Eddie was holding several bombs in his hands and was not at all afraid of the people in front of him. "Get out of here right now, or I'll make sure you don't see the sun tomorrow." Wang Dao was furious, but he was only angry for a moment and did not dare to take action. After all, it was a bomb, and it was a bomb that had already been rolled. His small body can't bear it. "You want me to leave? If you don't give me an explanation today, I will show you what principles are on behalf of the Burial Love family." Eddie showed no fear. Wang Dao raised his eyes. He had just captured Chen Bang today, and couldn't let Eddie make a big fuss. Go up and capture him alive. "You bastard turtle, you dare to come out and steal people, but you don't dare to come out and fight alone, you are a waste." As Eddie spoke, he dropped another bomb. With a bang, the bodyguards were frightened and quickly dispersed. The smoke cleared and a girl came out. It was Lin Miao Miao. "Stop it, I'll take care of him." Shinbai narrowed his eyes in the distance. There was indeed something wrong with her, and it seemed that it was here. He then picked up the detective badge and informed the other 3 of the situation. Then he looked at Eddie intently. This group of people is definitely not simple. Although he deliberately let Eddie make trouble. But I didn't want him to risk his own safety. If something goes wrong, we must save people. "Little brother, what are you so angry about?" Lin Miu walked out with a smile. "Who are you?" Eddie looked at the woman in front of him, dressed to run away, and couldn't help asking. Lin Miu threw a coquettish glance, "Come in with me and play, and I'll tell you my identity." However, just as she finished her words, a bomb was thrown directly at her. Fortunately, Wang Dao reacted in time and pulled it away, preventing Lin Miaomio from being blown up. You want to be my sister? What a joke. Eddie's angry scolding made Lin Miaomio unable to help but complain, is this a real man? He can do this and even try to sneak attack me. Wang Dao coughed lightly and said, this guy has a bad habit. He's super narcissistic. He can't even walk when he sees a girl. But she's a non-mainstream girl, and she's very loyal. I accidentally teased his girl, so he came to me. Lin Miaomio shouted in annoyance, what are you waiting for? Catch him quickly. The bodyguards were speechless. We had already started fighting, and it was you who told me to stop. But they dared not say it, because they were just workers. A dozen bodyguards dispersed. At the same time, he rushed towards Eddie. That's it, is this all you can do? Eddie raised the corner of his mouth slightly. In the distance, Wang Dao caught sight of this smile and thought to himself, be careful. Fuck, this kid even has flash grenades. The scattered bodyguards were unable to see their route due to the sudden white light. Don't dare to act rashly. Eddie took out a pair of special glasses from his backpack and put them on. Instantly locked onto the king's position. Oh no, come back and protect me. Wang Dao wanted to call for help, but the security guard couldn't tell the directions. Oh my god, there's a bomb. Fuck, there are smoke bombs. Where did this guy get so many bombs? Oh, who touched my butt? A female bodyguard screamed. Just as Eddie approached Wang Dao, a dangerous aura suddenly appeared. Chapter 104, Dark Knight Organization and Black Tiger Gang. Eddie kicked Wang Dao away, but saw a figure suddenly appear. Why does this guy look like a murderer? Seemingly sensed danger. There is murderous intent. Eddie didn't dare to stay. Run away. However, that figure rushed up directly. It was as if the flash bomb had no effect on him. The speed was so fast that he couldn't get rid of it. Not on the same level. Eddie was shocked and threw another smoke bomb. Still no effect. The figure still caught up. At this moment, Eddie even felt a murderous intent. Do you really think my Black Tiger Gang is something you can come and go as you please? A gloomy voice sounded, and a figure appeared in front of Eddie in an instant. Eddie was shocked. I could feel the other party's murderous intent and felt a little scared. The Black Tiger Gang, this gang that no one has ever heard of, is the most terrifying. Sure enough, the figure didn't say much. Holding a long knife, he chopped down. Eddie thought to himself, it's over. Reincarnation. The ranged mage was approached, not to mention that the opponent was much stronger than him. He was thinking at this time. It would be great if Mengpo was also from the Zhang'ai family. But at this critical moment, Xin Bai suddenly appeared. The next second, the long knife that was supposed to chop Eddie's head like chopping a watermelon suddenly disappeared and replaced by a lollipop. Xin Bai held the long knife in his hand and chopped it down with his backhand. The man hadn't yet realized why the long knife in his hand had turned into a lollipop. Just use a lollipop to resist. Xin Bai was not polite and used all his strength. Snap. The lollipop in the opponent's hand and his arm were injured by Xin Bai. Then it disappeared from Eddie's sight again. Eddie was a little confused. What was going on? Will a god come to save me? Before he could react, Eddie felt dizzy and the space around him seemed illusory. When I recovered, I had already left the villa. Next to him stood a boy. Looking closely, it turned out to be Xin Bai. Brother! It's you! Eddie exclaimed. He must remember this benefactor. He asked himself to take out a loan before, then taught himself the spirit of burying love, and now he has saved himself. Xin Bai's appearance made the scene quiet. Wang Dao said coldly, I was wondering why that idiot Eddie had the brains to come to Rice Flower City. Turns out he has an accomplice. You're the idiot. If I had come to Mihua City by myself, you, Koen, would be 10 centimeters shorter. Even if it's 10 centimeters shorter, I still have 8 centimeters, which is enough. Wang Dao was not willing to be outdone. Lin Miaomia naturally knew Xin Bai. Don't waste time talking to them, he is a garrison intern. Our base must have been exposed. Kill them all and evacuate quickly. Lin Miaomio had no intention of being flirtatious towards Xin Bai. After all, in school, figure and appearance are important. Su Xiaoya and Lu Ruyan are much better than me. Xin Bai had no idea at all. But what she didn't expect was One is that a friend's wife should not be bullied, and the other is a good friend. Xinbai was still wondering why Lin Miao Miao didn't let him in to have a talk like she did before. Xinbai said, I said I came here to watch a show, do you believe me? Wang Dao cursed, who cares what you're doing here? I didn't expect to meet you again. You're dead. As soon as the words fell, a large group of men in black suddenly rushed towards Xinbai. If you look closely, there are at least more than 10. The realm is only level 1. Xinbai asked Eddie, do you still have that bomb? Have. Okay, throw it at our feet later. Listen to me, that's right. Eddie didn't think too much about it and just watched the other party's situation. Alas, I didn't expect my benefactor to come out and want to die with me. That's good, I have a companion on the road to the underworld. Eddie activated all the bombs. Smash it directly to the ground. Those men in black who were about to rush over naturally wanted to blow themselves up when they saw Eddie. Suddenly I didn't dare to move. Is this suicide because you don't want to be tortured? Even Wang Dao and Lin Miao Miao couldn't help but be surprised. Is it so easy to give up on yourself? However, they saw a horrifying scene. The next second, the bodyguard's sixth sense made them feel that this place was very dangerous. Must run. However, a large group of them disappeared at the same time. When he appeared again, he was already where Xinbai and Eddie were standing. The bomb countdown just ended. Boom boom. This explosion was louder than all the previous ones. The smoke cleared. The group of men in black were all lying on the ground, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. As for Xinbai and Eddie, they had already mastered the Flying Thunder God in heavenly hand power. Returned to the tree where Xinbai had just hidden. Eddie thought he was going to die, but he unexpectedly survived. Oh my god, there are experts coming to save us. Xinbai looked at Eddie and the corner of his mouth twitched. With this IQ, is it possible that the AI family's IQ is passed down to girls but not boys? Xinbai, what's going on? A voice rang out. Eddie turned around and saw it was Ivy Wei. Sister, I. Before Eddie could speak, Xinbai gave a brief account of the situation. This is probably the Black Tiger Gang's base, and there might even be remnants of the Dark Knight organization hiding here? Su Xiaoya asked, what should we do now? We don't know the other party's situation. First, call the Public Security Bureau and Instructor Wang Lin. Tell them it's serious and ask them to send reinforcements. Say there must be human experiments going on here and there are experts. Let's hold them back. Xinbai was also unclear about the situation. But roughly speaking, it shouldn't be too strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't be hiding in such a remote villa. Eddie had been making a fuss for so long that they didn't dare to do anything. Leaving behind a word, Xinbai disappeared on the spot. This side of the villa. Wang Dao, Lin Miao Miao, and Black Tiger Gang leader Lu Ming looked at the situation in front of them in confusion. Just when Lu Ming was about to step forward to check whether those men in black were dead or alive, suddenly I felt a murderous intent behind me. It's Xinbai. What a fast speed. It's much faster than mine. No. At this age, it's impossible that you can't see clearly. Could it be teleportation? Xinbai stabbed with a knife. Lu Ming wanted to resist, but found that the only thing left in his hand was the lollipop. To be precise, it's the stick of a lollipop. Damn, so unlucky. He had no choice but to change his fist into a palm to block his vital points. Snap. The long knife pierced through Lu Ming's palm. It was this action that gave him the opportunity to escape. What a quick reaction. Xinbai saw that the sneak attack failed, but did not leave. Instead, he looked at the people in front of him. At the same time, Ai Weiwei and her group came out. Indicates that reinforcements have been notified. What they have to do is to prevent the other party from escaping. At this time, several men in black came out of the villa. One of them looked at Xinbai and the others and said, catch them. FAE and Daojiao are all in their hands. Xinbai frowned, Dark Knight Organization. Sure enough, this is the lair of the Black Tiger Gang and the Dark Knight Organization. It seems that including the few people who just came out, there are 11 people in total. Ignore the bodyguards. There's a difference in combat power now. If our combat power is 40,000, the other side's combat power is at least 530,000. Xinbai whispered, one is at level 9 on the second stage, one is at level 1 on the second stage, and the rest are at level 8 or 9 on the first stage, as well as Wang Dao and Lin Miao Miao. Su Xiaoya said, with Sister Weiwei's assistance, I can deal with that level 2, level 1. Xinbai nodded, okay, then I will go and hold off the Black Tiger Gang's help. As for the rest, Zhuzi, you are a defensive type, and with Weiwei's assistance, it shouldn't be a big problem, right? Fuck it, leave that idiot Wang Dao to me. I'm going to castrate him today. After that, they each went to find their respective opponents. 5 versus 11, the advantage is on my side. Only Chao Dezhu was left there. Chao Dezhu's heart broke, meow meow meow. I'm only level 1, level 8. Is this for me to be beaten? Soon, his idea was verified. There are a total of 7 killers from the Dark Knight organization. 1 against 7, I have to say, Chao Dezhu is indeed capable. Being pressed to the ground and rubbed by 7 people, although it hurt, he didn't make a sound. This will be his bragging capital in the future. Many years later, Chao Dezhu boasted to others about his ability to fight against opponents of higher levels. That year I held my head in my hands and was beaten so badly I didn't know how to fight back. Become. That year, I put my hands in my pockets and fought against 7 killers from a cult organization without any fear. Chapter 105. Are you stupid? I can fly. Xinbai saw Chao Dezhu being beaten from afar. But there was no way to go up and help. The person in front of him surprised him quite a bit. Just now when Xinbai was about to launch a sneak attack, he was stabbed in the arm by the opponent. Boy, your special ability is teleportation, but your reaction speed is not good enough, and your combat experience is not enough. You are no match for me. Lu Ming simply tore off the pieces of clothing and wrapped the wound. People like him who lick blood on the tip of a knife. To be honest, Xinbai was a little scared. Although he usually watched martial arts dramas, the actor's fierce punches and fighting despite wounds made him feel excited. But now that it has really happened, it really hurts. The other party was right. His current shortcoming was not his poor ability. It's because of his own poor on-the-spot reaction and lack of combat experience. Lu Ming gripped his long sword and rushed forward. The speed was so fast that Xinbai didn't dare to counterattack or sneak attack, and could only use Flying Thunder God to dodge. However, after a brief fight, Lu Ming had already roughly memorized the landing point of Xinbai's teleportation. I'll finish you off with one strike. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and it was obvious that he was serious. Spiritual energy burst out from his body. A red light spread from the right hand to the entire long sword. The white blade gradually turned blood red. Xinbai didn't dare to greet him and could only activate Flying Thunder God again. The landing point he chose this time was the Flying Thunder God mark at the beginning next to the villa gate. However, just as he appeared, Lu Ming seemed to know the landing point in advance and chopped with his knife. The speed was so fast that Xinbai had no time to dodge. The knife falls with a sudden movement. Swish. Ah! A wailing sounded. The solid feeling of the meat made Lu Ming's mouth curl up. But the next second, when he saw the person in front of him clearly, he was shocked. It turned out to be the man in black from the Dark Knight organization. You. The man in black was obviously confused and wanted to speak. But the pain made him unable to make a sound. Brother, what's wrong with you? Seeing this, Lu Ming didn't bother to chase Xinbai. He quickly supported the man in black. I. The man in black hesitated, pointing at the long knife that was inserted into his chest. Lu Ming understood instantly. I almost forgot. After saying that, pull it out directly. Man in black, oh? That's not what I meant. But before the man in black could stop him, as the long sword was pulled out, there was another scream. Puff. What followed was unstoppable blood flow. Oh shit. The leader of the Black Tiger Gang is as stupid as a fucking pig. Don't you know that you can't just pull out the knife if you have a penetrating wound? The man in black looked at him with the most unwilling eyes. When Lu Ming saw this, he was also anxious. There is no way the Dark Knight organization and the Black Tiger Gang are in a cooperative relationship. It seems that the only way is... Bang! Once, the knife came down. The black-clad man's unwilling look turned into horror. Finally, he slowly closed his eyes and was reincarnated. Lu Ming smashed the corpse to pieces, stood up, and shouted loudly, Xinbai, since you dare to kill my ally, today must be the day you die. The other side. Su Xiaoya and Ai Weiwei teamed up to fight against the level 2 killer. The two women have a slight advantage. However, the psychological abilities of the two women are also not as ruthless as the other. At this time, the killer's hands were covered in blood and had marks of burns from flames. But there was no fear in his eyes. Su Xiaoya's hands were even shaking a little. Su Xiaoya spread her wings behind her back and took a deep breath to calm herself down. The flame feather turned into a spear and stabbed directly at the killer. Seeing this, the killer did not dodge. Instead, he jumped from the spot. Su Xiaoya prepared to predict the opponent's landing point. But after a while, I found that the other party did not land. This. Flying skills. What the hell is this? He actually has this trick hidden. There is already a gap in strength. Not to mention that the other party can fly. For spiritual warriors of this level, we have an absolute advantage in the air. Even Ivy's spiritual skills couldn't affect the other party. If I had known it would be so troublesome this time, I wouldn't have come out so early. The killer looked at the two women's dejected expressions and said, "Haha, you're stupid, I can fly." Immediately, the spiritual energy in his hand condensed into a wind blade, ready to fly towards Su Xiaoya. "What do you say you can do?" Suddenly, Qin Bai's voice rang out. The killer was a little confused and looked sideways. In an instant, his entire worldview collapsed. I only saw a motorcycle flying in the air. The flight altitude is higher than his. He was a little confused. He looked at the nitrogen that was still being sprayed from Qin Bai's motorcycle. "Look at yourself again. What the hell is this? You're playing with gravity like this? Even if it's a spiritual weapon, I've never heard of a flying motorcycle. And it's spraying nitrogen. Playing kart rider? Besides, isn't this guy implicated by Lu Ming? Why are you here?" He looked in the direction of Lu Ming. I saw Lu Ming crying and shouting that Qin Bai had killed the killer of the Dark Knight organization. I wiped away my tears from time to time. What the hell is going on with me? Can anyone tell me what's going on? Before the killer could react, Qin Bai twisted his handle to the limit and pulled the horsepower to maximum. He suddenly accelerated and rushed forward. Looking at Qin Bai rushing towards him, the killer's mouth twitched. How could a mere motorcycle possibly withstand a blow from me? It's okay for him to deal with me from a distance, but he actually dares to fight me in close combat. Just as he raised his long knife, I just felt dizzy and dazed. When I came to my senses, I was already on the ground. Su Xiaoya had been waiting for this moment and thrust out a spear. The killer's defensive sword was instantly knocked away. Next second, with a bang sound, crows take a plane. Qin Bai drove the motorcycle and installed the killer right on the bull's eye. The locomotive did not slow down, but maintained maximum horsepower, dragging the killer's body. The killer's entire back was covered in blood from the friction between the concrete floor and his body. A bloody trail was dragged out on the ground. Seeing this, Lu Ming, who was not far away, was shocked. Just when he was about to take action against Qin Bai. What the hell? What is this? The two headlights of the motorcycle actually condensed two streams of qigong. Swoosh! Two qigong waves were sprayed directly towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming could only raise his hands to block. I was deeply shocked by Qin Bai's methods. First it was teleportation, then teleportation, and now it's this outrageous spiritual weapon. This ability, this foundation. Since I have offended him, this kid must not be found by him. Lu Ming just turned around and ran. Collapse and run away. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. Qin Bai saw Lu Ming running away and ignored him for the time being. Then he turned and looked at Chao Dezhu. I have to say that Juzi's defensive ability is not simple. Level 1, Level 8, being beaten by so many Level 1, Level 9 players for such a long time. Except for his clear eyes, there is nothing wrong with him. Even the speed of escape was vigorous. The killer's darts, silver needles and other hidden weapons were all blocked by the black shields on the pillars. The shield was suspended in the air behind the pillar and was bigger than him. If you look closely, you can see some strange lines on it. Chapter 106, there are risks in finishing off a target, so be careful when you act. Qin Bai watched as those people prepared to catch up with Chao Dezhu. While turning the car around, he said, "You two go help Eddie. He's dragging Wang Dao and Lin Miao Miao. Those two are the focus. There might be someone in the villa. Yeah. After the two women responded, they stabbed the killer on the ground again and went forward to help Eddie. At this moment, the locomotive has been in flight for 3 minutes and can no longer fly. Can only be driven on level ground. However, his speed is still faster than those killers. Brother Bai, save me. Xiaodazhu saw Qin Bai and shouted from afar. His spiritual energy was gone, and his physical strength was also depleted. If it weren't for the adrenaline, they would have been turned into a hornet's nest by the attacks of hidden weapons. Qin Bai nodded, and the motorcycle was still turned to maximum horsepower. The car lights condensed 2 qigong waves again. Those who were chasing Xiaodazhu were horrified. This spiritual weapon must be very powerful, and it will definitely not be a problem to deal with them. As for the reason, didn't you see how cautious Lu Ming was just now? These people are all behind Xiaodazhu, wanting to use Xiaodazhu as a shield. But the next second, with a whoosh, a shield appeared on the edge of Qin Bai's motorcycle. Oh my god! Let us play. Barbecue. Seeing Qin Bai press the launch button without hesitation. This time it was 2 tracking qigong waves. One of the killers embodies a brotherly love. He took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack and knocked out a companion, then used the other person's body to shield himself. Especially his own hands and feet, they were blocked tightly. As for the other party's siblings? I'm really not familiar with them. The other killers saw this. They all became defensive and did not harm their companions. But despite this, 2 more qigong waves shot over in an instant. Seeing this, the remaining people turned and ran, jumping up and down. Their speed is not even on the same level as Lu Ming's. There is no way to avoid the pursuit of qigong waves, especially with some tracking. But they still ran desperately. The purpose is not to escape the pursuit of the qigong wave. You can hit your teammates before hitting yourself. There were only 2 qigong waves, and one hit the shield. If the other bullet hits one more person, the others will be fine. But they forget the most important point. The qigong cannon doesn't just have 2 shots. Qin Bai condensed 4 qigong waves again. Swoosh. 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 Facing 4 qigong waves. Everyone was shocked. There was no way to escape, and everyone had to endure it. Qin Bai was somewhat helpless. Alas, Juzi, you see, their relationship must be bad. If someone has the spirit of fearless sacrifice and blocks 6 qigong cannons, the others will definitely be safe. From XX Killer's emotion value plus 888. From. When everyone heard Qin Bai's complaint, they fainted with resentment. As for the only killer who used his companion's body to block the cannon, just about to escape, the whole person suddenly appeared in front of Qin Bai. Qin Bai did not hesitate, seized the opportunity and raised the shadowless sword. The knife falls with a sudden movement. Swish. The killer was stabbed through with one sword. Under the invisible sword energy, the killer couldn't even feel the killing intent, and he screamed to death. After killing the killer, Qin Bai almost fell off the motorcycle. Qin Bai put the motorcycle back into the system space and breathed heavily. Firing a cannon is not only a technical job, but also a physical job. You've only fired 8 shots and you're already exhausted? That's definitely not right. It must be that the heavenly hand power consumed too much spiritual energy a few times. It has absolutely nothing to do with firing cannons. It's no problem for me to fire 70 more cannons. Taking advantage of Qin Bai's time to rest and recover. Xiaodazhu's strength has recovered. Holding the black shield, he walked towards the unconscious killers. There are 6 killers. As long as you kill them all, you can brag about it later. Wrong. What is bragging? This is called him and Qin Bai killing each other indiscriminately. Qin Bai is responsible for giggling, and he is responsible for killing indiscriminately. As for the reason, at first he faced 7 people alone. Now he has killed 6 more people with his own hands. I just want to ask you if you have made the greatest contribution. If I hadn't been knocked down by Qin Bai, I, Xiaodazhu, would have been able to kill 7 vicious killers by crossing levels. Well, not bad, that's great. 1 knife, 2 knives, 1 knife, 2 knives. The knife stabbed straight in, and these people couldn't even make a sound when they died. Xiaodazhu was finishing off the enemy with peace of mind. But just at the last one. Ah! 2 screams rang out. One was that Xiaodazhu was frightened. The other one was from the killer. He was originally hit by the Qigong wave and fell into a coma. But I didn't expect that his heart was on the right side. Chao Dijua stabbed the left atrium, and he not only escaped the disaster. I was also woken up by severe pain. Seeing the boy in front of him, the killer knew he couldn't escape. In an instant, a determined look appeared in his eyes. The energy throughout the body begins to rise. Self-destruct. It's self-destruction. Fuck, brother Bai, save me. Seeing this, Chao Dijua shouted immediately. But no one responded. At this moment, Qin Bai was looking at the sky. He propped his chin up with his hands and sat on the ground with his knees supported. There was a hint of vicissitudes in his eyes. Thinking about something. The battle scars on his body are evidence of his bloody battles. Of course, it is hard to say whose blood was bathed in. That's not the most important thing. Most importantly, there was a mobile phone holder less than a meter in front of him. There was a mobile phone on the stand, recording a video. TikTok, record your beautiful life. Alright, perfect, post it on WeChat Moments to show off. As Qin Bai picked up the phone, he heard a bang. Damn it, didn't I tell Eddie not to use bombs recklessly? Just as he was cursing, he looked up. I noticed his silhouette as if there was an artillery shell being fired. Fly towards the sky. Oh my god. Isn't this a pillar? How to play the trapeze. Land at this speed and height. You should be able to save the effort of digging a hole and just fill it with soil. Immediately, Qin Bai squeezed out the last bit of his supernatural power. Use the power of heavenly hands. Transfer Chao Dijua over. You can see that there are some cracks in the black shield. Chao Diju's entire face turned black, and black smoke came out of his mouth when he opened it. My dear, Juzi, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? From Chao Diju's emotional value plus 888. Chao Dijua was in tears. Why didn't anyone tell me that finishing off the enemy also requires skills? Qin Bai checked and found that Chao Dijua would not die. He would just lie in bed for a few days at most, so he stopped giving him the magic beans. But it's not a good idea to leave it like this. After all, it's noon and the sun is so hot. Carry Chao Dijua under the tree and cover him with a piece of cloth. Go to the villa to see how Su Xiaoya is doing. The villa is so big, no wonder it looks like a castle from the outside. It's at least half the size of a football field. Qin Bai searched around but heard no signs of fighting and saw no one. Help, help. Just as he picked up the detective badge to notify several people. A cry for help was heard. Help, help, help. The sound seemed to come from underground. It was a male voice, not Eddie's. Strange, why does it sound familiar? Chapter 107 Super Lollipop: The Transformation of Time. Save me. Qin Bai quietly went over to take a look. A naked boy was found, tied up and hanging in the air. His face was blurred. Qin Bai walked closer to the man and took a closer look. Oh my god, this isn't. No, you admit your mistake, I'm fine, go away. When Chen Bang saw that it was Qin Bai, he quickly denied it. Oh my god, it's really Chen Bang, how come you have such hobbies? I'm not, you're wrong, get out of here. No hurry, let's keep it as a souvenir. Qin Bai didn't rush to let Chen Bang go, but took out his cell phone. Crack. Crack. Because the light was too dim, Qin Bai turned on the flash to ensure clarity. From Chen Bang's emotion value plus 9,999. Qin Bai, put me down quickly. Who are you? Are we very familiar with each other? Qin Bai asked back. From Chen Bang's mood value plus 3,333. Qin Bai made a few more clicks. From. Seeing that the situation was almost over, Qin Bai let Chen Bang go. Bang, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you're running around naked in broad daylight. Not only the Public Security Bureau, but even the cult wouldn't tolerate it. Get the hell out of here. Chen Bang found some cloth and covered himself with it. He said to Qin Bai, there's a big problem here. Notify the Public Security Bureau immediately. Qin Bai, is the village connected to the internet? Chen Bang, what do you mean? Qin Bai, our garrison training mission this time is to investigate this place. Chen Bang, why don't I have an internship assignment? Qin Bai, what level are you? Are you qualified to do the same task with me? Hearing Qin Bai's ridicule, Chen Bang was about to lose his temper. But he saw Qin Bai shaking his phone. Damn, I knew this would be the result. This is also the reason why I didn't want to see Qin Bai just now. He had already thought that if Qin Bai got the upper hand, he would have to bear the consequences. Here. When Chen Bang was about to speak, Qin Bai's detective badge rang. Wait, business is more important. Qin Bai picked up the detective badge and heard Su Xiaoya's exclamation. Found Lu Ming, need reinforcements, let him go down to the basement quickly. As soon as Qin Bai came down, he saw Wang Dao and Eddie shivering. Su Xiaoya and Ai Weiwei looked at the three people in front of them. Lu Ming, Lin Miaomiao, and Lin Ro. Qin Bai walked over slowly and laughed. Wow, it's so lively. I never thought those assassins couldn't handle you. Lu Ming looked at Qin Bai. If this guy wasn't so weird, he wouldn't have come here to find help. Now that it has been discovered, it proves that this stronghold is gone. I can only do them all. Lin Miaomiao looked at Qin Bai and the others, a strange smile on her face. Another one is here to die, just in time, get rid of them all. Qin Bai frowned, something was wrong. Why was the other party so confident? Just then, bursts of roars rang out. There are more than a dozen strange beasts behind Lin Miaomiao. The two ends are level 2, and the rest are level 1. It seems that these were obtained from Lin Hong. Oh my god, this is so outrageous. Qin Bai was shocked and looked at Su Xiaoya and the other girl. I saw Ivabai throwing a range-type mind control at the other party. By the way, he pulled Eddie and Wang Dao from the ground. Are you thinking of running away now? After a moment of stunned silence, Lin Miaomiao sneered. I clapped my hands and saw the door to the basement suddenly closed. Then, a crystal appeared in the center. Lu Ming sneered, boy, I know you can teleport. Now that the space shield is activated, I wonder what use your ability is. Qin Bai and the others were shocked and became careless. I originally wanted to delay the opponent, but I didn't expect the opponent's firepower to be so strong. Then again, why did the garrison arrive so late? This. Qin Bai hesitated and was about to say something while looking at Su Xiaoya and the others. Almost in an instant, Lin Miaomiao suddenly felt dizzy and came to her senses. Find yourself trapped in enemy camp. Lu Ming and Lin Ro's pupils shrank suddenly. What's going on? There's an energy crystal affecting this area, so there should be spatial fluctuations. Spatial spiritual skills won't work. However, there was no time for Lu Ming to take action. Su Xiaoya's flaming spear stabbed over. Lin Miaomiao's fragile body was stabbed unconscious on the spot. Qin Bai groped her body. The key to the basement was quickly found. Sure enough, the clapping just now was just a show-off. In fact, it is just secretly pressing the door-closing button. Qin Bai stopped doing this a few years ago. Several people quickly fled the basement. However, at this moment, a wolf head blocked their way. Turning around, I saw a tiger blocking my retreat from behind. It was an experienced tiger, the earth-splitting tiger. But this time it's only level 2, level 8. There are wolves in front and tigers behind. In the middle, there was a Lu Ming holding a long knife and staring at these people. 3 level 2s. All advanced. At this time, Chen Bang suddenly said, help me buy some time, I can deal with those 2 strange beasts. Qin Bai was stunned, do you have a solution? Yes, but I need to prepare for my ultimate move. Good. Qin Bai appeared above the earth-splitting tiger in an instant. He took the shadowless sword and chopped it down. Before the earth-splitting tiger could react, it felt a mosquito bite on its head. Roar. With a roar, Qin Bai was thrown down. After attracting a hatred, Qin Bai did the same to the Gale Wolf. Ouch. Also attracted to Qin Bai. However, the strange beasts have no intelligence, but Lu Ming does. I saw a 3-colored flame suddenly appear in Chen Bang's hand, as if he was accumulating power for something. His intuition told him that this thing was fatal. Ignoring Qin Bai, he ran straight towards the basement door. Su Xiaoya and Ai Weiwei went to greet them. Unfortunately, the two were no match for each other in one move. Qin Bai, who had just been fighting with 2 strange beasts. However, he could only delay it. The 2 strange beasts fought each other, and the round fan could not rebound. Seeing Chen Bang in danger, he thought of a big treasure in the warehouse. Suddenly, an oversized lollipop appeared in his hand. Look at my super lollipop. Qin Bai crushed the lollipop in one bite. Super Lollipop Fighting Star Shift can redirect all attacks from the opponent. The stronger the opponent, the higher the damage. Fist and kick attacks can also change direction. Swallow the lollipop. For a moment, he could feel an additional power in his body. A sublime power. I feel like I can catch a nuclear bomb with my bare hands now. Of course, feelings are just feelings, and it is definitely impossible for him to try it. The earth-splitting tiger and the gale wolf rushed towards Qinbai. Qinbai took a deep breath and put his hands in a martial arts fighting position. Seeing that Qinbai did not dodge, the two strange beasts thought that Qinbai had no spiritual power. One opened its bloody mouth and the other flashed its sharp claws. The moment they touched Qinbai, the sudden impact was affected by an inexplicable force. Instead, he rushed towards Lu Ming, who was holding a knife. Bang! Ah! A scream rang out. Lu Ming's pupils were filled with shock as he was unable to react at all. His left hand was instantly bitten off by the bloody mouth of the earth-splitting tiger. What is going on? The strange beast was instigated to rebel? Chapter 108. My Qinbai's sword never kills old or young women. Lu Ming gritted his teeth, took off his entire shirt and wrapped the wound on his broken arm. Don't let the blood continue to flow. Looking at the scene in front of me, the two strange beasts did not rebel. Then there is only one result. His eyes fell on Qinbai. He could clearly see that the strange scene just now was caused by this kid. What's going on? What's this kid's strength? Why does he have a backup plan? With his experience, even without seeing it with his own eyes, he could still guess what had happened. Just now, Qinbai was able to face two advanced level 2 monsters at the same time. Today, things have changed. On one side is Qinbai, whose methods are unpredictable, and on the other side is Chen Bang, who makes him feel his life is in danger. Now there is only one path before him. That is, run. He never expected that even after releasing these strange beasts, he still couldn't get rid of the people in front of him. You little bastard, I'll take this vengeance to heart, and I'll get back at you sooner or later. Just when Lu Ming had just finished his harsh words and ran away, the two strange beasts attacked him again. Bang! What the hell, what's going on? This time, Lu Ming, who was on guard, was not injured. However, the violent physical impact was still too much for him to bear. Run? You want to run now? It's too late. Lu Ming wanted to run, but the strange beast didn't want to run. They had been teased time and again by the weak human in front of them and had long wanted to eat him alive. Attack again. Qinbai linked Dozhuan Xingyi and Tian Sholi. While changing the attack direction of the monster, used the power of the sky hand. In this way, the strange beast will move to Lu Ming's side. Due to inertia, the attack of the two strange beasts continued and landed steadily on Lu Ming. In this way, Lu Ming, who had been trying to escape, was dragged down by the two strange beasts he bought. What a regret! If I had known this earlier, I would have run away when I was on the ground. Why did I come back? At this moment, Qinbai took advantage of the time to fight the Flying Thunder God. Several first-level monsters were eliminated. Only then did Su Xiaoya and the others get a chance to catch their breath. The repeated battles had made them finish the 2 military ration pills given by Qinbai. Ivy was breathing heavily and looking at the wall, watching Qinbai taking on 3 level 2 warriors alone. It was a little unexpected that Qinbai became so strong. Could it be that this kid has some inherited spiritual skills? Or did he use a forbidden technique? Lu Ming tried to escape again, but was blocked by 2 strange beasts that suddenly appeared at the door of the basement. He pressed his broken arm painfully. Even though the tip of the knife was often bleeding, the pain was always there. I never thought that I would be forced into this state by you little bastards. He regrets it very much now. If I had known earlier, I would have let the monster attack and kill them as soon as they met. Of course, he understood. This time, the stronghold can be said to have been exposed. The ghost doctor from the Tongxin Society will definitely not let him go. In that case, we might as well drag these people down with us. Lu Ming's eyes began to become firm, and he was ready to die. Just when he was about to self-destruct, the super lollipop effect has worn off. The energy in Qinbai's body suddenly dissipated. Faced with the attacks of the 2 strange beasts, Qinbai could not use the star shift and could only use instant teleport to dodge. Lu Ming retracted his resolute gaze, his eyes filled with excitement. Ha, you little bastard, you're done, you're finished. I'm going to chop all of you up and feed you all to the monsters. Shinbai was also confused when faced with the sudden disappearance of power. Fuck, Chinbang, you idiot, I've been dragging it out for 3 minutes and you're still not done. Why is the foreplay taking so long? For a moment, Shinbai faced attacks from 3 creatures at the same time, the earth-splitting tiger, the gale wolf, and Lu Ming. It seems that I have to use the power of heaven to pull it again. At this moment, a voice rang out, Shinbai, get out of the way. A flaming lotus appeared in Chen Bang's hand, with 3 colors mixed together, flashing with extremely powerful power. The intense feeling of oppression made everyone present feel hot all over. Shinbai didn't think twice and used Flying Thunder God to escape immediately. Boom! A violent sound rang out. The fire lotus was so fast that the 3 creatures had no time to escape. The violent shockwave made it impossible for everyone to open their eyes completely. I could only use my arms to block part of the aftermath. Instantly, no words needed. Because, Shinbai and his friends saw a mushroom cloud indoors for the first time. At this moment, the whole earth seemed to be shaking. In the center of the fire lotus, a deep pit of more than 10 meters appeared. As for those 3 creatures, can't find any ash. Shinbai looked at the scene. With such power, no wonder it took so long to charge. It's really terrifying. He was wondering if the round fan could bounce back. This power is probably almost reaching the 3rd level. But he couldn't say for sure whether it had arrived or not. But it can be proved that in the future, combat effectiveness cannot be judged solely by appearance. Chen Bang, who is at level 9 of the first stage, can use spiritual skills of this level. If a level 9 enemy comes at level 2, and I'm stupid enough to use a round fan to bounce it off, then I'm done for, right? Chen Bang exhaled lightly and slowly lowered his hands. The expression on his face was full of indifference. He looks like a hermit. Chen Bang didn't say anything, he was waiting for everyone to praise him. However, an inopportune voice rang out, Awesome Bang, although you have such a powerful spiritual skill, although you exude the aura of a master, and although you wear your underwear outside like Superman, can you please put on some clothes? There are so many girls here. From Chen Bang's mood value plus 8,888. Upon hearing this, Chen Bang looked at his body. He was stripped to the bone, except for his underwear. Oh my god. Where are my clothes? It must have been blown away by the explosion just now. Why can't you always pretend to be cool properly? Immediately, Chen Bang fled the basement and went to his room to find some clothes to put on. Shinbai cleaned up the mess and killed all the remaining first-level monsters. It was a bit unlucky that I didn't find any beast core. Shinbai and the others looked at Lin Miao Miao. Lin Miao Miao's beautiful eyes were slightly startled, but she was not timid. She saw at a glance that Shinbai was the backbone. She walked towards Shinbai, classmate Shinbai, can you please let me go this time? When this is over, you can do whatever you want. As she spoke, she rubbed herself with Shinbai's hand, rubbing Shinbai's thigh with his legs. She also pulled her shirt to reveal her smooth shoulders. He also exudes a charming and supernatural aura. It seems that as long as Shinbai is willing, they can start a game now. Ai Weiwei and Su Xiaoya on the side looked disgusted. But they are not worried. Shinbai is not someone who is easily tempted by beauty. However, Shinbai's words startled the 2 women. I, Shinbai, have always admired Master Guan Er. His loyalty and courage are worth learning from for a lifetime. Now go. I never kill old or young women with my sword. Shinbai, she. Ai Weiwei wanted to speak, but was interrupted by Shinbai. I told you to let her go. From the looks of it, she's probably just a victim. Su Xiaoya didn't say anything. Lin Miao Miao gave a charming smile. Under her charming ability, these men are all pigs and cannot refuse her request at all. Then I'll go wash up first and wait for you to come up. Lin Miao Miao threw a coquettish glance and turned away. She wouldn't be stupid enough to stay there and just run away. However, he hadn't taken 2 steps yet. She suddenly saw a small knife piercing through her back and chest. Turn around and look. Shinbai's face was dark from the battle, but he showed a row of white teeth. He grinned, fortunately I have a knife with me. You. Lin Miao Miao never expected that Shinbai would be such a shameless person. Finally, she fell heavily to the ground and closed her eyes unwillingly. Chapter 109, Bingliang Pills? 3 million? Ai Weiwei looked at Shinbai in astonishment, then looked at Lin Miao Miao who was killed by the blow on the ground. Is this what you said, admiring Guan Yiri's loyalty and courage? And then you launch a surprise attack with the white clothes crossing the river? Shinbai said seriously, I can see you don't understand the main point. The main point is that my sword doesn't kill old people, young people, or women. From Ivy Wei's mood value plus 888. So you just use a knife? Let me ask you, did I use a big knife? Ai Weiwei looked at Su Xiaoya, you knew all this just now? Su Xiaoya nodded. Yes, that woman is quite powerful. Big Brother is doing this to make her let down her guard so that he can kill her with one strike and avoid any further trouble. Suddenly, Ai Weiwei looked at Qinbai differently. I originally thought this guy was shameless. I didn't expect them to be so detailed. What about the rest? Qinbai looked at Wang Chang and Lin Ro and said, kill the man and keep the woman. Wang Chang shouted, it's not fair, you are being sexist. Su Xiaoya is also a little confused this time? After what happened to Lin Miao, Lin Ro did not blush, but instead her face turned ashen. Qinbai saw that everyone had some misunderstandings. I meant to say that Wang Chang is a level 8 rank in the first order, so kill him just in case. As for the woman, she has no strength, so keep her for the official interrogation. Wang Dao shouted, fuck it, I'm not a criminal, why are you killing me? Qinbai was stunned, do you think we are idiots? Master, you're not an idiot, this guy is an idiot. Eddie came out to explain, he thought he was very smart, but he was tricked by Lin Ro. Qinbai looked at him with disdain, thinking he was such an awesome person. No wonder the two bodyguards didn't come with him when they first met. Wang Dao's cheeks flushed red. He always thought highly of himself, but now he felt even more ashamed. In that case, then okay, you guys go up and see if there is anything going on. Qinbai commanded everyone to go up. He stayed in the basement. If I heard correctly just now, Lu Ming said that the spatial ability is restricted here. The reason why Flying Thunder God and Heavenly Hand power can be used. That's because it's not affected by spatial fluctuations. That is to say, under normal circumstances, space spiritual skills cannot be used here. Come to the energy crystal. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered to be a fragment less than 1 centimeter in size. But it contains a lot of energy. Strange, what on earth is this thing? At this time, the system prompt sounded. Ding, the stepping stone on your growth path is here. Do you have a way to determine the properties of this thing? Yes, host, all have it. The system provides you with Treasure Appraisal Technique 1. Appraising treasures, you can view all the information of any object, regardless of level. Wow! Qinbai was shocked. Is the system so conscientious today? Without thinking too much, Qinbai used the treasure appraisal technique on the energy crystal. Ding, detecting items. Fragment of the Imperial Seal, conceal the space within a certain range, prohibiting all spatial abilities. What the hell? After reading the introduction, Qinbai was not surprised by the effect of the crystal. It's the name of the item. The Imperial Seal. This thing turned out to be the Imperial Seal. Where there are fragments, there are naturally other fragments. That is to say, there is actually a complete Imperial Seal on Blue Star. Ha ha. I am appointed by heaven. Qinbai put it away without thinking. Not to mention the ability to ban space. Just the name alone is very classy and will definitely sell for a lot of money. Exit the basement and return to the first floor. Qinbai found Qin Bang leaning against a wall, his face pale and gasping for breath. You're still a master? You look so weak after using your ultimate skill? Qin Bang was unconvinced and said, why didn't you say it was so powerful? Qinbai, is this your excuse for taking 3 minutes to charge your energy? Qin Bang, just asking if you killed those 3. Qinbai, that's because I used up most of it. If it were in its full form, I definitely wouldn't be able to kill it. Qin Bang, oh shit, wait a couple of days, I'll be fully recovered, can you try to take my move? No need to wait, come to me as soon as you recover. Qinbai took out a military pill and stuffed it directly into Chen Bang's mouth. For a moment, Chen Bang was stunned. The situation inside his body was very clear. This ultimate move would completely consume his spiritual energy and physical strength, even reaching overload and reaching negative numbers. Now the condition has returned to its peak. In other words, Qinbai really has such a magical medicine in his hands. Come on, use your ultimate move again. It just so happened that Qinbai wanted to try whether the round fan could bounce back. But who knew that Chen Bang would change his mind? Hee hee, I was kidding you. Did you really think I didn't need to use up any energy when using my ultimate move? What do you mean? I'm lying about the recovery pills. Chen Bang smiled triumphantly. Just now, when he saw Su Xiaoya and Ai Weiwei coming out, they did not exude a weak aura. After asking about the situation, I learned that Qin Bai had such a terrifying recovery pill. So he used provocation to make Qin Bai take it out and reply to him. Qin Bai said angrily, "You said you don't know how to use a big move at all, and you just cheated me to get the pill to restore my physical strength?" Chen Bang smiled triumphantly, "Hey, so what? Hit me, come and hit me." But at this moment, Qin Bai's angry expression turned into a sinister one. Chen Bang thought to himself that this was not good. All I heard was Qin Bai saying, "If you eat my pills, you have to pay me." What do you mean by eating your pill? You gave it to me on your own initiative. This was just a favor between classmates. I didn't ask for it. Chen Bang thought there was some trick going on, but it turned out to be just throwing a tantrum. Want money? Even if he died or jumped from the top floor of the villa, he wouldn't be given a penny. Next second, a prompt sounded. "TikTok, record your beautiful life." What's going on? Qin Bai was so angry that he posted a photo of himself online. It works. It works. Damn it. Qin Bai, delete the photo of me in my underwear right now. Chen Bang leaned over to take a look. I found out that this guy was actually editing a picture of himself wearing only underwear and hanging in the air and shaking. A video composed of several pictures. The most important thing is, he even posted on Douyin. This is fucking social death. I can die. Social death is unacceptable. Qin Bai said seriously, "Why? Do you think my elixirs cost nothing? If you don't pay me, I can only make money by posting videos myself." From Chen Bang's mood value plus 6,666. Come on, tell me, how much do you want? Chen Bang was a little annoyed. How could he have forgotten about this? If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. How could I be so stupid as to try to cheat Qin Bai out of his money? Qin Bai thought about it when this medicine was sold for 200,000. But today, Ivy Wei just took 2. He thought that he should try to quote a high price, and at worst he could bargain slowly. Thinking of this, Qin Bai raised his right hand and stretched out 3 fingers. First, quote 300,000, and at worst, we can cut it down to 250,000. Besides, I have the photos in my hand, so I have the advantage. Chen Bang hesitated for a moment, then finally said, "Alright, 3 million is 3 million. I'm done for this time." What? Qin Bai was stunned, staring at Chen Bang. What do you mean by 3 million? I mean 300,000. Chapter 110. Want to take my seal from me? I don't have 3 million right now. Chen Bang said hurriedly, "My phone was taken away by those people and I don't know where I put it. I'll send it to you when I get back. But you must not send the video." Qin Bai didn't say anything, just looked at Chen Bang in a daze. Make sure this guy isn't kidding. What the hell? 3 million? Bing Liangwen is actually worth 3 million? Not even bargaining? Just hesitant? Although the other person's face looked a little painful, it wasn't that bad. Damn, I sold so much for 200,000 before. How much loss is this? Damn it, knowing this news, I feel worse than earning 3 million from Chen Bang. Qin Bai admitted that he was short-sighted. In fact, it's not Qin Bai's fault for being short-sighted. He has never taken pills since he was a child. In addition, his flying thunder god has no consumption. No idea about recovery. Compared to tens of thousands of recovery beads, Bing Liang pills only have a slightly faster recovery speed. I thought it wasn't much different. But just this one point, the gap is so huge. Chen Bang looked at Qin Bai's expression of having eaten shit. I thought Qin Bai was dissatisfied. Qin Bai, that's enough. This thing is worth 2 million at most. The 1 million is the cost of deleting my video. As soon as these words came out, Qin Bai had an expression as if he had eaten shit. In an instant, it turned into drinking urine and eating shit. 10 times. It's 10 times different. It took. What a loss. Qin Bai came back to his senses and looked at his warehouse. There were still 3 left. Adjust your mood. There is no end to making money. At worst, you can just draw more. Xinbai said, okay, I'll delete all the photos if you transfer me 3 million. Shen Bang nodded. The two left the villa and did not see Su Xiaoya and the others nearby. Xinbai asked curiously, huh? Where are you going? The corpses are all here, and loot should be looted here. Did you encounter an enemy? Shen Bang pointed to the shade of the trees in the distance. They are over there. The two went over to check and found Su Xiaoya crying sadly. Wow, second brother, you died so miserably. Whoa, second brother, why did you leave me like this? You are the only son of your godfather and godmother. What should we do in the future? Whoa. Even Ivy, Eddie, and Wang Chang, who were standing by, looked a little lonely. Shen Bang, who was standing aside, looked at the white cloth covering the ground. There was obviously a person lying underneath. There was blood all around him, as if he was lying in a pool of blood. It hasn't been opened yet. Judging from the situation, it should be Chao Dezhu. When I think of my classmate, even though it was for military merit mission. But that also indirectly saved myself. Tears welled up in my eyes too. Xinbai looked at the situation and scratched his head. What are you crying about? Ai Weiwei was speechless. Xinbai, Chao Dezhu is your brother after all, how can you say such a thing? Shen Bang also cursed. Xinbai, you're usually greedy for money, but now that your buddy is dead, you can actually keep a straight face? Even Su Xiaoya looked at Xinbai with confusion. Could it be that big brother has changed? You didn't lift the white cloth? As Xinbai spoke, he pulled back the white cloth. You can see that Chao Dezhu's face is flushed, and if you listen carefully, you can even hear him snoring. This. Several people were a little stunned. Wiped the tears from his face. Ai Weiwei and Shen Bang started cursing immediately. What the hell, which idiot covered a living person with a white cloth? What a fool, no brains at all, absolutely brainless. Xinbai looked up at the leaves on the tree. Who knows, maybe Zhuzi was sleeping here and this white cloth fell from the sky. Xinbai ignored everyone and started looting. Loot all the resources from those killers. Turns out, I'm really poor. The total amount is less than 100,000. You deserve to be a killer for the rest of your life. Hey, Public Security Bureau. Come over here and clean the floor. Xinbai called the Public Security Bureau and told them that the situation had been resolved. Then, just hung up the phone. I saw several jeeps coming from a distance. As expected, what was shown on TV was correct. Officials always arrive at the scene after the incident is over. Some people from the Riceflower City Security Bureau came down from above. The person who came was a middle-aged man, walking towards Xinbai with a smile on his face. You must be the intern of the garrison army. I didn't expect everyone to be so young. You really are young and promising. Sorry, there are too many murders in Riceflower City. We just solved 2 murders. Don't hit someone who smiles at you. Xinbai and the others didn't know what to say. Tell the other party the specific situation. The middle-aged man waved his hand and asked his men to go in and check the situation. After a while, another jeep drove over. This time, the person who came down was Wang Lin, an old acquaintance of Xinbai and the others. The middle-aged man saw Wang Lin coming and went up to greet him. And told the other party the situation again. Wang Lin looked at Xinbai in surprise. You completed the military merit mission so quickly? And even exceeded it? I heard that the corpses of 2 level 2 alien beasts and a level 2 spiritual warrior were found in the basement. Wang Lin's face was filled with surprise. Among these people, only Xinbai is at the 2nd level, while the others are only at the 1st level. How is this done? But Wang Lin didn't ask any more questions, because every genius has his own secrets. Xinbai grabbed Lin Ro and brought her to Wang Lin. This person might be the mouthpiece of the Dark Knight organization. I'll give you the information I can get from her. Okay. Wang Lin signaled his men to take Lin Ro away. At the same time, he took out a special instrument and said, this time, your mission was originally only worth 100 points of military merit, but you completed it independently. If you wiped it out, you can get an additional 50 points. As for Chen Bang, Eddie, and Wang Chang, Wang Lin was not counted as a helping hand. They are all 1st level, and probably 1T affect the battle situation. All handovers completed. Just as Xinbai and his companions were preparing to go back. Suddenly, a strong wind blew from the sky. Immediately afterwards, a masked man stood in mid-air. Qin Bai's eyes widened and he looked up into the air. On the masked man's shoulder was embroidered a pattern of a 5-clawed golden dragon. You can see it, it's made entirely of gold. This is not the point. The point is that this person can actually ride the wind and fight in the air. This kind of strength is so terrifying. The mysterious man in black saw everyone and slowly landed on the ground. Garrison? Public Security Bureau? What happened here? Dragon Group? Wang Lin exclaimed in surprise. Different from the garrison and the Public Security Bureau. The garrison troops are responsible for guarding the secret realm. The Public Security Bureau is responsible for the safety of the city. The Dragon Group is a rather mysterious existence. No one knows who they are or what mission they are carrying out. What is certain is that it is the 5-clawed golden dragon on their shoulders. Wang Lin looked at the other party and said, "This is the base of one of the Tongxinhui branches. The interns of the garrison have all been wiped out." The mysterious man glanced at Qin Bai and the others. "I just felt the power of the fragments from afar." "Did you see it? Fragments?" Everyone was a little confused. "It should be a small crystal shape, emitting great power." Wang Dao suddenly said, "Energy crystal. I think I saw it in the basement." Everyone nodded to show that they saw it. But the people from the Public Security Bureau said they didn't find it. The mysterious man looked at Qin Bai. "Do you seem to have that aura?" Qin Bai didn't expect that the other party would lock onto him all of a sudden. There was no panic on his face, but rather a domineering look. "Why, you want to take my imperial seal from me?" Chapter 111, Let's fight. I'll count to 3 and it starts. The mysterious man looked at Qin Bai. "It seems that you know the origin of that thing. Do you know what you are talking about?" Qin Bai said arrogantly, "I know for sure that the fragments of the jade seal will naturally fall into my hands, so I am the son of destiny." Wang Lin and others looked at each other in surprise. "What jade seal fragment? Qin Bai, what did you take? You'd better explain it clearly to the people in the Dragon Group. It might be an important national item." The Dragon team member said, "Boy, this thing is too deep, you can't control it." Qin Bai raised his hand to look at the sky, revealing an expression of lifelong sorrow. "The imperial seal was first passed down from the Qin Emperor, and my last name happens to be Qin. As the saying goes, the son of heaven is destined to be king. I am the descendant of the first emperor. I have received the mandate from heaven, and I wish you long life and prosperity." From Liang Feng's mood value plus 999. From Wang Lin. Seeing Qin Bai going crazy, everyone was speechless. Ai Weiwei cursed with a frown. "I told you to read more, don't you know how uneducated you are?" Su Xiaoya reminded him, "Brother, tell me, is there a possibility that the first emperor's surname is not Qin?" Qin Bai took out the jade seal fragment without any embarrassment. "I said the surname is Qin, so the surname is Qin. Even if the King of Heaven comes today, he has to give me the surname Qin." When the jade seal fragments appeared, people with low realms didn't feel anything. Wang Lin and Liang Feng, who are at a high level, always feel an inexplicable sense of oppression. "This thing was placed in the basement by the Black Tiger Gang just now." "Yeah, exactly the same, but I feel it's quite ordinary." Qin Bai said seriously, "I've already told you that I am actually the reincarnation of Qin Shi Huang. You all must obey my orders. Once I conquer the secret realm, I will appoint you as the great generals of the nation." Liang Feng from the Dragon team nodded, "Yeah, that's right." When Qin Bai heard this, he thought the other party didn't want it anymore. "But who knew," Liang Feng added, "I even think you are Qin Shi Huang, but there is still one thing that is different between you and him." "I can help you." Qin Bai asked, "What's different? How can I help?" Liang Feng said, "He is dead, but you are not. I can help you." Qin Bai? "Boy, this thing will only bring you fatal disaster. I advise you to hand it over to the country." "Hand it over to the country?" "I think you should hand the country back to me." From Liang Feng's emotional value plus 999. Just as the two were about to speak, Qin Bai suddenly said, "However, I have always been grateful for the kindness I have received. Without my country, I would probably be wandering the streets. How about this, let's make a bet. If you win, I will give it to you. If I win, you can't take it away." Liang Feng looked at Qin Bai in confusion. "Bet with me? What do you want to bet on? Aren't you very strong? Let's have a one-on-one duel." If you can defeat me within 1 minute, you win. But if I'm still standing after that minute, you lose. Wang Lin warned Xinbai, stop it, you won't last even 5 seconds. But then I thought, could it be that this guy is looking for a way out? Well, that must be it. Liang Feng looked at Xinbai. Where did this kid get his confidence from? At this moment, Wang Dao also came out to persuade Xinbai, although you have spatial abilities and you are very strong in teleportation, the gap in strength is here. 1 minute is still too long. Xinbai's face darkened. He glared at Wang Dao fiercely. Damn, this kid. He seemed to be persuading me, but in fact he was telling the other person his own information. He is a villain. I will remember this grudge. Liang Feng was also surprised when he heard that Xinbai was from the Space Department. However, I was only slightly surprised. At his level, even if Xinbai had the ability to teleport, he still couldn't escape his pursuit. No problem. Liang Feng would only reply. Xinbai said, okay, I'll start on the count of 3. Okay. Liang Feng looked at Xinbai as if he were a clown. This guy thought he could teleport and delay himself. Let us not talk about whether teleportation has any effect on him. He counted to 3 and knocked Xinbai down. This kid can't even use it. For a moment, the bet between Xinbai and Liang Feng attracted the attention of many people. Not everyone knows about the existence of the Dragon Group. But the momentum he displayed when he appeared just now was quite impressive. Xinbai, a little Karami, actually challenged the opponent in a one-on-one duel? Especially the security guards came over. This young man has something. Xinbai coughed lightly, I'll count to 3, and then we can start. 1. 2. As soon as Xinbai said the word 2, he heard a whoosh and disappeared. Only a mobile phone was left there. A video is playing on it. Xinbai in the video shouted. 3. Start. From Liang Feng's mood value plus 888. From. Liang Feng, who was ready to take action, was confused. What the hell? Count to 2 and then teleport away? Is this how this kid counts to 3? Others couldn't help but complain. Fuck, when did this guy record the video? He's a habitual offender, absolutely a habitual offender. Nonsense, my phone is ready, I'm sure you've used this trick a lot. Liang Feng's composure quickly recovered and he was not affected by Xinbai's farce. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Teleportation? So what? Can you still run away? According to the common sense of spiritual warriors, teleportation is achieved through space jumping. It's continuous teleportation. There is also the moment of appearance. Immediately, Liang Feng closed his eyes and stomped his right foot. The thought instantly enveloped the entire rice flour city. Everyone's breath was under Liang Feng's control. As long as you lock onto it, you can catch up in an instant. According to his memory, he was looking for Xinbai's breath. However, after searching for a while, Xinbai was not found. What's going on? Liang Feng exclaimed. People around didn't know what was happening. I thought Liang Feng could solve it quickly. Judging from the situation, it seems that something went wrong. Liang Feng searched carefully but couldn't find it. At the same time, Xinbai had returned home. I took a bottle of iced Fat Otaku Happy Water from the refrigerator and took a sip. The intense fighting and the hot weather. Take a sip of the iced drink and you'll feel a surge of excitement. Cool. Xinbai drank half the bottle in one breath and burped. After watching the alarm clock tick down for 1 minute, Xinbai used Flying Thunder God again to go back. After 1 minute, Xinbai won. No way, is that all? You're still bragging to me? Everyone saw Xinbai holding a half bottle of Coke in his hand with an arrogant and contemptuous look on his face. From Liang Feng's mood value plus 888. Liang Feng's eyes were sharp, he really couldn't understand Xinbai. Where have you been? Why can't I see you anywhere in the entire rice flour city? Were you looking for me in the entire rice flour city? When these words were spoken, not only Xinbai was shocked. Those watching the show around were equally shocked. Who is this masked man who checked the entire rice flour city in just 1 minute? This is not the most important thing, the most important thing is Xinbai. Even with such horrific means, they were not discovered? Chapter 112. If you had given me money earlier, I wouldn't have wasted so much time. Xinbai's expression changed and he pretended to be deep. Why, you can't find my location, so you want to find out and then teach me a lesson? Liang Feng was very upset. As a member of the dragon group, how could he be such a person? It was just that Qinbai's spiritual skills did make him lose his composure a little. Wang Lin thought Qinbai was angry, so he ran over and said, "Qinbai, don't think too much." Liang Feng looked Qinbai up and down. Not bad. At this age and with this kind of strength, he still has such means. It seems that the fragment is in your hands. You don't have to worry about Tongxin targeting you. Qinbai asked, "Tongxinui?" Liang Feng nodded. That's right. The Tongxin Society should be conducting some kind of experiment here. If a master comes, they can destroy it directly. But they are worried that spiritual warriors with space-related spiritual skills will steal it. This fragment should be used to prevent this situation. Qinbai was speechless. There was still such a situation. Liang Feng continued, "I was worried that you weren't strong enough, but now it seems you can protect yourself. Of course, if you don't want this fragment for any reason, you can contact me and I'll return it to the military industry system for 2,000 military merits." Wang Lin reminded him, "Qinbai, your level isn't high enough to submit your military merits to the system yet. If you need to submit them, you can contact the Dragon Group or me. The official will give you the military merits directly." Wang Lin told Qinbai about the submission function of the military merit system. Some of the products in the military merit system are handed over by the garrison troops. The process is simple. Submit it directly, and the official will have a dedicated person to conduct an appraisal. After the appraisal is completed, it will be directly collected and the person who submitted it will be awarded corresponding military merits. There are many more after that. Some were placed in the military merit system for others to redeem, and some were kept for strategic supplies. What? Qinbai was stunned. You wanted to use this thing to exchange for money? Liang Feng corrected him, "It's military merit." Qinbai was shocked, "Damn it. I thought it was like on TV. After the officials took it away, they didn't give any benefits. If you had just told me to give you the money earlier, why would I have wasted so much time and effort?" 2,000 military merits are approximately equal to 20 million dragon country coins. An innocent man is guilty of possessing a treasure. I can't sleep well at night with this thing in my hand. The most important thing is that this thing is useless to me. Anyway, I originally wanted to sell it. Qinbai handed the fragments to Liang Feng with a smile. "Brother, I think that outstanding young people of the new era of dragon country like us should hand over this kind of treasure to the country as soon as possible. This is our duty." From Liang Feng's emotional value plus 999. Liang Feng said speechlessly, "You kid." In the end, Liang Feng didn't say anything. Transfer the military merit to Qinbai. "I have a question, you seem to have known the origin of this thing for a long time?" Qinbai said seriously, "What's the big deal? I was born with the ability to communicate with treasures and can see their information." Really? Wang Lin exclaimed as soon as these words came out. Immediately, he took out a white round bead. "Help me see what this is?" Qinbai looked at the surprised eyes around her and tilted her mouth. "It's my turn to show off." He was searching for the art of identifying treasures in the system space. "Ha! Where are my things? Dog system, do you think I have a bad memory and swallowed my props?" Ding, the system does not have the authority to interfere with any of the host's actions. Then why did my treasure appraisal technique disappear? Treasure appraisal technique is a consumable item, not a permanent item. The host has already used it up. So, what you provide is just a disposable consumable. Yes, if the host needs to use it, please draw it yourself, you can draw it from the epic pool. Okay, I finally understand. You're trying to tempt me to spend money, right? Let me try it out first. I'm wondering what's wrong with your system. You're giving it to me for free. I'm not, I was just experiencing it as a novice. Lacumba, fall. Qinbai cursed and looked at Wang Lin's round thing. Well, Commander Wang, it's not that I don't want to help you, it's mainly because I consume a lot of energy and have limitations. There's really no other way. Once I'm promoted, I will definitely help you. Wang Lin saw this and didn't force it. "Okay, if you can identify it, I will reward you handsomely." Liang Feng wanted to see Qinbai's abilities, but in the end, nothing was revealed. He disappeared in an instant. Quickly come, quickly go. It seemed as if his appearance was only due to the existence of this fragment. Chen Bai and his companions completed their mission and prepared to go to the hospital to see Chao Dizhu. Chen Bang said, Chen Bai, when are you free? I want to tell you something. Chen Bai shook his head, even though I saved you, there's no need to meet in private. It's so embarrassing. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Just give me the money directly. From Chen Bang's mood value plus 8,888. Give me shit, I've already given you 3 million, and you still want more. Chen Bang changed the subject, it's about the Dark Knight organization. Chen Bai thought about it and nodded, okay, I'll find you when I have time. Chen Bang may have other information that is not suitable to be disclosed in this situation. Mihua City's Central Hospital. Chao Dizhu was lying on the hospital bed. His hands and feet were tied with straps, and his thighs were hanging in the air. There was a nurse standing next to her. I'm telling you, the situation was very dangerous. My companions are all fighting against the Tongxin Society. Some are fighting 1 against 1, and some are fighting 2 against 1. It's just me, fighting 7 alone. But who am I? A young man from the new era of Dragon Country. How could I take a mere 7 members of the Tongxin Society seriously? I'm only level 1, level 8, and they're all level 1, level 9. At that time, I put my hands in my pockets and didn't know what fear was. In order to help my companions escape, I fought with all my might. Only after I saw the people of Tongxin die did I lie down with peace of mind. The nurse's eyes were full of admiration. You're so amazing. I also want to become a powerful spiritual warrior, but I don't have the talent, so I can only be a nurse here. It's okay. As long as you work hard, anyone can become stronger. I tell you, I used to. Chao Dizhu wanted to continue bragging but was interrupted. Just then, Chen Bai and Su Xiaoya walked in. Zhuzi's second brother, how is the situation? You guys chat, I'll go get you some drinks. The nurse tidied the bed and left the ward. Seeing the nurse leave, Chao Dizhu showed a painful expression. It's very bad, it hurts so much. Oh. Damn it, those killers are so cruel. If Brother Bai hadn't showed up in time, I wouldn't have gotten to see you too. Chen Bai said, your shell is indeed very hard. If it were a little weaker, or if you used an offensive ability, you would have been dead long ago. But it's not all bad. I'm almost at level 9, step 1. Of course, this is also due to drug use. Chao Dizhu had already reached his limit with the 4 basic primary potions. The realm is also catching up. Chao Dizhu's talent is not bad, but at the beginning, Chen Bai's family was not well off. Chao Dizhu doesn't need any resources from his family and can just be a lazy bum with Chen Bai, since he has Su Xiaoya to protect him anyway. Who knew that Chen Bai suddenly started to improve rapidly, and naturally he couldn't fall behind. Su Xiaoya suddenly said, brother, I think there is something very strange. Chen Bai asked, what's the matter? Su Xiaoya said, that villa looks so large, with so many exotic beasts and even fragments of something. It must be a very important place. Why is its overall strength so weak? Chapter 113, Poisoning. Chao Dizhu said with difficulty, this is still weak. If it is stronger, you are not visiting me in the hospital. Chen Bai thought for a while, I think Xiaoya is right, it is indeed a bit strange. After all, it is the base of Tongxin. Even though the Black Tiger Gang is an emerging force, the Dark Knight organization is not. Not to mention anything else, the people who robbed the exchange at that time were all 4th level beings. There will definitely be stronger ones. But why are there only a few rubbish killers left in the Dark Knight organization? Most importantly, the fragments of the Imperial Seal are all placed here. This kind of thing is worthy of a master like Liang Feng to come to the store, so it must be worth a lot. Chen Bai spoke again, tell me, is it possible that someone tipped them off and told them to abandon the car to save the king? Chao Dizhu was confused and just listened from the side. Su Xiaoya replied, does this mean someone knew we were investigating, or that their actions had been exposed, and they were notified to retreat in advance? Chen Bai nodded, that's right. Chao Dizhu said, I know this. It's most likely Lin Hong, the owner of the duel arena. She's the only one who knows about our actions. Su Xiaoya denied it, it's unlikely. If it was her, why would she tell us the information? She could have just said she knew nothing. Chao Dizhu looked at Chen Bai, that makes sense, what do you think, Brother Bai? I think it might be Lin Hong. Who knows what she's thinking, true or false? Maybe she deliberately gave us a few more locations so that we could investigate on behalf of the garrison, and then privately informed the Tongshin Society. After all, our representatives have been targeted by the authorities for this operation, so she had no choice but to sacrifice her own car to save her own. Shinbai had just finished speaking when his cell phone rang. "Hello, who is that?" On the other end of the phone, the delivery man's voice came. "Hello, your takeaway has arrived. Just send him in directly." "I'm at." Shinbai said the ward number. "The central hospital doesn't allow takeout to enter due to safety issues. You'd better come out and get it. Then you can leave it at the hospital front desk and I'll have the medical staff deliver it." The delivery man hesitated and said, "I suggest you come out and pick it up in person." "No need, just put it at the front desk," Shinbai said indifferently. "My case will be reimbursed by the garrison troops, and the hospital will send me to a ward." Xiaodezhu asked, "Brother Bai, what did you order?" Shinbai said, "You look so miserable, and since it's Thursday, I'll treat you to fried chicken." "Ah." Xiaodezhu was a little depressed. "The doctor said I'm seriously injured now and can't eat spicy food." Shinbai was equally depressed. "Damn, then I lost 112.5? Xiaodezhu, why is it 112.5? Isn't it 50? Shinbai, the price has increased. Xiaodezhu, then what else can I order? I might as well eat Splatoon. Soon the nurse brought in the fried chicken and a few cups of cooling tea. Blue Planet is different from Earth here. The takeout is delivered quickly. It's basically delivered hot. What a pity. Since Juzi can't eat it, I'll just digest it reluctantly." Shinbai picked up a piece of fried chicken and took a bite. "Shaha. Great. Juzi, you really don't want to eat it?" From Xiaodezhu's emotional value plus 888. Watching Shinbai and Su Xiaoya eating fried chicken, Xiaodezhu was drooling as he drank the cooling tea in his hand. "Brother Bai, I was thinking, since it's related to Lin Hong, why don't we go find her and ask her?" Shinbai looked at him as if he was a fool. "Are you stupid? What kind of strength does she have? A rampaging level 3, level 9 earth-splitting tiger is like a chicken in front of her. Should we go find her?" Su Xiaoya echoed, "Well, he looks so young, yet his strength and influence are so formidable. It's best not to provoke him." Xiaodezhu took a sip of the heat-reducing tea and asked, "What should we do now?" Shinbai took a bite of fried chicken and a sip of fire-clearing tea. "When we return to Jiangcheng, we will explain the details of this operation to Commander Wang and let them handle it." Shinbai also felt that Lin Hong was a little suspicious. They were going to the cult today. Apart from the 4 members of the team, only Lin Hong knew, or the staff of the duel arena might know. Then the person who leaked the information is most likely among these people. Just as Shinbai and Su Xiaoya were eating fried chicken, Xiaodezhu suddenly let out a scream. "Ah!" Then, before the 3 of them could react, Shinbai and Su Xiaoya were stunned. At this time, Xiaodezhu's face was full of pain. His bound hands clutched the bedsheets tightly. The body kept shaking. It looked like it was hard to breathe. The eyes and lips are pink. Then I saw the instrument connected to Xiaodezhu's body. The displayed heart rate begins to fluctuate violently. Shinbai approached and found that Xiaodezhu's breathing was getting weaker and weaker. The point is, there's a bitter almond smell. This is... Shinbai thought to himself that it was not good, and without hesitation took out a magic bean from the system space and gave it to Xiaodezhu to eat. Then, he called the police station. "Hello, I'm in Ward XXX of Mihua City Central Hospital. There's a poisoning incident." Su Xiaoya walked forward with a confused look on her face. "Brother, what's going on? What happened to second brother? Xu Zi might have been poisoned by cyanide. Someone wants to kill him." "Ah? How could this happen? I'll go call a doctor." Su Xiaoya hasn't left the ward yet. Xiaodezhu, who looked painful, returned to normal in an instant. The violently fluctuating heart rate monitor also stabilized. Even the injuries sustained during the day have all disappeared and returned to normal. This is... Xiaodezhu stretched his body and looked at Shinbai with some confusion. Su Xiaoya didn't expect that Xiaodezhu, who looked like he was about to die just now, was full of energy again. "Second brother, why are you lying like the eldest brother?" Xiaodezhu explained, "I didn't. I was really in pain just now. After my brother gave me a bean to eat, I felt better." Shinbai was speechless. Hey, Xiaoya, What do you mean by the same as me? Speaking of which, big brother, what kind of elixir is this? Why is it so effective? I feel like I can fight those killers again right now. I got it in the secret realm. Shinbai made up an excuse and said, just this one pill can detoxify and quickly heal injuries. It's normal for injuries like yours to heal quickly. As they were talking, the door of the ward was pushed open. I have to say that the security guards in Mihua City are indeed very efficient. Arrived in less than a minute. The leading security officer looked at the three people. Who of you made the call? Who was poisoned? I called. He was poisoned, but he's fine now. Shinbai explained. The security guard's tone was cold. Are you kidding me? You're poisoned so quickly? Shinbai said, really, it's just that I have the elixir, otherwise my brother would have died long ago. The security officer frowned slightly. He signaled his men to check all items in the ward. Shinbai fell into deep thought. How was he poisoned at this time and who did it? Is it true that Lin Hong is worried about leaks? Want to poison someone to silence them? But there is no need. If that was the case, why didn't you do it yesterday? Could it be that he was worried about the identities of these people and could not come openly, so he could only poison them secretly? Then why not just hide the matter about Lin Miao? There is another question. If Lin Hong wanted to silence the witness, why was Juzi the only one who fell victim? Chapter 114 Killing out of jealousy? The poisoning of Chao Dezhu quickly attracted the attention of the hospital. However, since no one died, it seemed to be ignored. Only 2 doctors came. In order to prevent any sequelae, Shinbai and the other 2 underwent full-body examinations. Hey, that's strange. How come he was seriously injured when he came here just now, but he's all healed now? The attending physician in charge of Chao Dezhu was somewhat confused. Healing beads aren't that fast either. Is there any expert in healing? However, this kind of thing is not something he can inquire about. Xiaomei, please go get me some special antidote. The doctor instructed the nurse beside him. Xiaomei? Seeing that the nurse did not respond, the doctor reminded again. Okay, I'll go now. The nurse left quickly. Alas, this girl, if she just sits there all day instead of working properly, she won't learn anything. Looking at the nurse's back, I couldn't help but complain. Another doctor looked at Chao Dezhu silently. Soon, the security guard inspected the ward. One of the men came up to the lead vigilante. Captain, there is indeed poison. It's cyanide. Cyanide? The captain was a little surprised. Of course, what surprised him was not the poison itself, but the fact that Chao Dezhu actually survived. Tell me about the specific situation around you and whether you have offended anyone recently. No, I'm not from Rice Flower City. I just came here yesterday. Chao Dezhu said so. At this time, the subordinate said, Captain, this incident does not seem to be a precise poisoning. What's the meaning? The cyanide we found was in the heat-reducing tea that the 3 of them drank. Heat-reducing tea? The captain frowned slightly. Then why didn't they get poisoned? Didn't you 2 drink it? Shinbai and Su Xiaoya looked at each other and said, we drank too. That's strange. Is there a difference in the amount of cyanide in the fire-reducing tea? No. After checking the surveillance footage, the security guard found no suspicious persons entering or leaving the ward. In this case, could it be that Chao Dezhu was poisoned through other means? Then poisoned the Xiahua tea to confuse the investigation? This captain has encountered this situation before. During the meal, Shinbai and the other 2 only ate fried chicken and cooling tea. Logically, if the food was poisoned, all 3 of them would be infected. Su Xiaoya asked curiously, Brother, is it possible that you and I are in good condition, so we have antibodies and are not poisoned, while my second brother is seriously injured and has a low resistance, so he was poisoned? It's unlikely. At our level, we can't resist the toxicity of cyanide. While Shinbai was explaining, he seemed to think of something. It was as if a bolt of lightning passed through my mind. Etc. Perhaps, there is such a possibility. Shinbai went to ask the security guard about the inspection results of all the items in the ward. As expected. The result was exactly what he expected. The scheming frog keeps touching your belly. Since no murder occurred, it was not even a small matter in Mihua City. The security guards quickly withdrew their team. However, the hospital is quite responsible. The two doctors continued to help the three people examine their bodies. The nurse brought over the special antidote for cyanide. In Riceflower City, cyanide is the poison. It has been overcome by Mihua Central Hospital, which has developed a special antidote. Of course, because cyanide acts quickly. The main purpose is to prevent people from being poisoned in the hospital. It would be too embarrassing if the news got out. Just as the doctor took the special medicine and prepared to inject it into the three people, Shinbai came out to stop him and took the special potion. Fell heavily to the ground. As the potion oxidizes over time, it gradually turns green and has some foam. Shinbai asked, "Doctor, is this what the special potion you have here does when it comes into contact with the air?" The two doctors were stunned. Impossible. The special potion has no reaction to air. This must be poison. At the same time, the security guard who had just left pushed open the door of the ward. Shinbai looked at the nurse. "It's her. She's the one who poisoned us. We caught her red-handed. What else do you have to say?" The nurse said coldly, "What do you mean by poison?" "I got it from the stocking area." The captain came over and said, "We inspected the stocking area before you received them and found nothing amiss." In other words, these 3 bottles of potion were poisoned after you received them. That only means that I attempted poisoning but failed, not that I poisoned and killed someone. Shinbai stood up at this time, with a twist of her mouth. "Actually, you were the one who added the cyanide to the fire-reducing tea." "Don't talk nonsense, kid. Do you have any evidence? Besides, if it was me, then why are you and that girl fine?" "That's because you put the antidote in there beforehand. You were very familiar with Chowdaju's injuries and knew he couldn't eat fried chicken, so you put the antidote in the fried chicken we ordered, and then you put poison in the tea." Shinbai looked at the captain of the security guards and said, "In this case, Shoya and I who took the special potion will be fine, but you who didn't take the special potion will be poisoned." The captain nodded. "We did detect a small amount of ingredients similar to the special potion on the remaining chicken bones." He then pulled out another video and continued, "From the time the delivery man delivered the food to the hospital, you were the first one to pick it up, and you were the only one who came into contact with the fried chicken, so you were the only one who had the chance to put the antidote." At this time, Shinbai finally understood what the delivery man said. Why did they suggest getting it yourself? It turns out they were worried that the fried chicken might be poisoned. As a result, he was not poisoned, but something had happened to him. Wow, the Riceflower people are so alert. The nurse didn't expect her trick to be discovered, and sneered, "Ha ha ha, yes, it's me." Chowdaju was stunned. "Sister, I didn't offend you, why did you want to kill me?" The nurse looked at Chowdaju fiercely. "That's right, you didn't provoke me, but your existence makes me very angry. Why are you a spiritual warrior? You are so talented, but I can only be an ordinary person." As she spoke, the nurse went into a frenzy. "Why are you able to challenge so many enemies across levels? Why can you kill the cult? Why do you get to enjoy the honor?" See the nurse's madness. Shinbai couldn't help but be amazed. Damn, is this guy so crazy? Just because of such a small matter, he actually poisoned and killed someone. Even Chowdaju was frightened. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have boasted so much to the nurse. He swore that he would never show off in Mihua City again. However, the security guard seemed to be used to it and directly took the man away. Before leaving, the captain approached Shinbai and the other two. He whispered, "Her expression is wrong, because the expression after the jealous murder is exposed is not like this. It looks like an act. She may have other motives for poisoning you, but it's just a possibility." After a moment's thought, he added, "Of course, I'm comparing her to other criminals. Maybe she's different. He just kills out of jealousy." Finally, before leaving, he praised Shinbai for being able to see through the case handling methods in such a short time. "After graduation, are you interested in working as a security guard in Mihua City?" Shinbai refused outright. After a while, the doctor left, and only Shinbai and the other two were left in the room. It is certain that they and the nurse did meet for the first time. I really can't imagine what other motives there could be. I guess it's because of jealousy of Chowdaju. The three of them discussed it. Decided to leave Mihua overnight and rush back to Jiangcheng. Damn it, he was almost poisoned in the hospital. No wonder Ivy took Eddie back so early. How disloyal of you to not remind yourself. Chapter 115, Comprehending the Beast Core Space Spiritual Skills. Ivy takes Eddie home. After understanding the whole story, all his bank cards were frozen again. Taking Eddie to the training room. If you keep going like this, it's a question whether you can reach level 2 before graduation. Sis, since I have you guys protecting me anyway, why would I bother practicing so much? Ai Weiwei said angrily, you have good talent and abilities, so why don't you want to practice? From today on, don't contact your friends. Eddie was on the verge of tears. You are restricting my personal freedom, you are breaking the law. Then go and report it, otherwise I will supervise your training every day after school. Big brother has reached the 2nd level today, and I am almost there too, but you are still at the 1st level, level 7. Isn't that shameful? Ai Weiwei asked the housekeeper to bring the spirit beads and beast cores. I told you a long time ago that the more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to lie. Look at how long Lin Ro has been deceiving you. If I hadn't happened to come here, you would have been sliced into pieces long ago. Eddie shook his head. Second sister, you are wrong. Xinbai said that it is not beautiful women who lie, but ugly women who lie. Boys will not believe them. Okay, don't worry about it. Your sister, will definitely not lie to you. Only by improving your own strength can you be most useful. Eddie had no choice but to pick up a spiritual energy bead and start absorbing it for cultivation. When he was a child, others told him. The elder sister could bully her younger brother when she was young, but she can't bully him anymore when she grows up. As a result, he is still being taught a lesson by Ivy. Just as Ai Weiwei was about to practice, her cell phone suddenly rang. Pick it up and take a look. It was actually sent by Xinbai. Xinbai, are you there? Looking at the message on the phone, Ai Weiwei was stunned. Why are you looking for me so late at night? Sometimes I'm really annoyed by people starting with "Are you there?" Can't you just say it directly if you have something to say? Who are you? You start with "Are you there?" It's obvious that this is a stupid guy trying to chase you. Eddie, who was standing by, stretched his head to read the notes, but was pushed away by Ivy. Hurry up and practice. Xinbai had basically contacted me directly by phone before. Or just tell the story directly and tell what happened this time. Could it be that what Eddie said was right? Want to chat with yourself? It's possible. Looking at Xinbai's appearance, he has definitely never held hands with a girl of the same age, except Su Xiaoya. Other things are not ruled out. Forget it, I want T reply for now. Wait for him to speak himself. After some mental activity, Ai Weiwei continued to practice. After a while, Ivy Wei's phone rang again. Xinbai, I discovered the difference between a Dragon Country person and a foreigner. Xinbai, foreigners are very direct. If they like someone, they will just say, I love you. Xinbai, we Dragon people are very tactful and will speak carefully. Xinbai, are you there? Was Ivy completely blinded by these messages? He stood there in a daze, not starting to practice for a long time. After a long pause, Ivy Wei showed a proud expression on her face. I knew it, so many people are pursuing me in school. Xinbai has been in close contact with me for such a long time, how could he not have any feelings for me? It seems I still have some charm. However, Ivy Wei changed her mind and realized that if one of them didn't handle this kind of confession well, the relationship would be ruined. Although Xinbai is good-looking and talented, except that he is a bit shameless, everything else is okay. In the end, she chose to wait and see what his attitude would be. First reply, I'm here, what do you want to say? At the same time, in the Exotic Beast Night snack shop. Xinbai held the phone and saw that Ai Weiwei had replied to the message. He quickly said, lend me some money, my bank card limit has been reached. Ivy, Xinbai, I was having a late night snack and when I paid the bill I found out I was over the limit, so I had to ask you for help. From Ivy Wei's mood value plus 888. Ai Weiwei, what do you mean by what you said before? Xinbai, didn't I tell you? I discovered the difference between the two types of people. Ai Weiwei, why don't you just borrow it from me? Xinbai, I just suddenly thought of a topic and wanted to talk to you about it. In fact, it's not that Xinbai doesn't want to. At the beginning, he searched through his WeChat friends. Didn't you start with, are you there? Just start by borrowing money. No one replied to him. Zhuzi and Xiaoya fell asleep again. I can only think of Ai Weiwei. Sister, why is your face so pale? Eddie, who was practicing nearby, asked curiously. Practice what you want, don't worry about it. Ai Weiwei said angrily, she finally saw through it. Xinbai, this beast, just lied to me and replied. Then he asked Shinbai how much he wanted. Shinbai directly transferred the bill payment code. When Ai Weiwei saw it, she felt sick all over. It says, payment of 56,200 yuan is required. Shinbai, did you eat gold? How is that possible? How can gold be so expensive? I ate the meat of an exotic beast. In the end, after Shinbai promised to repay, Ai Weiwei still helped him pay. I heard the reminder sound in the store. Shinbai said, "Boss, I've paid, take a look." Okay, got it. After Shinbai left, the boss couldn't help but complain, this guy is so popular, he gave more than 50,000 yuan just by asking. Shinbai rode his motorcycle to the Public Security Bureau. Under normal circumstances, he would not be willing to eat the meat of exotic animals. The information was mainly sent by Su De. He said that he could absorb the beast core and comprehend spiritual skills. You need to replenish the energy in your body so that the chance of comprehension will be higher. We soon arrived at the Sheriff's Bureau. Tell Su De all the investigation results. The Jiangcheng disappearance case was mainly caused by people like Lin Miao. They used their beauty to knock boys unconscious and then transfer them secretly. The person hiding in Jiangcheng No. 1 middle school is Lin Miao. There is also a girl named Lin Ro who was taken away by the garrison. I guess we can get some information from her. As for those gangs that took people away in the name of protection money, they were similar to the Black Tiger Gang in Mihua City. Most likely they joined the Tongxin Society. After Su De learned about the situation, he first sent people and the garrison troops to inquire about Lin Ro's situation. They are now coordinating the evidence in their respective hands with the Mihua City Public Security Bureau. Finally, the security guards who were monitoring the gang kept a close eye on them. As soon as the evidence arrived, they started arresting people. I never thought that you would go to Rice Flower City and not only complete the military merit mission, but also complete the mission I assigned to you. Su De handed 3 beast cores from a box to Shinbai. Try to absorb these 3 first. If you fail, I will give you more until you succeed. Shinbai opened the box and looked at the black beast core. If you detect it, you can feel the powerful energy inside. At the same time, the information about the beast core is written on the box. Superpower, space confinement. Imposes a mark on the target, creating a transparent cubic barrier with the mark as its center. The side length is 5 meters, which can be increased as the realm increases. The spiritual energy within the barrier is chaotic, slowing down all creatures within the range. Control-type spiritual skill? Shinbai was a little speechless. It looked very awesome, but it was not what he wanted. Uncle Su, do you have any offensive spatial spiritual skills? Chapter 116 Taboo Secret Black Hole. Shinbai sorted out his current spiritual skills. None of it was aggressive. As a result, he can only pull and fight at the same time. There is no such pleasure of killing 999 people with one blow. Su De said calmly, how can there be so many requirements? Space-type beasts are already rare, especially low-level ones, which are even rarer. Just 3 beast cores alone would cost at least tens of millions on the market. Seeing Shinbai was a little helpless, Su De added, why don't you try other departments? I think you can choose an attack department. I can apply for a transfer for you. Shinbai thought about it and felt that even if he absorbed the attack abilities of other types, he probably wouldn't be that much stronger. Absorption can also be used as a control field. Moreover, spiritual skills of the same series can produce chemical reactions when used. Especially the rare attribute like Shinbai. Okay then, I'll absorb this. Su De nodded, well, maybe it will react with your teleportation and even evolve. Shinbai took a deep breath, took a beast core and began to absorb it. The energy from the beast core gradually entered Shinbai's body. An hour passed. The light on the beast core dimmed. Shinbai opened his eyes again. Su De was a little surprised, you absorbed a second-level beast core so quickly? Shinbai scratched his head, isn't this normal? Su De shook his head, that's not normal, you must not be studying seriously. Shinbai, hashtag? This isn't the first time I've been told that. Shinbai cursed in his heart, system, quickly give me some encyclopedia knowledge. Ding, this system is fair, just and open. Please draw what the host needs. Generally speaking, it usually takes a long time to absorb a beast core with a certain level, especially for someone like you who has just reached the 2nd level and is absorbing a 2nd-level beast core. Normally, it will take at least half a day to absorb it completely. Suda took the beast core from Qinbai's hand, and there was indeed no energy on it. Looking at Qinbai in astonishment, Qinbai said proudly, "Alas, I wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person, but there is no other way. I'm going to reveal my cards. I'm a genius." Suda did not refute, but nodded, "Yeah, I think so." Ah, this. Qinbai originally wanted to increase his emotional value, but he didn't expect the other party to agree directly. This is a bit unusual. Don't dawdle, hurry up and feel if you have any spiritual skills. Qinbai closed his eyes. Just feel yourself gaining a new kind of strength. Just then, the system's voice sounded. Ding, it's detected that the host has comprehended a new spatial spiritual skill. It meets the host's physical conditions and can be upgraded. Would you like to consume 500,000 emotion points to upgrade? Ha? Upgrade? There's such a thing. Qinbai looked at his emotional value, which was already over 700,000. It is certain that this system does not adjust based on one's own emotional value. Otherwise, the upgrade would be 700,000 instead of 500,000. Upgrade. Ding, spiritual skills begin to upgrade. Suda discovered that the energy around Qinbai began to change. It soon returned to its original state. Congratulations to the host for the successful upgrade. Space confinement originally evolved into the Prince of Tennis World Tokugawa Kanzuya's move Forbidden Secret Technique Black Hole Current. Forbidden Secret Black Hole, buff type spiritual skill. Once activated, it can last for 30 minutes, with a cooldown of 1 day. Effect, can tear space around itself at any location, creating a vacuum, which halts the opponent's attacks for 3 seconds. After 3 seconds, the spiritual energy attached to the attack dissipates, transforming into a normal attack that strikes the host. Within a 1-meter radius, both long-range and short-range attacks can be neutralized. Note, if the strength gap is too large, it will increase the physical burden and shorten the buff duration. Qinbai looked at the skills and grinned. It may seem like a defensive skill, but it actually has different effects when used. Seeing Qinbai's crooked smile, Suda asked, "Judging from the situation, has it been absorbed all at once?" Qinbai nodded, "Yeah, that's right." Suda immediately said, "Do you want me to help you try out some spiritual skills?" Normally, the spiritual skills one possesses are personal information. Especially at low levels, when one cannot break all the methods with one's own strength. Many people take advantage of information asymmetry to defeat their opponents. Especially the spiritual skills that have just been absorbed, they will not be told to outsiders casually. However, Suda was not an outsider. He had taken care of Qinbai since he was a child and taught him many survival rules. He could be considered Qinbai's adoptive father. Qinbai made an okay gesture. "Okay, Uncle Su, come over here. If I attack you, won't you be confined in space? Just listen to me," Qinbai said, activating the forbidden secret. "But please be gentle, I'm afraid I can't stop it." "Ha? Is there a reaction?" Suda looked at the different aura on Qinbai. He raised his right hand and condensed a ball of lightning. It hit Qinbai directly. Qinbai did not dodge. He raised his hand and a black void bag appeared out of thin air. When the lightning ball touched the void bag, it seemed to stop and remained in place. 3 seconds later, all the spiritual energy attached to the lightning ball dissipated. The final attack on Qinbai was like a flashlight. Suda blinked. What is going on? Why can this guy tear the space apart? What was that black thing just now? Qinbai looked disgusted. "Uncle Su, please stop teasing me. Are you going to attack me like this? I think you should just punch me with all your strength." From Suda's mood value plus 888. Damn, this guy is so pretentious. Don't you know that you were only at level 2 just now? Suda couldn't bear it any longer and raised his hand to gather spiritual energy. Of course, he didn't use his full strength, for fear of hurting Qinbai, so he only used level 3. His arm flashed with lightning and he slapped forward. The speed was so fast that Qinbai almost couldn't draw a black hole. Finally, when the palm was less than 10 centimeters away from his cheek, Qinbai still tore a crack in space. The vacuum bag also contains the spiritual energy of the slap package. Damn it! Suda suddenly swore. He was shocked, he was really shocked. Staring at the scene in front of you with wide eyes. It was completely beyond his understanding. At this moment, his arms couldn't move. Just as he was about to increase his strength to break free, Shinbai shouted, "Uncle Su, don't move for now. You won't be in danger." Since he said that, Suda didn't move, wanting to see what was going on. 3 seconds later, all the spiritual energy condensed in Suda's hands dissipated, and the lightning also dissipated. However, compared to the light ball just now, this time it was Suda's slap. Just heard a pop sound. Shinbai received a slap on the cheek. Hey, it doesn't hurt. It seems that if it is a physical attack, it will become an ordinary person hitting himself. Awesome. So awesome. Now, when fighting against strange beasts, you don't have to worry about physical attacks. Of course, the most shocked person was Sude. Xiao Bai, what's going on with you? Can you even absorb other people's spiritual energy? That's outrageous. When wrapped in the black vacuum bag, Suda felt the spiritual energy on his arm being absorbed. Until finally, a blow equivalent to that of a rank 3 spiritual warrior turned into a slap from an ordinary person. Shinbai grinned, one more time. Chapter 117. Shinbai wants to learn. Sude was a little confused. You still have spiritual power to use? Normally, this type of absorption spiritual skill would definitely consume a lot of energy. Especially skipping levels, ready to skip levels. A great realm. Yes, try that attack again. Shinbai urged. Good. Suda once again condensed the spiritual energy in his hands. When you are ready to slap him. Shinbai flashed close to Suda and drew a black void bag near his arm. Suda wanted to slap it out of habit, but found that his arm could not move. It was exactly the same feeling as when he attacked Shinbai just now. Soon 3 seconds passed and Suda's attack dissipated again. Suda seemed to understand the absurdity of Shinbai's move. It really works. Shinbai's idea was very simple, to turn from defense to offense, and use Flying Thunder God to get close to the enemy when fighting. In this way, it is equivalent to controlling the enemy. This is simply a sitting duck. Unless one can break free by bursting out spiritual energy, but at the moment, even a third-level spiritual warrior cannot break free so easily. Even if I can't attack, I still have teammates. Direct fire coverage is done. However, the buff time is a problem. Level 2 is okay and can be maintained normally for 30 minutes. But those 2 level 3 attacks made Shinbai feel that the duration of the buff was greatly reduced. Xiao Bai, is your spiritual skill reacting? Shinbai nodded, there's nothing I can do about it, this is called talent. Unexpectedly, absorbing the beast core could actually trigger a system upgrade. Normally, the reward is absorption into success. Now Shinbai has succeeded in absorbing one, so the remaining 2 must naturally be returned. But where there are people, there are human relationships and social customs. Since it had been claimed, Suda would not take it back. Oh, uncle, there's a suspicious person involved in our operation this time. He might be related to the Tongshin Society. Suda heard there was something else and asked excitedly, who? Lin Hong, the proprietress behind the Mihua City Monster Duel Arena. Shinbai told Sudi about his suspicions. After Sudi heard this, his expression didn't change at all. Instead, he said, she will definitely be fine. You don't have to worry about it. Just practice hard and improve your strength as soon as possible. Shinbai was a little curious. Sudi spoke in such a certain tone, so what was Lin Han's identity? Okay, don't think too much, go back and rest, practice more and read more books when you go back. Shinbai nodded and agreed, okay, then I'll go back. If you have any tasks in the future, remember to look for me. When he went out, in addition to the 2 beast cores, Shinbai also took a few spirit beads from Suda's desk. There is no way. Suda's strength cannot be improved much by using the spiritual energy beads. This one is obviously reserved for myself. From Suda's emotional value 666. From. On the way back, Shinbai received a call from Chaodaiju. Asked Shinbai to come to his house for dinner tomorrow. After completing the military mission for the first time, Chao's mother made delicious food for the 3 little ones to feast on. Shinbai looked at the time and it was just past 8 o'clock. Went to the bookstore. Find a cheaper bookstore. Although the decoration is simple, there are a wide variety of books inside. The price is half of that in the bookstore next door. Books are the same no matter where you buy them. The garbage system cannot be relied upon. Who knows how long it will take to draw an encyclopedia? Buy some books on the history of Blue Star and basic aspects of exotic beasts in the bookstore. After all, even though you can spend money casually, it is meaningless to spend money ignorantly. Go back home and turn to history. Kong Ming had the ability to travel through time. During the Battle of Red Cliffs, he borrowed the Dongfeng, but in fact, he traveled to the modern era and took possession of the Dongfeng 51, which had a lock-on function. This is how he defeated Cao Cao's army. When Liu Bei entrusted his son to Kong Ming at Baidi City, he actually had assassins ambushed behind his tent. As soon as Kong Ming agreed to become king, Liu Bei gave the order for the assassins to chop Liu Chan into pieces, thus eliminating Kong Ming's worries. The reason why Liu Bei was able to marry the beautiful Sun Shangxiang even at such an old age was because his second brother was invincible. What kind of bullshit is this? Xinbai opened the base of the strange beast. There may be no reproductive barriers between humans and exotic beasts. According to records, humans have had sexual relations with exotic beasts in the past. Damn, what the hell? Xinbai looked at the publishing house. Not even a name. Never try to get a small advantage again. However, when a person wants to learn, no one can stop him for any reason. It seems that no difficulty can stop the determination of a boy who wants to find resources. Xinbai turned on the computer directly. Click on the webpage and start searching for supernatural learning and the basics of supernatural beasts. 5 major characteristics of low-level exotic beasts. Spiritual skills affected by the spiritual warrior's supernatural power. Things to note for low-level spiritual warriors. When you have 100,000, how to buy resources cost-effectively. However, he wanted to click on every one of them. Just when he clicked it, advertisement pop-ups appear. Sexy dealer, dealing cards online. If you are a brother, come and see me. XX Media, XX at your doorstep. Looking at the messy advertisements, Xinbai shook his head. The information on the web pages nowadays is so complicated. So, Xinbai clicked on the media advertisement. Damn it! Really hot. Okay, let us take a look first. The first thing you see is Kamisato Aika and her dog. The two are doing solo. Half an hour later. Oh, that's it? It affects my studies, rubbish. What does the birth of the blue planet and the existence of the universe mean? Why can humans? Xinbai looked at the time, 10 o'clock. Muttered to myself. It's still early anyway, so why not play a game to relax? Start. All night tonight. So he played until 12 o'clock in the morning. Looking at the clock on the wall, I couldn't help but complain. This game is truly impacting the future of Dragon Country's youth. It was like this before. Whenever I wanted to study, I was tempted by various things in the outside world. He decided to take a nap and study tomorrow. The next day, Xinbai came to Chao Deju's house. Chao Deju was found lying on the bed, covered with a quilt, looking nervous. Juzi, why don't you play the Spirit Warrior Alliance? I just got tired from playing, so I played with my phone. Xinbai didn't care much and turned on the computer. The intelligence asked, the Abyss Spiral is updated today. Do you want me to help you fight it? Okay. Chao Deju responded casually. Genshin Impact, start. Xinbai finished it in less than half an hour. That's it? Netizens said it was very difficult to control this time. I didn't even switch after defeating Vulcan and Water Dragon. How could there be any control at all? Netizens are saying this, when I play top lane in League, they have a lot of stat monsters, but every time I play Iron Man, I never see any stat monsters. Xinbai was shocked. Is it possible that you are playing a numerical monster? Chao Deju retorted, impossible. I once matched up with the wrong person and chose Volibear, but it still killed everyone. It's just that the operation is difficult. As he spoke, Chao Deju's eyes dodged. Xinbai frowned, realizing something was wrong. Zhu Zi, are you hiding something from me? How is this possible? Chao Deju stared at his phone and ignored Xinbai. But his embarrassed expression betrayed everything. Xinbai smiled evilly. What are you afraid of, brother Dekunba? There's nothing to be embarrassed about. As he said that, Xinbai directly lifted the quilt. However, everything before his eyes shattered Xinbai's worldview. Chapter 118 Chao Deju's Premonition. Xinbai pulled back the quilt and found several books on the bed. Spirit Warrior Basic Combat. Understanding of Superpowers. Analysis of the Weaknesses of Strange Beasts. You're hiding from your brothers even when you're reading a book? We're connected by heart, and you're playing tricks on me? Hee hee. Xiao Dezhu was a little embarrassed. The exam is coming soon, and I'm worried that my academic performance won't pass. Just read if you want to. What's the point of hiding it? Xinbai said angrily, go play games now. Xinbai pulled Xiao Dezhu up. He pressed directly on the computer desk, fuck it, give it to me today. If you can't reach diamond, don't study. Xiao Dezhu scratched his head awkwardly, I'm only at gold level, it'll take a long time to get to diamond. Then you can't read. I'll hold these books for you. As he spoke, Xinbai put all of Xiao Dezhu's books into his backpack, leaving only one. Xiao Dezhu was playing games when he noticed Xinbai was reading. Brother Bai, why are you reading too? Am I reading a book? I'm looking at what you've been reading before. Xinbai pretended to be impatient. Hurry up and level up, otherwise you can stop studying. Just like that, Xinbai began to study seriously, and Xiao Dezhu was forced to play games. But you know what, playing games is really fun. Xiao Dezhu locked Tainan in seconds and won the MVP award every time. Just fighting. For some reason, he always had a bad feeling in his heart. When Su Xiaoya came over and saw the scene, she was also extremely surprised. Soon, it was time for dinner. Children, it's time to eat. Outside the living room, Xiao's mother Su Xiuli's affectionate voice called out. After hearing this, the three of them walked out of the room. The table was filled with sumptuous dishes, including a lot of exotic animal meat. Xiao Dezhu couldn't help but wonder, Mom, I actually have a question. Su Xiuli was stunned when she heard this, what's wrong? Why don't you usually cook something so sumptuous? But when Brother Bai and Xiaoya come, you cook a feast. I didn't pick it up. Su Xiuli's mouth twitched when she heard this, I carried you for 10 months, what are you thinking? Do you think your expenses on supplements during this period are very small? Is it possible that the hospital made a mistake in reporting the incident? You were too embarrassed to admit it after discovering it, so you just let it go? After hearing this, Xiao Dalei pulled out 7 wolves from his waist and said, you're itching for trouble, right? This kind of thing is definitely right. Emergency. There must be a problem. Xiao Dezhu shouted. A pop sound was heard. Before he even had his meal, Xiao Dezhu ate Xiao Dalei's 7 wolves. We suspected it was a mistake, so we took your DNA for testing and found out you are our biological child. At this time, Su Xiuli also said, oh, it would be great if Xiao Bai and Xiaoya were our children. Xiao Dezhu? Xiao Dezhu was extremely depressed. Several people started eating. Xiao Dalei suddenly said, by the way, how do you feel about your mission this time? Xinbai nodded, it's not bad, there's no big danger, the difficulty is a bit low, and we even exceeded our target. That's because you're very strong. When I issued the mission, I didn't expect you to reach level 2. You completed the mission without any damage, which is considered perfect. Xinbai was shocked, there is such a thing, isn't this a shame? Xiao Dalei said, what's the big deal? The difficulty of the military merit mission is linked to your military merit. Besides, you completed the mission perfectly, so the reward from the commander should be quite large. Xinbai asked doubtfully, commander's reward? What is that? It's a reward from your superior. Xinbai and the other two looked at each other and shook their heads at the same time. Su Xiaoya asked, is there such a reward? It's not listed in the official system of the garrison. Xiao Dalei laughed and said, that's not about rules, it's about human relationships. Generally speaking, the interns of the garrison troops will have a dedicated officer in charge. After you become interns, your first mission can also be considered an assessment, but it will be from your superiors. During this period, the commander will be very strict with you. Generally speaking, many people will fail their first mission. Once you pass, the commander will also receive credit and receive official assessment rewards. This also means that the commander of this garrison is now bound to you. From now on, all missions will be assigned by the commander, which means you will be doing hard labor. Usually you'll be rewarded. After listening to Xiao Dalei's description, Xinbai slammed the table. Damn it! What a shame! The garrison is swallowing up our resources. Xiao Dalei laughed and said, by the way, who is your commander? Wang Lin, level 5. Is it him? Uncle Lei knows him? Well, I guess I've seen him before. If it was him, he might have forgotten it. Xiao Dalei took a mouthful of rice and said, he's quite capable. You should learn more from him. Xiao Dizhu said indifferently, he is only level 5, not as good as you. Xiao Daily glared at Xiao Dizhu. You have to consider his age. He's already at level 5 in his 20s, and he has quite a background. It would be good for you to make more friends with him. In his 20s? Xin Bai and the other two exclaimed. Look at that big beard and those eyes that are full of stories. Xin Bai thought he was only in his 40s. At level 5 in his 20s, this talent is indeed not low. Xin Bai decided not to ask him for resources for the time being. When you inadvertently mention it in the future, the other person may feel guilty and may give you more. The family finished their meal quickly. Su Xiaoya and Su Xiuli were clearing the tables. Xiao Dazhu climbed up the rank in the alliance. Xin Bai was reading a book on the bed. After a while, Xin Bai felt that his whole body was filled with energy. Ha! Am I promoted? Oh my, even reading a book can level me up. Books are indeed the ladder of human progress. Xin Bai said very Versailles. Emotion value from Xiao Dazhu plus 999. Xiao Dazhu looked over with a resentful look. He naturally knew that Xin Bai definitely did not upgrade by reading books, but probably ate the meat of exotic beasts. However, this upgrade came at a very bad time. As for why? Su Xiuli came in carrying a fruit plate. Boys, stop playing games and eat some fruit. However, before she could finish, she felt the breath of Xin Bai's promotion. Xiao Bai, have you advanced? Xin Bai laughed dryly, well, it should be. Just then, Xiao Daily came over with a smile. I originally wanted to praise Xin Bai. Seeing the scene in front of him, the smile on his face turned into anger. Xin Bai was sitting on the bed reading a book, and he still had the aura of cultivation on him. Xiao Dazhu was sitting at the computer desk playing games. Xiao's father and mother looked at each other. You little bastard. Xin Bai is such a good role model here, but you don't follow him and instead play games? How could I have given birth to such an unmotivated son like you? Xiao Bai is already at level 2, and you're only level 1, level 8. With such a huge gap, how dare you still play games? Immediately, Xiao's father pulled out the belt very smoothly. From Xiao Dazhu's emotional value plus 888. Dad, Mom, I said brother Bai forced me to play games, but I was actually reading all morning. Do you believe me? The expressions of the two people quickly gave the answer. He just knew it. However, he did not run away at the first moment. Instead, he typed, brothers, I have something to do, I'll hang up first. Then he ignored the insults from his teammates and turned off the display. Get out of your seat. Huddle in the corner and greet your parents mixed doubles. Xin Bai and Su Xiaoya left very tactfully. There is no way, I dare not persuade him, because if I persuade him, he will drag me over and beat me together. Chapter 119 Chen Bang's Ways to Pick Up Girls. I heard screams coming from the room. Xin Bai and Su Xiaoya were eating fruit in the living room. Xiaoya, why haven't you been promoted yet? I remember you were at level 9 at the beginning of the school year. Su Xiaoya curled her lips and said, I can't absorb the spiritual energy beads as fast as you, but it should be soon. It was almost April, and Su Xiaoya was confident that she could reach level 2 before the next class assessment. For spiritual warriors, the 3rd, 6th, and 9th levels are a watershed. Generally speaking, if you reach level 2 on the military exam, you can basically get into a key university. This is not difficult at all for Xin Bai and the other two. At this moment, Su Xiaoya's aura began to change. Feel the breath in your body. Su Xiaoya couldn't help but be stunned. Oh my, how did I level up while eating fruit? Xin Bai took a bite of the apple and said, Xiaoya, I advise you to go home now. Why? Because. Just as Xin Bai was about to speak, the screams in the room stopped. Xiao's father and mother just came out of the room. Xiao Dazhu came out with his head down, covering his butt. Then, when the three of them saw Su Xiaoya in the living room. Su Xiaoya, brother, I think I know why. Xin Bai, I'm glad to know, but it's too late. Xiao Dazhu carrot, TT. At this moment, Xiao Dazhu was thinking fuck you in his heart, but he didn't know whether to say it or not. He seriously suspected that the two of them had deliberately not been promoted and were waiting to be promoted today. Su Xiaoya also advanced from level 9 of stage 1 to level 1 of stage 2. Afterwards, Xiao Dazhu curled up in the corner again. What changes is the battlefield, from rooms to corners. What remains unchanged are the roles and the doubles. Xin Bai and Su Xiaoya chose to run away. everyone goes back to their homes. Otherwise, Juzi might get beaten again today. Xinbai returned home and started studying. As the saying goes, when learning becomes a hobby, you will absorb it quickly. During this mission, Xinbai clearly realized the importance of intelligence gaps in knowledge. I have more spiritual skills and need to learn how to deal with various situations. As for the books, they were all brought back from Chaodaju. At low levels, most alien beasts are much stronger physically than humans, but their psychic powers are weaker. It's best to fight them quickly when facing them. Natural elemental skills can produce stronger effects through combined attacks. When resources are limited, prioritize taking basic potions to steadily improve your strength. Xinbai was fascinated by what he saw. He was forced to study before, but now he studies out of interest. The afternoon passed quickly. Chaodaju didn't know how long he was beaten. The dinner I had originally planned was cancelled, so I probably won't be able to get out of bed. Ding ling ling. The cell phone rang. It was Qianbang calling. Ask Xinbai if he has time. Xinbai then remembered that Qianbang had something to say to him. The two agreed to meet at a place. When they met, Xinbai discovered that Qianbang's realm had also been raised to level 2. This guy is definitely not simple. Next to Qianbang, there was a girl holding her arm. Brother Qianbang, your friend is here, I have to leave first. The girl looked at Qianbang with a smile and kissed him. Qianbang said, let's go out and play again when we have time. Watching the girl leave, Xinbai was a little surprised. Why do the girls around you always have some tea art skills? I thought you liked those kind of aloof goddesses. Qianbang said seriously, green tea girls control men by making them happy, and goddesses mostly control men by making them unhappy. Why should I be unhappy myself? Xinbai nodded, indeed, there is no such thing as green tea, those are just considerate and good sisters. The two of them found a private room in a restaurant and had dinner together. Along the way, Qianbang kept playing with his mobile phone. Xinbai was a little surprised, didn't you just say goodbye to him? Are you chatting again? Are you so reluctant to let him go? And what about that Lin Shui from last time? During the last internship assessment, didn't you two seem to be getting along well? From Qianbang's emotional value plus 8,888. I'm fine, what the hell are you doing? Qianbang started cursing. Lin Shui is strong and good looking, but most importantly, she has a pair of legs that look like they can break his waist. He has good talent and background, and is also a top student at Jiangcheng Experimental Middle School. Who knows, we just got together. Xinbai treated him like a biochemical cannon and fired wildly. With the thump 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 scene, Qianbang didn't have the face to look for Lin Shui again. Xinbai asked, this girl doesn't seem to be from our school. How do you know so many girls? Be careful, something like Lin Miao might break your kidneys. No, this one is very stable. How stable? Qianbang whispered, I registered a female account at the time and chatted with girls every day, finding random topics. After we became friends, I asked them if they wanted to find a partner. If they did, I would send them my WeChat account. If the partner got angry, I would turn into a best friend and try to coax them back. If I didn't know how to coax them, I would ask other girls on the account. Damn, genius. Xinbai hadn't expected this method to work, so, you were using a female account to chat with that girl all the way? Qianbang said proudly, of course I did. I used my female account to comfort her, saying that I'm a time management expert and I'm very busy every day. Xinbai gave a thumbs up, hi, really hi. The dishes came out quickly. Braised spare ribs, cola chicken wings, abalone soup. Although there was no exotic beast meat, it was still very rich. Qianbang started eating right away, this meal is on me, eat as much as you want. Xinbai didn't care. While eating, he asked, what do you want me to do this time? Qianbang said, I didn't expect that the rice flour incident a few days ago would be your military merit mission. If I had known, I would have told your superiors at the time. Xinbai asked doubtfully, what do you mean? What news do you have? He also guessed that it was not that simple over there. But it was just a guess, especially when he mentioned Lin Hong. Whether it was Su Di or Commander Wan Lin, they both said that there would be absolutely no problem with Lin Hong. Even if the other party is the garrison, it wouldn't be so outrageous. After all, there is no shortage of traitors everywhere. Qianbang took a bite of his food and said, I was accidentally caught by them the night before. When I was taken to that villa, I woke up once and heard them talking. They said something like, we're going to move tomorrow and we need to move out overnight. I've thought about that, but the only person who knew about our operation the next day was the proprietress of the Monster Duel Arena in the Riceflower Black Market. In Shinbai's opinion, when he heard the Dark Knight organization tell Eddie about the high-level mission, he didn't believe it at all. The top management is deceiving these low-level workers. The reason why some of them left and some stayed was not because they didn't have time to escape. Instead, they knew they were being targeted, so they sacrificed their rook to save their king and evacuated early. The reason why they didn't all leave was probably because they guessed that Shinbai and his men were not strong enough to fight, so they might kill them to silence them. Shen Bang's face was heavy. It shouldn't be him. Remember when I told you I suspected Lin Miao Miao? It was the lady boss who told me that. You've seen her too? Chapter 120. If you want to die, don't take me with you. I met her once. Lin Shui took me to see her. It was when Liang Yu just disappeared, so I think it shouldn't be Lin Hong. Who is this woman and how could she know so many people? Shen Bang shook his head. I don't know, but one thing I'm sure of is that they're currently working for a man codenamed Ghost Doctor from the Tongxin Society. It seems like what they're doing is related to human experiments. Both the Black Tiger Gang and the Dark Knight Killer are connected to him. Bang, you asked me out just to talk about this? You don't want me to cause trouble for that person, do you? No, I asked you out because I want you to deal with the Dark Knight organization. I have a spiritual skill that allows me to hear voices through walls. The leader of the Dark Knight organization sounds like a young man. From their conversation, I can tell who they have been targeting recently. I suspect it is us. Shinbai took a bite of the ribs and said, I don't know if you are too suspicious or too naive. Why would anyone care about a nobody like us? Shen Bang shook his head and said, no, be careful about everything. Let me tell you something. Before, there was a time when I went to pick a fight with a gang, and when I got to the scene, I found everyone dead. This is also my first time interacting with the Dark Knight organization. They were the ones who killed the people from that gang. It's said that the gang leader was on a hit list, but he killed the Dark Knight organization's assassins. In retaliation, the Dark Knight organization sent out a stronger force to hunt him down. The gang members tried to resist, but were wiped out. Shinbai fell into deep thought. If what Shen Bang said is true, then normally he would hold a grudge against the other party since they failed to kill him twice. But are you afraid that the other party will come to you? To be honest, I'm not afraid at all. Even if he is attacked while sleeping, he can activate his passive immortality. One senzu bean is equal to one life. This is the confidence that allows him to wander around everywhere. However, if the other party really sets his sights on him, it must be resolved. Shen Bang continued, I know your abilities, and I can guess that you have more than you've shown. I want to work with you to deal with the Dark Knight organization and completely eliminate their future troubles. Bang, have you ever thought about a question? Shen Bang took a sip of his soup and asked, what's the problem? From what I know, their Dai are all at the 4th level, and above them are Tiani. There's also the leader, whose strength might be 5th or even 6th level. You want the two of us to cause trouble for them? If you want to get yourself killed, don't take me with you. It's not like we're just looking for trouble, we definitely need to use our brains. Shen Bang's eyes sparkled with wisdom. Shinbai was a little surprised, oh my god, you actually have a brain, tell me. This, I haven't thought about it yet. Shen Bang lowered his head to eat, feeling embarrassed to look at Shinbai. Shinbai was speechless, isn't what you said just nonsense? Shen Bang chuckled and said, old Shin, you see, we're both in crisis. If we have something good, shouldn't we share it? Shinbai was a little confused, what? That's the pill you gave me. The recovery effect is incredible. Normally, after using a powerful move, I'd be weak for at least a day, but that thing worked in just one pill. Can you give me some, just in case the Dark Knight organization comes looking for me and I have no way to deal with it? Puff. Shinbai spat out the soup he had just drunk. Good heavens, the real purpose is revealed. After saying so much, it turns out you were waiting for me here. Actually, I don't have many such powerful pills in stock. It's not that I don't want to give them to you, but I want to keep some for self-defense. Shen Bang wiped his mouth and held up 2 fingers, 2 million each. Bang, this is so awkward. Look at what you're saying. We've been through life and death together so many times. Talking about money will only hurt our relationship. Shinbai took out the remaining 3 military ration pills from his pocket. Although these are mainly used to restore physical strength and spiritual skills, my spiritual skills consume very little. Since you have been in such danger recently, I will give them all to you. From Chen Bang's emotion value plus 9,999. He knew that as long as he paid, there was no bottom line that Chen Bai could not break. Just then, the two heard a little noise outside. Chen Bai raised his head and looked over. Bang, let's go watch the show. Chen Bang shook his head and looked at Chen Bai. After the last time I was followed and attacked by Lin Miao Miao, I swear I will never meddle in other people's affairs again, especially things that have nothing to do with me. After this period of understanding, Chen Bang can be sure. Liang Yue's disappearance is closely related to the human experiments conducted by the so-called ghost doctor. Chen Bai is right. Since you can't afford to offend him, then choose to endure it. When you are stronger, you can find out the whereabouts of Liang Yu. However, just as Chen Bang was packing up and preparing to pay the bill, Chen Bai scanned the QR code on the table. Chen Bang was a little surprised. Hey, we're classmates, don't be so formal. I said it was my treat, but you're still doing this. Chen Bai tapped the screen of his phone and said, Bang, how could I be so formal? I just wanted to order some more dishes to take back for a midnight snack. You shouldn't mind, right? From Chen Bang's mood value plus 8,888. Damn it, I must have taken the wrong medicine to believe that Chen Bai would take the initiative to pay. Just then, the waiter pushed the door open with a whoosh. Chen Bang was a little curious. How come he came here before he called him? However, the waiter who pushed the door open fell to the ground with fear in his eyes. Chen Bang quickly ran over to help him up. Don't worry, even though you eat a lot, we won't run away without paying, don't be afraid. Instead of answering Chen Bang, the waiter shouted loudly. Dog, there's a dog. What? What dog? Chen Bang looked at Chen Bai first. What the hell had this guy done? Chen Bai was confused. What? You wouldn't order something expensive and let people think we're running away with the bill, would you? No, I just ordered a little over 10 yuan. That's strange, why? Just as Chen Bang was thinking. At the end of the corridor outside the door, a huge white dog was guarding the stairs. Big. Very big. At least 2 meters high. One leg is at least as thick as someone's waist. There's drool coming out of his mouth. Chen Bang's eyes widened and he exclaimed, Damn it, Chen Bai, it's a dog. Chen Bai was furious. Hey, even though you treated me, it doesn't mean you can scold me, isn't it? I just ordered some midnight snacks, the worst that can happen is I'll pay for it myself. I'm calling you a monster. Soon, the giant dog came out from the stairs and started indiscriminately destroying the surroundings. Chen Bai heard the noise and came out to take a look. Damn, Chen Bang, what a big dog. From Chen Bang's mood value plus 8,888. Chapter 121 Corruption of White Mastiff. Chen Bai looked at the two dogs as big as tigers. I couldn't help but look at the waiter. Hey, brother, do you raise this kind of strange beast to prevent people from eating and dodging meals? Chen Bang interrupted. Damn, how much food does such a huge beast eat in a day? It might as well have a few more thugs. This must be the pet of their boss. He must be rich. Chen Bai nodded and said, That makes sense. The waiter was stunned for a moment. Oh my god, stop it, how come our store owns this thing? Chen Bai is a man who has seen the world after all. I have been to secret places several times and come into contact with real exotic beasts. There was nothing wild about the dog before him. It's not a strange beast that escaped from the secret realm at all. It should be the pet of a beast-taming spiritual warrior. I don't know which family ate and dashed off, but was visited by this spiritual warrior. Chen Bang had the same idea. After paying, he prepared to leave. In a world where spiritual energy is revived, what does a strange beast matter? This is still in the city. As long as it doesn't hurt anyone, then. What the hell? Chen Bai and Chen Bang came to the corridor. They saw the huge white dog licking a customer in one room. The man was lying on the ground motionless. The two of them widened their eyes. Damn it! Murder! The strange beast is killing people. At this moment, the white dog discovered their presence. With a roar, he rushed directly towards the two of them. A mouthful of saliva came out and shot towards me at an extremely fast speed. Chen Bai kicked Chen Bang away, then dodged with a gorgeous turn. From Chen Bang's mood value plus 8,888. Chen Bang asked, Chen Bai, why the hell did you kick me? I told you to dodge, or you'll be hit by this attack. You think my speed-based ability can't dodge this kind of attack? Hee hee, get used to it. Just now, Bai mistook Chen Bang for Chadiju. That's why I kicked him out of habit. The two of them took a step back and returned to the room they had just been in. Brother, what's going on with this strange beast? Didn't I tell you a long time ago that this isn't from our store? I just finished delivering the food and saw him standing at the stairs, so I ran in. Why did you run into our room? Bai couldn't help but ask. The door of your room is specially made. It's not so easy to break. This time, Chen Bang didn't want others to hear the conversation, so he chose this kind of room. I didn't expect it to be so useful. After closing the door, Bai called Suda. It's a mess on the other end of the phone. Suda's voice could be heard faintly. This is not a performance. I repeat to everyone, bring your equipment and be safe. Bai asked cautiously, Uncle, are you busy over there? Bai, what's wrong? This is what happened. My classmates and I were having dinner when a white dog suddenly appeared in the restaurant. It didn't look like a mysterious beast, but it was very aggressive and injured people. Bai recounted the story, thought for a moment, and added, Level 2, Level 8 strength. There was a lot of wind coming from Suda's side, and it seemed like he was in a hurry. Do you have any exotic beasts over there? Which restaurant are you in now? Peace Hotel. Suda said, they are beast-taming spirit warriors. We are conducting a capture operation nearby. They are the gangs that kidnapped the people. Wait, I will send someone over now. They should be the remnants of the White Tiger gang. Be careful. If possible, try not to let them escape. Chen Bang, who was standing by, heard this and said confidently, Don't worry, Uncle Security Officer, Chen Bang, will take care of all this. Suda was relieved. Bai, your classmates are much more responsible than you. You should learn from them. Then, Suda changed his tone and continued, Pay attention to safety. Among those who escaped, one is a 5th-level person. Be careful. Chen Bang was about to roll up his sleeves when he heard the word 5th level. The whole person was stunned. What the hell is this 5th level? What kind of gang is this that has a 5th-level expert? Suda replied, It's the Dark Knight organization. In their view, the most dangerous place is the safest place, so they hid in the White Tiger gang. Our operation this time is to capture them completely. This time, we absolutely cannot let them escape. Bai roughly understood the situation and hung up the phone. Bang, that's perfect. Aren't you going to cause trouble for the Dark Knight organization? Go ahead. The delayed mission is yours. From Chen Bang's emotion value plus 9,999. Didn't you hear me just now? The security guard told you to be careful and not let the other party get away if possible, but he didn't mention me at all. Bai didn't care anyway. At worst, he would activate his passive immortality skill. What Chen Bang said just now makes sense. Maybe the other party is really targeting him, and that would be troublesome. At this moment, Bai's phone rang again. It was Suda who called back, just received a notification from the front line. In addition to that 5th-level expert, there are 2 more people. One is the leader of the White Tiger gang, whose strength is at level 2, level 8. He should be the owner of the dog. The other one is the leader of the Dark Knight organization. His strength is unknown. I suggest you run first. There is no need to delay. Oh my god. When the 2 heard this, they realized that in addition to these 5th-level masters, there were even more powerful masters. I feel terrible. Bai asked directly, Brother, is there any other way out of this room besides the main door? No, our Peace Hotel often has some senior executives, and sometimes their conversations must be protected from being overheard, so there's only one exit, not even a window. Oh my god. When the 2 heard this, they realized that it was completely over. What is this thing? The waiter suddenly shouted at this time. All I saw was a pool of liquid seeping in from the crack in the door. There was a little white smoke coming out of it. You can smell a sulfur smell. It's that dog's saliva. Seeing this situation, Bai thought of what he read in a book this afternoon. Corrosive white mastiff, its primary attack is saliva, which dissolves and rots the target upon contact. This is a level 2 attack with only one effect. Before attacking, they will roar to scare the target. If the difference in strength is too great, it will interfere with hearing or cause hallucinations. It has a weakness, which is fear of high temperatures. Both its saliva and the beast itself are afraid of being burned by high temperatures. Also, I'm worried about strong light. His red pupils can penetrate the fog, but strong light will affect his vision. Shen Bang directly used fire to burn all the saliva that seeped in. It's crunchy and has the aroma of crispy pork belly. Damn, Lao Qin, have you grown a brain? Shen Bang saw that the situation was the same as what Qin Bai said, and his eyes revealed surprise. Qin Bai tilted her mouth and her aura was fully released. This is called knowledge-changing destiny. I think we can quickly solve this thing and then escape. Chapter 122 Fierce Battle. Just as Qin Bai was speaking. Bang! 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 There was a vibration at the door. Obviously the big dog was banging against it. Although it is a special door, it is still a little loose after being hit. At the same time, it continues to seep in saliva. Shen Bang also burned it inside. Qin Bai was about to open the door, but found that it couldn't be opened. Brother? What's going on? This door won't open? The waiter said, I have closed this door. You need a combination lock to open it. Qin Bai urged, why are you standing there? Hurry up and open the car. If I let that dog in, wouldn't I be dead? Qin Bai said, how could that be? My classmates and I can hold him back, and you can just take the opportunity to leave, right? The waiter still refused. That big white dog is so powerful that you two students died in one round, and I can't escape. We are very strong and can definitely hold it back and let you escape, said Shen Bang. The waiter still refused, in his opinion. The two hot-blooded students felt they had some strength and wanted to show off. He looks like a high school student, how strong can he be? It would be safest to wait for reinforcements from the Public Security Bureau. Qin Bai said something like fuck you, but he didn't know whether he should say it or not. If he was the only one there, he would have run away long ago. He was too lazy to pay attention to passers-by like this. But Shen Bang was there too, which prevented him from using the Flying Thunder God to go home. Shen Bang continued to persuade him, you heard everything just now. There are 5th level masters and that leader behind us. Can you block this door? You are just waiting to die. Don't you believe we can't do it once? What's your strength? Asked the waiter. Shen Bang replied, I'm level 2, level 1. Level 2, level 1, he's about the same. The waiter pointed at Qin Bai and said, I just heard you say that the big white dog is level 2, level 8. Can you handle it? Instead of trusting you, I'd rather wait. Qin Bai was too lazy to talk so much nonsense with him. The waiter was just an ordinary person. Qin Bai carried his body closer to the pool of saliva that was seeping in. Look, if you weren't my classmate, you would have been corroded by saliva in no time. Isn't there a classmate of yours here? Can't we just ask him to burn the saliva? Qin Bai was speechless. Shen Bang, don't waste your superpowers, let's save some of them. Good. Shen Bang had no objection, they were all level 2. The saliva that seeps in cannot corrode them at all. The reason for burning with flames is purely to help the waiters. Inside the room, the big white dog's saliva slowly flowed along the ground, and wisps of white smoke rose wherever it touched. The temperature in the room is also dropping. The threat of death made the waiter's face turn pale. He shouted to Shen Bang. You can't do this. Your abilities are matched by your responsibilities. Take action now. What's the point of attacking? Didn't we say there are strong people behind us? Besides, this door may not be able to stop the big white dog. It's not that the two of them didn't try, it's simply because this material is extremely fire resistant. And it is extremely hard. They can't break it. Only a monster with the physical strength of this level could possibly break it. The waiter listened and told the truth, although he believed that the door would not be broken. What if? Finally he went to unlock the password. The corrosive white mastiff outside kept crashing. His hands were shaking as he entered the password, and he finally got it right after entering it incorrectly several times. Just run away later, leave this to me and Lao Qin. Shen Bang had no idea what the waiter could do. It is right for ordinary people like this to evacuate. As he spoke, Shen Bang took out a heavy sword from somewhere. Still a little cracked. Sizzle. Shen Bang dragged the heavy sword in his hand, making a sound as it rubbed against the ground. Full of momentum, you can tell at first glance that he is a master. Qin Bai, holding the shadowless sword in his hand, was stunned. I have to say, this weapon is really cool. He looked at the shadowless sword in his hand again. There was only a hilt, not even the blade could be seen. He looked at the round fan again. It looks like a palm leaf fan. To be honest, it's a bit ugly. In a daze, Shen Bang had already started fighting with the other party. A clang-clang sound was heard. At the moment of the fight, Shen Bang seemed as steady as an old dog, but in fact he was extremely panicked. How the hell is this so hard? He always felt that he couldn't break the opponent's defense. At this moment, Shinbai's voice was heard. Bang, be careful. The sword shadows from the hair corroding the white mastiff's body can resist physical attacks. We'd better not confront it head-on. From Chen Bang's mood value plus 6,666. Can you please tell me all the information at once? Shen Bang quickly retreated, his eyes wide open in anger. Shinbai chuckled, I told you to read more, but all you did was play games. Now you know you're wrong. But that's all I say. The corrosive white mastiff took a step back and suddenly rushed in front of the two men. The two men showed no sign of weakness and rushed forward with weapons in hand. Neither of them is a newbie in combat. Shen Bang took advantage of the venue. There isn't much space in a place like a corridor. The huge corrosive white mastiff has very good eyesight. There are many blind spots when fighting. Shen Bang took advantage of these blind spots and exerted his speed ability to the limit. Let the corrupted white mastiff not reach him at all. As for Shinbai, after a brief fight, he had already left no less than 10 marks on the opponent. Every time the big white claws grabbed him, Shinbai used Flying Thunder God to dodge. Both of them took the fly flow. The waiter who initially huddled in the room. Thinking the situation was not good, I simply closed the door and continued to wait for rescue. As for those two students, they just wanted to show off, so it's not my fault. However, at this time, two students were seen fighting back and forth with the corrosive white mastiff. I even had the upper hand, and my mood suddenly improved. These two guys are really capable. He quickly planned his escape route. Just when he had taken 2 steps out. Roar! Suddenly there was a roar. The waiter was so shocked that he stood there in a daze, and his ears were even bleeding. Shinbai and the others immediately retreated when they heard the roar. That was the roar of the corrupted white mastiff. After all, there is a gap in realm. It's okay if the distance is far, but if the distance is close, even they will feel uncomfortable. It is very likely that you will be shocked and unable to move. The corrosive white mastiff roared, ready to scare away the 2 annoying flies. Who knew that the other party would escape? Just then, he saw a waiter and was about to flee. But he was so frightened by the roar that he stood there in a daze. The corrupted white mastiff was already very annoyed by Shinbai and the others. This is when I found someone to vent my anger on. A vicious dog pounced on its prey and rushed directly towards the waiter. The huge white claw slapped down. An ordinary person can't even withstand a tiger's claw. Not to mention such a huge monster. The result is obvious when the white claws touch the body. Suddenly blood splattered everywhere and the waiter's whole body exploded. When Shinbai and Shen Bang came back to their senses from the roar. Just see this bloody scene. Chapter 123, Defending Brothers. Shinbai couldn't help but frown as he looked at the blood-splattered scene. Originally, the 3 of them discussed that 2 of them would attract the attention of the strange beast, and then Shinbai would use his heavenly hand power to help the waiter escape. Unexpectedly, this guy still didn't trust them. Escape alone. There is nothing we can do about it. But now is not the time to think about that. There wasn't even a moment to mourn for the waiter, as now it was the corrupted white mastiff that was galloping towards them, carrying bursts of roars. Shinbai and the other could only use part of their strength to resist. So far, if the physical damage of the corroded white mastiff is 100 points of combat power, then the magic damage is 10,000 points of combat power. Compared to before, the 2 of them moved a little slower. It is impossible to consume without injury. Bang bang. The sound of collision was heard. This is the 2nd floor. The people on the 1st floor have all left long ago. From the beginning, the strange beasts have not used saliva to attack. The main problem is that the corridor is too narrow. We have to find a way to stop the fight on the 1st floor. In this way, if the opponent uses saliva to attack, Shinbai can use the round fan to rebound. Shinbai, normal means can't break its defense. Find a way to get to a wider place. Shen Bang and Shinbai thought of the same thing. Shinbai said, this beast isn't stupid. It knows we can't do anything to it, so it must want to make the main battlefield here. What should we do then? Chen Bang asked. Qinbai retreated while leading the corrosive white mastiff downstairs. When they reached the stairs, Qinbai shouted to Chen Bang, "Can you withstand its attack?" "Just kidding, even though I can't break its defense, it won't be that easy for him to hurt me." Qinbai immediately had a plan in mind. He was standing at the stairs at this moment, waving the shadowless sword in his hand, and an invisible sword energy was swung out. "Go through the stairs and shoot onto the first floor." At the same time, the corrosive white mastiff was not idle. It pounced in front of Qinbai, half stood up, raised its claws, and slammed heavily to the ground. He used all his strength in this attack, seizing the opportunity when Qinbai swung his sword. If he is hit, this kid will definitely be covered in blood. Unfortunately, all this was within Qinbai's expectations. Qinbai locked his eyes on Chen Bang. Heavenly hand power. In an instant, the two people's positions suddenly swapped. Chen Bang was originally planning to use his heavy sword to stab the corroded white mastiff's anus. He was suddenly stunned, and the next second he appeared where Qinbai was standing. He was confused and didn't know what was going on. Bang, full defense. Hearing Qinbai's shout, Chen Bang looked at the fist that was about to fall. He originally wanted to dodge away quickly, but for some reason, he chose to believe Qinbai. Suddenly, a burst of flames possessed the body, and a yellow flame also attached to the middle. Resist the corrosive hammer of the white mastiff. After using the heavenly hand power, Qinbai used the flying thunder god to reach the first floor and shouted again, "Bang, come out a little, I can't see you." At this moment, Qinbai could see Chen Bang, but could not see the corrosive white mastiff. After being hit by the heavy hammer, Chen Bang felt a little dizzy. Seeing that the corrosive white mastiff did not chase him, it seemed unwilling to go downstairs. Helpless, Chen Bang could only show weakness to the enemy and pretend to be dying. Slowly walked down 2 steps. Seeing this, the corrosive white mastiff thought that the hostage inside had already fainted, so he might as well kill this guy before going in. Anyway, the security guards are not that fast. Immediately, he pounced forward, ready to kill Chen Bang with one claw. However, at this moment, the corroded white mastiff felt locked by some force, and when he came to his senses, he had already appeared on the first floor. Chen Bang also appeared. "Bang, your defense is so strong? What did you expect? If you're out there, you don't have to max out your attack power, but your defense power must be maxed out." As he spoke, Chen Bang swung his right hand, which was raised in the middle. "I have a question. You could have easily resisted it yourself just now. Why did you let me do it?" Qinbai said seriously, "I'm afraid of pain." From Chen Bang's mood value plus 6,666. You're afraid of pain, so you let me block it? There's a famous saying that goes, "You'll risk your life for your brothers." We're such good brothers, so it's no problem for you to take a couple of blows for me. From Chen Bang. God, it's not a big deal. If the situation wasn't wrong, Chen Bang would definitely have a solo with Qinbai. But now, we are facing a powerful enemy. Qinbai also told Chen Bang about his plan. Force the corrosive white mastiff to use his ultimate move and make him use saliva attacks. The lobby on the first floor is different from that upstairs. The lights here are bright, and various chandeliers illuminate the ground. The corroded white mastiff was a little uncomfortable with the light, perhaps that was why it was reluctant to come down. Chen Bang quickly activated the spiritual energy in his body. This time, yellow and white flames appeared. All concentrated on the heavy sword. The high temperature of the 2 color flames made the corrosive white mastiff very uncomfortable. Ho-hoo, ho-hoo. Chen Bang gripped the heavy sword tightly with both hands and slashed across. The spiritual energy around Chen Bang's body rushed towards the corrosive white mastiff like a huge wave of fire. The corrosive white mastiff is afraid of fire. When it sensed the dangerous aura, it did not resist. Quickly distance yourself, step back, and open your bloody mouth. Condensate your saliva, aim at the target, and charge your strength for a strike. Ah, 2A. The saliva was like a sulfuric acid shell, carrying white smoke and a cold breath, causing frost to condense around it. Chen Bang stood frozen in place, holding the heavy sword, unable to dodge. Qinbai in the distance was waiting for this moment. Flying Thunder God. Qinbai stood in front of Chen Bang. The saliva attack came towards Qinbai, and he raised the round fan in his left hand. Rebound. The moment the saliva touches the fan, it goes back to where it came from. Return along the same route and smash into the corrosive white mastiff. At the same time, Bai used the power of heavenly hands. Exchanged the chair next to Chen Bang and the corroded white mastiff. Both operations are completed in just a split second. The corroded white mastiff tried to dodge but was suppressed by Chen Bang's heavy sword. Bai himself was not idle either. After the round, fan rebounded. Flying Thunder God was used again, teleporting behind the corrosive white mastiff. He raised the shadowless sword and thrust it straight into its anus. 1,000 years of killing. Ah! 3 attacks landed on the corroded white mastiff at the same time. A scream suddenly resounded throughout the entire hotel. When the scream stopped, the ground was filled with the smell of burning, the cold and hot melting. What the hell is this thing made of? Why is it okay? Chen Bang looked at the corroded white mastiff with bruises and purple marks all over its body. The appearance was extremely tragic, but there was no sign of serious injury at all. For him, if he could take this blow himself, he could probably go see his grandmother. The same is true for Bai. He has no offensive power of his own and can only use the opponent's force to counterattack. This saliva attack is already the strongest blow of the corrosive white mastiff. Chen Bang must have used all his strength just now. The two combined did not cause any substantial harm. This leather is comparable to armor. The scream was actually caused by Bai's 1,000 years of killing. This type of attack, even if only used once, is very difficult for two people to coordinate. The corrupted white mastiff is now very angry. Look up and roar. At this moment, Bai had an idea. Chapter 124, A dog can never change its nature, knowledge changes destiny. The defensive method displayed by the corroded white mastiff when facing the attacks of 3 people just now reminded Bai. Chen Bang said, "Help me delay for 3 minutes, and I'll use my ultimate move again." From the current perspective, this guy's defense is at least at level 3. However, I have just been promoted to level 2, and if I use my ultimate skill again, I can easily deal with him. Bai smacked his lips. "Brother, we fought from upstairs to downstairs. It didn't even take a minute, and you want me to delay it for 3 minutes? You know, this thing is the Beastmaster's contracted beast. His master might be nearby. 3 minutes, forget about Chen Bang using his ultimate move. It is very likely to attract stronger masters." Chen Bang thought about it and it made some sense. What should we do? Should we just withdraw and not delay? At this moment, the corrosive white mastiff attacked the two. Bai didn't have time to think about it, so he used his heavenly hand power to throw the corroded white mastiff away. While he was about to pounce on her, she spoke to Chen Bang. The corrosive white mastiff's weakness is its mouth. The inner wall of its mouth is not protected by fur. If you attack its mouth with your flame, it will directly react with its saliva, melting the flame and frost. Without the protection of its fur, you can kill it directly. Upon hearing this, Chen Bang quickly condensed a fireball and threw it out. The corroded white mastiff looked at the fireball hitting its mouth, stopped roaring, and quickly shut up. With a bang, the fireball hit the face, but did not cause much damage. Bai added, "It must know its weakness. When we attacked just now, I noticed it kept its mouth tightly shut, and then I remembered this weakness." Chen Bang asked, "What should we do now?" Bai said, "Have you ever heard the saying, 'Wolf nature eats meat 1,000 miles away'? What's the next line? A dog eats shit after traveling 1,000 miles? That's right. Damn it. You're not going to tell it to eat shit and open its mouth. Do you think it's that stupid? After all, he was born. Besides, a dog will always eat shit. Just like when you see a beautiful woman, you can't help but look over. A dog will definitely open its mouth when it sees shit." Chen Bang listened to Bai's twisted logic. "I always feel like there is something wrong, but I can't put my finger on it." Bai's next sentence made him suddenly realize. "Brother Bang, listen to me, I'll hold this guy back, you go take a shit and use it to. Get the hell out of here." "Why should I go take a shit? Why don't you go too?" Bai said helplessly, "I've been constipated these past 2 days and can't poop." Before Chen Bang could say anything, Bai added, "Think about it, I have teleportation and teleportation, which can ensure that you won't be disturbed when you poop. If you come here, what if this dog comes and hits me?" This. Chen Bang wanted to refute, but he couldn't find any reason. The most important thing is that after being reminded by Bai, he really wanted to shit. "I went shopping with my girlfriend today. Just now when we were having dinner, he was the one showing off. Coupled with the strenuous exercise after the meal, my stomach kept rumbling. Okay, but there's a problem. If I pull it out, how are you going to put it in front of it? Just pull it, I'll just use teleportation. Shinbai threw down a sentence, took out the shadowless sword, and swung out two sword energies. With a cry of ah, the corroded white mastiff felt pain and chased after him as Shinbai had expected. Just now, this guy poked it in the butt with something unknown. The hatred value is full. The corrosive white mastiff pounced on Shinbai at an extremely fast speed. Shinbai used Flying Thunder God to dodge. Thanks to the existence of the shadowless sword, the entire hall is now covered with the Flying Thunder God's mark. Shinbai can do it completely. He can teleport wherever he wants. Still no consumption. The corroded white mastiff discovered something was wrong and roared angrily. Smash all the chandeliers on the ceiling. Then destroy the circuit breaker. In an instant, the entire hall fell into darkness. The corroded white mastiff's vision can catch prey in the dark. The eyes, which were red to purple, immediately started scanning. In its opinion, without the light, Shinbai would bump into things if he used teleportation because he couldn't see anything. In fact, Shinbai still dodged every one of its attacks in time. The pitch-black light did not affect Shinbai's ability to sense the Flying Thunder God's mark at all. The glowing eyes of the corroded white mastiff let Shinbai know that as long as he didn't dodge there, everything would be okay. In case the hatred value is not enough. Is Shinbai still using the shadowless sword to attack and corrode the white mastiff? Chen Bang, who was in the toilet, found that the surroundings suddenly became dark. Suddenly, there was a whoosh sound. The sound that was originally brewing suddenly burst out like a torrent of river water. From the sound of fighting, he knew that Shinbai had completely restrained the strange beast. He quickly pulled up his pants, walked to the bathroom door, and made an okay gesture to Shinbai. Shinbai understood, and locked one eye on the corrosive white mastiff and the other on Shenbang. Heavenly hand power. In an instant, the two exchanged positions. Sure enough, even in the dark, the corrosive white mastiff used its dog's sense of smell to smell the fragrance for the first time. Then he saw delicious food. Our ancestors were right. A dog will always eat shit. It's like a naked person of the opposite sex standing in front of you. Even if you can restrain yourself from eating, you will still glance at them. Of course, there are exceptions in some areas. The corroded white mastiff opens its mouth habitually when it sees shit. At this moment, Chen Bang charged a fireball and threw it directly into the mouth of the corrosive white mastiff. Boom! A loud explosion. Fire hits ice, melting double damage. Plus, there is no defense inside the mouth. Bang! Bang! Ouch! The explosion sounded, followed by the screams of the corroded white mastiff. A puff of white smoke came out of the mouth of the corrosive white mastiff. You can see that it has its four legs up in the air, blocking the ground and completely unable to move. I'll tell you what I mean, a dog will always eat shit. Bullshit, that's the smell of my shit. It definitely doesn't smell your shit. Shen Bang wanted to take the credit. The two of them took a step forward to check it out. It was discovered that the corroded white mastiff had indeed lost its life. Fuck, old Sheen, you're right. The mouth is the weak spot. You already know that. Nonsense, who am I? I usually ask you to study more, but you're just thinking about picking up girls. At this moment, Shinbai finally realized the importance of knowledge in changing destiny. If I hadn't read the book this afternoon, I wouldn't know what to do with this strange beast in front of me. Shinbai called Sude and asked, "Uncle, how long will it take you guys?" Sude said, "There are about 5 minutes left." What's wrong? Are you in danger? If you really can't, just run. Your own life is the most important. It's okay, we can probably hold off for a while. Hang up the phone. Now the two of them found a corner to hide in and dragged the corrosive white mastiff to the most conspicuous place in the hall. When the contracted beast dies, the master will sense it immediately. The beast master will definitely come to check the situation. If he came alone, with the help of the pitch-black darkness, the two of them could easily launch a surprise attack and win in one fell swoop. If the Dark Knight organization arrives, the two of them will not take action. The Beastmaster would probably be sad for a while because of the death of his beast, which might also help delay the process. Shen Bang is very excited now. When I thought about the great contribution I was going to make in taking part in capturing the Tongsunhui organization, my heart started beating fast. Chapter 125 The leader of the Dark Knight organization and Tianyi. Are you sure they'll actually come? Shen Bang couldn't help but ask. At this time, the two of them were hiding under the cash register. The entire hotel was empty, or to be more precise, there was no one standing. Several people were lying on the ground, their lives or deaths unknown. Shinbai was also unsure, he should come. If you lose your ring, will you go look for it? As he spoke, Shinbai glanced at the bronze ring on Chen Bang's ring finger. Chen Bang covered the ring and said, "What do you want to do? Playing is allowed, but you can't touch this ring." I know. Shinbai smiled meaningfully. Waited about a minute. Just when Shinbai was about to take out his cell phone and call Sude, the hotel door suddenly opened. A strong man came forward. Is it him? Chen Bang was a little surprised. Shinbai asked back, "Do you know him?" Chen Bang nodded and whispered, "Well, this guy is called Lei Hu. When I was at level 1, he chased me from the south to the north of the city and almost took my life. I guess he doesn't use his supernatural powers, otherwise how could you not even recognize his exotic beast?" Chen Bang curled his lips and said nothing. As soon as Lei Hu entered the door, he saw his corrupted white mastiff lying on the ground. He was motionless, without any sign of life, and suddenly burst into tears. Just when Shinbai and the other were preparing to launch a sneak attack, two more people came into the hotel entrance. He was wrapped in black clothes and his face was covered, so his face could not be seen clearly. Lei Hu turned to look at the newcomer, frowning, "My beast is dead." One of the men in black said coldly, "It's dead, so be it. If you let it out, it might attract the attention of the Public Security Bureau." Lei Hu stood up and complained, "If you hadn't suddenly appeared, I would have been wiped out." "Is this what you said? If I help you, I will have endless wealth and glory, and I can quickly improve my strength?" The man in black shouted angrily, "Isn't it because those idiots of yours acted too recklessly that everyone in my organization was captured and killed?" Another man in black exudes a powerful aura. I'm sorry. Faced with the anger of the two people in front of him, Lei Hu didn't dare to say anything more. I hate it most when people say sorry to me. It proves that they have done something wrong. The man in black said in a cold tone and turned away. Swish. Another man in black took action instantly. Before Lei Hu could react, his head was twisted off by the man in black. There was a click, but no sound was made. The whole process was neat and smooth, without any drag. Even before Lei Hu lost consciousness, he could see his own brain. After doing all this, the two men in black left without stopping. Under the cashier counter, Shinbai, who was in a charging posture, looked at the scene in front of him. I feel creepy all over. This strength, this decisiveness in taking action. It feels like the two sides are not on the same level. Judging from their attire, these two people are from the Dark Knight organization. One is a 5th level master, and the other is the leader. Fortunately, I was a little slow just now. If I rush out, I'll be completely screwed. After watching the two of them walk out, Shinbai took out his cell phone from his pocket, dialed a number, and prepared to call someone. At this moment, Shinbai suddenly felt something touching his calf. At this moment, his whole body felt numb and goosebumps appeared. Eh? Shinbai frowned. At this time, there were only him and Chen Bang. No way, Chen Bang is actually this kind of person? No, since he has so many girlfriends, his sexual orientation should be normal. I must be nervous. Ignoring it, he continued to dial Suda's mobile phone number. The next second, Shinbai felt his thigh being touched again. If it was soft just now, it is hard now. At the same time, he heard Chen Bang's voice. Oh. That numb sound. Oh my god. Could it be that flirting with beautiful women every day is to hide your tracks? At this moment, Shinbai felt something touching him for the third time. This time it's the butt. In a flash, Shinbai turned around and grabbed it. Chen Bang, you idiot, Holy shit. Before Shinbai could say anything, he found what he had grabbed. It wasn't a human hand, but a tentacle. Tentacle monster? The tentacle suddenly broke free from Shinbai's restraints. As for Chen Bang's side, Shinbai's pupils widened even more. Chen Bang at this moment is similar to the anime Shinbai sometimes watches. Bound by tentacles, unable to move. There was no spiritual energy emanating from the surroundings. There were even bruises on some parts of the body. There was no warning of this sneak attack. Chen Bang did not scream either. Still making tingling sounds. Illusion. The first thing Qianbai thought of was that Chen Bang was under an illusion. Someone is attacking. Qianbai took out the shadowless sword and wanted to attack, but he could only leave some scratches on it. At this moment, Qianbai felt a dangerous aura behind him. Sure enough, several tentacles appeared out of nowhere and entangled Qianbai. Without having time to pay attention to Chen Bang, Qianbai used Flying Thunder God to escape first. Ha! At this moment, a voice rang out. Qianbai looked over and found that it was the two men in black. Not bad, you reacted quickly. Don't worry, I don't want to kill you or your friends. One of the men in black spoke up. Hello, I'm the leader of the Dark Knight organization, and he's Tianyi, our Dark Knight organization's strongest killer. Qianbai frowned slightly but did not take any action. He knew that even if his attack landed on the two of them, it would probably only be a scratch. He took back the shadowless sword and wanted to see what these two guys were going to do. The two of them were not panicked at all and found a chair to sit down. Well, since you don't want to kill me, can you please let my friend go? At this moment, Chen Bang was tied up by several tentacles, hanging in the air, unconscious. The leader waved his hand. Tian nodded, activated the spiritual energy in his body, and released the tentacles on Chen Bang. Qianbai teleported back to Chen Bang and found that he was not dead, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Speaking of which, aren't you being hunted? What's going on? The leader leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. Chasing? We were just walking the dog. I can run away anytime I want. As he spoke, the leader revealed confidence. Qianbai asked curiously, then why did you abandon your men and run away? Those are not subordinates, they are just stepping stones on our road to breakthrough. If we lose our subordinates, we can recruit more, Tianyi laughed horribly, but was slapped by the leader. I told you, don't laugh like that. If you laugh like that again, don't follow me anymore. Tianyi retracted his smile and stared at Qianbai. Qianbai looked at Lei Hu on the ground, then at Chen Bang. What do you want to do? Why don't you attack me? Lei Hu, this guy, knows things he shouldn't know. Plus, he can't even control his own contracted beast. He's a useless guy. What's the point of keeping him around? As for your friend, I just think he's a little special and want to give it a try. The leader continued calmly, but it seems that you are quite special. Your spatial ability is not as simple as it seems. Chapter 126. Is this the normal way of thinking of a normal person? My powers? Qianbai pretended to be curious. My ability is teleportation, is it strange? The leader asked. Just now, it suddenly activated without any warning. It used without driving psychic energy, and it was able to ignore spatial fluctuations. Can you tell me about your ability? Well. As he spoke, Qianbai silently raised 5 fingers. The leader asked, no? Qianbai shook his head and said, 500. The other party was shocked when he saw this. I didn't expect you to be so brave. You dare to ask us for money at this time. Qianbai chuckled. When it comes to money, any amount you can earn is worth it, the more the better. Looking at Qianbai's expression, the leader signaled Tianyi to give the money. Tianyi's eyes dodged. Well. Boss, the rewards for our usual actions are all in your hands. The leader smiled awkwardly, took out 5 bloody 100 yuan bills from his pocket and threw them to Qianbai. Qianbai took the money and praised his own cleverness. If you ask too many questions, they will definitely not transfer the money, so you should ask for less. People like this will definitely carry money with them. Qianbai nodded in satisfaction. You just asked me if I could tell you about superpowers? Why are you so long-winded? The leader was a little annoyed. Well, then my answer is, yes. What do you mean? The two people opposite were confused. Qianbai patiently explained, you asked me if I could, and my answer is yes. From Long Aoyu's emotional value plus 6,666. Are you fucking making a fool of me? Long Aoyu slammed the table and stood up. Tianyi, who was standing by, looked at Qianbai and sneered, you're just stunned? That's too cowardly. At this time, Qianbai was indeed shocked. Look at the system's emotion value prompt information. Another 10x explosion rate? And who is Long Aoyu? I will check this name with Suda later. I never thought that the system has this function. Doesn't this mean that even if the other party doesn't want to reveal his identity, he can still crack the system? As long as you make the other person feel emotional, you can know his identity? He had never thought of this effect before. Let's be honest. What you said is wrong. I told you to study more, but you went off to join a cult. Faced with the two people scolding, Shinbai came to his senses. It's obvious that you haven't studied the theory of evolution. Aren't you just a monkey? Tian nodded. Yes, it seems that humans evolved from monkeys. That seems to make sense. Long Aoyu dodged a slap and said, fuck you. He scolded you for not evolving completely, and you think he has a point? Shinbai looked at the two of them. He didn't expect that Long Aoyu would have such an idea. Even he himself didn't expect this. Speaking of which, why do you all in the Dark Knight organization cover your faces and wear all black? Wouldn't that make you more conspicuous? This is called a sense of ritual. Long Aoyu said. In fact, the reason for this is mainly because they are worried that someone will see their face and come to seek revenge. By the way, you've been looking at the time. Are you waiting for more recruits? Shinbai realized his purpose had been hit, so he stopped pretending and said straight to the point, you're risking arrest, aren't you just bragging to me? Long Aoyu put his hands behind his head, leaned back in his chair and said, actually, I've taken a fancy to you. Ah? You're interested in me? No way, I have a normal sexual orientation. I suggest you look for him. As he spoke, Shinbai pointed at Chen Bang, who was dressed in tattered clothes, standing beside him. From Long Aoyu's emotional value plus 3,333. What the fuck is sexual orientation? I'm saying, I'm impressed by your abilities. If you join us and work for me, I'll give you endless wealth and prosperity, and you can also quickly improve your strength. Shinbai did not answer, but looked at the headless corpse not far away, the leader of the White Tiger Gang, Lei Hu. The meaning is obvious. If I join you, Lei Hu will be my fate. Long Aoyu shook his head, you are different. Even if there is information in front of me, I always feel that I can't see through you. Your joining can really help me. Actually, I quite agree with one thing about the Tongshin Society. As he spoke, Shinbai took a chair and sat down, then continued leisurely, after all, it's all about money. However, I'm different from you. People should have dignity and bottom lines. I, Shinbai, will never do anything for money. Long Aoyu asked back, who told you to join the Tongshin Society? Shinbai was a little surprised, isn't the Dark Knight organization affiliated with the Tongshin Society? Long Aoyu said confidently, I am from the Dark Knight organization. Joining the Tongshin Society is just a stepping stone for me. Now I am just using the resources of the Tongshin Society to achieve my own goals. Shinbai was a little surprised. He thought that everyone in the Tongshin Society was united and would do bad things together. Like a big villain. Now it seems that things are a little different from what he thought. Shinbai asked, what's your goal? To become the world's #1 killer? Long Aoyu shook his head, I became a killer only because I had no choice. Do you want to hear my story? When Shinbai saw that the other party was taking the initiative to argue, he naturally nodded in agreement since he had to wait for the Public Security Bureau to arrive anyway. Long Aoyu's eyes turned sad. My father died when I was very young. Was he killed by those unfinished buildings? Shinbai said, alas, you were so pitiful when you were a child. No wonder they say that hateful people must suffer tragically. Long Aoyu shook his head and said, no, what I mean is, my father sold an unfinished building to someone else, and then he was blocked by people every day. When my father was hiding from them, he accidentally fell into the river and drowned. When I grew up, I created the Dark Knight organization, just to kill those people who specifically blocked him. If it weren't for them, my father wouldn't have died. Ah, this. Still have such an idea? Shinbai was speechless. At first he thought that the other party created the Dark Knight organization for money, or to kill the developers who forced his father to death. I didn't expect that his father was a developer. This man wanted to kill those who were cheated by his father? Is this the normal way of thinking of a normal person? I have a question. Does this have anything to do with your founding of the Dark Knight Killer organization? Yes, because I want to create a new world. Shinbai interrupted, I know this. You want to create a world where only your father exists. From Long Aoyu's emotional value plus 9,999. How can the dead be resurrected? Is that normal? Long Aoyu said coldly, I want the assassin organization to spread all over the world. I want everyone on Blue Star to live under my shadow. I want them to consider the consequences of everything they do, and whether they will be retaliated by the assassin organization hired by the other side. I have another question. Explain. What about the alien beasts? Do you want them to obey you? From Long Aoyu's emotional value plus 8,888. For a moment, Long Aoyu was stunned by the question. Chapter 127, seriously chatting, but the conversation broke down because the other party was too irritable. Long Aoyu paused awkwardly. To be honest, he really hadn't thought about the strange beasts. After all, at present, humans are in the advantage in the battle between humans and monsters. Long Aoyu adjusted his mask and said, "Those things are not something you, a high school student, can consider." Then he continued, "I can grant you unparalleled power. I can crush those who step on you. No matter what you do, you will not be punished. I can even allow you to transcend and become a being that breaks through boundaries. Come, join the glorious evolution." Shinbai fell into deep thought. After listening to Long Aoyu's words, I always felt that there was some truth in it. If you say that you were born with both parents dead and have no friends around you, and the country not only does not help you but makes things difficult for you, and your classmates always mock you. In this case, maybe I might join. Just like Naruto and Naruto, if it were me, I might have run away. However, my life is pretty good now, and there doesn't seem to be anything unsatisfactory about it. Why go to a killer organization and make yourself uncomfortable? After thinking for a while, Shinbai asked, "I have a question. If you are so awesome, why are there only 2 of you left in the entire organization?" Long Aoyu said coldly, "You have to know that companions and subordinates are different. If you were me, you would be my companion, not my subordinate." Shinbai nodded, "Okay, you name a price." Seeing Shinbai's interest, Long Aoyu said, "You don't need money to join us. On the contrary, I will often give you assassination missions to make money." Shinbai interrupted, "What are you thinking? I mean to ask you to pay me. Capitalists all know that they pay wages for work, and you still want free labor?" Long Aoyu was speechless. "Didn't you hear what I just said? Join me, and you will have the power to do anything. This is my reward for you." Shinbai nodded, "Really? Anything is fine?" Long Aoyu, "That's right." Shinbai, "Then go blow up the Public Security Bureau." Tiani on the side said, "Boss, he seems to be playing tricks on us." Long Aoyu said speechlessly, "Remove the word like." Shinbai said seriously, "I'm serious. Think about it, assassins are definitely most afraid of security guards. If you go blow up the security station, I'll join you and I won't have to worry about anything. Otherwise, I'll be caught. Killing people is illegal." Long Aoyu took a deep breath and said, "You don't understand. The feeling of licking blood on the tip of a knife and walking between death can make you stronger faster." Shinbai curled his lips, "You're just talking big but not actually doing anything. I'm really in a difficult position. You don't seem to understand the current situation. Do you think you have any other options?" Long Aoyu stood up and said, "The reason I told you so much is because I value your abilities and talents. If you can't use them for my own benefit, I will have no choice but to kill you." Shinbai spread his hands and said, "The main reason is that I see that you are only at level 3, level 6. It seems like you are just exaggerating." As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly reached freezing point. "Can you see my realm?" Long Aoyu looked at Shinbai with sharp eyes. Shinbai glanced at Long Aoyu. From the moment they met, he discovered that the leader of the Dark Knight organization had not taken any action. It didn't even show any strength, and most importantly, the voice sounded very young. Whether it was the sneak attack on the 2 people or the contact with the tentacles on Chen Bang's body, it was all done by Tianidong. Besides, he didn't feel any oppression from Long Aoyu. Primary detectors cannot detect strength above level 4. But there is no problem for those below level 4. I didn't expect that I would discover such a secret after just a quick investigation. I originally thought that the leader of the Dark Knight organization must be incredibly powerful. I didn't expect him to be just a rank 3, level 6 wretch." Shinbai said calmly, "Actually, my perception is very strong. You and I are so close, I can detect your realm." From Long Aoyu's emotional value plus 9,999. Impossible. Not to mention that Shinbai has a strong perception ability, even masters of level 6 or 7 cannot detect his realm. In the entire Dark Knight organization, only Tiani knows his true realm. This time, Long Aoyu showed his murderous intent for the first time. "Shinbai, you really have a trump card that I can't imagine. You know, if you hadn't suppressed your men during this period, you would have been retaliated for killing our assassins many times. If I hadn't taken a fancy to you, I would have had your body dumped in the wilderness long ago. So you know your situation now. Now I'm giving you a chance to submit to me. As long as you follow me, all the grudges between us will be written off. Qinbai said sincerely, really? I thought you couldn't do anything to me. In his opinion, the other party's 2 attacks did not seem like a joke at all. Especially that time in the secret realm, he even used his ultra instinct. From Long Aoyu's emotional value plus 9,999. From the dragon. Long Aoyu looked at Qinbai's ungrateful look and his emotions instantly exploded. Qinbai, don't be shameless. Qinbai spread his hands and said, don't be so mean. I don't have any shame myself, why should I give you face? While speaking, Qinbai's expression was very sincere. But Long Aoyu felt humiliated and said coldly, since you are seeking death yourself, don't blame me, Tianyi. Qinbai said without hesitation, I have a question, what if you can't kill me? From Tianyi's emotional value plus 777. From Long Aoyu's emotional value plus 8,888. What should I do? I want to see how you escape. Seeing the other party suddenly attack, Qinbai couldn't help but sigh. Who among my family members understands? We were having a serious chat, but it fell through because the other party was too irritable. Bang, you have to remember, from now on, you owe me a life. Can Qinbai walk? Yes. But will he leave? No. During this period, there were many life and death battles, and Qinbai was not just talking, he really regarded Chen Bang as a friend. It's definitely not just a 10x emotional value explosion rate. After saying that, Qinbai kicked Chen Bang away to prevent him from being accidentally injured in the next battle. 2 people looking at each other. Damn it, I have over 400,000 emotional points, I'm not afraid of you. Just when Qinbai was about to withstand Tianyi's tentacle attack, a huge phantom palm fell from the sky and smashed Tianyi's tentacles with one palm. Damn it! A palm technique that falls from the sky. Qinbai looked up. A figure was spotted falling from the sky. Captain Wang, why are you here? Didn't they say that the Public Security Bureau was surrounding and cracking down on them? Where are the people? How come the person who came was his immediate superior in the garrison? Wang Lin's face darkened. This place is sealed off by a special space. Others can't find it, let alone get in. I'm here to take you out. Long Aoyu looked at the person in front of him. He could sense from this person that he was not a simple person. Not only did he destroy Tianyi's spiritual skills with one blow, but he also saw through his illusory spiritual world. Who are you? Wang Lin. Wang Lin? I know you. You're the acting commander of the Jiangcheng garrison at such a young age. But do you think you're a match for me? How will you know if you don't try? Bai cheered from behind, Boss Wang, go ahead, kill him. Chapter 128, Forbidden Secrets vs. Yin-Yang Thunder Method. Wang Lin was in a state of confusion. He looked at Tianyi and said, I'll deal with this one. Qinbai, you go deal with that guy. He's the one maintaining this space. Qinbai blinked, well. Boss, it shouldn't be difficult for you to fight 2 people at once. What do you think? Wang Lin said unhappily, you don't have to defeat him. Just find a way to consume his spiritual energy. Once you break through this space, reinforcements will naturally come. Qinbai blinked and looked at Long Aoyu. It's not impossible. Then leave it to me. Wang Lin and Tianyi were fighting in an instant. Long Aoyu looked at Qinbai, just you? After saying that, he rushed forward and was about to touch Qinbai. Qinbai quickly raised his hand to block it. Wait a minute. What? Brother, I see your shoelaces are loose, let me help you tie them. Roll. Just when Qinbai touched Long Aoyu's shoelaces, he immediately raised his leg and kicked him away. Qinbai quickly used Flying Thunder God to dodge. However, after teleporting, Qinbai discovered a white flash that had captured his landing point in advance. Bang! This time, Qinbai was unable to dodge. Bang! His head was instantly blown into an afro. What's going on? Can this guy predict where my Flying Thunder God will land? She was actually waiting for him at the spot where his mark had landed. As for Long Aoyu on the other side, he looked at Qinbai with sharp eyes. He attacked without giving his opponent any thought and rushed forward once again. With a loud roar, he activated the spiritual energy in his body, and a white lightning appeared on the palm of his hand. Whoosh! Lightning struck Qinbai instantly. The speed was so fast that Qinbai had difficulty reacting. But luckily he was prepared. Seeing lightning appear in Long Aoyu's hands, he had already used the Flying Thunder God to dodge continuously. Just after teleporting to a mark, without stopping for a moment, it teleported again. Whoosh! 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 But the white lightning was extremely fast and also had the ability to track. Qinbai did not dodge after making sure he couldn't get away. After teleporting, stay where you are. Bang! The moment the lightning touched Qinbai, he was sucked into a black space bag and couldn't move at all. Then it turned into nothingness. Long Aoyu, with white lightning flashing on his palm, stared at Qinbai. What's this? Why couldn't I feel the energy of my own spiritual skills just now? Qinbai activated the new buff spiritual skill. Forbidden Secret Black Hole. He didn't expect that the other party's ability would be so outrageous. It's fast, and it also has tracking. This is even more outrageous than the Raikage in Naruto. When the Raikage and Minato fought, they could at least see the mark, and then use their speed to break through the Flying Thunder God's teleportation. On Blue Star, no one can see your Flying Thunder God. But unexpectedly, Long Aoyu also had tracking. What is the difference between this one? The battle between Wang Lin and Tianyi. Every time he attacked, a big hole was created in the hotel ceiling. Facing the more than 10 tentacles controlled by Tianyi, Wang Lin raised his hand and turned into a huge phantom again, pinching all the tentacles and destroying them in an instant. Tianyi used his psychic power to split out small tentacles to launch a sneak attack before the tentacles were destroyed. Wang Lin did not dodge. A golden light appeared on his body as he resisted the damage from the tentacles. He grabbed the tentacle and suddenly the whole person disappeared. He appeared again behind Tianyi. Bang! Wang Lin held the tentacle in his hand and whipped it like a whip on a top. Tianyi was spinning in the air like a top. After being hit several times, he could no longer hold on and fell heavily to the ground. The whole person is embedded in the ground. I didn't expect Wang Lin to be so powerful. Tianyi looked at Long Aoyu. Long Aoyu's eyes narrowed and he nodded. At the same time, Tianyi's aura surged. The figure flashed, and the whole person crashed into Wang Lin like a gyroscope. The two figures fought in mid-air again. Commander Wang is so awesome. Why does this 5th level he has seem so different from the 5th levels I've seen? Sude is also at level 5, but he doesn't give the same oppressive feeling as Wang Lin in front of him. How dare you be distracted when fighting with me? Long Aoyu's voice rang out, and another white lightning struck. Qinbai did not dodge this time. He raised his hand to tear the space apart, and the black space bag swallowed him again. Seeing this scene, Long Aoyu said, "New spiritual skills? I was right about you. You have such a high talent for comprehending spiritual skills." Having said that, Long Aoyu did not act rashly. Faced with his own lack of information, he needs to understand the information first. He raised his left hand, which was different from the white lightning in his right hand. The palm thunder on the left hand is black. Countless black lightning bolts crisscrossed. Boom! Raise your hand and blast away. Black lightning pounced towards Qinbai like a flying unicorn. Qinbai tore the space apart again. The black space bag still trapped the black lightning. However, this time the consumption is much longer than that of the white lightning. Qinbai suddenly felt that the buff time of the secret technique was affected. The power of black lightning is much stronger than white lightning. Every time he dispelled the black lightning, he felt that time was running out. At the same time, a hint of doubt arose in his heart. Since there is such a powerful move, why can't you use it from the beginning? Could it be that? Facing the black palm thunder again. This time, Qinbai did not tear the space apart, but instead used Flying Thunder God to dodge. Boom! The lightning struck Qinbai's original position, creating a big hole in the ground. The power is really strong. Sure enough, Qinbai understood it in his heart. This black lightning does not have tracking function, so you can use Flying Thunder God to avoid it. At this moment, Long Aoyu's voice rang out. It seems that your new spiritual skill will consume a lot of energy when facing powerful attacks, forcing you to dodge. After 2 attacks, Qinbai understood the effect of his spiritual skills, and he also understood the effect of Qinbai's spiritual skills. This time, Long Aoyu found the right opportunity and swung with both hands at the same time. The black and white palm thunders were struck out at the same time. They shot towards Qinbai in a crisscross pattern. Want to waste your time? Qinbai was not so stupid. While he was fighting Flying Thunder God, he tore a space bag around his body. Bang! The black lightning missed and created another big hole. The white lightning chased Qin at a rapid speed. But the space bag that Qin had torn in advance followed Qin body to the location after the teleportation. Swoosh! The white lightning that appeared in less than a second was once again dissolved by the space bag. When Long Aou saw this situation, he didn't expect Qin to react so quickly and come up with a solution so quickly. I saw him put his palms together. At the same time, a black Tai Chi patterned shadow appeared behind him. Yin and Yang thunder magic. The clasped hands gradually separated, and countless lightning bolts appeared in the palms. Black and white lightning intertwined. Blending together, the two-colored lightning made a sizzling sound. Chapter 129. No way, a third-level spiritual warrior is so weak? The Yin and Yang shadows began to shine, emitting a dazzling light. In an instant, one could feel that the black and white lightning between Long Aou's palms began to become violent. It was like 5 thunderbolts striking Qin. Buzz! The Yin-Yang thunder technique is extremely fast and also has a tracking function. When Qin used teleportation to dodge, he was still being followed. Feeling the powerful force, he knew he couldn't just bear it. Qin didn't dare to stop during the teleportation because his eyes could not follow the trajectory of the white lightning at all. If he stopped for a moment, he would be struck by the lightning. At this moment, he thought of a mark. It was the Flying Thunder God mark left when he first touched Long Aou's shoelaces. He planned to use the tracking function of lightning to deal with Long Aou. This time, he teleported in front of Long Aou. This action also surprised Long Aou. He never expected that Qin, a level 2 cultivator, would dare to approach him. He raised his hand and a flying needle shot out. Qin didn't have time to pay attention. When the Yin-Yang thunder technique rushed to his face, he used teleportation again and left. As for the flying needle that flew towards him, it was not very powerful and was bounced back by his round fan. The Yin-Yang thunder technique seemed unable to change direction, and the attack landed on Long Aou's feet. However, it did not create a big hole in the ground, but only made Long Aou take a few steps back. Looking at Qin who was using his spiritual skills against him, Long Aou couldn't help but sigh that fortunately the Yin-Yang thunder technique had no effect on him. Your teleportation is really troublesome. Yin-Yang thunder method is his most powerful move. Tracking and power in one. Even if they were opponents of the same level, countless spiritual warriors or strange beasts had died at his hands. But it is indeed a bit troublesome to deal with Qin. It seems like we have to take some real action. Qin held a round fan in his hand and beckoned with his other hand, come here if you have the guts. Qin has already thought of a plan to deal with this guy. The reason why that guy didn't use this dual-color fusion lightning at the beginning must be that there was some limitation. But he doesn't know why at the moment. Since you let me pass, I will obey your command. Long Aou sneered, and the shadow behind him merged into his body. Qin's eyes widened. Damn it, I was just bragging, how can you play it like this? When the two were combined, Long Aou actually emitted a sizzling lightning flash. Black and white lightning emanated from his body, as if the god of thunder had descended to the earth. The dark surroundings were illuminated brightly. Long Aou's eyes flashed, he kicked out, raised his fist and rushed towards Qin. Qin tried to dodge and found that this guy's speed was not much slower than the white lightning just now. The speed was so fast that Qin couldn't see clearly. Qin raised his hand and drew out a void bag. Under the huge impact of Long Aou, the void bag seemed unaffected. His fist was imprisoned, as if time and space were stopped, and he couldn't move at all. Qin took this opportunity, took out the shadowless sword, and stabbed it directly into Long Aou's heart. At this moment, a sense of crisis came over me. A flying needle was thrown out by Long Aou's other arm. Oh my god, he's a killer, again. Fortunately, Qin took precautions and used Flying Thunder God to dodge. However, this time the flying needle was different from before. Behind the flying needle is the lightning of Yin-Yang thunder technique. Countless black and white lightning burst out, just like a lightning rod attracting lightning. Is it a flying needle carrying the power of Yin-Yang thunder? Sure enough, the moment Qin reappeared after teleporting, the flying needle had already attacked. Fortunately, the space bag moved with Qin, consuming all the energy of the flying needles. With Qin's departure, Long Aou's fist returned to normal in a second. Feeling the power on his fist, his eyes were filled with disbelief. You can actually control my body across a large realm and consume the energy in my spiritual skills. Your strength is far more than that. You are very strong, but your offensive power is a little lacking. This level of spiritual skills must consume a lot of energy. I want to see how much you can consume. As he spoke, Long Aou exploded again. This time, the momentum was even more overwhelming than before. It's not that I'm too strong, it's that you're too weak. Having said that, Shinbai's face did not look good at all. In the previous collision, although he blocked the opponent's frontal attack, the lightning flashing at close range made him feel like he was being electrocuted. This time, the other party was obviously serious. Shinbai was on high alert and glanced at Wang Lin. I found that they couldn't take down Tianyi for the time being, so I could only rely on myself. This time he took the initiative. I have already experienced the power of thunder and lightning in the previous fight. Long Aou is now like a hedgehog. If he attacks directly, he will definitely be counterattacked, and if he hurts the enemy 100 times, he will hurt himself 1,000 times. The early bird catches the worm. Shinbai raised his hand and drew out 2 vacuum bags, then used Flying Thunder God to teleport with the vacuum bags. Long Aou didn't dodge and punched out with all his strength. The powerful force of thunder and lightning roared, like the eve of a violent storm. The fist collided with the vacuum bag and was frozen again. Another fist was thrown out, and was also frozen by another vacuum bag. Shinbai seized the opportunity, took out another vacuum bag and put it on Long Aou. He wanted to absorb all the lightning energy from the other party. Unfortunately, I thought it was too simple. The powerful force of thunder and lightning erupted again, breaking free from the constraints of the vacuum bag. Long Aou quickly distanced himself. Shinbai smiled crookedly. It seems you're also worried about the lightning power within you being dissipated. This is your ultimate move, right? Without it, you'll be a weakling. Even if he has to sacrifice the buff time of the forbidden secret black hole, he must dissolve the power of thunder and lightning on his body. In this case, offense and defense are easy. You can go where Bai can go. At this moment, Shinbai activated the Flying Thunder God and chased after Long Aou. The two of them were very fast. In just a few seconds, there were no less than 20 confrontations. Although Shinbai took the initiative to attack every time, the range-type aftershocks of lightning still made him feel a little numb and tingling. The charred marks on the clothes indicate that this battle is not an easy one. This guy is so tough. Shinbai couldn't help but sigh. This was the first time he met such a tough opponent. However, the other party doesn't seem to be in a much better condition. When Shinbai was preparing to make the final attack, he suddenly found that the black hole buff had disappeared. A battle that crosses a major realm cannot last for more than 30 minutes. Ha, it seems you ran out of energy first. Long Aou grinned, and the spiritual energy in his body surged, condensing into a huge softball. Let me see how you hide this time. To make sure that Shinbai couldn't use the strange black hole, Long Aou stepped forward. With double insurance, Shinbai can definitely be dealt with. Not long after the attack was launched, all the energy in Long Aou disappeared. Shinbai, who was about to take drugs, couldn't help laughing at the scene in front of him. Ha, no way, no way, how can a level 3 spiritual warrior be so weak? Not as good as a level 2? Can you do it? Chapter 130. There is a K-headed dog. It wasn't Tianyi who hit it with your spiritual skill? Long Aou did not panic when he heard Shinbai's ridicule. He took out a syringe from his black clothes. Stabbed directly at your shoulder. Puff. A few seconds later, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Immediately, Long Aou's spiritual energy instantly recovered to its peak. Seeing Shinbai's laughter stopped abruptly. Long Aou said coldly, "Laugh, keep laughing, I want to see how you fight me next." I thought Shinbai's expression would become terrified. However, ha 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 ha. From Long Aou's emotional value plus 8,888. Long Aou's eyes were fierce, how arrogant. You still dare to show off when you are about to die. You're in a hurry. Didn't you tell me to laugh? Shinbai showed a look of contempt. To restore spiritual energy, you still need needles to spit blood. It hurts me just looking at it. Immediately afterwards, Shinbai took out the yellow pill from the 3 color pills from the system space. There are 3 kinds of pills. The green pill is for upgrading to the first level, and Shinbai has already taken it. The red pill increases your strength 100 times, and there is no need to use it unless it is a critical moment. The effect of the yellow pill is to instantly restore all spiritual energy without any side effects. Qinbai put it in his mouth and chewed it twice. Immediately afterwards, the spiritual energy in the body was restored instantly. Even the cooling time of the forbidden secret black hole has been refreshed again. Long Aou, who was standing opposite, was shocked. What is going on? How is it possible that he recovered instantly? Where did you get that pill just now? You know, the price I paid to recover was not small at all. Guess, if you guess right, I'll tell you. While the other party is still thinking. Unlock the forbidden secret. This time, he did not actually use Flying Thunder God. Instead, he used the power of heavenly hands. Qinbai had been using Flying Thunder God just now, and he was habitually paying attention to his surroundings. I didn't expect the power of heaven's hands. In a trance, Long Aou, who was still in shock, came in front of Qinbai. At this moment, the black vacuum bag enveloped Long Aou completely. Seeing that he had fallen into Qinbai's trap, Long Aou did not panic. Instead, he sneered, "With your attack power, can you break my defense?" However, the next second, a sharp pain came from his heart. The miserable screams even startled Wang Lin and Tianyi, who were fighting in mid-air. Qinbai smiled and said, "Sorry, I'm best at breaking defenses." Seeing a weapon with only a hilt but no blade piercing his heart, he was extremely shocked. Long Aou has always been wrong about one thing. In the battle just now, the reason why Qinbai did not use the Shadowless Sword to attack directly was because of the utter chaos. This is because Long Aou's basic defense has been improved under the Yin-Yang Thunder technique. They can all be on the same level as strange beasts. However, although Long Aou now used defensive spiritual skills, they were spiritual skills and did not improve his basic defense. The Shadowless Sword's defense breaking effect can directly ignore all defensive spiritual skills. This blow penetrated Long Aou's entire body. After 3 seconds, Long Aou broke free from the control of the vacuum bag. Activate the lightning body skills and run backwards. He checked his body. His face was full of disbelief. Qinbai can not only severely injure him, but also consume most of his spiritual energy. Black space, what on earth is that black space of yours? Long Aou was puzzled. It was the first time he felt that something was beyond his expectations. Qinbai broke his cognition again and again. There was a huge gap in realm, but it seemed like he had no advantage in front of the opponent. He knows all the geniuses, including those in big cities. It's impossible to hurt him like this. Teleportation is used continuously as if it has no consumption. The black space is even more outrageous, it can actually directly consume one's own spiritual energy. There are even weapons that can destroy everything. How would Long Aou know? How long had Qinbai been preparing for this attack? He discovered at the beginning that the other party's consumption was also quite high. He planned to fight with the opponent to consume their energy, while hiding his ability of heavenly hand power and not using it. When both sides have consumed almost all of their energy, he takes out a yellow pill to restore his spiritual energy. The other party will definitely be stunned for a moment. He took advantage of the opportunity, unleashed the power of the heavenly hand, unlocked the forbidden secret, and combined it with the Shadowless Sword. The Trinity was accomplished in one go, creating the current situation. However, there were two things that Qinbai did not expect. First, the opponent's consumption is actually greater than his. Second, the opponent also has props for instant recovery. Just now, in order to drain Long Aou's spiritual energy to the maximum extent, the duration of his forbidden secret was consumed again. Fortunately, Long Aou could no longer use the Yin-Yang Thunder technique. Qinbai still has a way to deal with simple two-color lightning. I don't believe your consumption will be small. Long Aou gathered Palm Thunder in his hands, and the surrounding scene was flashing with amazing lightning. Suddenly, Long Aou swung out the white lightning and rushed out at the same time, launching another double attack. However, compared to before, his speed was much slower. Qinbai's eyes followed perfectly. Just when he was about to take action, a burning sensation came from behind him. "Qinbai, get out of the way." This familiar voice was naturally recognized as Chen Bang. Qinbai didn't hesitate at all. Use Flying Thunder God to come next to Chen Bang. At the same time, a huge flaming lotus shot out, this time, in 4 colors. Long Aou felt the horror of the lotus in front of him. He turned around and ran away, his speed was even faster than when he rushed towards me. Qinbai would never let him succeed. He used Flying Thunder God to teleport in front of Long Aou. The other party looked confused and ignored Qinbai and continued to run away. However, Qinbai rushed towards the huge flaming lotus, and it was about to hit him. Whoosh! Heavenly hand power. Qinbai exchanged positions with Long Aou, who ran a long way. Boom! The huge lotus swallowed Long Aou in an instant. There was no time to even let out a scream. Boom! A huge explosion formed a four-color mushroom cloud. Qinbai cursed, "Fuck, you K-headed dog." Chen Bang said weakly, "Damn it, if it wasn't for my attack, could you have killed him?" "Who says he can't be killed? I can outlast him. You have to stay with me." Boasting. "I just saw that your spatial energy was gone, so I charged up my power to use my ultimate move. I even took a 2 million ration pill." "Lakanba, it's not me, how could your skill hit? You still need me to finish off the K-head." When the smoke cleared, the two men found that there was nothing at the center of the explosion, and no bodies were left. Shen Bang was shocked. "What's going on? With such great power, there won't be even an ash left." Qinbai sensed the surrounding aura and asked, "You don't even know the power of your own spiritual skills?" Shen Bang was a little surprised. "Am I so awesome?" At this moment, Tianyi, who was fighting with Wang Lin, suddenly staggered. His breath was much weaker, and he couldn't resist the giant hand shadow of Wang Lin coming towards him at all. Bang! Tianyi's body fell heavily from the sky to the ground. Their battle also came to an end. The surrounding space seems to be fluctuating. It was as if some barrier had disappeared. Qinbai discovered that the extremely quiet hotel had returned to normal. The security guards who were carrying out the arrest operation nearby surrounded them in an instant.